Inside a small rented room, the man suddenly opened his eyes, breathing rapidly and heavily, as if he had just had a nightmare. He looked around, seeing those familiar walls, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The man's name was Rosen. He had just encountered a lord and was hunted by him in the fog. After surviving for a few days, he died at the hands of others. He never expected that fate would give him a chance to be reborn. Rosen's eyes gradually moistened as he looked at the old notebook on the desk. Suddenly, something struck him. He quickly got out of bed and checked his phone. March 1st, 2021. Looking at the time on the screen, Rosen was surprised to find that he had actually returned to 10 minutes before the global travel. 10 minutes before the disaster that had occurred in the early morning. Rosen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Rosen knew that once the time reached midnight, the world would face an unprecedented disaster, and 7 billion people would be teleported to a world shrouded in white fog and become the lords of their respective small territories. That place is filled with white fog. There is no modern technology and no modern resources. However, people can build various facilities through blueprints. Everyone has only one goal: to survive. It was all like the survival games he'd played before. You were given a small territory, and you needed to constantly explore the fog and acquire resources. Along the way, crises would constantly erupt, threatening the lives of every lord. Since God has given me a chance to start over, I must create glory in this life and build a top-notch territory. Rosen clenched his fists and vowed to himself. He was an orphan, with no one to rely on. So for Rosen, it didn't matter which world he went to, especially since his previous experience had given him a prescient understanding of the rules of this world. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would surely be one step ahead of others. Rosen checked the time. It was still 3 minutes before midnight. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed through his mind, startling him. Ding. Suitable host detected. System binding in progress. Ding. The system binding is complete. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 100-fold increase. System? I actually bound it to the system before crossing over. Rosen was stunned, shock and excitement intertwined. With the system, he could reach the top. He adjusted his mood and asked in his mind, System, what exactly does a 100-fold increase mean? Ding. Answer the host. A 100-fold increase, as the name suggests, means that when the host receives a reward, the reward will be increased 100-fold. Rosen was shocked again, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. If what the system said was true, then after entering the Lord's world, if he cut down a tree, after it was multiplied 100-fold, wouldn't he get 100 trees? In that world, all resources were obtained through tree felling and mining. After getting the answer, Rosen looked at the screen. The countdown to the world's end had entered its final minute. After crossing over, nothing could be brought back. Rosen, still in his shorts, not bothering to change, glanced around the rental house he'd lived in for years. Finally, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a deep drag. Let me get one last taste of this world. After he finished taking a puff of his cigarette, the time on his phone jumped to midnight. Midnight. Rosen's eyes suddenly went dark, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a thatched hut. The thatched hut was very simple, with only a wooden bed and a tool table. He wore an apron woven from leaves, covering his private parts. Everything was the same as in his previous life. So, Rosen was not panicked. He looked at the wooden bed, and suddenly a few words appeared before his eyes. A simple wooden bed can be used for resting, durability 100. Then he looked at the tool bench. An indestructible universal tool bench. Once you gather all the materials, you can make anything on it. Durability 100. These settings were exactly the same as in his previous life. Everything was so familiar, as if everything was destined. On the workbench lay a wooden axe and a parchment book, his starting supplies. Wooden axe, you can chop trees with it. Durability 100. Lord's Beginner's Guide, a book that can save your life. Rosen didn't take the book. Although he had only lived in this world for a few days in his previous life, he had already mastered a lot of information about it. This world is real, and it's one that can be conquered by force. Every corner is filled with magic. Besides these lords from Earth, this world also has many indigenous peoples. The beasts are even more powerful. In this world, everyone can gain strength in some way. Lords can gain great power through the power of faith, or through external forces such as magic crystals and the magic cores of monsters. This Lord's Guide was their only source of information about this world. The second page was the chat page, divided into the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Nearby Channel. The other channels had a limit on the number of times they could speak, and were currently useless to Rosen. The third page was the Trading Mall, but Rosen had nothing to exchange for the moment. The fourth page was the storage backpack, used to store items. The book's contents were limited to this. It was bound to the Lord and could not be discarded or destroyed. Rosen took a deep breath and opened his attribute page. Lord, Rosen. Realm, ordinary. Resident, 1. Territory level, village. Equipment, simple thatched clothing. Sure enough, still the same. Rosen felt neither surprise nor astonishment. He stood up and picked up the book and axe. The moment the book touched his hand, he felt it melt into his palm under his will, becoming a tattoo. He could summon it whenever he needed it, which was extremely convenient. A crude wooden axe. But thankfully, it's the Lord's job to survive, not just me. Once we have more people, life will be easier. Through the window, Rosen could see the scene in the courtyard. Besides the thatched hut, there was also a thatched recruitment station. As the name suggests, the recruitment station was used to recruit people and was also one of the initial supplies. Each lord has a recruitment station, which automatically recruits a citizen to serve the Lord every day. The citizens are the Lord's only source of faith power, which can make the Lord stronger. When the number of subjects reaches 100, the Lord will be promoted from ordinary to warrior. Of course, warrior is just a classification of strength, and in reality it is not too strong, similar to the top athletes in the previous life. In other words, the more people one has, the higher the realm of the Lord. If one does not want to have so many people, one can also use external objects to enhance one's physical fitness, but the speed is slower. Rosen knew that the first citizen would arrive at nightfall to serve him. However, the night was full of dangers, so he had to do something meaningful before dark. As for what meaningful thing to do, it was naturally to chop down trees. Since he only has a wooden axe, the only thing he can do is chop down trees. Chopping down trees yields wood, which may also drop fruit. Fruit can satisfy hunger and thirst, while wood can be used to craft tools and repair his territory. The mist-shrouded wilderness is fraught with danger, and entering it to search for food is extremely dangerous. In previous lives, many people were killed by wild beasts while entering the mist to search for food. Each lord's territory has a 3-day protection period. In other words, within these 3 days, the territory is absolutely safe. But after 3 days, everything is no longer safe. After 3 days, any passing beast may attack the territory and harm the people. The more powerful the territory's facilities, the more secure it is. The initial territory's walls were just fences, so even a weak woman could easily knock them down, let alone wild beasts. Therefore, Rosen's first goal was to cut down trees and obtain food. Because chopping down trees is the easiest way to get apples. Initially, the territory is empty, so one has to find resources on their own. Once the territory has more people, Rosen's pressure will be greatly reduced. Holding the wooden axe, Rosen walked out of the thatched hut. Each territory is 100,100 meters in size. Of course, even though the territory is only 100,100 meters, its visible range is 1000,1000 meters. This means that anything beyond this range will be obscured by fog. Once inside the fog, no one knew what they would encounter. Only by dispelling the fog could they find out. The local creatures' eyes were unaffected by the fog and could see through it. This caused great trouble for the lords. Because the overlords are in the light of day in the fog, while the local creatures are in the dark. However, the overlords are not without advantages. They can use the crafting table to craft anything. The fog outside is divided into 1,000 by 1,000 meter zones. To dispel the fog, you must explore more than 20% of the zone. In other words, only after entering the fog and walking in a straight line for more than 200 meters can the fog be completely dispelled. Drawing on memories from his past life, Rosen clearly remembered the 8 directions surrounding his territory. It was all forest. Yes, all 8 directions were forest. In his memory, there was a stream in the front, where wild animals often went to drink. On the right is the habitat of 2 bears. Elsewhere, there are some small wild animals like rabbits and pheasants, which pose little threat. The rest is mostly woods and mineral forests. In this world, trees and minerals are precious resources. Because the Lord can use the crafting table to transform wood and/or into weapons and equipment. Of course, the prerequisite is that the resources must be collected first. Even though Rosen is aware of the surrounding situation, he dare not enter easily. Because no one can guarantee that wild animals won't invade or that the natives won't hunt them. Besides these, the orcs are also very terrifying. Orcs, as the name suggests, are the offspring of humans and wild animals. They hold a low status in human society and are not welcomed. For the lords who travel to this world, everything is unknown. Especially in the fog and extremely low visibility, danger is always present. Before gaining sufficient strength, the best option was to gather resources within the visible area surrounding the territory. Rosen had no intention of exploring the fog. The 3-day protection period was not something you could just casually spend. He planned to build a defensible village within 3 days, store some food to ensure his survival, and then consider the next step. Because the wilderness was more dangerous at night, some ferocious beasts preferred to move around at night. It was a bit chilly out in the wilderness without a coat. Rosen, holding his wooden axe, prepared to leave the territory. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host has been detected as being too ordinary. A special gift pack for beginners is being given. Do you want to claim it? It was the golden finger he had just obtained that made the sound. Rosen quickly replied, "Get it." He was filled with excitement, eager to know what the newbie gift pack contained. In this survival world, being one step ahead is a big step ahead. So no one would refuse a reward. Ding! Successfully received the novice gift pack. Congratulations to the host for receiving a golden axe. Congratulations to the host for receiving a god-level recruitment station. The reward flashed before Rosen's eyes. The golden axe appeared before his eyes. Next to the original recruitment station, another recruitment station appeared, the god-level recruitment station. Rosen looked at the god-level recruitment station, and relevant information immediately appeared before his eyes. God-level recruitment center, recruiting a Chinese general every 7 days. Recruiting is in progress. Is this the golden finger? It's so powerful. I really don't know which general I can recruit. Rosen's eyes flashed. Rosen's gaze fell on the initial Citizen Recruitment Center. Citizen Recruitment Center, recruit 1 new citizen per day. It didn't seem to have any of the characteristics of a god-level recruitment center. Its only advantage was that it could recruit 1 citizen per day. After looking at it, Rosen's eyes turned to the golden axe in his hand. Golden axe. The axe blade is sharp, can speed up the felling of trees, and will never be damaged. Both of these items given by the system are good. Satisfied, Rosen dropped the wooden axe and picked up the golden axe. The golden axe felt heavy in his hand, especially the incredibly sharp blade, which seemed to have no durability issues. It felt incredibly comfortable, needing no repairs. In his previous life, he hadn't been able to find the gold mine needed to craft the golden axe, but now he had it right from the start, which would greatly improve his resource-gathering efficiency. Compared to a wooden axe, a golden axe could chop down trees in almost no time. Moreover, it could provide some combat power against smaller beasts. As the sun set, Rosen strode out of the yard and headed toward the territory, which was surrounded by dense woods and grasslands. He cast his gaze towards a large tree. The tree's information appeared before him. An apple tree randomly drops resources. He turned to look at a pile of straw. A pile of straw. Despite the simple names, Rosen knew that every blade of grass and tree here had its own unique purpose. Thatch, for example, had its own unique function. Thatch and thatch could be combined to form fiber. Fiber and fiber could be combined to form linen. Linen and linen can be made into clothing. Linen and blueprints can be combined into high-quality clothing. Without hesitation, Rosen bent down and picked up the pile of straw. Ding! Triggering 100x amplification, now amplified to 100 piles of straw. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and 100 piles of straw immediately appeared before Rosen. Damn, 100x amplification is truly impressive. With a wave of his hand, he put all the straw into his backpack. The backpack in the beginner's guide only had 20 slots, of any size, but each slot could only hold 100 items. Therefore, the thatch alone took up an entire slot. Keep gathering, Rosen said, picking up another pile of thatch, and the number in his backpack quickly swelled to 200. That leaves 18 slots. Save them for other supplies. He didn't waste any more time gathering thatch, but decided to go chop down trees. Felling trees was his most important task, because they would drop food. So, Rosen came to a large tree, gripped the golden axe with both hands, and chopped down hard on the trunk. The moment the axe fell, Rosen felt a surge of power surge into his body, as if he had taken hormones. This feeling was precisely the bonus to the weapon's attack power. Bang! A massive gaping hole appeared in the tree's trunk. Damn! So sharp! Rosen nearly jumped in fright. He'd expected the golden axe to be sharp, but he hadn't expected it to be this sharp. With one blow, it carved a massive hole. Compared to a wooden axe, the difference was truly immense. A wooden axe would require dozens of strikes to chop down a tree. With a golden axe, 2 strikes would likely do the job. With this thought in mind, Rosen swung the golden axe again. Bang! The tree, as thick as a woman's waist, fell to the ground. As the tree fell, it unexpectedly exploded, splitting into 3 large pieces. An apple fell beside it. Rosen had to admit, he was quite lucky. An apple fell from the first tree. However, before he could finish his joy, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding! Hundredfold amplification successful. As the sound rang out, the wood on the ground immediately changed. The 3 pieces of wood instantly became 3 piles, each containing 100 pieces. A total of 300 pieces of wood. The apples also became a full 100. Rosen looked at the amplified resources on the ground, his heart filled with excitement. Wow, this cheat is really cool. In the past, if I wanted to collect this many resources, just the wood and apples, it would take a day or 2. Rosen took a deep breath, slowly calming his excitement, and turned his gaze back to the next tree. Supplies. Here I come. Bang! Bang! 2 more axe strikes came down. An apple tree exploded, and the fallen supplies once again covered the ground. Wood 300. Leaves 100. Apples 100. Bang! Bang! Soon, Rosen's backpack was overflowing with supplies. It wasn't even completely dark yet. He counted his haul and found 1,400 pieces of wood and 300 apples. There were also 100 leaves, which perfectly filled his 20 slots. In the past, at this moment, he would have only been able to chop down 2 or 3 trees at most. Thinking that the other lords were probably still busy chopping down their first tree, while he had already harvested such a bountiful harvest, Rosen couldn't help but laugh. It's still early. Let's put these things back home first and look for other resources later. He looked up at the sky, seeing it still more than an hour before dark, so he hurried back to his territory. Upon returning, Rosen piled all the supplies he had gathered in the yard. A small mountain of wood, straw, and apples rose tall, occupying most of his yard. If the other lords had seen this scene, they would probably be shocked. After putting away the supplies, Rosen left the territory again. He had no time to check chat logs, nor did he care about how the other lords were faring. He only wanted to gather as many supplies as possible before nightfall and quickly develop his territory. After all, the protection period was only 3 days. After 3 days, the territory would no longer be safe. Moreover, in 3 days, the great events of the world will begin. Then, every second counts. Rosen must seize the initiative and widen the gap between him and the other lords. Otherwise, he will only be able to survive through slow development. If he encounters the locals, the outcome is almost certain, death. In this world, surviving has no say. If he encountered another lord, he wouldn't even be able to control his own life or death. After leaving his territory, Rosen didn't explore further, choosing instead to search the surroundings. Of course, trees still needed to be cut down. However, Rosen didn't want to waste time, searching for sturdy trees while checking for other resources. The larger apple trees dropped more wood and other items. So, he chose to chop them down. A few more hits would cut them down anyway. Bang! 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 Wood 500. Apples 200. Leaves 100. Chapter 4. The First Lord in Clothes. The host gathered a strawberry, amplifying it to 100 strawberries. The host gathered a wild wheat plant, amplifying it to 100 wild wheat plants. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Rosen's backpack was full again. His only regret was that he hadn't found the treasure chest. In this world, in addition to chopping trees and finding resources, treasure chests are also an important resource. Treasure chests can contain many useful items, such as wooden treasure chests, stone treasure chests, iron treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, crystal treasure chests, and even colorful treasure chests. Opening these treasure chests not only yielded food, wood, stone, blueprints, weapons, and scrolls, but also some strange items from past lives, like stockings, women's underwear, sanitary napkins, and other playful objects. Rosen shook his head, thinking that whoever put these things in the treasure chests might be a pervert. Reluctantly, he prepared to return to his territory. After all, treasure chests were rare, so it was normal not to find any around the territory. While other lords were still struggling to find food and chop trees, he already had ample resources. Even without meat, he could still eat his fill. He quickened his pace and headed back to his territory. Suddenly, a wolf howl erupted from the depths of the forest, startling Rosen. A woo. Sure enough, the beasts are starting to appear too. He turned to look in the direction of the howl. There were only small animals there, probably wolves searching for food. Rosen was thankful he hadn't ventured too far, or else he'd run into a pack of wolves, and the consequences would have been disastrous. He quickened his pace, but stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face. Fortunately, felling trees had honed his balance, and he managed to steady himself in time. Could it be rocks? Let's make them my resources. Rosen turned back angrily, about to pull out his golden axe, when he suddenly saw a wooden treasure chest and froze. Damn, it's a treasure chest. He was thrilled. A treasure chest was far more valuable than stone. Although stone was scarce here, treasure chests were a rare resource. He quickly walked over to the treasure chest and smashed it down with his golden axe. The treasure chest instantly exploded, its contents scattering across the ground. 2 stones, 2 pieces of wood, and 1 carrot. Those were the only 3 items in the treasure chest. Rosen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed when he saw them. As expected, low-level treasure chests don't hold much good, at least not those risque items. Fortunately, though, he didn't encounter anything like sanitary napkins. Then, the system's 100-fold amplification was triggered, and the resources instantly changed. 200 stones, 200 wood, 100 carrots. Seeing these resources increase from a few to several hundred, Rosen felt slightly satisfied. However, his backpack seemed almost full. He looked around, confirmed that no one was around, and hurried back to his territory, emptied his backpack, and returned to gather more resources. It was already completely dark, and the howling of wolves echoed again, deepening the darkness. He glanced at the sky, gathered his supplies, and hurried back. Returning to the yard, Rosen saw it was already piled high with lumber, all the harvest from the day's felling. He began to count the resources. 2,200 pieces of wood, 500 apples, 100 carrots, 200 strawberries, 200 wheat seeds, 500 leaves, 400 rocks, 600 piles of thatch. These resources piled up like a mountain, a truly spectacular sight. In the past, it would have taken at least half a week to gather this much, and that didn't even include the resources consumed. Now, having obtained such abundant resources in just half a day, Rosen couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. A cold breeze blew, and Rosen shivered. He was still wearing his leaf apron. There should be a blueprint for making clothes, right? I don't need a blueprint. Let's make some clothes and try them out first. He put away the thatch and walked to the crafting table in the thatched hut. There were dozens of blueprints on the crafting table, mostly for basic equipment, which didn't require drawings. For items without blueprints, you had to find the corresponding drawings before crafting. Rosen clicked on the clothing blueprint, and the page displayed the necessary items. Rough pants, 3 to 0 sheets of linen. This meant he needed 3 sheets of linen to make the pants, which he didn't have. He continued clicking on the linen, and the page switched to the linen crafting interface. Linen, 10-aught fiber. Clicking on the fiber brought him to the fiber crafting page. Thatch, 10/500 piles of thatch. Rosen took the thatch from his space backpack and placed it on the crafting table. The backpack and crafting table in the beginner's guide instantly connected, and Rosen discovered that 500 piles of thatch could be used to make 50 fibers. He clicked a single button to craft, and all the thatch was consumed, producing 50 fibers. He continued crafting, and the 50 fibers became 5 sheets of linen. Craft pants. He consumed 3 sheets of linen, clicked craft, and crafted his first pair of rough linen pants. A shirt required 2 sheets of linen. There are just 2 left. Rosen clicked the combine button again, creating a linen shirt. While simple, resembling the kind worn by street vendors in the past, it was undoubtedly a very practical choice in today's environment. Rosen couldn't wait to shed his leaf shirt and put on the linen. Wow, long-awaited warmth. One more pair of straw sandals would be perfect. He breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go to the yard to get some leftover thatch for shoes. But then he suddenly noticed the thatch on the ground, the very same thatch he had just taken off. Isn't that thatch? This should be enough for shoes. Rosen immediately opened the shoe blueprint and discovered that only 2 piles of thatch were needed. So he used the straw to make a pair of sandals. Rosen's equipment was now complete. It felt so good to wear the sandals, no longer walking barefoot, even though they were covered in dust. Looking at his equipment, Rosen thought to himself that he must be the first lord to wear clothes. Without the 100-fold amplification, making just 1 pair of pants would require 300 pairs of straw, and it would probably take a whole day to complete. Chapter 005. Upgrading the wall. Encountering enemies during the protection period. No one would waste time gathering thatch. Rosen sat on the wooden bed, pondering his next plan. He stood up and walked out of the room, putting the wood from the yard into his backpack, and then returned to the hut. Summon the Lord's panel. As he thought, the Lord's panel appeared before him, displaying his personal information. Lord, Rosen. Realm, Ordinary. Number of Territorians, 2. Territory level, Village. Seeing the number of Territorians increase to 2, Rosen froze for a moment and quickly opened the thatch door. Sure enough, a naked man stood at the doorway. Upon seeing Rosen, he immediately knelt and said respectfully, "I greet you, Lord." Rosen couldn't help but feel a bit awkward looking at the naked man. Resident 1. Nameless. Lord doesn't grant a name. It will be automatically assigned after 24 hours. Gender, male skills, resident loyalty. 80, loyalty below 50 may lead to rebellion. Get up, hurriedly. First, grab some straw to wrap around you. Rosen pointed to the straw in the yard. I'll make you some clothes tomorrow. Hurriedly. Thank you, Lord. Hurriedly quickly took 2 piles of straw and began to make simple clothes with it. As Hurriedly worked diligently, his loyalty level rose from 80 to 85. Rosen knew that if he treated his subjects poorly, they might rebel at any time, so it was important to treat them well. Hurriedly, you can eat as much as you want in the yard, but be careful at night to prevent thieves from stealing. Lord, rest assured, Hurriedly will protect the territory. Rosen nodded with satisfaction and returned to the house to continue sorting the wood. Only fruit and leaves remained in the yard, but the hut could no longer hold anything else. Let's build a wall first. If there's danger in 3 days, we'll have somewhere to take shelter. He walked to the tool bench and saw the conditions for building the wooden wall. Wooden wall, May 2020 wood, 200 durability, 3 by 1 meter. He quickly crafted 400 wooden walls and a large wooden door, using up all the wood he had for the day. Without a 100-fold increase, building this kind of wall would have taken at least several days. With the wooden door and walls, Rosen walked into the yard. Hurriedly was still busy making simple clothes from thatch, his eyes flickering in the night as he looked at Rosen curiously. Replace. Rosen replaced the wooden wall with the fence. 30 centimeters thick, 3 meters high, and 1 meter wide. The wooden wall was firmly planted in the soil. One by one, the wooden wall quickly replaced the fence surrounding the yard, and Rosen's busy work quickly made the yard more secure. When he was finished, Rosen looked at the fenced-in yard and felt a sense of security. Almost done. He breathed a sigh of relief, though a little exhausted after a busy day. He remembered he'd only eaten apples and strawberries. He decided he had to catch some animals and cook some meat tomorrow, otherwise he wouldn't last long. Rosen packed his backpack, put some of his resources into the system backpack, and returned to the Lord's mansion. This was the Lord's first night together, and he wanted to know how the other Lords were faring, and if there was any valuable trade information. He flipped open the Lord's survival guide, and went to the chat page on the second page. The world channel was flooding with messages so quickly that it was almost impossible to read them all. Rosen chose the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, the screen was flooded with messages. Woo, I'm so hungry. Can anyone give me a bite to eat? I'm willing to exchange a piece of wood for an apple. Wood for apples? That won't work. We can't even eat enough. Bring us something valuable. Who has water? I'm dying of thirst, and the fallen apples are not enough to quench my thirst. I'm willing to exchange a wooden axe for an apple. Woo, who can save me? I was bitten by a snake, and now my whole body is numb. I might die. Help. Woo, who has clothes? Can you give me a set? Some straw will do. I will remember your kindness. I am the female star Chingya. In these chat messages, each one was followed by the spokesperson's avatar and name. Rosen continued to look at it, and the one named Chingya in particular caught his attention. But who cares about the lives of celebrities when it comes to life and death? Rosen continued flipping through the pages, searching for useful information. A low-level shoe blueprint for 3 apples. Anyone willing to trade? I'll trade. Private message. Dead subjects for apples. Water is even better. Private message. You didn't kill your own subjects, did you? Damn, do you still have any humanity? The people in the territory are also human beings. Everyone misunderstood. The people in the territory were beaten to death by the skeletons outside. They won't live long anyway. Those who are willing to trade can chat privately. These news made Rosen feel a chill in his heart. In the face of life and death, the ugliness of human nature is exposed one by one, especially those who are ruthless and cruel. If they survive, they will become a great threat to the surrounding lords. He suddenly realized that this person's portrait looked familiar. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the lord who broke into his territory last time? Chapter 6 bought a female prisoner. Fuck, it's you, Shijujin. Last life's vengeance. You tortured me to death in my last life. This life, I'm going to kill you first. Rosen gritted his teeth and swore to himself, remembering the name. Although everyone was hidden in the fog and no conflict would occur for the time being, he had already firmly remembered this enemy in his heart. After calming down for a moment, Rosen opened the trading mall. There are 7 billion people in the world, and there are many capable people, and even more talented people. Those who were able to become powerful in their previous lives should be able to make great achievements in this world. Even with the system's blessing, Rosen did not dare to underestimate others. Opening the mall and looking at the items there, Rosen felt that these people were truly extraordinary. Male subjects, 50 apples or iron axe blueprints in exchange. Female subjects, meat food in exchange, you can chat privately. Rosen was almost scared. He couldn't believe what he saw. but the reality was right in front of him. In his previous life, there were cases of subjects being bought and sold, but they would never be sold on the first day. After all, subjects are an important resource to help him work. Although one can be recruited every day, the more subjects you have, the stronger the power of faith will be. The power of the Lord will also increase. He didn't understand what these people were thinking. Perhaps they had deeper plans, but he had to make a decision. Rosen clicked the transaction button for Male Lords and put 50 apples into the transaction box. After a few seconds, the page showed that the transaction was successful. Reminder: after the Lords are traded, they will come out of the recruitment center. Transaction successful. Rosen hurriedly looked at the yard through the window. As expected, a naked resident emerged. He wore no thatched clothing. Rosen now had 2 residents. He also felt a surge of warmth within him, as if his strength had increased significantly. Rosen opened his Lord's panel to check. Lord, Rosen. Realm, Ordinary. Territory Residence, 3, generates Faith Power 2. Territory Level, Village. Seeing the increase in faith power, Rosen breathed a sigh of relief. He continued browsing the marketplace and spotted another person selling female subjects in exchange for food. Rosen immediately sent her a private message. Hello, could you please give me something else in exchange for subjects? What the other person replied quickly, clearly watching the chat. Apples, strawberries, wood, stone, and other resources. I can give you more, Rosen replied, listing the resources he had on hand. In reality, exchanging these low-level resources for people wasn't cost-effective. After all, they were readily available in the wild, though gathering them was time-consuming. As expected, the female lord disagreed. I just want meat, or maybe clothes. Clothes, Rosen asked, having an idea. How about linen pants? I happen to have a pair. They'd keep me warm. You actually have pants? The female lord was visibly surprised. For women, being naked was truly shameful. A pair of pants gave them a sense of dignity. She excitedly sent several messages. Pants are fine, but I also want apples and strawberries. 10 apples and 10 strawberries. Of course, I'll go to the mall right away. Rosen beamed. While food was scarce, blueprints were more valuable than the actual blueprints. But in the face of life and death, survival is paramount. Rosen immediately went to the mall, took off his linen pants, and turned around to be naked again. He put his pants, apples, and strawberries into the mall and began to trade. Transaction successful. Rosen's number of subjects went from 3 to 4. Although he was also a lord, he was also considered a member of the territory. After the transaction was completed, Rosen waited for a moment, only to find that there were still only 2 male subjects in the courtyard, with no female subjects present. He checked the transaction log, which clearly indicated a successful transaction. Oh, right, maybe they're embarrassed to come out naked, Rosen suddenly realized. He reopened the trading mall and searched for linen, but found nothing. It seemed no one was selling linen. After all, gathering thatch was a waste of time, and no one was willing to sell the clothes everyone had painstakingly made. So Rosen searched for thatch, and immediately a row of thatch trading messages appeared on the screen. Thatch 10, exchange for an apple. Thatch 15, exchange for 2 apples or a watermelon. Thatch 5, exchange for any food. Thatch 20. Almost every message was about exchanging thatch for food. After all, while chopping down trees yielded resources, the drop rate for apples was low, leaving food as everyone's primary need. Rosen spotted a celebrity named Qingya also trading straw. He was speechless for a moment. He remembered the celebrity had just asked for clothes, and now he was selling straw. As expected, celebrities have a tough life, Rosen sighed. He quickly clicked on Qingya's transaction information and placed 2 apples. Transaction successful. The transaction was completed so quickly that even Rosen didn't react. Damn, is he starving? Rosen felt helpless. However, he didn't care about how others survived. Rosen put away the Lord's Guide and took some straw to make a simple mattress. Then he used other straw to make some simple clothes to cover his body. Creaky. Pushing open the door, Rosen saw 2 people kneeling on the ground, respectfully paying their respects. Lord. Chapter 7. Juice production. The area where the resources were stored was filled with rocks, forming a small hill. Rosen took out some straw and wrapped it around the waist of a resident. Then, he walked into the recruitment center. This was his first time in the place, and it was incredibly dark, resembling a black hole. Entering it felt a bit surreal. He knew the female subject was inside, perhaps too embarrassed to come out because she had no clothes. After all, he had seen this happen many times. So, Rosen placed the remaining straw at the door, so the recruits could use it to cover themselves. Standing at the entrance of the recruitment center, he waited for a moment. Soon, the doorman opened a crack, and a small, snow-white hand reached out, grasped the straw, and then retreated. After a while, the recruitment office door opened completely, and a woman with snow-white skin emerged. Her long hair flowed, and two thatched tufts framed her figure. She looked incredibly delicate. She looked like a celebrity from a past life, particularly someone named Kitano. Her delicate features were completely different from those pointy-chinned influencers. "Greetings, Lord." She knelt barefoot before Rosen and said respectfully. Her figure was so curvy that Rosen couldn't take his eyes off her. Resident 2. Unnamed name automatically assigned after 24 hours. Gender: female. Skills: territorial citizen. Note: a weak woman. She can be used for domestic work or, with some training, can be transferred to another job. In other words, female territorial citizens aren't strong enough for heavy work and can only do odd jobs. Loyalty is a bit low. I guess that female lord made her do some work that was not suitable for her, which led to the decline in loyalty. But it doesn't matter. Loyalty here will increase. Rosen looked at her, feeling a little excited. In any case, having a woman in the territory made life less boring. He nodded. "Your name is Bei Yiwang." Bei Yiwang thanks the master for the name. Bei Yiwang bowed deeply. It was already late at night, and Rosen felt very tired. He arranged for the three people to rest by the pile of stones and guard the resources. "You are my people, and I will be responsible for you. Today, you will have to guard the resources. Tomorrow, I will build a house for you. Also, there is no water in the territory for the time being, so you can eat as many apples and strawberries as you like." Hearing these words, the three subjects were incredibly excited. Living in the territory was already an honor for them, and having houses built for them was an incredible gift. At that moment, the loyalty of the three subjects rapidly increased. Kuriko's loyalty rose to 90, Subject 2's loyalty increased to 85, and Kitano Wang's loyalty also increased from 60 to 70. That single promise brought about such a profound change, a testament to the uniqueness of each individual. Back in his room, Rosen didn't have the energy to flip through the Lord's Guide. After all, he'd been busy all day and was exhausted. Lying down on his bed, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Rosen awoke again, sunlight streamed through the window. He opened the Lord's Guide as usual, and the first thing he saw was someone sending him a private message. It turned out to be the woman named Qingya from last night who had sent him many messages. "Are you there? Are you there? Is Big Brother there? Thank you for the apple, Big Brother. Do you have any extra apples? Give me another one. I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Big Brother, can I be your little sister? From now on, I'll do anything you ask me to do. I just want something to eat, as long as it's not too much. I'm not picky about food. I'm also a female celebrity. From now on, all the people I recruit will be given to you. I'll call you brother. Please protect me. Please." Rosen looked at the string of messages, bewildered. One transaction, and it turned out like this? Although she looked pitiful, there were many pitiful people. Rosen thought for a moment and decided to give her some advice. He replied, "Be kind to your subjects and let them help you chop down trees. Things will get better over time. If you were near me, I'd be in need of a maid to warm my bed, hee." After saying this, he went straight to the mall and traded apples for 3 wooden axes. Trade successful. 10 wood, exchange for 2 apples. 5 wood, exchange for 1 apple. Trade successful. Trade successful. Barrel crafting, 10/20ths wood. Crafting successful. 2 barrels. Straw sandals crafting. 10 straw sandals. The crafting table was filled with infrastructure blueprints, including the barrel blueprint. In no time, Rosen had traded 3 wooden axes, 2 barrels, and 10 pairs of straw sandals. He ate his apple as he walked out of the room. 3 of the lords were lost in thought, with some leftover apple cores lying in a corner. Seeing Rosen come in, they immediately knelt nervously. "Greetings, Lord." Their eyes kept glancing at the apple cores, as if they were worried Rosen would rebuke them for eating too much. This scene gave Rosen the illusion that he was a high and mighty emperor. "Get up. It looks like you've eaten enough." Rosen stood there with a dignified look. The 3 people in the territory shuddered and didn't dare to stand up, fearing that Rosen would blame them. "It's okay. Our territory is just starting out, and there are many areas that need construction. You'll have the strength to work only after you've eaten enough. I just hope you won't be lazy." Rosen didn't care. He took out 2 wooden axes from his backpack and said lightly, "Pick up the axes on the ground. Men, follow me to chop trees." "Thank you, Lord. We will do our best to contribute to the development of the territory." The 2 men breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the axes, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. "We're not afraid of work. We're just afraid of being idle." They knew the territory was still very poor, and idleness could only lead to trouble. "Lord, what about me?" Bei Wang asked anxiously, noticing he had no assigned tasks, fearing he would be ignored. Rosen smiled slightly, took out a wooden barrel from his backpack, and said, "See the barrel and the pile of fruit? Your task is to grind the fruit with stones to make juice." Bei Wang looked at the barrel, then at the pile of apples and strawberries, and asked with a puzzled look, "Lord, do you really want to grind the fruit into juice? It would be a waste of fruit pulp." Chapter 8. Searching for territory. That's right. Although fruit pulp is scarce, we don't lack it. What we lack most is water. If you want water, the only way is juice. Feel free to grind it. Rosen explained briefly. Although some apples were wasted, he couldn't always rely on apples to quench his thirst, so grinding juice became very necessary. "Yes, I will grind the juice carefully." Kitano, carrying 2 buckets, immediately began grinding the juice. He crushed the pulp with rough stones to squeeze out the juice, and the 2 buckets contained apple juice and strawberry juice respectively. If the other lords saw this scene, they would probably be shocked to the point of wanting to commit suicide. Everyone was still worrying about food, and this lord actually started grinding juice. Fortunately, the others didn't know what was happening in Rosen's territory, otherwise they would have gone mad. "Let's go," Rosen waved, leading 2 male residents out to cut down trees. The visible area of 900 by 900 meters was covered with trees. Rosen instructed them to observe their surroundings carefully while cutting down trees to prevent attacks from wild animals. If they encountered any small wild animals, they must not let them go. Whether or not they could eat meat depended on their luck, as there was still a lot of infrastructure to be completed. It was too dangerous to venture into the depths of the fog. The 3 of them walked outside the territory and began chopping down trees. Bang, 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 bang. These were the people chopping down trees. Each blow of the axe left only a small gap in the trunk. It would take at least 20 or 30 blows to chop down a tree. Bang, bang, boom. Rosen's 2 axes struck, and the tree exploded, scattering resources across the ground. 300 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of apples. The sight made the 2 residents' eyes widen. "Lord, you're so powerful." Seeing this, the 2 residents worked even harder to chop the tree. Bang, 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 bang. 3 pieces of wood, 1 leaf. By the time Heisey finished chopping down a tree, Rosen's backpack was already half full. This was the effect of 100-fold amplification. You chop down 1 tree, and I've effectively chopped down 100. "Don't collect yet. Keep chopping trees. I'll collect them later," Rosen said, approaching. Heisey didn't understand why the Lord had to collect them himself, but as a subject, he had no choice but to obey orders and continue chopping trees. Rosen walked over to the trees and began collecting. A moment later, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Detected, the host has collected 3 pieces of wood and 1 leaf." 100-fold amplification begins. As the words fell, 300 pieces of wood and 100 leaves exploded before Rosen. That's possible. Rosen was stunned. His earlier thought was indeed correct. If he had his subjects chop down trees and then collected them himself, the resources would be multiplied 100-fold. This meant he didn't have to chop trees himself. He could even harvest them simply by collecting them, and he could obtain even more resources. Rosen's eyes lit up, his heart filled with excitement. He began collecting the trees his subjects had chopped down, and soon his backpack was full. At this point, Rosen instructed the 2 residents to continue chopping trees, then quickly returned to the territory. Meanwhile, Kitano Wang was still absorbed in grinding juice. Rosen returned to the territory, took a look, and seeing that she hadn't finished much juice, he casually said, "Keep grinding." With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 pieces of wood appeared in the yard, occupying a small area. Then, with another wave of his hand, the pile of apples, originally just over 100, instantly grew to over 600. Seeing the vast resources before him, Kitano Wang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Lord, you're amazing. In just a short while, you've brought back so much wood and apples." Under Kitano Wang's astonished gaze, Rosen hurriedly left the territory and returned to the wild. This time, he didn't cut down trees, but instead delegated the task to 2 of his subjects while he went to gather other resources. After all, compared to other resources, cutting down trees himself was a waste of manpower. Since the people were already cutting down trees anyway, all he needed to do was collect and amplify them. Rosen pondered what kind of infrastructure he needed. Infrastructure requires wood, stone, thatch, clay, and iron ore. These can be used to craft tables, chairs, fences, iron furnaces, storage cabinets, and more advanced bows and arrows, defense towers, and so on. Most of the advanced supplies are deep in the fog, so there's no need to worry about them for now. Forget it, just use whatever you can find. After all, there's no such thing as too much supplies, and the more the better. Rosen thought about this and realized that all resources were interconnected. Wood, stone, thatch, clay, and sand were the most basic supplies. Wood, stone, and thatch were the easiest to collect. Of course, there were also many food supplies, but they were currently in smaller quantities. Things like carrots, apples, and wheat. Rosen searched as he walked. Of course, thatch was also essential. Thatch 100. Thatch 100. Stone 100. Stones needed to be mined, and a wooden plank was generally the most suitable. Rosen's golden axe was sharp, durable, and efficient, so he used it directly to mine the stones. Stone 100. Thatch 100. Strawberries 100. Carrots 100. Wild wheat 100. Before long, Rosen's backpack was full again. He returned these resources to his territory and continued collecting. Time flew by like this until noon. Rosen made 8 trips back, and the yard was overflowing with resources. Over 6,000 pieces of wood, 2,000 apples, and 1,000 strawberries were collected. There were also 6,000 piles of thatch and countless amounts of wheat and carrots. The entire yard looked like a mountain of resources. Rosen and 2 of his subjects ate apples and strawberries and drank some juice, which was enough to get them through half the day. In the afternoon, the recruitment office recruited another subject. This meant that Rosen now had 5 subjects in his territory. After dinner, Rosen ordered the male leader to carry the crafting table to the door and began crafting a wooden sword. Wooden sword, 10 out of 0 wood. 10 pieces of wood make 1 wooden sword. Rosen picked up the wood and began crafting. Wooden sword 1. It didn't have a 100-fold amplification effect, but Rosen wasn't disappointed. After all, the item had already been amplified during gathering. Adding another amplification during crafting would be a complete glitch. Chapter 9. Kitano Nozomi's new clothes. Rosen wasn't overly surprised. This was all within his expectations. He realized that crafting with unamplified items would only trigger the 100-fold amplification effect. He added wood and crafted 10 wooden swords. Each citizen received 1 for self-defense. Seeing their grateful expressions, they knelt again, their loyalty increasing by 5 points. Not only did their loyalty increase, but they were so moved they practically kissed Rosen's feet. Rosen looked at his toes, a sinister smile forming in his heart. This time, Rosen didn't send his subjects back to chop down trees. Instead, he sent them with their new weapons to search the territory for animals and improve their food supply. He specifically warned them not to enter the fog and to retreat immediately if they encountered danger. The female leader, Kitano Wong, continued grinding juice in the courtyard. Sitting in a corner, she secretly observed Rosen as she ground the juice, her liking growing. Rosen ignored her gaze, concentrating on the crafting table as he began a new round of crafting, which would completely change their living environment. After opening the blueprint, Rosen saw that all items with blueprints could be crafted directly without the need for a blueprint. He took a deep breath and began to build the basics. Simple wooden bed requires 10 wood. 10 wooden beds. Simple stools requires 20 wood. Each stool can be used for sitting. Rough hut can accommodate 8 people, requires 500 wood. 5 huts. Table can be used for eating and sleeping. 10 tables. He quickly consumed most of the wood, but the furniture and facilities were all completed. Let's make some more storage boxes. Rosen thought for a moment and decided to make some. Wooden storage box, 20 slots, requires 100 wood. Storage boxes 20. These storage boxes, like backpacks, can be used to store items and remain indestructible. Of course, storage boxes come in different tiers, with higher tiers holding larger items. However, if damaged, the contents will fall out. After Rosen crafted these boxes, he began constructing the necessary infrastructure. Iron furnace. Burns wood to smelt iron, requiring 100 stones. 20 iron furnaces. Iron furnaces are essential for future development, and Rosen needed to prepare for the future, so he built 20 spares. Of course, even with these furnaces, iron smelting requires a large amount of wood, which was in short supply in the early stages, so he couldn't afford to waste too much. Rosen decided that iron making would be the most important step once he had enough resources. Next, he began making clothing. He used all the thatch to make linen. 6,000 thatch synthesized into 600 fibers, which in turn became 60 pieces of linen. Pants requires 3 pieces of linen. T-shirt requires 2 pieces of linen. Straw sandals requires 2 pieces of thatch. Synthesis. Rough pants 10. Rough t-shirts 10. Low-quality straw sandals 10. Rosen made 10 sets of clothes, using 50 sheets of linen and 20 piles of straw. These clothes were basic equipment, not too expensive. Rosen collected the remaining materials. The yard was empty, leaving only apples, strawberries, and Kitano Wong, who continued to grind juice. He placed 10 storage boxes outside and put the remaining 10 inside the room. The people of the territory could simply open the boxes outside and put items in them. No matter how big or small, they would automatically shrink. This function was magical. Rosen waved to Kitano Wong. Kitano Wong, come here. Hearing the Lord calling her, Kitano Wong hurriedly put down the juice in her hand and walked quickly to Rosen. She did the familiar action again, kneeling. My lord. They were all wearing clothes made of thatched grass, leaving most of their bodies uncovered. When Rosen saw her kneeling in front of him, he felt a slight stir in his heart. The feeling of being in a superior position made him feel a little uncomfortable. He quickly coughed and handed over a piece of clothing. Here is a set of clothes. Take it and wear it. Kitano Wong was stunned for a moment. Looking at the linen clothes, his eyes filled with complex emotions, as if there was some emotion in his eyes. She knelt at Rosen's feet, her loyalty rapidly rising. Loyalty +5. Loyalty +3. Loyalty +5. In just a few seconds, Kitano Wong's loyalty had reached a staggering 95. Rosen was filled with emotion. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a loyal woman. Hurry and take it. Lord, you should keep it for later use. Kitano Wong unexpectedly refused. Although she longed for clothes, she didn't want to live better than the Lord. Don't be polite. I made a lot of clothes, one for everyone. Take them quickly, or I'll be angry. Rosen said a little tougher. Kitano Wong then excitedly took the clothes. Go to my room and change. Rosen smiled knowingly. Kitano Wong's face also blushed slightly, and he walked into the room with his head lowered. Gay. Rosen looked at Kitano Wong's back and couldn't help but smile. But he quickly realized, damn, isn't that Master Da's laughter? He shuddered, walked out of the room, and entered the courtyard. Houses deployed. House -1. House -1. All 5 houses deployed. With the deployment of the houses, the courtyard became much more fulfilling. A 100 by 100 meter territory now had 17 houses. Inside these houses, there were 8 beds. Although the space was small, it was more than enough. Rosen had deliberately relocated the houses, placing the city lord's mansion in the center, flanked by 2 recruitment offices. 5 houses were arranged in 2 rows, with 3 rooms on one side for men and 2 on the other for women. The division of labor was clear. These rooms were currently underutilized, but Rosen had converted 2 into a kitchen and ironworks, adding beds and other furniture. When Kitano Wong emerged from his room, he too was shocked by what he saw. But she quickly adapted to the changes brought by Rosen. After she changed into coarse linen clothes, she looked even more handsome. Rosen's eyes were a little stunned. Chapter 10 Bison and Treasure Chest. Watching Kitano Wong continue to grind the juice, Rosen reluctantly returned to the room. He opened the chat channel, and the first message was a private message from Qingya, a female star. Brother, what are your coordinates? Let me see if I'm nearby. If I'm there, I'll go to you. Rosen simply ignored her message. In this world, revealing your coordinates is the most unwise thing to do. Who knows how far others have advanced? If a powerful lord robs you, you'll be in trouble. He opened the regional chat channel. Some people were complaining, while others were shouting about trading items. Most of the traded items were still mainly food, but some were exchanging blueprints, showing considerable luck. Trade bow and arrow blueprints for food. Any food will do, at least 7 days supply. Private message if interested. Wood for apples, 1 piece of wood for 1 apple. Coarse salt for food, anyone is welcome. Fishing rod for fish, anyone has one. Wooden sword for fruit, trade quickly if you're willing. Rabbit meat for an iron smelting furnace, or stones if that doesn't work. Seeing this information, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. These people are really lucky, actually having bow and arrow blueprints and meat blueprints to exchange for food. He couldn't even find meat and weapon blueprints, and yet they were offering them in exchange. However, luck doesn't always favor one side. Resources are limited, and those who fail to develop will eventually face difficulties. He noticed that the first person to choose to exchange was the Lord with the bow and arrow blueprints. Bows and arrows are long-range weapons, which obviously offer a huge advantage. Rosen messaged, 100 apples for your bow and arrow blueprints. How about that? The other party seemed a little incredulous and quickly replied, you really have 100 apples? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Rosen didn't say much, simply sending a trade request and inserting 100 apples. When the other party saw that there were indeed 100 apples in the trade box, they immediately agreed to the deal. Transaction successful. Rosen took the bow and arrow blueprint and examined it. Although he had the blueprint, he still needed wood and tendon to make the bow. As for the arrows, the materials were wood, chicken feathers, and iron, none of which he had yet. He knew that crafting a complete bow and arrow would take time. After the transaction was completed, the other party sent a message. Brother, you are so awesome. You have so many apples. If I find something good in the future, I will come to you to exchange. Rosen replied casually. Okay. He continued to browse the regional channel, and his eyes fell on a lord who had been exchanging coarse salt and food. Apparently, the lord lived by the sea and had been trading for food and water. Rosen's territory was in the forest and lacked salt, making the situation extremely urgent. He asked, "Hello, would you like to trade juice for salt?" The other party quickly replied, "Yes, how much juice do you have?" 1 pound of juice can only be exchanged for 1 pound of salt. Rosen replied without hesitation, "Then I'll trade 30 pounds first." What? 30 pounds? Damn. The other party was visibly surprised. Rosen asked calmly, "Is that possible?" But I only have 20 kilograms of salt." 20 kilograms is fine. Rosen quickly sent a trade request, and the other party readily agreed. So, Rosen traded 20 kilograms of juice for 20 kilograms of salt. After the transaction, Rosen browsed the mall again, hoping to see if there were any other items worth buying. However, after searching through the store, he didn't see anything of value. After all, it was only the second day, and most people were still scrambling for food, leaving nothing to be desired. In the mall, food was still the most sought-after item, while blueprints were relatively low-level. However, Rosen wasn't interested in those low-level blueprints or fruits and vegetables. He was more focused on the trade of the people. He saw quite a few people selling their people, but now everyone seemed to realize their importance. Many people were waiting in the mall, waiting for the moment a trade message from a lord appeared, and then they'd instantly kill them. Clearly, some particularly resourceful individuals were behind this. Rosen decided not to waste time guarding the mall. After all, besides the lords, there were also refugees, and refugees were easier to obtain. He put away the lord's guide and left the room. It was already afternoon, and the male lord who had gone out to look for animals hadn't returned yet. Rosen glanced at the sky and decided the chances of finding an animal to hunt today were slim. Hey, I've already bought the salt. You can't let me down. After all, others don't even have enough apples to eat. I even built you houses and made you clothes. Rosen silently prayed as he entered the courtyard. Passing by the recruitment station, he couldn't help but take a second look at the god-level recruitment station awarded by the system. Every 7 days, a Chinese general is automatically recruited. Today is the second day, and no one has been recruited yet. He was a little excited. After all, the god-level recruitment center was not an ordinary facility. Forget it, there's a pile of rocks out back. There should be a small amount of iron ore. I'll go get some iron. At least I can make an iron pot for porridge. Rosen was about to go out. Just as he reached the door, Heisey ran in a panic. My lord, we found a bison." Rosen was overjoyed to hear the news and quickly asked, "Where is it? Take me there." "It's right behind the territory." Heisey immediately got up from the ground and led the way. Rosen followed without a word. Soon, the two of them were about 500 meters behind the territory. The area was rocky and almost treeless. Between several boulders, a massive bison, almost as tall as a man, stared at them with a fierce gaze. At this moment, 2 male citizens were standing in a strategic position, blocking the exit from the boulder. "Lord, there's a treasure chest behind this bison." Chapter 11, A piece of iron ore. The leader pointed at the bison and spoke cautiously. Rosen looked in the direction he was going. Sure enough, I saw a wooden treasure chest in the corner behind the bison. This excited Rosen. Finally, I can eat meat. There is also a treasure chest. Then look at the big bison. Bison popped up with relevant information. The buffalo guarding the treasure chest. Realm, beast. Gay. Rosen let out a strange laugh and immediately took out his golden axe. "The 3 of you should protect me." He gave an instruction, took the axe, and slowly walked towards the bison. "Lord, be careful." The other 3 subjects were all nervous and ready to go. As soon as they find something wrong, they will rush in to rescue the Lord. The reason why Rosen dared to fight the bison alone was mainly because the bison's attack was not strong. If we let 3 subjects lay siege, we can certainly take it. However, they only had wooden weapons, so they would probably have to fight with the bison for half a day and would definitely get injured. And I have a sharp golden axe, so maybe I can give it a fatal blow with 1 blow. If it really doesn't work, give the golden axe to your subordinates and let them do it. Moo. The bison let out a muffled roar and rushed towards Rosen. If the huge bull's horns hit Rosen, it would definitely knock him away. But at this moment, Rosen not only did not hide, but stopped, held the axe in both hands, and chopped down at the bull's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The golden axe's axe came into close contact with the bison. Suddenly, blood splattered and covered the gravel. Looking at the bison again, there was a deep scar on its head. If I use a little more force, I could split the bull's head in half. This scene simply stunned Rosen. He didn't think he had that much strength. The sharpness of this axe must have exceeded his imagination. Moo! The bison fell to the ground, gasped weakly, closed its eyes, and died. It seems that living things don't explode like trees. Rosen muttered. But just as he finished muttering, the voice of the system came in his mind. 100-fold increase. Bison 100. Ding. Detected 100-fold increase exceeding the god level. 99 amplified bison automatically enter the host system backpack. After the system sounded, there were 99 more bison in Rosen's system backpack and one more on the ground. When the people saw the bison lying quietly on the ground, they all shouted excitedly, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" After shouting, he did not forget to kneel on the ground and kowed out to Rosen, because they felt that Rosen was the most powerful Lord, the faith in their hearts, and the God in their hearts. Call. Rosen let out a long breath, suppressed his excitement, and looked at the cow's carcass. A small hint popped up before my eyes. It can be decomposed into 2 horns, 1 tendon, 300 caddies of beef, and 1 hide. Is it decomposable? Decompose it all. Rosen chose to decompose. It would be too troublesome to pack it up if I don't take it back. After all, there are 100 bison here. And including the female leader, there are only 5 of them. Decomposition successful. 30,000 kilograms of beef. Horns 200. Cowhide 100. Beef tendon 100. Damn, 30,000 kilograms. That's a lot. I won't have to worry about meat for the next few months. After the decomposition, Rosen's eyes widened. He suppressed his shock and put the decomposed items on the ground into his space backpack. He then took out some clothes from his backpack and threw them to them, saying calmly, "You all played an important role in finding the bison this time. Here are some clothes, put them on, and by the way, go look around for some iron ore." "Thank you, Lord. This is what a commoner should do." The 3 people were overjoyed when they saw the clothes. Loyalty levels began to soar. Loyalty +5. +5+. In a short while, the loyalty of all 3 people soared to 90. After they left, Rosen came to the treasure chest. This is a wooden treasure chest. Hopefully, something useful can be found. Rosen muttered something and used an axe to chop open the treasure chest. The items opened from treasure chests of different levels are very different. Of course, some low-level treasure chests are guarded by beasts, while others are not. High-level treasure chests are always guarded by wild beasts. For example, the bow and arrow blueprint I bought today can only be opened from a level higher than a stone treasure chest. Rosen didn't know why some people were so lucky. You can open a stone treasure chest at the beginning. On the contrary, although I encountered 2 treasure chests, they were all made of wood. Bang! Rosen smashed the treasure chest open in one go. Sunglasses 1. Wood 3. Leather shoes drawing 1. Amplifying 100-fold. Sunglasses 100. Wood 300. Leather shoe drawings 100. There are 3 things in the treasure chest. At present, nothing else is useful except wood. Rosen was neither disappointed nor surprised by this. Anyway, the things in the wooden treasure chest are not very high-end. Besides, these things will be useful sooner or later. If they are not useful to you, others will be able to use them. You can then sell them for supplies. After putting away his things, Rosen slowly stood up. After Rosen stood up, the treasure chest shattered and disappeared out of thin air. However, he didn't even care about the little bit of wood in the treasure chest. "My lord, a piece of iron ore was found ahead." At this time, the leader came to report the situation. Rosen remembered correctly that there was indeed a piece of iron ore here. So he stood up and followed the leader. Soon, Rosen saw the ore 800 meters away from the territory. He is over 1 meter tall and dark all over. It looks like it weighs at least 300 to 500 kilograms. Standing here, we are already very close to the foggy area. It is only 100 meters away from the dangerous fog area. The thick white fog makes it impossible to see what ghosts are hidden in it. Watching it all the time will make people feel depressed. No one knows whether a ferocious beast will suddenly jump out of the fog. Iron ore randomly drops iron, ore, and stone. You guys guard it, I'll do the mining. Rosen took out the golden axe. If an ordinary person used a wooden chopstick to collect the bamboo, it would probably take hundreds of strokes. It was getting late now, so Rosen could mine faster if he did it himself. There is no need to waste time and leave difficult tasks to the leaders. Bang! When the axe hit it, the iron ore made a resounding sound. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Damn, so strong. Bang, bang, bang. He chopped it dozens of times in a row. Finally, after another blow of the axe, the iron ore exploded. The iron ore, which was as tall as a person, exploded immediately and scattered into rubble on the ground. Iron ore 10. Stone 10. 100-fold increase. Iron ore 1,000. Stone 1,000. After 100-fold increase, 1,000 pieces of iron, ore, and 1,000 pieces of stone were exploded. Fortunately, I did it myself. If I give it to the people under my rule, even if I give them the golden axe, they probably won't be able to chop it as fast as I can. Especially since it got dark very quickly. Let's go back to the territory. After packing up his things, Rosen took a few people back to the territory. The area of 10001000 meters is not big. That is, it is slightly larger than an ordinary village. Chapter 12: The First God-Level Recruitment. As long as you don't work, you can go in a straight line and return very quickly. So before it got dark, Rosen and others returned to the territory. First, Rosen went to the crafting table and made some torches. Torch, wood 1 plus thatch 2. Torches 10. Torches can burn for a certain period of time. 10 torches were placed around the yard, lighting up the entire yard. Hurriedly, grill the beef. Someone come with me. I have a mission for you. Rosen put 300 kilograms of beef and salt into the storage box at the door and asked them to roast it. Several people in the area quickly built a bonfire and started roasting beef. The storage box is not only anti-corrosion but also heat insulating. The roasted beef is placed in a box and is always hot when you take it out to eat. Their task was to roast 300 kilograms of beef. The person Rosen called was the subject purchased from another lord. He doesn't have a name yet. He's called Lingmin 2. Citizen 2 followed Rosen to a house and asked doubtfully, "Lord, I'm not tired yet. How about I join the others in barbecuing?" Rosen. Citizen 2 thought the Lord wanted him to rest. "What are you thinking about? I have a task for you, and it's not about asking you to sleep." Rosen pointed to a row of iron furnaces, took out all the iron, ore, and wood, and said, "See these furnaces? Your job is to add fuel to the fire and smelt the iron. So it's iron smelting. I will definitely complete the task." Leader 2 felt relieved. If Rosen really let him sleep, he would really feel uneasy. Rosen opened the iron smelting furnace and placed 100 pieces of iron ore in it. He said, "A furnace can only hold 100 pieces of iron ore, and it will take 10 hours to smelt iron. You'll have to work overtime tonight, and I'll have someone lead Civilian 3 to relieve you in the middle of the night." Only half the night. Leader 2 was excited. As a subject, it is normal to work overtime all night. I didn't expect that the Lord was so considerate that he could change shifts in the second half of the night. Isn't exploitation a skill that every Lord should have? As long as the Lord can treat them a little better, they will be grateful. Could it be that the Lord he met was an extremely good Lord, a super good Lord that is rare in the world? Thinking of this, Leader 2 was so excited that he immediately knelt on the ground and accepted the order. "I will serve you with all my heart and soul until my death. Please rest assured, Lord. As long as the iron is strong, I will live. If the iron is gone, I will die." Okay, it's not that outrageous. Rosen waved his hand and went out. Because he still has things to make. I just walked out of the house. Rosen smelled the delicious aroma of barbecue. This made his stomach growl. So I didn't have the urge to make it right away, and just sat in front of the campfire and waited. Isn't the purpose of working so hard to collect resources for a better life? So, eat before you work. So everyone sprinkled salt while grilling the meat, making the aroma even stronger. After all, salt makes things more fragrant. It's getting dark. The wind was howling in the wild, making the leaves rustle. At this moment, everyone returned to their territory and did not dare to stay in the wild. While waiting for the barbecue, Rosen opened the chat area and watched it leisurely. The regional chat at this time was the same as usual. Some come to complain, some to seek help, and some to exchange resources. "Someone can save me. I'm so hungry. Damn, I can't even eat enough apples. I'm so useless. I found a piece of iron ore. If anyone wants it, I'll go mine it tomorrow. If you want it, bring the resources and let me know. Who wants chicken feathers? I'll trade them for food or drink. Anything is fine. Oh my God, I ate some wild wheat today and now I feel really bad. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Do I have an upset stomach?" Seeing the other lords suffering terribly, Rosen smiled with relief. There was a time when he was also miserable. Fortunately, everything started over again and he changed the course of his destiny. Things will get better and better in the future. Rosen flipped through the pages a few times and exchanged a pound of juice for 3 chicken feathers from a lord with chicken feathers. After chatting for a few minutes, we found out that the man had caught a chicken. There is no shortage of meat to eat, but there is a shortage of water. I am almost dying of thirst. Of course, the chicken feathers here are not ordinary hairs, but the long feathers on the chicken. It is an essential item for making arrows. A chicken has 3 feathers. 1 feather can make 10 arrows. After the feathers were replaced, the beef was roasted. "My lord here." Hurriedly handed the roasted beef to Rosen, his eyes full of desire. Rosen chuckled and said to the 3 subjects who were grilling meat, "You guys can eat too. Remember to send some to subject 2. Thank you, Lord." The 3 subjects, 2 men and 1 woman, burst into tears of gratitude. Especially the female subjects, who sat close to Rosen and couldn't help but steal a glance at Rosen. If it weren't for Lord Rosen's identity, she would even want to stick to Rosen. Of course, Rosen was watching others chatting and didn't notice Kitano Wang's abnormality. But at this moment, the sound of a door opening suddenly came from the quiet yard. All of a sudden, everyone was startled and alerted, looking in the direction where the sound came from. Rosen also looked over nervously, but when he saw the direction, he was stunned, because the sound of the door opening actually came from the God-level recruitment. At this time, the door of the God-level recruitment center was pushed open, and a figure dressed in linen clothes stepped out of the recruitment center. A flash of cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots out like a dragon. When Rosen saw the man, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh my God, Zhao Zilong." That's right. The first general summoned by the God-level recruitment center is the god of war Zhao Zilong. After he walked out of the recruitment center, he knelt on one knee and said, "Zhao Zilong greets the Lord." Rosen looked at Zhao Yun in amazement, and Zhao Yun's information popped up in front of him. Name, Zhao Yun, courtesy, name Zilong. Realm, warrior level 1, always only 1 realm higher than Lord, can be improved through training. Loyalty, 100, never betray. Equipment, rough clothing. Hint, wearing a spear can increase combat power by 50%. Wow, you're already at the warrior level right now. You're worthy of being the ever-victorious general. Rosen smashed his mouth. According to the military division of this world, the realm of a warrior is one where one person can fight a tiger alone, which is very powerful. So Rosen hurriedly said, "Zilong, please stand up quickly. With Zilong's help, this lord will be even more powerful." "Thank you, Lord." Zhao Zilong stood up, flattered. "I guess Brother Zilong hasn't eaten yet. Come on, let's have some beef together." Rosen went up and grabbed Zhao Zilong's hand and pulled him to the campfire. His polite attitude made the others look at Zhao Zilong with a higher regard. They knew that this man must have a certain level of strength to be treated like this by the Lord. "Thank you, Lord." Zhao Zilong thanked him again. Looking at the beef handed to him by the Lord, he started eating without saying a word. Chapter 13, Purchase of Citizens. Of course, it wasn't that he was being rude, but because he was so loyal, he had no doubts about the Lord. Even if the Lord told Zilong to take some poison, he would not hesitate. Rosen was very happy watching Zhao Zilong eating meat. In this kind of environment, getting a Zhao Zilong would be a great joy. Furthermore, one can also improve their strength through external means. With him by my side, my safety is guaranteed to a certain extent. After dinner, Rosen moved the workbench from the door back into the hut. After finishing these, he asked other subjects to work overtime to barbecue, and also announced something else. "From now on, this General Zilong will be my personal bodyguard. Meeting General Zilong is like meeting me, understand? Meet General Zilong." Several of the people immediately looked up to Zhao Yun and greeted him. Zhao Zilong nodded, keeping a serious face. After arranging these, Rosen arranged a place for Zhao Zilong to rest in advance, and it was a separate room. Zhao Zilong was flattered from beginning to end. Although he is serious with his subjects, he is extremely respectful to his lord and dares not cross any line. "My lord, I am flattered." Zilong, there's no need to be like this. You should have a good rest. I have important things for you to do tomorrow." Rosen chuckled. Zhao Zilong quickly said, "It is my honor to serve the Lord." "Yeah, take a rest. I'm going back too." Rosen smiled and left the house and returned to his room. The more people there are in the territory and the stronger they become, the more at ease he feels. For now, we have food and clothes. Now it's time to explore the resources in the fog. I don't have enough people under my command. How about buying some more people? After all, true strength comes from being strong yourself. If I have too many people, there won't be enough resources to share, so I'll buy fewer. Rosen thought for a moment and then opened the trading mall. He decided to buy some people to speed up the development of the village. Although the consumption is greater when there are more people, I have 100-fold increase in power. Rosen opened the trading mall, but couldn't find the subjects on the shelves. Because many people have realized the importance of the people. Once someone puts it on the shelves, it will be sold out immediately. The speed is very fast. It can be seen that some people are already accumulating power for their own territories. Rosen didn't want to compete with those monsters in hand speed. So the regional channel was opened. Of course, as to why not go to the world channel. The main reason is that the screen refreshes too quickly and the human eye cannot see clearly. The message was swiped away the moment it was sent. All Rosen came to the regional channel. Regional chat continues. So when Rosen came up, he saw a sentence that made his heart beat. Brothers, do you have any female subjects? I recruited one today. I gave her food, but she actually did that with me. Damn. Can you still do this? Fuck, brother, you're awesome. Why are all my subjects male? Really? I have a female subject too. But as soon as I take action, her loyalty drops. See this information. Rosen couldn't help but think of Kitano Nozomi's appearance in his mind. Damn, is it really possible? At this moment, Rosen actually had an impulse. Looks like I'll have to reassign Kitano Nozomi's job tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be a waste of resources for such a beautiful woman to grind juice every day. Thinking of this, Rosen continued reading. Have you ever explored the fog? Let me tell you something. You must bring your subjects with you when you explore the fog. Damn, I almost died just now. Brother, what did you find in the fog? Hurry up, brother. We didn't even dare to explore. Hey, I encountered a gorilla in the fog. Damn, if my subjects hadn't been walking in front, I would have been the one to be beaten to death. I've been chopping trees all day, and I'm almost exhausted. If anyone wants some wood, I'll trade it for apples. If you don't have apples, carrots will do. Watching the meaningless chats of his friends, Rosen had a basic understanding of their development status. That is, most people are still worried about food. He was guarding his little thatched hut pitifully. In comparison, Lawson not only provides meat, but also salt and juice. It was a pretty comfortable life. So Rosen also sent out his first public message. We can exchange food for people. We can exchange as much as we want. If you need any, please contact us privately. As soon as this message was sent, the regional channel exploded. The amount of discussion immediately increased several times. Food in exchange for people? Oh my God, is this true? My people are starving and going crazy. I can't afford to feed them. I'm giving them all to you. Damn it. Can I really afford to support so many people? I can't even support myself. I have 2 subjects who have been with me for 2 days and have gone hungry 4 times. Their loyalty has dropped to 60. If they can't find food tomorrow, I'm going to let them die in the fog. Great, I'll trade with you. At one point, countless people opened Rosen's private messages. From the initial 1, 2, 3, it skyrocketed to 99, 999. Rosen never expected that there would be so many people who didn't even want to be their subjects. Thinking about his past life, he had a miserable life, but he never gave up on his people. Sure enough, there must be a cruel side to pitiful people. So Rosen randomly clicked on a few private messages and started reading. I want to see what their requirements are. Brother, can one of our subjects be exchanged for a piece of meat? I haven't eaten meat in 2 days. Brother, I still have a subject. Can I exchange it for some food? Any food will do. 20 apples for one subject and 30 apples for a female subject. Do you want to trade? Little brother, I'll give you 1 pound of meat for one. Do you have any meat? Looking at the messages sent by various lords, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. This is human nature. When it comes to survival, the life and death of others is not important at all. So Rosen began to trade one by one. Change. Subject 1. Subjects 2. Apple minus 50. Beef, 2 pounds. Many people received deals from Rosen. Those who received food took to the public screen to show off. Hey, you know what? I finally get to eat meat, beef at that. Oh my God, can you give me a little bit? Just a little bit. I will trade it with you for wood. Haha, if you want to eat it, go change it yourself. What's going on? You might not know, but there's someone in our area who offers food in exchange for people. 1 person can be exchanged for a pound of meat. Is this true? Can he afford to raise a pound of meat? If it were me, I wouldn't even exchange it for an apple. What he said is true. It can be exchanged for meat or apples. I exchanged 2 of my subjects, a man and a woman, for 30 apples and 20 carrots. I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. I'm so envious. Can anyone tell me which area it is? Can you help me exchange some? Chapter 14, Building a Power. The world chat channel refreshes at an incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it changed from a place for complaining to a place for discussing something. Someone sells a large amount of food in exchange for subjects. When this news came out, the world channel was completely shocked. So, the perceptive people smelled a very unusual signal. Finally, they gritted their teeth and started shouting on their own nearby channels. The same is true for people who exchange food for food. But the food those people provided was obviously stingy. Some people even use their business acumen to come up with a down payment model. The model is that you will be given 10 apples in exchange for one of your subjects, and then you will be paid back slowly by giving 1 apple every day. And most of the people are changing their followers in nearby channels. Some people who are really desperate have no choice but to agree to this kind of transaction. As for why those people like to switch to nearby channels instead of going to regional channels with more people, some people have already keenly noticed that something is unusual. So someone started spreading the crisis on a nearby channel. He said, "Brothers, don't change, otherwise you will be in danger in the future." Think about it. Their people are growing, while yours are shrinking. If they discover you're outnumbered when exploring the fog, won't you be vulnerable? While temporary hunger is unbearable, selling out your subjects will only accelerate the development of others. That's the path to self-destruction. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Yes, it's hard to tell who is stronger and who is weaker now. But after a few months, the number of people in their territory grew like a snowball, from a few people to hundreds. Those who sell their subjects will basically stagnate. By then, they will definitely need more resources because of their large numbers and strength, and they might plunder everywhere. If they send a large number of people to explore and plunder in all directions, it will be terrible. So many people suddenly realized it, and the number of people selling their people in exchange for food suddenly decreased by more than half. As long as it is not a life or death crisis, no one is willing to exchange it for food. However, by this time, Rosen had already exchanged some of his resources and obtained the desired amount. But when Rosen saw the news, he couldn't help but be shocked. He was not shocked by the crisis that would come, but was rather surprised by the number of smart people, which was terrifying. Indeed, with a population of billions, there are countless talented people. When the fog completely dissipates, they will still be the protagonists of this world. But today is different from the past. After being reborn with foresight and a 100-fold amplification system, Rosen believed that he had the strength to compete with that group of people. After closing the survival guide, Rosen took inventory of the food. 300 kilograms of beef were replaced, and nearly half of the fruit was consumed, leaving only more than 1,000 apples and 200 carrots. These resources were exchanged for 500 subjects. Among them were 50 female subjects and 450 male subjects. In other words, with these 500 people plus the previous 3 men, 1 woman, and Zhao Yun, he already has 505 subjects. That's a scary number, because the cost of 500 subjects is a terrifying number. Even if they only eat apples, a leader would have to eat 3 in one meal to ensure basic mobility. Want to eat more? So according to the minimum food intake, 1 citizen needs to eat 10 apples a day, 100 citizens need to consume 1,000 apples a day, and 500 citizens need to consume 5,000 apples a day to ensure that they are half full. What a scary number. Therefore, apart from Rosen, no one else could acquire so many subjects. Of course, in addition to these disadvantages, there are still many advantages. As long as you can feed your people and let them have a good life, then they will be absolutely loyal to the territory. He worked tirelessly to clear wasteland and cut trees for the territory. Moreover, when the loyalty of the subjects reaches 80, the power of faith will be generated. As long as the power of faith exceeds 100, the Lord will transform into a warrior-level strength. When the power of faith reaches 1,000, it will transform into the realm of martial artist. And when the number of people in the territory exceeds 1,000, it will be promoted to a town-level territory. Of course, town-level territory definitely has its benefits, but Rosen doesn't know what the benefits are. Because he hasn't seen it yet, he has only heard of it. He checked his own power of faith and found it was less than 50, which meant that the loyalty of most of these subjects was less than 80%. But Rosen wasn't worried at all. He is very confident about transforming loyalty. With a faith power of less than 50, Rosen is still an ordinary person. But he is also an ordinary man with a strong body. Because Rosen has clearly felt the increase in his physical strength. As if after several years of training, his muscles have become much stronger. Rosen walked out of the thatched hut and came to the door. The 100,100-meter yard was filled with people. More than 500 people crowded together. It was a spectacular scene. In particular, these 500 people were all wearing thatch and looked like savages. The increasing number of people startled Zhao Zilong, who was resting. Zhao Zilong, wearing linen clothes, walked straight to Rosen's hut and stood guard there. If any of these people dared to rush into the hut without any eyes, Zhao Yun guaranteed that he would kill them without mercy. Seeing Zhao Yun protecting him, he was deeply moved. This is a 100% loyal subordinate. I will definitely treat him well in the future. And find him a wife. Zhao Yun came to the Lord and knelt on one knee. My Lord. Upon seeing this, the other 500-odd people all knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves, and shouted loudly, Greetings, Lord. 500 people shouted at the same time. Even though they were so hungry that they were almost exhausted, their shouting was still deafening. Rosen had a blank expression on his face, and a surge of pride rose to the sky. Everyone get up. Thank you, Lord. Everyone stood up. They all looked at Rosen pitifully. Rosen knew what they were thinking. All I want is a territory where I can make a living and a Lord who loves his people. Rosen thought for a moment and then said loudly, I am your lord, Rosen. Follow me, and I will give you food and safe shelter. Will you serve me? Willing. When the people heard that there was food, they immediately agreed. Rosen nodded and began to select people. He pointed to some tall and strong men and said, You, and you, come forward. The 20 strongest men were selected. Rosen pointed at Zhao Yun again and said to them calmly, From now on, your mission is to explore the fog and search for resources. This General Zhao Zilong is your battalion commander. Anyone who dares to disobey Captain Zhao will be killed. If you feel this is too dangerous, you may request to withdraw. Anyone willing to withdraw? The 20 men didn't dare to speak and were all silent. After all, they were all subjects, the kind of people who lived at the bottom of society. Even having enough to eat was a luxury. So how could they have ever served in the military? So I didn't know what to say in response for a moment. Chapter 15. It's him. I'll say it again. Is there anyone who wants to withdraw? Rosen's tone was serious. This time, the two of them remained silent and said in unison, No, we will not withdraw. We are willing to follow the general and serve the Lord. Very good. Rosen smiled slightly and said, As my soldiers, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. You will have meat for every meal. What? Meat at every meal? Oh my God, why wasn't I chosen? I want to be a soldier, even if it's dangerous. I'd be willing to die if I could eat meat, but it's a pity I didn't get the chance to choose. When the other people saw this, they all looked at him with envy. The 20 chosen people were stunned. Then they knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowed and shouted, Thank you, Lord. Having meat for every meal is a privilege I have only seen in my dreams. Not to mention the vanguard. Even the suicide squad had no complaints. Loyalty +5. Loyalty +5. Seeing the generous treatment given to the chosen ones, the others were extremely envious and looked forward to it, hoping that they too would be chosen. After arranging the vanguard, Rosen selected another 20 people. You are the guards of the Lord's mansion, and the guard leader is Hurriedly. Your mission is to protect the security of the territory. Rosen waved his hand and called Hurriedly over. Looking at his first recruit, he said gently, Hurriedly, I will give you the surname Luo. You will lead the people to protect the safety of the territory. Are you willing? Hurriedly is a loyal and honest man. He is tall and big, with dark skin. He was not very old, with bright eyes. He was about the same age as Zhao Yun, both in their 20s. Upon hearing Rosen's arrangement and the surname he had given him, Hurriedly excitedly dropped to his knees and said in an extremely excited voice, No, I am willing. I swear to defend you and your territory until my death. Very good. Take your people and stand aside. Rosen nodded with a high voice. Hurriedly, oh no, it should be Luo. Hurriedly immediately stood up straight and led his men to stand aside. Suddenly, 40 people were missing from the 500 people. Rosen looked at the only 50 women and said loudly, Women, your boss is Bei Yuang. You will all be included in the internal affairs and logistics, and will be responsible for all matters related to the territory. Bei Yuang will arrange the specific work. Kitano Nozomi, from today on you will be my butler, called Kitano Butler. You will be responsible for managing my logistical resources and all the women in the territory. After Rosen finished speaking, 50 women came forward together, followed Bei Wang, and all knelt down to express their gratitude. After thanking him, he stood aside and waited for the Lord to make further arrangements. The remaining people will be divided into 4 battalions, each with 100 people. They are the tree-felling battalion, the mining battalion, the resource battalion, and the reserve battalion. The reserve battalion will be responsible for filling in and helping the other battalions. The outstanding ones will be promoted to the vanguard battalion and the guard battalion. As for the remaining 10 people, they will be responsible for iron smelting and forming an iron smelting battalion. Number 2 will be your battalion commander, and those with fewer people will be filled later. By the way, each of you will receive 1 pound of meat per day and 5 apples per meal. Then, each battalion will need to elect a battalion commander and 10 team leaders. You will decide who to choose by voting. Thank you, Lord. The remaining 400 people knelt on the ground to express their gratitude. In one breath, Rosen planned for everyone. Even in the largest camp, everyone could receive a pound of meat every day. This made them extremely excited. After arranging all this, Rosen took out some of the beef and had people distribute it. Anyway, I still have more than 20,000 kilograms of beef, enough to last for a while. I don't believe I can't find other resources during this period. After arranging these, Rosen announced that they would rest on the spot. As for the place to rest, it is naturally the open-air yard. If you ask why those people don't live in the houses, of course it is for women to live in. Otherwise, with 50 women crowded among men, it is inevitable that they will be taken advantage of. More than 500 people is still a large group. Even if we sit on the ground to rest, we won't feel cold. If any bandits or primitive residents dared to invade Rosen's yard at this time, they would be scared to death. Because no one could have imagined that more than 500 people were living in a yard of only 100,100 meters. After returning to the room, Rosen fell asleep. This allocation was just his preliminary plan. Now that God has given him a new life, he will never continue to live in a daze. He wanted to build a superpower and live the most extravagant life. He wanted to sleep with beautiful women while drunk and rule the world while awake. Of course, achieving all this requires a lot of time and effort. And now, it is just the beginning of the rise. More than 500 people. There were 500 people who had no clothes and only used straw to cover themselves. The scene is spectacular. The vanguard camp consists of 20 people, led by Zhao Yun, and is responsible for exploring the fog and searching for important resources. The guard battalion consists of 20 people, led by Luo Haizi, and is responsible for the safety of the territory. The tree-cutting camp has 100 people. The mining camp has 100 people. The resource camp has 100 people who are responsible for resource operation, collection, and other miscellaneous matters. The iron-making battalion currently has only 11 people. The battalion commander is Lingmin No. 2, who is responsible for iron-making. There are 5 camps in total, with a total of 453 people. Rosen returned to his room and continued to sleep on the wooden bed covered with thatch. Wake up the next day. Rosen opened the chat channel out of habit. Today is the 3rd day of the novice protection period. Starting tomorrow, the territory's 100,100-meter protection area will be removed. Powerful lords can choose to expand. If those who are weak happen to have wolves and wild beasts on the edge of their territory, they will probably be in trouble. Without protection, wild beasts will actively attack the territory. It's the 3rd day, and all my subjects are dead. I'm so panicked. I just heard a wolf howling. There must be a pack of wolves nearby. I'm so scared. Can someone save me? Why are you so anxious? It's your fault for being lazy. I spent 2 days chopping down trees and reducing the size of the yard. The walls are all made of wood, so no beast can get in. Huh. I envy you guys so much. You have apples to eat and trees to chop. My territory is dang deep in the gravel, and quarrying is slow. I can only mine a few pieces in half a day. I almost starved to death these past 2 days. Luckily, I opened an iron mine and exchanged it for some food. Looking at the chat records, it is not difficult to find that someone has been secretly smelting iron. But Rosen wasn't worried at all. Even if you refine silver or gold, he will not be at all in vain. You put a lot of effort into refining, but I just need to change. So Rosen typed out a row of information about changing resources. Food for iron. Note, not iron ore, but refined iron. Food for wood. 1 piece of fruit for 3 pieces of wood. Speed. As soon as the news was released, it caused another commotion. It's him again. Oh my God, can't he finish his food? Why does he keep trading? I remember he seemed to have changed a lot of subjects yesterday, and he's still changing today. Is he cheating? Chapter 16 Water Well Construction. Hurry up, change it quickly, or it will be gone soon. Brother, I have 200 pieces of wood. I want to trade with you. I want to change too. I also have 200 pieces of wood. Brother, do you still want the subject? I recruited another subject today and want to exchange a piece of meat with you. In an instant, Rosen's private chats skyrocketed again. Rosen couldn't reply to all the messages, so he ignored most of them and exchanged some of the wood. As for iron, I haven't met anyone willing to sell it yet. After all, it is a scarce commodity. If you have iron, you can make an iron sword. In a dangerous world, a sharp iron sword might just save your life. It's normal that no one is selling it. As for whether Rosen was the first group to produce iron, Rosen thinks it's definitely not. There are billions of people, and there are all kinds of geniuses. Maybe there are some gifted people who can make a fortune even with just a wooden axe. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to make a name for yourself in this world. After exchanging the resources, Rosen prepared to make wooden weapons. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Rosen stopped and said calmly, "Come in." Crack. The door opened. A woman with fair skin and wearing coarse linen clothes walked in. It was Kitano Nozomi. He was already Rosen's territory steward, in charge of internal resources. Bei Yuan walked in, looked at Rosen's meticulous face, and said carefully, "Lord, the iron has been refined, and the other people are waiting for your instructions." "Well, let them bring the iron in. I'll make some things and then make the arrangements." Rosen nodded seriously. This made Kitano Nozomi even more cautious. After all, becoming a housekeeper depends entirely on the Lord's appreciation, and she was afraid that if she did something wrong, Rosen would be dissatisfied. This cautious attitude also made Rosen feel more spiritually enjoyable. After a while, leader number 2 brought in 40 pieces of refined iron. However, at this time, the leader number 2 had already automatically given himself a name, Taizhan. Perhaps it was named so because of the iron smelting. Looking at these iron blocks being brought in, each one is the size of a fist. My lord, I will take my leave. Taizhan put down the iron ore and turned around immediately. Rosen looked at him and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." "Yes, lord, what are your instructions?" Taizhan was stunned and quickly bowed slightly. Rosen smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. You are already the battalion commander. Do your job well and discipline your subordinates well. I will not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, lord." Taizhan was stunned again. He didn't expect that the lord would think so highly of him. Suddenly, loyalty +5. Loyalty +5. In a blink of an eye, Tieshan's loyalty also reached 100. This is also the second resident to reach 100 loyalty since Rosen succeeded as lord. According to past experience, once the loyalty of the subjects reaches 100, it is difficult to drop. Rosen felt a little emotional. Human nature is the most unpredictable. Watching the door close again, Rosen put aside his wild thoughts and went to the workbench to start making weapons. Due to limited resources, Rosen didn't exchange much wood. He chose to make wooden weapons. Wooden axe consumes 5 wood. Can chop down trees. Wood draft consumes 5 wood. Can be mined. Wooden stick consumes 5 wood. Can be used to knock people unconscious. Wooden sword consumes 10 wood. Can be used for fighting. One-click creation. Wooden axe 200. Wood draft 200. Wooden sword 30. After making all these, there was still a small amount of wood left. Rosen used the iron he had just made and started making ironware. Wooden bow and arrow requires 10 wood, 1 tendon, and 1 blueprint. Wooden arrow requires iron 1 plus wood 1 plus chicken feather 1. One-click creation. Wooden bow and arrow 1. Wooden arrows 30. Rosen had previously exchanged a bow and arrow blueprint, so he directly made a bow and 30 arrows. But his production has never increased 100-fold. Rosen thought that maybe the things he used had been amplified before, so they could not be amplified a second time. Otherwise, it will become a bug. If that's true, then if I use something that hasn't been amplified before, will it also be 100-fold amplified? If so, then directly making the finished product can save a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Rosen decided to try it later. But for now, let's finish the task at hand. So Rosen turned his attention to the weapon he had just made. Information immediately appeared above. Wooden bow and arrow, a ranged attack weapon. Wooden arrow, it can pierce someone's body. Although it's just a wooden attack, it can kill people like flying a kite. And this is the biggest advantage of long-range attack equipment. This bow is half a person's height, and the bowstring is made of cow tendon. It looks to be quite powerful. The arrow's tip is made of iron and has a certain amount of power. Just looking at it can give people a sense of shock. Putting away his bow and arrow, Rosen started making the iron pot again. Iron pots can be used for cooking and are essential items. Materials required for production, iron. A large iron pot requires 2 pieces of iron, while a small iron pot only requires 1 piece of iron. So Rosen made 5 large iron pots, which consumed 10 pieces of iron. After finishing all this, there is only one item left. It's a well. Only with a well can we have the source of life to drink. After all, with so many people, lack of water is definitely a big problem. But everyone is worried about the water source, and they don't know whether they can buy the blueprints of the well. Thinking of this, Lawson went to the mall to search, but found that no one was selling it. He then went to the regional channel and posted an exchange message. Buy the water well blueprints. Take as many as you can get. Exchange them for meat. As soon as this news came out, the channel exploded again. Meat, meat, I want meat. Oh my God, is there any justice in the world? Why is he so fat? Oh my God, let me see you again. I'll exchange it. I just happened to open an iron treasure chest and got 2 well blueprints. But 1 well blueprint costs 10 pounds of meat, so I can't exchange it. There was a man who had the blueprints, and he asked for 10 kilograms of meat. The eyes of the others almost popped out of their heads. Fuck, you're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. 10 pounds of meat. So the blueprints are so valuable? I got a wooden bow and arrow blueprint and traded it with that guy named Rosen for 50 apples. Did I lose out? You've lost a lot. My dear, you are not just ordinary at a disadvantage. Seeing that everyone else said he was at a loss, the man who exchanged the bow and arrow was in tears and cried bitterly to the sky. He kept chatting with Rosen privately, insisting on getting some more fruit. Rosen ignored this kind of person. Instead, he agreed to the man who had the well. So he exchanged 20 kilograms of meat for 2 well drawings. In fact, The well drawing does not mean that water will appear wherever it is placed. Instead, it is designed to find the exact location of groundwater to facilitate excavation. After changing the drawings, Rosen started making them. Well, requires 50 stones, 1 hemp rope, and 1 blueprint. Chapter 17. The General Situation of the World, Part 3. The hemp rope is made of thatch. Soon, Rosen built 2 wells. Of course, it is just the shape of a well and can be placed on the ground to prevent people from falling in. We still need to dig deeper to find out the details. Digging a well naturally requires a shovel, especially an iron shovel. The shovel is made of iron and consumes 2 pieces of iron to be automatically synthesized. It just so happens that Rosen has iron training. So Rosen synthesized 10 shovels, consuming 20 pieces of iron. After making these, Rosen only had 7 pieces of iron left. After much thought, Rosen decided to make a spear for Zhao Yun. But after searching around, I couldn't find the blueprint for the spear. I had to put this idea aside for the time being. 2 iron swords were made with the remaining 7 pieces of iron. Iron sword, required materials, iron 3. Note, attack plus 10, durability 100. The material consumption for each repair is calculated based on the degree of damage. There was no extra material to make a scabbard, so Rosen used a wooden scabbard. After finishing all this, Rosen slowly stood up and walked out of the hut. I heard the door open. Outside the door, more than 500 people were crowded around looking at it. See Rosen appear. Led by Zhao Zilong and Bei Yuang, more than 500 people knelt on the ground and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, Lord." More than 500 people knelt in the yard. Zhao Zilong, Luo Haizi, Bei Yuang, and the commanders of the 5 major battalions stood at the door and took the lead in kneeling. The leaders were Zhao Zilong, Luo Haizi, and Bei Yuang, followed by the battalion commanders. Among these 3 people, Bei Wang is in the middle, while Zhao Yun and Haizi can only be on both sides. As for why a weak woman was allowed to take the main position, that's because she is already Rosen's housekeeper. He is the person closest to Rosen and is in charge of the logistics within the territory for Rosen. Logistics, although not a major job, is the job closest to the Lord. Status rises dramatically. Different. All the people in the territory can only look up to his back. Of course, it's too early to say this now. Unless she becomes the Lord's woman, a housekeeper cannot monopolize the power of the territory. The people below thought so. Even the women under Kitano Nozomi thought so. Only Rosen and Kitano Wang were unaware of the strange thoughts of these people. After a night of rest, these 500 people each elected their own battalion commander. They were arranged into 5 teams, with the battalion commander in the lead, ready to go. Rosen was very satisfied, so he waved his hand, signaling everyone to stand up. Then he took out the things he had just made and piled them on the ground. He said lightly, "On the left is the wooden axe, and on the right is the wooden plank. After receiving your equipment, spread out to the surrounding areas of the territory to do your work. Remember, you are not allowed to enter the fog, otherwise you will die at your own risk. Do you understand?" I heard it. The people from the 4 camps answered very firmly, because meat had been distributed twice, last night and this morning. This made them feel that staying in this territory and being loyal to Rosen was a good thing. "Very good, take your weapons and go." Rosen waved his hand. 400 people gathered their strength and set out one after another. Soon, these people walked out of the yard and started working. Outside the yard, there was a crackling sound of mining. There are the sounds of bang bang bang, of chopping trees, and the sounds of clang clang clang, of quarrying stones. With these people working, I believe that the resources in the visible area will soon be unified and collected into the territory. Collect resources uniformly and distribute them for use uniformly. Any leak can allow the Lord to live a comfortable life. This is the importance of developing territory. 400 people left at once, and the yard was immediately empty. Rosen took out another 40 wooden swords and said, "Vanguard Battalion. Guard Battalion, come and get your weapons." "Thank you, Lord." The 2 teams were led by Luo Haizi and Zhao Yun respectively. Each of them carried a wooden sword. Suddenly, the temperament appeared. Wearing thatched clothes and holding a wooden sword, he really looks like a militiaman. Of course, there is still a long way to go before we can become soldiers. Not to mention armor, there's not even any clothes. Although it's a bit low-end, it's better than nothing. "My lord, I will lead my men on patrol right away to ensure the safety of other citizens." Haizi reported to Rosen while holding a wooden sword. Rosen nodded, took out an iron sword and said, "This iron sword is your weapon. Take it to defend the territory. Go." When Luo Haizi saw that the Lord took out an iron sword, he almost burst into tears. "My lord, you are so kind to me that you even let me use your iron sword. I will defend the safety of the territory to the death." Luo Haizi knelt down and kowtowed hard, then waved his hand and led his men away. Afterwards, only the vanguard led by Zhao Yun and Bei Yuang's internal affairs staff were left in the yard. Rosen took out the well, iron pot, and shovel and handed them all to Kitano Wang. He said, "Kitano Wang, take care of these things. Continue grinding the juice. Go get the people from the reserve camp to dig the well. Also, you will be responsible for all changes in resource quantities within the territory. Report any changes to me." "Yes, my lord." Bei Yuang bowed slightly. The 50 women behind him also bent down at the same time. After agreeing, they took their things and went to make the arrangements. With women in the territory, there is someone to do a lot of trivial things, such as cooking, fetching water, recording, grinding juice, and other chores. Men are far inferior to women in doing these things. After they left, there was only a group of people left in the yard. That is Zhao Yun's vanguard. Rosen looked at Zhao Zilong, took out an iron sword from his backpack, handed it to him, and said, "You can use this iron sword first. I will go explore the fog with you today." Together, Zhao Zilong was stunned and quickly knelt on one knee, saying, "My lord, this is absolutely not possible. The fog is dangerous and unpredictable. My lord, it is best for you to stay in the territory and plan your strategy from 1,000 miles away. You must not take any risks yourself." As soon as he advised, the other 20 tall and strong people in the vanguard also knelt down and advised, "My lord, please think twice." "No problem." Seeing everyone kneeling down and asking him not to take risks, Rosen was quite moved. But today is already the 3rd day in this world, and exploring the fog is urgent. Because crises always emerge from the fog. Based on previous experience, once the novice protection period is over, the Lord's Guide will open up the world trend. The world is about to change, and the development of all territories cannot be delayed. As the general trend of the world, there are naturally various major events. Moreover, every major event is completed by people all over the world. Those who complete the task will receive generous rewards, which will accelerate the development of the territory. Rosen didn't know how many major trends there were in the world, but the known major trends included the first major event, that is, the World Channel had explored a total of 10 billion blocks of fog. After the event, rankings will be based on the number of fog explorations. The higher the ranking, the richer the reward. Chapter 18, Killing the Lone Wolf, Part 4. Rosen clearly remembered that in his previous life, the first place winner received a full set of golden weapons and was very majestic. The second event is a passive event, and you cannot help but participate. Because the second event was the beast tide that started on the 7th day. Wild animals appeared and migrated. Wherever the beast appears, all territories will be attacked. During the beast tide crisis, rankings were based on the number of beasts killed, and the rewards were still generous. The third event is Qingming Festival. The goal of this event is to eliminate the skeletons. After the event is over, the Lord's Guide will open a new rule, the Sky Seal. The Sky Seal is used to record the major events happening in the world and can be broadcast to other lords in real time for real-time viewing. In that life, Rosen lived to a time when the world was clear and bright, and came to know this world. It turns out that this world is incredibly big. The World Channel is not a channel for everyone in this world. It's only a quarter of a channel. There are 4 world channels in the world, divided into 4 directions: east, west, south, and north. As for whether there is a world channel in the middle, Rosen has no idea. The world trends in the 4 directions are not carried out simultaneously, and they are all ranked separately. Therefore, the development of the territory must be accelerated, and advantages must be used to make the snowball bigger and bigger. Only in this way can we compete for opportunities with the heroes of the world when the fog spreads. Therefore, the reason why Rosen followed them today was to take them to an area he was familiar with and speed up the exploration. Try to be the first after the event and get the first place reward. Rosen led the vanguard and walked out first. Zhao Yun had no choice but to stay close to Rosen and protect him. So a group of 22 people set off in such a grand manner. Exploring the foggy area and lifting the veil of fog is the responsibility of a lord. Only by expanding the visible area can we ensure the eternal survival of our people. Walk out of the small courtyard. The scene before him almost scared Rosen. Of course, there was no wild beast appearing, and there was no crisis. It was the sight of 500 men working, axes twirling, and woodcutters swinging. They interweave into a chaotic melody, majestic and extremely shocking. In particular, wherever they passed, not a single piece of armor was left behind. Wherever they passed, they cut down trees and mined stones. Even the thatch accumulated on the ground was picked up. Even the sparse weeds on the ground were trampled to pieces. And it had only been a short time, Half an hour at most, and the circle of wild land outside the yard had been cleared out, leaving only a circle of yellow earth. On the yellow land, the people of the reserve camp were looking for water sources and digging wells. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. It looks like all the resources in the visible area will be mined out in a few days. The territory infrastructure will also be installed. There really is strength in numbers. If we don't hurry up and explore the fog, these resources won't last long. Rosen felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, I am not the kind of person who just eats and waits for death. Otherwise, I would really be waiting to die in a few days. By then, the people will have nothing to eat or drink and will be unable to bear the oppression of the Lord and will definitely revolt. Zilong, let's explore the left side first. It's the least dangerous there. Rosen pointed to the left. As far as I can remember, there were only some small herbivores there. Although we heard wolf howling a few days ago, the danger is still extremely low in comparison. As you command, I will lead the charge. Zhao Zilong clasped his fists and walked ahead. The other 20 vanguard soldiers immediately formed a circle and surrounded Rosen. This gave Rosen an inexplicable sense of security, so he didn't stop and just went towards the fog on the left. A few minutes later, everyone reached the edge of the visible area, but their way was blocked by the thick fog. Be vigilant. Zhao Zilong was the first to draw out his iron sword, and the others also took out their wooden swords. Just like that, we entered the foggy area. The figure soon disappeared completely in the fog. In fact, the fog is not completely invisible. It's just that visibility is extremely low. That's why it feels so dangerous. After everyone entered, they walked very slowly. According to the rules, as long as 20% of the area is explored, the fog will automatically dissipate. 20% of an area of 10001000 meters is 200,200 meters. It is equivalent to the size of 2 Lawson yards. Even if you walk slowly, you can complete the exploration in an hour at most. Of course, if there is no danger, the fog can be dispelled in half an hour. It all depends on luck. And the most dangerous thing is that after the fog dissipates, the surroundings may be safe, or something terrible may happen and become very dangerous. Because visibility is low, only 1 to 2 meters, everyone has to walk at least 200 to 300 meters to be considered to have explored 20%. The distance was very short, so everyone finished exploring it quickly. But at this moment, the familiar wolf howl appeared again. Ouch! Everyone was shocked and became more alert. Be careful and keep exploring. Seeing that the fog was about to be explored, Rosen didn't want to give up halfway. So the order was given to continue the exploration. Walk forward a few dozen meters. The fog in the area where they were began to dissipate and slowly became clearer. Rosen knew that he had explored 20% of the area, so he stopped immediately. In just a few tens of seconds, the fog completely dissipated and everything around became clear. My lord, the fog has dissipated. Xiaoyan looked around excitedly. Rosen also observed the surrounding terrain. Looking around, there were big trees and weeds everywhere. Among the weeds, there are also some wild vegetables and wheat growing, but the number is too scarce. At a glance, there are only a few of them. It would be a waste of time to pick them up. So Rosen simply ignored these resources and said solemnly, Zilong, can you hear the direction from which the wolf's howl comes? I can hear it clearly. It's ahead, about 100 meters away. Zhao Zilong nodded and said seriously, Lord, are we going to capture the wild wolf? Yeah, catch. Rosen nodded. In the early stages of development, we cannot miss out on any meat resources, otherwise there will not be enough food. Zhao Yun understood, waved his hand, and led the way. Soon, everyone arrived at the location Zhao Yun mentioned and hid among the big trees and weeds. Not far away, a black wolf king was eating. This wolf was taller than ordinary wolves. It was eating a pheasant that it had caught from somewhere, and it howled excitedly every once in a while. It should radiate the joy of eating meat. When Rosen looked, the information about the wild wolf appeared before his eyes. Lone wolf, a poor wolf that is driven out of the pack. Rosen, is there such an introduction? P.S. Thanks to user 172478880 for the gift support, which gave me the motivation to revise the whole story. The revision has been completed, the plot remains unchanged, and it will be updated steadily, so you can read it with confidence. Chapter 019 Idea Verification. This wild wolf is quite large. Moreover, as lone wolves, their combat effectiveness is generally very strong. If it bites a soldier, it will probably cause serious injury with one bite. And without medical care, being seriously injured meant waiting to die. It can be seen how dangerous it is to encounter wild animals in the wild. Of course, having more people still has defensive advantages. For example, when wild wolves attack, The people can use weapons to unite against the enemy and block the attack, preventing the wild wolves from getting close and causing harm. You can even chop the wolf's weak parts. Even though its fur is thick, attacking weak parts will still cause damage. When there are many people, they can kill it. My lord, would you like me to kill it? Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up, and he clenched his big hand holding the iron sword slightly. He seemed quite interested in fighting. Rosen pondered for a moment and did not answer immediately. He continued to look around. Soon, Rosen's eyes lit up. Zilong, there seems to be something in the weeds. Can you see it clearly? Rosen pointed to a patch of weeds next to the wolf and asked in a low voice. Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up when he looked at it, and he said excitedly, My lord, it looks like a stone treasure chest, but it's obscured by the weeds and can't be seen clearly. Okay, go ahead. Rosen waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone stood up on the spot and rushed towards the wild wolf, waving their wooden swords. Especially the one led by Zhao Zilong, who was very fast. This scene scared the wolf. When it discovered something unusual, Zhao Zilong was about to rush to the wolf. The other soldiers were about to form a semicircular encirclement. The wild wolf instinctively froze for a moment, then immediately put down the food in its mouth, stared fiercely at the crowd rushing towards it, and roared to the sky. Ouch! The wolf howls did not make the people retreat, but instead inspired them to want to make meritorious deeds. Seeing that his warning was useless, the wolf rushed towards Zhao Zilong angrily. But this man is Zhao Zilong, a warrior with extraordinary combat power. He held the iron sword and chopped it down at the wolf. Bang! A loud crash was heard. The wolf screamed and flew backwards. Then it fell to the ground and remained silent for a long time. I guess he's dead. This scene shocked the 20 soldiers around and Rosen. Rosen muttered to himself, Is this the true strength of a warrior? Killing a wolf with one sword. In my past life, even an elite special forces soldier would have found it difficult to do so. After saying that, Rosen walked out from the weeds. Looking at the wolf's corpse, information about decomposition appeared in front of him. Can be decomposed into wolf skin 1, 30 kilograms of wolf meat. Whether to decompose. Rosen definitely chose to decompose. But once it was broken down, information about a 100-fold increase came into my mind. The 100-fold increase was successful. Wolf skins increased to 100 pieces, and wolf meat increased to 3,000 kilograms. Damn, that's a lot. One wolf can produce 3,000 kilograms of wolf meat. It can support as many people as possible. After the decomposition was completed, Rosen came to the bushes and clearly saw a stone box. It's the treasure chest. And it's made of stone. This kind of treasure chest is rare, so it must contain good supplies. Rosen couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared, and the supplies scattered out. But by the time the supplies landed, their value had increased 100-fold. 100 bananas. Arrow tower drawings 100 pieces. Iron arrows 100 pieces. 3 supplies appear. Among them, the arrow tower drawings made Rosen very excited. It was even more exciting than getting 3,000 kilograms of wolf meat. Because this is exactly what he needs most right now. With the arrow tower, we will definitely be able to show our power in the second wave of Beast Tide and hunt down countless beasts. Not only can you get a ranking, but you can also leave behind meat resources. The only thing missing is arrows and bow blueprints. Putting away his things, Rosen waved his hand and immediately said, Zilong, let's go to the next foggy area. Rosen excitedly led his men to continue exploring. Of course, when entering the next area, they also roughly searched the area to see if there were any good things. However, due to the cursory search, only a few rabbit holes were found, and no other good things were found. There was a litter of 4 little rabbits in the rabbit hutch, which were eventually shot dead by Rosen. After Rosen's killing and amplification, 400 little rabbits were obtained. It was broken down into 400 rabbit skins and 400 kilograms of rabbit meat. Soon, everyone arrived at the second area. The second area was very quiet, and nothing was found except some wild strawberries and wild wheat. Rosen collected them all and kept them as a backup. After collecting these things, they were all amplified 100-fold, which was quite a lot. The third area is at the back of the territory, a gravel field. The fourth area, 8 foggy areas of 1000 meters each formed a square that enveloped Rosen's territory. Rosen led them to search for most of the day and only dispelled the fog in 6 areas. The other 2 areas, one of which has a black bear and the other has a river, are more dangerous. In addition, due to time constraints, it has been temporarily shelved today. Of the 6 areas that have been searched, plus the stone treasure chest in the first area, only 2 treasure chests were found in total. A stone treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest. The wooden treasure chests contained furniture blueprints. Tables, chairs, cabinets, dressing tables, screens, etc. By the time Rosen and the others returned to the territory, the sky had darkened. At this time, the area within several hundred meters around the territory was completely empty. There wasn't even a weed on the ground. There are also 2 large wells there, making it look like a small village. Piles of supplies stacked, there were a spectacular sight. These vacant lands can be used to expand territory. After all, 500 people living in a 100,100 square meter yard is inevitably too crowded. For future development, Rosen felt it was time to expand his territory. Anyway, after the novice period, the 100,100 safety range will no longer exist. So the first thing Rosen did after returning to the territory was to ask his men to carry all the boxes of wood to his hut. Today, 200 people cut down a total of 1,000 trees, with an average of 5 trees per person. Each tree drops about 4 pieces of wood. That is to say, today, Lawson received 4,000 yuan just for wood. And there is still no increase. If he makes something without amplification and then amplifies it, he will definitely become rich. Looking at the wood, Rosen first wanted to build a house. Low-level houses do not require blueprints. Each house can accommodate 8 people. By replacing the single beds with double beds, each house can accommodate 16 people. If you calculate it this way, 50 houses would be more than enough for people to live in. But before building the houses, Rosen had another idea he wanted to try. So I took out the wood and made a torch first. As soon as the torch was synthesized, the system's voice popped up in Rosen's mind, completely verifying his idea. The 100-fold amplification is successful, and you will receive 100 torches. So it really works. As long as you use materials that haven't been amplified, the things you make will be amplified 100-fold. Chapter 20. Shower first or eat first. After putting away the torch, Rosen's heart finally settled down. A house requires 500 pieces of wood. Rosen immediately put in 500 pieces of wood. Select one-click creation. A 100-fold increase was successful, and the number of houses has been increased to 100. 100 houses immediately appeared in the production space of the production table. These houses are all low-grade houses, and all the structures are made of wood. Although it is low-level, it is also safe to use. If one room can accommodate 8 people, then 100 rooms can accommodate 800 people. After taking care of the houses, Rosen walked out of the territory and came outside the wooden wall. Greetings, Lord. More than 500 people outside the wooden wall gathered here and were having dinner. Dinner consisted of the leftover beef from their breakfast, as well as vegetables and fruits. It can be seen that they are very satisfied with their current life. Rosen smiled slightly and continued walking out. Seeing this, Zhao Yun and Luo Haizi became worried and immediately took their men to catch up with Rosen and protect him. Where are you going, Lord? It's getting dark and it's very dangerous outside. Zhao Yun advised from the side. Rosen smiled slightly. You'll know soon. Soon, Rosen arrived at the edge of the loss. This place has been mined and there is nothing on the ground. It is about 100 meters away from the wooden wall. This is a successful mining operation for the people. Rosen controlled the space backpack with his mind. Selected delivery. Minshi 1. Minshi 1. As the weapons were deployed, houses appeared out of thin air one after another. It turns out that the Lord has built a lot of houses, so that everyone has a place to rest. Zhao Yun and Haizi's eyes lit up, and they were full of excitement. The other residents also looked at the house excitedly. After a few minutes, the houses were completely delivered. One by one, Rosen arranged these houses into a circle and surrounded his own yard in the middle. In this way, the people can protect him well. Of course, there is a certain distance between the houses and his yard, in order to facilitate the expansion of the Lord's mansion in the future. After placing it, Rosen put the fire outside as well. Convenient for everyone to use. For convenience, Rosen also specially asked someone to make a fire for storage. This saves you from wasting time making such simple things in the future. Let Zhao Yun and Haizi assign them. Rosen packed up all the supplies and returned to the territory. Without exception, all 51 women were arranged by him to live in the yard. This not only protects their safety, but also makes it more convenient for them to serve themselves. Of course, the 10 houses in the yard were left for them to use. As the housekeeper, Kitano Nozomi naturally lived in a room of his own. Now that there are wells and iron pots in the territory, life has become more fulfilling. It can be used to make delicious food and also to boil water for bathing. There are even fruits like bananas and strawberries. And all these things are given priority to Rosen. Only after Rosen used it, the remaining ones would be their turn to use, and then the other subjects would be allowed to use them. At this moment, the sky darkened. Rosen felt that his strength was rapidly increasing. Perhaps because the houses have been distributed, the loyalty of the people has increased. When I opened the Lord's panel, I saw that the number of people generating the power of faith had exceeded 100. Rosen's realm also changed from that of an ordinary person to that of a warrior. Rosen clenched his fists, and suddenly his muscles bulged. A powerful force emerged from his dantian, circulating through his 8 extraordinary meridians and throughout his body. What a powerful force! I think this punch could break the wooden wall. Rosen looked at his fist, feeling the changes in his body. I have been promoted to the first level of warrior realm. Zilong should have been promoted to the martial artist realm. I wonder how powerful the martial artist realm is. Rosen muttered to himself. At this moment, Kitano Wong beside him suddenly called out to Rosen. Lord. She looked at Rosen, lowered her head, and seemed to be about to speak. Rosen was anxious to go back to his room to make something, but after seeing Kitano Nozomi's stunning beauty, he was no longer anxious at all. He stared at her fair skin with his eyes fixed, and said, Just tell me what you want to say. My lord, do you have any buckets left? The maids are boiling water, and I don't know how to fill it for you. Kitano Wong explained with a little embarrassment. It's a piece of cake. I'll make some buckets later. Rosen didn't expect it to be such a small matter, so he immediately agreed and said, By the way, I remember there's some wheat in the storage box. Make me some wheat porridge later. Okay, my lord. Kitano Nozomi went to work excitedly. In fact, for these subjects, working is a very normal thing, but what makes them feel embarrassed is the hardware problems encountered during work. For example, missing tools, etc. As long as the master provides the tools, they basically won't have any dissatisfaction. Looking at Kitano Nozomi's twisting back, Rosen's eyes were a little straight. He has never had a girlfriend in his 2 lives. There is a natural desire for women in the heart. Especially Kitano Nozomi looks comfortable and beautiful. In her previous life, she had a celebrity-level appearance. If it weren't for the rough cloth covering up her impressive and hot body, Rosen felt that he would have done something unreasonable right now. Return to the hut. Come to the crafting table. Rosen began to selectively make some tools and things. First of all, I have the tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets that I have in the drawings. High-grade wooden table 100. Superior king bed 100. Linen screen 100. Rosen made the blueprints he got from the treasure chest today, all made of wood and cloth. After making these things, Rosen first replaced the wooden bed with a high-end large bed. You know what? This big bed is not only sturdy and heavy, but also large. It's not a problem to lie down 3 or 5 people. After finishing the bed and putting in the table and screen, Rosen began to make clothes. Today, the people picked up a lot of thatch, thousands of piles. So it is easy to make. 10 piles of thatch make up 1 fiber. Rosen directly put in 3,000 piles of thatch and synthesized it one by one. A few words suddenly popped up on the page. The synthesis was successful. Fiber 30,000. It produced 100 times the critical hit at once. 30,000 fiber synthetic linen is 3,000 sheets. When Rosen saw the number, he was a little confused. There are so many of them. If they were made into clothes, how many pieces would there be? Damn! With a long sigh, Rosen started synthesizing again. 2 pieces of linen are combined into 1 piece of clothing. The top is successfully made. Rough top 700. The pants were successfully synthesized. Rough pants 700. In the end, Rosen consumed 2,800 pieces of linen and made 700 sets of clothes. As for the remaining linen, keep it for future use or cut it into towel linen. There are still 800 thatch, which can be made into 80 pairs of shoes. After the amplification, it will be 8,000 pairs. Damn, it's too much. I can't use it all. Rosen reduced production to just 8 pairs. The thatch on the workbench disappeared, and after a 100-fold increase, there were 800 pairs of straw sandals. P.S. Thank you for the gift from It's Still You. Chapter 21, Kitano Nozomi's Initiative. Since then, Rosen has used up most of all the thatch and wood. Make some more small items. Rosen pondered for a moment and continued making it. 100-fold increase in barrel size 101. Wooden spoon 100-fold increase 101. Wooden bowl 100-fold amplification 101. In one go, Rosen produced dozens of furniture and kitchenware. But they are all small items, and they come with blueprints. With these things, the home facilities are complete. After finishing, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. As the knock on the door sounded, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Rosen knew it was Kitano Wong from the voice. The door opened, and Bei Yuang stood at the door. He didn't dare look at Rosen with his big eyes. Instead, he lowered his eyelids and looked at Rosen's size 44 feet. He said shyly, "My lord, the water is boiled. Do you want to take a bath first, or eat first?" "Take a shower first." Rosen looked at her flushed cheeks and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The evening breeze blew, lifting the hem of her linen dress, and a hint of white caught Rosen's eyes. Rosen's eyes widened. He placed all the clothes and utensils he had made into the box at the door and said, "Everything is in the box. If you need anything, you can arrange it yourself." After saying that, he went back into the house and started fiddling with things in the room. As he fiddled with it, Kitano Wong and several maids scooped water in a small wooden basin and poured it into the large wooden barrel behind the screen. In a short while, the bucket was full. Kitano Nozomi signaled the maids to go out, and he quietly walked to the door and closed the wooden door with a creak. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Rosen took off his linen clothes behind the screen. But at this moment, Kitano Wong suddenly walked in over the screen. Her face was rosy, and she was holding a sackcloth in her hand. She twisted her body and walked straight towards me. At this time, Rosen had just gotten into the barrel. He looked at Bei Yuang in astonishment and said dumbfoundedly, "How did you get in?" "Lord." Kitano Wong was extremely shy and stammered, "I come to serve the Lord in bathing." It happened so quickly that by the time she finished saying this, she had already arrived in front of the wooden barrel and was about to take action. Rosen quickly stopped him and said, "No, stop first." "Lord, what's wrong?" Kitano Wong stared at Rosen's face in confusion. The face is angular and as sharp as stars. If you look closely, it makes people feel that he is quite handsome. Ahem. Well, I'm not used to others bathing me. I'd better do this kind of private thing myself. You can go out first. Rosen coughed and refused. Seeing this, Kitano Wong did not insist on staying, but quietly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Rosen only looked away after the sound of Guanmin Mountain rang out. At this moment, he regretted it. He slapped the water in anger, causing splashes. Rosen, why did you reject it? It's such a good opportunity. Damn, I don't know how long I have to wait. Rosen sighed and had to take a shower alone. After taking a shower, his skin became fairer and he looked even more handsome. Come outside the screen. The food is already on the table. A piece of beef, a piece of rabbit meat, and a bowl of wheat porridge. Although it was very monotonous, compared with other lords, his meal was extremely luxurious. Because the other lords were eating apples, carrots, and other fruits and vegetables to fill their stomachs, they couldn't even smell the smell of meat. While eating, Rosen unfolded the Lord's Guide on the table. There is no doubt that opening the Lord's Guide will naturally lead to the regional channel. See how other lords are doing. As soon as I opened the channel page, a prompt message of 99 plus appeared in the private chat channel. This means that at least 99 lords sent him messages. Rosen clicked on the private chat page. The messages appeared one by one. Most of these private messages were from lords who had exchanged resources with him before. The purpose of this private chat is naturally to continue exchanging resources. But Rosen has no shortage of resources and is too lazy to exchange with them. Rosen casually pulled his head down and saw a message from a female lord named Qingya. Rosen clearly remembered that Qingya was a female star who was quite famous at the time. She was the kind of female star with a cool and aloof goddess vibe. I also exchanged food with her. So Rosen clicked on the message. There are a lot of messages on it. Are you there? Are you there? Why don't you reply my message? It's okay if you don't want to send the coordinates. I have good news for you. I have food. Where are the people? Why are you ignoring me? Seeing the messages sent by Qingya, Rosen was a little confused. Why tell him there's food? It's like they don't know each other. Could it be that this little star fell in love with me just because I rescued her once? That doesn't seem likely. Rosen muttered something and closed the page without replying to her. Continuing to flip through the pages, Rosen found the lord who once sold salt. He also left a message for Rosen. Brother, I have salt again. This time I got a lot. Do you want to exchange it? Seeing this message, Rosen immediately responded. Exchange, I want all you have. After that, he went to the main area chat channel and started watching others chat. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten meat for 3 days. Help me. Hey guys, I have a question. What should I do if I encounter a treasure chest guarded by a wild beast? I have a stone treasure chest here, but there's a poisonous snake next to it. The snake is thick and long, so scary. How thick and long is it? Many treasure chests guarded by wild beasts contain blueprints. If you don't have the ability, don't open them. It's better to look for wooden treasure chests. Wooden treasure chests are basically unguarded and mostly contain food resources. I see. It seems this person has opened quite a few of them. He's quite experienced. Not many, just 6 or 7. Wow, that's amazing. Not that great. My territory is good. It's next to a pond, and I make a living by selling water. Currently, I've exchanged water for a lot of resources. Wow, I'm so envious. I don't have to do anything every day and can just make a living by selling water. It's so comfortable. It's generally comfortable, generally comfortable. After all, wild animals often come to drink water, so it's still a bit dangerous. Brother, please change the water. I only have apples. Apples don't change. Looking at the chat records, Rosen's meal began to taste delicious. After all, the existence of this kind of chat proves that I am not so lonely in this world. Selling cotton. If anyone wants cotton, you can use it to make quilts and cotton-padded clothes. They're very comfortable. Exchange it for meat. Suddenly, Rosen saw an advertisement for selling cotton. This reminded him that he didn't have any bedding. So he clicked on the cotton buyer's profile picture and sent him a message. Give me 100 kilograms of cotton. How much meat do you want? Chapter 022 Amazing Exploration Speed. The lord who sold cotton was a middle-aged man who was lying on his small wooden bed. The straw on his body was torn and tattered, and he was naked. The ground was littered with apple cores, his eyes were lifeless, and he looked as if he was dying. When he saw the message Rosen gave him, his eyes widened. He quickly replied, What? 100 kilograms? Big brother, I only have 50 kilograms of cotton. Can I exchange it for 5 kilograms of lean meat? After replying the message, he waited anxiously, fearing that others would think he was asking for too much and would scare away the customers. But soon, Rosen's reply made him breathe a sigh of relief. Especially when I saw the 5 kilograms of beef in the transaction information. He jumped up on the spot and wanted to shout with excitement. It was early morning. Some people were already chatting enthusiastically in the channel, while others went to bed early, hoping to find sufficient supplies the next day. At this midnight, many people didn't notice that the first page of the Lord's Guide was quietly changing. The questions that originally stated the world rules and introduction all disappeared, and 4 large characters gradually appeared at the top. The general trend of the world. 4 big words appeared on the brown paper. Below the large characters are written important events and introductions. World event, fog exploration. Event progress, 200 million areas have been dispersed, / a total of 10 billion. Introduction, explore the foggy area, dispel the fog, and restore peace to the world. All lords in the world will participate. All lords must dispel a cumulative 10 billion foggy blocks. The first 10 million to reach the top within 3 days will receive a Lord reward. Rewards. The top 10 million players will receive a full set of iron equipment. The top 10,000 players will receive a full set of silver equipment. And the top 3 players will receive a full set of metal equipment. Also, the top player will receive an additional reward. Current ranking. First place, Rosen. Explored 6 blocks of fog. Second place, Tang Yi. Explored 2 fog blocks. Third place, Zhou Wenshan. Explored 2 fog areas. Fourth place. Here's the exploration ranking. A series of regular rankings. Although the range of the parchment is limited, you can keep peeling it down and reach the 10 millionth place. I was actually in first place, and the difference between me and the second place was 3 times. When Rosen saw his ranking, he was not excited but rather a little shocked. Because it was with the help of so many people that I was able to explore the 6 blocks of fog. The people behind them, relying only on 3 subjects, had to search for food while they managed to explore 2 areas. It's really amazing. If I let my guard down, it would be difficult for me to get the first place. It is true that there must be a teacher among 3 people, and there must be countless geniuses among 2 billion people. After reading the event information, Rosen came to the trading mall. Although if you look closely, the rewards for the event are slightly different from the previous rewards. But maybe time cannot be changed, and what happens after rebirth cannot completely overlap with the previous life. So Rosen didn't care much. But in the future, you can't compare it carefully with what happened before. After all, the details will be different. Explore 10 billion areas within 3 days. There should be 2 billion people in my world channel. On average, each person needs to explore 5 areas to complete the task. If you want to get first place, you must explore at least 10 areas. Rosen thought about it in his mind. As for why I feel there are 2 billion people in this world, this is because Rosen saw the world distribution map in his previous life. The world is big, bigger than people can imagine. It is divided into 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. Each direction is a separate world, and the Lord's Guide is not connected to each other. There are more than 7 billion people in the world, and on average, there are nearly 2 billion people in one direction. With so many people and so much fog around, you can imagine how big this world is. Moreover, primitive natives and orcs live in the fog. Since coming to this world, Rosen has never seen an orc. He was even looking forward to what the orcs would look like. Would they really be like in comic books, with the appearance of humans, but with tails on their butts and horns on their heads? After reading the introduction to the world situation, Rosen came to the regional channel. There is still lively chatting here. However, someone soon discovered the incident, and the topic turned to the incident in the first place. Brothers, the first page of the Lord's Guide has updated the world's trends. The top 10 million players are actually rewarded with an iron set. Did you see that? I see it. If any of us can make it into the top 10 million, we can definitely rise to prominence with our iron set. What's in the ironware set? I know. I'm a game planner, and I think the iron set should include iron armor, iron knee pads, an iron helmet, an iron sword, and so on. Wow, so many good things. Go ahead. Come on, explore the fog. Oljao. Lao Ba's secret burger. The chat was very lively. Soon everyone came to their senses from the incident and began to pay attention to the current number one. This number one, Rosen, has already explored 6 blocks of fog. That's incredibly fast. What 6? Damn, I've been busy these past 2 days and I've only explored 2. Is he still human? Rosen, why does he sound familiar? I remember him. He's the guy who exchanges so many resources every day. God, he's amazing. It would be great if we could appear in the area around Rosen. If we could join forces and become bigger and stronger, we could definitely create more glory. Hey, who are you? Do you think I'd be interested in you? Kid, don't look down on him. He's very powerful and has accumulated a lot of resources. It's said that woman was a beautiful assassin on Earth, and her methods were very ruthless. Before he knew it, Rosen felt drowsy and soon fell asleep. The next day, when Rosen opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. And today is the 4th day since they came into this world. The novice protection period for the lords has also expired. Rosen opened the Lord page. The information appeared. Lord, Rosen. Realm, Warrior level 1. Citizens, 503, 113 with the power of faith. Level, Village level. Looking at the Lord's page, Rosen carefully discovered that the 100,100 territory area had completely disappeared. In other words, from today on he can expand outward or remain unchanged. Rosen turned off the panel and slowly stood up. At this moment, the wooden door creaked. Kitano Nozomi walked in with his legs crossed. She was very cautious, but just as she entered the room, she saw Rosen coming out from behind the screen. She was startled and said quickly, "My lord, please get up. I will go get some water right away." Yeah. Rosen nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and came to the production table. Chapter 23 Brown Bear, Pheasant, Treasure Chest, Additional Update. I was too sleepy last night and didn't make it right away after buying the cotton. So the first thing Rosen did after getting up was to make bedding. Otherwise, I would always feel a bit cold in the middle of the night. Rough quilt. Requires 4 sheets of linen plus 4 pounds of cotton. Rosen immediately made 10 quilts. I almost forgot to make the water bag. Just as he was about to withdraw, Rosen took out a piece of cowhide and a cow horn. 1 piece of cowhide can be made into 10 water bags, which can then be used to store water by combining them with ropes and cow horns. The rope is used to tie around the mouth and the waist. The horns are made into water inlets and outlets. Otherwise, it will be too soft to store water. So Rosen started making it. Cowhide plus ox horn plus hemp rope. Water bag 10. The 100-fold increase is abnormal. Should we continue to add 99 cowhides and 99 cow horns? I almost forgot. The cowhide and horns have been amplified and cannot be amplified further. Thinking of this, Rosen added all the cowhide and 99 extra horns and continued to make it. The 100-fold increase was successful. Increased to 1,000 water bags. After the work was completed, Rosen kept part of the bedding and water bag for himself. The others were placed in a public storage box so that Kitano Nozomi could arrange them. Everyone can get a water bag, but bedding was scarce. It's not that he doesn't want to make bedding for every citizen so that they can sleep peacefully, but cotton is scarce, and the supplies he gets in exchange won't be increased 100-fold, so he can only let the citizens bear with it for the time being. In addition to the quilt and water bag, Rosen also put the extra tables and benches, clothes, shoes, and wooden pots and pans made last night into the storage box. After a while, Kitano Wong came in with a basin of clean water and helped Rosen wash up. At the same time, 2 other female subjects arrived. To be more precise, they were already the personal maids of the city lord's mansion. They brought a piece of barbecue and a bowl of wheat porridge in a hideous wooden bowl that they had carved in the middle of the night and brought them to Rosen's table. Rosen finished washing up and started eating. Kitano Wong stood beside him and served him so that he could be of use if needed. You know what? It really feels like being a local landlord. Kitano Nozomi. Rosen took a sip of porridge, slowly raised his head, and stared at Kitano. Bei Wong quickly bowed and said, "Lord, please give your orders. I put some resources in the storage box. Remember to distribute them. As for the quilts, go and give 1 each to Zilong, Heizi, and Taizhan. and the remaining one is for you. Rosen arranged matters while eating. When Beiyong heard that there was another quilt that belonged to him, he was obviously surprised. After all, the other 3 leaders are battalion commanders and shoulder heavy responsibilities, especially Zhao Zilong, who has extraordinary martial arts skills. It is well deserved to receive the Lord's reward. And what virtue and ability does she have? Thinking of this, Katana Wang excitedly clenched his little hands and nodded vigorously. The Lord's ulterior motives became even more evident in his mind. Soon, she went to make arrangements. Although the people in the territory were working outside, the distance was not far, so Kitano Nozomi ordered his maids to go outside to distribute resources. Everyone had a set of linen clothes and a pair of straw sandals. Rosen, who was sitting in the room, felt his strength increase again at this moment. Promoted from the first level of warrior to the second level of warrior, there was a noticeable increase in strength. Without even looking, Rosen knew that the number of subjects who had reached the level of loyalty exceeded 200. After dinner, Rosen came to the yard. The yard was tidy at this time. The supplies placed on the ground were also put into storage boxes. There were only some women who were changing into linen clothes, chattering and discussing the Lord's privacy. Have you noticed? The Lord is very kind to us. Yes. I never thought that the Lord would let a lowly person like me wear clothes. It's much better than other lords. I must serve the Lord well. The Lord seems to be unmarried. I wonder if there is a chance for me to become his maidservant. Hee hee. Rosen. When Rosen passed by the house, he heard their discussion. But I could only pretend not to hear it. Otherwise, would you really accept them? Although these women all look young, compared with Kitano Nozomi, Rosen has no interest in them at all. Walk out of the yard and outside. This is the first level area. Standing here, you can see a circle of houses dozens of meters away and the residents working outside the houses. With these subjects, Rosen no longer interfered with the trivial matters of collecting resources. Anyway, after the people collect it, he will process it, and it will be increased 100-fold. Although his axe was fast, it was no faster than the speed of hundreds of people. Continue walking forward, and you will reach the woods where the people are working. The trees and stones here are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, piling up into piles of resources on the open ground, and finally being transported back by the people in the resource camp. Hello, Lord. Greetings, Lord. When Rosen appeared, all the people passing by greeted him respectfully. These people have now changed into brand new clothes and shoes. They no longer look like savages, but look more like farmers. Rosen nodded slightly and looked around as he walked. At the same time, he was wondering how Zhao Yun was exploring the fog. Will there be any danger or something like that? But just as he was thinking about it, a group of people emerged from the depths of the forest. This attracted everyone's attention, because the subjects are also afraid of encountering dangerous attacks. However, this team was none other than the Vanguard Battalion led by Zhao Yun, and only a few people returned from the pioneer camp. Rosen's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He quickly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "What happened?" "Don't worry, my lord. This is a good thing." The returning soldiers from the Vanguard camp knelt before Rosen and said excitedly, "We just followed General Zhao Yun to explore the fog and discovered 2 brown bears." Is anyone injured?" Rosen was shocked and asked again hurriedly. Replying to the Lord, no one was injured. General Zilong killed the brown bear with just 2 strikes, and they also found several pheasants and a stone treasure chest in the brown bear area. General Zilong said he wanted to explore the fog, so he specifically asked us to come back to call for help and move the supplies. The leading soldier spoke it all in one breath. This finally calmed Rosen's worried heart. "That's what I told you. Zilong is at the martial arts master level. 2 mere brown bears can't hurt him at all." Rosen took a breath and said to the busy crowd behind him, "Who is the commander of the reserve battalion? Have him come over immediately." The words fell. There was a middle-aged man in the crowd who quickly put down what he was doing and trotted over. He knelt on the ground 2 meters away from Rosen, prostrating himself and saying, "My lord, I am Jinan Bong, the commander of the reserve battalion." Rosen looked. Information appeared on him. Name, Jinan Bong. Loyalty, 85. As expected, those who can become battalion commanders are those who have a certain degree of loyalty to the territory. However, there may be some who are not so loyal, but as long as Rosen finds out, he will definitely get rid of him. P.S. Thanks to users 1100184843060592, Crazy Salted Fish, Do Not Disturb the Rest of Your Life, One Book, Exploding Heaven Gang Earth Evil, and Shah Alizi who likes the fierce version of Orange for their gifts and rewards. Chapter 024 Captive Drawings. As a reserve battalion, there are a lot of miscellaneous tasks to do, and they will help wherever they are needed. If the woodcutters are too busy, I will help cut down trees. If the mines are too busy, I will go and mine. Wherever labor or manpower is needed in the territory, the battalion commanders can mobilize them. However, the transfer needs to be reported to the housekeeper Kitano Wang and approved by Kitano Wang. After all, the reserve camp is a reserve resource, and it is the reserve of the Lord's mansion. Rosen looked at Jin Anbong and said, "Immediately lead 50 people and follow these soldiers to move the resources." Yes. Jin Anbong agreed immediately. Rosen added, "By the way, from now on, you should assign a group of people to follow the Vanguard Battalion. Wherever the Vanguard Battalion has explored and there are no dangers, you should follow them to collect resources and bring them back to me." "Yes, sir." "Go ahead." Rosen waved his hand. Jin Anbong immediately stood up and waved vigorously to the people in the reserve camp. Soon, the reserve battalion called up 50 people and set off with a few soldiers. Rosen did not go with them, but waited outside the woods. The attentive maid also brought him a chair and table. There was also food such as banana juice on the table. This made the people who were working there think that the Lord was not satisfied with their work speed and came to supervise them today. This made them a little worried, so they worked harder to cut down trees and mine. About half an hour later, all resources were distributed to everyone, and everyone received new clothes and a water bag. The water in the water bag is filled by people from the resource camp. By the way, after yesterday's excavation, 2 wells were dug, one outside the Lord's mansion and the other inside. Although many points around have been found where groundwater can be dug, wells are rare. However, for the convenience of the Lord, the well in the Lord's mansion was installed as a priority. With water, the juice produced in the Lord's mansion will not be so thick and will not taste weird. In order to make the taste better, the maids would boil water in an iron pot, let it cool down, and then add it to the juice to dilute it. This not only improves the taste, but also increases the yield. Rosen drank juice and ate a banana. By the way, I opened the chat channel of the Lord's Guide to see what happened to other lords. Time flies. More than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The reserve camp that went to collect resources also returned. 50 people walked back in a scattered manner. Loyalty is increased across the board, especially the leader Jin Anbong. After collecting resources, his loyalty to Rosen soared to 90. It can be seen how much shock this outing caused them. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of the working people. When they saw the huge brown bear being carried by the crowd, they all opened their mouths wide and exclaimed in amazement. "What huge bears? 2 of them. Was this killed by General Zhao Yun? General Zhao Yun is so powerful. Hehe, we should say that our Lord is really powerful. Even General Zhao Yun is loyal to him. We will definitely live a good life following him." Brown bears are big. One of them weighs at least 400 or 500 kilograms. Therefore, each brown bear has to be carried by 6 people so that it can be transported steadily. Soon, the people from the reserve camp came to Rosen with resources. Rosen sat in his chair, motionless as a mountain. Jin Anbong was holding a stone chest in his arms, a smile on his face. He approached Rosen and offered it with both hands, saying, "My lord, General Zhao Yun left behind a stone treasure chest, 2 slain brown bears, and 6 live pheasants." Very good, very good. Send the things to the city lord's mansion. Is there anything else?" Rosen nodded and praised. Jin Anbong understood perfectly well that this compliment was meant for General Zhao Yun. He quickly added, "My lord, on our way back, we searched the surrounding area and found 5 stalks of magical wheat and 2 silkworms." "Spiritual wheat and silkworms? Bring them here so I can take a look." Rosen was stunned. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected gain, so he quickly asked them to take it out. Jin Anbong waved his hand, and 2 of his men walked out cautiously, showing the spiritual wheat and silkworms. One of the men was holding a handful of spiritual wheat. Rosen's eyes suddenly lit up. Lingmai is actually mutated wheat. After the mutation, the wheat seedlings grow rapidly, becoming several times larger than ordinary wheat. The seeds also become large and full, and have a hint of spiritual energy in them. Taking it regularly can enhance physical strength and is a rare treasure. But this thing is very rare, and you can't find it at all. Unexpectedly, he was found by the reserve camp. Just a little less in number. There are 20 to 30 seeds on 1 plant of spiritual wheat, and 5 plants only have about 100 seeds. If I eat it, it's not enough for a meal, and if I plant it, it's too little. But you can save it first, and then plant it on a large scale when there are more. After looking at the spiritual wheat, Rosen turned his attention to the silkworms. Those were silkworms the size of 2 fingers. Can also be raised. Moreover, this thing can spin silk, and the silk it spins can be used to make silk. Even poop can be used in medicine and has analgesic effects. The food is good, but there are too few of them. Rosen immediately said, Send them all to the city lord's mansion. As for the silkworm, let's raise it first and let the maid take care of it. I collected a lot of leaves before anyway. Yes. Jean Onbong bowed slightly and began to transport it to the city lord's mansion. But after a while, Bei Yuang, who worked in the city lord's mansion, came out and came to Rosen and said helplessly, "My lord, how did those pheasants get out? Should we keep them in a pen? If not, I'm afraid the courtyard of the city lord's mansion will be very dirty." "Oh, I almost forgot, there's more chicken shit," Rosen said. "Let's raise it first and see if it lays eggs. If it doesn't, we can kill it." Kitano Nozomi blushed. After arranging these, Rosen began to open the treasure chest. Stone treasure chest. I wonder what good things can be found in it. Ba, may Buddha bless you. I don't know if there are any Buddhists in this world. Rosen prayed and opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, resources appeared. Chicken coop, drawing 1. Horse stable blueprint 1. Ding. 100-fold amplification successful, now amplified to 100. Chicken coop drawings 100. Horse stable blueprint 100. Rosen. What is this? A chicken pen or a horse pen? However, when Rosen saw the specific information on the drawings, he was completely shocked. Chicken coop blueprint. Make a chicken coop for raising pheasants, which can slowly change the temperament of pheasants and increase egg-laying rate. Horse stable blueprint. Creates a horse stable for keeping wild horses, slowly changing their temperament. Easy to train as a mount. So that's how it's used. Rosen suddenly understood. In this world, all wild beasts have animal nature. Through captivity, their animal nature can be changed and they can become docile poultry. Chapter 025 Planning and Building Arrow Towers. Of course, although captivity can change the bestiality of wild animals, it can only change some low-level beasts. And the more bestial they are, the longer it takes to captivity. For example, some monsters that are beyond the range of normal wild beasts cannot be kept in captivity and can only be tamed by force. So when he saw these two drawings, Rosen was quite satisfied. Although he didn't have any wild horses yet, there were plenty of wild animals in the vast wilderness. Not to mention wild horses. As long as you look for them patiently, you can find both humans and horses. Of course, a centaur is not a monster with the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a human, but the kind of person who has horse ears, horse tail, and horse-like features. Yes, orcs. Orcs exist only in this world. In that case, let's make some first and keep the pheasants in a pen. Maybe we can eat eggs in a few days. Rosen took a sip of juice and slowly stood up. But before going back, he collected the wood and thatch piled outside. Because it is made of materials that have not been amplified, it will be amplified 100-fold. Return to the room. Rosen came to the production table. Chicken coop, 20 wood plus 20 thatch are required to make it. The size of the chicken coop is 1m1m. Horse stable. Production requires 50 wood and 50 thatch. It occupies an area of 2m2m. Well, it's a little small, but I can make 100 of them, and when they're combined they'll be big. Rosen pondered for a moment, then put in 200 drawings, 70 pieces of wood, and 70 piles of thatch. One-click creation. Ding. Data anomaly. The anomaly has been fixed, and the 100-fold amplification was successful. The system's voice immediately rang in my mind. Rosen was shocked when he heard the abnormal data. But soon, the effect of a 100-fold increase appeared. All 200 drawings disappeared, and 100 chicken pens and 100 horse pens appeared in the space on the production table. Huh, so this works. Put 100 amplified items in, then add other unamplified items, and the resulting item will still be amplified 100-fold. It seems this amplification system is pretty fair. After making the things, Rosen fell into deep thought again. Of course, it's not about worrying, but about planning the land. In the future, as the number of people in the territory increases, there will also be more buildings and facilities, so he needs to plan ahead. Otherwise, they will be too messy and too troublesome to move around. The left side of the city lord's mansion can be used to raise chickens and cultivate spiritual wheat. The horse pen takes up a lot of space, so it's better to place it on the right side. When the wall is expanded in the future, the horse and chicken pen can be expanded to include it. After finishing his calculations, Rosen called Kitano Wang in. As the number of people increased, there were always several maids guarding Rosen's door to make it easier for Rosen to give orders. Rosen only said in the room, "Someone is coming." The maid outside the door could hear it, and then pushed the door open. "Ask housekeeper Kitano to come over. I have something to talk to her about." Rosen gave the order, and the maid immediately went to find someone. Soon, Kitano Nozomi came in front of Rosen. "My lord." "Well, sit down." Rosen waved his hand with a friendly look. Kitano was very grateful when he saw that the lord was not as harsh to his subordinates as others, so he sat next to Rosen carefully. I called you here for no reason. I just wanted to discuss the plans for the City Lord's mansion. Rosen said slowly. After a while, after we overcome the Beast Tide crisis, I plan to expand my territory and the City Lord's mansion. After some explanation, Rosen and Kitano Nozomi talked about their planning ideas and the placement of facilities, as well as ideas about reclaiming wasteland for farming and raising poultry in the future. Valuable poultry will be kept in the Lord's palace. For large-scale planting, where should it be moved to? Kitano Wang kept all these words in mind. Before construction begins, the land and locations planned by the Lord cannot be moved or occupied. After noting down all of Rosen's words, Kitano nodded and said, I've noted it down. I'll go set up the chicken coop and horse pen right away. Well, remember not to make it too big. The chicken pen should be big enough to keep 100 or so chickens. The horse pen should only be big enough to hold 30 to 50 horses. Yes, sir. After saying that, Kitano Nozomi went to put it into practice. Since there were boxes inside and outside the house, all the public items made by Rosen were placed in the boxes at the door for Kitano Nozomi to use. No one is allowed to open the box in the room without Rosen's consent. See if there are any useless drawings. Rosen came to the storage box and began to check the resources. Suddenly, Rosen discovered that there was another kind of blueprint lying quietly in the storage box. Arrow Tower Blueprints, 100. They can be used for defending against beast tides, but they don't have bows and arrows. Forget it, let's build the Arrow Tower first. It can also be used as a watchtower. Rosen took out 100 Arrow Tower drawings and began to make them. Wooden Arrow Tower requires 500 pieces of wood plus 1 blueprint. Looking at the Arrow Tower blueprint, Rosen always felt that something was missing. Yes, this Arrow Tower is open air and lacks a roof to protect it from the wind and rain. It seems that making a roof does not require blueprints. Rosen thought about it and found the roof blueprint again. He really didn't need the blueprint. And the lowest level roof is also made of wood. It can also shelter from wind and rain. After finishing his thoughts, Rosen began to make it. Wooden Arrow Tower 100. Wooden Roof 100. By the way, wooden roofs can be made in different sizes. A larger roof consumes more wood, and vice versa. Looking at the Arrow Tower that was made, detailed information appeared before my eyes. Arrow Tower, wooden structure, 5 meters high. Good. Rosen looked at the Arrow Tower and smiled with satisfaction. He took the Arrow Tower, walked out of the Lord's mansion, and began to place it. Of course, you need to plan the location yourself. After thinking about it, Rosen placed 6 Arrow Towers at the outermost area, which was dozens of meters outside the houses. The Arrow Tower is dozens of meters away from the houses, which is a good place to gather the people. And standing on the Arrow Tower, you can also keep watch at night. Place 3 seats on one side and divide them into 2 sides. The 3 Arrow Towers on each side are very close to each other, only 10 meters apart, making it convenient for them to take care of each other. The left and right sides are a little farther apart, about 20 meters. This way, the space in the middle looks more like a gate. When repairing the wall in the future, you can build it along the Arrow Tower and leave the gate here. After everything was placed, it was already noon. The people who were working outside finished their work and sat down to eat their dry food. Although they only had 1 pound of meat a day, it was enough to keep them full and satisfied when combined with fruits and other things. It's much better than the days in other territories where we didn't even have water to drink. Rosen also sat outside, eating meat while watching the spectacular view. This kind of life has only happened in dreams, but now it has actually come true. Eat and eat. A few people from the team that went out to explore have returned. The leader is still the reserve battalion commander Jin Onbong. He just came back with a brown bear and a treasure chest. Now that I'm back, have I discovered something good again? Thinking of this, Rosen's eyes became particularly bright, staring straight at Jin Onbong, who was jogging back from a distance. Chapter 026. Wild Horses, the whole army is out. Additional update. Jin Onbong ran to Rosen first. He panted, Lord, a major discovery, a major discovery. Oh. Don't be impatient. Drink some water and speak slowly. Seeing this, Rosen poured him a bowl of juice. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jin Onbong drank the whole thing in one gulp, wiped the residue from his mouth with his arm, and said, My lord, General Zhao Yun has discovered a stream ahead, and there is a group of wild horses drinking water in the stream. What? A herd of wild horses? Rosen was slightly stunned. Yes, there are probably more than 20 of them. General Zhao asked me to come back and ask the Lord what to do. If we try to capture them, we don't have enough manpower and the wild horses will be scared away. Jin Onbong looked at Rosen, waiting for instructions. Rosen was overjoyed and said quickly, Quick, go back and tell General Zilong to guard them well and not to harm the horses, let alone let them escape. I'll take people to catch them right away. As you command, I'll go right away. Jin Onbong nodded solemnly and trotted back with his men. Seeing this, Rosen shouted to Luo Haizi, the captain of the guard battalion, who was standing guard in the distance. Haizi, come here. Luo Haizi trotted over and said respectfully, Lord. Haizi, immediately notify everyone to put down what they are doing and gather together. Rosen was very excited. Haizi was slightly stunned, not knowing what had happened. He quickly rushed into the crowd and shouted, Gather, everyone, gather here immediately. Gather. The Lord has ordered everyone to assemble. Luo Haizi went out, and the remaining 20 guards also went out. More than 20 people were notified, and more than 300 people who were working responded on the spot and gathered in the open space outside the houses and inside the arrow tower. In a short while, everyone was there. Except women, of course. However, when the women heard the noise, Katana Wong still brought a few maids out to investigate and stood behind Rosen. Rosen was very excited at the moment. As soon as Zhao Yun got the horse stable, he found a herd of wild horses. If we can catch these wild horses, we will have mounts in our territory. Having a mount makes travel convenient, and you can also train it into cavalry to protect your home and yourself. No matter what, catching these wild horses will only benefit you and will not cause any harm. Looking at the assembled crowd, Rosen announced loudly, Fellow citizens, our General Zhao Yun has discovered a herd of wild horses in the wild. This territory is currently experiencing a period of extraordinary development, so I, the Lord, have decided to lead you to capture the wild horses. When we get there, everyone will gather around the city. We absolutely cannot let any horses escape, but we also cannot actually harm the wild horses. Do you understand? Clear. Hundreds of people in the territory breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that they were going to catch wild horses. After all, this job is not dangerous. Then they shouted in unison, The Lord is mighty, mighty. Okay, let's go. After that, Rosen set off with the support of Luo Haizi. A group of more than 300 people marched into the forest. Wherever it passed, weeds were trampled and branches were broken, causing quite a bit of noise. But even so, no wild beast dared to come out. What a joke. With so many people around, which beast would dare to come out and die? There were more than 300 people going there, plus the people led by Zhao Yun, a total of more than 400 people. More than 400 people captured more than 20 wild horses alive, which means an average of 20 people caught one horse. Relatively speaking, it is not very difficult. Even though the wild horses are quite fierce, they are just ordinary wild beasts. 20 people dealing with one can basically ensure that neither side will be injured and the capture will be completed successfully. Half an hour's work. Everyone came to the area where the wild horses were. That is, right in front of the territory, less than 2 kilometers away. From a distance, Rosen saw Zhao Yun and others. Zhao Yun led more than 70 people and formed a semicircle, surrounding the herd of wild horses by the stream. The wild horses trapped in the stream did not dare to act rashly. They were all panting, as if looking for an opportunity to break through the defense and escape. Rosen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no conflict between Zhao Yun and others. After all, they are wild beasts. Once a conflict breaks out, some of them are bound to run away. Those that can't escape can probably only be injured, otherwise it would be difficult for 70 people to stop more than 20 wild horses. General, the Lord has brought his men here. A soldier beside Zhao Yun heard the noise and whispered a reminder. Well, I know. Don't act rashly. Wait until the Lord forms an encirclement. Zhao Yun gave a warning, quietly withdrew from the encirclement, and went to meet Rosen. However, Rosen in the distance waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yun not to come over to prevent the wild horse from escaping. Then he said to the battalion commanders around him, Everyone spread out, form a fan shape and surround the wild horses. Yes. More than 300 people began to move and surrounded the area in a mighty force. In a short while, the crowd formed a huge circle and surrounded the herd of wild horses tightly. As the encirclement narrowed, the herd of wild horses began to become irritable, marking time and breathing heavily. Their only escape route at the moment is the creek behind them. But the stream was not shallow, and the wild horses did not dare to go into the water. It is basically certain that this group of wild horses has nowhere to escape. Only then did Rosen feel completely relieved. He looked carefully at the herd of wild horses and sized them up. Although they haven't caught them yet, in Rosen's heart, these wild horses are already his. The wild horse is covered with brown hair and is about the same height as an adult man. It is a normal horse. Moreover, the information that appeared before him also gave Rosen a certain understanding of this group of wild horses. Wild horse, an adult wild horse with the blood of the Arabian horse and a bad temper. Hey, why is the color of that horse different? Suddenly, Rosen saw a horse surrounded by the herd in the middle of the herd. Although it was blocked by the herd of horses, its tall body made it difficult to hide. My lord, that dark red horse is the horse king, the leader of this herd of horses, and he's also a Fergana horse. At this time, Zhao Yun explained from the side. Rosen looked, and the message appeared. Wild Horse King, possessing the pure blood of Arabian horse. The Wild Horse King's sweat is like blood, and he can travel 1,000 miles a day. It really is a Fergana horse, and the king of horses. Rosen's eyes brightened as he said, "This horse is good. If my lord likes it, I will catch it for you personally." Zhao Yun cupped his fist. For a martial artist of his strength, defeating the Wild Horse King was just a piece of cake. However, Rosen was ready to do it himself, just in time to test his own strength as a warrior. So he waved his hand and said, "Zilong, my realm has just been elevated to the warrior realm. This time I will do it myself and test my strength. You can just stand by and support me." "Yes." Zhao Yun nodded in response. P.S. Thanks to Cha Chao Sun from Chiefing Gorge, Johnny Riding of Jiguangshais, the MC himself, a big man in the world of immortal cultivation, Alice Brownie from Fengshan, who doesn't know me, Monogatari Domo Jieli, King Kong who likes Wedge Hawthorne, Xinghan, Jiaqian Gang, Wu Kai, a fan of system literature, Sha Lizi who likes Ming Banju, user 282758872, Daifan, Jingyi, user 11006399, Crazy Salted Fish, for their gifts and rewards, and this chapter will be updated. Chapter 027, Taming the Wild Horse King. To hold the line is actually to protect the safety of those who are on the battlefield. Taking timely action when the enemy is defeated or in crisis can not only allow the enemy to show off, but also ensure his personal safety. Zhao Yun knew these little tricks. Following Rosen, the two walked into the encirclement. The wild horse capture operation has officially begun. More than 400 people were divided into numerous teams to divide the herd of horses. Hiss. The horses were in a panic, running around in all directions, like headless flies. The subjects took advantage of the situation to expand the encirclement, and then narrowed it. Soon, the herd of horses was divided into 2 circles by the crowd. Then, there were 2 encirclements, which were divided into 4, and 4 into 8. In the end, more than 20 horses were separated, forming more than 20 encirclement circles, resulting in a situation of separate encirclement. Superior. At the command, more than 20 encirclements began to narrow in scope. Hiss. I'll go and hold down its hoof. What a great strength. Put it down quickly. As the crowd moved, on average, every 20 people took down a wild horse. Relatively speaking, it is not that difficult. Soon, more than 20 wild horses were knocked down, and more than 20 people held down the limbs of each horse, completely cutting off the wild horse's escape route. My lord, there are 26 wild horses in total, and including the Horse King, there are 27 in total. The Reserve Battalion Commander Jean Onbong personally counted the items and reported to Rosen. Rosen nodded and looked at the Mustang King. The local residents did not take any action because Rosen said he would capture the suspect himself. Rosen stepped forward, and the people automatically made way for a small gap to allow Rosen and Zhao Yun to come in. Hiss. The Wild Horse King seemed to have an intelligent mind and clearly felt that Rosen was the leader of this group. He snorted and kept scratching the ground with his hind hooves. It looked like he was going to challenge Rosen to a duel. As expected of a Fergana horse, he can actually see the situation. Rosen grinned, hooked his finger at the Mustang King, and said lightly, "Come here. Hold head high." The Wild Horse King immediately raised his head and let out a long roar, then rushed towards Rosen. This Wild Horse King is tall and big. If an ordinary person is hit by it, he will definitely fly backwards. But Rosen has reached the level of a warrior and has a certain level of strength. So Rosen squatted slightly to fix his posture. Taking advantage of the Wild Horse King's imminent arrival, he turned sideways, put his hands in a hugging position, and then pushed hard, rushing up diagonally. Hold head high. The wild horse suddenly braked, let out a long roar, and then kept shaking its body. Because of Rosen's jump just now, he grabbed the horse's neck with both hands and sat on the horse's back. Hold head high. The wild horse lost its temper. Seeing that it couldn't get rid of Rosen, it started jumping on the spot, bumping up and down, trying to knock Rosen off. But Rosen was as steady as an old dog, his body swaying with the wild horse, and he didn't look like he was going to fall off at all. In particular, as someone who was riding a horse for the first time in both his past and present lives, Rosen clearly felt relaxed and happy. That is a pleasure that is difficult to express in words. There is a kind of heroic spirit coming from the bottom of my heart. Happy as the shiver at that moment. Drive. Rosen tightened his legs, put his hands on the horse's neck, and got into a diving position. This not only reduces wind resistance, but also controls the horse's running direction through the horse's neck. Hold head high. The Wild Horse King screamed and ran back the way he came. The Lord has tamed the Wild Horse King. A soldier squatted on the ground with a look of shock on his face. Although he had his hands on the horse's legs, it did not affect his sight of looking up. Quick, everyone, lift up your wild horses and return to the territory. I'll go after the Lord. Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and ran towards where Rosen was leaving. The vast wilderness is full of dangers. The Lord rode away on horseback, and he had to absolutely ensure the Lord's safety. Watching Zhao Yun go forward, Luo Haizi from the guard camp felt helpless. Because it is their duty to protect the Lord, they are considered guards. However, with General Zhao personally taking action, the Lord will definitely not be in danger, and he doesn't have to worry about it. After all, even if he and his men attacked together, they were no match for General Zhao. So Luo Haizi stayed behind to command the others, carrying their wild horses and heading towards the territory. Let's talk about Rosen. Rosen rode the Horse King and galloped among the woods. The horse's hooves trampled the grass, making a dull dong-dong-dong sound. The Horse King had a lot of trouble along the way, turning left and right and jumping up and down while running. But he never got rid of Rosen. Moreover, the Horse King was very tired after all the trouble along the way. In the end, he completely gave up struggling and surrendered to Rosen's tyranny. So, the man and the horse staggered back to the territory. Rosen rode on the horse and didn't urge it. He just controlled the direction and let it sway forward. From a distance, Rosen saw the territory's arrow tower come into view. And under the arrow tower, Kitano Wang and two maids were standing on tiptoe to look out. When she saw Rosen appear on horseback, the solemn expression on her face suddenly disappeared in relief. The Lord has returned safely, great. Kitano Wang couldn't help but glanced at the corner of his mouth, and two dimples appeared on his cheeks. These two dimples made Rosen drunk. And Rosen was still staring. As the Horse King approached, he smiled slightly. This made Kitano Wang blush slightly. He didn't know why the Lord was like this, and why he was laughing. My lord, let me lead your horse. Bei Wanglian moved lightly, but found that the horse had no saddle. Moreover, when the Horse King saw her approaching, he was very unhappy and immediately exhaled a stream of hot air from his nose. Shoo! Kitano Wang was startled and quickly dodged. Seeing this, Rosen grabbed the horse's neck and made it raise its head to prevent its breath from blowing on Bei Wang. I just caught this horse. It has a strong temperament and hasn't been completely tamed yet, so I'd better do it myself, otherwise I might hurt you. After saying that, Rosen swung his legs, tightened the horse's belly, and drove towards the stable. Gee, so the Lord cares about me so much. Kitano Wang looked at Rosen's tall back, and his face turned red again. In comparison, she has a very slender figure. Standing next to the Lord, she is not even half the width of the Lord's body, a real slender girl. She walked into the territory with her face red and her head lowered. Horse stable. I have to say that Kitano Nozomi is very capable. The location of the horse stable is also just right. The entire stable is about 100 square meters in size and is made up of about 50 small pens. There is also a canopy above the stable. Rosen remembers that it didn't exist when he made it. It must have been added by Kitano Nozomi. What a thoughtful woman. Rosen exclaimed in his heart. Chapter 028 The first person to explore the mist. After driving the wild horses into the stable, other residents also rushed back. By the time all 27 wild horses were in the pen, the stable was full. The wall of the stable was a thick wooden fence, about 1 person tall. Although simple, it is sturdy. There are also spikes on the fence to prevent climbing over. However, after the horses entered the stable, they were surprisingly quiet. Maybe it's because the entire group has reunited. They are much easier than when they first started. Seeing this scene, Rosen felt relieved. Catching a horse is easy, but raising one is difficult, especially a wild horse. Now that the horses are no longer noisy, it means they will be easier to raise. As for the people who raise horses and pheasants, they are naturally transferred from the reserve camp. All of this was arranged by Kitano Nozomi. Rosen just needs to see the results. After the capture of the wild horse, it was already afternoon. After settling the horses, everyone took up their respective positions and responsibilities and continued to work. Rosen wandered aimlessly in the territory. Every few steps, he would pause and think about something. This made Kitano Wang, who had been serving him, very curious. He followed Rosen and quietly paid attention to Rosen's movements. Finally, Rosen stopped at the gate of the Lord's mansion and said to Kitano Wang, "Count all the apples, carrots, strawberries, and other fruits and vegetables, and tell me later." Yes. Although Kitano Wang was confused and didn't know why the Lord suddenly wanted to count the food, he still did it, as usual. In fact, Lawson's counting of fruits and vegetables was not a whim, but the result of careful consideration. Because there are more than 500 people in the territory, and a new citizen will be automatically recruited every day, we must not live off the resources. Relying solely on cutting down trees and hunting is not a long-term solution. The only way is to develop ourselves. This matter has been on his mind for a long time. It's almost time to take action. Huff. Rosen blew the dust off the threshold of the Lord's mansion door, sat down on the threshold, and then took out the Lord's guide. The first thing to do is to open the first page and see how far the fog incident has developed. Exploration of the fog of the world's general trend. 2 billion/10 billion fogs have been explored. Current ranking. First place, Rosen. Explored 8 blocks of fog. Second place, Li Jingang. Explored 4 fog blocks. Third place, Zhou Wenshan. Explored 4 fog areas. Fourth place. When Rosen saw the ranking, he found that he was still in first place and felt a little relieved. Today, thanks to Zhao Yun's exploration, we had an unexpected gain, but it also delayed the exploration time. He thought he was going to be overtaken. After all, once the rewards come out, countless people want to get them, and they will try their best to let the people explore. So when he saw his ranking, Rosen felt relieved. Because according to the exploration speed of others, it is difficult to surpass him. But Rosen still sighed and was attracted by the reward. In just one day, the area explored in the fog has increased from 200 million to 2 billion. The speed is too fast. Moreover, as the days go by, everyone's population will increase, and the speed of exploration will become faster and faster. At this rate, by the third day, it is estimated that the exploration of an area of 10 billion blocks will be completed. According to the rules, if it is completed within 3 days, it is completed. If it cannot be completed within 3 days, this event will not disappear, but will be carried out simultaneously with the second event. In comparison, there is no benefit or disadvantage. Rosen didn't continue reading, but went to the regional channel on the second page. At this moment, the regional channel is in full swing, with more people participating than usual. Most people were talking about the fog exploration and sharing their experiences. Fuck, that first place winner is amazing. He's already explored 8 areas. Oh my god, is his luck so good that he didn't encounter any beasts? I explored 2 areas and encountered beasts twice, but I couldn't dispel any of them. Silly, remember that number 1 bought a lot of people? Let them go, and the exploration will be faster this way. But the people in our territory aren't as smart as us. If they run into danger, it's basically the same as committing suicide. If they die, they die. As long as they can explore, that's fine. The first place winner probably made many of his subjects die exploring to unlock so many foggy areas. So that's how it is. Sweep Daisanai. Rosen. Seeing them portraying him in such a negative light, making him sound like a villain who did all kinds of evil, Rosen was speechless. He really didn't do that. These contents are all just their guesses, okay? You even believe this? Rosen felt that he needed to explain. Otherwise, if his bad reputation gets out, who would dare to do business with him in the future? So, Rosen edited a line of words and sent it out. Don't get me wrong, I didn't send my subjects on a daring expedition. The exploration was fast because I have so many subjects, and we huddled together for warmth. Message sent. The chat channel exploded immediately, because many people heard Rosen speak for the first time. Wow, look, it's Rosen. Rosen is here. Is he the first person to explore the fog? What did he just say? He didn't send his subjects on a quest to their deaths. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. The fog is very dangerous. I wonder how many people have died exploring it so quickly. Yeah, I don't believe it either. When he bought the people, he might have planned to let them sacrifice their lives in exchange for resources. Forehead. Looking at other people's discussions, Rosen was overwhelmed. If you don't believe it, then don't believe it. Rosen thought everyone thought he was a bad guy and was too lazy to explain. But at this time, a group of people appeared behind him and said that they all believed him. Brother Rosen, we believe in you. We all believe you. You're not that kind of person. Yes, Brother Rosen. Do you have any food to exchange today? Every time you show up in the past, you always exchange food with us. Looking at what these people said, Rosen couldn't figure out whether they really believed him or just wanted to exchange food with him. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Rosen replied calmly. Whoever has wheat can take as much as they can. 5 wheat stalks can be exchanged for an apple or a carrot. If you want meat, prepare more. 1 pound of meat can be exchanged for 100 wheat stalks. If you want to trade, just initiate a trade with me and specify whether you want fruits, vegetables, or meat. I'll trade with you one by one. If there are no trades before evening, it means I've traded enough resources. Don't forget to cancel the trade then, as it will delay you from trading with others. A long string of words was sent out. It made everyone in the channel stunned. The experienced lord had already exited the channel, clicked Rosen's transaction button, and started the transaction. The inexperienced lord was still shocked in the channel. Chapter 29, Reclaiming the Land and Farming, Additional Update. What? Trading food for wheat. Is that true? Wild wheat is so disgusting. I can't even eat it. Damn it. He actually traded meat for wheat. Does he have a pot and wants to eat porridge? But why did he say he would take as much as he could? Aren't they afraid that they'd all trade it away? Some people wait and see, some are shocked. But in short, there are still many people who are eager to try and click the transaction button. Rosen didn't change it immediately, because at this time, Katana Wong came over. I asked her to count the resources, and I guess she has completed the count. Lord, we currently have 2,000 apples, 600 carrots, over 4,000 strawberries, 28,000 kilograms of beef, 400 kilograms of rabbit meat, and the 2 brown bears we captured this afternoon. Kitano Nozomi reported the details. Rosen didn't even finish listening. The 2 brown bears captured this afternoon were about the same size as bison, and they had not been broken down yet. If decomposed and amplified 100-fold, it is estimated that a brown bear can produce at least 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms of meat. I don't lack meat, but without my increase in strength, fruits and vegetables are too scarce. Rosen smacked his lips. There are more than 500 people in the territory. Even if they collect fruits and vegetables such as apples every day, the collection speed is not enough to keep up with the consumption, because it has not been amplified by him. But now when he was asked to amplify fruits and vegetables, Rosen was too lazy to do it. I thought about it in my mind. Each citizen can cut down about 5 or 6 trees a day, which means that a citizen can only collect 5 or 6 apples a day at most. According to the previous eating habits, vegetables and fruits are not enough. Thinking of this, Rosen said calmly, Bei Yuang, from today on, everyone's meals will be improved. Every citizen will receive 1 pound of meat, an apple, or a carrot with each meal. The Vanguard and Guard battalions will each receive 2 pounds of meat and 2 apples per meal. If you want strawberries, you can exchange them for 6 strawberries. Hiss. Katana Wong immediately wanted to take a breath of cold air. Having meat every meal, will we be able to live a life like this so soon? Don't I need to struggle for 10 or 8 years? Katana Wong's identity as a woman made him maintain his reserve. He said in disbelief, Lord, is this really the arrangement? That's the arrangement. Also, go and transfer the remaining people from the reserve camp. Give each of them a handful of wood to cultivate the land. I want to implement the farming plan. Rosen slowly stood up. A plan to reclaim wasteland and cultivate the land. It was obvious that Katana Wong was shocked by Rosen's words. She asked in confusion, but we don't have any grain seeds, and there's only wilderness around us. If we want to farm, we have to protect the fertile land. Don't worry about that. Everything is under my control. Go and make the arrangements. Open the wasteland outside the arrow tower. I will bring the seeds over later. Rosen came to the yard, took out some food from the box, and slowly walked towards the thatched house. Bei Yuang knew that the Lord was going to make something again, so he kept it in mind and arranged for people to open up the wasteland. Return to the thatched hut. Rosen clicked on the transaction information, which showed 99+. When the information is expanded and you scroll down, you will see transaction tips everywhere. Moreover, most of this information has already been put in place, and the transaction will be completed only after Rosen puts the things in and confirms them first, and then the other side continues to confirm. Of course, as long as any party confirms the transaction, the items in the transaction space cannot be changed, otherwise the transaction will be automatically cancelled. This will also prevent scammers from appearing. Rosen took a quick look. I found that quite a few people have collected wild wheat, but most people only have a few. At most, exchange it for 1 or 2 apples. Rosen even saw someone who had collected wild rice and offered him a trade. But growing rice is troublesome after all, and it requires digging canals for irrigation, which is not suitable for him. So Rosen ignored the rice information. The transaction begins. Wild wheat 5. Note, I want carrots. Rosen added a carrot, sealing the deal. Wild wheat 3. Note, can I exchange 3 plants? I remember there are some around. I'll give them to you as soon as I collect them. I haven't eaten all day. Please. This deal was directly rejected by Rosen. People's hearts are hidden, not to mention that it is in the Lord's guide, and even the person cannot be seen. Who can trust who? Wild wheat 10. Note. Brother, I have forgotten what meat tastes like. Just give me a bite. After seeing this news, Rosen finally tore off a small piece of the roasted beef, only the size of his thumb, and chose to trade. As for whether he would think it was too little, Rosen didn't care. At worst, no deal. Soon, Rosen exchanged enough wild wheat for what he needed. After some calculation, I found that I spent more than 150 apples and more than 40 carrots in exchange for 1,000 pearls of wheat. Wild wheat seeds are smaller and fewer in number. There are only about a dozen wheat seeds on one plant. 1,000 wheat plants yield about 10,000 seeds, which weighs about 40 kilograms. It's enough to cultivate 1 acre of land. Of course, the wheat seeds have not been peeled out yet, and all this is Rosen's guess. Moreover, Rosen had to trade with hundreds of people to get these 1,000 wheat plants. It can be imagined that although the supplies outside the territory are abundant, the quantity is absolutely scarce. Even if you go to the wild to look for wild wheat to eat, not to mention the danger, even if you collect it for a whole day, you will probably only collect enough for 1 meal. And a large-scale search is required. So in the final analysis, cutting down trees is still the fastest way to obtain resources. As for why Rosen didn't exchange it for wood and stones. First of all, not many people have excess food. Of course, the most important thing is that the price those people offered was too low. Rosen thought it was not worth it to expect to exchange an apple for 8 or even 10 pieces of wood. This was far below the acceptable minimum price. He was better off keeping it for himself. But even so, there were some starving people who went to exchange. The world is so big, there are all kinds of people. After harvesting the wheat, Rosen came out of the territory. Bai Yiwang has already transferred 50 people from the reserve camp to reclaim wasteland outside the Arrow Tower. Using a wooden plank as a hoe will make the work slower. But fortunately, there are many of them. It is enough to reclaim only 1 acre of wasteland. 1 acre of land is 666 square meters, which is a square of about 5.5 to 5.5 meters. The range is not large. Simple and easy to do. Rosen gave it a quick inspection and said to Kitano, I've found enough wheat seeds, but I haven't peeled them yet. Have the maid peel them and dry them tomorrow. Once they're dry, you can plant them. As you command, I'll do it right away. Kitano Nozomi immediately called the maids to peel the seeds without saying a word. After all, this kind of delicate work can only be done by women. Otherwise, the men would be careless and kill the seeds, and then they would spend a lot of effort to plant them, but in the end nothing would grow. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Therefore, this important task belongs to them. P.S. Thanks to Master Lu from Pantheon City, SCP-173, User 4305-3158, Su Chun, Zhaqian Gang, Baiming Zun's Chun, User 10812497, e.g., System Literature Enthusiast, Alice Brownie from Fengshan, User 12398-411, Ma Wei from Dongfang Pavilion, User 2809967, Shuriwe, Crazy Salted Fish, and other brothers for their tips. Additional updates to this chapter. Chapter 30 Iron or District. After finishing the instructions, Rosen returned to the storage box and disassembled the brown bear hunted today. 2 brown bears, both very large. Each brown bear was about the same size as the bison killed last time. Breakdown. Coming to the storage box, Rosen chose to disassemble. Then, a row of small translucent characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Decomposition successful. 700 kilograms of bear meat. Bear skin 2 pieces. Bear paw 8. Oh my god, there are bear paws. I never thought I could eat them in this place. Rosen was slightly surprised. Just as the surprise was over, the 100-fold increase began again. A 100-fold increase was successful. The system's voice sounded, and the box immediately contained more things related to brown bears. It expanded from the original 2 grids to 6 grids before it was completely accommodated. 70,000 kilograms of bear meat. Bear skin 200 pieces. 800 bear paws. Fuck. Although he had seen the increase numerous times and had long been mentally prepared, when Rosen saw these resources, he couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention how long it would take for him to eat 70,000 kilograms of bear meat. The bear paws alone would be enough for him to eat for several months. The rare food that was once only available to the upper class is now available to him. It is true that fortune changes, and this year it is my turn. Rosen smiled happily and returned to the room happily. I still stocked up some food and took it to my room to store it, leaving only a small amount in the box outside. When it's not enough, ask her for more. This is just in case. If there is a thief in the house or something is lost, it will be a big loss. Putting it in the house will at least give you some peace of mind. When we get the iron later, we will replace these boxes with iron ones and add locks to them. At this time, the sky darkened. The people working outside finished their work and returned to their territory in an orderly manner to receive their evening dinner. Rosen stood at the door of the Lord's mansion and looked at the yard behind him. The maids in the yard were busy all the time. Smoke was still rising from one of the houses. She must be cooking for him. Not far from him, a group of maids were distributing dinner, and the residents were queuing up to receive food. And this is the life of the whole world. If you don't work hard, you will always be dependent on others and even have to rely on others for food. The only way to escape from the status quo is to become a superior person. Just like rowing against the current, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. Looking up outside the houses, you can see several tall arrow towers. At this time, guards were already standing on the arrow tower to keep watch. It's just that the distance is far and the sky is dark, so it's not very clear. Everything is so peaceful. But at this moment, another group of people came back and were reporting to Bei Yuan. This was Rosen's special instruction. Everyone in the territory, whether going out or returning, must report to the butler so that the butler knows everyone's movements and whereabouts. Even Zhao Yun is no exception. Because as a lord, Rosen cannot do everything himself, nor can he listen to every little thing. So there is the level called Kitano Nozomi. After Kitano Nozomi got the news, he reported it to Rosen immediately or asked Rosen for instructions. If Rosen is busy or has not yet gotten up, Kitano Wang will choose whether to wake Rosen up based on the size of the matter. Otherwise, Rosen would be sleeping when his subordinates knocked on the door to report that it was time to eat or to go out to work. These trivial matters would probably drive him to death. Rosen stared at Bei Yuan and the returning reserve battalion, feeling suspicious. The reserve battalion has returned, but why hasn't Zhao Yun come back yet? Could something have happened? Just as I was thinking about it, Kitano Wang came over. When she came in front of Rosen, she was about to kneel down. But Rosen said, forget it. If it's not a big deal in the future, don't kneel down and just speak directly. Yes. Bei Yuan bowed slightly and said, the people from the reserve camp have also returned. They found 2 more silkworms and 3 spiritual wheat plants. Where's General Zhao? Before she finished speaking, Rosen couldn't wait to ask. Bei Yuan knew Zhao Yun's position in Rosen's heart very well, and he quickly said, according to Captain Jin's reply, General Zhao said he would explore the last area before returning, so he asked them to return first. I see. Hearing that everything was fine, Rosen breathed a sigh of relief. So he waved his hand to indicate that everything was fine. Then Rosen opened the first page of the Lord's Guide. The number of areas I have explored has soared to 10 areas. It seems that Zhao Yun has explored 2 more areas. Calculating the time, only half an hour had passed since 9 became 10. In other words, Zhao Yun should have just set out and returned. So Rosen waited at the door. Zhao Yun did not disappoint him, and half an hour later all the members returned to the territory. A group of people came back in a large group, all covered in dirt. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee, with some green grass still on his arm. That's the color of the plant. It's easy to get stuck when moving back and forth in the jungle. No need to be polite. Rosen helped Zhao Yun up and said with a worried look on his face, General Zhao, you are my general, Rosen's general, and the most powerful person in our territory. You must not be so impulsive in the future. Lord, why are you like this? What mistake did I make? Please tell me clearly. Zhao Yun looked confused. Rosen said, the wilderness is fraught with danger at night. From now on, you must return to your territory before dark. Don't put yourself in danger just to explore a little more territory. It's not worth it. Got it. So the Lord is worried about me. Zhao Yun was moved and said, I obey your command. Well, come in, have dinner with me, and welcome you. Rosen grabbed Zhao Yun's hand and led him to the Lord's mansion. Zhao Yun was so moved that he was speechless. He secretly vowed in his heart, I will follow my Lord for the rest of my life and serve him wholeheartedly. Rosen didn't feel anything strange when he took the man's hand actively and enthusiastically for the first time. Because Zhao Yun deserves it. As the strongest person in the territory with 100% loyalty, Rosen will not stop caring about his subordinates just because their loyalty is full. Otherwise, after a long time, the subordinates will inevitably become disloyal. Although the God-level recruits will never rebel, it never hurts to practice more. After all, everyone can see it. The Lord's palace was very simple, with only wooden walls and houses. Rosen's bedroom is not very big, so it is inconvenient for a group of people to eat together. So he asked Kitano Nozomi to put a table at the door of the bedroom. It is backed by the main house, facing the gate, and flanked by houses. As they were about to reach the dinner table, Zhao Yun suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said cautiously, My lord, I have something else to report. Oh, is there anything else? Please speak up, Zilong. Rosen signaled him to take it easy. However, as a subordinate, he naturally knew that those were just polite words from his masters, so he said cautiously, I discovered an iron ore area in the last area. There are probably hundreds of iron ore blocks in the entire area. Chapter 031 Magic Scroll, Coordinates. What? Hundreds of pieces of iron ore? Rosen was startled and showed an expression of obvious surprise. Yes, because it was dark, I didn't check carefully, but at a glance, there are at least hundreds of them. Bang! Rosen clapped Zhao Yun's hand excitedly and said, Zilong is really a blessing from heaven. If we mine and smelt all the hundreds of iron ores, we can build a fully armed army. After saying that, Rosen pulled Zhao Yun to the dining table. He said to Katana Wang beside him, Butler, do you understand what General Zhao said? Tomorrow morning, order the entire logging and mining camps to set out for the iron ore area to start mining. At the same time, send half of the guards to prevent any danger from happening. Wild place. Especially the resource area. Dangerous things are often not wild beasts. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Katana Wang nodded, already showing the demeanor of a butler. What made her feel a little regretful was that when would her master be able to hold her hand and praise her like this? With such longing, Katana Wang moved his lotus steps lightly. Wait a minute, let's make arrangements tomorrow morning. Come and have dinner together. Although Katana Nozomi didn't dare to go to the table, but under Rosen's order, he still sat at the Lord's table. The two men stood on Rosen's left and right, guarding him. If Lawson doesn't pick up his chopsticks, the other two will definitely not pick up their chopsticks. Dinner was still very sumptuous. Rosen specially asked Katana Wang to make steamed bear paws. In short, there is meat and soup. The only regret is that there is no wine, otherwise I could have a drink and have a good sleep. After eating and drinking, Rosen returned to his room and opened the Lord's Guide as usual. On quiet nights, the Lords, who have nowhere to go, find their only pleasure in chatting and gossiping. Rosen also likes to watch other lords in groups. When the regional channel is opened, the first thing that appears is a prominent private chat reminder. There were 99 plus private messages, and Rosen couldn't open all of them because there were too many of them. I opened it partially, basically wanting to exchange it for food. Some also want to become his apprentice and learn from Rosen's rich hunting experience. Some even wanted to form an alliance with him. I've been asking for Rosen's coordinates. He also said that he had united with several surrounding lords and was exploring in each other's direction. Once the fog passage was opened, a powerful alliance would be formed. Ask Rosen if he wants to join. But Rosen was not that naive, so he ignored it. Although the alliance can provide protection, everything is just beginning. Even if the fog is explored, the world is so big that who can meet whom except those nearby. If we are far apart, we cannot see each other even if we have coordinates. And it is even more impossible for him to live under someone else's roof and get involved in those intrigues. Rosen believes that all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Not only does he have hundreds of subjects, he also possesses vast resources, giving him the opportunity to become a powerful force. Ignore the alliance information and continue reading. Rosen flipped to a woman's private chat window. The message sent by this woman showed neither the intention of exchanging food nor the intention of becoming a disciple. It seemed that she sent the private message simply because she needed someone to chat. And this person is Qingya, the female star who is not very famous but not too small either. Is my brother here? Little brother, you don't watch TV very often, so you don't know me. By the way, I found a silver treasure chest today and opened a magic scroll. Do you want it? There are 3 latest comments in total. When Rosen saw the words magic scroll, his pupils shrank slightly. What kind of incredible luck does this Qingya have? She can even find the magic scroll that is only circulated in the world channel. And asked him if he wanted it. What exactly does she want to do? Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly, but the magic scroll was too attractive to him. Let him pretend he didn't see it. Rosen hadn't reached that wealthy level yet, so he replied, the silver treasure chest must be guarded by ferocious beasts. How did you get it? After replying, Rosen fell into deep thought, waiting for her reply. Logically speaking, even the lowest level magic scroll is worth a lot of money. If no one acquires the regional channel, then there will definitely be many developed lords scrambling to acquire the world channel. But she asked herself if she wanted it. Was she plotting something, or did she want to change something? Actually, it's not Rosen's fault for thinking too much. It is true that people's hearts are hidden. In this era where everyone is in danger, it is a completely unfamiliar world. How is it possible that everyone you meet is a good person? After waiting for a while, Qingya replied, little brother, you finally replied to me. I thought you ignored me. I got the silver treasure chest purely by luck. I secretly took it back while the beasts were out foraging. When I opened it, it looked like it contained a low-level nature scroll. I had no use for it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. A low-level scroll of the nature system? Rosen was suspicious. In fact, he and many other lords did not know much about magic scrolls. I learned all of this from the novels and anime I read in my previous life. Because I have seen others talk about it, I know it is true. But I haven't seen it yet. Therefore, it is not certain whether the magic scrolls here really have magical powers like the TV content in the previous life. However, as more novel and outrageous things appeared, Rosen no longer felt surprised, and his adaptability increased a lot. The nature scrolls were still of low level and definitely not of the attack type. Natural scrolls without offensive power are generally useless to lords like them. However, Rosen has a lot of resources, and he can hide even a useless scroll and wait for future use. So Rosen relaxed his guard and said, "What do you want to change?" This sentence is very clear, which means I want it, but I don't want it for nothing. However, Qingya's next words made Rosen hesitate. Because Qingya said something about coordinates. "Brother Rosen, didn't I tell you that I found food, so I don't want anything else? Besides, I'm not pestering you because I'm after your food. I'm a poor, delicate girl living in such a dangerous wilderness. It's very unsafe, and I just want someone to protect me. I'll send you my coordinates. See if you're far away. If not, I hope you can take care of me in the future. My coordinates are 66895916. Okay, little brother, see if you're far away from me." When Rosen finished reading this long text, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Although there is no map, you can still calculate the approximate location of others based on the coordinates given by others. Exposing coordinates is the most unwise behavior, because once it is exposed, it may lead to murder. Does this woman trust herself so much, or is there some hidden conspiracy? Especially since my coordinates are really not far from hers. Chapter 032 Wild Growth, Training Plan, Additional Update. Her coordinates are 66895916, while Rosen's are 66805900. The distance between the two people was at most 10 foggy areas, yet they were so close. This made Rosen very confused, and he couldn't understand what she was going to do. But as it was his first time in his life to get close to the magical scroll, Rosen was very excited. I'm determined to obtain the magic scroll. If there's a conspiracy, it's nothing but a paper tiger in the face of absolute strength. I have over 500 subjects under my wing. I can fully arm and raise a real army in a matter of days. There's nothing to be afraid of. Being timid will only limit your own development. Besides, it's not like I'm going to reveal my location. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately made a decision. He replied, "It's not very far. If we meet in the future, I can agree to a reasonable request or help you once." "Really, Brother Rosen? That's great. I'll give you the magic scroll right away." The other party sent another message. But Rosen waited and waited, but the magic scroll was never traded to him. I don't know how long it took, but there was still nothing in the trading space, and Qingya didn't send any more messages. Even when Rosen sent her a few messages, he received no response. "Are you still there? How about I exchange 10 pounds of beef for a magic scroll?" Still no response. At this moment, Rosen understood everything and his face turned a little ugly. Fuck, I was actually fooled by a woman. But what on earth did she want to do? Just to know if I was far away? And then what? Rob me. Rosen suddenly thought of a possibility. But it feels unrealistic. Because the two are separated by thick fog, it is not easy to meet. Rosen really couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Lying on the bed, Rosen prepared to rest. Because he has to go to the mining area in person tomorrow. After all, there are so many iron ores, and he will feel uneasy if he doesn't go and take a look. But at this moment, the woman named Qingya replied, "Brother Rosen, I've already passed the scroll over. Just confirm the transaction." The sudden information shocked Rosen. "Yeah, okay." Rosen was overjoyed, and without thinking too much, he directly gave her 10 kilograms of meat and several kilograms of strawberry juice, and then clicked to confirm. After confirmation, the other side clicked to confirm again. The two of them completed the transaction. Rosen didn't care about anything else and immediately closed the chat page and took out the magic scroll impatiently. It was a thin roll of parchment. The parchment feels very strong, and I don't know what kind of creature's skin it is made of. The parchment was rolled into a small roll and tied with a silk string in the middle. Just a gentle pull, and the scroll will open. Once the magic scroll is opened, the magic inside will be released automatically, so Rosen didn't dare to open it easily. Look at the magic scroll. Specific information about this scroll appeared before my eyes. Elementary Nature Magic Scroll, Wild Growth. Note, this magic can speed up plant growth. The effective range is 30 meters by 30 meters. How to use. untie the rope, throw out the scroll, and the magic will be released automatically. When Rosen saw the details of the scroll, an idea immediately popped into his mind. Plants are born, and he was preparing to plant wheat. Wheat takes more than 3 months to grow, so if you wait normally, it will take too long. With this scroll of accelerating growth, he can definitely speed up the growth of wheat, and maybe even have a big harvest early. Thinking of this, Rosen lost all desire to sleep. But when he thought of the abnormal behavior of the woman named Xingya, Rosen felt that things were not that simple. He sat on the luxurious bed and began to think. In the end, Rosen decided to train his subjects. Of course, not all subjects are trained. Instead, we need to train a group of people for military operations. Rosen carefully thought about the special forces training programs in his previous life and began to screen them one by one to choose the most suitable method. Finally, several basic training methods were selected. The first step is running to improve physical fitness, followed by Bajiquan to improve combatability, and finally sword training to use cold weapons against the enemy. Because there are no hot weapons in this world, cold weapons are the most lethal weapons. But Rosen didn't know much about Bajiquan and swordsmanship, and after thinking for half the night, he could only recall the basic moves. Therefore, how well one can practice it depends on the luck of the people. Once you learn these skills, you will benefit from them for the rest of your life. After finalizing these ideas, Rosen made a saddle and bridle out of bear skin. Both of these items require leather, cloth, and thatch to make. And such low-level stuff doesn't require blueprints. Because the bear skin was too large, one piece could be used to make 5 saddles and 5 reins, which was too wasteful, so Rosen cut it into 5 pieces. Then a separate set was made. Since the bear skin had been amplified, the 100-fold amplification was abnormal, and the bear skin could not be amplified any further, so 19 more whole skins had to be put in, which eventually resulted in a 100-fold amplification. In other words, 20 bear skins were consumed. 100 saddles and bridles were made. Then Rosen fell into a deep sleep. No words all night. When I woke up the next day, it was almost noon. At this time, Zhao Yun still went to explore the fog. The rest of the people, under the protection of 10 guards, replaced their axes with axes and went to the mining area to mine. Of course, there must be some people left in the territory, and they cannot all be sent out. In the territory, there were still 10 guards, iron smelting camp personnel, waiting to smelt iron, and dozens of people in the reserve camp. Including the women in charge of housework, there are still more than 100 people in the territory. After breakfast, I came to the outside of the city lord's mansion. The wheat seeds have been dried in the sun. The sun is high at this time, and it will take at most 1 day to dry. The wasteland has also been reclaimed, and an area of 1 acre has been reclaimed. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. In comparison, at this moment, other lords are probably still exploring in the fog, enduring hunger and looking for food. Or maybe you finally find food, but are targeted by wild beasts, and are left hovering between life and death. Suddenly, Rosen was filled with pride in what he had done. At this moment, Rosen came to the stable, took out the saddle, and prepared to install it on the horse king. As for the other horses, it would not be too late to put saddles on them until they were completely docile and ordinary people could ride them. Rosen decided to assemble his own saddle. When the horse king saw Rosen, he cried miserably. After a night, the horse king's temper subsided, especially after seeing Rosen. Although there is still resistance, it is much better than the first day. The saddle installed smoothly. Throughout the whole process, the horse king did not put up any significant resistance. As soon as it resisted, Rosen pinched it hard, causing it so much pain that it didn't dare to move at all. Joke. The strength of a 3rd-level warrior is no joke. P.S. Thanks to users 22118251, Zaishenbang the most handsome man, user 1081247, CCTV, Wu Hongfeng, Zaishenbang, 55 Kai, Shuchen, and time is still long for their gifts. I will update at least twice a day, and this chapter will be updated extra. 3 updates a day is a bit too much, brothers. Chapter 033 Walking Around. Rosen has reached the 3rd level. Because the loyalty of more than 300 subjects has reached 80 or above. After leading the wild horse out, Rosen jumped over and landed on the horse's back. The Mustang King is very tall, so Rosen has a wide view when he sits on it. Kitano Nozomi stood next to him, his head only reaching the level of Rosen's butt. Where is the mining area? Rosen asked. Kitano Wang quickly said, the area between the front and the right, and then go straight through 2 areas. Well, I'm leaving first. Rosen nodded and flattered him. Drive. The horse king screamed, succumbed to Rosen's power, and began to run away. As the horse king ran, his speed became faster and faster, and he moved through the forest and grass as if he was walking on flat ground. Rosen's mood also became relaxed. He looked at the Horse King and smiled. Let's give you a name too. You'll be called Juefeng. The Horse King is faster. I don't know whether he agreed or resisted. Walking straight, Rosen crossed 2 areas and arrived at the 3rd area. When we arrived at the 3rd area, the surrounding areas were all covered in fog, and only the fog in this area had dissipated. This is also the 3rd area explored by Zhao Yun. The initial visible area is Rosen's territory. Explore outward with the territory as the center. The first circle is the 8 areas surrounding the territory. The 3rd circle consists of 16 areas. And the 4th round is 32 yuan. And so on. The 5th round is 64 yuan. The 6th round is 128 yuan. The further you go to the periphery, the more areas there are surrounding the territory. However, Zhao Yun doesn't seem to have the habit of exploring in order. We haven't even finished exploring the 2nd circle yet, but we've already arrived at the foggy area of the 3rd circle. It seems like he just does it at will, exploring wherever he wants. Rosen walked along the edge of the fog and came to the mineral area in the center of the area, but he did not find the direction of Zhao Yun's exploration. After asking the guard battalion commander Jin Anbong, it turned out that Zhao Yun went to the 4th circle area. Rosen was speechless. He seems to be digging a tunnel. Without exploring the surrounding area clearly, we went deeper. But it doesn't matter, Rosen doesn't care. When the number of people increases, we will form more teams to explore. The iron ore area is very busy at this time. Rosen could hear the sound of wooden planks hitting the iron ore from a distance. Following Jin Anbong's arrival at the mining site, the whole scene looked like a large stone quarry. At first glance, dense iron ore fills the entire area, and each piece of iron ore is half a person's height. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. Although there is a lot of iron ore, there are also many people working. It is estimated that this place can be mined out in half a day. This is the strength of all-out efforts. It is a strength that no other lord can match. My lord, we estimate that all the mining will be completed after lunch. At this time, the 2 battalion commanders of the logging camp and the mining camp reported to Rosen. The 2 battalion commanders were named Old 9 and 11. I don't know what kind of system the automatic system is, and the names are all weird. Rosen nodded and said, Okay, first transport the mined items to the city lord's mansion and hand them over to Butler Bay. I'll take a look around. My lord, the wilderness is full of dangers. I will bring a few people to protect you. As the commander of the guard battalion, Jin Anbong felt obliged to step forward. However, Rosen was stronger than them and said calmly, No need. You stay and protect the people. After saying that, Rosen tightened his legs slightly and squeezed the horse's belly. Juefeng walked forward. The speed is not fast. It is at the walking or running level. Rosen's body swayed up and down as the horse swayed. The direction he was heading was exactly the direction Zhao Yun was exploring. Rosen wanted to see what was in these forests. Only by clearly understanding the environment around you can you survive better. Walk and look. Rosen discovered many new things. Every time I look at it, detailed information pops up before my eyes. Green flowers can be ground to make green dye. Red flower can be used to make red dye. Soon, Rosen arrived at the edge of the mining area. However, there was still no fog at the edge. It must be that Zhao Yun had explored and dispelled the fog. So Rosen rode into the 4th circle area. Wild strawberries can satisfy hunger. Wild chili pepper, it's spicy. Riding a horse and looking at the scenery, who can be as cool as me? Rosen muttered to himself and continued walking inside. But suddenly, Rosen felt like something strange was passing by, so he quickly pulled the reins and said, Whoa. Juefeng stopped and Rosen looked back. A touch of bright red mixed with green leaves caught his eye. More information popped up in front of me. Chili pepper. It's very spicy. Chili pepper? Chili pepper. Rosen was stunned and quickly turned his horse's head and ran towards Kyotiangio. This is a half-meter tall pepper tree. The green leaves are densely packed, and small red peppers grow among the leaves. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Rosen was overjoyed. Damn, it really is chili pepper, the ultimate seasoning for delicious food. I almost missed it. Rosen grinned and grabbed the pepper tree. At this moment, a few more words appeared in front of him. Pepper, whether to collect. Whether. Rosen immediately chose to collect it, and then pulled out the chili pepper. But at this moment, a sound amplified 100-fold came into Rosen's mind. A 100-fold increase was successful, and the number of plants has increased to 100. After saying that, 99 chili peppers appeared in front of Rosen. After counting carefully, I found that there were 16 small peppers on one plant. 100 plants mean 1,600 chili peppers. Seeing this number, Rosen took a breath. Hiss. Gathering a single chili bead feels like going to the wholesale market. 100-fold amplification is truly terrifying. Fortunately, things that have been amplified cannot be amplified a second time. Otherwise, I'd be stuck with a bug and become the richest man in the world. Rosen smacked his lips, got back on his horse, and continued wandering. Clay can be used to make ceramic bricks and tiles. As he walked, Rosen saw another new item, clay. It seems that after Zhao Yun explored this area, he transferred the people in the reserve camp to quarry before they started exploring. We need to change our strategy in the future. We can't just mobilize everyone wherever there's a little movement. We need to develop in a balanced way. Rosen came to the edge of the clay and picked up a piece of clay. 100-fold increase was successful, and it has increased to 100 yuan. Clay can be fired into cups, bowls, chamber pots, tiles, bricks, and so on. In short, the available uses are very wide. Even by adding blueprints, you can make high-end things like glazed tiles. So it can be considered a basic resource. However, this thing is relatively rare and is about the same rarity as stone. Along the way, Rosen discovered another spiritual wheat. Chapter 034 Lord's Encounter. After collecting, the number of spiritual wheat increased to 100 plants. At this point, with the food and water he brought with him, Rosen's backpack was full. In fact, there are also benefits for Rosen to go out and look for resources on his own, because he can amplify the collection. My subordinates collected a few spiritual wheat stalks yesterday, but they were too rare. If they had notified me and asked me to collect them, the 7 spiritual wheat stalks would have become 700. But if you do everything yourself, you are not called a lord, but a servant. That's what servants do. So Rosen has no regrets at all. As long as it wasn't something urgently needed, Rosen thought it would be better to let his subordinates do it. Anyway, the things collected by his subordinates will be amplified 100-fold after his processing. Although things like wheat are special, there is no need to do it yourself. Rosen gathered up the 100 stalks of spiritual wheat and set out on his journey again. Looking at the full backpack, Rosen couldn't help but wonder if he should find a way to expand the space in his backpack. Once I come out to collect, after the space is amplified 100-fold, there will not be enough space. Thinking as he walked, he soon reached the edge of the area, and Rosen was blocked by fog. Will Zhao Yun go left or right? Rosen thought about it, and finally decided to go to the right. A few minutes later, Rosen saw another area without fog on the right. This area happens to be a corner location. Because the area is divided into squares of 1000 meters, there are 8 areas in a circle, including the 4 corners. What Rosen saw was the corner in front of the right side. Because it is a corner, the visible area where the 2 areas are connected is very narrow, only a few meters. But standing in this area, looking inside through a few meters, you can see a large visible area. Rosen walked in without hesitation. I was even more complaining in my heart that the route Zhao Yun explored was too weird. Instead of taking the easy road, you have to go to the corner first. Can't you explore the 2 sides first? Rosen was speechless. I must talk about Zhao Yun when I see him later. Thinking of this, Rosen entered the 5th circle area. And this place is getting farther and farther away from the territory. The diameter of an area is 1 kilometer. The 5th circle area is 5 kilometers even if you walk in a straight line. After entering the new area, Rosen saw some supplies again. However, these supplies were low level and very common, so he did not collect them. After all, my backpack is full, so I can just ask the people in the reserve camp to collect it when I go back. We walked for another 10 minutes. Rosen never saw any trace of Zhao Yun and others. This made him feel a little unusual. Just now in that area, he could see traces of trampled grass, but here, everything was so peaceful, without even a trace of walking. Rosen believed Zhao Yun's whereabouts were secretive, but he still had dozens of men under his command, and it was impossible for them to have the same skills as Zhao Yun. Suddenly, Rosen thought of a possibility. Could it be that I've come to an area that others have explored? Have I run into other lords so soon? Thinking of this, Rosen quietly became more vigilant. At this moment, a burst of discussion suddenly reached Rosen's ears. After hearing this, Rosen immediately hid himself on the spot and pulled Juefeng to hide behind a big tree. I peeked over quietly and saw 2 men wearing thatched clothes that only covered their private parts, talking while bending over. It's too dangerous. There's no hope at all following our Lord. We're on the line between life and death every day. We might die any day. Yes, after our Lord was injured, life has become completely unbearable. These strawberries are not filling at all. I have no strength left. Brother, why don't we run away? Otherwise, if we rely on our Lord, we will either starve to death or die in the fog. Run? Where to run? There's fog all around. If you run, you'll definitely die. Let's get back to work. Our Lord is actually quite good. He was injured a few days ago and couldn't lead us in the work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Let's just hold on a little longer. Once the Lord's injury heals, maybe good days will come. Rosen hid in the bushes and heard the conversation between the two men. It is not difficult to infer from the conversation that these two people are the Lord's subjects. Maybe life is so miserable that he feels dissatisfied. These two people were covered in dirt. One was picking strawberries, and the other was digging carrots with his bare hands. Both of them had wooden swords, but they were reluctant to use them for fear of breaking them. Even the most common wooden weapon, a wooden sword, is regarded as such a treasure. You can imagine how miserable their lives are. Just 4 strawberries and a carrot. This area is so poor. The food we found today isn't enough to eat. Stop complaining and go back. If we hadn't eaten up all the resources in the surrounding territories, why would we bother exploring such a dangerous place like the fog? We're lucky there are no wild animals here. How much more food do we expect to find? The two of them climbed up, took their things and left. Rosen pondered in the corner for a few seconds, waiting for them to go far away before coming out. Staring at the two people's receding backs, Rosen hesitated again and again, but finally decided to follow them. Go and take a look at this Lord's territory and find out some news about the surrounding area. After all, I have already discovered his existence, and he will discover my existence sooner or later. Once two lords meet, it is difficult for them to live in peace unless the gap in strength is too great. That's why Rosen wanted to find out the situation. Leading the horse, Rosen followed the two subjects from a distance. I don't know if the two men were hungry. They were too weak to even walk, let alone observe their surroundings. They all felt too tired to raise their heads any higher. So I didn't notice Rosen's obvious presence. After walking for another 10 minutes, the group left this area and entered the next area. After entering the next area, you can clearly feel the barrenness of the surroundings. There are also some thatch, strawberries, and other resources around Rosen's initial territory. But here, there are only weeds and big trees. I guess they have collected everything that can be collected here. We walked for a while in this barren place. Rosen heard the sound of bang, bang, bang chopping trees. From a distance, I saw a man and a woman cutting trees with their backs to Rosen. One of the men was limping and had little strength, and he was even slower in chopping down trees than the woman. Looking from Rosen's direction, I could only see his back. The men wore thatched clothes, while the women wore linen clothes. Those who are unaware will certainly mistake the woman for the Lord. But after the two leaders returned, they bowed and reported to the man. So it is certain that man is the Lord. Because no information appeared on the man, others will have personal information on them. Male subjects. Female subjects. Yes, there is no extra information, just 4 simple words indicating their identities. Chapter 035 Miserable Life, Part 3. My Lord, we are back. The two leaders bowed and presented the strawberries and carrots they had found with both hands. Even though they were starving to the point of unbearable suffering, the people's instinctive reaction in front of the huge class was still to surrender. Bang! The Lord chopped the trunk with an axe, severing the last connection between the tree and its roots. The big tree fell down with a loud noise, and several pieces of wood burst out. At the same time, an apple fell in front of him. Husband, the apple fell. The female leader happily picked up the apple, wiped it on her body, and took a bite. Woo woo, it's delicious. Husband, please try it. After saying that, she turned sideways and handed it to the Lord. This scene happened to be seen by Rosen. It was an ordinary-looking female face, but her eyes were full of her Lord. What made Rosen speechless was that this Lord lived in such poverty and had only been in this world for a few days. Yet he actually married his subjects? Scumbag. These 2 words popped up in Rosen's mind. But when the male Lord turned around, Rosen was stunned when he inadvertently saw his appearance. Leon. Rosen was stunned. He didn't expect to meet his old friend here. To be honest, Rosen really didn't expect it. When he saw Leon, memories of many years ago popped up in his mind. At that time, they were still in high school in a rural town and had not left their hometown. Because of family reasons, Rosen studied very hard and was always the middle student in the class, neither rising nor falling. Leon, on the other hand, came from an ordinary family. His parents divorced when he was young, and he lived with his mother. He was the worst student in his class, often getting into fights and nearly getting expelled from school several times. Therefore, Liang's mother asked Rosen several times to help tutor Liang and make delicious food for them every time. Even when Liang's mother came back from work, she would buy 2 toys for Liang, 1 for each of them. As a poor student, Liang was very popular in school. No one dared to bully him, and no one dared to bully Rosen either, giving Rosen a quiet space to study. In the end, Rosen was admitted to a third-rate university and went to a big city. Li Yang failed to get into university and went to work in an electronics factory after graduating from high school. Before they broke up, Li Yang always said that it was easier to find a wife in an electronics factory, so he gave up the idea of going to a technical school and resolutely went to an electronics factory. Because Li Yang comes from a single-parent family with only his mother and no savings, he can only rely on himself if he wants to find a wife. At that time, Rosen even thought that since he was an orphan, it would be more difficult for him to get married than Li Yang, but the only chance to change himself was to go to college. So I tried my best to hook up with little girls in college. But who knew that the little girls in college were all more clever than each other, and none of them were interested in him, which made him extremely depressed. Even if he has the advantage of appearance and cannot compete with the rich and powerful family. I finally graduated, but I'm still a single guy. Since graduating from high school, he and Li Yang had less and less contact, and eventually they completely lost contact. So when Rosen saw Li Yang not far away, his heart was still touched. The young man in front of me, that is his youth. Rosen hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether he should go forward. I don't even know if that former friend is still the same person. Seeing Li Yang leading his subjects back to the city lord's mansion in the fenced courtyard, Rosen raised his feet and looked in another direction, but ultimately did not move away. Let everything be as it comes. Rosen watched Li Yang and several of his subjects enter the hut completely. Finally, he pursed his lips and slowly walked towards the gate of Li Yang's city lord's mansion. Standing at the door, Rosen took out 30 kilograms of roasted beef from his space backpack, gently put it down, and then turned and left. No matter what, the friendship we once had cannot be forgotten. After Rosen left, in Li Yang's thatched hut, several people were sharing food. 2 male leaders, each with an apple, 2 strawberries, and a carrot. Li Yang's wife received 2 apples and 2 strawberries. As for Li Yang himself, he only had 6 small strawberries, which was extremely shabby. This is also the main reason why the subordinates only talked about their miserable lives, but did not actually rebel. The Lord eats less than his subordinates. He is a real person who cherishes his people. In serious terms, he is a good Lord. If they follow such a Lord, the Lord will definitely not treat them unfairly if their lives get better in the future. Husband, how can you work if you eat so little? And your foot isn't healed yet. I'll give you my apple, and I'll eat the strawberries. The female leader stuffed all the apples in front of her into Li Yang's arms. Li Yang declined. No, there are still 2 brothers who haven't come back yet. Maybe they have a good harvest. There is also some wood. I will see if I can find someone to exchange for some food later. You guys eat first. But the female leader hesitated to speak, her eyes full of love. It's nothing, just eat it. Li Yang waved his hand and put a strawberry into his mouth first. Thank you, Lord. Seeing this, the other 2 leaders were so moved that they stuffed the food into their mouths. Only the female leader remained motionless, with her eyelids drooping. Ah! The 2 male leaders ate voraciously. But at this moment, the female leader suddenly raised her head, sniffed hard, and asked in confusion, "What's that smell? It smells so good." "Xiaoya, there is no smell. You must be hungry. Eat quickly." Li Yang frowned and smelled nothing. The female leader named Xiaoya said, "My husband, there is really a scent of meat. It's right outside." After saying that, Li Yan got up from the ground and walked out. Li Yang was worried about her and hurried to catch up. The other 2 subjects also quickly stood up and followed. So the group followed Xiaoya and came to the wooden gate of the yard. Xiaoya looked at the large pile of barbecued meat at the door and said in surprise, Husband, there is barbecued meat. Look, there is really barbecued meat." Li Yang and the 2 leaders also saw a large pile of barbecue at the door, full of incredible things. The 2 subjects, in particular, immediately knelt on the ground, muttering to themselves, "It must be that the Lord is blessed with good fortune for the barbecue to be delivered to his door. Auspicious people are blessed by heaven." Li Yang muttered something, but he didn't believe it. Someone must have put this meat here. But who would give away such good resources without leaving their name? Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Years of experience in electronics factories told him that when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong, and things are not that simple. "Put the meat in my room first, and I'll divide it among you later." Li Yang said this, and then limped towards the door. Finally found traces of someone walking. So he followed the traces and searched outside. Chapter 036 Catwoman, 4th update. Return to the territory. It's past dinner time. Since all the beef on his body was left to Li Yang, Rosen did not eat lunch. Instead, they returned to their territory to eat. After taking a look at the fog events in the Lord's Guide, he found that the number of fog areas he had explored had soared to 15, 3 times that of the 2nd and 3rd place, firmly occupying the 1st place. Tomorrow is the third day. If nothing unexpected happens, no one will be qualified to compete with him for the first place. It's afternoon. A large number of mining workers have returned to the team. Piece after piece of iron ore was transported to the iron smelting room for smelting. My lord, a total of 1,200 pieces of iron ore have been mined and transported to the ironworks. The iron workers have all begun smelting, and we expect the first batch of iron to be ready by midnight. Bei Yuang reported to Rosen. Also, the reserve camp has found a lot of resources in the explored area, including 10 stalks of spiritual wheat for silkworms and 4 chili pepper beads. They also collected straw, carrots, strawberries, clay, and other items. Yeah, okay. Rosen nodded and said, you go and redeploy some people from the tree-cutting camp, mining camp, reserve camp, and resource camp. I want to expand the vanguard camp and the guard camp. My lord, how many people do you want to mobilize? Do you have any requirements? Asked Bei Yuang. Rosen said, 20 men from each battalion, strong and courageous. After saying that, Kitano Nozomi immediately made arrangements. Everyone in the territory regarded Rosen's words as an imperial decree. After making the arrangements, Rosen returned to the hut to prepare some more things. For the current residents, they can obtain more than 2,000 pieces of wood and thousands of stones by cutting down trees and mining every day. After several days of mining, his storage box was full of these resources. It's time to make something too. Coming to the crafting table, Rosen thought about the items he wanted to make. But at this moment, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Rosen's heart. It made him feel like something was very wrong. No, who? Suddenly, Rosen frowned and shouted coldly. The realm of a warrior has made his senses very sharp. But just as Hua was speaking, a pair of white little hands suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind. And suddenly there was a strong body fragrance. Don't move. At the same time, a pleasant voice was heard, and the hot air brought by the voice sprayed into Rosen's ears. Rosen lowered his eyelids slightly and saw the white and tender hands pinching his neck. Those were a pair of slender hands that were shockingly white. I was careless and didn't dodge. Rosen didn't move, but sneered. Although his vital points were held, Rosen was not worried at all because he had no weapon. What made him feel strange was who this woman behind him was, and why she was hiding in his room. Is he here to steal something, or is one of his maids rebelling against him? So Rosen pretended to be weak and prepared to test it. Huh, do you think you can dodge it? The woman behind him had a very coquettish voice, and her tone was inexplicably soft, which made people think of that kind of captivating and beautiful woman. Of course, that kind of woman only exists in fantasy. There shouldn't be anyone outside when you came in, Rosen said calmly. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to get into my room. Humph, that's none of your business. I just didn't expect you to be able to discover my existence. The woman said coldly. Wait a minute, have everyone move aside and let me go. I won't hurt you. Also, there's the food I packed. Take it with you. I know you have storage. The woman pointed a finger at the linen package beside the workbench. Rosen looked and found that it was actually linen that he had made. Although he couldn't see what was wrapped inside, it must be his things. He is really a thief, and he stole something that happened to him. Rosen was speechless. It seems that I can't get anything out of it without some tricks. So Rosen said calmly, sure, let me go and I'll get it. Haha, it turns out that lords are all afraid of death. You enslave others and enjoy yourselves, so you deserve to go to hell. It can be seen that the woman behind him is jealous and hates the Lord. I guess he's been hurt. I won't let you go until we leave your territory. You go forward and I'll follow you. The woman was very vigilant. The most important thing is that even if Rosen didn't see her, he could still tell that she was definitely shorter than him. Because she was pinching her neck, her arms were extending from the lower back. And a woman who was not even as tall as him actually dared to break into his mansion alone. I have to say, it's really bold. Okay, I'm leaving now. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked forward. The woman also hurriedly followed. However, the woman's speed was obviously half a beat slower than Rosen's, causing her small hands to not hold Rosen's neck tightly and loosen a little. But at this moment, Rosen was quick-witted and grabbed the little hand, then pulled it back with a heavy elbow and hit the woman's chest. Because one is tall and the other is short, Rosen assured him that he didn't do it on purpose, he could only hit this place. The woman groaned in pain and was pushed back several steps by the huge force. She finally collapsed on Rosen's bed, and only then did she stop the force of the attack. Despicable human actually launched a sneak attack. She covered the injured area, grimacing in pain, her eyes full of contempt. At this time, Rosen also turned around immediately. But when Rosen saw the face of the woman sitting on the bed, he was stunned on the spot, staring at her, unable to move his eyes away. Furry ears, delicate cheeks, thin figure. wearing tattered linen clothes. There is also a fluffy, snow-white tail behind it. A combination of human and cat. The legendary Catwoman. Are you an orc? Rosen asked in shock. So what? Prepare to die. Catwoman rolled up her legs and stepped on the edge of the bed, then kicked hard and rushed towards Rosen in the air. A proper attacking posture. Fortunately, Rosen had reached the realm of a warrior, and he had also taught himself Bejequin on the internet before, so he didn't even dodge, but just stood there with his arms open, as if welcoming her arrival. A disgusting man. Catwoman was even more contemptuous and attacked more ruthlessly, ready to pinch Rosen's vital parts in one go. But just as she was about to arrive, Rosen suddenly moved a step to the left, leaving only one arm within Catwoman's attack range. What is he going to do? Doesn't he want his arms anymore? Catwoman asked suspiciously, while raising her knees high, preparing to use the opponent's force to deliver a heavy knee strike. But at this moment, Rosen's arm suddenly accelerated. Instead of dodging, he met her knee, forming a one-arm hug posture. P.S. Thanks to users 22118251, Xingchen Jian, Jin Go, Li Zong who loves lotus seed and lean meat soup, forget memories, Zhaqian Genwukai, Wu Hengfeng, Yi Xiao who loves secret kimchi, Su Tianyu who loves steamed motherwort, Xing Papa who loves casserole chicken, user 252852555, Su Chun, Liangcheng, Luo Hong who loves Shangxi mixed noodles, Qing, Guiyong who loves cod fillet, and the Christmas goddess of Yuewan Coast for their gifts. Chapter 037 Brick Wall. Then Catwoman felt a force of gravity coming, forcibly changing the direction of her fall. Not only was her body stopped in midair, but she was also thrown to the ground by Rosen's arms. At this moment, Catwoman was horrified and her heart sank. Boom! A muffled sound. Rosen hugged Catwoman and threw her to the ground. Catwoman was thrown to the ground. There were cracks in the wood on the ground. Catwoman didn't move at all and fainted on the spot. 10 years of Tai Chi without leaving the house. 1 year of Baji killing people. As the most lethal Bejequin, Rosen's move completely subdued Catwoman. Of course, in his previous life, he had only mastered one posture, which was not even considered entry-level. Now with the added strength of the warrior realm, the power of Bejequin has been greatly enhanced. The movement in the room caught Kitana Wang's attention. Bei Yuang selected 80 people and was about to knock on the door when he heard a noise from inside the house. He hurriedly asked worriedly, "Lord, is there something wrong?" "It's okay, I just met a little thief." Rosen said calmly, "Come in." When Bei Yuang heard the word, little thief, he was startled and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. But when she came in, she only saw Catwoman lying unconscious on the floor. "My lord, is this the female thief? It turns out she is a Catwoman. Should we wake her up and interrogate her?" Kitana Wang stared at the Catwoman to prevent her from waking up suddenly. Rosen looked at Catwoman's strange features and snow-white skin. It is not difficult to see that this Catwoman is not very old, only about 18 or 19 years old, and there is still a hint of childishness on her face. But Rosen would not let her go just because she was young. After all, this world is magical and dangerous. Rosen took out a hemp rope from the box, threw it on Catwoman, and said lightly, "Tie her up and lock her in a house. Tell me when she wakes up." "Yes." Kitana Wang waved his hand, called 2 maids over, and then started to tie them up. Catwoman was quickly tied up like a dumpling and carried to a house. During this time, Catwoman did not wake up. But Rosen wasn't worried, because in the previous fight, he found that this Catwoman had very strong physical fitness. Although she looked like a weak and frail woman, she still had a certain strength within her skin. So the throw I made would definitely not kill her. At most it would cause her pain for a while. Catwoman, is this world really so magical? Not only can humans gain the power of faith from their subjects, but also creatures like orcs. I just don't know why she came to steal things. I guess she was hungry. Rosen opened the linen package and found that it was mostly filled with barbecue. Besides the barbecue, there were also a few pieces of iron left over from last time. After putting the things back into the storage box, Rosen went to the crafting table and started making things. The first is wood. Rosen obtained a lot of wood in the past few days, several thousand pieces, and all of them were mined by the people of the territory. The things mined by the people have never been amplified, but Rosen can use these things to amplify them 100 times. First of all, there are tools. Wooden axe, wooden draft, wooden table, and wooden chair. Wooden axe 10. Amplified 100 times to wooden axe 1000. Wood draft 10. Amplified 100 times to draft 1000. As for why Rosen produced so many axe manuscripts. Because it is used for civilian purposes frequently, its durability is often depleted quickly. Asking the people to repair it themselves is too troublesome and requires tools. Repairing it for them myself is too much work and is far less effective than making it from scratch. So make a little extra to keep for later use. Fortunately, he had 100-fold amplification, otherwise most of the wood would be used up just to repair these tools. Continue making. Footbath 10. Amplified 100 times to footbath 1000. Washbasin 10. Amplified 100-fold to washbasin 1000. Large wooden barrel 10. Amplified 100-fold to large wooden barrel 1000. Wooden chairs 10. 100-fold increase. Wooden table 10. 100-fold increase. Wooden bed. Wood. In one go, Rosen made all the current basic wooden facilities. Fill up the storage boxes. Rosen had no choice but to continue making lockers. Lockers are an upgraded version of storage boxes. It consumes more wood and takes up more space, but it can also hold more things. It has 100 grids and can hold 100 kinds of items. Locker 1 consumes 100 wood. The 100-fold increase was successful, and the number of lockers has been increased to 100. With the empty box, Rosen continued to take out the clay and began to make ceramic items. Low-grade porcelain bowl requires 1 piece of clay. Low-level cup requires 1 clay. Low-level plate requires 1 clay. Low-level. After taking a look at the things made of clay, Rosen resolutely chose to make basic supplies. Porcelain bowl 1. Amplified 100-fold to 100. Cup 1. Amplified 100-fold to 100. Plate 1. Amplified 100-fold to 100. Continue making. Thatch synthesis. Fiber synthesis. Make 100 pieces of rope, 10 meters, 100 pieces. Make 300 t-shirts. Make pants 300. After making it all in one go, Rosen was exhausted. The infrastructure is already complete. Even if it is worn out and damaged in the future, the people can imitate it and make it. It's just a little more troublesome. At that time, you won't need to make these low-level items by yourself. Well, it's time to renovate the house and get a bigger room. Rosen looked around the hut and felt that it was too small. So I opened the crafting table and continued crafting. This time, Rosen didn't use wood for the walls. Instead, they chose to use stones. After all, walls made of stones are stronger. Open the stone wall blueprint. There are 2 types. To be precise, it should be a kind of stone brick, a kind of stone wall. The stone wall is made of huge stones, 2 meters wide, 2 meters thick, and 8 meters high, 2 meters of which are low level and buried underneath, and the foundation is 3 meters thick. It's a real Big Mac. It would be like a small hill when placed there, and could be used to defend the city walls and block all kinds of ferocious beasts. Even if monsters appeared, they would not be able to break through the defense of the city walls. Of course, the materials consumed are also extremely large. A 2-meter-wide stone wall requires 1,000 stones to build. Although Rosen has a 100-fold increase, he can't do much in a short time. Not enough to build a huge city in the territory. If you want to develop your territory into a huge city, you need to develop it slowly. Moreover, the territory currently has a small population and is only at the village level. So Rosen chose to make stone bricks. 1 piece of stone can make 5 stone bricks. After crafting stone bricks, you can use them to craft stone walls. Stone walls made of stone bricks are for home use. 100 bricks can be combined to form a brick wall that is 1 meter wide and 4 meters high. Also at the bottom of the brick wall, there is a 1 meter height of dark gray, indicating that these parts are the foundations to be buried underground. 1 brick wall is equivalent to 20 stones. This kind of brick and stone can be used for house construction, courtyard walls, etc. The scope of use is very wide, so stone has become the most common and important material. There are nearly 10,000 stones in the wooden wall of the storage box, which is more than enough. So Rosen started making it. Simply put in 2,000 stones and create a brick wall with 1 click. Immediately, the stones turned into 100 brick walls in the production space. Ding! The 100-fold amplification was successful, and it has been amplified to 10,000 brick walls. 10,000 brick walls appeared on the production table. 10,000 of them, if laid out in a straight line, would be 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters is 10 kilometers. With so many bricks, if they were made like this every day, Rosen felt that he could build a great wall here. Chapter 038, Demon Lord. After putting away the brick walls, Rosen began the renovation. As a lord who possesses a lord's guide, he has some strange operations that his subjects cannot understand. For example, making storage boxes and crafting weapons with bare hands without tools. These are magical in the eyes of the people. Of course, these are the benefits of being a lord. Even the brick wall placement is the same. As long as Lawson walks to the location where he wants to place the product, words such as replace placement will appear in front of him, and he can choose according to his preferences. The first thing to be renovated is Rosen's residence in the city lord's mansion. The first step is not to put it down, but to put away the existing wall. The original walls were simple rooms made of unprocessed wood and thatch. Once it is retracted, it disappears. Rosen no longer needed them, so he took them back one by one. After a while, the walls and roof of the thatched hut completely disappeared and became nothingness. All that remained was the shoddy wooden planks beneath my feet. Looking up, you can see the scene of the entire yard. The houses were made entirely of wood by Rosen. They were not luxurious, but much better than the original huts. This is a rare phenomenon after all, that the houses of the subordinates are more luxurious than the Lord's bedroom. But now, everything has changed again. After placing the houses, Rosen expanded the area slightly and began to lay the first brick wall. Whether to launch. Adjust placement. A transparent brick wall appeared in front of Rosen, and Rosen could move back and forth to control it. Delivery completed. Confirm. After being deployed, the transparent brick wall began to materialize, completing the transformation in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a 20-centimeter thick brick wall appeared. The gray walls appear to have irregular lines. That's the mark of the gap between the bricks. Moreover, the bricks seem to be naturally connected together, completely eliminating the need for adhesives. Such walls are stronger, because when the wall is put down, it becomes a hole. It's like it was carved out of a huge rock. Rosen was in the corner. After placing one side, he placed the other side, forming a 90-degree angle. But as soon as the second brick wall was put down, half a meter of space automatically merged into the other brick wall, forming a corner column in the corner. Hey, it's still possible. That's great. Rosen smacked his lips and began to place it. Soon, an empty city lord's mansion was built. Rosen had a perfect construction plan for the city lord's mansion in his mind. However, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight, so you can slowly make the changes when you have time. For now, I'll just live in a few rooms and fill them up slowly later. Soon, Rosen built a brand new brick house. Then I went back to the crafting table and made the roof and installed it. From then on, a solid brick house was formed. Standing in the room and feeling the huge space, Rosen felt psychologically satisfied. The main hall, several side rooms and ear rooms are all made of stone bricks. Just looking at it gives people a sense of security. After completing this, Rosen reduced the perimeter of the fence, shrinking the 100 by 100 meter area to 50 by 50 meters. He also replaced the wooden walls one by one, replacing them all with stone brick walls. From then on, the 5,050-meter deep-walled courtyard was completely formed. The city lord's mansion was transformed from a small wooden house into a large courtyard with deep walls. As the furniture and other items were put in place one by one, the sun began to set. Lord, Kitano Wang's voice rang out from outside the door, reporting, "My lord, the female assassin has woken up." Oh. Rosen put down his teacup and walked out of the brand new stone brick room. When he opened the door, Kitano Wang was standing at the door, looking at Rosen with surprise in his eyes. She just saw the Lord renovating the room and wanted to come up to help, but the Lord didn't let her. She also realized that she really couldn't help, so she just watched from the side. Witnessed a miracle happen. So, at this moment, Kitano Nozomi's admiration for Rosen reached a whole new level. Of course, there were also the maids and residents outside the compound who witnessed all this. The strength of Rosen's faith is quietly increasing. Where did you lock her up? Take me there. Rosen said lightly. Yes, she is in this house. Kitano Wang brought Rosen to one of the houses near the main hall and opened the door. Crack. The door opened and the afterglow of the sun shone in, shining on Catwoman's face. Catwoman was tied up like a dumpling, unable to move her hands and feet. She sat on the thatch, staring at Rosen with a fierce look. It seemed as if he was expressing his determination to die rather than surrender. Rosen looked at Catwoman, then at Kitano Wang, and said calmly, "Go wait for me outside." Yes. Kitano Wang didn't think much about it, turned around and walked to the door, and then waited there. Rosen moved lightly, walked into the room, and came in front of Catwoman. The two figures were getting closer and closer. A faint fragrance once again wafted into Rosen's nose, making him feel physically and mentally happy. The rope is made of woven thatch, so there is no need to worry about its strength. It was wrapped around Catwoman's body in circles. I don't know if the maid who tied her up had any special fetish. However, the maid still left her some space when tying her up. After all, her tail is swinging now. What are you looking at, you pervert? Just as Rosen was watching intently, Catwoman's cold contempt reached his ears. Looking at Catwoman's eyes again, they were clearly filled with hatred. Rosen asked doubtfully, "Do we have a grudge? Why do you despise me so much? Could it be that my subordinates exploring the fog have disturbed your lives? If so, I think I need to explain." At this moment, Rosen behaved like a gentleman who had received countless years of good education and spoke politely. "Umph. Damn, Lord, are you playing dumb? You enjoy enslaving orcs, and humiliating orc girls is your biggest hobby. Even though I've been captured by you, I will never submit to your tyranny. If you dare to touch me, I'll perish with you." Catwoman gritted her teeth, revealing her 2 cute little fangs. Suddenly, she didn't realize that this look of hers could arouse men even more. Rosenton has been very interested in this little cat girl since ancient times. Her words should be her understanding of the world. I am not from this world, so how could I like to humiliate orc girls? Rosen smiled slightly, without any explanation, but quietly squatted down and grabbed the furry white tail. Suddenly, Catwoman's hair stood on end and she tensed up. She yelled, "Ah, what are you doing? Don't touch my tail." The sharp cry made Rosen frown slightly. He held the furry tail, and it felt quite comfortable, just like petting a cat in his previous life. "Tell me, why did you come to my territory to steal things?" Rosen's tone was calm, but also full of majesty, especially since he was holding Catwoman's tail in one hand. In Catwoman's mind, that appearance was very similar to the demon lord passed down from generation to generation by the older generation. Chapter 039 Lucy's Companion, Part 3. Catwoman is scared, but he still said stubbornly, "Don't try to find out anything about me. I won't betray my companions." "You have companions?" Luo-san was slightly stunned. Then he immediately stood up straight and said in a cold voice, "Bei Yuang, call Luo Haizi over to me." "Here I come." Luo Haizi was also guarding the door, feeling worried and scared. He had known for a long time that a thief had appeared in the Lord's bedroom, but the Lord had never summoned him, which made him extremely uneasy. He even suspected that he was being abandoned by the Lord. At that moment, he was so remorseful that he even wanted to run to the Lord and commit suicide to show his loyalty. After spending several hours in extreme anxiety, when the Lord personally interrogated the thief, he immediately ran over impatiently and stood guard at the door. Hearing that the Lord was indeed looking for him, Luo Haizi walked in nervously and knelt directly behind Rosen. "Thump," he said in an excited voice. "I failed to protect the territory properly and allowed the thieves to break in. Lord, please punish me." After saying that, he prostrated himself on the ground and lay motionless. This gesture of apology left Rosen speechless, because he really didn't mean to blame Luo Haizi. After all, the guard camp has few people, and some of them have to be allocated to protect the people who are cutting trees and mining. No one could have imagined that a Catwoman would emerge from the fog and even dare to sneak into the city lord's mansion to steal things. "Haizi, I have mobilized another 80 people this afternoon, and now I have allocated them all to you. You should immediately lead people to search the surroundings and capture her companions," Rosen said lightly. This sentence scared Catwoman, especially the line, "another 80 people were removed." Such a huge number frightened Catwoman. She immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly said, "I have no accomplices. I am alone." "Yeah." Rosen waved his hand to let Luo Haizi continue and said to Catwoman calmly, "If you tell the truth about everything I ask, I will believe you." "Then ask." In order to prove that she has no accomplices, Catwoman had no choice but to agree. Seeing Catwoman so eager to prove herself, Rosen became even more convinced that she had an accomplice. Of course, Rosen didn't say anything, but instead asked, "What's your name?" "Why are you asking me my name?" Catwoman was slightly taken aback and said with a disdainful look, "Ask someone else." "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of my tail." Before she could finish her words, Catwoman let out another shrill scream. This made Kitano Wong outside the door feel uneasy, and he began to secretly wonder what the Lord had done to Catwoman. In fact, Rosen didn't do anything. He just grabbed Catwoman's tail again. "I didn't expect this little cat girl to react so strongly. Let go of my tail, or you'll kill me." Well, Catwoman shed tears of shame. Tears dripped from her big eyes. This look really makes people feel pitiful. But there is no rule of law here. The strong have the final say in everything. "Tell me your name." Rosen stroked his tail and asked lightly, not caring about her dissatisfaction at all. This is more like the demon lord of the older generation who was eventually passed down from generation to generation. Catwoman didn't dare to continue being tough, fearing that the demon lord would really do something to her. So she said pitifully, "Lucy, woo." "Lucy." Rosen released her tail and continued, "There should be a lot of lords around here. Why don't you steal from others instead of mine? Is my territory so weak?" This question is very meaningful. But for Lucy, who was only 18 or 19 years old and had very little contact with humans, she didn't notice anything at all. Adding to the fear in my heart, I just told the truth. "No." It's precisely because you are so strong and the other lords are too weak that they don't have enough food to eat. Only you have many subordinates and plenty of food, so I come to steal your things. Oh, fortune and wealth are sought through danger? You've come to me. Rosen didn't know how to complain about this Catwoman. It turned out that they were attracted by his abundant resources. However, Rosen didn't sense any murderous intent from Lucy and said calmly, "You should be familiar with the surrounding terrain. Tell me how many orcs and human territories there are around and where they are located. Then I'll let you go. How about that? Don't even think about asking me to betray my accomplices. I won't tell you even if you kill me." Lucy is very loyal. Rosen was too lazy to ask more questions. It was obvious that there were other lords around, but they were difficult to see through the thick fog. As for the orcs around him, Rosen didn't know much about them. But it seems that there should be quite a few orcs as well. I just don't know how they exist. I'll come over when you want to talk. Rosen slowly stood up, then took out a golden axe from his space backpack and held it in his hand. The golden axe was so sharp that Lucy narrowed her eyes. She even wanted to scream, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." But the various evil deeds of humans over the years taught her that orcs also need to have backbone and would rather die than surrender. So she closed her eyes and waited for death to come. "I won't kill you. This is the first time I've seen an orc in my life. Wouldn't it be too boring if I just killed you like this?" Rosen grinned and cut the ropes on her body with an axe. Suddenly, Lucy relaxed and looked at Rosen with an incredible look. At this moment, she did not move because she knew she was no match for this human boy. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief after watching Rosen leave the room and close the door. No matter what, no one wants to die as long as they are not humiliated. "Big bull, second bull, you must stay alive and don't come to save me." Lucy hugged her legs and sat on the thatch begging. The sky grew darker. Not long after Rosen left, the door opened again. Lucy looked over quickly and found that it was a woman who brought food on a wooden plate. Delivering food to an orc? Is this really something the Lord did? Looking at this scene, Lucy's cognition was overturned. According to the old man's teachings, human lords love to abuse orcs the most. Only orcs who can work will be given food, and beautiful female orcs are tools for human lords to play with. Once they are disobedient, they will not only be beaten and kicked, but also locked up and left to fend for themselves. Of course, this does not include meal delivery. Just this scene before my eyes. "Here's your dinner." The maid put down the plate and turned around immediately, inserted wooden blocks from the outside, and locked her inside. In fact, Lucy thought she could knock the maid out and run out to give it a try. But there were really too many people in this territory. There were hundreds of people living outside the city lord's mansion. She couldn't escape under the siege of so many people. Chapter 040, Minotaur in the Mist, Part 4. When she came in, most of the people in the territory were out mining, and there were only a few maids in the city lord's mansion, so she sneaked in. But now, everyone is back. Maybe running away would anger the Lord and make him do something unreasonable. So Lucy gave up the idea of knocking the maid out and running away. Turning her eyes to the wooden plate, Lucy saw tonight's dinner. When she saw the food in the wooden bowl clearly, Lucy's eyes widened and she stammered, "Meat, meat, meat, meat. There are also 2 strawberries, an apple, and oh my God, there's even juice. Great beast God, is this food for the captives? How come it's better than what the Lord eats?" Lucy was incredulous and very confused. But the maid who delivered the meal had already left, so she couldn't find anyone even if she wanted to ask. "It smells so good." Lucy's saliva immediately flowed out. She quickly wiped her mouth, looked around, and when she found no one was around, she grabbed the barbecue and stuffed it into her mouth. Burp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. A few minutes later, the food on the plate was completely consumed and went into Lucy's stomach. She leaned comfortably against the wall, rubbing her bloated belly, and began to imagine how nice it would be if she could take the food back. That way, Big Cow and Little Cow won't go hungry. May the beast God bless us and allow Big Ox and Second Ox to have a full meal. She prayed in her heart. At the same time, outside the territory, 2 figures walked out of the thick fog. To be precise, 2 orcs walked out. They have 2 horns on their heads, and the strong ones are about the same size as cows and are taller than adult men. But his face looks very childish, like a child who has not yet reached adulthood. The 2 hid in the fog and waited, but Sister Lucy never came back. They hurriedly crossed the fog and appeared in the visible area. "Daniel, why hasn't Big Sister Lucy come back yet? It's already dark." The youngest bull-headed boy was very anxious. Without Lucy, the 2 of them were like headless flies, with no idea what to do next. When Big Sister Lucy left, she told us to go back to the cave if we didn't come back before dark. Why don't we go back first? Big Sister Lucy is so powerful that nothing will happen to her. The bull-headed boy, who was about 16 or 17 years old, was called Daniel. He recalled Lucy's instructions before she left. Daniel, I'm afraid our big sister might be caught by the human overlord. I'm afraid. Let's go find the big sister, okay? Woo-woo. Ernie couldn't help crying. This made Daniel think of something bad. What if big sister is really caught by humans? After all, humans are terrible. Thinking of this, Daniel also became anxious. He clenched his fists tightly. But thinking about the fact that big sister would sometimes come back late when she went out, he was afraid that because of his impulsiveness, big sister would not be able to find them when she came back. After much hesitation, Big Bull finally decided to listen to Big Sister and said, "Don't worry, Second Bull. Big Sister sometimes comes back late. Let's go back to the cave first. If Big Sister doesn't come back tomorrow, we'll go look for her in the territory ahead. Yes, it's not easy for Big Sister to take care of us. We must not cause trouble for Big Sister. If we can't see Big Sister tomorrow, we will go find her." The two bull-headed boys turned and walked into the fog again. After their figures disappeared in the fog, a huge, gurgling sound was heard. That's their stomach growling. Within the territory, after interrogating Lucy, Rosen came to the yard. At this time, Zhao Yun also came back. The profits are still quite substantial. The reserve camp harvested numerous basic items, including carrots, various dye flowers, clay, wildflower seeds, and even pepper. These basic items alone filled an entire box. Zhao Yun not only explored 8 blocks of fog, but also captured a tiger and 2 lions, but they were all killed. Each of these 3 beasts weighs more than 300 pounds and has a lot of meat on their bodies. I also brought back 2 treasure chests, a stone treasure chest and an iron treasure chest. All these precious resources were placed in Rosen's main hall. The main hall is a hall built by Rosen today. It is transparent on both sides, equivalent to a large pavilion. In front is the front yard, which occupies the largest area and is where the maids also live. The area at the back is small, but there is still a small courtyard, which is Rosen's private place to rest. Of course, there are maids on duty at night, but they are not allowed to live here. Sitting in the main hall, Rosen offered his sincere condolences. "General Zilong, you have worked hard. It's not hard to serve the Lord." Zhao Zilong bowed and clasped his fists. "Zilong, please sit down and let's eat together." Rosen raised his hand to invite Zhao Yun to take a seat, and at the same time said to Bei, "Butler Bei, divide the resources and pack them up. Deal with those 3 beasts and then send them to my room." The reason for transporting meat to one's own courtyard room is not just for safety. Rosen also wanted to keep it as a backup. Because these things have not been enhanced, if you come across good things in the mall, you can exchange them for unenhanced food. That way, you can get something that satisfies you. When it is produced, it will produce a 100-fold increase. Why not? For important things, exchange them for those without any amplification. If it's not important, replace it with an amplified one. It's not a loss anyway. After inviting Zhao Yun to take a seat, Rosen also specifically instructed the maids who distributed food to give more meat to the soldiers in the vanguard camp. It's a pity that there is no wine, otherwise we could give the soldiers more wine. Only when you have wine and meat will the soldiers fight for you. Report. While we were eating, Luo Haizi appeared at the gate with his men. The current city lord's mansion has 2 courtyards and 2 gates. The innermost part is Lawson's private space. The outermost area is a spacious courtyard where hundreds of people can easily stand. At this moment, Rosen and Zhao Yun were having dinner in the main hall of the outer courtyard. Seeing Luo Haizi hurriedly walk in, Luo's son raised his eyelids slightly and asked, "What's going on?" "My lord, I searched the surroundings and found no other orcs," Luo Haizi said with certainty. When Zhao Yun heard the word, orc, his eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not interrupt. As a subordinate, knowing something does not mean knowing it thoroughly. So Rosen didn't say anything, and his subordinates just had to keep it in mind. There was no need to ask any further questions. "That's all right. Come sit here too." Rosen casually pointed to the seat next to him. This made Luo Haizi flattered. He sat down carefully, but did not dare to pick up his chopsticks. Not punishing him was already a great favor from the Lord, yet he actually wanted him to take a seat. He couldn't figure out what Rosen was trying to do. But Rosen didn't intend to do anything at all. He just wanted to replan the 2 camps. P.S. As a routine thank you, thank the following brothers for their gifts and rewards. The heart is as strong as water. User 22118251. The star, the sky blasting gang _ the evil master against the sky. Rujiang's mysterious body. User 10622090. User 105-15013. Wu Hongfeng. Yanhua who likes to eat potato cups. The great god king who likes to eat steamed corn. Years. User 11111318. Su Tianyu who likes to eat steamed dandelions, Jin Haifeng who likes tune leaves, Yang Luqing, and Grandma Xing who likes to eat casserole chicken. Chapter 041 give you a pair of high heels. The Vanguard Battalion and the Guard Battalion, each with 20 people. This afternoon, Rosen transferred another 80 men from other battalions. That is to say, the two major camps plus 80 people make a total of 120 people. These people are ordinary people. In the ancient times of Rosen's past, they were equivalent to those who were not well fed and clothed. Naturally, he doesn't have any special skills and can't even fight. Considering future developments, Rosen felt it necessary to conduct troop drills to train them into real warriors to defend the territory. Moreover, soldiers and ordinary citizens must be separated and cannot live together. Rosen said calmly, "Apart from working for me to cut trees, ordinary citizens have their own space the rest of the time. But soldiers in the army are different. When you two return, gather the soldiers together and move them to the side of the city lord's mansion to set up a separate barracks. In addition, 40 more men will be added to each of the Vanguard and Guard battalions. Each battalion will be divided into two cohorts, training alternately. While one cohort is carrying out its mission, the other will be training in the camp. This alternating pattern will enhance the soldiers' combat capabilities." Rosen said calmly. Zhao Yun will be transferred from the Vanguard Battalion to serve as the Grand Commander, commanding all soldiers in the territory. He will also serve as the Chief Instructor, responsible for training the soldiers. I'll tell you about the training items later. Yes, thank you, Lord. Zhao Yun bowed in thanks. At the same time, Luo Haizi also congratulated Zhao Yun. Congratulations, General Zhao. From now on, Luo Haizi's level is lower than Zhao Yun. However, Luo Haizi did not feel any dissatisfaction. He knew that he was far inferior to Zhao Yun, so he did not feel any jealousy. Zhao Yun also became the person with the highest official position under Rosen. From now on, a complete class system was born. From Rosen on, it is divided into two parts. One part is the subjects, who are directly under the charge of Kitano Wang, who connects with the four major camps and is in charge of internal affairs. The other part was under the charge of Zhao Yun, who was responsible for connecting the Vanguard camp and the Guard camp. The Vanguard Battalion is responsible for exploring the fog, and the Guard Battalion is responsible for maintaining public order among the people and protecting the safety of the Lord's mansion. After the distribution was completed, everyone started to eat. After dinner, Rosen told Zhao Yun about his training plan. At the same time, he also demonstrated the basic moves of Bejiquan to Zhao Yun. Luo's son didn't know much about Bejiquan, so he could only demonstrate the moves. After the blessing of his realm, he could only fight with a barely decent manner. However, as Zhao Yun was a martial artist at a higher level than Rosen, he naturally had a deeper understanding of combat techniques. He saw the advantages of Bejiquan at a glance and kept them firmly in mind. In addition, Rosen also demonstrated swordsmanship to Zhao Yun. After watching it, Zhao Yun felt that it was too advanced and difficult to practice. The people under his command had no basic skills and could only learn the most basic skills such as chopping and stabbing. So Rosen asked Zhao Yun to supervise and teach. After arranging everything, it was late at night. Rosen finally had time to open the treasure chest. "Come to your own room." Looking at the two treasure chests on the table, Rosen was a little hesitant about which one to open first. Is it a stone treasure chest or an iron treasure chest? Let's open the stone treasure chest first. Rosen stood in front of the stone treasure chest and chose to open it. Suddenly, the treasure chest opened and supplies scattered out. Wooden arrows 10. One pair of women's high heels. One sanitary napkin. Ding. 100-fold increase is underway. The number has increased to 100. Wooden arrows 1000 PCS. 100 pairs of women's high heels. Sanitary napkins 100 pieces. Rosen. Brother, I'm a man. How come there are so many women's things? Looking at the pile of items on the table, Rosen was completely confused. But then again, it was somewhat unexpected that so many things could be found in the stone treasure chest. Forget it, maybe someone will need it in the future, so I'll just keep it for now. Rosen put his hand on the pile of supplies and put them directly into his space backpack. Look at the iron treasure chest again. This time, Rosen was a little nervous, fearing that something weird would come out again. So I drove while praying in my heart. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Opening success. Rubber 10. Brick and tile roof drawing 1. Ding, the amplification was successful. The number has increased to 100. Rubber 1000. Brick and tile roof drawings 100. Rosen. Just 2 things? A dignified iron treasure chest only yielded 2 things. This is too shabby. Rosen was speechless, but had to accept reality. After putting away his things, Rosen crawled into bed in a depressed mood. But at this time, Kitano Wong suddenly knocked on Rosen's door. Rosen had no choice but to put down the unopened Lord's Guide and said, "Come in." It has become Rosen's habit to watch other lords chatting and gossiping before going to bed every night. Bei Yuan walked in and looked at Rosen in bed, his face flushed. Standing in front of the bed, he said helplessly, "My lord, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but I have something to report." "What's the matter? Tell me." Rosen curled up in the quilt, with only his big head and a pair of bright, blinking eyes exposed. Kitano Wong said helplessly, "The cat girl that the Lord caught today has been making a lot of noise, saying that she is very hungry and wants to have a midnight snack. Otherwise, let her go and she will promise not to steal things again in the future." "Did you give her a midnight snack?" Rosen asked back. Kitano Wong shook his head and said, "No, everyone only has 3 meals a day, so I didn't give it to her." Rosen pondered for a moment. "To be honest, if you meet a female thief who comes to your house just to steal food and has no intention of killing anyone, what would you do? Kill her? Or let her go? What's the difference between killing her and being a demon? Would it be too kind to let her go?" Rosen naturally wouldn't let her go, because she hadn't yet revealed what forces were around her and what dangers lay in the fog. Although she only stole a little food. But this is the world, there are no laws. If you don't tell me about the dangers around me, it's equivalent to harming me in disguise. I won't kill you, but you can't leave. That's what Rosen planned. Thinking of this, Rosen said calmly, "Give her some extra food. If she keeps making trouble, tell her that if I make her unhappy, I'll go into the mist and capture her companions and make them my slaves." "Yes." Kitano Nozomi nodded. After receiving the Lord's instructions, she prepared to prepare a midnight snack for Catwoman. But Rosen suddenly stopped her. "Wait a moment. Do you have any other instructions, Lord?" Kitano Wong looked at Rosen in confusion. Rosen lifted the quilt and got up from the bed. Then he took out a pair of bright red patent leather shoes with pointed toes and high heels and handed them to her. "I'll give you a pair of high heels, made of very good material." "Is this a shoe? It looks different." Kitano Nozomi looked at the high heels in confusion and also noticed that the material was unusual. Because the shiny leather can be used as a mirror, if you get closer you can see the shadow reflected on the leather surface very clearly. Chapter 042 Wait and See. Even though she didn't understand, she could tell that this material must be extremely rare. "I just don't quite understand how to wear it." Rosen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and said, "Sit down, and I'll put it on for you." "I dare not. I'd better put it on myself." Kitano Nozomi was startled. If the Lord was asked to put shoes on his subordinate, who was a female, and it got out, the Lord would be very embarrassed. After all, women are at the bottom of society. But Rosen didn't care. He pushed her onto the chair and took off her shoes while saying, "You don't know how to wear them. Watch out." She took off her straw sandals, revealing her pair of spotless white feet. Judging from the size of her feet, they should be at most size 36, not even as big as Rosen's palm. Of course, the main reason is that Rosen's palm is not small. After all, he is nearly 1.8 meters tall, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he has size 42 hands. The two touch lightly. A current passed through them, making them both feel numb. Kitano Wong collapsed on the spot, her face red as she watched Rosen change her shoes, not daring to move. Rosen suppressed his inner ripples, helped her put on her high heels, then stood up and looked at her carefully. "It's beautiful." He couldn't help but praise her and said with a smile, "Stand up and walk around." Hearing Rosen's praise, Kitano Wong's face turned red as if he had been slapped. She stood up slowly, but couldn't find her balance. He immediately screamed and fell to the side. "Oops. Careful." Rosen was quick to act and supported Bei Yuan. At this distance, you can already hear the other person's intense heartbeat. "Be careful. This thing is just for fun. You can just keep it. You don't have to wear it." After that, Rosen pushed her onto the chair again and took off her shoes. "Yes, I'll take my leave." Kitano Wong put on straw sandals and carried his mirrored leather shoes. He was so shy that he couldn't even lift his head. He hurriedly left Rosen's room in a panic. She walked into the yard and felt the gentle breeze, then breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she raised her hand and touched her cheek, feeling the burning sensation. In the room, Rosen stared at Kitano Wong's back until he completely left, then touched his forehead helplessly. He did feel a surge of excitement just now. This Kitano Wong is not the kind of woman who is as thin as a monkey, but she is the kind of woman who has meat where it should be meat and thin where it should be thin. Very charming. Well, let's just watch other people chatting and gossiping. Rosen sighed, crawled back into bed, and began to read the Lord's Guide. The first thing to do when opening the Lord's Guide is undoubtedly to look at the event rankings. Rosen is still number 1, and the distance between them and the second and third place is widened. First place, Rosen. Explored fog areas, 18. Second place, Wang Jinggang. Exploration fog quantity 8. Third place, Zhang Jing. Exploration fog 8 pieces. Fourth place. In other words, even if Rosen did not continue exploring tomorrow, it would be difficult for them to surpass Rosen. Let's look at the progress of the entire incident. 8.5 billion blocks have been explored / a total of 10 billion blocks need to be explored. Wow, so fast. Rosen was slightly surprised. Explore another 1.5 billion blocks to complete this event. 1.5 billion, less than 1 yuan per person on average. It won't take long, except for some injured, unable to take care of themselves, and lazy people. I estimate that this event task will be completed by tomorrow noon at the latest. So Rosen went to the chat page again and entered the regional chat channel. There are still many people leaving messages. But Rosen had no shortage of resources, so he didn't even look at it. Instead, I chose to watch others chat. As soon as he opened the channel, Rosen saw someone crying. Damn it, my subjects rebelled. They stole my food while I was sleeping. Woohoo. After I discovered them, they all ran off into the fog. Fuck you, what a miserable man. What on earth did you do to your subjects? Someone can save me. I'm so hungry. You know what? I found a silver mine today, but I can't dig it up with my wooden pick. I've been hammering away for a long time, but there's not even a scratch left. Can you give me an iron pick? I'll give you half of the silver I dig out. The exploration mist event ends tomorrow. I wonder if I can make it into the top 10 million. Who is the number 1? Does anyone know him? How is he so amazing? He's already explored 18 areas. How did he do it? Brothers, wow. I was robbed by another lord. He captured my people and wanted to kill me. Luckily, I was quick to run away. Now I'm in the wild. Can anyone save me? They are so cruel and vicious. I'm so scared. What? You were robbed too? I was robbed too, but the robbers were fought off by me and my subjects. I practiced Sonda. Were you all robbed? When I was exploring the fog today, I found a few areas without fog. Turns out they were someone else's territory. Luckily, I didn't go and say hello. Brothers, you all must be careful. With the fog dissipated, the chances of encountering each other will increase, so you must be on guard. I watched as the topic shifted to robbery. A person suddenly popped up in Rosen's mind. The man's name is Shujujin. In his previous life, after the exploration of the fog ended and the beast tide crisis came, Shujujin led his men into his territory and killed him. But at that time Rosen didn't remember Shujujin's name. Calculating the time, you should appear in my territory in a few days after the beast tide begins. I wonder if the dozens of people you bring with you will flee when they see my fully armed army. I'm really looking forward to it. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. Now he is much stronger than Shujujin, so naturally he is not afraid of him. And there are still a few days left for him to equip his soldiers with iron equipment. At that time, he would not only take revenge, but also scare Shujujin to death and make him regret appearing in this territory. However, we can also see from what happened to other lords that the world is not peaceful. The number of lords fighting each other over resources and even murder for money began to increase. Conflict is often the most effective way to accelerate the development of power. Rosen waits and sees. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The night passed quietly. When Rosen got up to have breakfast, he could already hear the sound of soldiers training in the distance. That's the sound of running. Running around the city lord's mansion. The neat footsteps made a dull sound as they stepped on the ground. However, the lord's mansion was very large, and even when running around it, Rosen could only hear faint sounds. And this is done with careful listening and the blessing of one's own realm. In other words, ordinary people in the lord's mansion cannot hear it at all, so it doesn't constitute noise. My lord, the wheat seeds have dried up. Do you want to sow them today? Chapter 043 Magical Magic. My lord, the wheat seeds have dried up. Do you want to sow them today? Just as Rosen finished his meal, Kitano Nozomi came in to report something. Thinking of his farming plan, Rosen immediately stood up and said, "Let's go farm." So the two of them walked out of the hall and came to the door. There were dozens of people from the reserve camp at the door, holding wheat seeds, wooden hoes, and wooden barrels filled with water. Led by Rosen, dozens of people went out in a mighty procession. But just as he walked into the outer courtyard, Rosen met Taizhan, the commander of the iron-making battalion again. Taizhan, originally the number 2 leader, was later renamed Taizhan and was responsible for iron smelting. After a night of smelting, which consumed a large amount of wood, more than 1,000 pieces of iron were produced. He had just come out of the ironworks when he met the Lord, so he hurried to report the situation. My lord, all 1,200 pieces of iron ore have been refined, yielding a total of 480 pieces of iron. Very good, transport them all to my yard. I'll need them later. Rosen nodded. He had 20 iron furnaces, each of which could produce 100 pieces of iron ore. The reason why all of it was smelted so quickly was probably because most of the iron furnace was used. So everything was within his expectations. After giving the order, everyone continued to walk outside. Soon they arrived outside the city lord's mansion. Not far from the city lord's mansion, there were houses lined up one after another, forming the appearance of a small tribe, surrounding the city lord's mansion. At this time, the people were still working hard. However, the surrounding trees and minerals had been completely cut down, so they went to work further away. Walk along the wall of the city lord's mansion. Rosen and others came to the military camp. A military camp is not a special facility. It is a camp where soldiers gather together. At this time, there were 60 people training in the military camp. The training officer was naturally the newly appointed General Zhao Yun. The Vanguard Battalion and the Guard Battalion, each with 60 people. Half training, half on duty, alternating back and forth. Hey, huh, hey ha hey. At this time, the soldiers were practicing boxing under the leadership of Zhao Yun. The boxing style was exactly the Bajiquan that Rosen taught Zhao Yun last night. As the weather got hotter, the soldiers took off their shirts and trained shirtless in the sun, sweating profusely. However, when the soldiers saw the Lord coming in person, they immediately became ruthless and punched even harder. Zhao Yun followed, and when he came to Rosen, he bowed and said, "Lord, good job. I'm not here to inspect. I'm here to farm." Rosen patted Zhao Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Are you interested in going with me to witness a miracle?" Miracle. Zhao Yun was slightly stunned. "Come along if you want to see it." Rosen smiled and turned to walk outside the military camp, where there was wasteland reclaimed by the people. Zhao Yun was also intrigued by Rosen and said to the soldiers, "Free training." After saying that, he quickly caught up with Rosen. As a martial artist master, he wanted to see what kind of miracle the Lord could create. Soon, the group came to a piece of turned-over land. This piece of land had been thoroughly plowed by the people, turning the hardened soil outside to the ground and the fertile soil underneath to the surface. I don't know how many times I turned it over, but there weren't even any large particles on the ground, just soft, broken soil. Rosen, who was born in the countryside, was very satisfied with the work of the people in charge. He nodded and said, "Let's arrange it." "Yes." Kitano Wong waved his hand, signaling the people to take action. So the people took their hoes and began to sow. Dozens of people are working with an orderly division of labor, and the speed is very fast. One team digs the hole, one team plants the seeds, one team fills the hole with soil, and another team waters the soil. It didn't take long to sow all the wheat seeds. Although the seeds have been sown, there is still a small space left for this purpose. Because Rosen asked them to plant it densely. After all, it was wild wheat, and planting it too sparsely would be difficult to harvest. Although the crops are dense, the seeds are not enough to fill the fertile fields. "Butler Kitano, did you bring Ling Mai?" Rosen suddenly asked. He remembered that although there were not many spiritual wheat plants, there were still several hundred of them, and it was just right to plant them here. Bei Yuang said, "I brought it, but I wonder if it would be bad to plant spiritual wheat and wild wheat together." "There's nothing good or bad about it. Just plant the spiritual wheat in this empty space." Rosen pointed lightly at the empty space. The open space is not big, only about 4 or 5 square meters. But if the wheat grown in these 4 or 5 square meters is sown again, it can definitely plant an acre of land. But he wanted to use the magic scroll to promote the growth of wheat, and he must not waste the spiritual wheat seeds. Kitano Nozomi obediently directed Ling Mai to sow the wheat. Soon, all the seeds of spiritual wheat and wild wheat were planted. The group retreated to the edge of the field, all looking forward to Rosen's next move. They now all knew that the Lord was going to use magic to make the newly planted wheat grow. Even Zhao Yun focused his attention. At this time, Rosen took out the magic scroll and slowly walked to the center of the field. Primary natural magic scroll, wild growth. Rosen slowly unfolded the scroll and threw it at his feet. The moment Rosen threw it down, the magic scroll suddenly exploded, forming a burst of strong light that quickly spread around. Then it turned into rain of light and scattered on the fields. The moment the light rain touched the ground, green wheat seedlings broke through the soil and began to grow wildly. "Oh my God, it's really grown. The Lord must be the reincarnation of a god. Long live the Lord, long live." The people in the territory shouted loudly, then knelt on the ground and began to kowtow to Rosen. Is this the legendary magic? So powerful. Zhao Yun was also quite shocked at this moment, because it was the first time for them to witness the existence of magic. However, compared to this group of men, Kitano Nozomi was not so shocked, but more of admiration. The Lord is truly omnipotent. It seems like there is nothing he cannot do. In her heart, Rosen had become an unreachable mountain, a magical person who was willing to let her rise and fall. So what Rosen did wouldn't amaze her, it would only make her admire him more. The wheat seedlings broke through the soil and grew wildly, soon becoming a dense swarm of wheat seedlings. Then it continued to grow wildly, and in just a few seconds, it had gone over Rosen's knees and reached waist level. Then the wheat seedlings gradually changed from green to yellow and golden yellow. This is a sign of maturity. It's amazing how quickly magic will mature. Rosen couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. This kind of magic visible to the naked eye and its crazy growth rate make people feel not only mysterious but also terrifying. Because once this kind of magic is used on humans, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 044 Golden Equipment, 4th update. Just 1 minute. The wheat seeds completed their short life. From germination to maturity, the whole process takes only 1 minute. At this moment, the wheat fields are shining with golden light and are brilliant. Rosen stood in the middle of the wheat, slowly stretched out his arms, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and felt the magic of nature. But at this moment, the sound of the system's amplification suddenly came into Rosen's mind, waking him up from his enjoyment. Ding! 100-fold increase was successful. The number has increased to 100. Listening to the voice in his head, Rosen was stunned. What the hell? What was amplified? Rosen quickly opened the space backpack and found that there were countless more equipment in the backpack. Filled his backpack. Golden axe 100. Golden manuscript 100. Golden sword 100. Gold helmet 100. Gold armor 100. Gold gauntlets 100. Gold knee pads 100. Golden boots 100. Magic apprentice recruitment order 100. Rosen. When Rosen saw the sudden increase in things in his backpack, his eyes almost popped out. Fuck, so many treasures, am I rich? Rosen was shocked beyond words. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out the Lord's Guide and opened it. Only after seeing the event end information and reward distribution information on the first page did Rosen understand. It turns out that all of this is event rewards. After the event ends, the rewards will be automatically distributed. If there is insufficient space, you will need to claim them yourself. Rosen's backpack had just enough space, so the money was automatically distributed into the backpack. The 100-fold amplification system detected that this was the reward Rosen had received and automatically activated the 100-fold amplification. I have to say that this 100-fold increase is quite humane. But when Rosen saw the magic apprentice recruitment notice, he was a little confused. Because there is no recruitment order reward in the event rewards, it only says that the first place will receive an extra reward. Is the recruitment order an extra reward? Oh my god, I can recruit 100 magic apprentices? People who can use magic like giving wheat a chance to grow. Thinking of this, Rosen jumped up on the spot and shouted excitedly, yeah. What happened, Lord? I hope the Lord will not be offended. Several people looked at each other, confused. Bei Wang and Zhao Yun also looked at each other and walked quickly towards the fields. My lord, are you okay? The two came to the center of the field and asked worriedly at the same time. Only then did Rosen realize that he was too excited, so he tried his best to calm his excitement. However, the upturned corners of his mouth could not completely conceal his excitement. Rosen said, It's okay, let's go back. Hey, Kitano, arrange for people to harvest the wheat, then continue clearing the land and replant the harvested wheat. I estimate there should be 1,000 kilograms of wheat. On average, 1 acre of land requires 40 kilograms of wheat seeds, so you should be able to plant more than 20 acres of land. Hiss. At this point, Rosen took a breath. More than 20 acres of land, and we have entered an agricultural society in the blink of an eye. This is too fast. More than 20 mu of land can yield more than 20,000 kilograms of crops in one harvest. By then, everyone will have a stable supply of food. Yes, under the leadership of the Lord, our territory will surely get better and better. Kitano Nozomi was also extremely excited. It is an extremely difficult transition from a country where people have to go out to find food to one that has a stable food output. Now it is so easy to accomplish in Rosen's hands. If Rosen is not the reincarnation of a god, then who else could it be? Right or not? Bei Yuang arranged people to harvest crops and continue to reclaim wasteland. Rosen returned to the Lord's mansion under Zhao Yun's protection. As soon as he returned to the city Lord's mansion, He couldn't wait to take out the full set of gold rewards and start studying them. After the missed exploration event, 10 million people were able to receive rewards from the Lord's Guide. Having these rewards will definitely speed up the development of the territory. For example, if you encounter a lone wolf, tiger, or leopard outside the territory, you would not dare to attack them before because you did not have iron weapons. But now you have iron weapons, and with the help of the people around you, it will be easy to capture them. In addition, the top 10,000 will be rewarded with a full set of silver equipment, which is more protective and sharper. Naturally, it also gives you an advantage in combat. If some people with natural talent are rewarded, their development speed will definitely double continuously, allowing them to quickly gain an advantage and gain a firm foothold. As the first place, Rosen has one more set of all-gold defensive equipment and one less set of silver equipment than the second and third place. In addition, there is also an extra reward of a magic apprentice recruitment order. That is to say, the second and third place winners each have a silver suit and a gold weapon. Rosen is the only one who has an all-gold suit and weapons. And after the increase, there are still 100 sets. After careful study, Rosen discovered that the material of these gold weapons was not soft gold. Instead, it was a metal that looked like gold and was very hard. In order to test the performance of the equipment, Rosen even specially made an iron sword. Iron sword production requires iron ore 4. One-piece production. Iron sword 1. Ding. The 100-fold amplification was successful, and the number has increased to 100. Iron sword 100. By casually making an iron sword, Rosen got 100 iron swords. Iron sword, although its durability is also only 100, but it is sharper and more durable than a wooden sword. With the same durability, it can still be used 3 times longer than a wooden sword before it will wear out. You can say that. A wooden sword consumes 1 durability after 3 hits, but an iron sword consumes only 1 durability after 9 hits. This is the difference between a good weapon and a bad weapon. The same is true for gold weapons. Rosen took out an iron sword and slashed at the golden armor on the table. Clang! The harsh sound of metal colliding was suddenly heard in the room, and there was not a single trace on the golden armor. Although Rosen didn't use his full strength, it was still an attack from an ordinary person with full strength, yet it couldn't cause even a little damage. Looking back at the iron sword, there was an extra notch on the blade. This shows how hard this golden armor is. When worn on the body, you can even withstand the slashing of an iron sword. I'm afraid only a silver sword can cause damage to gold armor. Rosen muttered to himself and put away his iron sword. It's so shiny and golden, it should look very handsome when worn. Rosen muttered something, then picked up the golden armor and put it on. What's more, although this armor is hard, it is not heavy at all, and is even lighter than iron. The armor looks very similar to the cheongsam worn by women, split at the waist, but the skirt is very long, reaching to the knees. Putting it on, it feels like putting on a golden long skirt and armor. The protection starts at the neck, extends to the shoulders on both sides, and extends down to the knees. The parts are wrapped tightly. There are also knee pads, handguards, a helmet, and combat boots. My goodness, if I put them all on, wouldn't I be like a well-protected little golden man? Luckily, the reflectivity isn't very strong. It only shines under the scorching sun. Rosen put on the clothes one by one. P.S. As usual, I would like to thank all my brothers for their gifts and support. Since I have to write too many names every time, I will not write them this time. Chapter 45 200 Iron Sets. Although the gold suit is very hard, the structure of each node is very soft, so it is not stiff at all when moving. Especially the armor looks like it is made up of countless golden patches that are tightly pieced together, can be folded and held into a ball. And on the inside, there is a lining made of golden silk thread, which looks quite luxurious. Rosen felt that even if this kind of armor was bought in his previous life, even if it was not made of gold, it would probably be worth a lot of money. Soon, Rosen put on all his equipment. Suddenly, a domineering and mighty general in golden armor appeared. Judging from his figure, he is tall and strong. Look at the equipment, it is extremely sophisticated. Looking at the eyes, it is captivating. Wearing this suit, you can definitely shock anyone. Because this suit is a symbol of identity. At this time, the maids passing by saw it. The maids were all stunned, looking at their lord with incredible eyes, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! Wow! Wow, wow, wow! My lord is so handsome. I'll tell the housekeeper right away." After a while, Kitano also appeared in the corner of the yard, secretly looking at Rosen in golden equipment, his eyes full of admiration. She placed her hands on her chest, her posture like a little woman, ready to be charmed at any moment. Rosen naturally noticed Kitano Nozomi's peeking, but he didn't say anything. Instead, He closed the door and took off his armor again. After all, wearing such advanced armor in the yard seems too pretentious. After taking off his armor, Rosen pondered for a moment and then came to the crafting table. There are only 100 sets of gold equipment, and they can only be used in special circumstances. For now, let's make some iron suits for the soldiers to protect themselves. Rosen had a preliminary idea, so he took out the iron block and started making it. The iron smelting camp produced 480 pieces of iron, which was more than enough. Since I want to make a full set of equipment for the soldiers, I naturally need a reference, otherwise I won't know much. So Rosen started looking for the blueprint according to the parts of the golden suit. He decided to make 200 sets first so that the soldiers could be fully armed. Having made the decision, the first thing to make is the iron sword. He had just made one and increased the number to 100, but it was not enough, so Rosen made another one. It increased by another 100. From then on, he owned 200 iron swords. Also, we need to make more axes and manuscripts and distribute them to the people. This will speed up resource extraction. Iron axe. Crafting requires 4 iron blocks. Iron draft. For iron blocks are required for production. Lawson chooses one-click production. Iron axe 2. Iron draft 2. Only 2 of each were made. Ding. 100-fold increase is underway. The number has increased to 100. Iron axe 200. Iron pickaxe 200. There were suddenly 400 more iron weapons in the space on the workbench. Collect the iron weapons and put them in the box at the door. Rosen returned to the production table to continue production. Next up is the defense set. According to the search blueprint of the gold suit, Rosen quickly found the suit blueprint. Iron armor. Crafting requires 20+ iron, ore, and 10 linen. They even need linen, probably for the lining and stitching. But that's a bit expensive, isn't it? One piece of armor actually consumes 20 pieces of iron. It is equivalent to mining 5 large pieces of iron ore. For ordinary lords, it is not easy to find 5 pieces of iron ore. But if you think about it, armor clothes can cover most of the body, so it seems that it requires a lot of materials. Rosen didn't understand clothing design, but he felt relieved when he thought of this. After all, he had enough iron. What others lack is their own business. Since you asked for so much, then just do it. So Rosen took out the thatch and iron blocks and put them on the crafting table. Thatch is the material used to make linen. One-click creation. Iron armor 2. Ding. The 100-fold amplification was successful, and the number has been increased to 200. Iron armor 200. The original materials in the crafting table disappeared and turned into 200 pieces of iron armor. The color of the iron armor looks much duller, but iron objects, after all, give people a sense of solidity. Especially armor and the like, which look more like steel beasts, making people feel safe at a glance. Iron helmet. Production requires 4 iron, ore, and 1 linen. Iron knee pads. 2 iron blocks plus 1 linen are required for production. Iron gauntlets. 2 iron blocks plus 1 linen are required for production. Genuine leather combat boots. Crafting requires 4 feet of fur plus 2 pieces of linen plus 4 pieces of rubber. When he saw the last thing he needed, Rosen suddenly remembered that he had opened a box yesterday and seemed to have found some rubber. It's just that our own leather and rubber have been amplified and cannot be amplified further. There may not be enough combat boots produced. Thinking of this, Rosen decided to take the lead in making combat boots. He took out 400 rabbit skins, which he had obtained by decomposing rabbits a few days ago, and then took out 1,000 pieces of rubber that he had obtained from opening a treasure chest yesterday, and then took out the amplified linen and began to make it. A piece of rabbit skin is only 1 foot in size, so 4 feet requires 4 pieces of rabbit skin. Rosen took out 4 rabbit skins, a piece of linen, and 4 pieces of rubber, and first made a pair of combat boots. The production was successful, so I took out the boots and took a look at them. This thing looks pretty sturdy. The rubber filling inside can effectively protect the foot joints, and the boots are very long, reaching the calves. As for the empty space between the calves and the bottom of the armor, it needs to be filled with knee pads. If you wear all of them, it will have the same effect as the gold suit and can protect your whole body. Thinking of this, Rosen was no longer so distressed and started making it. 100 pairs of genuine leather combat boots. 100 pairs of combat boots appeared, consuming all of Rosen's 400 rabbit skins and 400 pieces of rubber. But 100 pairs is far from enough. Rosen ran to the storage box to look for it again. Soon, he found another 200 bear skins and some wolf skins, tiger skins, and lion skins. When seeing this, Rosen was a little confused, because except for the bear skin, the others had not been amplified, and he had been too busy recently and had forgotten about these things. As a result, he did not think of using them to make amplification. If he could exchange some more rubber in the Lord's Guide, He could use these furs for amplification functions. Forget it. We're already halfway through. Let's continue making it. Rosen shook his head with a sense of wealth and took out the bear skin to continue making it. The bear skin is very large. One piece is more than 20 feet long. So one bear skin can be made into 5 pairs of boots. Rosen consumed another 20 bear skins and 400 pieces of rubber to make another 100 pairs of combat boots. Since then, the number of boots has reached 200 pairs. There are also knee pads, gauntlets, a helmet, and a scabbard to be made. This time, it was much easier to make. Except for some special resources, they were amplified because they were too scarce. Most of the basic resources no longer need to be amplified by Rosen himself. It can also be regarded as putting the benefits of amplification into the production of finished products. Rosen chooses one-click production. Make 2 of each item. Knee pads 2 pairs. Gloves 2 pairs. Helmets 2 PCS. Scabbard. Crafting requires iron 2. Scabbard 2. Ding. The 100-fold amplification was successful, and the number has increased to 100. Knee pads 200 pairs. Gauntlets 200 pairs. Helmets 200 PCS. Scabbard 200. Chapter 46. The Full Army Armed. It was made in a hurry. Rosen received a large number of weapons and defensive sets. The number of these sets is beyond the reach of other lords, and they dare not even think about it. After finishing the work, Rosen did not leave the room. Instead, he sat comfortably on the chair with his legs crossed, and then concentrated on taking out the Magician Apprentice recruitment order. The recruitment order is a token only the size of a palm, with the specific purpose written on it. This Magician Apprentice recruitment order can recruit a qualified Magician Apprentice to serve you. Once the recruitment order is used, the recruitment result cannot be changed. Magicians with different attributes will be recruited randomly. The recruited Magician Apprentice will leave the recruitment center within 10 minutes. This is the instruction engraved on the recruitment notice. At the same time, the recruitment order will also display usage information. Recruit immediately. Not recruiting for now. Looking at the selection information, Rosen hesitated. Magician is the most mysterious profession in the world, and there are extremely few of them. As for how to describe it, if it were in the previous life, magicians would be like giant pandas, rare and precious. He already had 100 recruitment orders, which allowed him to recruit 100 magic apprentices. Although the attributes of the recruits are random, they are serious magic apprentices who can use magic. Even in the Lord's mansion, the magician is an important subordinate of the Lord. Moreover, these magicians don't do farm work. They only do magic research and study how to improve their magical realm. Although he is loyal to the Lord, his temperament is superior to others. They will automatically think that they are magicians, and their status should be nobler than that of the people. Of course, the people in the territory all thought so too. And all this information was what Rosen had seen on the World Channel before. If I recruit them all at once, will it be difficult to manage them? Besides, it seems that we don't need so many magicians at the moment. Rosen thought about it and finally decided to recruit 10 people first to see what would happen. Anyway, the recruitment order is in his hands, so he can recruit people at any time if needed in the future. But before recruiting, you must equip your soldiers with weapons first. If the Magician Apprentice is arrogant and difficult to discipline, it is also possible to kill them on the spot. Thinking of this, Rosen shouted directly to the outside. Someone is coming. What are your orders, Lord? A maid came in, bowing respectfully. Rosen said calmly, go to the barracks and tell Commander Zhao to bring everyone from the barracks over. I have something to discuss with him. Yes. The maid hurried and did it. During this time, Rosen took out the Lord's Guide and started reading it. As the first major event of this world has come to an end, the second event should have also been refreshed. Just take a look at it when I have some free time. Open the first page. The incident has ended, and a new world trend has been set. Exploring the mist of the world completed. The world's great trend, the Beast Tide Crisis, coming soon. When he saw the words Beast Tide Crisis, Rosen said to himself, sure enough. Look down along the way. Count down to the Beast Tide Crisis, 20 hours and 45 minutes. Once the Beast Tide begins, wild beasts will appear around the lords. The beasts will appear randomly in various species and attack the territory. The first attack is 1. The second attack is 3. 3 attacks equal 9. Each attack will double the number of beasts, so lords, please make defensive preparations in advance. If the Lord has the confidence to resist the attacks of wild beasts, he can snipe them and take advantage of the opportunity to obtain food resources. If the Lord cannot resist, please lock the door tightly, stay indoors and wait for the event to end. This event will last for 1 day and 1 night. After reading the introduction, Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. This beast tide incident is a major event that changes the Lord's pattern. It all depends on who can stockpile more food resources. With food, you can increase the speed of the snowball and make your territory stronger and stronger. The countdown for the event will end, probably before noon tomorrow. After reading the event introduction, Rosen opened the chat channel again. The channel is full of discussions about the beast tide incident. Because at this moment, there are still many people who cannot even afford to eat and live in poverty. If a wild beast takes the initiative to come up to your collar, you can get the news in advance and make arrangements in advance. That is definitely the only chance to change the current situation. Brothers, everyone must seize the opportunity during this beast tide incident. Haha, God is helping me. I just found an iron mine these days and have already forged an iron sword. Tomorrow I can finally show my power. My subjects are already starving and thirsty. They can only wait until tomorrow. I'm starving. Tomorrow there's going to be a beast tide. Either the beasts die or I die. Let's fight it out. Oh my God, I don't have any weapons yet. Can anyone give me an iron sword? You don't even have an iron sword? You're really doing pretty badly. Brother, even though 10 million people have completed the mission and obtained the iron sword, there are still many people who can't even get enough to eat. How can they have the energy to search for iron ore? Brothers, listen to my advice. If there are other lords nearby, we can cooperate. Let's survive the beast tide crisis together, and the food we get will be divided according to labor. Hey, there's a lord next to me, but I haven't met him yet. I don't know what he's like. I'll go ask him if he wants to cooperate. Looking at the chat in the regional channel, Rosen sneered. It's just a beast tide, but we still need to find allies. Aren't you afraid that after the beast tide ends, someone will rob you? Not only will you not get any resources, you may even lose your life. Slowly closing the Lord's guide, Rosen's mind popped up another thing that kept lingering in his heart. That person was Li Yang. As a former friend, he had a foot injury and no weapons. How could he obtain resources? Watch him perish in this world? Although life and death are determined by fate and wealth is determined by God, people have emotions and bottom lines. If there is no bottom line, what is the point of living? Hey, let me help you again. Rosen sighed. But at this moment, Zhao Yun also came over. He bowed and said, My lord, I have brought people with me. Rosen looked up and through the second door saw 60 soldiers in the outer courtyard. They had already put on coarse cloth clothes and stood in neat rows in the outer courtyard waiting for orders. It can be seen that after a day of training, they have already developed a certain degree of order. At least the lines are pretty neat. Rosen nodded in satisfaction and pointed to the storage box at the door. There's some iron equipment in here. Find someone to deliver a set of equipment to a lord later. Rosen recalled Li Yang's position and continued. Find someone smart enough to sneak him into their yard without being discovered. Also, have the soldiers wear this equipment and stand by in the yard. I'll be recruiting magicians later. Chapter 47, Magic Apprentice Jarvan, Part 3. Recruiting magicians? Zhao Yun was shocked. Has the Lord reached the point where he can recruit magicians at will? He is too powerful. Thinking of this, Zhao Yun immediately took the order and went to distribute the equipment. Then he sent a smart man to Li Yang's territory to deliver weapons. The soldiers danced excitedly and looked at each other in surprise when they received the equipment. They are basically people from other territories, and when they were in other territories, they couldn't even get enough food to eat. In Rosen's territory, not only is there meat to eat every meal, but now there are even equipment. Having equipment means being responsible for their lives. All of a sudden, everyone's loyalty increased, all soaring to over 90. This level of loyalty is almost the same as that of a death squad. As long as the Lord gives the order, they dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. He changed into armor and boots on the spot, and then hung the scabbard of the iron sword around his waist. One after another, mighty and majestic armored warriors appeared. 59, clad in iron armor and holding a long sword, stood in the yard like an invincible god of war. Of course, with their equipment, even strangling low-level monsters is no problem at all. However, demon beasts are monsters with special skills just like magicians. Zilong, I have some golden armor here. I'll give you a set. You can put it on too. Rosen took out the golden armor and handed it to Zhao Yun. As soon as Zhao Yun touched the golden armor, he knew it was a treasure. He excitedly knelt on one knee and took it with both hands. Thank you, Lord. You're welcome. I plan to use these golden armors to form a special forces unit after the soldiers are trained. However, it's too early to say now. The soldiers are still too weak. Rosen watched Zhao Yun change his clothes while telling him the plan. After Zhao Yun changed his clothes, he said solemnly, I will train diligently and strive to train a fierce and powerful army as soon as possible to form a special forces unit for the Lord. Rosen nodded with satisfaction, took out 10 recruitment orders, and chose to recruit all of them on the spot. The recruitment order disappeared in his hand and turned into nothingness. In 10 minutes at most, the magician apprentice will come out of the recruitment center. Rosen stood up and walked towards the outer courtyard first, because the recruitment office is in the outer courtyard. Zhao Yun, wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword, followed closely beside Rosen. When you get to the outer courtyard, you can see all the soldiers lined up. He was wearing black armor, looking mighty and domineering. As soon as Rosen appeared, the soldiers all knelt on one knee to thank Rosen for the reward. Thank you, Lord, for your gift. The sound is very neat. The momentum is very strong. Rosen nodded and said, in the future, our territory will become stronger and stronger. Let's all stand up. After that, the maid brought a chair over, placed it behind Rosen, and said softly, please sit down, Lord. Rosen sat down expressionlessly and began to wait. After all, it was the first time to recruit magicians, and there were 10 of them. Rosen is quite looking forward to the upcoming appearance of this particularly rare species. Although magic apprentices are weak and cannot even defeat an ordinary man, once they cast magic, they are also very powerful. The noise in the outer courtyard woke Lucy from her sweet dream. Lucy opened her large, puzzled eyes, climbed out of the thatch, and muttered to herself, what's going on? What happened? She has been detained in this house since she was arrested yesterday. 3 meals a day are delivered, and even midnight snacks are provided. She swore that in her more than 10 years of life, she had never lived such a comfortable life. There is meat for every meal. You can sleep after eating and eat after waking up. You don't have to worry about anything. If she hadn't been in prison again, with the closed room restricting her range of movement, she would even feel like she was dreaming. Because even the chief of a small orc tribe cannot meet such living conditions. In the past, she took Big Cow and 2 cows to run around looking for food. They live in caves made of dead trees, eat wild fruits, and only occasionally find some prey to eat meat. If they are unlucky, they may even encounter some powerful humans who will capture them. Even other tribes of orcs were eyeing them covetously, hoping to capture them and take them back as slaves. After coming here, I live like a god. Not only do I have food to eat when I wake up, but I don't have to worry all day. I just feel sorry for Big Cow and Little Cow. I wonder how they've been these past few days, and whether they've found anything to eat. No, I can't enjoy life here and abandon Big Cow and Little Cow. I have to go out and take them to find food. At this moment, Lucy's heart became more determined in her inner thoughts. That means getting out. But when she came to the window and saw the scene in the yard, the idea of going out was immediately shattered. So many soldiers, and all well-equipped. This lord is so powerful. Lucy was shocked at first sight. The presence of fully armed soldiers in the yard had a huge impact on her. Especially the man in golden armor standing next to Rosen made her feel an inexplicable pressure. That person seems very strong. This is the cat's natural sixth sense, telling her not to act rashly. So the idea of escaping was shattered again. What does this young lord want to do by summoning so many soldiers? Has he discovered Big Ox and Second Ox and wants to capture them? That's definitely not the case. Although Big Ox and Second Ox are strong, they are not worth sending so many soldiers. Is he going to start a war with other territories? But all the nearby lords combined probably can't defeat him. Catwoman was frowning and thinking hard. A figure in a gray linen robe walked out of the recruitment office, causing Lucy's eyes to widen again. Magic, 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 magic. Magician, oh my god. When the magician's apprentice appeared, he brought his own set of clothes. It was a gray robe. Compared to when the leader appeared, this set of equipment is undoubtedly much more advanced. This was a young man in his 20s. After walking out of the recruitment office, he looked around. When he saw the neatly arranged soldiers, he suddenly felt panic in his heart. Because he didn't expect that his lord would be so powerful and have such well-equipped soldiers. The young magician apprentice took a few quick steps and came to the center of the courtyard. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I am Jarvan, an apprentice of fire magic. I greet you, Lord. May the god of fire bless you. Rosen remembered that someone once said on the World Channel that the loyalty of summoned magicians was not as high as that of ordinary subjects, and they would not kneel on both knees, but only on one knee at most, and many magicians would not even kneel. It greatly affected the Lord's authority in the magician community. But the little magician apprentice in front of him was so respectful, probably because the aura around him was different. It seems that magicians are ordinary people too and need training. Rosen had a preliminary understanding of the magician in his mind. Looking at the little magician apprentice kneeling on the ground, information about him popped up in front of him. Chapter 48, Magician Commander, 4th Update. Chief Magician, Jarvan. Loyalty, 70. Magic attribute, fire magic. Magic level, mage apprentice. Note, the lowest level of magician, entry level, only knows one type of magic. If you learn 2 or more types of magic, you will automatically be promoted to a first-level magician. Mana, 100 points. 10 points are automatically restored every hour. Meditation and rest can speed up mana recovery. Magic spell learned. Fireball consumes 30 magic points. When Rosen saw his detailed information, he was speechless. This is too low level. Rosen never expected that the magician's apprentice would be so bad. It was a waste of all the preparations to welcome them. Moreover, their loyalty is not even as high as that of ordinary subjects. Fortunately, the word subject is placed before the name of the magician apprentice, so he is considered one of his subjects. His loyalty reaches 80 points, and he will also have the power of faith in him. Rosen was a little disappointed and waved his hand helplessly and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Lord." Jarvan nervously got up from the ground and stood aside respectfully. After getting up, he always felt uneasy, because he felt that the Lord didn't seem to value him very much. "My Lord, how about I perform a magic show for you?" Garen felt that this was not acceptable, so he decided to take the initiative to demonstrate his strength in order to improve his status. After all, magicians are rare, and many people never see one in their lifetime. Even lords rarely gain the loyalty of a magician. It is inevitable that we will look down on him out of ignorance. Hearing him say this, Rosen suddenly remembered that the magician's attack was long range, which seemed to be useful. It is equivalent to an enhanced version of an archer, and it has a range attack. It just so happens that the Beast Tide crisis is about to begin tomorrow, so I can take a look at the magician's strength in advance so that I can make arrangements when the time comes. Just hope that magic is too weak otherwise. So Rosen said calmly, "Then show us what magic looks like." "Yes, but my subordinates need a target." Zhaoan smiled slightly, extremely confident. Rosen waved his hand and said, "Go and move some wood blocks and stack them up." Then immediately some soldiers moved several large pieces of wood together to form a wood pile. Each piece of wood weighs dozens of pounds, and a dozen pieces stacked together can form a strong defense base. After it was set up, the soldiers looked at the magician's apprentice, all wanting to see the legendary magic. Seeing this scene, Zhaoan was very proud, so he turned around and slowly raised his hands. He raised his palms upwards, raised his forehead slightly, and murmured to himself, "Enthusiastic flame spirit, please obey my call and condense into a ball of fire." Murmuring, as if praying. This appearance made Rosen feel that he looked more like a charlatan. If magic didn't really exist in this world, he would definitely drive this guy out as a charlatan. Just as Garen finished reciting the magic spell, a magical scene happened. Red spots appeared on his palm, condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, it condensed into a fireball the size of a human head. The flames hovered above his palms, emitting bursts of flames. Hiss! At this moment, all the soldiers gasped. Even Rosen is no exception. Rosen was also shocked when he witnessed the appearance of magic. "Fireball, go for it!" Jarvan yelled, pushing his hands forward. The fireball suddenly rushed towards the pile of wood blocks at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In a very short time, the fireball hit the pile of wood directly, causing a loud bang. The wood pile caught fire under the impact of the fireball and flew in all directions, scattering everywhere. This scene made Rosen completely believe that the magician apprentice also had strong attack power. After all, the impact was so strong that it broke the wood pile into pieces. Moreover, the flames seemed to be particularly flammable, and all the wood scattered everywhere caught fire. This kind of power would probably knock a soldier wearing armor away even if it hit him. The combination of the impact force and the flames left the soldiers with no power to resist. Of course, a magician only has enough magic power to cast 3 fireballs. Very good, very good. From now on you will be my magician commander, commanding all the magicians in my territory. Rosen praised. Command all magicians? When Zhaoan heard this, he was immediately excited. First of all, he learned from this sentence that he was not the only magician in the territory. Then the Lord made himself the commander. Doesn't that mean he has already been in a high position and has power as soon as he arrived? Thinking of this, Jarvan quickly knelt on one knee to express his loyalty. Zhaoan thanks the Lord. Zhaoan will definitely serve you to the utmost. Although this sentence sounds a bit flattering for a magician. But for Jarvan, the Lord's favor and superior status are the most real things. Loyalty +5. Loyalty +5. Suddenly, Jarvan's loyalty increased from 70 to 80. Well, get up. Rosen raised his hand slightly. Jarvan stood up excitedly and stood aside. But at this moment, the door of the recruitment office opened again. Moreover, Two young men in gray robes came out at the same time. Your subordinate, Tommy. Billy, your subordinate. Greetings, Lord. The two were also frightened by the situation around them and knelt on the ground at the same time. Rosen looked. The information of these two guys appeared in front of me. Principal Magician, Tommy. Loyalty, 70. Magic Attribute, Water Magic. Magic Level, Magician Apprentice. Magic Power, 100. Magic Skill Learned, Water Ball. Principal Magician, Billy. Loyalty, 70. Magic Attribute, Water Magic. Magic Level, Magician Apprentice. Magic Power, 100. Magic Skill Learned, Water Ball. Looking at the two magicians, Rosen's face darkened. Water Ball technique, probably the kind that sprays water. Once the weed is planted, we won't have to bother looking for water. We can just call these two guys to spray water. Rosen waved his hand and said, "Get up." The two magician apprentices hurriedly got up from the ground and stood with Jarvan. For some reason, when they arrived in this territory, the original arrogance of these magicians disappeared without a trace. At the moment, even if they were given a little more courage, they would not dare to act rashly in front of Rosen. Just as the two magician apprentices were standing in position, 7 more gray-robed magicians came out of the recruitment center one after another. At this point, all 10 magicians are present. The 7 magicians who arrived later also knelt on the ground, hiding their arrogance. Among these 7 magicians, there are 3 wind magic apprentices and 4 wood magic apprentices. The attack power is worse than the other. Take Garen, the first one to arrive, for example. He has higher attack power. However, after seeing the magic possessed by the wood magic apprentices, Rosen immediately became interested in them. P.S. Thanks to the brothers who sent gifts below. There's still a lot of time left. The bots that have been shut down countless times, the Skyja Gang, Bei Ming Zunjia, Chun, user 237455373, Huangquan who loves pea and potato chips, and so on. Chapter 049 Placement. Wood Magic, Accelerated Growth. This is the magic possessed by wood magic apprentices. Judging from the name, it is very similar to the magic scroll wild growth that Rosen used yesterday. So Rosen immediately felt an urge and couldn't help asking, what kind of things can your wood magic speed up? Can it speed up wheat? Forehead. Wheat. The 4 wood magicians were all confused and had no idea what the Lord's purpose was. But they felt as if the Lord had some plans, so the 4 of them said, "Yes, Lord. That's great. From now on, we'll rely on you to help the wheat fields in our territory grow. By the way, how long does it take you to ripen the wheat?" Rosen asked a crucial question. The 4 magicians looked at each other helplessly and said, "To answer your question, Lord, if we only focus on a small area, it will only take a day or 2 to fully ripen the wheat. But if it's a larger area, it may take some time. I wonder how much wheat there is." "Not much, probably more than 20 acres. Rosen waved his hand nonchalantly. "Magicians." Amidst the utter silence of the magicians, Rosen added, "Also, that magician Jarvan will be your commander from now on. From today on, you will be under Jarvan's management. You will be assigned to the right side of the magician camp." Rosen pointed at Jarvan. Jiawen immediately stepped forward, facing the 9 magic apprentices, and said politely, "Please take good care of me from now on." "Commander Jarvan, you're too polite." The 9 magicians responded one by one. "Zilong, you can take your people and leave now. Magic apprentices, follow me." Rosen stood up and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Everyone followed, plus some maids to serve him. A group of more than 80 people poured out in a mighty procession. At the door, the 2 groups separated. Zhao Yun led the soldiers back to the camp. Rosen led his men to the right side of the city Lord's mansion. There is still plenty of space on the right. Except there is a horse stable. Rosen said to the maid beside him, "We'll have someone move the horse stable and the chicken pen later, behind the city Lord's mansion. Remember not to get too close to the mansion." "Yes." The maid agreed. Then Rosen took out the prepared houses and began to place them. Rosen placed a row of houses next to the wall of the city Lord's mansion. Because magicians are different, they need to meditate to restore their magic power, and they don't like living with others. So Rosen arranged a separate room for each of them to live in. After dealing with the magicians, Rosen asked someone to call Kitano Nozomi back. Kitano Nozomi has been commanding in the wheat field. At this time, an area of more than 20 acres of land has been planned, and people have been arranged to open up the land. All these people were transferred from the resource camp and the reserve camp. These battalions originally had 100 people each. After Rosen's and Kitano Nozomi's transfers, there are now only a few dozen people in each camp. But it's okay this way. The crowd is dispersed and easy to manage. Kitano Wang basked in the sun in the field for half a day, and his body was covered with sweat. When I arrived at the outer courtyard, I washed my face before meeting Rosen. But this still couldn't cover up the smell of sweat on her body. Especially since linen clothes are thin, and after being soaked with sweat, the clothes stick to the body more easily, outlining the devilish figure. A perfect figure with a curvy figure. Coupled with the sweat on her hair, a few scattered hairs at her temples stuck to her cheeks. Although I didn't do any work, I felt sweaty and like I had just exercised. Perhaps he was in too much of a hurry to return after receiving the Lord's summons. Rosen thought so. Lord, do you have any arrangements? Kitano Wang took a small breath and crossed his hands under his abdomen. Rosen's eyes widened slightly as he stared at her cheek. A beast tide will appear around noon tomorrow. Starting tonight, no one is allowed to leave the territory. Tomorrow morning, I will coordinate all the arrangements to resist the beast tide. A beast tide appeared? Kitano Wang looked puzzled and said, according to reports from the Vanguard and Reserve battalions, the area is safe, and the beasts we encountered in the fog have all been dealt with. Furthermore, the fog within several kilometers has been completely explored. How could a beast tide appear? As for how the beast tide appeared, I don't know either, but it will definitely appear tomorrow. You just need to arrange it. Rosen explained. Kitano Nozomi always believed in Rosen's words. Although the beast tide incident was a bit exaggerated, the Lord would not joke about such a thing. So Kitano Nozomi agreed and went to make arrangements. Time passed quickly, and it was afternoon. The reserve battalion that followed the Vanguard battalion to collect resources has returned. He also brought Rosen an iron treasure chest and a message. My lord, the commander of the Vanguard battalion discovered an already explored passage while exploring the fog. After investigation, he discovered that there is a territory 8 kilometers away from our territory. The Lord is a woman. 8 kilometers away, the Lord is a woman? Rosen pondered for a moment. This territory definitely does not belong to his former good friend Li Yang. First of all, the orientation is wrong, and Li Yang is not 8 kilometers away from him. Besides, we have already notified everyone today that when the Vanguard camp is exploring, they should not disturb Li Yang's territory and should avoid them. The news must have gotten through. Got it. Don't alert the enemy for now. Avoid them first. Rosen instructed. Yes. After receiving the order, the person who reported stood up immediately and continued to work. Rosen sat in a chair, thinking. Suddenly a person popped up in my mind. Could it be that actress Qingya? She sent me her coordinates last time and asked if I was nearby. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately felt relieved. No matter what that woman's idea is, Rosen's strength is not outrageous, but it is more than enough to deal with some conspiracies and tricks. I'll go meet that woman after the beast tide crisis is over. After thinking about this, Rosen stopped thinking about it and turned his attention to the iron treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, I will recruit 10 magic apprentices to deal with tomorrow's beast tide crisis. Of course, as to why not recruit all of them. There are certain reasons for this. First of all, there are only more than 500 people in the territory. If we recruit another 100 magicians, the ratio between magicians and ordinary people will be too large. Moreover, the magician was physically weak and could not do farm work, and he was self-righteous and felt that he was superior to the people. So having too many magicians is not necessarily a good thing. Just having enough is enough. Open the treasure chest. Rosen crushed the iron lock on the treasure chest, and the box opened automatically. The iron lock could be crushed in one go with Rosen's warrior strength. Of course, this kind of iron is not the kind of weights in the previous life. Otherwise, Rosen would be exhausted but still unable to open it. The treasure chest opened and resources were scattered on the table. Chapter 050, The Minotaur's Plan. Wooden Bow and Arrow Blueprint 1. 1 box of snow beer. Ding. 100-fold increase was successful. The number has increased to 100. Wooden Bow and Arrow Blueprint 100. Snow beer 100 cartons. Rosen. Damn, these two things came out of the iron treasure chest. Did the treasure chest know I'd win big tomorrow and open a beer just to celebrate? And it's snowflake beer. Rosen immediately turned his attention to the beer. 100 boxes of snow beer. This treasure chest is too generous. Although the increase is excessive, the number is really not small. There are 12 bottles in a box, and 100 boxes means 1,200 bottles. If he drinks all of it himself, he can drink it until it expires and still not finish it. After picking up the snow beer and taking a closer look, Rosen discovered that there were no production instructions on it. The bottle only has the words 12-degree beer and the name of Snowflake written on it. As for when this thing will expire, Rosen really doesn't know. And it doesn't even mention the ingredients. In the previous life, it was definitely a fake. But this was opened from a treasure chest. It is definitely not a fake. It's not written in such detail. Maybe it's not the same kind of snowflakes as in the previous life. Put it away first and drink it slowly later. Rosen put away the beer and took the bow and arrow blueprint. He already had a wooden bow and arrow for this thing, which he bought at a huge cost of 50 apples. It's only been a few days, but I've already obtained 100 bow and arrow blueprints. But no one can have too many weapons. There is a beast tide tomorrow, so if we make some in advance and distribute them to the people, we can get more. So Rosen went to the production table to process and produce it. Wooden bow and arrow. Crafting requires 10 wood and 1 tendon. Since 1 tendon had already been used last time, there were only 99 tendons left in the locker. So Rosen could only make 99 wooden bows and arrows. After completing the production, he placed the wooden bow and arrows in the box at the door so that Kitano Wong could distribute them. 100 wooden bows and arrows, plus the 1,000 arrows that were opened from the box earlier. You can snipe for a while. After finishing these, Rosen continued to take out the Magician Apprentice recruitment order and recruited 10 more Magician Apprentices. These 10 people are exactly the same as the subordinates recruited for the first time. There is also 1 fire element, 2 water elements, 3 wind elements, and 4 wood elements. Even Rosen thought that there were only these 4 systems of magic. After the Magician Apprentices came out, Rosen assigned the most aggressive one among them, the Fire Magician, to Jarvan as deputy commander. After all, in the cognition of magicians, the strong are respected, and since they are magicians of the same kind, no one will object. But if the one who leads them is just an ordinary citizen without any special skills, they will probably not obey. Of course, they have to submit to someone of Zhao Yun's level. After all, his strength is there. Zhao Yun is at the martial artist level, and they are just magician apprentices who only know one kind of magic, and the magic power consumption is high. If a fight breaks out, Zhao Yun can beat them so badly that they cry for their mothers. The territory already has 20 magicians. Time unknowingly came to night. All the people in the territory returned to their territory. The first thing they did after returning to the territory was to hand in the resources they had obtained to the Internal Affairs Department, then report in, and finally line up to receive food. Today, the pioneer camp hunted 2 more tigers. But there was a small accident in the middle. These 2 tigers lived together. When they discovered the people from the vanguard camp, they almost wiped out the camp. Fortunately, the newly appointed battalion commander was smart and brave. He led his men out of the fog and returned to the barracks to report to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun replaced them and fought back with the fully armed soldiers. He successfully hunted 2 tigers and explored a foggy area. After Zhao Yun came back, all the soldiers ran to the camp to collect their equipment. Rosen even heard that they were so excited that they didn't want to take them off when they went to bed at night. The sun has completely set and the moon has quietly risen. Rosen sat in the main hall in the backyard. On his table, there were not only roast beef and roast rabbit, but also a steamed bear paw. After all, there are 800 bear paws, which can last for a month if eaten 3 times a day. At the same time, Rosen opened a bottle of beer and started drinking. Let us drink and sing. How short is life? It is like the morning dew, and the days that have passed are filled with suffering. We should be generous, and the sorrow is unforgettable. How can we relieve our worries? Only snowflakes. Rosen drank a cup and chanted a famous saying of Cao Cao from his previous life. However, compared to Cao Cao's famous saying, Rosen prefers Huang Chao's poem Chrysanthemum. When Rosen thought of Huang Chao's chrysanthemums, he couldn't help but hum softly. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flower will bloom and all other flowers will die. The fragrance will permeate Chang'an, and the whole city will be covered with golden armor. After saying that, Rosen took a big sip and felt extremely refreshed. A breeze blew, lifting Rosen's clothes, and the bright moon hanging high in the sky cast its light on the courtyard. Sitting alone in the main hall, watching the bright moon cast its shadow over the earth, and then drinking a glass of beer, enjoying the moment of silence. Right now, Rosen was not the only one looking up at the bright moon. In a house in the outer courtyard, Lucy also looked up at the bright moon. Wooden stakes were carved into the windows, blocking out her sad thoughts. In this vast world, where is my true home? Looking at the moonlight in the sky, Lucy murmured to herself, "One day, I will storm the royal court and bring order to the world." Everyone has thoughts. Everyone has ideas. Even the wind blows here and there. Dainyu, do you think the wind also has troubles? Outside the territory, 2 sturdy figures quietly slipped to the edge of the tree-felling area. Further ahead, there are no trees to block the view. Why would the wind be troubled? Erniu, are you missing your big sister? The 2 squatted in the grass, looking cautiously at the houses and arrow towers in the distance. Erniu said with a sad face, "Big sister hasn't come back yet. Did something happen? Look at how heavily guarded this territory is. I suspect they've captured Big Sister." Why don't we go and rescue her? We can't act rashly. Big Sister is a natural assassin. If she's captured, wouldn't it be the same as committing suicide for us to go? Big Bull grabbed Second Bull's arm, afraid he would do something rash, and said gravely, "This lord is indeed too powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Big Sister from coming. What should I do, Daniel? I miss Big Sister so much. I'm afraid something will happen to her. If something happens to Big Sister, I won't be able to live anymore, woo-woo." As he spoke, Ernie began to sob softly. Daniel frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. It's still uncertain whether Big Sister has been arrested. After a few seconds of contemplation, Daniel clenched his fists and said, "Our goal isn't to see Big Sister, but to rescue her. From now on, we'll just wait for an opportunity. When their guard drops, we can sneak in. During this time, we can capture some lone individuals and ask them about their specific circumstances. That way, we can find out if Big Sister is in there and how she's doing." "Yeah, Daniel, you're so smart. If they dare to abuse Big Sister, I'll skin them alive." Ernie said this with gritted teeth. "Okay, let's go back and pack our things. We'll live around here from now on." After saying that, the two of them hid in the forest again. P.S. As a routine thank you to the following brothers for their rewards. E.g., Zheqian Gang, Beiming's Chun, this account has been banned. Xiaoyang, user 30958203, Yibulishing 9, Xiaoyao Sect, Nanji Chongxing Dadi, really fucking terrible, Wumingui, user 41249592, Songming Nation who likes tongue nuts, Songming Nation who likes tongue nuts, user 263479493, Flying Salted Fish, really fucking terrible, user 11386881, Xiaosher, Zheqian Gang Supreme Maniac, and so on. Too many to list here. Chapter 051 Level 1 Alert. The night is charming and intoxicating, and heaven and earth witness it together. The night passed quietly. The next morning, Rosen got up early and made arrangements to resist the beast tide. The first thing he did after getting up was to gather all the people in the territory and have a meal together in front of the Lord's mansion. The beast tide will only appear around noon. Only by eating and drinking enough in advance can you have the strength to hunt wild animals. During this period, Rosen took out the extra arrow towers and placed them around the main gate and on both sides of the Lord's mansion. There are a total of 100 arrow towers, all placed, with one placed almost every other house. In addition, Rosen fired the bow and arrow again. At the same time, all magicians were arranged to board the arrow towers and disperse around when the beast tide arrived. Their role was not to hunt wild animals, but to protect the soldiers. If a soldier is in danger, quickly cast magic to rescue him. Of course, if you have free time, you can hunt wild animals. That is to say, at that time, 20 magicians and 100 archers will appear on the arrow tower to carry out long-range attacks. 120 fully armed soldiers will enter the battlefield to fight the beasts. The rest of the subjects should not go up. They are responsible for handling the finishing touches. There are so many people, it's more than enough. If the beast tide had not lasted for a long time, these people would not have had to go out in full force. After making these arrangements, the people gathered at the square at the entrance to rest. But at this time, another idea popped up in Rosen's mind. He hurried back to the room, took out some iron ore, and began to make discus and iron rods. After a 100-fold increase, there were immediately 100 more sets of discus and iron rods. Rosen returned to the square with a discus in one hand and an iron rod in the other. Everyone stared at Rosen. "I don't understand why. What is that thing the Lord is holding?" "I don't know. I've never seen it before. Could it be a new type of weapon? But how can we attack without water chestnuts?" The people were extremely curious. The 20 magicians also looked over with puzzled expressions. Even Zhao Yun and Bei Yiwang were confused. Seeing that no one understood, Rosen took the iron rod and hit the discus hard. When, suddenly, the discus made a clear sound. That was the sound of iron hitting iron. The sound is clear and loud and can be heard from far away. Those who were close to it felt their ears were dizzy from the vibration. I know, it's a drum. This is for notification. My lord is so amazing. He can make anything. Everyone was talking about it and admired Rosen very much. And it is precisely because they have witnessed with their own eyes the countless miracles that Rosen has created in these days that they adore Rosen crazily in their hearts. So much so that when Rosen said that a beast tide would happen soon, they all believed it without a doubt. Dang, 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 dang. Rosen took the iron rod and knocked around at a very fast frequency. The deafening sound of iron spread all around, giving people a feeling of impatience. Rosen said loudly, "Hear that rapid sound? From now on, this sound will be the war drum of our territory. When it sounds, It means something major is happening in the territory. I am officially placing it on level 1 alert. Upon hearing the level 1 alert, all citizens of the territory are prohibited from leaving and must obey orders. Furthermore, after the level 1 alert is issued, the Lord's Mansion will take over all matters in the territory. All citizens will be under unified command, and soldiers and commanders must obey orders unconditionally, no matter what happens, so that the camp can meet the enemy. Did you hear that? Rosen shouted. The people in the territory all responded with dignity. I heard it clearly. Dang, 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 dang. Rosen knocked the discus quickly again and repeated, "What does this mean?" The leader shouted, "Level 1 alert." What should I do when the alert is level 1? Level 1 alert. The Lord's Mansion has taken over all matters in the territory. All citizens of the territory are under the unified command of the Lord's Mansion. Very good, Gouda. Rosen smiled slightly, and his mood became cheerful. I looked up at the sun, and it was almost noon. The beast tide should be coming soon. It's almost time. All ordinary citizens should take shelter in the Lord's Mansion. Citizens, soldiers, and magicians with weapons can choose to watch the battle. The Guard Battalion will lead the first battle today. Considering that the beast tide would last for a day and a night, Rosen did not let them all fight, but chose to fight in rotation. After all, people always get tired. In the first round of the beast tide, generally speaking, the beasts are just individual beasts and do not pose any crisis. 80% of the people can easily survive it. Swish, 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 swish. More than 200 people entered the city lord's mansion and sat in the spacious courtyard to rest. The military camp, magicians, guards, archers, and the people with iron swords sat down at the gate of the Lord's Mansion to watch the battle. After all, there were too many people, and it was a bit crowded for all of them to enter the Lord's Mansion. This arrangement is more appropriate. More than 200 people armed only with iron axes and pickaxes entered the outer courtyard of the Lord's Mansion. Nearly 300 people were sitting on the ground in front of the Lord's Mansion. 300 people sat separately, and the momentum was so majestic. Of these 300 people, 20 were magicians, 100 were armed only with bows and arrows, and 60 were armed with iron swords. There were also 120 soldiers wearing iron swords and wrapping themselves into fully armed iron warriors. With such a luxurious lineup, they can easily move around. Even monsters would retreat when they saw it. After setting up the scene, the maids brought out a row of chairs and tables and placed them at the entrance of the territory. A square desk and a chair with a backrest, placed right in the middle of the door. It is Rosen's position. Others are some large round tables and some high stools. There are 10 tables in total. Rosen made a separate one. Of course, as the housekeeper, Kitano Nozomi naturally always stays by Rosen's side. Rosen wouldn't let his housekeeper stand all the time, so he invited her to sit with him. After a few declines, Kitano Nozomi sat next to Rosen and poured him some juice. Seeing Kitano pouring juice, Rosen quickly stopped her and took out 10 bottles of beer from his backpack. He bit them open with his teeth and said calmly, "Drink this. Send 1 bottle to each table." Then 9 maids came up, and each took a bottle to the remaining 9 tables. And the other 9 tables. Zhao Yun sat at the same table with the 2 battalion commanders and their subordinates. The magician leader Jarvan and the deputy leaders sat together. The remaining 18 magicians sat separately, but they had to pour the beer on the table themselves, and no one served them. But even so, this is a very high-level treatment for them. In particular, there was foaming water, made of something unknown, given by the Lord himself. It must be delicious, baby. Chapter 052, The First Wave of Beasts. The eyes of the people and soldiers below lit up, and they all looked up to and envied the battalion commanders. So the soldiers were all in high spirits and clenched their fists, wanting to show their skills in today's beast tide and get promoted by the Lord. The beast tide crisis has become a great opportunity to show off one's abilities. Kitano Nozomi poured Rosen a glass of beer and then sat next to Rosen, very secretary-like. Rosen raised his eyelids slightly and said with a smile, "Don't just pour it for me. You can also try it." "Thank you, Lord." To be honest, Kitano Nozomi was also curious about what was in this blue bottle. Because the water is blue in the bottle, but turns yellow and foamy when poured out. It looks amazing. So Kitano Wong also poured himself a small half cup, then picked it up and took a sip. Gulp. Hiss. Kitano Nozomi swallowed a mouthful, gasped for air, and then started coughing. Cough, cough. It's so spicy. At this time, the barracks commander, magician commander, and others were all looking at Kitano Wong eagerly, because they always feel that foaming water is like poison. "My lord, is this wine?" Kitano Wong wiped his rosy lips with his tender white hands and rolled his eyes slightly. Rosen smiled slightly and said, "Yes, it is beer." After that, he said to the others, "The water in the blue bottle is beer. As for beer, it is naturally a type of alcohol. If you can drink it, drink it. If you can't drink it, don't open it to avoid wasting it." "Yes, my lord." "Hey, how can a soldier not know how to drink? Let me try it too." "Are you drinking? Are you guys drinking?" "What? You can only drink a little? Then let's drink a bottle." Everyone discussed it with each other and started to drink. As for opening it, he naturally learned from Rosen and bit it open with his teeth. Gulp, gulp. Sigh, it feels so good. This sentence was uttered by Luo Haizi, who drank the glass in one gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Why do I feel a little dizzy? This wine is so strong. Luo Haizi drank half a bottle in a row, his face turned red on the spot, and even his body was a little shaky. This scene made Zhao Yun's face turn dark on the spot. Their men could get drunk at such a critical moment. If they delayed the Lord's business, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Zhao Yun immediately whispered, "Put away his wine. You'll be the first one to go into battle. After that, go and rest." "Yes." The newly appointed commander of the Vanguard Battalion quickly took away Luo Haizi's wine. Luo Haizi didn't dare to get angry with Zhao Yun, so he could only sigh and stagger onto the table to sober up. Seeing that Luo Haizi was not dissatisfied, Zhao Yun secretly glanced at Luo's son. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the Lord was not paying any attention to them, but was reading a book with his head down. In fact, Rosen doesn't care about these at all. Bringing out the wine means letting them drink it. Besides, it's just beer, you won't get drunk from it. Even if you are drunk, as the drinker, don't you know your alcohol tolerance? If someone knows that he or she has a low alcohol tolerance but still gets drunk, it means that he or she has poor self-control. It is just right to see clearly whether you can be entrusted with important tasks in the future. Even though everyone at the table was drunk, Rosen didn't care. Even without these people, we can still overcome the beast tide crisis relying solely on the people under us. So Rosen took a look and then focused his attention on the Lord's Guide. In the Lord's Guide, other lords are still discussing the beast tide crisis. There are even proud people who share their plans in it. I have 6 subjects, as well as a silver defense suit and a silver attack suit. When the beasts come, I will definitely give them a hard time. Brothers and sisters, is there anyone willing to sell me an iron sword? I don't have any iron weapons in my territory. What will I do if wild beasts come later? 10 pounds of mutton for a set of armor and a helmet. Anyone willing to trade? Hurry up. Your 6 subjects are nothing. I've already formed an alliance with others. 3 lords have 18 subjects, guarding 1 territory together. And we 3 have iron swords. No matter how many beasts come, they will die. Even Jesus can't stop them. I say that. I've finally waited for this day. I spent all my resources to buy 30 subjects. These past few days, they've been starving and cold, living a life worse than dogs. If I hadn't tried my best to retain them and personally help them, they would have starved away long ago. But the stars don't ask for help from those who are on the road, and God will reward those who work hard. I've finally waited for this day of harvest. Damn, 30 people have held out for this long, without starving and running away. That's awesome. A bunch of trash. Fuck, who are you calling trash? You are trash, your whole family is trash. Brothers, scold him. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. Scold me? You dare to scold me? Do you know that I am now the leader of the Alliance, with over 100 soldiers under my command? Once I find your coordinates, you will all die. Hiss. Leader of the Alliance? More than 100 men? Suddenly, the insults disappeared. During this time, many people formed alliances. When exploring the fog, they discovered other lords. The 2 of them hit it off and formed an alliance, developed their strength, and then annexed other people's territories and captured other people's people. Generally, there are only 2 outcomes for lords discovered by the alliance, either surrender or be merged. As for surrender, it means handing over resources and people, and life and death are determined by fate. Merger means having some strength but not being able to defeat others, so joining them, plundering others together, and developing together. In the past few days, many people have formed an alliance. Some alliances have even grown to be very large. On the World Channel, there's another alliance called the Brotherhood, said to be comprised of over 100 lords. Of course, many territories aren't connected due to the fog. Currently, the Brotherhood is exploring the surrounding area, seeking allies while annexing unfamiliar lords to expand its power. Their subjects already number in the thousands. So when they saw another leader, no one dared to insult him. I was afraid that I would be unlucky and that the leader of the alliance might be nearby. If I met him, I would lose my life. It's not worth losing your life over a few arguments. Of course, Rosen didn't say anything, but just watched quietly and screened out useful information. Because in this era without telephones, chat channels are the only source of information about the world. Roar. But at this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded and reached the ears of everyone in the territory. At this moment, Rosen slowly raised his forehead and looked forward. P.S. As a routine thank you to the brothers who gave rewards below. MOG, who loves stewed beef tendon with garlic. User 106798837. User 30958203. User 21107099. The Idiot Elder of the Jiaxian Gang. User 54494941. User 34344998. User 351803337. User 263474993. The Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King from Jiaxian Kindergarten. The Jiaxian Gang leader. The Crooked-Mouthed God of War. Pineapple Head. Where did you come from? Yeah. The Jiaxian Gang. Ghost. Pickled Fishballs. User 33993143. The Jiaxian Gang. System. Yifeng. The Welding Emperor. The Captain of the Car Door Welding Team. The Jiaxian Gang. Nitian Shiezuan. The Story of the Way, and so on. Chapter 053, Easy Hunting. There is an open space outside the gate of the Lord's mansion. There are houses on both sides of the open space. Rosen placed arrow towers in several corners of the open space. The existence of the arrow tower further distinguishes the areas between open space and houses. But there was no one on the arrow tower at the moment. Beyond the clearing is the first line of defense. That is, there are 2 arrow towers placed in the 2 outermost corners of the open space. This is the wide avenue leading into the territory. But at this moment, on the avenue, a tiger with tattoos all over its body quietly stepped into the square. The tiger was very big, more than half the size of an ordinary tiger and almost as big as a cow. There was a word king standing proudly on his forehead, marking his identity. Roar. The tiger let out a roar and entered the clearing. But when it entered the open space, its originally graceful steps came to an abrupt halt, and its entire body paused. Because it saw hundreds of people sitting on the ground in front of it, all holding weapons, staring at it with eager eyes. At this moment, the tiger even wanted to run away. The beast tide event was arranged by the Lord's guide, so the beasts that appeared were naturally not normal beasts. Otherwise, normal beasts would have been scared away when they saw the hundreds of people brought by Rosen. However, the tiger seemed to be restrained by something at this moment, and rushed in with its head held high. The speed was getting faster and faster as it headed towards the gate of the Lord's mansion. Guard Battalion 1, step out. At this time, the Guard Battalion commander Luo Haizi stood up. He waved his hand, and 30 soldiers in iron armor stood up from the crowd. After a group of people came out, they drew their iron swords and lined up in the open space. Luo Haizi stood at the front and took the lead. The other residents and soldiers all looked at the guard seriously. Can 30 people, each fully armed with armor, easily capture a tiger that is more powerful than an ordinary tiger? They wait and see. Even Rosen looked at it seriously at this moment. He wanted to know how strong his soldiers were, so that he would have a better idea when competing with other lords in the future. Kill them all. Luo Haizi held the iron sword in his hand, shouted loudly, and rushed towards the tiger first. Seeing this, the 30 soldiers behind him followed and rushed forward. As the group ran, the armor on their bodies and their arms collided with each other, making clanging sounds. The tiger was startled, but I had no choice but to rush forward. Because its mission is to attack human territory. Roar. The tiger charged, and the soldiers attacked with their swords, making no attempt to dodge. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. The tiger's only 2 front claws are sharp, but when faced with dozens of iron swords coming towards it, it also feels a chill on its back. Bang, bang, bang. Shichichi. The tiger crashed directly into the crowd, scattering the soldiers. But the soldiers were wrapped very tightly, and the tiger claws could not break through their armor. Although several people fell here and there, no one was hurt. Looking back at the tiger, after a wave of attacks, its body was covered with wounds, and it finally staggered and fell in a pool of blood. Shichichi. The soldiers surrounded them and stabbed them again. The tiger breathed its last and died. All right. Luo Haizi's face darkened, and he quickly shouted, stopping the soldiers who were still stabbing with their swords, and said coldly, "Meat is a precious resource in our territory. If you keep stabbing, the tiger meat will become minced meat." Hearing Luo Haizi's cold shout, the soldiers finally came to their senses and stopped immediately. But, at this moment, there was no intact part on the tiger's body. Luo Haizi's face was extremely dark, because these are his direct subordinates. It is extremely shameful to do such an embarrassing thing in front of the Lord. Luo Haizi knelt on the ground with a gloomy face, clasped his fists, and said, "I am a poor leader. Please forgive me, Lord." Please punish me, Lord. Seeing their commander kneel down and apologize, the soldiers of the guard battalion realized their impulsiveness and deeply regretted their lack of composure and their inability to remain calm under such pressure. They all knelt and said, "Please forgive me, Lord." Slippery. Rosen took a sip of strawberry juice, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his legs. He knew why these soldiers were like this. First of all, they were not soldiers before, but honest subjects. What is the people? The people are the honest folks who farm at home. I have never seen such strong winds and waves. Although he is now a soldier, he has never experienced war. Although he is obedient and loyal, he has little experience. It is normal to feel panicked when going into battle to kill a tiger. Rosen certainly didn't blame them. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's fine. You were all commoners before. You'd never seen anything before. It's not easy for you to take the initiative to face a tiger. But after this incident, you should be more careful in the future. Don't panic, understand?" "Yes, I thank you for your teachings, Lord." Everyone kowtowed to Rosen and expressed their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. And once again, I felt that the Lord is indeed a super wise leader that is hard to find in 1,000 years. Their loyalty soared. Loyalty +5. Loyalty +5. Loyalty +5. Return to the team. When the beast tide is over, everyone who participated in the battle can go to the housekeeping department to get a bottle of beer. Rosen said lightly. The members of the guard camp were immediately flattered and knelt down to express their gratitude again. And this time the shouts were even more unified and resounding than before. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for your wisdom." After that, everyone started to return to the team. Walking on the street, he couldn't help but look smug on his face. Because in their hearts, the Lord is like a parent. Only with a Lord can they have food to eat. Only with a Lord can they have a place to live. And only with a Lord can they avoid being bullied by other lords. The Lord's praise was equivalent to his recognition of them. So how could they not be excited? I have to be wise. When the system is not perfect and everyone's loyalty is not raised to the level of a death warrior, I must be wise. I don't want to be like some lords in my previous life, whose subordinates rebelled and overthrew the regime. Rosen thought so. But in Rosen's heart, he felt that the people, even the lowest-ranking ones, were living people. They cannot be treated as complete tools. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is exactly what it means. It was just the right time for me to take advantage of the beast tide to train my soldiers and let them see blood so that they would become more courageous. But the rewards that are due should not be missed. As the saying goes, no reward without merit. If your merit is ignored, you will be doomed sooner or later. Chapter 054, Critical Blow, Death Flip. A team of guards returned to the camp and sat on the ground. Luo Haizi looked at the newly appointed commander of the Vanguard Battalion with a smug look on his face. As people of the same level, they naturally like to compete with each other. At the same time as the Guard Battalion entered the camp, more than a dozen ordinary citizens rushed out of the city lord's mansion and walked out from both sides of Rosen. This was arranged by Rosen. Since it is level 1 alert, all the people will be dispatched in a unified manner. The ordinary people in the territory couldn't sit idle either, so they were assigned to collect the bodies. Soldiers are responsible for fighting, and ordinary citizens are responsible for cleaning the battlefield. After the first wave of beast tide ends, there will be a blank period before the second wave of beast tide comes. During this blank time, the soldiers were discussing the previous battle with each other and preparing for the next battle. Rosen put the Lord's Guide on his lap and looked at the chat channel. This posture looks like she was sitting on the sofa and playing with her phone in her previous life. Carefree and comfortable. Hey, you know, a lone wolf just came to my territory. Damn, that wolf was so big. I took my people to hack it up and finally killed it. Although one of my people died, the meat of this wolf is enough for us to eat for a long time. I met a leopard, it was so fast. Well, did you all succeed in killing the beast? Fuck, why was it a gorilla? I couldn't even defeat it, and all my subjects were injured. In the end, we hid in a hut, and the gorilla tore down my front door, raged around the yard, and then retreated. Wow, I encountered a giant spider, and I only got a measly 20 kilograms of flesh. How miserable. Help, my only 3 subjects are all dead. I'm sure I won't get anything from this beast tide. Could someone please have some mercy on me and give me something to eat? I'm so envious of you guys. I brought over 20 or so people, fully armed, and here comes a rabbit king. It only weighs 20 kilograms, barely enough for a meal for all of us. Watching the different experiences of other lords, Rosen felt like he was watching a joke, and he felt extremely happy both physically and mentally. At this time, nearly 20 minutes had passed since the first beast invaded. My lord, the beast has appeared again. Katana Wong was beside Rosen and reminded him in a low voice. Rosen then turned his gaze away from the Lord's guide and looked towards the entrance to the square. When Rosen saw the beast appearing at the entrance, his pupils shrank slightly. Those are 3 crocodiles. The crocodile's skin is very thick and shines in the sunlight. The huge body is several meters long, and the big crocodile mouth is open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. These 3 crocodiles surpass the lone tiger in both size and temperament. The defense is very strong, and the attack is also very strong. This is the evaluation given by Rosen. However, this time Rosen did not make any arrangements, but wanted to see how Zhao Yun would arrange the soldiers to respond. At this time, Zhao Yun turned his gaze to Rosen and found that the Lord had not spoken, and he suddenly understood what the Lord meant. Crocodile was about to enter the battlefield. As the commander-in-chief, he had the responsibility to make arrangements, so he immediately said, "Vanguard Battalion, Teams 1 and 2, all of you, step out." Yes. The 2 teams of the Vanguard camp totaled 60 people and were fully armed. When they heard that the commander-in-chief had arranged for them to go into battle, they were all extremely excited. As terrifying as these crocodiles are, they are no longer what they once were. They are no longer refugees who are displaced, hungry, and have their dignity trampled upon, but fully armed and armored warriors. They have their own beliefs and places to protect. There is an old saying that goes like this: "I'm standing right in front of you. Do you think I look like I used to?" The commander of the Vanguard Battalion adjusted his helmet, shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind, and became more convinced of his faith. He stood up and led all 60 people into the blank square. "Brothers, the time has come to serve the Lord. Kill the crocodiles and contribute to the development of the territory. If anyone dares to retreat later, don't blame me for being ruthless." The commander of the Vanguard Battalion turned his back to the 3 crocodiles and gave a speech to his soldiers. It looked like it didn't take the crocodiles seriously at all. The angry crocodiles quickened their pace of attack and crawled forward quickly. "Don't worry, Captain. It is our mission to guard the territory and protect the Lord." The soldiers responded in unison. And it is precisely this attitude of working together that is increasingly contagious to others, making everyone feel that only by being like them and having value can one's life be meaningful. Every slogan shouted made the 20 proud magicians' hearts surge with emotion, and the people in the Lord's mansion burst into tears, wishing they could rush out and serve the Lord immediately. Even Rosen was slightly moved. Rosen took a look at the battalion commander and found that he was a fair-skinned young man with extremely firm and crazy confidence in his eyes. "What's his name?" Rosen asked Kitano, who was standing next to him. Bei Yuang immediately said, "My lord, he is the new commander of the Vanguard Battalion. His name is Xiao Bailian." "Joko? Who gave him that name?" Rosen was slightly stunned. Bei Yuang asked doubtfully, "I don't know. How about I ask Commander Zhao?" "Never mind." Rosen stopped Bei Yuang, speechless. There are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. Rosen admitted that the pretty boy was quite white, but the name he gave him was too damn random. However, the actions on the battlefield soon attracted Rosen's attention. The Vanguard Battalion commander, Pretty Boy, and 60 fully armed soldiers were divided into 3 teams to welcome the arrival of 3 large crocodiles. 20 people fighting one is not more than enough, but it should not be difficult either. "Kill!" The Pretty Boy shouted loudly and immediately took the lead and rushed forward. The rest of the people all followed and charged. Clang! The Pretty Boy chopped the crocodile's head with a sword, but it only made a sharp impact sound and left a shallow mark on the crocodile's thick skin, but did not cut its skin at all. This scene shocked the soldiers. Such a tough skin. Don't panic, brothers. Although its hide is thick, it can only bite through our armor. If the crocodile dares to open its mouth, immediately stab its throat with your sword. It's no wonder that the Pretty Boy is very good at observation, and he can see through the crocodile's weakness at a glance. Although crocodiles have strong defenses, their armor also provides strong defense. The crocodile lay on the ground, and except for biting with its mouth, it had no other attack power. The battlefield then fell into a brief stalemate. But at this moment, a crocodile lost its patience first, opened its fangs and mouth, and rushed towards a soldier to bite. The crocodile bit half of the soldier's body in one bite. Clang! Fortunately, he was protected by iron armor. Even the sharp teeth could only barely bite into the armor and failed to completely break through the defense. But unfortunately, the soldier was trapped in the crocodile's mouth and could not escape. "Brothers, hurry up and chop it for me." The Pretty Boy picked up the sword and started chopping. But at this time the crocodile moved again. It turned around suddenly and launched a fatal blow. Death flip. P.S. Routine thanks. Fan Sun Sun, Prime Minister Guangming Qintian of the Great Qin Empire, Shang Wang, Xianyun. User 301666527. Cherish life as much as heaven. Baba is here. User 33157707. Ding Shuang. Fortunately for you, the Shushan sword sect of Xianjiazhuang, the exploding heaven king Unicornitian Xiezuan, only wearing long johns, drunk alone in the mortal world, etc. Chapter 055. The monster appears. Crocodile's most lethal move is the death flip. As the name suggests, it means biting the enemy, spinning 360 degrees in the air, and twisting the enemy's body with its huge body. In the blink of an eye, the crocodile had already left the ground and leaped into the air, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard, shocking everyone's minds. Whoosh! An iron arrow cut through the air at high speed, creating huge friction, and flew towards the crocodile. Gee! Before the crocodile could perform its death flip, the iron arrow had already arrived and pierced directly into the crocodile's eyeball. Such a huge force, nothing can stop it. The iron arrow passed through the crocodile's eyeball and went deep into its brain, leaving only 2 feathers on the tail of the arrow, which remained in front of the crocodile's eyes. Bang! The crocodile fell to the ground, and the soldier escaped from its huge mouth. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath in shock. Who is it? Saved him at this critical moment? Everyone looked in the direction where the arrow came from and was shocked to find that the person who shot the arrow was none other than their lord. Yes, it's Rosen. Rosen stood up from sitting at this moment, holding a broken wooden bow and arrow in his hand. His full-strength attack, combined with the iron arrow, dealt a fatal blow to the crocodile. But it was obvious that the wooden bow and arrow could not withstand his full force and broke. After shooting, Rosen sat down again and took a sip of snow beer. He could be as calm as a mountain, but he didn't show it on his face. His joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness didn't show in his actions. This is the style of a superior. When the other soldiers saw Rosen display such strength, they were all excited and shouted loudly, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" More and more people shouted to express their admiration for Rosen. Long live the Lord! The vanguard camp that was fighting heard the shouts of others and immediately realized that the arrow was shot by the Lord. Their blood immediately boiled, and they fought even harder. There were only 2 crocodiles still resisting on the field. The other 2 crocodiles were so tired of being hacked that they finally couldn't bear it anymore. They opened their mouths and roared angrily. Hulu. This is the chance, stab. The pretty boy saw the right moment and immediately swung his sword and stabbed. Shichichi. At this moment, all the soldiers were holding iron swords and stabbing into the crocodile's mouth. Suddenly, the crocodile's mouth was filled with iron swords, which directly pierced its throat. Hulu. With a low, unwilling cry, the 2 crocodiles died completely. 3 crocodiles, each weighing at least 300 to 400 kilograms, and together they weigh at least over 1,000 kilograms. This was only the second wave of beasts, and we had already harvested over 1,000 pounds of meat. It was clear that a beast tide was a blessing. The more you resisted, the more you would gain. Moreover, this 1,000-plus gene hadn't been amplified yet. Rosen could also personally decompose the wild beast meat to increase it 100-fold, which would be over 100,000 gene. When he thought of this terrifying number, Rosen couldn't help but feel extremely excited. With these huge resources, territory expansion is just around the corner. After killing the crocodile, the people of the territory went out to clean up the battlefield and carry the crocodile's body to the Lord's mansion. All members of the Pioneer Battalion returned to the team. In the yard. In the cell. Lucy also stood on tiptoe and leaned against the window to watch the fun. Although you can't see the scene outside, you can see the scene in the yard. A large number of people were sitting on the ground, and from time to time someone would go out and bring back some dead beasts, which made her extremely envious. What day is it today? What's going on in this territory? Lucy's eyes were filled with a desire for freedom. Hey, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Suddenly, a big man noticed Lucy's peeking and glared at her. This man was the commander of the tree-cutting camp. Spying on them processing meat carcasses is a secret of their territory. How could this be tolerated? Although they couldn't enter the cell without Rosen's order, he still had the courage to scare the little thief. Lucy was glared at by him and wanted to refute him immediately. But after thinking about her own situation, she had to withdraw her gaze and shrink back into the thatched pile. Outside the territory, in the grass, Big Cow and Second Cow were already scared silly. Dainyu, there are so many of them. Yes, there are also many wild beasts. I don't know where they came from. We absolutely cannot force an attack. Otherwise, not only will we fail to rescue Big Sister, but we will also be forced in ourselves. Then what should we do? We can't let Big Sister suffer in there. Big Sister won't suffer. Look how busy they are. They're guarding the door today. They must have a lot of things to do. So, let's make a plan, and you act according to my plan. We start this way, then that way, and finally. Everyone has their own ulterior motives. Rosen is well aware of the differences in human nature, so he has no fixed opinions on everything that happens. As the saying goes, you kill an entire family to repay a favor, and he harms innocent people to seek revenge. Who is right and who is wrong is only a matter of stance, not right or wrong. Rosen came to the regional channel again. Everyone was still discussing their own achievements. Hey guys, I'm so lucky. 3 rabbits came here. I can finally have a good meal. 3 rabbits? Lucky? I think you're too pitiful. It's not worth the effort and expense, okay? Don't you want to feed your people? They risked their lives to fend off the beast tied for you, so you should at least reward them with a piece of meat. Haha, I don't have any subjects left in my territory. They're all dead, and the ones who survived were sold by me. Now I can feed myself and my whole family. Hee hee. Forehead. Then you're done. This is the Lord's world. Without subjects, the Lord will eventually become a subject. A lord without subjects won't live long in this world. There are still such stupid people nowadays. It's rare to see such stupid people. All right, stop talking. The 3rd wave of beasts is coming. Damn, there are so many of them. 9 gorillas. I guess I have to hide this time. Fuck, I have 9 cows here. You can try? No, one of them is huge, like a small mountain. Hey, I have 9 horses here. I don't know if I can catch them alive. No, there are more advanced monsters among the beasts, damn. Damn, I have a monster here too. It's over. I can't defeat it now. At this moment, Rosen also raised his head. He also has 9 beasts here. However, among these 9 beasts, there seems to be one that is very different. It was a super large Sika deer, with a body like a cow and a hint of fiery red in its eyes. Rosen looked up and the information about the Sika deer immediately appeared in front of him. Chapter 056 Currency appears. Wind-chasing lightning Sika deer, 1st level demon beast. Features: fast as lightning and swift as the wind, with 2 antlers on its head that can break armor. Skill: wind blade. Emit a sharp blade made of wind, performing a ranged attack. Kill and get random drop, iron coin. Seeing that a Sika deer could have such great killing power, Rosen also became serious. Is this the legendary monster? A low-level monster with long-range attacks only possessed by magicians, and it even drops iron coins. At this moment, everyone with a keen eye in the territory saw that the Sika deer was a monster, and they all became serious. Fully armed soldiers, remain in place and guard the front line. Archers, prepare yourselves, and so do the magician apprentices, for long-range strikes. Rosen also began to take over the overall situation and assign tasks at this moment. The appearance of monsters can cause most of the territory to fall. Among the 9 wild beasts, except for one Sika deer which is a monster, the others are all ferocious beasts. There are bison, spiders, crocodiles, and more. All of the 9 beasts rushed towards the territory at once. If they were allowed to rush forward, they would definitely be able to break through the territory's defenses. Archers shoot. Rosen gave the first order calmly. Since the magician has limited magic power, it can only be used in emergencies. Any problem that can be solved by an archer should be solved by an archer. When the word shoot was uttered, the archers drew their bows and arrows. Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and 100 arrows rushed straight towards the beasts. Shichichi. When encountering a weak beast, the bow and arrow will directly penetrate the beast's body. If the bow and arrow encounter a beast with hard skin, they will be deflected. But even so, after a round of volleys, the only big creatures left in the square were the monsters like Sika deer and crocodiles. As if realizing that a frontal attack would not work, the few beasts stopped. Especially the Sika deer leading the group, with his long neck, looking down at Rosen and the others. Then a wheezing sound came from his nose. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a small wind blade condensed in its mouth. Vomit! The Sika deer spat at the soldiers in the front row. The wind blade suddenly flew out at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, as it flew, the wind blade grew larger. By the time it reached the front row of soldiers, the palm-sized wind blade had expanded to 1 meter long. Oops! Boom! 3 soldiers stood in the 1 meter wide open space. They were struck by the wind blades and immediately fell backwards. Looking at their armor again, a gap had been cut by the wind blade, revealing the linen inside. Hiss! The soldiers immediately gasped. This wind blade is so sharp that it can slice through armor with just 1 strike. Another strike would be enough to cut a person in half. It's truly terrifying. Archers, keep shooting. Magicians, attack immediately. It was also Rosen's first time to encounter a monster, so he immediately gave orders. There is only one monster in this wave, but it is already so powerful. I guess there will be more monsters in the next wave. It seems that we need to deal with this wave as soon as possible, and then we will have to mobilize all forces for the next wave of beasts. Whoosh whoosh. Another salvo. At the same time, the magicians all stood up, chanting and casting magic at the monsters. However, the 8 wood magicians did not stand up, because their magic is not offensive. There's no use standing up. Enthusiastic flame spirit, please obey my call and condense into a ball of fire. Jarvan and his deputy chanted simultaneously. Same magic spell, same movements. The two of them finished chanting at the same time, and a fireball suddenly appeared above their hands. Go ahead, fireball. They both pushed forward. 2 fireballs flew out with a whoosh of intense flames. After the fireball flew out, the other magicians finished chanting and cast their own magic. In the name of the hurricane god, I summon you. Come out, whirlwind. The 6 wind magicians finished chanting, and a small whirlwind appeared in front of them. However, as the small tornado blew past, the vortex became larger and larger. Of course, there were also 4 water magicians who cast waterball spells. O water element, please heed my call and condense into form. Waterball. 4 water balls the size of a human head. It looks completely harmless. Rosen looked at the side with a dark face. If I had known, I wouldn't have let these 4 water magic apprentices go. This magic strength is only suitable for watering the ground. 4 water balls also flew over. Although in Rosen's eyes, only fireball has a certain degree of offensiveness. But in the eyes of other subjects, this was simply a miracle. Creating a whirlwind of fire out of thin air is extremely shocking. It also increases their courage level. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 fireballs hit the monster first, and flames shot out. Ouch! The cicadere screamed in pain and was pushed back a few steps by the impact of the fireball. But at this moment, the attack has just begun. As the fireball died down, the deer's hide was severely burned. Before it could even recover from the pain, the water ball arrived. The alternating heat and cold, like ice and fire, made the monster so uncomfortable that it almost lost consciousness. He was hit by the water ball and fell directly to the ground, without any strength to get up. What made the monster even more terrified was that just as it became a drowned chicken and had not yet gotten up, a whirlwind came again. Stop, stop, stop. 6 whirlwinds blew it up to the sky one by one, and then it fell heavily to the ground. And every time it falls, the ground will be shaken and dust will fly. When the 6th whirlwind blew past, the other beasts were already dead. Only the cicadere were still circling in the whirlwind. As the tornado disappeared, the cicadere landed on the ground again. Boom! After landing, the wind-chasing lightning cicadere became motionless and lay on the ground without moving. At this moment, the soldiers in the front row hurried over to check. He first looked around, and then lay down in front of the deer to check it. Finally, he was sure of it and excitedly shouted to Lord Rosen, "Lord, the monster is dead." "Is it dead? Really dead? Completely dead?" "He's really dead. Completely dead? It looks like he's already dead." "Excellent. Long live the Lord. My lord, you are mighty." As for why we don't call the magician mighty, it's because the magician is also the Lord's subject. There would be no magician without the Lord, so long live the Lord. Seeing this, Rosen smiled with relief. The people in the city lord's mansion came to collect the bodies. It wasn't long before something was discovered that had fallen beneath the body. The people knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "My lord, 3 iron coins fell from the monster. P.S. Routine thanks. A meritorious person, a little saint, user 264724448, the boring god, 3 Kingdoms Network, Mo Shang Buffon, the bookworm boss, my little cutie, etc." Chapter 057 The Function of Iron Coins. Did the iron coins really drop? Rosen was slightly stunned, and then said, "Show it to me." Iron coins are the currency in circulation in this world. The main source of currency is monsters. Kill the monsters, and they will randomly drop currency. Moreover, there are magic cores in the corpses of high-level monsters. Magic cores can be used to enchant items such as weapons, increasing their quality. As for the iron coins, they are just refined iron of higher quality than the crude iron made by ordinary people. Its circulation function is trading, but its main use is to be fused into refined iron blocks and used to make refined iron weapons. It is precisely because of its usefulness that it is used as currency. Low-level monsters will drop iron coins, while higher-level monsters will drop silver coins or even gold coins. Of course, this kind of silver and gold is not soft silver or soft gold, but extremely hard silver and hard gold, and the weapons made from it are of higher quality. The subordinate took out 3 iron coins and presented them respectfully with both hands. The iron coin was round, just like the ocean in his previous life, except that it looked pitch black and extremely solid. There are 2 big words written on the iron coin. Iron coin. Rosen slowly reached out his hand and picked up one, and immediately the system's voice came into his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has collected the spoils, which can trigger 100-fold amplification. Do you want to trigger it? Can this also trigger 100 times? Rosen was slightly stunned and said in his mind, Trigger. Ding. The 100-fold amplification has been successfully triggered. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 iron coins. The additional amplification has been automatically stored in the host's backpack. When I opened the Lord's Guide, I saw that there were indeed 99 more iron coins. Rosen immediately took the other 2 and triggered the 100-fold amplification again. Throwing 3 iron coins into the backpack, there are now 300 iron coins in the backpack. 300 iron coins can be fused into 3 pieces of refined iron. Of course, iron coins can be melted into refined iron, and refined iron can also be made into iron coins. However, the process of refining crude iron into refined iron was too complicated and difficult to synthesize. This also confirmed the importance of the circulation of iron coins. For pieces of fine iron can actually be used to create a fine iron sword. There is a huge gap between fine iron swords and ordinary iron swords. If you have more magic cores, you can enchant the fine iron sword and improve its quality to a top-level iron sword. A top-grade iron sword is not much worse than an ordinary silver sword. Very good. Rosen nodded with satisfaction and waited for the people to finish cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, it is already afternoon. The next wave of beasts is getting closer and closer. The next wave of beasts should see the appearance of 18 wild beasts, but it is unknown how many of them are demonic beasts. However, the more beasts there are in the beast tide, the longer the rest time will be. Everyone, pay attention. The next wave of beasts will be a dangerous moment. Archers and magicians ascend the arrow tower. Soldiers rest and eat at the entrance. Commander Zhao will lead the team. Rosen arranged them one by one. Everyone could see that each wave of beast tide was getting more ferocious than the last. So everyone followed Rosen's arrangements and performed their duties. 20 magicians and 100 archers all went up to the tower. On average, there is a magician apprentice for every 2 arrow towers. After the 2 waves of consumption, the archers only had 800 arrows left, and they could still fire 8 rounds at a time. After 8 rounds, they will be laid off and can retreat to the Lord's mansion. Zhao Yun led more than 100 soldiers into the formation to guard the square, with the 2 battalion commanders Luo Haizi and Xiao Balian following on his left and right. Behind him were more than 100 soldiers, wearing black iron armor and holding iron swords, ready for battle. On both sides of the square, there are towering arrow towers. There is an archer on each tower, and some even have 2. Among the archers, there were some magician apprentices. The entire territory was on high alert, solemn and dignified. It looks like an impregnable barrier, unbreakable. Rosen sat in the rear, with his back against the gate of the city lord's mansion, eating barbecue and drinking wheat porridge, watching other lords in the lord's compass bragging. As for why Rosen is so cool, mainly, the girl was too close. Rosen raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Kitano Wang. Kitano Nozomi is actually also a girl of young girl level. It's just that her body is mature and she looks like a young woman. At this moment, Kitano Nozomi was looking at him secretly. In fact, Rosen had known that she was looking at him, so he wanted to show off a little and demonstrate his talents. This is man's nature. Dare to show yourself in front of beautiful women. Thinking that a beast tide would appear soon and he might have to take part in it, Rosen ate even harder. Because once the monster hides, ordinary soldiers are useless. Only warriors are qualified to fight the monster. The monster just now was a lesson for us. In the territory, he and Zhao Yun were the only 2 people who were at the realm of warrior and martial artist. Rather than letting the people die, it is better to go on the battlefield yourself, show your power, save the people from danger, and train yourself at the same time. Am I handsome? Noticing that Kitano Wang was still peeking, Rosen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked a very confident question. What? Kitano Wang was stunned and his brain went blank. Rosen slowly raised his head to look at her and said word by word, Am I handsome? Swish. Kitano Wang's face instantly turned as red as an apple. He clutched the hem of his clothes tightly with both hands, lowered his head shyly, and whispered softly, The Lord is naturally the most handsome. Hey, are all women in this world so shy? If they were in my previous life, they would definitely be very popular. Rosen shook his head and continued to focus on the chat area. In the chat area, other lords have already killed monsters and have even started collecting iron coins. My lords, monsters will drop iron coins. If anyone has iron coins, please sell them to me. I will buy them back at a high price. This sentence proves that the man was recovered and the monster was killed. Otherwise, how would you know that monsters would drop iron coins? This scene shocked Rosen a little. It is indeed a vast world with countless talented people. He was able to kill monsters entirely by relying on his innate conditions, while other lords did not have golden fingers, but were still able to kill monsters. Then his territory must have developed to a very large extent. Even if the territory is not large, if it can kill monsters, the overall strength is very strong, or the equipment is particularly good. Food, water, even wheat seeds can be exchanged for a high price. The man uttered another word, and it seemed that he was very eager for the iron coins. The people below began to talk. What the hell is an iron coin? Can it be dropped by monsters? Who knows? I can't defeat the monsters. I hid during the beast wave just now. Me too. I didn't dare to fight either. Haha. I don't even dare to open the door when there are 9 wild beasts, let alone a demon beast. Chapter 058 9 Monsters. I didn't expect that person to have killed the monster and obtained information about the iron coins. Is he so powerful? The world is full of wonders. I was extremely hungry today, so I found a herb in the wild. After eating it, my blood boiled and my strength increased. I just killed a beast during the beast tide, so maybe others will have some adventures too. That's right, huh? But no one seems to want to change, and no one answered him. Oh, I'm not just here for some idle chat. I almost forgot what I'm doing. If anyone has iron, I'm willing to trade it for food. My iron sword was badly worn out during the battle just now. It needs to be repaired before it can be used again. Here I come. I have iron, or can I exchange it? No, the iron ore still needs to be refined. I need it urgently, so I'll just exchange it for iron. Everyone kept talking about it. The person who made the call, seeing that no one responded to him, sent another message, which immediately shocked the chat channel and brought out countless lurkers. I have a storage ring blueprint, in exchange for 100 iron coins. Anyone interested? Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's actually a storage ring. Oh my god, he's so lucky. The storage ring blueprint can only be found in a silver treasure chest. Could it be that he has found a silver treasure chest? Hiss, a silver treasure chest, 1 in a million. To find a silver treasure chest, you must be a child of destiny. You are so lucky. The blueprint for the storage ring. Once crafted, it can store items, making it very convenient to carry around. It also effectively prevents the awkward situation of a backpack running out of space. It's hundreds of times better than a huge, bulky storage box, and it's quick to exchange. If you don't have enough iron coins, a group of people can gather together, and I'll exchange them for other items. Speed. Oh my god, why is he so anxious to get the iron coins? What on earth does he want to do? Iron coins aren't that valuable, are they? Everyone was extremely confused. Even Rosen was confused. To be honest, Rosen took a fancy to the storage ring blueprint, but he was also very suspicious of the man who was trying to spend such a high price in exchange for some iron coins. Because the blueprint of the storage ring is worth much more than iron coins. But what he does doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Why should I think so much? Rosen rolled his eyes and decided not to think about it anymore. Even if he is really useful, I can't stop him. The number of iron coins will increase with the appearance of monsters. Even if you cannot exchange them today, you can exchange them after a while. But blueprints are very scarce. Rosen immediately replied in the channel. I'll trade with you for 100 iron coins, right? As soon as Rosen's message was released, the channel exploded. Oh my god, what are you talking about? You have to be kidding. 100 iron coins? How did you get so many? Oh my god, I met another big guy who can kill monsters. There are so many big guys. I thought being able to fight 3 beasts was considered a big guy, but it turns out the real big guys are hiding among us. Hey, isn't this Rosen, the first place in the last fog exploration? Is he the number 1 in the mist incident? He's so amazing, he can already kill monsters. I see. Besides a full set of gold equipment, first place in mist time also gets an extra reward. I don't know what it is, but it makes sense for the first place winner to get 100 iron coins. Following the discussion of the crowd, the lord who needed to trade sent a private message to Rosen shortly afterwards. So you're the first in the mist exploration, no wonder you have 100 iron coins. After seeing the private message from that person, Rosen pondered for a moment and finally decided to ask him what the iron coins were for. Of course, this wasn't a defense against him or an attempt to stop him from developing. Rosen simply wanted to know the hidden purpose. After all, he still had iron coins, so he could use them if necessary, right? So Rosen also replied with a message. Brother, thank you for the compliment. A monster can only drop a few. These are all accidental gains for me. I see. That's what I was saying. Even if you're number one, you can't kill dozens of monsters at once, right? Excuse me. I'm just being honest. Well, let's do the deal quickly. I'm in a hurry. Brother, I want to ask, what do you want the iron coins for? Rosen replied without answering the question. The man didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and replied, trade. I just met a dog-headed orc with an orc slave. He arrived during the orc tide, so he hid in my territory. I want to use iron coins to buy his slave, Rosen, with such a big beast tide happening, you're still thinking about buying slaves? Such a big heart. What kind of slave? A woman? Rosen asked again. It's a female orc catwoman. Hurry up, brothers. The next wave of beasts is about to begin, and that kobold is leaving. Rosen was speechless again. However, Rosen also got some information from this conversation. That is, there seemed to be quite a lot of orcs around. There are actually orcs doing business. It seems that not all orcs are vicious. There are probably some beasts that have committed many evil deeds, and there are also ordinary orcs who live a serious life. Just like people, there are good and bad things. Thinking of this, Rosen felt a little disappointed, so he took out 100 iron coins and exchanged them with him. After the exchange was successful, Rosen got a blueprint for a storage ring. Look at the information displayed on the drawing. Storage ring blueprint. You can use this to craft a storage ring. Requires 1 refined iron plus 1 magic core plus 1 blueprint. All that's missing is the magic core. I actually hope that a higher level monster will appear in the next beast wave, because only low level and above monsters have magic cores, although you may not be able to win. Normally, the strength of a first level monster is close to that of a human martial artist. As for the second level monsters, even martial artists have to temporarily avoid them. Therefore, ordinary warriors cannot defeat first level monsters at all. Of course, it is not absolute, because everything is possible, even the truth. Close the Lord's Guide. The sky was still dark, and the sun had set behind the mountain without anyone noticing. 3 waves of beasts delayed us for a whole day. The beast tide will last for a day and a night, and there are estimated to be at most 6 waves. Rosen looked into the distance. At this moment, a row of wild beasts appeared in the distance, growing from small to large, and caught Rosen's eye. Here I come, here I come. The beast tide is coming. There are many monsters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 27 in total. Holy shit, there are actually 9 first-level monsters among them. Gulp. The soldiers and magic apprentices all swallowed their saliva. They all felt the danger brought by this beast tide. 9 first-level monsters are equivalent to 9 top-level human warriors. If they act together, they can definitely defeat all of them. The people in the territory felt a surge of tension and tightened their grip on their weapons. Fire dragon cult, climbing beast, black python, saber-toothed tiger. At this moment, Rosen sat up straighter and his expression became serious. P.S. As a routine thank you to the following brothers for their rewards. User 110476627, Mary from the Covenant Cathedral. User 54494941, Hashu from the Forbidden City, Zhehian Gang Supreme Mad Demon, 3 Kingdoms Network, Shinshin Shingshin, Wan, Zhehian Gang. Long Wait, Servant Carrot O Carrot Soul, Yihong Yu from the Jade Emperor Temple, Zhehian Gang Biming Reverend Chun, Han, Fernitian Shiezuan, Lon Lazy, Carrot, Oh, and so on. Chapter 059. The whole army is dispatched. Every time Rosen looked at a monster, information about the monster would appear before his eyes. As for the monsters, in the words of the previous life, they are mutated beasts. Just like human magicians, they can absorb the natural power between heaven and earth, strengthen themselves, make themselves stronger, and thus evolve different abilities. For example, they can spit out wind blades or fireballs, and some monsters can spit out poisonous mist. These are basically magic that can only be cast by a magician chanting spells. Only with these abilities can a beast be called a demon beast. There were 9 demonic beasts and 18 wild beasts, a total of 27, and they were very aggressive. Archers ready, magicians ready. Zhao Yun led his infantry to form a battle array in the square to block the attack of the monsters. The magician Jarvan was on top of the arrow tower, commanding all ranged attackers. This sentence of preparation was uttered by Jarvan, because the ranged attackers are temporarily under his command. Hearing his shout, all 100 archers put on their arrows and drew their bows. Suddenly, the bow was pulled into a full moon, using up all the strength in the leader. The monsters paused outside the square for a moment, and then launched a fierce charge without any nonsense. Not even the instinctive roar of a wild beast was uttered. Boom, boom, boom. Each beast weighed several hundred pounds, and more than 20 of them rushed over, causing the earth to tremble violently. This kind of tremor sounded as if it stepped on the hearts of all the people in the territory. Now, everyone is free to attack. The moment the beasts charged, Jarvan gave orders and began to chant spells. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard. At the same time, there was also the loud chanting. Enthusiastic flame spirit, please obey my call and condense into a ball of fire. In the name of the hurricane god, I summon you. Come out, whirlwind. O water element, please heed my call and condense into a water ball. Water ball technique. The magicians chanted spells and summoned magic. The other 8 wood magicians who had little attack power also began to cast magic. Although they are not very aggressive, they still have to contribute in group battles. Then the 8 magicians took out a handful of seeds from their pockets, scattered them far away, and chanted spells frantically. Great God of life, please accept my prayer. Let the seeds of hope take root and grow wildly in the promised land. Let the thorny vine spread. Let the withered life bloom again. Let the dead tree regenerate spring. Dead tree springing technique. Forehead. Rosen clearly heard the chanting of the wood magic apprentice and felt speechless. What kind of magic is it that makes dead trees come back to life in spring? Rosen couldn't help but look over. The handful of seeds they threw fell to the ground and began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, small seeds turned into vines. Although not many, there are still dozens of seeds thrown out by 8 people. Controlling the crazy growth of dozens of seeds in a short period of time consumes a lot of magic power. A row of seeds began to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines that grew out seemed to have life, blocking the beast's path. When wild beasts approached, the vines would automatically wrap around them, trapping them in a wooden net woven with various vines. Of course, the monster was only trapped temporarily and soon broke through the vines. The real damage caused by the rain of arrows was to ordinary beasts. Only the magic of other magicians can cause certain damage to monsters. After 2 rounds of volleys and 2 rounds of magic, only 8 monsters were left standing in the square, and all 8 monsters were injured. However, they all broke through the barrier and rushed towards Zhao Yun's phalanx. Kill. Zhao Yun, holding a long sword, led the charge. Kill. The soldiers also shouted to give themselves courage and followed Zhao Yun to fight. Suddenly, humans and animals mixed together and started a fierce fight. Fortunately, these soldiers were fully armed. Although they were no match for the monsters, they would not be easily killed by them. Because they are all iron armor, the monsters have to use skills to break through the armor. The skills that monsters can use are also limited, and like human magicians, their magic power will be consumed. Once their magic power is depleted, they lose their ranged attacks. The soldier's role wasn't to actually kill the monsters, but to consume them. Once a soldier's armor was completely damaged, Zhao Yun would immediately withdraw them from the battlefield to save their lives. After all, every citizen is a valuable asset of the territory and cannot die easily. Zhao Yun fought 3 monsters alone, and the battle was difficult to determine the winner. Although they are at the martial artist level, monsters are naturally stronger than humans. 3 first-level monsters can attack a human at the martial artist level and even besiege the martial artist to death. What's more, there are 5 monsters around that attack him from time to time. Of course, Zhao Yun is no ordinary martial artist. He is a famous military general in China, full of courage and fearless. Just like the widely circulated saying used to describe Zhao Yun. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, I can still take the enemy general's head amidst a huge army. This is not to describe how powerful Zhao Yun is, but to describe his courage. Zhao Zilong, full of courage. Seeing the chaotic battlefield, all the people on the Arrow Tower and in the city lord's mansion dared not breathe and secretly clenched their fists. At this time, Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. It's almost time for him to go on stage. Otherwise, if he continues to consume like this, all 200 sets of armor will probably be ruined. These were made with great difficulty. Thinking of this, Rosen suddenly had an inspiration and thought of another thing in his mind. He quickly opened the Lord's Guide and began posting exchange information in the regional channel. If anyone has the blueprints for the spear, please send your request and come quickly. Although a tide of beasts appeared in everyone's territory at this time, most of the lords did not go to meet the enemy, but chatted in the thatched hut with the Lord's Guide. After all, there are 9 monsters in this wave of beasts, and most people probably don't have the strength to resist. The wild beasts that appear in the beast tide will only wreak havoc on the Lord's courtyard and will not enter the city lord's hut. So the lords who could not resist hid in the huts and waited for the beast tide to pass. When Rosen's exchange message was sent, a large number of responses immediately came from the regional channel. Hey, isn't this the guy who just exchanged 100 iron coins for the blueprint? Here he is again. Hey brother, the beast tide has begun. Are you hiding in the hut as well? Hee hee, I don't think anyone would dare to resist this beast tide. Yes, these 9 monsters are too powerful. Let's just wait patiently for the beast tide to end. Brother, what do you want the spear blueprint for? I have an iron spear blueprint. Would you like to exchange it? As the news came out, Rosen saw a man with blueprints. Chapter 60, Zilong retreats. The Lord is here. The world is big and there are many people. Although it has just begun, many people have obtained many different resources. Even if someone said at this time that he was lucky enough to get the artifact, Rosen would still believe it. After all, the world is so big that anything can happen. It's just a matter of whether others are willing to let you know. But God is fair. If you get a divine weapon, you will definitely lose other things. Just like some people have treasure chests in their territory, while others can explore the fog for days without finding any new treasure chests. Some people have water sources just outside their territory, while others can explore for kilometers without finding anything to drink. But if they have nothing to drink, there must be food around them. If they have water to drink, there is nothing to eat around them. All things are in a cycle, day and night alternate, and it repeats itself over and over again. There are no unchanging lords, only lazy lords. Change. What do you want? Rosen immediately sent him a message. Of course, the information was sent on regional channels. Just because they didn't have a private chat, it means they won't have a private chat before the deal is done. Hey, I want an iron defense suit and a weapons suit. When that person said this, everyone in the regional channel was shocked and went into an uproar. Fuck, the lion is opening its mouth. A blueprint for so much. Damn, you're daydreaming. TSK. Brother, it's good to have dreams, but you are such a liar. The other lords could also see that no matter how high the quality of a blueprint was, it was still just a blueprint. Wanting to change so many finished products is almost a fantasy. Rosen certainly wouldn't be taken advantage of, but said calmly, nonsense. If you really want to change, just change your request. Hee hee, I knew you wouldn't want to. Then give me 20 kilograms of meat. I won't exchange for anything less. Okay, if yes, let's start the trade. What? 20 pounds of meat? Hiss, that's quite a lot. Oh my god, are blueprints so valuable? I seem to have a lot of blueprints, but no one wants them. Me too. I've collected quite a few, all architectural drawings, but no one wants them. Seeing that he had indeed changed his request, Rosen stopped bargaining. Although food is more important in comparison, they said they won't exchange it if there is less, so they probably are very short of food. And I need the blueprint for the spear. Thinking of this, Rosen directly initiated an exchange request to him, and then threw 20 kilograms of meat into the exchange space. Of course, the meat thrown in has not been amplified. This made Rosen feel a little distressed. However, resources obtained by exchanging for things that have not been amplified can continue to be amplified. So, although Rosen felt bad, he still changed it. Because once he got a spear blueprint, he could form 100 spearmen. They changed it, they really did. Oh my god, 20 kilograms of meat. I want meat too. Brother, I have a toilet blueprint, and I want to exchange it for a pound of meat. Is that okay? Can you have mercy on me and let me exchange it for once? Toilet blueprints? I need your blueprints to build a toilet? Anywhere can't be used as a toilet. Everyone. Although I said a few words on the regional channel, it actually only took a few dozen seconds. At this time, Zhao Yun and his soldiers were fighting hard against the enemy. Even when besieged by 8 monsters, he still killed 2 of them. Moreover, many soldiers' armor had been broken and they began to retreat. The number of soldiers on the battlefield is gradually decreasing. This is also the reason why Rosen did not equip them with gold equipment. They can't resist for long. Even if the gold equipment will not be destroyed, it is still difficult for them to completely control the gold equipment with their strength. There's no need to waste it on them. Of course, the soldiers were not completely useless. After all, hundreds of people besieged and killed 2 monsters. So although there were only a few soldiers left on the battlefield, the number of monsters had also been reduced to half, with only 4 still fighting. After the transaction was completed, Rosen did not immediately enter the Lord's mansion to make a spear, because he wanted to make a high-quality spear, rather than an ordinary spear, which would waste the resources he exchanged. Hey! At this moment, the battlefield suddenly changed. Zhao Zilong was covered in blood and shouted loudly with a long sword in his hand. Sweep away the enemy. Suddenly, a faint white light came out from the blade of Zhao Zilong's sword. He waved the sword and spun around in place at an extremely fast speed. The sword blade made a rumbling sound as it broke through the air as he spun. A white light generated by the sword blade surrounded Zhao Zilong. In this circle, all the monsters touched by the white light screamed. There were even some injured wild animals that died on the spot. After a round of selection, there was no monster left alive within a radius of several meters. This scene made the people in the territory full of fighting spirit and their blood boil. Even Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly, because after Zhao Yun used this move just now, he was able to see Zhao Yun's skills. And this move is exactly the skill that Zhao Yun has, sweeping through thousands of troops. Originally, it should have been performed with a spear, but he only had a long sword, so he was forced to perform it with the long sword. Looking at the power of the vacuum zone of several meters centered on Zhao Yun, Rosen was extremely satisfied. Using a long sword is so powerful, and using a spear can increase Zhao Yun's attack power by 50%. It is conceivable that if the spear is used, all 4 monsters will probably be killed. There are 2 more on the battlefield. All were injured, and Zhao Yun was also panting. That move just now had used up most of his strength. He was already a little weak at this time. Seeing this, Rosen took out a set of gold equipment from his backpack and started changing on the spot. This scene surprised many people in the territory. What is the Lord doing? It's golden equipment. Does the Lord intend to fight in person? I didn't expect the Lord to possess the legendary golden equipment. Look, he even has golden combat boots. It's a complete set. Everyone looked over at once. Rosen changed his clothes without blushing or getting nervous. When putting on the armor, it was too slow for one person to do it. So Rosen signaled to Bai Yuang, and Bai Yuang came over to help Rosen put on the armor. My lord, do you really want to fight in person? Katana Wang asked nervously. Rosen nodded without saying anything. Bai Yuang's little hands trembled a little, and he advised, Lord, those monsters are very dangerous. Commander Zhao can stop them. Lord, please think twice. I've thought it over. The beast tide is a rare opportunity. I'll hold off as many waves as I can. It's only a matter of time before I take the field. There's no need to persuade me anymore. Rosen stood there expressionlessly. Kitano Nozomi quickly put on the armor for him. After putting on the clothes, Rosen turned into a little golden man. He wore golden boots and knee pads, and golden armor and gauntlets. Holding a golden sword, he shouted at Zhao Yun, Zilong, step back. I, the Lord, am here. P.S. Thanks to users 149492667, Yifeng, user 41301516, the second elder of Zhejian Gang, Gada who loves fried pork with pickled chili peppers, Qingtian Xiaobai, Painful Loneliness, Songwei, Gigi Moshi, username 2898226, Zhejian Gang, Taishang Laozi, the iron-backed gray wolf spirit of Silla, Zhejian Gang, Biming Reverend, Chun, Love One, Mukin, etc. for their gifts and rewards. Chapter 061, Making a Fortune. Golden boots with golden knee pads, golden armor with golden gauntlets. The whole person was wrapped tightly. He picked up the helmet with both hands and put it on. The largest area of skin exposed on Rosen's body was his handsome cheek. As he shouted, everyone's attention was focused on Rosen again. The Lord is going to go to the battlefield in person. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially Bai Yuang, who was standing at the door of the Lord's mansion, looked at Rosen's back with confused eyes. She knew that Rosen risked his life for the territory's resources. At this moment, Kitano Nozomi was extremely grateful. She was grateful to God for giving her a lord who was so responsible for the territory. She was grateful to the gods for giving her the opportunity to be with the Lord. Since the Lord wants to do it himself, as a subordinate, she can only support him unconditionally. First of all, she believed in the strength of the Lord, and there were so many people in the territory. If the Lord was really in danger, all the people in the territory would risk their lives to save him. I will also fight alongside the Lord and die without regrets. She was the Lord's housekeeper in life, and would continue to follow the Lord even in death. Seeing Rosen's figure stepping onto the square, Kitano Nozomi's heart was beating fast. She put her hands in front of her mouth, making a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly, My Lord is mighty. A cry from a woman. There was a crispness and trembling in the voice. For a moment, the whole place was set on fire. All the people in the territory shouted along. My Lord, you are mighty. Long live the Lord. My Lord, you are invincible. The voices of hundreds of people became orderly from being chaotic. These powerful words were repeated over and over again, echoing throughout the territory. At this time, if you look down from the sky, you can see a stream of air rising into the sky. That is the power of faith generated by the cohesion of the people. Even the drowsy Lucy was awakened at this moment. She crouched down in front of the window again, watching the people in her territory screaming heartbreakingly. At that moment, a spark of hope shone in her eyes, and she murmured to herself, Humanity's cohesion is truly formidable. With such people and such a Lord, there's no need to worry about failing to achieve hegemony. In contrast, my life has been one of wandering and exile, a life of exile. 10 years of ambitious plans. Now all I can tell the mountain ghosts. Perhaps this is where I will be buried. Big Bull and Second Bull, you must live well and don't seek revenge for me. Inside the square, the remaining 2 injured monsters were so frightened by the shouts of their people that they did not attack immediately. Instead, they hesitated for a moment, as if they were considering whether they still had the strength to charge in. Zhao Yun also got a chance to catch his breath. Looking at Rosen, who was covered in golden armor, his eyes were filled with emotion. He knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Don't worry, my lord. I am fine. Why aren't you wearing the golden armor I gave you?" Looking at the damaged iron armor on Zhao Yun, Rosen asked lightly. "I am reluctant to do so." Zhao Yun blurted out, with great sincerity. "Rosen, I gave it to you so that you can wear it. You don't have to be frugal in the future. Just replace it with a new one when it breaks." Rosen said with emotion. Although he disagreed with Zhao Yun's actions, he did not complain. He said calmly, "Back off. Leave the rest to me." "No, I can still fight." Zhao Yun obviously would not let Rosen fall into danger alone, so he directly refused. But at this time, Rosen ignored him and rushed over on his own. Looking at the mess on the ground, Rosen pointed his golden sword diagonally and started running, rushing towards the 2 monsters. Roar. Seeing this, the 2 injured monsters roared to the sky and directly unleashed their skills from their mouths. A wind blade and a fireball. The 2 crossed each other and attacked Rosen. "Humph, with only magic apprentice level skills, you dare to face my golden armor. Just let me verify the strength of the golden weapon." Rosen did not stop, holding the sword in both hands and chopped down head-on. Clang! The golden sword hit the fireball, directly splitting it into pieces in the air and emitting sparks. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Scattered sparks rushed in all directions. Some sparks also hit Rosen's golden armor, making a ding-dong sound. However, there was no sign of impact on the golden armor. After the sparks dissipated, the golden armor remained shiny. Hey! After turning around and slashing several times, Rosen once again split the wind blade. The enormous force made his hands numb, but he still managed to break the wind blade. It is conceivable that if the injured monsters have such strength, how powerful the normal monsters must be. If ordinary citizens encounter this situation, they will probably have no choice but to die. No wonder people say that the fog is too dangerous, because no one can guarantee whether they will encounter wild beasts or monsters in the fog. If you encounter a wild beast, you still have a chance of survival, but if you encounter a monster, there is no way out. With the skill to split the monster, Rosen's footsteps were already running wildly. Soon they arrived in front of the monster. The monster's magic power had been exhausted, so it could only fight in close combat, using its fangs and sharp claws to attack Rosen. Clang, clang, clang. Time after time after time. The claws and fangs hit the golden swords, making a metallic collision, but when the golden swords hit their fur, they would directly cut through their fur. Rosen would touch their claws with his sword a few times, then pull back and chop them a few times. After a while, the 2 monsters fell to the ground covered in blood, gasping weakly. Wow, the Lord's sword is so sharp. Yes, yes, the Lord is truly a god descending from heaven. This golden sword must be a divine weapon. It's difficult for an ordinary iron sword to cut through the fur of a monster. The Lord's golden sword is too powerful. Ordinary people using iron swords could only leave shallow marks on monsters and could hardly break their skin. This showed how strong the monster's defenses were and how hard and sharp Rosen's golden sword was. When everyone saw Rosen defeat the monster, they all cheered enthusiastically. Zhao Yun was also stunned and said in shock, "My lord is so strong." Katana Wang, who was far away, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes finally moved away from Rosen and looked at the cheering people. Iron coins 3. Iron coins 3. Rosen was enjoying the cheers of the people when he caught a glimpse of the iron coins dropped by the monster. The iron coin information automatically appeared in front of Rosen. There are 3 iron coins next to the corpse of each monster. After looking around, there were 9 monsters in total, which cost a total of 27 iron coins. Rosen bent down slightly and picked it up. Ding! A 100-fold increase was successful. The number has increased to 100. Iron coins 100. Iron coins 100. Iron coin. It took a round of picking up before I finally picked up all the iron coins. At this time, dozens of ordinary citizens also rushed out to collect the bodies of the wild beasts. 2,700 iron coins. Looking at the number of iron coins in the backpack, Rosen was slightly shocked. Is this how you get rich? According to the value of the iron coin, 1 iron coin can be exchanged for 1 pound of meat, and there is still a high price but no demand for it. A pound of ordinary fat meat costs about 10 yuan, so 1 iron coin is equivalent to the value of 10 yuan in the previous life. And 2,700 iron coins are equivalent to 27,000 yuan in the previous life. Chapter 062, The Ultimate. Although more than 20,000 yuan is not a lot, it is easy to get it at one time. That's considered getting rich. Of course, a large family and a large business do not count. This is only for ordinary people. More than 2,000 iron coins. If you were to obtain them by killing monsters normally, it would probably take you several months to save up enough. It's equivalent to working for several months, and it has to be a high-paying job. Even for ordinary people, it is difficult to save that much in a year. It just so happens that I can use the iron coins to fuse into fine iron and make a spear for Zhao Yun. 1 fine iron weapon requires 4 pieces of fine iron, which is 400 iron coins. Converted into cash, that's about 4,000 yuan, which is about the same as buying one. Rosen thought for a moment and slowly walked towards the Lord's mansion. As he walked, he said, "Everyone, rest where you are. Those with damaged weapons and armor can retreat to the Lord's mansion. The next wave of beasts will probably arrive around dawn." It was almost midnight at this time. Everyone started to carry out the order after receiving it. No one on the arrow tower was injured. Everyone was intact, so they continued to stay. Most of the infantrymen's armor was damaged, and many were even slightly injured. Fortunately, no one was injured, otherwise it would have been a troublesome matter. During the break, the housekeeper Katana Wang began to lead people to distribute food to the soldiers. According to the time calculation, it will take at least several hours for the next wave of beasts to arrive. I guess it will be dawn after the next wave of beasts. Once the sky brightens, there will be no subsequent beast tides, which means that the beast tide incident is officially over. Rosen returned to the Lord's mansion. The people sitting on the ground in the courtyard immediately gathered around and asked worriedly, "The Lord has returned. Is the beast tide over?" "It shouldn't be over yet. The Lord hasn't let us go back yet." The beast tide is so strong. If we don't have a territory, it will be difficult for ordinary people like us to survive in the beast tide. The Lord must be tired, but we can't help him. Yes, I hate myself now. Why do I look so ordinary and can't help the Lord share his worries? Rosen walked straight across the yard and returned to the inner courtyard room. The first thing to do when you get back is to take out the iron coins and spear drawings. According to the blueprints, 4 pieces of fine iron are needed to make a spear. So Rosen put 400 iron coins on the production table and started to fuse them. After his fusion, the iron coin instantly turned into 4 pieces of fine iron. Then Rosen put in the blueprint and started synthesizing. Advanced Spear 1. Suddenly, a spear appeared on the workbench. This is a long spear made of fine iron, black in color, with a sharp tip, and about 2 meters long. The iron melted from this type of iron coin is much stronger than ordinary refined iron, and it feels different to the touch. Putting away the spear, Rosen took out another blueprint. It was the blueprint of the space ring. This was also what he exchanged for iron coins. If you just want to make a space ring, you must have a magic core. I hope a second-level monster will appear in the beast tide and drop a magic core for me to make a space ring. Otherwise, my space backpack will not be enough when I go out in the future. Rosen muttered to himself, asked the maid to take the spear to Zhao Yun, and then laid down on the bed again. He's tired after a day and needs to rest. But even lying in bed, Rosen couldn't sleep, because he was still worried about the next wave of beasts. Based on the number of beasts in the tide, the next wave should have 81 beasts. I just don't know how many monsters are inside. If there were too many monsters, even if he brought all 500 people with him, they would probably not be able to resist them head-on. But there are 81 wild beasts, and each one weighs an average of 1 or 200 kilograms. If all 81 of them were captured, the harvest would be over 100,000 kilograms of meat. If it is further increased, his territory will be able to store at least more than 10 million kilograms of meat resources. More than 10 million gene, what a terrifying number. If they had so many resources, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a very long time. Fuck, let's fight. Do it. Rosen sat up directly from the bed and clenched his fists. He took out the remaining 80 magician apprentice recruitment orders and used them all on the spot. Then he took out all the golden armor sets from the storage box and asked the maid to distribute them to the trained soldiers. Then, he asked the maid to collect all the damaged armor and weapons and began to repair them one by one on the workbench. This time, Rosen has shown all his strength. Success or failure depends on this wave of beasts. If they succeed, the food problem will be solved once and for all. If they fail, they will have to recruit new people. Anyway, there are only benefits and no harm. 1 hour. 2 hours. Rosen repaired all the weapons and distributed them again. And because there were an extra 100 sets of golden armor and weapons, Rosen transferred another 100 people from the territory to join the battlefield. All in all, the number of people on the battlefield has reached more than 500. Among them, there were 100 magicians, 100 archers, 98 golden warriors, and more than 200 armored warriors. This terrifying number could even sweep across all the surrounding human territories, orc tribes, and monster lairs. Only a crisis like the Beast Tide is qualified to fight against it. Dang dang dang. Lord. At this time, Katana Wang's voice sounded at the door. Rosen said calmly, "The door is not locked. Come in." "My lord." Bei Yuang bowed slightly to show his respect after coming in. Rosen said calmly, "Is a Beast Tide appearing?" "The Beast Tide hasn't appeared yet, but a man just walked out of the recruitment center and wanted to see the Lord." Bei Yuang said, "That person came from the same recruitment center as Commander Zhao. I dare not make a decision on my own, so I came here specifically to report to the Lord." "What? From the same class as Zhao Yun? Did the God-level recruiting agency recruit another famous general for me?" Rosen was slightly stunned, his face full of surprise. Although today is the 8th day, it is still dark. He actually managed to recruit a famous general. He thought it would take a few days, about the same time as Zhao Yun's appearance. Rosen quickly stood up and said, "Where is he? Let him in." "Yes." Seeing Rosen so excited, Kitano hurried to ask for help. Actually, you can't blame Rosen for being excited. The main reason is that he currently lacks strong people. The realm of the generals recruited by the God-level recruitment is always one realm higher than your own. In other words, anyone recruited by the God-level recruitment center is at least at the martial master level. At present, monsters are invading, and there are only 2 masters, him and Zhao Yun, in the territory. What he lacks most is strong people. Rosen stood in the room with his hands behind his back, looking towards the door from time to time. After a while, Katana Wang came in with a man. Bei Yuang was in front, and the man was behind. The man was tall and strong, dressed in cloth. When he saw Rosen, he knelt on both knees, kowtowed respectfully, and said, "I am Lu Bu, the subordinate, and I pay my respects to the Lord. P.S. As a routine thank you to the brothers who gave rewards below. The mighty Wang Fenglei, Mr. G from Yinshan Villa, Su K from the Exploding Sky Gang, Baba, the Flying Handsome Pig, Southern God, Fate begins and destroys in a single thought, Little Tyrant Heart, user 865-31953, Exploding Sky Gang. That guy, Chonky, user 11026849, watch out, I'll bite you to death, 007, etc. And so on. Chapter 063 3 Heroes Fighting a Group of Beasts. Holy crap, Lu Bu, the most powerful general in the 3 kingdoms. Rosen's eyes suddenly widened, and Lu Bu's information immediately appeared in front of him. Subject, Lu Bu. Gender, male. Realm, 5th level of martial artist. Weapon, halberd. Wearing a halberd increases combat power by 50%. Loyalty, 100, never betray. Rosen didn't know what the mechanism for recruiting generals was, but whether it was Zhao Yun or Lu Bu, all the recruits were young men, about 20 years old. But as long as they are strong fighters, that's enough. Rosen immediately stepped forward and personally helped Lu Bu to his feet, smiling broadly as he said, "Fengxian, please get up quickly. With Fengxian's help from now on, I can rest assured." "Thank you, Lord. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Lu Bu had a stern face and did not show his emotions, but his words were full of loyalty to Rosen. "Okay, great." Rosen suppressed his excitement and said to Lu Bu, "I just need your help with something. My lord, please give me your orders. I will do it without hesitation." Lu Bu still looked like an honest man. Rosen quickly said to Bei Wang, who was standing beside him, "Go get a set of golden armor and weapons for Fengxian. Consider it my gift to Fengxian." "Yes." Bei Yuang looked at Lu Bu in confusion. Apart from feeling that he was very strong, she didn't see any other advantages. So she was a little puzzled as to why the Lord was so kind to him. But no matter how much you think about it, you still have to do it. She went to the outer courtyard, withdrew a soldier in golden armor, and brought the equipment to Lu Bu, leaving the soldier with a look of regret. The other subjects who had been respectful to him at first suddenly returned to their old ways, and their tone of voice in conversation became less polite. "Alas, I'm unwilling to give up. It's a pity that I don't have enough equipment and can't go to the battlefield. The Lord's back hall. Fengxian, our territory is facing a Beast Tide crisis, and you're about to join the battle right after you arrive. I haven't prepared anything in advance, so you can use this golden armor and golden weapons for now." Rosen pointed at the armor that Kitana Wang brought back, his tone full of helplessness. Although there is a little bit of hypocrisy, Rosen doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Hypocrisy is not scary. Hypocrisy can also dominate the world. Just like Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms, he was hypocritical all his life, but didn't he still have countless famous generals following him? So although Rosen was a bit pretentious, what he said was half true. Seeing that the Lord had given him equipment as a gift upon his arrival, Lu Bu was so moved that he dropped to his knees and cried out in gratitude, "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. I will never forget it." After saying that, he kowtowed heavily to show his great respect. "Yes, please stand up quickly, sit down and wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Rosen nodded repeatedly, then hurried behind the screen and came to the production table. Lu Bu and Bei Yuang didn't know what Rosen was going to do, so they both waited in the hall. "Of course, I can't sit." Rosen came to the production table, spread out the Lord's Guide, and began to post-exchange messages on it. "I need the blueprints for the halberd. Bring your request. Hurry, urgent." The reason why Rosen released this message was that he wanted to prepare weapons for Lu Bu in advance. With customized weapons, the combat effectiveness of generals can be increased by 50%. It will be easier to deal with the beast tide then. But after the message was sent, there was a lot of discussion in the channel, but no one came to exchange it. After asking for a while, I found out that no one had the blueprint of the halberd. I even sent a message to the World Channel, but didn't get a response. I guess this thing is quite rare, or the person who got it just happens to need it. Rosen had no choice but to give up temporarily. After putting away the Lord's Guide, Rosen just stood up. Bei Yuang hurried to the screen, poked his head out, and said anxiously, "My lord, the beast tide is coming again. There are 81 beasts in total. Among them are 9 first-level monsters and 1 second-level monster. Second-level demon beast?" Rosen was slightly stunned. He hurried out. "Fengxian, follow me. The beast tide has started again." Lu Bu also hurriedly followed Rosen. For a moment, the entire territory was in chaos. That monster is so scary, so tall and big. The scales on its body are so sharp. Arrived outside the city lord's mansion. The soldiers are ready for battle. In the open space in the distance, there were 81 wild beasts, which was terrifying. One of them looked like a pangolin, 2 meters tall and 10 meters long, with glittering scales on its body, full of intimidation. "The Lord is here," someone shouted, and the soldiers' morale suddenly rose. It seems that the word Lord can give them immense self-confidence. "Kill. Go ahead. Fight them. We swear to defend our territory until our death. Whoever invades our territory will be punished, no matter how far away they are." All of a sudden, all the soldiers rushed forward. Hundreds of them directly joined the army of beasts and started a fierce battle. In the high arrow tower, archers aimed at the vital points of the beasts and shot arrows at them one by one. The magicians, also in the arrow tower, were with the archers, all chanting spells. Suddenly, the only sounds in the entire territory, besides the shouts and sounds of fighting, were the sounds of magicians chanting spells. Even with 100 magic chants, the sound was still incredibly loud. Suddenly, a flood of fireballs, water balls, whirlwinds, and seeds attacked the monsters and wild beasts. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with flames, and the screams of wild beasts were heard. "My lord, Lu Bu is leaving." Seeing this, Lu Bu naturally would not stand idly by. He put on golden armor and joined the battlefield. Fireballs and cold arrows flew in the sky and collided violently on the ground. It is hard to tell who is strong and who is weak on the battlefield. Rosen also picked up the golden sword and resolutely joined the battlefield. "The Lord has also entered the battlefield. Brothers, charge." "Fuck, the Lord has come out to fight in person. Let's kill it." The soldiers were in high spirits and their morale was boosted again. Bang! Puff! Chi! Rosen chopped down a wild beast with one sword and soon came to the depths of the battlefield, reaching the front of the second-level monster, the silver-swallowing beast. At this moment, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu were fighting with them. Both of them put on golden armor. Moreover, fighting with a second-level monster is extremely dangerous, so neither of them dared to be careless. After all, the scales on this silver-eating beast are extremely hard, and its claws are sharp enough to tear silver stone apart easily. If faced by an ordinary soldier, it can break the armor into 4 halves in one blow. However, they were all wearing golden armor, and even a second-level monster would find it extremely difficult to break through the defense of the golden armor. Although the defense was guaranteed, Zhao Yun still used his ultimate skill, sweeping the army. This time, Zhao Yun used a spear. A long spear made of fine iron. Combat effectiveness is directly increased by 50%. Chapter 064 Copy function is enabled. Although the hardness of a spear made of fine iron is not as good as that of silver, it is not much worse. The power is still very strong. Moreover, by using a spear, Zhao Yun's attack power directly increased by 50%. With one move, he directly pulled off several scales of the silver-swallowing beast. The silver-eating beast howled in pain. Then, Lu Bu jumped to the wound and used his ultimate move, the arrival of the devil. Once this ultimate move is used, Lu Bu's own defense and attack will be doubled on the spot. But the consumption is also very high. Hey, although Lu Bu didn't have an adapted weapon, he was holding a high-strength golden sword. Furthermore, he had a special move bonus, which instantly doubled his attack power with a single strike. The golden sword was inserted directly into the body of the silver-devouring beast through the wound, leaving only the hilt exposed. Roar! The silver-swallowing beast was so angry that it shook its body violently and rushed straight towards Rosen. At this time, Rosen had already reached the front of the silver-swallowing beast. At the moment when the silver-swallowing beast went berserk, he witnessed the ultimate moves of his two subordinates with his own eyes, and the voice of the system sounded in his mind at the same time. The host is detected to be in danger of death. The replication function has been automatically activated. The host should decide whether to replicate. After the voice sounded, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of Rosen. Ultimate move, sweep the enemy. Copy. Ultimate move, the demon god descends. Copy. One-click copy. Don't copy for now. Several options suddenly appeared. Rosen didn't quite understand what was going on, but the crisis was right in front of him, and he didn't have time to think too much, so he just chose to copy them all. Ding! The ultimate move was copied successfully. Suddenly, two more moves came to Rosen's mind, namely, sweeping the troops and the devil's coming. These two skills seemed so familiar to him, as if he had learned and trained them for many years. So, Rosen quickly activated his ultimate move. The devil is coming. After the demon god descended and was activated, the power in his body grew rapidly, doubling in the blink of an eye. With this, Rosen felt the endless power contained in his muscles and the rapid improvement of his vision, hearing, and reaction nerves. His heart was filled with unparalleled confidence. He felt that at this moment, he could crush his previous self to death in one blow. Monster beasts are seeking death. Watch me sweep away thousands of enemies. Then, Rosen used Zhao Yun's ultimate move and swept through the army. Spin in place with the golden sword. The incredibly fast speed coupled with the sharp sword formed a circle of light with the sword's edge on the spot, which instantly cut off a large piece of scales on the silver-swallowing beast's head. After this one, the silver-swallowing beast was covered in blood, in immense pain, and was extremely close to madness. Seeing this, Rosen immediately jumped and stabbed. Puff! With one sword, he accurately hit the silver-swallowing beast's eyeball and penetrated directly into its brain. Blood spurted out along the sword. But it was not dead yet, and it opened its fangs and big mouth, wanting to swallow Rosen in one bite. The tenacity of vitality is shocking. Lord, be careful. At this time, Lu Bu and Zhao Yun both arrived. One of them stabbed its other eye with a sword, and the other took a spear and inserted it directly into its throat. The sharp blade, like Rosen's, pierced its other eye. Suddenly, the silver-swallowing beast lost its sight, and its brain began to become paralyzed. The other spear went straight into the throat of the silver-eating beast and pierced its stomach. Thump! The silver-swallowing beast struggled for a second, then fell heavily to the ground and died completely. Clatter! At this time, a piece of iron coin fell from the scales of the silver-devouring beast, making a sound of iron blocks colliding. Ding! The 100-fold amplification was successful. The quantity has been increased to 100. The additional items have been automatically stored in the host's backpack. Opening the backpack, Rosen took a look and found that there were indeed a lot more things in the backpack. The first is 99 silver-swallowing beasts. Then there are iron coins 6470. Remove the remaining 2,500 pieces. In other words, this silver-eating beast exploded 30 iron coins. After the amplification, there are 3,000 of them. So he had a total of 6,500 iron coins. 6,500 iron coins, and there are 9 first-level monster drops that have not been amplified. If he collected all the amplifications, he would have more than 9,000 iron coins. This number is really scary. It turns out that war can make people rich. In addition, there was something else in the backpack that caught Rosen's attention. Low-level Demon Beast Core 99. Low-level Demon Beast Magic Core, also known as Enchantment Stone, can be used to enchant equipment and improve its quality. It can also be used for magic research, magic production, and other purposes. This is the enchantment stone. Rosen was slightly surprised and began to bend down to pick up the iron coins and magic cores. 6,500 iron coins were placed in one empty space, and 99 magic cores occupied one grid. And the 99 silver-eating beasts are also in one blank space. This made Rosen somewhat suspicious of the space mechanism of the storage backpack. Isn't it agreed that one grid can only hold 100 items? Therefore, whether it is 100 beasts or 100 iron coins, they should occupy one grid. But at this moment, there were more than 6,000 iron coins, but they only occupied one grid, which made Rosen a little confused. Perhaps coins are an exception. Coins are not counted by quantity, but by the size of the space. Unable to figure it out, Rosen stopped dwelling on the problem. There was nothing to dwell on, anyway. Of course, as to why he didn't understand, it was because he had never experienced it in his previous life, so he knew nothing about his blind spots and knowledge. After collecting the iron coins and magic cores, Rosen did not continue to do it himself, because at this time all the monsters have been dealt with. There were only a few remaining beasts, and they were being cleared out by the soldiers. So Rosen stopped in time and walked towards the seats. The soldiers were extremely excited when they saw that all the monsters were killed and their lord was safe and sound. They fought more bravely and soon killed all the few wild beasts. At this moment, the sky has already brightened. Once the sky brightens, it means the beast tide is completely over. The huge square was a mess, the ground soaked with blood, and most of the soldiers were covered in blood. Moreover, many of the soldiers at the front were injured. Once again, a large number of iron armors were damaged. Only the golden armors were safe and sound. We won, we won. We really won. All the monsters and wild beasts were killed. Long live the Lord. My Lord, you are mighty. These two sentences have become slogans shouted by the people when they are excited. The whole nation cheered and was extremely excited. My Lord, there is a lot of blood on your body. I have asked someone to boil some water. Do you want to take a bath first? Katana Wong followed Rosen with concern. Rosen glanced at her indifferently. There was murderous intent in his eyes. P.S. As a routine thank you to the brothers who gave rewards below. Overlord, this user has violated the rules. Little Overlord. Yuin who loves pumpkin and red beans. Exploding Heaven Gang _ Chueyu. Exploding Heaven Gang. Your father, Big Fool. Exploding Heaven Gang. Reincarnation of the Emperor of Law, Prime Minister Guangming Qintian of the Great Qin Empire. Green is not constant. User 358402262. User 40941793. User 144211603. User 442403331. Dinho who loves sweet and spicy Christian carp. User 65518982. User 104322282. User 850868889. Close to loneliness, Chin. Jian who loves roast goose rice. Wang Lai who loves lotus leaf phoenix breast. User 527311054. User 787777489. Exploding Heaven Gang _Nitin Shiezuan. Male God. 1-3. Lone City. Chapter 065. Enjoying life with the people. The murderous aura generated during the battle just now has not completely disappeared. This glance made Katana Wong feel a chill down his spine, and he asked with even greater worry, Lord, are you okay? It's okay. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to take a shower. Report to me later on the final outcome of this beast tide. Rosen shook his head and went straight into the Lord's mansion. By the way, everyone deserves credit for this great victory. Prepare a dinner tonight. I want to celebrate with the people. Before leaving, he gave another instruction. Then he entered the Lord's mansion. With Rosen's entry, all the people hiding in the city Lord's mansion rushed out. The beast tide is over, and they are no longer qualified to hide in the city Lord's mansion. Soon, silence returned to the city Lord's mansion. Outside the Lord's mansion, the people were enthusiastically cleaning up the carcasses of the beasts. The maids arranged them to be sorted and counted. The soldiers injured in the battle returned to the camp to rest. 80 newly arrived magician apprentices followed 20 senior magician apprentices and also returned to the camp to talk to each other about the relationships between people in the territory. The entire territory was bustling with activity. When Rosen returned to the room, the bath water was already poured. He took a hot bath, handed his armor to the maids to clean the blood stains, and then he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After all, after enduring for so long, people will always be tired. Before we knew it, it was night again. I slept for the whole day. When Rosen woke up from his sleep, he found that the sky had darkened. After washing his face, Rosen sat in the front hall. There were tables and chairs placed in the front hall and the outer courtyard, and it was very lively. and from the houses nearby, thick white smoke was emitting the fragrant smell of meat. These are the maids cooking food. The entire territory was filled with the aroma of meat. After Lawson's last renovation, the courtyard in the front hall became more spacious. Although there are many tables and chairs, it doesn't feel crowded. My lord, the dinner will be ready soon. Please take a rest first. Kindness. Rosen nodded, sat comfortably at the main table, leaned back in his chair, and said lightly, "Let's take this opportunity to report on the end of the beast tide." Yes. Bei Yuang had already prepared his report and immediately said solemnly, "In this beast tide, the entire territory, including the entire population, participated in the battle. A total of 512 people participated, 82 sets of iron armor were damaged, and 110 iron swords were damaged." Having said that, Kitano Nozomi paused. She felt that the Lord would be angry for damaging so many precious iron weapons, so she was waiting for the Lord's wrath to come. But what surprised her was that Rosen didn't say anything, but said lightly, "Go on." Seeing that the Lord didn't blame him, Kitano Wang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. A total of 62 people were injured in this battle, 52 of whom were slightly injured and 10 were seriously injured. The lightly injured soldiers are not seriously injured and can return to work after a few days of rest. However, the seriously injured soldiers will probably need several months of recuperation to recover and may even suffer from residual disabilities. Well, 10 people were seriously injured, which is already very difficult. You should arrange for all the injured to be registered. During the recovery period, each person can receive double food. The 10 seriously injured people will each receive double food during their recovery period, plus a house and permanent residence. If they suffer any sequelae, the Lord's mansion will provide them with daily necessities. Rosen said. In addition, all soldiers serving the manor are recorded. Those who have made military achievements for the territory will have farmland allocated to them for their survival when they grow old. Seriously injured soldiers who are old can also apply for minimum living allowance from the manor. Minimum living allowance means food or money, enough for them to live on. Hiss. When Kitano Wang heard Rosen's words, he took a deep breath. Lord City Lord, are you really going to do this? Wouldn't that be too good for them? And by the time they're old, I'm afraid there will be many people on subsistence allowances, and the Lord's mansion won't be able to afford it. Kitano Nozomi became anxious and immediately wanted to stop Rosen. This made Rosen look at him with new eyes. Because Kitano Nozomi is not just a woman, she is also his housekeeper. In charge of internal affairs and resources, domestic affairs are her main focus. If she is too compassionate and looks down on domestic resources, Rosen will be disappointed. He is the Lord. He can be merciful to his people, but the housekeeper cannot. As for whether the Lord's mansion will face significant pressure from subsistence allowances in the future, Rosen doesn't think so, because he has a bigger plan to solve this problem. So Rosen said calmly, I have my own plans for this matter. Just do as I say. Yes. Kitano Wang nodded helplessly and began to worry about the huge expenditure pressure in the future. Continue reporting. Rosen reminded. Kitano Nozomi started reporting again. This harvest was also very bountiful. We harvested a total of 126 wild animal carcasses, weighing approximately 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms. However, many of the animals' furs were damaged. When talking about the approximate weight, Kitano Nozomi himself couldn't help but be shocked. Of course, Rosen was also shocked. Although he had calculated the approximate weight in his mind, he was still shocked when he heard it with his own ears. More than 30,000 kilograms. Even if you remove the skin and bones, it would still be more than 20,000 kilograms. If the increase is further increased, more than 20,000 kilograms can become more than 2 million kilograms. How long can we eat more than 2 million kilograms of edible meat? 2 years? 3 years? 4 years? In other words, he wouldn't have to worry about food for a very long time. Very good. Rosen nodded excitedly. My lord, there is one more thing. Our storage boxes are piled outside. They are too conspicuous, and it seems that they are almost not enough. Should we move them into the house? Bei Yuang added quietly. Rosen pondered for a moment and immediately said, Okay, I'll build a warehouse specifically for storing supplies tomorrow, and we can move everything in then. The food is starting to be served. Send someone to inform General Zhao and General Liu that they can come over. Anyone who participated in the battle can come into the courtyard and sit down. Extra food will be distributed to ordinary people so that everyone can eat as much as they want. Also, I'll give 1 bottle of beer to everyone in the territory, regardless of whether they participated in the battle or not. This is an extra reward for me. I want them to know that if they follow me, they'll have meat to eat and beer to drink. Rosen took out another 700 bottles of beer and asked Kitano to distribute them. Although beer supplies are relatively precious, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Moreover, these subjects are loyal to him. If he is stingy and unwilling to give them even unimportant supplies such as wine, how can he win the loyalty of his subjects? Even if he sends out 700 bottles, he still has more than 400 bottles. Kitano Nozomi received the order and immediately took the maids into action. Some people went to the door of the Lord's mansion to put beer and food for the people. Some went to the military camp and the magician camp to call people, and some were busy putting food on the table. The food is mainly meat, supplemented by fruit. Every table was filled with meat. Grilled meat, boiled meat, cooked meat with chili sauce, and even stir-fried meat. Chapter 066 Magic Camp and Soldier Camp. Outside the Lord's mansion. The reward news and the plan for resettlement of the wounded issued by Rosen have reached the ears of all the people in the territory. Wherever there are people, people are talking about Rosen's behavior. You've heard that anyone seriously injured in the Beast Tide battle will receive a separate dwelling. And if they suffer any after effects, they won't have to worry about their livelihood anymore. The Lord's mansion will distribute supplies daily to support them. What? There is such a good thing? Oh my God, how is this possible? Oh, I never thought the Lord would be so kind to his subordinates. I heard that those with minor injuries can receive double food every day while they recover. The soldiers already had better food, and now they have double the amount. Oh my God, I'm so envious. I really regret not joining the barracks. That's nothing. I also heard that after retirement, all those who have made military achievements for the Lord's mansion will be allocated land by the Lord. That's a truly great thing. Having your own land is better than anything else. Hiss. Stop hissing. Let's go get some food. I heard we can eat as much as we want a day, no restrictions, and we can even get a bottle of beer that only the Lord is allowed to drink. I heard about it too. Let's go quickly, or the beer will be all gone. Magician Camp. 80 later magician apprentices crowded around the magician leader Jarvan. As a young man, when facing Jarvan, he did not have any arrogance of a magician and was very polite and tried to please the commander. Ahem, our Lord is extremely powerful, with hundreds of soldiers under his command, and they are well equipped. Even without us, he can flatten any of the surrounding territories. While praising the Lord's power, Jarvan threatened the other magician apprentices. When you meet the Lord later, you must be polite and not arrogant. Our Lord is not like other lords. He is very polite to us magicians. Commander Jarvan, is our Lord very bad? Will he be very strict with us? A younger magician apprentice couldn't help but ask. Jarvan chuckled and said, although the Lord isn't that polite, he will still take care of us. After all, we are magician apprentices and will become magicians in the future. Once we become magicians, our status will skyrocket and we will become the Lord's top subordinates. Does the Lord really care about us? I heard that when the commander first arrived at the territory, the situation was very dangerous. The courtyard was full of fully armed soldiers. It is said that if the apprentices at that time dared to be arrogant and disobey the Lord's orders, the Lord might take action. Who told you that? The Lord values us so much that he sent soldiers to welcome us. It's not what you said. Jarvan's face froze, and he hurriedly explained. After hearing the explanation, the man looked skeptical. Because that's not what other magician apprentices said. They said that they were almost scared to death at the time, and the first thing they did when they saw the Lord was to kneel down to express their respect to him. Seeing that they were obedient, the Lord did not make trouble. Thinking of this, the little magician apprentice asked again, should we kneel when we meet the Lord later? Ahem, I have to kneel. Ouch. The other magicians sighed, expressing their disbelief. They still felt the other magicians were right, and that they would have to be more respectful. Otherwise, if you believe what Jarvan says and make the Lord angry, you'll be doomed. However, it can also be seen from this that Jarvan is in awe of the Lord. Even if he brags a lot, he dare not say anything when it comes to Rosen. Although they were magicians and superior to others, they had witnessed firsthand the power of the territory. The golden armor, the sharp golden sword, hundreds of armored soldiers, and the two extremely brave generals were so scary. If it were a head-on confrontation, they could give it a try. But the magician is weak and has to chant spells to cast magic. If the Lord wants to punish them behind their backs, he can just send a soldier to attack them secretly, and he will definitely kill them before they can cast any magic. They won't even know what's going on before they're caught. The magician apprentices shuddered at the thought of being attacked from behind, and their awe of Rosen became even deeper. Ahem, we're almost at the Lord's mansion. Everyone please pay attention to your appearance. Garen gave some instructions, turned a corner at the wooden wall, and arrived not far from the gate of the city Lord's mansion. The other 99 magicians followed behind him, never leaving his side. But at this moment, a large group of people came out from the corner on the other side of the city lord's mansion. The leaders were the two generals that frightened them. Following behind the general were a group of warriors who were extremely brave on the battlefield. The two groups met and slowed down at the same time. Zhao pondered for a moment, then quickly stepped forward to greet them, grinning. Commander Zhao, General Lu, what a coincidence. Yeah. Lu Bu glanced at him and nodded. Zhao Yun replied, what a coincidence. After saying that, the two of them walked straight into the city lord's mansion. The rest of the soldiers followed suit. Jarvan was speechless for a moment. In fact, in terms of position, he is also a commander. But the lord obviously liked that guy more, and he was a latecomer, so he had to endure it for the time being. For a moment, Jarvan remained silent, and none of the other magician apprentices dared to speak either. After all the soldiers went in, he urged Jarvan. Commander, isn't it time for us to go in too? Oh, let's go. Jarvan was a little embarrassed and hurried inside. Then 100 magician apprentices also rushed into the yard. This scene was seen by the residents who were queuing up to receive food at the side of the door. Of course, the people in the territory dared not say anything and just thought that they had special ideas. They think differently from the magician's apprentice. The magician apprentices felt that the soldiers should not be offended, while the rulers felt that the magicians should not be offended. In the yard, many torches have been lit around. The yard was also filled with tables and chairs, and wine and meat were placed on the tables. Maids stood on either side, serving the dinner. When the crowd arrived, they began to kowtow to Rosen one by one. The first to arrive were the barracks. They are two god-level generals Zhao Yun and Lu Bu, as well as Zhao Yun's direct subordinates, the Vanguard Battalion Commander Xiao Balian and the Guard Battalion Commander Luo Haizi. They took the lead, stood at the front, knelt on one knee, and clasped their hands. This moment, swish, swish, swish. More than 100 soldiers behind him also knelt down in an orderly manner and bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord. The voice is neat, majestic, and loud. It seems that after a day's rest, these people have returned to normal. Rosen nodded and said with satisfaction, please take a seat, everyone. Thank you, Lord. Everyone cheered in unison again, and then took their seats one after another. After taking their seats, the magician apprentices came in one after another. Garen was still walking in front, with the deputy commander following closely on his left and right. P.S. Routine thanks. Green is not always, Zheqian Gang, Biming Zunzan Chun. I met you in the vast sea of people, Chuangshi, Zhongshuan, Bal Batalon Xiao, Ming Cici, Xiao Baxin, Zheqian Gang Freeloader, Zheqian Gang Freeloader, Yang Gaiji of Korea, user 32013674, Lonely MT, Ding Shuang, Xinyuan, user 201393031, Zhejiangang Miyamoto, user 113428865. Chapter 067 Drunk. The people in the magician camp were very cautious after entering. Especially the magic apprentices who came later, all followed behind Jarvan, fearing that they would miss something. At this time, Jarvan knelt first. Seeing this, everyone followed suit and knelt down. Greetings, Lord. Jarvan shouted. The other magicians followed suit and shouted, Greetings, Lord. The whole scene was silent. Please take your seats. Rosen raised his hand slightly. The magician apprentices then got up from the ground and began to take their seats. Everyone has made an invaluable contribution to this beast tide. Starting tomorrow, our lives will return to normal. Everyone should perform their duties and obey the orders of the Lord's mansion. This Lord will not treat you unfairly. Rosen said word by word. After hearing this, no one dared to interrupt. Only generals are qualified to talk. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and the others, as well as Jarvan, quickly said, Thank you, Lord. This is our duty and only right. Well, let's keep up the good work and create more glory. Now that the beast tide is over, we'll start felling trees and mining tomorrow. The Vanguard Battalion will continue to explore the fog, and we need to speed up the reclamation of the wasteland. This Lord offers a toast to everyone. After saying that, Rosen sat up straight, picked up the small ceramic cup, and drank it all in one gulp. He made these small ceramic cups out of clay, and he had hundreds of them, which was more than enough. Everyone quickly raised their glasses and drank it all. Shill, good wine. What a strong wine. One sip makes me feel warm all over. Great. Following the Lord, I have no regrets in this life. Everyone was whispering and talking. Rosen waved his hand and said, Eat your chopsticks, you're welcome. After saying that, Rosen started eating by himself. Everyone started to move. The soldiers, in particular, devoured the food voraciously. Before, they had fixed quantities and types of food every day. Now, there are various dishes on the table, as well as wine and juice. especially wine. It feels really good to eat barbecue and drink beer. So each one is more willing to eat than the other. Ah! Click, click, click. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It's a pity that the clothing selection is so monotonous. Otherwise we could let the maids wear sexy clothes and dance. Rosen shook his head helplessly and looked at everyone. Compared to the soldiers who ate and drank a lot, the people in the magician camp ate more politely. He ate in small bites and drank about the same amount as Tion. He took several sips and didn't even finish a glass of wine. Upon closer inspection, there were some very small people in the magician camp. Although they were covered with long robes, it was obvious that those petite people were women. Female magician apprentice. And their appearance is different too. There is a delicate girl with an oriental face and a western face with golden pupils. This was the first time Rosen discovered a female magician apprentice. Of course, Rosen had no thoughts about them. He was just curious. Seeing this, Rosen's mind immediately popped up the scene of the battle with the second-level monster this morning. He remembered that he seemed to have turned on the copy function. At the critical moment, he copied Zhao Yun and Lu Bu's ultimate skills and used them. After the battle, he was exhausted and went back to sleep. Can I copy anyone's ultimate move? If so, can I copy magic? Then I can become a magician. Thinking of this, Rosen felt excited. However, the ability to copy is given by the system, and you have to ask the system for the details. So Rosen quickly called out in his mind, "System, system, are you there?" This was the first time Rosen took the initiative to look for the system. After calling out a few times, the voice in my head came. Beep. Please speak. The system's voice lacked any emotion. If Rosen doesn't look for it, he won't take the initiative to look for Rosen. So, no one knows who is who. System, you seemed to say this morning that I turned on the copy function. Does that mean I can copy anyone's ultimate move and then use it? Rosen asked quickly. The system said, in theory, yes. However, since this is enabled in advance and not through the official channels, this function cannot be copied automatically. If you want to copy a skill, you must ask me in your mind. The copy function will then automatically detect the other party's skills and the copy page will appear. What do you mean it's not a formal channel? Rosen was a little confused. The system continued. The replication function requires a mission trigger or some kind of reward to appear. Because the host was in danger this morning, it automatically appeared. Things that appear automatically have defects. Oh, I see. Rosen nodded, drank a glass of beer to moisten his throat, and asked again. Then, can I also copy magic? Theoretically, yes, but the host has no magic power in their body, so even if they copy it, they won't be able to use it. The system said, the host must remember one thing. If the host uses skills that exceed their ability to endure, it will cause unpredictable consequences. I see. Thank you. Rosen suddenly felt as if he had suddenly realized something. The copy function can copy anyone's skills and ultimate moves. Magic can also be copied, but you need to have magic power yourself. And those with magical powers are themselves approaching the magician. There was no magician in his territory, and he couldn't find anyone to guide him, so he had to give up temporarily. Also, the use of skills cannot exceed your own tolerance. For example, some skills, once used, would put the body to the limit, but since they were mainly training their bodies, it was fine. But if he used them, he would probably be doomed. That's it in a nutshell. After understanding, Rosen felt relieved. This feature is great and will be very useful sooner or later. When the territory has a more advanced magician in the future, he might try to learn some magic. After understanding this, Rosen stopped thinking about it and continued drinking with his subordinates. Before we knew it, 3 rounds of drinks had passed. Most of the people in the yard had red faces and were drunk. Because Lawson's beer has an alcohol content of 12 degrees, it is indeed a bit too much for those who have never tasted it before. As the dinner was almost over, everyone had almost finished drinking, so Rosen got up and left the party and returned to the inner courtyard. At this moment, it is dark and the full moon is high in the sky. The moon in this world is incredibly large and appears to be very close to you. You can even see the outline of the terrain on it. Lying in bed, drunk. While drunk, Rosen had the idea of ambition again. How can I continue to be a villain if I live my life again? Since you are a lord, you might as well be the biggest lord in the world. Now that we have food and the crisis is over, it's time to expand our territory and develop our scope. But before that, there's one person we need to deal with as soon as possible. Chapter 068, Missing Person Notice. Rosen has always been thinking about one thing and one person. That is Shijujin. According to his memory, Shijujin will appear near his territory in 2 days and launch a surprise attack on his territory. In his previous life, he had no power, only a few subjects, and was eventually crushed. He was tied up and tortured to death by Shijujin, and his people were divided up. Now, he wants to take the initiative, to avenge the hatred of the previous life and to overcome the crisis in this life. Anyone who poses a threat to him must be eliminated. But how can I find Shujin's location in advance? Rosen slowly opened the Lord's Guide and came to the nearby channel. There was also heated discussion in nearby channels. Of course, compared to regional channels, there are not so many people. After all, no one knows how large the nearby channels are, nor how many people are in them. This was the first time Rosen carefully checked the chat content in the nearby channel. The Sword Alliance sincerely invites nearby lords to join us. Let's work together for warmth, mutual assistance, and common development. If you are interested, please private message me. The World Alliance sincerely invites all lords to join. We currently have 9 lords. You don't need to pay any supplies to join. As long as you regularly participate in the Alliance's gatherings, you can enjoy the Alliance's protection. Brother, there are only 4 people in my territory. Can I join you? Can I join you without going to war? I just want to build my territory in peace. Welcome, welcome. Anyone can join, there are no restrictions. And we don't fight wars every day. All you have to do is obey the leader's orders when the Alliance needs you, or send additional personnel to the leader when going to war. Brothers, join my alliance. It's a newly established alliance. If you join, you may become the deputy leader or commander. Come to my territory and serve as an official and display your talents and ambitions. Nearby channels are currently focused on forming alliances. Most of the information is related to the alliance. The alliance is like a poison. Wherever it spreads, no place will be spared. Now everyone is fighting alone, but after forming an alliance, wherever the allies go, or in order to seize resources, fighting is inevitable. By then, the lonely person will be in trouble. If you want to join again, you don't have enough strength. If you want to fight alone, you will never be able to defeat the other alliance. Lords within the alliance can request reinforcements from the alliance leader when in urgent need. When the leader is in urgent need, he can request reinforcements from all members to form a large army. Rosen continued to watch. He did not forget his purpose. After watching for a while, he hesitated again and finally posted a missing person notice in the channel. Missing person notice. Name, Shujin. Looking for his exact coordinates. 30 kilograms of meat reward for sharing. Interested parties, please contact me privately. Scammers will be wiped out. A simple word. It immediately caused an uproar in nearby channels where people were forming alliances and recruiting people. It even caused the entire nearby channel to fall into silence for several seconds. Find the coordinates and be informed that there will be a reward of 30 kilograms of meat. This move cannot be said to be generous. It can only be said to be crazy. 30 pounds of meat. They survived a wave of beasts, and most people only managed to kill the first beast, which yielded only 200 to 300 kilograms of meat, which they then shared with the people in their territory. This guy is rewarded with 30 kilograms for finding coordinates. Is he crazy? And there is also the saying that liars destroy the territory. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about Rosen's strength. What kind of strength do you have to be qualified to say such words? And now everyone is forming alliances, so maybe there is an alliance backing them up. If you destroy their territory, do you think their alliance is just there to do nothing? After a few seconds of silence, someone responded, "You're so crazy." The 4 big characters clearly expressed their dissatisfaction. Rosen replied with 2 simple words and clicked on the person's profile to take a look. These 2 words are generally recognized as the most ironic. Although he didn't say anything, the man was very angry and almost vomited blood. There was nothing on that person's personal profile, only this sentence written in the personal introduction below his name. The leader of the Dali Alliance has recruited heroes from all over the world and currently has 3 people as allies. Of course, that person was not stupid and clicked on Rosen's information. But there was nothing written in Rosen's information, so he couldn't see anything. But he couldn't see that someone recognized something about Rosen. Oh my God, you're Rosen? The first person to explore the fog. What? He's Rosen? He's the #1 in mist exploration. He's said to have a lot of resources and often exchanges them on the regional channel. It's really him. Maybe he really has great strength. Brother Rosen, join my alliance. I'll give you everything you want, except the position of alliance leader. Brother, will you join my alliance? I'll make you the deputy leader. Our alliance already has over 100 members. With you joining, the development speed will be extremely fast. Brother Rosen, can I join your alliance and just be your little brother? For a moment, the channel exploded again. Not only that, there were dozens more private messages. Rosen didn't reply to anyone's private messages. Instead, he posted on the public screen, "I'm not joining any alliances, nor have I created my own. I just want to find Shujin's coordinates. If anyone can tell me, I can trade with him." Why? Everyone was disappointed. Ever since the news of the alliance was proposed, smart people have seen that the alliance will definitely dominate the world in the future. Without an alliance, we would be unable to move forward. So I was very disappointed with Rosen's answer. After all, the first person to explore the fog always has some advantages, and there is also a gold suit reward, which is a great temptation. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, Rosen is not scary, but rather uniquely attractive. It is a hot commodity, and everyone wants to take a bite. Brother, what are you trying to do by asking for other people's coordinates? Are you looking for trouble? Did Shurjujin offend you? Due to Rosen's fame, several people responded to Rosen's words. Although there is no information. Brother, is what you said true? I just happen to know Shurjujin's coordinates. His territory is very close to mine. I have seen him. Suddenly, a new private message popped up. Rosen's pupils shrank slightly. Someone knows Shurjujin's coordinates so quickly? Rosen replied. What do you want? Brother, I want weapons. An axe, a pickaxe, and a sword, all 3 made of iron, okay? And you can't tell him I told you, or I'm afraid he'll retaliate against me. Oh, could it be that Shurjujin has grown very big? Rosen asked again. It's not big, but it's not small either. He has 20 people in his territory, all of whom were robbed from the surrounding areas. The man's reply made Rosen fall into deep thought. Of course, I'm not afraid. There are only 20 people. But how could this person know so much? Moreover, Shurjujin made his fortune by robbery, and he was so close to him. How could he get away with it? P.S. Routine thanks. Mary from the Covenant Cathedral. User 30166862. User 32013674. Nightmare. Whose son has his knife sheathed. Mosquito eating spicy noodles. User 38346895. Storm of the Sky Explosion Gang. Desire Obsession. Zhao Ziliang. Crooked Mouth War God. Pineapple Head. User 293755351. User 3016605. Chapter 069. Continue to exchange subjects. Rosen began to have some doubts about him. Actually, you can't blame Rosen for being suspicious. The main thing is that people's hearts are hidden and they cannot be trusted easily. Rosen remained cautious and continued. Okay, but I need to verify the authenticity of the coordinates you provided. If they are true, I'll give you the 3-piece iron set. What if you lied to me? The man raised another century-old question. But before Rosen could answer, he came up with a neutral idea. How about this? You come to my territory and give me the resources first, and I'll tell you the specific coordinates. If the news is false, you can come back and get it. Anyway, you know my territory, and I can't run away. Sure, send me the coordinates of your territory, and I'll be there tomorrow. Rosen readily agreed to his proposal. Even though he knew the coordinates of the territory, he still dared to lie to him. Rosen couldn't let him escape. Although he had initially believed what this person said, Rosen still remained on guard. The man sent the coordinates over. Rosen took a look and found that it was not far away from him. The two were only separated by more than 10 foggy areas. After agreeing to meet tomorrow morning, Rosen closed the private message. The thing that worries me most is finally coming to an end. Rosen's mood also began to improve. Everyone else is forming alliances, but I prefer to go it alone. If I want to survive the tide of alliances, strengthening my own strength is a prerequisite. It's time to start expanding. Thinking of this, Rosen came to the regional channel again and officially started the second expansion, buying a large number of subjects at a fair price. Male subjects are 2 iron coins, and female subjects are 1 iron coin. You can also bring other needs in exchange. It's valid for a long time. After sending this message, Rosen added this sentence to his personal profile. This will allow those who see his information to understand his needs, thereby promoting transactions between both parties. As for why iron coins are used to express the terms of exchange, that's because iron coins are a must-have item that everyone wants. They are essential for crafting fine iron weapons. When the lords no longer have a need for food, they will have other needs. Weapons are becoming the main need of the protagonist. As for weapons, refined iron made from iron coins has now appeared. So many people are short of iron coins. There are even many people buying iron coins. Iron coins are gradually becoming the only currency. Of course, when faced with some items that do not require iron coins but only require food and weapons, Rosen also exchanges them. But iron coins are still the main exchange resource, because he has a lot of iron coins. After filling in the information, return to the regional channel. At this time, the regional channel was in an uproar. One message after another scrolls by at a rapid speed, making it hard to keep up. Damn it. It started again and again. What started again? That guy named Rosen has started buying up his subjects again. What's wrong with buying out the people? Many people are buying out the people, but now no one is willing to sell them. Yes. After the beast tide is over, most people can at least kill one beast, which is enough to eat for a while. Even fewer people will sell their territory to their subjects. No, this one named Rosen gave a very fair price. Unlike other lords, they kept the price extremely low, causing many people to refuse to sell even though they were in great need of food. Damn it, I've finally waited for this day. These past few days, I've been hoarding over 20 people at low prices, just waiting to sell them at a high price. I can't afford to support them anymore. All of a sudden, countless private messages popped up in Rosen's private chat window. In just a few breaths, the number of messages reached 99 plus. Hey, brother, I don't want iron coins, I want weapons, okay? Brother Rosen, I want to sell 2 of my subjects. Can I get a set of iron armor in exchange? Rosen randomly clicked on 2 messages, glanced at them, and ignored the first one. He has made it very clear, bring your needs to exchange. If you want to exchange, just tell me how much you want. He doesn't have time to chat with these people. So Rosen ignored the first one and chose to trade with the second person. The 2 subjects exchanged a set of armor. To be honest, it's still a little expensive. After all, armor requires a lot of iron to make. Although Rosen had abundant resources, he had to bargain when faced with such weapons facilities. It's a bit expensive. I'll need to exchange it for at least 3 subjects. If you're willing, just initiate the transaction with me. Just as I finished speaking, before I even closed the page, a transaction request popped up. It can be seen that the man can't wait any longer. Opening the trade request, in the trading space, there were 3 people and a request note. A set of iron armor. After seeing the message, Rosen directly put in a set of iron armor. Iron armor includes helmets, handguards, combat boots, and knee pads. Rosen's territory already has 200 sets of armor, but he still had several hundred pieces of unaugmented iron. By then, we can produce hundreds of sets. Therefore, Lawson still accepts everyone and will exchange as long as the price is not outrageous. Because the subjects from now on will be more valuable and more difficult to replace. In the early days, human life was worthless because there was no food. But with food, the value of human life skyrocketed. For example, this beast tide is a small improvement. Because most people have food. The transaction is complete, and we continue to read on. Some people want food, some want weapons, and all kinds of needs are there. Unlike the first time, everyone was short of food, so they basically just wanted to eat. And they sold it even if it was cheap, because they couldn't even feed themselves. Now, there is actually less to eat. Lawson bought 2x2, 3x3, and continued to work until midnight, when he received a large transaction from more than 20 people, spending 200 iron coins and 20 kilograms of meat. These resources are just a drop in the bucket for Lawson and are not worth mentioning. By this point, he had basically finished reading all the private messages, and Rosen had finally gotten his wish and purchased 120 citizens. Among these 120 people, there are both men and women, with men making up the majority. The purchased subjects will be centrally allocated and arranged by the Internal Affairs Department, and Rosen does not need to worry about the entire process. How I've been looking at the Lord's Guide for so long that my eyes are blurry. I guess I'll have to come here more often to buy. I only managed to get so few people in one go. It's far worse than the first time. Rosen slowly closed the Lord's Guide and slowly curled up in bed. He decided to buy a batch every day. It would be best if he knew some human traffickers so he could buy them all at once. Otherwise, trading one by one would be a waste of his energy. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Rosen was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Giggle. Although the old rooster's crowing was not loud, it still reached Rosen's ears in the quiet morning. This is also one of the disadvantages of the warrior realm, having too good hearing. If you are not paying attention, you will hear a sound in the distance. Go and see if the chickens in the chicken coop have laid eggs. It's been several days. If they haven't laid eggs yet, just kill them. Rosen instructed Kitano Wong while washing his face. Chapter 70, Expedition. Kitano Nozomi nodded and handed Rosen a towel. Kitano Nozomi is fully responsible for Rosen's private life, especially in his bedroom, where he has personal servants. Kitano Nozomi didn't give any instructions to the other maids. He did everything himself. Since he got up early today and breakfast was not ready yet, the first thing Rosen did was to go to the crafting table to make something. There are still many miscellaneous matters in the territory. Many things need to be reported to Lord Rosen for decision. Kitano Wong asked for instructions from the more than 100 people who arrived last night, asking which camp Rosen should be transferred to. Rosen thought for a moment and said directly, from now on, all new citizens will be assigned to work in the logging and mining camps. Those who are strong and healthy will be selected and sent to the military camp to serve as soldiers. Yes. Kitano Nozomi nodded. One more thing. There are a lot of stone brick walls in the boxes at the door. You and your men will install these walls around the city walls to form a perimeter wall to prevent enemy attacks. The land reclamation should be just beginning. Open the fields outside the city walls and let people live inside. For now, make it 500 by 500 meters. Rosen placed his hands on the workbench and continued. By the way, call General Lu Bu over to me. Go ahead. Yes. Kitano Nozomi did as he received the order. Installing a wall within a range of 500,500 meters can ensure safety within the wall. Although the wall is only 3 meters high, it can prevent some dangerous things from entering the living area. There are also 100 arrow towers located along the base of the wall, which can provide early warning of danger from a high position. Moreover, 500,500 meters, or 250,000 square meters, is about the same area as a small town, so it is no problem to accommodate several thousand people. Although it would be faster to install the wall yourself, just choose to drop it. But the installation of the city wall is also a big project. If I let the people do it, they will be no slower than I am. After all, there is strength in numbers. After Kitano Nozomi left, Rosen started making things. The first is the space ring. Because the Lord's Guide space backpack only has 20, which is not enough. Of course, it might be enough for other lords, but it is not enough for him at all. So Rosen specially asked someone to exchange the space ring blueprint. Space ring. Crafting requires 1 blueprint plus 1 magic core plus 1 refined iron. All 3 are scarce materials. No wonder people changed. Because it takes a lot of effort to collect all these things. Blueprints are opened from treasure chests. Magic cores are randomly dropped by second-level monsters, and refined iron is dropped by monsters. Ordinary people simply cannot gather all these materials. Even if you change it, it will cost a lot. But Rosen has them all. Put the materials into the crafting table and click one button to craft. Suddenly, a pitch-black H-ring appeared in the space on the workbench. Since these materials have been amplified, the rings made were not amplified further. Space ring, 100 square meters of space inside, can only be used after dripping blood to recognize the owner. If you want to change the owner, you need to drip blood again to cancel it. Wow, 100 squares. After taking out the ring, Rosen was slightly surprised. This thing is not calculated by grid. In fact, this has its advantages. It is more convenient to calculate directly according to the space and place as many things as possible in multiple places. The ring is dark black and looks like an iron ring, simple and plain without any carvings. It fits perfectly on my finger. Rosen bit his finger a little and dripped a drop of blood on it, and immediately he established a connection with the space ring. From then on, Rosen had 2 space storage facilities that he could carry with him. They are the 20 grids in the Lord's Guide and the 100 square space rings. Keep making it. After putting on the ring, Rosen started making it again. He took out the smelted iron and began to make weapons. First of all, there is the long sword, iron axe, and iron pickaxe. Then there are armor, helmets, boots, gauntlets, etc. Since there was still a lot of refined crude iron, Rosen did not hesitate to make it. 10 sets of each item were made. 10 sets of facilities consumed 400 pieces of iron alone. This directly reduced the iron block inventory by half. However, after a 100-fold increase, these things directly became 1,000 sets. Of course, only the boots have no amplification. Due to the lack of rubber, only dozens of pairs of combat boots were produced, and the rubber was gone. There are also houses and storage boxes. Make more. Thinking of this, Rosen started making it again. He has no shortage of wood, and it can even be said that he has a lot of it. Therefore, the production is even more ruthless. Storage boxes 10. Amplified 100 times to storage box 1000. Lockers 10. Amplified 100 times to locker 1000. Houses 10. Amplified 100 times to 1000 houses. Queen bed 10. 100-fold increase. 1 pass to make it. Nearly 10,000 pieces of wood in the warehouse were consumed by Rosen. Fortunately, the crafting table never wears out, otherwise it would take a lot of effort just to repair the wear and tear. My lord, General Lu Bu has arrived, and the chickens in the coop have begun laying eggs. At this time, Bei Wang led Lu Bu into the hall. Rosen had just finished making it and walked out. Your subordinate, Lu Bu, kowtows to the lord. Lu Bu knelt on his knees, showing great respect. This was his 3rd time meeting the lord, and he was not used to it. Get up. I've called you here for no reason. I'm going to go out to battle after breakfast, and you'll come with me. I'll also select 125 skilled soldiers, 25 of them in gold armor and 100 in iron armor. Rosen didn't say much and directly issued his order to go to war. Lu Bu was slightly stunned, and then immediately nodded. Go ahead. Rosen waved his hand. Lu Bu. I'll take my leave. Lu Bu was very suspicious. Although he had just arrived, he knew that there were only 120 soldiers in the entire military camp, and they had to explore the fog and leave people to guard the territory. Ask him to select 125 people to go to war at once. This is equivalent to emptying the barracks. Could it be that the Lord wants to take him to do something big? Thinking of this, Lu Bu suddenly became excited and his pace became faster. If you want to get closer to the Lord, what is the most important way? Of course it's distance. Only by getting close can you have the opportunity to express yourself. The Lord took him with him instead of Zhao Yun on this expedition, which obviously showed his high regard for him. After Lu Bu left, many people came to the inner courtyard one after another. They came to move boxes. Although there is a stone wall inside the box, you can't feel the weight when you lift it. In addition, Rosen arranged for Kitano Wang to put the things he had just made in a private house and convert it into a warehouse. The 2,000 storage boxes he made were also moved into the warehouse. As long as there is nothing in a storage box, it can be placed in another storage box. But if you put something in it, you can't put it in another box. A group of people got busy. Rosen also took advantage of the time when the maids were serving meals to place some houses in the Lord's mansion. After his placement, the number of houses increased and the Lord's mansion gradually became more substantial. P.S. In order to facilitate reading, thanks to the small theater for moving to the chapter channel, and I will thank you once in the chapter channel every once in a while. Chapter 71. Catch and question. Breakfast is still as rich as ever. There was even a side dish, salad carrots. Just cut the carrots into slices and sprinkle some salt on them. Although it is monotonous, eating meat every day feels good occasionally. Especially since the pheasant had laid eggs, Kitano Wang quickly boiled 2 eggs for him. This made Rosen feel very touched. This is how people live. After dinner, we went to the outer courtyard. At this time, in the outer courtyard, Lu Bu had already lined up his men and was waiting. A total of 125 soldiers directly emptied all the soldiers in the barracks. There are 5 others who were brought in temporarily. Among these people, 25 were wearing golden armor and holding golden swords. All of them were strong and powerful. The other 100 were wearing black iron armor and holding iron armor, and they also looked extremely majestic. Since everyone knew about the expedition in advance, they were fully prepared. Lu Bu also changed into golden armor. Seeing Rosen appear, everyone excitedly knelt down to greet him and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, Lord." Ahem, I asked you to come here today. I guess you already know. Rosen coughed and put on a set of golden armor. Standing in front of everyone, he looked like an invincible general. Although he spoke calmly, every word was full of magic, driving the soldiers crazy. Today is the first time we've set out on an expedition since the establishment of our territory. The enemy once harmed me, and I'm going this time to seek revenge. As for the enemy's information, I don't know how many people they have, but what is certain is that they are definitely not as strong as us, so there's no need to be nervous. Before the troops set out, Rosen encouraged the soldiers and explained the cause and effect of the incident. After all, only when you have a legitimate reason to fight can you be invincible. We are all human beings. If you go to other territories and kill innocent people for no reason, there will always be people with good nature who will have a rebellious mentality. So after Rosen's explanation, the soldiers were all filled with righteous indignation. Anyone who dares to harm their lord will be killed. So they all shouted excitedly, "Revenge for the Lord. Whoever dares to harm the Lord, kill him." In short, the soldiers were all full of fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Rosen was very satisfied with this and nodded, saying, "Very good. However, due to limited resources in the territory, I will divide you into 2 teams for this expedition, cavalry and infantry. The soldiers in golden armor will form the cavalry team, and the remaining infantry teams will follow behind." Yes, the soldiers became even more eager when they heard that there were still horses to ride. Set off. Rosen waved his hand, and the soldiers lined up and walked out of the Lord's mansion. From their neat formations and pace, it can be seen that they have been well trained by Zhao Yun. Walla walla. The sound of friction between the armors attracted the attention of the people outside the Lord's mansion. They all looked over, their eyes gleaming with envy. Perhaps it was because Bei Yuang mobilized too many people, and building more than 20 acres of land and placing walls was also a considerable project, so the number of people working was greatly reduced. After the 27 horses were moved in, Rosen was the first to mount. The cavalry was in front and the infantry was behind, walking towards the outside of the square. Soon everyone left the territory and came to the place where the people were working and cutting trees. Wherever Rosen and his party passed by, ordinary people would put down what they were doing and kowed out to them. After bowing, he continued to work. Soon, Rosen and his group disappeared into the forest. Since they were leading infantry and cavalry with different speeds, Rosen was not in a hurry to travel. Instead, he rode slowly so that the infantry could keep up with their pace. Not long after leaving Lawson, the territory is still developing as usual. But as the number of people increased, the things to do became more and more, and everyone was busy. Due to Rosen's transfer, the barracks was empty. However, he has the right to recruit soldiers from ordinary people to fill the military camp. So today Zhao Yun has been mingling among the people and selecting strong soldiers. Kitano Nozomi was also directing the reserve camp to build a wall. She is responsible for directing the layout of where the walls should be placed and whether things should be moved. Far away in the forest, two young minotaurs quietly poked their heads out. Dainyu, their lord has gone out and taken many people with him. Yes, I saw it. This is a great opportunity. Well, let's move on. Most of the fog has been dispelled in the nearby area. The dispelled fog has connected some of them to other territories, while some of them still end in fog. Since the last report, Kitano Nozomi said that a woman's territory was discovered nearby, but due to the appearance of the beast tide, Rosen did not pay much attention to it. It's a good opportunity to go out today and check when I come back to see if there is any threat to him. My lord, there is a foggy area ahead. Should we go in a detour or in a straight line? At this time, Lu Bu, who was walking in front, rode back to report. Rosen then raised his eyelids and took a look, and found that the front was filled with white fog. And this should be the boundary of their territory exploration. We've reached the border. We might have to take a detour through the fog, so let's just explore directly. Rosen nodded and said. Upon receiving the order, Lu Bu immediately returned to the front and entered the fog first. The crowd gradually disappeared into the fog. After a while, the white mist quickly dissipated. When the white fog dissipated, everyone could clearly see the surrounding scene. It is still a huge forest that blocks out the sun. The trees in this area are bigger and thicker than those in other places. Rosen shrank slightly in pleasure, immediately drew his sword, and stabbed it into the thick tree. A trace of water flowed down the trees. My lord, is there anything wrong with these trees? Lu Bu gripped his weapon tightly and looked at them carefully. Rosen smiled faintly and said calmly, Everything is normal. I just didn't expect to find rubber trees here. Let's go back and have the tree cutting team come and cut them down. Let's keep going. We're almost there. Yes, let's go. Lu Bu waved his hand, pinched the horse's belly, and walked forward. But as they walked, just as they reached the edge of the area, Lu Bu stopped again, suddenly raised his hand, and signaled everyone to be quiet. Even those who had never been soldiers could understand the meaning of this action, so they stopped their horses and remained quiet. Lu Bu listened carefully and reported in a low voice. My lord, someone is chopping down trees 200 meters ahead. His realm is higher than Rosen's, and his hearing is stronger. Rosen was slightly startled, then his eyes lit up. He immediately said, Everyone, keep silent and move forward. Set off quietly. So under Rosen's command, a group of people slowed down and quietly entered the next area. There is no fog here, but there is the sound of chopping trees. It must be an area that has been unlocked. Soon, Rosen saw two shirtless men chopping trees in the woods, and they were holding iron axes. It can be seen that its territory is also quite powerful. My lord, do you want to capture him and interrogate him? Chapter 72, Justice League and 9 Alliances. Go ahead, but be polite to them. They may not be enemies after all. Don't scare them. Rosen said this lightly, and then he no longer hid his figure and rode out from the dense bushes. Seeing this, the rest of the golden-armored cavalrymen rode their horses and followed. For a moment, a rustling sound was heard. Since the two groups were very close, the movements were immediately discovered by the two people who were cutting down trees. They were stunned at first, and then looked in the direction of the voice. Then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Dozens of golden-armored cavalrymen rode towards them, targeting them. The two people were so frightened that they dropped their iron axes and shouted, Enemy attack, run away. The two subjects fled in panic, leaving behind even their axes. Rosen, a frightened bird. It seems everyone's life is not peaceful. Soon, the golden-armored cavalry caught up with the two subjects. Clang! The long sword was drawn and placed in front of them. They were so frightened that they dared not run away. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. Humph, why are you running? Lu Bu glared with his eyes as wide as copper bells, looking extremely ferocious. Sir, we are just small people cutting trees. We don't know anything. Please spare our lives. Yes, sir, we ran because we were afraid of being caught. Aren't you here to catch us? Why should I arrest you? Rosen also came up to the two of them and said condescendingly from his horse, Are you rebels from some territory? No, we are not rebels. We are citizens of a nearby territory, and we have been ordered to come here to harvest timber. Whenever you encounter people from other territories in the wild, there are only two outcomes. You'll either be captured and added to their territory, or you'll be killed. My lord, don't you know this is the law of our survival? I see. Rosen understood immediately, because lords need development, and development requires people. Therefore, many lords would form alliances, attack other people's territories, and capture other people's people. One is to expand one's own strength, and the other is to prevent the other party from growing stronger and harming oneself in the future. After all, we are all not far away. That's what his enemy, Shurjujin, did. It was obvious that the two subjects must have thought they were coming to attack them. Thinking of this, Rosen said calmly, I still look down on you too. Tell me, how many territories are there around here, and where are they located? Sir, there are more than 10 territories scattered within dozens of kilometers. These territories have formed alliances with each other. Currently, there are 2 alliances, the Justice Alliance and the 9 Alliances. The 2 alliances are evenly matched, and it is said that war may break out soon. Yes, our master is a member of the 9 Alliances. We hope that you can let us go. Our master will definitely remember your kindness. Haha. 2 cowardly subjects dare to ask for favors from your master. Rosen sneered, and could see that the 2 people were cowards. He said coldly, What's the name of the leader of the 9th Alliance? What's the name of your lord? The leader of the 9th Alliance is Shurjujin, and our master is Zhao Tianzhu. Shurjujin? Zhao Tianzhu. Rosen was slightly stunned, muttering to himself. It's really like searching for something without any effort, but it turns out to be something you haven't found yet. Tell me the location of Shurjujin's territory. Rosen's eyes were sharp and his words were stern. The 2 cowardly subjects didn't have the guts to lie and quickly said, 5 kilometers to the left is our leader's territory. Yes, our territory is 2 kilometers ahead, very close. Rosen. Sir, we have told you everything we know. Can you please let us go? Seeing that Rosen didn't say anything, the 2 leaders asked cautiously. Rosen said calmly, Lead the way, take us to your territory. Yes. We'll lead the way. They were both very excited and hurried to lead the way. Rosen was speechless after seeing this. These 2 leaders are really funny. Not only did he reveal the location of his own territory, but he also led the way for himself. Can't you see that our side is coming with great force? They still felt that their lord had the ability to save them. My lord, this villain is extremely sinister. It's better to kill him. We know his location anyway. At this time, Lubu clasped his fists and asked Rosen for help. It's normal for people to want to survive. They're trying to stay alive, too. Rosen couldn't help but sigh about life, saying calmly, When your life is threatened, all you need to do to survive is reveal your territory's location. Would you be like them? After all, it's just a location. Even if you don't reveal it, someone will find it sooner or later. No, I will never be like that villain who sells out his territory and betrays his master just to save his life. Lubu seemed to take Rosen's words very seriously. His face flushed red as he eagerly explained, Since the Lord doesn't trust me, I am willing to die to prove my loyalty. After saying that, he drew out his sword, apparently intending to commit suicide. This scene frightened Rosen so much that he grabbed Lubu's hand and said quickly, What are you doing? I am just lamenting the impermanence of life and the unpredictable world. Stop immediately. I believe you. Yes, I thank you for your trust. Clang. The long sword was sheathed. Rosen sighed inwardly. The ancients were so straightforward. Fortunately, I've received higher education, so I don't take my life so lightly like you do. A group of people followed the 2 leaders, all in silence. And that Zhao Tianzhu was the one who made the deal with Rosen. In the Lord's Guide, everyone's name is their real name and can be seen. Therefore, when Rosen heard that the 2 of them were Zhao Tianzhu's subjects and that Zhao Tianzhu was a member of the Shurjujin Alliance, his doubts were immediately resolved. That Zhao Tianzhu must be trying to trick me into coming over and kidnap me. Humph. You never thought I'd come. And I brought soldiers with me. Rosen couldn't help but smile slightly. His body moved back and forth on the Fergana horse. After more than 20 minutes, everyone walked out of the forest and came to an area with few trees. From here, you can see an open space in the distance. In the open space, there is a small courtyard surrounded by wooden walls. This courtyard had obviously been reduced in size and was several times smaller than Rosen's mansion. Sir, we're here. Our territory is ahead. Yeah. Rosen nodded without saying anything, letting the horse walk freely towards their territory. Sir, can we go now? The man started asking again after chasing the horse, extremely worried about his own safety. Chapter 73, Begging for Mercy, Gift, and Update. This time, Rosen didn't ignore it, but said calmly, "Let's go." "Yes, let's go." The two of them immediately smiled and turned away. As they walked, they did not go towards the territory, but turned in other directions and started jogging, running farther and farther. "Get rid of them." Rosen stared at their backs and suddenly said something. Lu Bu was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned overjoyed. He immediately pointed at a few soldiers and asked them to chase after them. It seems that Lu Bu is particularly obsessed with getting rid of these two villains. Puff, puff. Several soldiers in golden armor on horseback caught up with the fleeing subjects and killed them with 2 swords. Looking at the fallen citizens in the distance, Rosen took a deep breath and looked away expressionlessly. Other people's life and death has nothing to do with him. But his capable subordinates wanted to kill him in them. And as the boss, he couldn't leave regrets in his subordinates' hearts, right? Moreover, these 2 leaders betrayed their master and fled without his master, not wanting the territory anymore. Killing them would not make him feel any mercy. Go in and capture their leader, Zhao Tianju. Rosen waved his hand and spoke in a cold tone. Lu Bu immediately led the golden-armored cavalry and rushed towards the gate of the territory. At this time, the situation in Zhao Tianju's territory was still unknown. Zhao Tianju is a middle-aged man with a pointed chin and monkey-like face, and he looks a bit wretched. Inside the Lord's mansion, in the courtyard, he and his subjects all sat on the ground, discussing things. There are about 8 or 9 people here. Although they are only wearing thatched clothes, most of them are equipped with iron swords. Zhao Tianju himself not only had an iron sword slung around his waist, but was also wearing iron armor. He also had a woman in his arms, with his big hands moving dishonestly. The abundant iron resources made him full of confidence in his own strength. Ugh, it hurts. The thin thatched coat could not block Zhao Tianju's big hands, and the woman in his arms grimaced in pain. It's satisfying to use your strength. After we finish this job, I will make clothes for you with the animal skins in the warehouse, and then make you the Lord's wife. Zhao Tianju grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. However, the woman in his arms obviously had no interest in this. She lowered her head and remained silent with an expressionless face. Sir, is that Lord Rosen really that rich? If we capture him, will we be able to obtain a lot of resources and have meat to eat every meal? Hey, what if the Lord is also poor? Wouldn't that delay us for a whole day? I think we should send a few people out to find food and leave a few at home. The rest of the people in the territory did not quite believe what the Lord said and offered their suggestions. As for why they were like this, it was naturally because their Lord was really unreliable. When they first arrived at the territory, the Lord told them that they would have a good life in the future, but in the end, all the food they found was replaced with weapons. After getting the weapons, he said he would eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. But in the blink of an eye, he was hungry for 3 days. After finally waiting for the beast tide and killing a few beasts, they were sold by the Lord in the blink of an eye in exchange for armor. They had to doubt whether what the Lord said was true or false. However, it was precisely because of these weapons that they were not swallowed up by others. Moreover, they successfully entered the 9 alliances and found a backer. But relying on others is unreliable. Their Lord suddenly had an idea and said he had found a very wealthy lord and wanted to rob him. But they always feel unreliable, because only a few of them got it by robbery. Moreover, the woman in the Lord's arms is the female lord who was robbed. In order to survive, he had no choice but to succumb to Zhao Tianju's tyranny. But when robbing a territory, besides the people, there are very few resources available, and you also have to support them. Because keeping them can contribute to the territory. If they are killed, the territory can only maintain the status quo and cannot develop continuously. Seeing his men weren't keen on the robbery, Zhao Tianju quickly said, "Brothers, be patient. I guarantee you, Luo-san is incredibly wealthy. He frequently trades in the mall and must have a wealth of resources. I'll be sure to treat you to plenty of food and drink. And when things get going, you'll all be my heroes. I'll give you all official positions and women." "Thank you, Lord." Hearing what the Lord said, "I'm really looking forward to that day. Hee. I hope that Rosen can come soon. I'm so hungry. I wonder if those 2 worried guys have found any food." Everyone immediately became enthusiastic and smiled happily. Only the woman in Zhao Tianju's arms lowered her head and remained silent, cautious. Just when everyone was chatting excitedly, suddenly a violent tremor was heard. What's that sound? It seems like there are a lot of wild animals running around. Is there another beast tide coming? Quick, everyone, be on alert. Zhao Tianju and others quickly got up from the ground. But at this moment, their wooden door exploded with a bang. The shattered wooden door flew directly into the yard, scaring everyone. They looked over quickly and saw a group of cavalrymen wearing golden armor and riding tall horses, holding golden swords. Zhao Tianju's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he was so shocked that he was stunned. What's going on? Who are these people? How come they have such sophisticated equipment? Just as he thought of this, the golden-armored warriors dismounted and rushed in. Zhao Taiju was shocked. Although he knew he was no match for his opponent, his instinct told him that he must not surrender, because if he gave up resistance, he might die. So, while his men were still trying to figure out the situation, Zhao Taiju quickly brandished his sword and shouted, "Enemy attack! Kill! Charge out! Kill!" The subordinates only knew that the enemy was well-equipped, but they had not yet figured out the situation. But since their own lords were charging forward with swords in hand, they instinctively followed suit. For a moment, the scene was in chaos, with iron tools colliding and making clanging sounds. "Oh, hiss! Sir, spare your life." However, the whole scene did not last even a minute, and the only sounds in the yard were screams and pleas for mercy. And at this time, Rosen also arrived at the gate. All the infantrymen rushed into the yard, forming a huge encirclement, surrounding Zhao Tianju and others in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Zhao Tianju, who was still resisting, saw this and thought it was impossible. But the countless soldiers in front of him told him that he could not escape. Moreover, several of his men had been hacked to death, and the rest had all dropped their weapons and knelt down begging for mercy. Looking at the golden-armored soldiers again, there was no mark on their bodies. They were all intact, and they were still waving sharp swords shining with golden light. Zhao Tianju felt a chill down his spine, especially when he saw Rosen walking up to him, surrounded by the crowd. He knew that there was no chance of escape. Resistance will only lead to death. Snap! Finally, he dropped his weapon and knelt in front of Rosen. Thump! "Sir, please spare my life. I surrender. P.S. I will add one more chapter today, thanks to the brothers who sent me gifts. This is my only save draft. Chapter 74 Kill him." Zhao Tianju was heartbroken and knelt on the ground. Rosen got off his horse expressionlessly and glanced around calmly. 2 were dead, 7 were kneeling on the ground, and there was a woman with a pale face. The blood on the ground was bright red, flowing along the cracks in the ground, and eventually seeping into the earth, leaving a dark red color. The strong smell of blood stimulated everyone's sense of smell. Even Rosen couldn't help but frown. This was the first time he had such close control over someone's life and death. Looking at the lively soldiers and the silent corpses on the ground, Rosen had a huge impact on his heart. He had never seen blood in his previous life, and his heart was not that vicious. But now in troubled times, if you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Rosen's heart trembled slightly, and he withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Are you Zhao Tianju?" Yes, I am Zhao Tianju. Sir, please spare my life. I don't know how I have offended you. I will definitely apologize to you." Seeing Rosen's equipment, Zhao Tianju had no intention of resisting at all. Who on earth could possess dozens of sets of golden weapons and armor? The strength of his territory must be terrifying. Since you are Zhao Tianju, it's easy. Hand over your lord's guide. Rosen slowly stretched out a hand. Zhao Tianju was stunned by these words. He immediately realized that the man in front of him was also a lord like him. He quickly took out the lord's guide and pleaded, "Sir, this is my lord's guide. Can you spare my life since we are from the same place?" "Haha, do you deserve to live?" Rosen shouted coldly, took the lord's guide, and put it in his own hand. Suddenly, the 2 lords' guides established a connection, and Zhao Tianju's book began to slowly merge into Rosen's palm and was swallowed by Rosen's lord's guide. Devouring each other is a function that comes with the lord's guide. As long as one annexes another lord's guide, the lord's status of the annexed person will disappear, and his recruitment office will automatically be integrated into the lord guide of the annexed person. In other words, after Rosen annexed his lord's guide, he had 2 recruitment offices and could recruit 2 subjects to serve him every day. This is also one of the great attractions that makes lords kill each other. It was for this reason that he was brutally killed by Shi Jujin in his previous life. He could have handed over the lord's guide in exchange for his life, but he was mistakenly killed as a citizen. He was extremely unlucky. As the lord's guide was devoured, the recruitment center in the yard gradually disappeared and turned into ashes. Then it appeared in the lord's backpack. "Sir, please spare me. I really don't know how I have offended you. Please spare me for the sake of the lord's guide. There are a total of 2 recruitment centers in my lord's guide." 2 recruitment centers? You robbed others? Rosen's face turned cold. He had been robbed before, So he hated people who robbed others to develop themselves the most. If you have the ability, why not join the alliance and develop well? Why do you have to do evil and seek death? Sir, it's her. I stole her territory. I'm offering her to you now. Please let me go. I haven't even touched her yet. Zhao Tianzhu pointed at the woman beside him and said with trembling lips, Qingya, come and meet the master. From now on, you will be his. Qingya then raised her head slightly, her face ashen, walked to Rosen's side, and knelt down quietly, but still did not speak. But when Rosen heard the word Qingya, he was stunned for a moment. Looking at this woman with messy hair again, she does look a little familiar. This time, Rosen was completely sure that Qingya was the female star who had chatted with him in the Lord's Guide and traded magic scrolls with him. I didn't expect that she had fallen into such a miserable state. This time, Rosen's murderous intent was even stronger. He looked at the space in the Lord's Guide and found that there were indeed 2 recruitment offices, which further confirmed Qingya's identity. She asked for my coordinates on the spot, perhaps wanting to join me, or perhaps she was forced to do so. No wonder I haven't seen her for so long. It turns out that the Lord's Guide has been merged by someone. Rosen said in a cold tone, Now you're done begging for mercy, but I can make you die with a clear understanding. My name is Rosen. What? You are Rosen? Hiss! Zhao Tianzhu immediately took a breath of cold air, and looking at the golden and iron armor around him, he was completely disheartened. When Rosen said his name, Qingya, who had been lowering her head, also quietly raised her head and glanced at Rosen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The light was particularly bright in the dead pupils. Rosen, aren't you looking for Shi Jujin's location? If you spare my life, I'll tell you his location. Also, I'll give you all the people in my territory and tell you how many people and weapons Shi Jujin possesses. Zhao Tianzhu didn't want to die, so he was silent for a second and then stated his terms of exchange. Oh, really? Then tell me. Rosen said expressionlessly. Zhao Tianzhu was overjoyed when he saw this and asked, I asked if you could spare my life. I can also join your territory and serve you. Oh, I won't kill you, just say it. Rosen nodded. Zhao Tianzhu was even more surprised. He knelt on the ground and said directly, He is 2 kilometers away over there. He has 35 subjects, 20 iron swords, 3 sets of armor, and has established the 9 alliances. Not counting me, the 9 alliances have a total of 7 members. Each of them is about the same strength as me, but they don't have as much equipment and mainly use wooden swords. Every time we contribute a certain amount of resources and people to him for a short period of time, we will receive his protection in exchange for the opportunity to coexist peacefully with him. After hearing his explanation, which was the same as the location described by the 2 subjects who had escaped before, Rosen completely confirmed Shi Jujin's location. However, it seems that Shi Jujin did not plunder every territory. It is estimated that they will plunder dissatisfied territories, enslave territories of average strength, and fight decisive battles with territories of equal strength. This ensures a continuous supply of resources. After all, it would cost a lot for dozens of people to attack some territories with weapons. Moreover, if you meet a tough person, he would rather die than hand over the Lord's Guide. It is better to let them continue to provide supplies and sustain the territory. But how could Qingya be captured by Zhao Tianzhu? Zhao Tianzhu doesn't have the strength to attack other people's territory. Rosen's face was expressionless. However, after confirming the information he wanted, there was no need to keep him. People like him will be a disaster if we keep them. Rosen said calmly, Lu Bu. I'm here. Lu Bu stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Rosen. Rosen said calmly, Kill him, and take the others back to the territory. After saying that, Rosen turned and walked out. The soldiers also evacuated in an orderly manner. As you command. Lu Bu grinned, drew out his sharp sword, and swung it towards Zhao Tianzhu's neck. Chapter 75 Attack. At this moment, Zhao Tianzhu was extremely scared. He deeply regretted what he had done and why he had provoked the devil Rosen. He screamed in horror. No, don't kill me. You said you would let me go, chuckle. As Zhao Tianzhu screamed in fear, the sharp sword slashed across his throat and blood splattered on the ground. Zhao Tianzhu dead. Walla walla. The sound of orderly footsteps was the last thing Zhao Tianzhu heard. He then collapsed to the ground, dizzy, his eyes wide open. 10 of you, escort them back. Outside the Lord's mansion, Lu Bu arranged infantry escort. Rosen ignored this and waited patiently for Lu Bu's arrangements. My lord, are we going to the territory of the 9 alliances next? After making the arrangements, Lu Bu came to Rosen with a smile on his face. As the most loyal subordinate, Lu Bu naturally has emotions. Rosen could see that he was very excited, nodded and said, Yes, let's go. Drive. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The horses raised their front hooves, and everyone set off towards Shi Jujin's territory. Along the way, Rosen didn't say a word, but looked at the scenery along the way and lamented the ever-changing life. A 2-kilometer distance is neither far nor near. In less than 20 minutes, a new lord's mansion appeared in front of them. This lord's mansion also has a wooden courtyard, but it is much larger than Zhao Tianju's, and there are 2 arrow towers standing in the corners of the wooden wall. On the arrow tower, 2 men were dozing off while holding wooden swords. This scene was beyond Rosen's expectations. I didn't expect Shi Jujin to have grown so big. Sir, do you want to launch a direct attack? Lu Bu's eyes lit up and he gripped his weapon tightly. Rosen rolled his eyes and said, let's go and inform them first. Just say we're passing by and want to rest here. If they let us in, that would be great. If not, we'll attack them later. Hey, Lord, you are wise. I will go right away. Lu Bu was stunned and immediately showed an expression of admiration. It can be seen that his brain is not as flexible as Rosen's. Lu Bu rode in the front, and Rosen was surrounded by cavalry to ensure his safety. Dozens of infantrymen followed behind. A group of people walked towards the Lord's mansion in a mighty procession. When you get closer, you can see that there is a wooden plaque hanging on the gate of this territory with a line of large characters written on it. Territory of the leader of the 9 alliances. Da-da-da-da. When the sound of horse hooves appeared, the 2 sentries on the arrow tower still had not noticed them and were still drowsy. Their level of vigilance is shockingly low. Lu Bu shouted at the top of his voice, please inform me that my master is passing by and would like to enter your territory to rest for a while. Please open the door. A huge shout immediately woke up the sentry. Not only did it wake up the sentry, but even the soldiers in the Lord's mansion heard it. Of course, there is also Shi Jujin. For a moment, the Lord's mansion fell into chaos. What's going on? There seems to be someone outside. Damn, there are a lot of people outside. Please wait a moment, sir. I will report to our lord. The sentry on the arrow tower was almost scared silly. He quickly replied politely, and then hurried down the tower to report. There were so many well-equipped soldiers outside the door that they didn't dare to be careless. Not to mention the leaders of the 9 alliances. Even if all the members of the 9 alliances were present, they would not dare to ignore the words of a group of elite soldiers. The sentry hurried down the tower and headed straight for Shi Jujin's room. But at this time, Shi Jujin had also heard the noise and came to the yard. What happened? Who is that person outside? He has such a loud voice. Shi Jujin was wearing a cloth robe and had an iron sword on his waist. In a blink of an eye, 7 or 8 soldiers holding iron swords gathered in the yard. They are all Shi Jujin's guards. Wherever Shi Jujin went, they followed him and protected his safety closely. My lord, something terrible has happened. Many golden-armored cavalry and iron sword infantry have appeared outside, about 100 of them. They said they wanted to enter our territory to rest for a while and asked us to open the gate. His golden armor? Or cavalry? Over 100 of them. Shi Jujin took a deep breath on the spot. He frowned, thinking hard about his actions these days. It seemed that he had not offended any powerful territory. Could it be someone from the Justice League? Impossible. The Justice League can't possibly have so much equipment. Thinking of this, Shi Jujin hurriedly said, notify everyone and prepare to fight. After saying that, he climbed up the arrow tower by himself to see what was really going on. But as soon as he climbed up the arrow tower and saw the golden light outside, his hands and feet became limp with fear. Oh my God, these people are not going to attack my territory, but there is nothing in my territory that they would be interested in. Shi Jujin seriously doubted his own guess. But faced with such a huge force, he had no better choice. If they were to fight, they could only hold the city, and they would not be able to hold it for long. But if we go forward to meet them, we might be completely wiped out. Shi Jujin kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind. We have several good allies, and we have 30 soldiers in our territory. A forceful attack will take time. Thinking of this, Shi Jujin suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his expression immediately changed from frowning to secretly complacent. He immediately took out the Lord's Guide and started sending private messages to his good friends for help. Second brother, save me. My territory has been surrounded. Bring all the people here and come and rescue me quickly. Is my third brother here? Send troops to rescue me quickly. My territory has been surrounded. Bring more people and hurry. After sending the message, Shi Jujin breathed a sigh of relief. Because the 2 brothers were not far away from him. They became sworn brothers when the scene was just starting to develop, and they have a very good relationship. After seeing the message, they immediately sent troops and arrived to rescue in 20 minutes at most. And for 20 minutes, I can definitely hold on for 20 minutes. Shi Jujin was filled with mysterious confidence. He smiled and shouted to Rosen and the others outside. My lords, this palace is small, So why don't you just rest outside? If you need any food, I will provide it to you. How about that? Lord, he won't let us in. Lubu was a little unhappy. Because they spoke to them with kind intentions, they were actually wary of them. It's really bullying. Rosen smiled slightly and said calmly, he thinks he can stop us, so prepare to attack. Yes. Everyone, get ready, attack. Charge. Lubu immediately shouted and rushed forward. The rest of the soldiers also shouted and rushed forward. Kill. Charge. The cavalry was very fast and reached the gate in just a few seconds. The infantry followed closely behind, forming a fan shape and besieging the wooden wall. Because the territory facilities are all made of wood and are only 3 meters high. As long as you stack them up, you can climb in, so it is not difficult at all to attack this kind of territory by force. The cavalrymen in particular could ride their horses to the base of the wall, stand on their horses' backs, and flip over in one go. Chapter 76. Killing without mercy. Fuck, they're attacking, fight back. Reinforcements will be here soon, don't let them get in. Bow and arrow. Take out the bow and arrow I gave you and shoot at me. Shurjujin commanded everyone in a panic and urged the sentry on another arrow tower. He gave the sentry great respect, and even the only wooden bow in the territory was in his hands. After being scolded, the sentry quickly took out his bow and arrow, drew his bow and shot. Whoosh! A wooden arrow was shot out and hit a golden-armored soldier who was climbing over the wall. Clang! However, the wooden arrows shot at the golden armor and were directly deflected. Kill! The soldier who was shot, standing on the horse's back, which was more than 1 meter high, easily reached the top of the wall. He grabbed the top of the wall, climbed up the wooden wall, and jumped down. Thump! After he jumped over, he directly hit 2 people who were guarding the city wall. These men had no armor, only iron swords. After being hit by the fully armed soldiers, he vomited blood on the spot. What's worse, one of them even had his ribs broken and was lying on the ground, unable to get up. And this is the benefit of equipment. With your own weight plus the weight and hardness of your equipment, jumping off a 3-meter-high wall is almost like hitting a huge rock. After a while, dozens of soldiers climbed over the wall. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons began to clash and the battle began immediately. Shurjujin also had to come down from the arrow tower and participate in the battle personally. At this time, Lubu also took a running start, then jumped up and crossed the 3-meter-high wall. And this is the strength of a martial artist. He treated the wooden wall as nothing, punched like a hurricane, and had strength as great as a giant tripod. Soldiers entered the territory one after another, and the guarding soldiers were like lambs to be slaughtered, with no power to resist. Moreover, they didn't even have armor, and were killed without leaving a single piece of armor. As weak as a blade of grass. Suddenly, the yard was littered with corpses and blood. Even Shurjujin was stabbed by several swords without realizing it. He grimaced in pain and screamed for his life. At this time, many soldiers had already fallen, and the remaining ones were all terrified and dominated by fear. They fought and retreated, trying to retreat to the Lord's bedroom to avoid disaster. Even if Shurjujin tried frantically to block them at the bedroom door, it would be of no use. This is completely one-sided killing. The gate opened and more soldiers rushed in, until Rosen said that he would not be killed if he surrendered. The few soldiers who remained dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground awaiting their fate. Fuck, get up, you wimp, come on. Don't surrender. Surrendering is a dead end. The Lord will definitely lead us out. Yes, brothers, reinforcements are coming soon. Just hold on a little longer. Shurjujin and his guards shouted wildly to cheer each other on. But the frightened soldiers had no intention of fighting anymore and surrendered one after another. In a blink of an eye, only Shurjujin and 5 sword-wielding guards were left in the entire yard. The 6 of them leaned against the wooden door of the Lord's bedroom, swallowing their saliva continuously, their eyes wide open. My lord, what should we do? We are surrounded. I know, but I didn't expect them to be so fast. They forced us into such a predicament in less than 2 minutes. Shurjujin's figure was hiding behind several guards, his calves trembling constantly. In the past, he was the one who robbed others, but now he was being robbed. He couldn't help but feel the despair of those he had robbed. Fear, so close to him for the first time. Brother, Galu. Shurjujin swallowed hard, looked at Rosen who was walking over, and said cautiously, Brother, if you have something to say, let's talk about it. I will give you whatever you want. It's the same rhetoric as Zhao Tianju's. Rosen muttered to himself, his eyes full of coldness. The person in front of me still had the same face and the same attire. It was just that in the previous life, it was him lying on the ground, but now it was him who was begging for mercy and fear. Calculating the time, Shurjujin launched a surprise attack on his territory tonight. Thinking of this, Rosen asked coldly, "Are you going out this afternoon?" No. Why do you say that, brother?" Jin looked confused, but he was very sure that he didn't know the person in front of him at all. "Brother, do we have a misunderstanding? I haven't seen you before." "Misunderstanding," Rosen said coldly. "Do you know Rosen? What do you think of him?" "Rosen?" Jin was stunned, and a hint of evasion flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he knew Rosen's. But Rosen was wearing golden armor and a helmet at the moment, so he didn't recognize him. "Brother, do you know Rosen? I promise I don't have any feelings for him. If there is any misunderstanding between us, I am willing to apologize for it. Please forgive me, brother." "Haha, I'm Rosen." Rosen sneered first, and then introduced himself. When Jin heard Rosen's name, he was obviously stunned. This scene was seen by Rosen. Rosen was sure that he definitely had ideas about himself. It just hasn't been implemented yet. Their meeting in the previous life might have been due to luck, but in this life, he must have some conspiracy against him. After all, Qingya presented him with the magic scroll, and Zhao Tianzhu lured him to appear. They were all his allies. It is impossible to say that I am lucky. Therefore, all these people knew of his existence and had long wanted to take action against him, but they just had not had the time to implement it. Thinking of this, Rosen felt relieved. No matter what, killing Jin would avenge his great hatred. It would also help the surrounding lords eliminate the scourge, and it wouldn't be considered indiscriminate killing of innocent people. So Rosen stopped asking questions and returned to his normal state, saying calmly, "Today is a feud between Jin and me. If you surrender, I promise not to kill you." These words were said to Jin's guards. No matter what, the people are always a more precious resource. Even if their loyalty is not high enough, they can still be captured and used as laborers to contribute to the development of the territory. "Brother, are you really going to kill me? Although I'm not very powerful, I'm the leader of the 9 alliances. I have several allies under me, each with dozens of people. Together, we're a formidable force. Let me go, and I'll persuade all my allies to follow you and serve you like slaves." At this moment, Jin panicked. There is not enough time to wait for allies to rescue us, so we can only compromise and protect ourselves before making plans. But Rosen had no intention of letting him go. The blood feud is so deep that killing him is not enough to calm my impulse. "Catch him for me. I want to kill him myself. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy," Rosen said lightly. These words immediately made Jin feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his whole body went cold. Chapter 77, Revenge. "Yes." Lubu took a step forward. "No, don't come over here." Jin retreated frantically, but behind him was the bedroom door. He was so scared that he pushed open the bedroom door, went in, and locked the wooden door, leaving the remaining 5 guards outside. The guards were stunned and looked at each other in confusion. They seemed abandoned. As the mighty general approached, the guards' determination to follow their lord to the death vanished without a trace. They dropped their weapons, knelt on both sides, and cried out in fear, "Sir, spare our lives. We surrender." Since Rosen had previously said that surrender would not be killed, and after they dropped their weapons, soldiers immediately took them away, so Lu Bu did not attack them. Instead, he came to the wooden door and kicked it. Bang! With a dull thud, the small wooden door fell down, splashing up a cloud of dust. The golden-armored soldiers surrounded Rosen and entered the house. There are some storage boxes in the house. On the innermost bed, there were 2 female subjects lying, clutching the quilt in fear. When Rosen saw this scene, he was immediately furious. These bad lords live such a damn carefree life. It is estimated that he relied on his strength to force his female subjects. Think about yourself again, how good you are to your people. How nice for Kitano Nozomi. She is so beautiful, and I don't have any bad thoughts about her. These 2 women look so ordinary, but he wants to get them into bed. That's too much. In comparison, my subjects are living in paradise. Thinking of this, and looking at Jin who was curled up in the corner with nowhere to hide, Rosen became even angrier. "Catch him," Rosen shouted coldly. "Please spare me. Big brother, please spare me, Wu. I'm only 28, I don't want to die yet." Lubu went up to him and grabbed his collar and lifted him up like a chick. Jin lay in front of Rosen and kowtowed for mercy. Bang, bang, bang. "Wu, spare my life." His head hit the floor and was soon covered in blood. There was extreme panic in the crying voice. The desire to survive is evident from this. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Alas, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Rosen sighed and slowly drew out his sword. Clang! The sound of metal friction reached Jin's ears, like the tip of a sharp knife scratching his heart. Clatter! "My lord," he peed. Lubu quickly took a step back. Rosen also looked down and found a stream of water flowing out of Shurjuji's straw pants, flowing onto the floor, and then flowing under the corner of the table through the cracks in the floor. That's disgusting. Rosen immediately gave up the idea of killing him himself, feeling that killing him would only dirty his hands. He ordered, Lubu, you come. After the situation is resolved, take all the supplies and people back to the territory and hand them over to the unified management of the Internal Affairs Department. Yes. Lubu acts decisively. He drew out his sword and stabbed it into Shurjuji's back. Shurjujin screamed on the spot. Ah! Ah! At the same time, 2 other screams were heard. It was the screams of the 2 women on the bed. Why? If you kill me, you won't even get the Lord's Guide. Why? Shurjujin fell in a pool of blood, uttering weak and unwilling questions. Rosen turned his back to him and said calmly, when you kill others, you must understand that one day you will be killed by others. The world will turn around, and no one will be spared. After saying that, Rosen left the room directly, leaving the soldiers to search the room for supplies. Ugh! Shurjujin's breath became weaker and weaker, and the donated blood overflowing from his nose and mouth made him extremely uncomfortable. His consciousness became increasingly blurred, but Rosen's words kept echoing in his mind. The world turns to karma, and no one can escape it. Out of the territory, looking at the blue sky, Rosen's mind was completely opened. At this moment, he felt extremely smooth. The resentment in his heart completely shattered and disappeared without a trace the moment Shurjujin fell. As for why he didn't let Shurjujin hand over the Lord's Guide before killing him, the reason is very simple. He had no need for a recruiting center, and he didn't want to think about taking things from his blood-feuding enemy. He just wanted Shurjujin to die. There will be subjects, and there will be more and more of them. In this world, I will live for myself. I am the master of my own destiny, and no one else can control my fate. Rosen swore secretly in his heart and reaffirmed his confidence in developing and expanding the territory. Because in this world, only those with strength have the right to speak. 5 minutes later, all the soldiers began to gather at the door. All the captured people and resources were gathered in the yard. Lubu came to report, saying, Lord, the looting is complete. 18 people have surrendered, including 4 female subjects and 14 male subjects. We also have over 200 kilograms of meat, over 100 kilograms of fruit, 30 iron swords, 1 wooden bow, 13 wooden arrows, and blueprints. Listening to Lubu's report, Rosen was neither surprised nor happy. For a territory of dozens of people, possessing these resources is really not a lot. Rosen took a look at the resources piled up in the yard, walked in, waved his hand, and put them into the storage ring. Because of these things, there are also wood, stones, and iron blocks. It would be difficult for the soldiers to carry all the goods without carriages, so they collected them themselves. Let's go. Before leaving, Rosen took another look at the captured people, turned around, and got on his horse. Without strength, the best outcome would be to be captured and made a slave like these subjects. Although Rosen is not a devil, he would not capture them and take them in for no reason. When they arrive at their own territory, those whose loyalty reaches 50 or above will not be very loyal to the original lord and will adapt to the new territory faster. Therefore, for those with a loyalty level of more than 50, Rosen would not make them slaves, but would place them among the ordinary citizens to work and assimilate them. If the loyalty is below 50, it means that they are very loyal to the previous lord and may rebel at any time, and may even commit rebellion. People like this are treated as slaves and work in exchange for food. Eat as much as you work. As a young man of the 21st century, Rosen has no habit of dividing people into different levels. But rules must not be missed. It was absolutely impossible to let them go. Stay and work for food, work for benefits, and eventually become local citizens. Anyway, we have to take it one step at a time. Different people have different requirements. That's Rosen's plan. Unlike other lords, who capture people as slaves, give them weapons to rob when their loyalty increases, and kill them when their loyalty is too low. There is no humanity at all. 1 hour later, the crowd appeared around their territory. When these captured people saw the people working hard around them, they were all stunned. So many people. Is that meat they eat? Is this heaven? The slaves stared with their eyes wide open, totally unable to believe what they saw. Chapter 78. Lord, please punish me. The slaves couldn't believe their eyes. Although he was being escorted by armored soldiers, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Under the shade of a tree not far away, the ground was littered with iron axes and iron drafts. Dozens of men in linen clothes and straw sandals leaned under the shade of the trees. Some people were picking apples, some were picking wood, and some were sitting on the grass, eating with their backs against a big tree. Look at what they have in their hands. Each of them has a piece of meat, and their mouths are full of oil. And there were water bags hanging around their waists. Just drink a few sips when you are thirsty. He looked like a god in the sky, so handsome that it made people envious. Look at the huge wall in the distance. Made of stone, it stretches as far as the eye can see. Is this still the Lord's mansion? It's clearly a shorter city wall. Look, the Lord is back. Greetings, Lord. Is this the person the Lord has captured? Passing by the place where people were working, the people knelt down to worship and finally talked about it curiously. This scene completely shocked the three views of the person who was arrested. Rosen was riding on his horse, looking at the suddenly appeared wall, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Kitano Nozomi does things cleanly and efficiently. The wall was put up in half a day, and the distance is 500 meters in length and width. It does look like a small city. In addition, a row of arrow towers were placed on the inner wall of the wall. There were actually people standing on the arrow tower. This is simply a heavily guarded castle. Rosen looked towards the door. The gate of the territory was open, and several armored soldiers were standing at the door to guard it. In addition, Kitano Nozomi was also standing at the door. Also beside her was Zhao Yun. It seemed that the two had already learned of his return and were waiting to greet him at the door. My lord. The two men greeted Rosen, one cupping his fists, the other folding his hands and bowing slightly. Well, Zhao Yun takes over the soldiers, and Lu Bu goes back to rest. Rosen nodded and rode into the territory. Inside the city walls is the territory, and inside the territory is the Lord's mansion. It was already past noon. Back in the Lord's mansion, Rosen put the two recruitment centers created by the fusion of the Lord's guide together with his own, and then entered the room to check the resources obtained today. Kitano Nozomi also hurriedly asked his men to serve food to Rosen. Since it was just mealtime when they came back, they didn't eat on the way. After all, the distance was so close, so we hurried back to the camp to eat. Sitting at the dinner table, Rosen just felt a little tired and had no appetite. Even though the meal was rich, including stir-fried meat with chili peppers, barbecued meat, and cold meat, he had no interest in it. After thinking about it, it must be because I saw too much blood today that caused my physical discomfort. After all, he was close to both bloody events. My lord, what should we do with the captured people? Kitano Wong stood in front of the dining table, his hands on his lower abdomen, respectfully. Rosen raised his eyelids and said, establish a labor camp and send everyone there for labor reform. Place soldiers in the camp to prevent unrest. Set up tasks for the camp, and anyone who performs well can become a citizen of our territory. Yeah. Kitano Nozomi nodded. After receiving the order, she did not do it immediately, but hesitated for a moment, then walked to Rosen and slowly knelt beside Rosen's legs. Rosen was slightly stunned and took his eyes away from the food. He looked at Kitano Wong with a puzzled look and said, why are you kneeling? My lord, I am guilty. Please punish me. Kitano looked helpless and didn't dare to look into Rosen's eyes. He only dared to stare at Rosen's thatched shoes. When Rosen heard Kitano Wong say this, his heart skipped a beat. But Kitano Wong was his loyal butler and would not do anything outrageous. So Rosen suppressed his impatience and asked calmly, what happened? Feel free to tell me. Your Excellency, this morning I led my men to build a fence and cleared the land outside the fence. However, during the clearing, one of our subjects was lost. Kitano Nozomi's face was full of self-blame. Rosen felt a little sorry for what he saw. He thought something serious had happened, just that he lost a subject. But how could the people be lost? Rosen asked, have you found it? I did. I discovered my subject was missing and immediately went to find Commander Zhao. Commander Zhao led his men to search the area, but found nothing. I suspect my subject has rebelled and escaped. After Kitano Wong finished speaking, he fell to the ground and pleaded, I failed to discipline my subjects, which led to their defection. Please punish me, Lord, to set things right. Rosen. Defection? That shouldn't be the case. Rosen propped up his arms slightly and lifted his chin. He turned his head and looked at the kneeling Bai Yi Wong and said lightly, you should stand up first. I don't think it's defection. You live so comfortably in my territory. There is no reason for you to defect. Perhaps it was carried off by a wild animal. After all, I mobilized all the soldiers today, and there's no one patrolling. Rosen said, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are innocent. Stand up. Thank you, Lord. Although he was not convicted, Kitano Nozomi's face was still full of self-blame. It was precisely because there was no one patrolling the territory that she personally led people to open up the wasteland, but she still managed to lose people, and they were still around the territory. This is undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. So before reporting, she was prepared to be punished, but she didn't expect that the Lord didn't punish her. which made her extremely touched. "My lord, why don't you eat? Is the food cooked by our subordinates not tasty?" Kitano Wang began to worry about Rosen's appetite again. Rosen smiled slightly, thinking she was very naive. "No, go get me a bottle of wine from the box." "Yes." Kitano Wang hurried to get the wine. When working for Rosen, she is always very positive. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After drinking half a bottle in one breath, Rosen felt a little refreshed. "By the way, among the people sent back for the first time today, there is a woman named Qingya. Bring her to me now." After drinking, Rosen suddenly thought of someone, so he immediately gave an order. Otherwise, I would have forgotten that Qingya might have also been assigned to a labor camp. After all, she was also a victim and had helped me before. If I continued to enslave her, I would be no different from an animal. Kitano Nozomi received the order and immediately started to do it. After a while, the female star Qingya with disheveled hair was brought in by Kitano Wang. 2 armored guards also came in at the same time. The guards stood at the door and did not come in. But this was a deterrent to Qingya. That is to say, if you dare to mess around, you will never walk out of this door alive. Because they didn't know what kind of relationship Qingya had with Rosen, why Rosen specifically called her. They also didn't know if this woman would harm the Lord, so these were all arranged by Bei Yuang. This shows that Kitano Nozomi is concerned about the Rosen incident and has control over the overall situation. Chapter 79 Answer. Qingya is very beautiful, on par with Kitano Nozomi. But her hair was disheveled and covered with dirt and mud, probably because she hadn't washed it for a long time. When she came in front of Rosen, her expression had recovered a lot. She didn't know whether Rosen would treat her like Zhao Tianju, so she was still very nervous. "Greetings, sir." Qingya walked in, without any arrogance, but with only a strong desire to survive, and knelt directly beside Rosen's legs. This kind of kneeling ceremony made Rosen feel that he had become a godfather and enjoyed enough respect. Rosen said expressionlessly, "Since you gave me the magic scroll, please sit down." "Thank you, sir." After Qingya stood up, she sat directly on Rosen's lap. Rosen was startled and quickly stood up and moved away, leaving Qingya sitting empty. "What are you doing?" Rosen's face was stern and his tone was slightly cold. "Although you are beautiful, I am not interested in you." "Sir, I am still clean. Zhao Tianju hasn't had the chance to touch me yet. Please don't be disgusted." Qingya quickly stood up and explained. Rosen stared at her for a while, then seemed to understand something. He said calmly, "You're probably doing this because you're afraid I'll kill you. Don't worry, I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. Without the Lord's guide, you are just an ordinary person. From today on, you are my subject and enjoy all the benefits of a subject. Here, you will have absolute safety, just like in your previous life." "What? What did you say?" Hearing this, Qingya was stunned and couldn't believe it at all. Rosen said calmly, "I just want to know why you would trade something as precious as a magic scroll for my coordinates. Did you have any plans for my territory at the time? If I tell you, will you let me go?" Qingya still has great hope for her own safety. When he was humiliated by Zhao Tianju, he endured the humiliation and lived on. It can be seen that his desire to survive is still extremely strong. So, at this moment, he was bargaining with Rosen. Rosen didn't blame her because everyone has the right to live. You can't look down on people just because they don't want to die. Rosen nodded and said, "The past is like smoke. Zhao Tianju and Shi Jujin are both dead. Even if you don't tell me, I won't do anything to you. At most, I will keep a little curiosity in my heart. Butler, send her away and arrange another job for her." Rosen waved his hand. Kitano Nozomi stepped forward immediately. In fact, when Qingya was about to take advantage of the Lord just now, she wanted to pull this woman away. Because he was not even qualified to sit on the Lord's lap, let alone her. "Wait a minute, I say." But at this time, Qingya suddenly changed her mind. Feeling no longer threatened, Qingya's tense heart relaxed. She said, "You guessed right. I gave you the magic scroll to find out where you were. I didn't have much supplies at the time, and the magic scroll is a high-end item that few people could use, so I traded it with you. At that time, my lord was discovered by Zhao Tianju. He captured me and forced me to hand over the Lord's guide. He also asked if I had heard of you. To save my life, I told him. He forced me to move the supplies. He decided to recruit more people to attack your territory. But he has no idea of the strength of your territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do that." Qingya said it all in one breath. All of a sudden, all the puzzles came to light. Rosen finally understood the connection between these things. It was not accidental at all, but a conspiracy that had been prepared long ago. But when the dust settled, these tricks had long since vanished in the face of absolute strength. Even so, Rosen felt a sense of clarity and refreshment as if the fog had been cleared. All the worries in his mind were resolved, and he felt relaxed immediately. Rosen smiled and said, "Live well in my territory. If you need anything, you can find my butler Bei Yuan." After saying that, he lowered his head and continued eating. Kitano Nozomi took her out of the room. Rosen had nothing to feel sad about regarding the demise of the female, Star Chinya. Even heroes will come to an end, let alone ordinary people. No matter how glorious your past was, there will always be a time when the dust settles. After dinner, Rosen opened the Lord's Guide. This is his habit. News about all parts of the world and surrounding areas can be obtained from the Lord's Guide. It is the fastest way of transmitting information in the world. The Lord's Guide is open, and the private chat messages are still 99 plus as usual. Some came to exchange for food, some to exchange for people. In any case, 99% of the people who came to him were looking for trade. It's just that some people's trading prices are quite high, and Rosen doesn't want to trade with them, so he ignores them. Opening the guide, Rosen first came to the nearby channel. Because he had destroyed 2 territories nearby, and they were the famous 9 alliances, he wanted to know whether the news of this incident had been spread. Open nearby channels. News is flying everywhere, and they were actually discussing the 9 alliances nearby. Today's nearby channels are particularly lively. Many people who usually don't show up have come out one after another. Have you heard? Have you heard? The leader of the 9th alliance, Shi Jujin, was killed. Yes, I've heard that too, but it seems unlikely. With so many members in the 9 alliances, can't they stop it? I heard that the people who came were very powerful, possessing countless golden and iron armors, but they died before the reinforcements arrived. It's not that the reinforcements didn't arrive. In fact, I heard that the reinforcements had arrived, but I just happened to see them retreating. I saw the glittering golden armor and golden swords from afar, but I didn't have the courage to get close. Someone nearby has already developed to this extent. It's really scary. What should we do with our small territory? Otherwise, I'd better join the Justice League. Welcome, welcome, brother. I am the leader of the Justice League. Welcome to join us. Do I have any requirements for joining your alliance? I only have 5 subjects, no iron and no food. Hey, if you join our alliance, you can engage in internal trade and exchange gains with each other. You only need to hand over 2 strong men every week. And when there is a war, you don't need to send troops, and you can enjoy our protection if you are threatened. Damn, this is great. It's much better than the 9 alliances. This is a proper alliance. In the nearby alliances, apart from talking about the beheading of the 9 alliance leaders, the rest was about the Justice Alliance trying to win over people, and some lords discussing the formation of a new alliance. Of course, there was not a single voice calling for revenge for the leader of the 9th alliance. However, Rosen did see that the territories in which the 9 alliances participated were also continuing to gather and try to gather the remnants. Some people joined and sought shelter immediately, while others developed independently. Like Rosen, they did not like to be constrained by others. If someone develops on his own without strength, he will be swallowed up by others sooner or later, and the ending will not be good. After watching the nearby channels, no one was discussing the territory he had destroyed, so Rosen stopped paying attention and went to the regional channel. This is the base camp for chatting. Chapter 80, The Evil Man Rosen. The regional channels are as lively as ever. But today's excitement is also filled with a lot of danger. The topic everyone was discussing had changed from casual chatting to the bloody struggle for survival. God damn Guyu, you actually attacked my territory. I must fight back. If anyone is willing to give me 10 sets of armor, I'm willing to exchange them for anything. Help! My territory has been attacked, and all my people have died. I'm now hiding in the woods. If anyone can save me, I'll reward you handsomely. My coordinates are 888956458752. There's a war going on all around. It's so scary. Woo-woo. The Fantasy Sword Alliance is in urgent need of iron. The price is fair. Bring supplies to exchange. The One Sword Alliance was ambushed by the Good and Evil Alliance this morning. We are officially announcing war with them. The battle coordinates are. Nearby lords are welcome to come and watch. I've published a magician recruitment notice today. Anyone who wants to come quickly will receive 2 mounts in exchange. Buying a large quantity of arrow towers, bows, and arrows. Discounts are available for larger quantities. Blueprints are also available. At coordinates, an iron mine was discovered. There are about 100 or so iron ore blocks. It has been occupied by my enemies. Those who are capable can go and rob it. Look at the information in the area chat. Rosen couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. The beast tide just ended for one day, and the war has already begun. In the past, all the chats were about exchanging supplies, chatting, and bragging. Today, it turned into such a bloody mess. It seems that the world is in chaos. Rosen sighed. Thankfully, his territory was defensive enough, so he didn't have to worry about anyone trying to rob him. In his previous life, He lived to this day. To be precise, I survived until tonight. Because Shi Jujin attacked his territory this afternoon, he was killed in the evening. Continue looking down and you will find it easily. Many previously scarce supplies have appeared in regional channels. It is still that group of people who are complaining. This group of newly emerged forces has never appeared in the regional channels before. It is estimated that they were developing at full speed before, but now they have reached a bottleneck and have started to look for scarce materials. As the saying goes, if you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise when you do. Just as Rosen thought, there are many geniuses, and there are always various ways to accumulate one's strength in the early stages. I just don't know how far these people have developed and whether they are as strong as I am. There is always someone better than you. Although this group of people has emerged, there may be stronger forces that are still accumulating strength and waiting for the right opportunity to appear. Thinking of this, Rosen became anxious again. No, we must increase our efforts to develop our territory. Otherwise, if others form alliances and we fight alone, we may soon be surpassed by the collective forces. I reaffirmed my belief and continued reading. Since the beast tide, most of the foggy areas have been cleared and the territories are basically connected. Only a few territories are still hidden in the fog. Given the current situation, hiding in the fog is currently the safest place. Now, all resources have become extremely popular. Prices are rising rapidly. It's like when everyone is short of food, a group of forces suddenly appear. They seem to have everything they needed, and they were frantically exchanging food for ironware and ironware for food. This has led to rising prices across the region. This kind of force must have discovered something that can sustain their lives. For example, a herd of animals or a mining area. Continue to mine one of them and sell it in exchange for the resources you need, slowly growing and becoming stronger and stronger. Rosen had discovered a mining area before, but he mined it all in one day. And I haven't sold them yet. I keep them all for my own use. Because his territory has everything. As he looked, Rosen discovered that the most scarce thing in the market was not food, but stones and weapons. It's okay that weapons are scarce, but stones are also scarce. And as soon as a large transaction appears, it will be snatched away immediately. It looks like someone has started building a city. Rosen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This development is too fast. Continue reading below. But as he was looking at the latest news, Rosen suddenly realized that someone was actually discussing him, and he sent out the coordinates of the area around him. When he saw this, Rosen was a little shocked. Coordinates 669159111. The leader of the 9 alliances was destroyed, and his wife was kidnapped. The people who destroyed the 9 alliances possessed a large number of gold and iron armors, and numbered over 100 people. I am a member of the 9 alliances and the sworn brother of the alliance leader. My brother was killed, and I am deeply saddened. However, I am not strong enough to avenge him. I have specially sent out the coordinates so that powerful territories can go and enforce justice and kill the murderer. What? A large number of golden armors. Could it be that someone has already mined a gold mine? Who is that person? The location is far away from me. That man's name is Rosen. I don't know his exact coordinates, but he's definitely near the leader of the 9th Alliance. I hope some righteous person can avenge my brother and eliminate these evil people who are killing innocent people. Rosen? The first person to explore the fog? No wonder he has golden armor. It must have snowballed. Humph, this man is a perpetrator who kills innocent people and has a vicious heart. He must be a very evil person. He even doesn't let go of other people's women. Don't worry, brother. I'm only a few hundred miles away from you. On behalf of the Phantom Sword Alliance, I accept your request and will send troops to eliminate the evil. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The leader of the Phantom Sword Alliance has come out. I heard he has a lot of people, but his development has reached a bottleneck, especially lacking weapons. Eradicating evil? That's just one-sided talk. I think he's definitely going to steal the golden weapons. Otherwise, since Rosen has dozens of sets of golden weapons, he must be quite powerful. Really? I thank the leader on behalf of my deceased brother. When will the leader send troops? I can't make the decision on my own right now. I'll go back and discuss it with the other allies. If they agree, we'll send our troops. I'll then announce it here. After all, the Phantom Sword Alliance isn't an evil alliance. They rely on evidence. When Rosen saw this scene, he was almost furious. But reason told him that he couldn't explain. It is obvious that they do not distinguish right from wrong. All the talk about upholding justice and eliminating evil and promoting good are just excuses. The leader of the alliance had taken a fancy to his weapon and wanted to snatch it away. Even if I explain myself, I guess people will find other excuses. Attacking my territory? Eliminating evil and promoting good? Humph, I'll make sure you never return. Rosen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with indifference. The fame of my territory will begin with this battle. Loosening his fist, Rosen turned off the regional channel and switched to the world channel. This was not his first time on the world channel, but it was his first time speaking on the world channel. Just a simple sentence. Buying large quantities of lords, rubber, facility blueprints, and iron. We accept all offers. Long-term effectiveness. Large quantities are discounted. Chapter 081, You'll Never Return. This time, Lawson came to the world channel for purchasing. Because there are many people and resources here. And basically all the content of the conversations here is related to transactions. As soon as Rosen's message was sent out, it was immediately drowned out by thousands of messages. He was a little dumbfounded by what he saw. How can anyone read such a fast chat message? Each person in the world channel has only 3 speaking opportunities per day. Rosen felt like his message fell on deaf ears. Just as he was about to turn off the world channel, private messages suddenly began to appear like mushrooms after rain. Rub, rub, rub. In the blink of an eye, the number of private messages reached 99 plus. This scene made Rosen slightly stunned, and then he clicked on the message. Brother, do you want wooden arrows? I need food. Brother, do you want the feathers? I'll exchange them for an iron sword. 10 feathers for 1 iron sword. Hey, I have 7 subjects on my side. I want to exchange them for a full set of iron armor. How about rubber, brother? 1 rubber for half a pound of food. Any food will do. The larger the quantity, the better. When Rosen saw the news, he felt a sense of relief. At least, quite a few people saw his message. So Rosen looked at them one by one and exchanged them. Food for arrows. Exchange. Since it is a finished product, just exchange it for the amplified food. It cannot be amplified a second time anyway. I can exchange feathers for iron swords. And it was exchanged for iron blocks. The iron blocks had not been amplified, and the things exchanged for them were processed, and the value was equivalent to 100 times. Although they are actually similar, it takes a lot of effort to exchange them for arrows with 100 times the power, so I just exchanged them and made my own amplification. The people of the province also changed their armor suits. Since the subjects cannot enhance the armor, they can exchange it for the enhanced armor. A set of armor, after being enhanced, can be exchanged for 100 subjects. Rubber? I want it too, all of it. For a while, Rosen was busy, frantically exchanging supplies with other lords. He would exchange everything that was relatively scarce for him. Time, lasting until night. Rosen finally finished reading all the information. He used up dozens of pieces of unaugmented iron and meat in exchange for 300 subjects. There were 200 men and 100 women. 300 people wearing thatched clothes appeared in the Lord's mansion, were taken over by the internal affairs staff, and then sent to the barracks for training. Since then, the territory has had more than 300 soldiers. More than 300 soldiers, plus more than 300 male leaders, are a considerable force. Considering that the Fantasy Sword Alliance might attack his territory, Rosen also made careful plans and deductions. Even if the Phantom Sword Alliance's combat power and numbers are equal to ours, it's impossible for everyone to have a mount. With hundreds of miles to travel, plus the preparations, it will take at least 10 days to reach his territory. I will recruit 300 people every day and 3,000 in 10 days. When the time comes, I will destroy them one by one, and I will let you know that my territory is not one where you can come and go as you please. Rosen showed a confident expression, full of confidence. This time, he will definitely teach the world a lesson, so that they can never return, and know that although he has abundant resources, he is not someone to be trifled with. However, the subjects and soldiers must also be distributed reasonably. Although ordinary citizens do not participate in battles, they are an important resource for the territory. They can gather resources and take care of farm work to feed the entire territory. Otherwise, if everything has to be done by the people in the barracks, then the barracks will not be a barracks. What's more, they still need training to improve their combat effectiveness. Let's set the ratio at 1-to-1. Regardless of gender, 1 out of every 2 citizens must serve in the barracks. This is the only way to ensure the safety of the territory. Rosen had an idea in his mind and started to arrange everything. Except for magicians, of course. So after the arrangements were made, the population of the territory suddenly increased to over 1,100 people. Among them, there are 100 magicians and 1,000 people. Among the subjects, there are 780 men and 230 women. After Rosen's transformation, 500 male citizens were directly selected from these people, and all of them entered the barracks. From then on, the planning of the camp came to an end. Open personal information. Lord, Rosen. Realm, 7th level of warrior. Citizens, 1,095, 742 members of the power of faith. Skills, sweeping the enemy, melee special move, Demon God's Descent, increases combat power by 100%. Well, only about 700 people have reached 80 loyalty points, but that's not bad, since many of them are new. At least the loyalty of the veterans has all increased. After reading this, Rosen began to make weapons facilities. Anyway, I just bought a lot of resources. Some of them are feathers, and some are rubber. So Rosen increased the number of iron armor and weapons to 5,000 to ensure future supply. At the same time, it can ensure that each person can use 2 sets, which is convenient for repair when damaged. Then the combat boots were made, and another 3,000 pairs were produced. Finally, there are arrows, which can be made with 1 click. All increased 100-fold. 10 feathers, each can be processed into 10 arrows, and after 100-fold amplification, Rosen directly obtained 10,000 wooden arrows. This production directly consumed all of Rosen's iron and rubber stocks. Fortunately, he has a 100-fold increase. Otherwise, he can only produce a few dozen sets from this inventory. After asking Kitano Nozomi to distribute weapons and resources overnight, Rosen laid back on the bed. Everything is settled, and we are just waiting for the people from the Fantasy Sword Alliance to come and kill us. Well, I have to personally purchase resources every day. It would be nice if there was someone who could use the Lord's Guide and do the purchasing for me. Rosen lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, the matter of the missing citizens in the territory slowly appeared in Rosen's mind again. What on earth just happened? As he thought about it, he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Rosen was still awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Due to the expansion of the Lord's mansion, the location of the barracks was naturally moved farther away, so the soldiers' training would not disturb him. But the crowing of the rooster continues every day. Rosen got up as usual and washed himself. But at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded in the yard. Tat-a-tat. My lord, your humble servant greets you. Meets Butler Kitano. A citizen ran in hurriedly and knelt down to salute at the door. Although he was not wearing any armor, he was definitely the commander of a certain camp. Because according to Bei Yawang's rules, people below the rank of battalion commander have no right to enter the Lord's mansion to report directly unless it is extremely urgent. Otherwise, everyone would come to the Lord for help, and he, as the Lord, would be overwhelmed by trivial matters. Therefore, if the matter is not very important, report it to your superior, and the superior will then come to the Lord's mansion to report. If there is an emergency, you can go directly to the Lord's mansion to report. But Rosen also recognized him. He was the commander of the mining camp. Why are you in such a panic? What happened? Rosen asked calmly. Chapter 082. Another one is missing. The mining camp commander knelt on the ground, his face grim as he said, My lord, one of my men went missing while mining in the wild this morning. What? Another one missing? Rosen's big hands, which were washing his face, stiffened slightly. When Kitano Wong saw this, he felt a little uneasy and thought to himself that something was wrong. Tell me the details. Rosen took the towel from Kitano Nozomi's hand and asked while wiping his face. The mining camp commander immediately said, Due to the Lord's deployment last night, the number of people in the mining camp has been drastically reduced, leaving only about 60. This morning, I was ordered to go mining at the edge of a forest a mile away. While mining, someone had diarrhea and wanted to go to the forest to relieve themselves. I let him go, but he never returned and has never been seen since. I immediately led a search, but without orders, I didn't dare go deep into the forest, so I reported to Captain Luo Haizi. Captain Luo Haizi is currently searching. I will come to the Lord's mansion to meet with the Lord and apologize. After listening to the report from the mining camp commander, Rosen's face looked heavy. Yesterday, he led all his troops out of the camp, but ended up losing one of his men. I just woke up today and lost another one of my mining subjects. Rosen would never believe that they had defected. Someone is definitely plotting something. But his coordinate range has not been leaked yet. Who is doing these tricks in secret? Rosen threw the sackcloth on the table, sat down at the table calmly, and said as he picked up his chopsticks, I understand. You can go back. Oh. The commander of the mining camp was stunned and a little at a loss. He was very nervous because the Lord neither punished him nor arranged the next step. Go back to work. The Lord will make his own arrangements. Although Kitano Wong didn't know what Rosen was thinking, he understood what Rosen wanted to do at the moment, so he began to drive him away. After Bei Yawang's reminder, the captain of the mining camp immediately understood that this matter must be of great importance and beyond his control, so the Lord would not punish him for it. So he looked at Kitano Wong with gratitude, hurried away, and returned to his work. After the mining camp commander left, Rosen also started eating. It was as if he had never heard of what had just happened. Bei Yuan couldn't help but say, Lord, This is the second time we've lost a citizen today. This must be more complicated than it seems. Should we send more people to investigate? Let's talk about it after Heisey comes back. Rosen neither agreed nor refused. He just said this and started eating. Seeing this, Katana Wong had no choice but to shut up and wait on him while he ate. A meal's time passed. The rattling sound of armor could be heard again in the yard. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that it is definitely a person in armor walking quickly. Looking up, I saw that it was indeed Luo Heisey. He was wearing iron armor, with a long sword hanging from his waist. He walked quickly to Rosen's inner hall, knelt on one knee, and said, "Greetings, Lord." "Well, have you found out?" Rosen nodded. Luo Heisey immediately said, "My subordinates are incompetent. I searched the forest for a mile and found nothing unusual." "Rosen." He fell into a brief silence. "Come with me for a walk." Rosen slowly stood up and walked out. Kitano Nozomi and Luo Heisey followed the two of them. Walk from the inner hall to the inner courtyard. Walk from the inner courtyard to the outer hall, and then from the outer hall to the outer courtyard. Rosen saw an acquaintance here. A woman wearing new cloth clothes was sweeping the yard. It was Qingya, the unlucky woman. Seeing Rosen, Qingya was stunned for a moment, then quickly knelt on the ground and said from a distance, "Greetings, Lord." Without the Lord's guide, she has become an ordinary person. Ordinary people should have ordinary people's awareness. Moreover, here, Rosen did not abuse her at all. On the contrary, the food she ate was better than when she was the Lord, so she was willing to submit. Rosen nodded and looked at a house behind Qingya. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and vaguely felt that there was some connection. Thinking of this, Rosen walked straight to the house and pushed open the wooden door. This is a converted residential building, a small prison cell. The door opened and sunlight streamed in. It instantly brightens up a room that lacks sunlight. At the foot of the wall, on the thatched roof, a woman was curled up with her back to the gate. The furry white tail swayed in the air. Just like the animals in the previous life, when they were in a happy mood, their tails would swing involuntarily. The sound of the door opening startled Lucy. She didn't get up, but turned over in her bed and looked over. "It's you, the human, the Lord." Lucy was surprised. Rosen was also shocked, because this little cat girl was not only lying on the thatch at this moment, but also holding a piece of steak in her hand, and her mouth was full of grease stains. It turned out that she was eating meat with her back to him. Of course, this is actually nothing. After all, it is breakfast time. There was only one thing that left Rosen speechless. That is, Catwoman seems to have gained weight. The originally pointed little face has now become rounder. She changed from a snake-like face to a classical beauty face, which looks very attractive. Especially that figure. Her originally slender body now had a little more flesh. And it's the kind of fresh meat. She looks like a charming girl from ancient times. Coupled with the wagging white fluffy tail, the scene looks quite festive. "Rosen, you've gained weight." This was the first thing Rosen said when he saw her. In fact, Rosen's first sentence was not like this, but after seeing Lucy who had gained weight, he couldn't help but blurt it out, causing him to forget what he wanted to say. "Oh, really? I feel that way too. Mainly, there's no place to exercise." Lucy looked extremely embarrassed and secretly hid the meat pie in the pile of straw behind her. After all, a beautiful girl will always be shy when she becomes fat. Although she is not fat, she is just a little plump. "My territory is okay. I've gained weight in just a few days." Rosen smiled slightly and said, "But your friends will also enjoy it. In a few days, they will be able to eat sumptuous food like you." "Friends? What friends?" Lucy's face changed and she quickly said, "I don't have any friends." "Really? Your friend kidnapped one of my subjects, and I caught him. If you don't want him dead, tell me honestly how many of you there are, where your territory is, what plot you have against my territory, and what actions you plan to take. Honestly, I could consider letting him live." Rosen smiled slightly, revealing a devilish face. The look frightened Lucy, but she was no fool. Although she was naive, she was not so simple-minded as to believe everything others said. She said in panic, "I really don't have any friends. Maybe you just captured an orc like me." "Oh, really? Then just kill him." Chapter 083 Waste. Hearing that Rosen was going to kill the captured orcs, Lucy could no longer pretend. She said with a bitter face, "My dear lord, you are different from other lords. You are the best lord I have ever seen in treating your subordinates, and you are also the best lord in treating orcs. Can you please let my friends go? I am willing to trade the location of an iron mine for their lives." "Do you know where there is an iron mine nearby?" Rosen was stunned again and looked at Lucy again. This little cat girl seems to know quite a lot. "Yeah, I know there's an iron mine in the forest with a lot of iron ore. But there's a high-level demon beast living there. If anyone minds, it will attract the demon beast's attention, so no one dares to mine there yet. Lucy nodded repeatedly. Rosen pondered for a moment. He was sure that Lucy was not talking about the place he had discovered, because there were no monsters in the iron or area that had been mined. Tell me where you are. Rosen smiled faintly and said, Tell me, and I can let you go. Let me meet my companion, and I'll tell you. Seeing that there was a chance, Lucy immediately started bargaining. But just as she finished speaking, Rosen did not respond at all. Instead, he glanced at her indifferently, turned around, and left. This made Lucy feel uneasy. She didn't think she said anything wrong, so why did she leave? Hey, Lord, Lucy shouted anxiously. But Rosen ignored her. Soon, Rosen walked out of the cell and closed the door. It's not that he doesn't want to exchange. After all, it's an iron mine and a lot of iron blocks can be mined from it. The main thing is that he didn't catch the orc either. However, Rosen also figured out the result he wanted from her words. That is, Lucy must have companions. The disappearance of her people might be related to her companions. If he did not react at all when his subjects were captured again and again, wouldn't he become an incompetent lord? Rosen said calmly, Inform Zhao Yun and Lu Bu to take all the soldiers out of the camp for training and search the forest. Remove half of the sentries from the arrow towers, and have Jarvan bring some men as well. Yes. Kitano Nozomi immediately went to the barracks to convey the order. After a while, everyone in the barracks came out in droves and set off in a mighty procession. There weren't many people on guard in the arrow tower to begin with, and after Rosen sent half of them down, the number suddenly became even smaller. It was simply not enough to observe the entire territory. At the same time, Garen also came to the Lord's mansion with a dozen magicians. Under Rosen's arrangement, more than a dozen magicians and only a dozen guards of the Lord's mansion were all hidden in various corners of the Lord's mansion. As for why he did this, it was entirely because magicians practiced magic and possessed extremely sensitive perception abilities. If someone can even sense the magical elements in the air, how can he not sense the movements around him? Absolutely impossible. Garen followed Rosen, confused as to what was going on. But as a subordinate, he has witnessed the prosperity and strength of the territory with his own eyes these days, and he has no arrogance at all. Rosen's authority in his heart suddenly increased several times. Moreover, his loyalty is the fastest increasing among all magician apprentices, and has now reached 90 loyalty. So Rosen still trusts him. Come to the outer hall, and sit in the middle hall. Rosen slowly spread out the Lord's guide and waited. Half an hour passed by unknowingly. Garen was getting a little restless, and was about to ask the Lord what the arrangements were when he suddenly realized something. At this time, Rosen's ears moved involuntarily. My lord, someone is climbing over the wall. Garen quickly reported to Rosen. Let's go. Let's catch him. Rosen's face lit up with joy. Knowing that the person he was waiting for was about to appear, he stood up and walked out. Zhaowen and Bei Yuang hurried to follow. Several soldiers and magicians hiding in the corners also came out and followed. Soon, we arrived at the corner of the outer courtyard. Rosen looked in the direction of the noise and saw a sneaky figure. The figure had a broad back and looked quite strong. Moreover, he had already climbed over the brick wall, with his butt facing Rosen and the others, and was crawling down the wall, without noticing the arrival of Rosen and the others at all. Snap! The sturdy figure leaped to the ground with a slight sound, and then whispered to the wall. Erniu, I'm coming in. It's safe inside. Wait for me outside. Hearing that there was another person outside the wall, Rosen immediately waved to the guards. The guards immediately understood, then quietly left and went to arrest the man. The person who entered the yard was none other than Daniel, an orc. Daniel was very excited. Their long-planned plan ran perfectly and seamlessly. This was his first time using the plan, and he didn't expect it to be so successful. Seeing that he was about to rescue the big sister, he was in a state of excitement. Where is the big sister being held? How about kidnapping someone and asking her? Daniel muttered to himself, then turned around and prepared to look for them one by one. But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a row of figures appearing in front of him. It scared him. Of course, that row of figures were also frightened by Daniel. Orcs! It's actually an orc. Quick, protect the Lord. Several soldiers were shocked, looking at the horns on the bull's head with vigilance in their eyes. They immediately rushed to Rosen, instinctively wanting to protect him. Although the other magicians were also surprised, they were not as panicked as the ordinary people. Oh no, we've been discovered. Daniel's calves trembled as he watched the soldiers' movements. But it is easy to get in, but difficult to get out. He climbed in by stepping on Erniu, and was able to do so because of his great strength. If he wants to get out of here, he has nothing to step on. Gulp! Danyo's mind raced as he quickly tried to recall a solution. Finally, an idea flashed in his mind, and he remembered the big sister's way of dealing with the situation. So he scratched his head, put on a harmless look, and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Hey, hello, where are we? Hey, how dare you trespass into the Lord's mansion? Surrender now." As the man with the highest official position around Rosen, Garen stepped forward without hesitation and pointed directly at Daniel. Danyo still looked silly and naive. He scratched his head and said, "What a misunderstanding. I'm here to look for someone. That person is right behind you. If you don't believe me, just look." Danyu pointed behind everyone. When Garen and several magicians heard this, they quickly turned around to look, fearing that someone would attack them. But at this moment, the silly look on Danyo's face suddenly changed. He turned around and ran along the wall, so fast that no one could react. "You useless bastards, just watch it when I let you watch it?" Rosen's face suddenly turned dark. "These magicians are simply crazy," he said coldly. "Go after them immediately." Chapter 084 New Event Update. Magicians are not very good at dealing with people. He doesn't understand the ways of the world. It is no exaggeration to say that they are simple people. But they actually believed what the orc said, which made Rosen very angry. He started scolding them as soon as he opened his mouth. This made the magicians feel extremely embarrassed. Yes. The magicians looked embarrassed, and Jarvan's face was as black as if he had rubbed a coal ball. Because they discovered that, except for the magician's apprentice, no one else believed the orc's words and looked behind him. Only they. No wonder the Lord is angry. Anyone would be angry. "You actually caused us to be scolded by the Lord, damned orcs." The magicians were furious. He directly released magic on Daniel. Of course, the Lord did not say whether to kill or live, so they did not dare to kill indiscriminately. So Jarvan asked the water and wind magicians to cast magic to teach the orcs a lesson. Thus, the water and wind elements were released at the same time. Water ball technique. Hurricane. Whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the bowl was blown up by the magic, then fell heavily to the ground, and was then hit by a water ball, turning into a drowned chicken. Several guards followed and held down Danyo, and began to tie him up with ropes. In a blink of an eye, he was tied up like a big dumpling. Let me go, damned human lord. Damn human, let me go." Danyo kept howling and twisting, making it very difficult for the guards who were holding him down. This shows how powerful the Minotaur is. Report. "Lord, we've also captured someone outside the wall. He's a Minotaur." At this time, the guards also brought in another Minotaur. The same is tied into a rice dumpling. The two Minotaurs met in the yard. "Big Bull. Erniu." The two looked at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. "I'm talking about them. I thought I had a sure win, but I didn't expect the other party was already prepared. Damn humans, where did you take our big sister? Let her go." Yes, let big sister go, otherwise we won't let you go." Big Cow and Second Cow were roaring so loudly that it hurt Rosen's ears. Rosen waved his hand, and his men immediately took out sackcloth and blocked their mouths. "I'll ask a question and you answer it, otherwise you won't be able to see Lucy," Rosen said lightly, obviously knowing that the person they were looking for was Lucy. When the two heard that Rosen actually knew the name of their big sister, they immediately wilted. Knowing the name of the big sister must be in his hands. "Woo woo woo, woo 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 woo." Big Cow and Second Cow hummed. Rosen said calmly, "Where did you take my people?" After saying that, his men tore off the gags on the two men. The Minotaur brothers immediately said, "We didn't hurt them. We captured the two of them and took them to our lair. If you release us and big sister, we'll let them go." "Oh, just took them away? Didn't they hurt them?" Rosen asked again. The two shook their heads repeatedly. "Every wrong has its perpetrator, and they haven't hurt us, so we definitely won't hurt them. Orcs actually still have a sense of right and wrong." Rosen smiled calmly and said, "Go back and persuade your big sister to tell me the location of the mine, and I can let you go. But you have to wait until my people return safely." "What? Really? You'll let us go if I tell you about the mine? Is that true?" The Minotaur couldn't believe it and was extremely skeptical of Rosen's words, because they had never seen a lord who would let the orcs go easily. The Lord is the most evil being among humans. He not only enslaves his own kind, but also enslaves and tortures orcs. He is extremely hateful. But the Lord in front of them, who was a few years older than them, gave them a different feeling. Rosen smiled faintly and said calmly, "Send the big one to the cell with Lucy, and let the small one lead our people to their lair to rescue them." After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the outer hall. Rosen didn't make things difficult for them. In his heart, orcs are just like humans, they are all human beings. All this happened because Lucy came to steal things and the two brothers came to rescue her. If the people in his territory are truly unharmed and they are willing to provide the exact location of the iron or mine, then he wouldn't mind letting them go. After all, the value of the iron or mine is much more valuable than their lives. And it won't be long before the Fantasy Sword Alliance will attack his territory, and he will need weapons and resources. Rosen slowly returned to the inner courtyard. The subordinates immediately acted according to Rosen's arrangements. The guards took Erniu to rescue people. The others threw Daniu into Lucy's cell. The two brothers were separated and felt like they had lost their backbone. They had no desire to resist and could only obey orders obediently. When Daniu was thrown into the cell, he did not resist at all and was even a little excited because he was finally going to see the big sister who had been missing for several days. The eldest sister is like the adoptive parents of the two brothers, so he was very excited. However, when Daniu saw Lucy lying in the thatch, he was dumbfounded. "Hey, Daniel, why are you here?" Lucy turned around, looking shocked. Daniel was also dumbfounded. He stared at Lucy with a confused look on his face and said, "Big brother, big sister, you seem to have gained weight." Lucy. While waiting for news from the barracks, Rosen sat in a chair and read the Lord's Guide. At special moments, he must observe the information in the guide in real time. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. However, as soon as he entered the Lord's Guide, Rosen saw the news that someone was going to attack him, which made him feel depressed. "Hey, have you heard that the guy named Rosen has started buying up a large number of people? I heard that the news that the Phantom Sword Alliance is going to attack Rosen's territory has become quite a buzz. This is probably the biggest war that has happened publicly on our channel." Yes. After all, the golden armor has appeared. I just wonder if other territories will go over and take advantage of it. Hey, it's not just Rosen who's recruiting people. The Phantom Sword Alliance is also aggressively buying up people, and they're growing very rapidly. It's said that he's demanding that every ally send troops to assist him. The Phantom Sword Alliance is also a considerable alliance. The number of allies has grown to dozens. If each territory contributes a few soldiers, they can easily gather hundreds of people. Adding to my own strength, they cannot be underestimated. I don't think Rosen can hold on. In the words of the chat, he was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Moreover, these people do not distinguish right from wrong, who is right or wrong. They only discuss who will win and who will lose. After looking through some information, it's still unclear when the Fantasy Sword Alliance will send out its troops. I guess the preparations are still ongoing and won't be ready so soon. In addition to this incident, there was another thing that caught Rosen's attention, which made Rosen couldn't help but close the chat page. That is the refresh of new events. Chapter 085 Water Magic Watering the Ground. Did you see that? The world situation has just been updated. The third event is recruiting troops. What? The third event has been updated? So soon? It must have only been a few days since the second event, the Beast Tide. I'm going to take a look. I'll go take a look too. I've seen it. Alas, it's of no use to small territories like mine. It's only useful to large territories. Yeah, they actually want us to take in refugees. TSK, that's impossible. I won't accept it anyway. You didn't pay attention, didn't you? This mission is essential. It says right there on the back, after the recruiting incident, there will be a war. When that happens, there will be no soldiers, no men, and the war will start. Let's see how you'll get through it. Hiss. Smoke is everywhere. There are already so many people fighting, and there's still smoke everywhere. Looking at everyone's discussions, Rosen quickly closed the chat page and came to the first page of the Lord's Guide, the general situation of the world. The general trend of the world at this time has been refreshed, and it says, the general trend of the world. Then came the events that had happened in the world. Missed Exploration Beast Tide Crisis. It's just that these two events have turned gray, which means they are in the past. The third event also suddenly appeared at this time, with the four big words recruiting soldiers and buying horses written on it. Below the event, there is a detailed explanation. Recruiting troops. The event lasted for 5 days. Event reward. No reward. During the event, refugees will appear everywhere and will join your territory. Event details. During this event, the people of your territory will continue to seek shelter and survival. Taking them in will help expand your territory's power. They will bring valuables such as food seeds, livestock, and blueprints. Treat them well, and they will give you valuables. After the event, a world map will appear with the location of the teleportation tower marked on the map. You can use the teleportation tower to teleport to a distant area and start the Gunsmoke event. After reading this, Rosen was stunned for a moment. In fact, the recruitment of soldiers is not a big deal at all. You can accept it or not, depending on the strength of the territory. After the recruitment is completed, a world map will appear where you can find the location of the teleportation tower and teleport around the world. It will be transmitted all over the world. Once this happens, it will have a profound impact on all the lords. In that case, if resources were discovered somewhere, major powers from all over the world would probably come to fight for them. Even if the Gunsmoke Everywhere event is not triggered by that time, the world will be filled with gunsmoke, and people will fight for resources everywhere. Because this is a foreign world, there are no rules. Territory is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. If you don't accelerate your development, you will be destroyed when you encounter unreasonable forces. Of course, you can also entrust your safety to human nature, believing that there are many good people in the world and that no one will rob indiscriminately. But in a world without rules, if we want to rely on human nature, we can only wait until someone establishes the rules. Because there are always some people who start wars when they are desperate or cannot bear the temptation. Rosen understands this deeply and will not pin his hopes on others. After taking a sip of juice, Rosen continued to exchange subjects on the world channel. Facing a powerful enemy, we must speed up the purchase of our people. Before you know it, time has passed. Rosen bought more than 100 subjects. The population of the territory has increased to more than 1,200 people. Although the number of people in the channel was counted in tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, those who were willing to sell their subjects did not have many of their own, so the purchase took time. It took Rosen more than an hour to complete more than 40 transactions. At this time, the soldiers who went out to rescue people also returned. The smaller Erniu mixed in with Lu Bu, Zhao Yun and others, and came to the inner hall. "Greetings, Lord. The person has been rescued. We also found some worn linen clothes and some cooking utensils in the orc's lair." Entering the inner hall, everyone knelt down and bowed. Erniu looked around and finally knelt down as well. "Well, it's good to be rescued." Rosen looked at the two subjects who were too frightened to speak. They had no scars on their bodies, but they looked weak. It was unknown what kind of abuse they had suffered. Thinking of this, Rosen asked again, "Have you two been abused by them? Tell me, and I will punish them." No. The common people are in panic. After being captured by them, Xiaoman went hungry twice a day, but other than that, he suffered no harm. Go back and rest. He waved his hand and let the people leave. His subordinates were safe and sound, and Rosen didn't hate the Minotaurs that much, especially the Minotaur in front of him, whose face was so childish. He looks like a child who hasn't even reached adulthood yet. Rosen didn't want to be too vicious to him, so he said calmly, "Tell me the location of the iron or area, and then you can leave with your accomplices." "Hiss. Really?" Ernyo was overjoyed. Since he went out today, all he heard were words of praise from the people in the territory. Now facing the question of whether Rosen was persecuted, he instinctively felt that Rosen was different from other lords. So he immediately believed Rosen's words and quickly said, "The iron or area is a bit far. You have to cross the stream ahead and walk straight for 12 miles. However, it's close to the Myriad Demons Mountains, which are full of monsters and very dangerous. Of course, as long as you don't enter the Myriad Demons Mountains, with the strength of your territory, mining iron or will be no problem at all." "Oh, Kitano Nozomi, send him to the cell too." After listening to this, Rosen simply waved his hand. Erniu was slightly startled and said dumbfoundedly, "Didn't you say that if I told you the location of the iron or mine, you would let us go? Why don't you keep your word?" "Oh, I'll send someone to check if what you said is accurate. If it is true, I'll let you go," Rosen explained. Although this little orc looked innocent and harmless, one had to be careful. Bei Yuang received the order and sent Erniu to the cell. When Denyo and Lucy, who were chatting in the cell, saw Erniu appear, they were also dumbfounded. But soon, the three of them were overwhelmed by the joy of reunion and gathered together enthusiastically, chatting about their lives in the past few days. Afternoon, Rosen appeared outside the territory. "Here, we have our backs to the military camp and face the wilderness." In front of him was the fertile land that had been cultivated, totaling more than 20 acres. There are no trees around. All of them have been cut down so that the crops can get enough sunlight. After several days of cultivation and the work of hundreds of people, the wheat from the last harvest was replanted. These more than 20 acres of land will produce more than 20,000 kilograms of grain in the next harvest. Just like a snowball, the more it rolls, the bigger it gets, and we will say goodbye to the food crisis completely. Prepare. Garen brought all the water mages and wood mages scattered around the fertile fields and began to cast magic for them. Chapter 086, The Orc's Decision. All of this was observed by Rosen himself. So the magician apprentices dared not be careless. The first thing to be cast is water magic to water the land. The water magician chanted a spell and began to cast the water ball technique. O water element, please heed my call and condense into a water ball. Water ball technique. 20 water magicians cast water ball spells at the same time. Suddenly, 20 water balls appeared and rushed towards the fertile fields. When the water ball rushed to Liang Tian's position, it exploded under control, emitting countless splashes of water. Tat-tat. The water splashed onto the ground, like a light rain. However, this amount of water is not enough, and the water magic apprentice needs to cast spells continuously. When more than 20 acres of land had been watered, the 20 water magic apprentices were almost exhausted. They were noble magicians and had never done such a thing. Not only was it beneath their dignity, it was also a waste of magic power. But they had no choice but to do so because this was an order from the Lord himself, and he also asked them to water the plants regularly, so they dared not disobey. After the water system comes the wood system. Wood can increase the growth rate of seeds, but increasing growth is a slow process. Even if there are 40 wood magic apprentices here, it will take dozens of days to ripen the more than 20 acres of land. After all, the scope is too large. Wood magician apprentices are more tired than water magician apprentices. Because their mission is to perform magic once a day, they can work in shifts or ask for leave, but someone has to come here. The wood magicians looked at the bright sun and felt extremely helpless. They cast their magic spells one after another, just wanting to use up their magic power as soon as possible and go home early. Great God of life, please accept my prayer. Let the seeds of hope take root and grow wildly in the promised land. Let the thorny vine spread. Let the withered life bloom again. This is the dead tree revival technique. 40 magic apprentices chanted 3 times in a row and their magic power was exhausted. After the third use of the dead tree revival technique, the empty yellow earth changed at this moment. A green wheat seedling quietly broke through the blockade of the soil and drilled out. In a short while, several acres of fertile land had turned green. It took 40 people, each performing the technique 3 times, to make a few acres of fertile land green. This effectiveness is a bit low. However, when Rosen saw it, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Everyone, you have worked hard. From now on, you just need to come here every day to perform magic. You can decide the time. Go back and rest. Rosen said to the magicians with a smile. Of course, in addition to magicians, the people here will also be arranged to do farm work. For example, weeding, watching over and preventing damage from wild animals, etc. Tat-tat-tat-tat. When returning to the gate of the territory, a brown horse came quickly. Report. My lord, I'm back. The news is true. There is indeed a large mining area there. It's much larger than what we found before. However, there are monsters guarding it, so I can't explore the specific area. I'm here to report. The man on the horse is the pretty boy, the commander of the Vanguard Battalion. Since the surrounding fog had been basically explored, further exploration would require further distances, so Rosen reduced the number of people exploring. Keep half for future use and continue exploring the other half. The people who went out to explore had no horses, so they basically had to be out for a whole day and could not explore much in a day. As for this horse, Rosen transferred it to the barracks for use. Of the 27 horses, he transferred 20 to the barracks for training cavalry and scouts, and the rest were kept in the Lord's mansion for reserve. After receiving the report from the pretty boy and confirming the existence of the mining area, Rosen said calmly, "Move out the entire mining camp. Also, have Zhao Yun lead the troops to escort them. Set up camp in the mining area and establish a mining base." Yes, a 12-mile journey is neither far nor near. Because there are too few means of transportation, running back and forth wastes too much time. So Rosen asked Zhao Yun to lead the troops to escort the mining camp directly to set up camp, and then let the people from the resource camp transport supplies. Of course, for the sake of speed, Rosen took out the houses in stock and put them in the storage box. When the time comes, they just need to take this box with them. When using it, just take out the house model and place it on the ground, and it will automatically become a habitable house. Of course, the houses are disposable. Once used, it cannot be taken back and can only be disassembled and used as firewood, unless Rosen comes in person to move it. After finishing all this, he let Zhao Yun take him there. Naturally, he was not stingy with the storage boxes, and Rosen gave them 10 storage boxes. Oh, by the way, since the mining area really exists, let's release all the orcs. Rosen reminded again. Yes. Kitano Nozomi hurried to do it and turned towards the cell. Rosen also walked towards the inner courtyard. But before he even left the outer courtyard, Bai Yiwang came out of the cell and hurriedly called out to Rosen, saying speechlessly, "Lord, what's wrong?" Rosen stopped at the door of the outer hall and looked at Bei Yuang from a distance with a puzzled look on his face. My lord, those 3 orcs. They don't want to leave. Bei Yuang spread his hands and made a helpless expression. Why don't you want to leave? Do you think I shouldn't have kept them locked up for so long? Rosen said in a flat tone. Katana Wang said helplessly, you'd better come and take a look in person. They seem to think this place is better. Is it better here? Is it better to be in jail? Rosen was slightly startled and walked into the simple cell. Inside the cell, 2 minotaurs and a catwoman were sitting cross-legged on the thatch, chatting animatedly. And there were all kinds of food on the thatch. Dainyu, this piece of meat is delicious. Try it. Erniu, eat slowly to avoid choking. Dinner will be served soon, and there will be juice. Woo. Big sister, it turns out you eat so well here. Woo. It smells so good. Ah woo woo. Tun tien tien tien. Burp. Rosen. Rosen finally understood what Kitano Nozomi meant. They refused to leave because of the food. But this isn't a shelter. Rosen coughed and said calmly. Ahem. Now that you've had enough to eat and drink, it's time for you to leave. I don't keep idlers in my territory. Oh, it's the Lord. The Lord is here. My lord. The 3 of them were surprised to see Rosen. They have already confirmed that Rosen is not a person who kills indiscriminately. After half a day of detention, Denyo and Ernyo saw with their own eyes the happy life of the big sister, so they admired the life here very much. Finally, the 3 of them discussed it and decided not to leave. After meeting Rosen, Denyo and Ernyo were still shy and didn't know what to say. Although Lucy was only 18 or 19 years old, as the eldest sister, she naturally had to take on the big responsibility. She smiled shyly at Rosen and said, Lord, we want to stay in your territory. We are not idle people. We can do things, and we can do anything. Rosen. Chapter 87, The First Wave of Refugees. Yes, Lord, we orcs are not very popular with humans. If we go out, we hide in the forests and mountains. Why don't you let us stay and help you with the work? Our bulls are very strong and can guard the house and do some manual labor. Daniel also took the opportunity to express his thoughts. This left Rosen speechless. He was desperate before, but now he can't be driven away. I've never seen such a weird orc. However, we can also guess from this that their previous lives must have been miserable. Otherwise, how could the simple prison life make them so satisfied? Ahem, since you want to stay, that's fine. However, in my territory, fighting and harming civilians are prohibited. If you are dissatisfied or bullied, you can report to the superiors. You are absolutely not allowed to act on your own. Can you do this? Rosen said solemnly. Big Bull, Second Bull, and Lucy nodded repeatedly and said, yes, no problem. It's just what? Rosen looked at Lucy and raised his eyelids. Lucy said shyly, will we eat the same food as here? Can we live in a place that doesn't leak? Rosen. At Lucy's repeated request, Rosen agreed to their reasonable request. Because living in a leaky room makes it easy to not get enough rest, and not getting enough rest will lead to lack of energy to work. Rosen was speechless and finally decided to renovate the cell and provide it for them to live in. Of course, one room is definitely not enough. Although they have a close relationship, there is a difference between men and women after all. Eventually, Lucy was moved to the next room. After arranging these, Rosen was too lazy to care about them. As for what work they should do and what work they could do, that was a headache for Kitano Nozomi. If the monsters dare to cause trouble in his territory, he will not be polite, even if they tell him the location of the iron mine. It was getting darker, and the red glow of the sunset was disappearing. Rosen rarely appeared at the gate of the Lord's mansion. The territory is now surrounded by a wall and is patrolled by guards on a daily basis, so it is relatively safe. Rosen was outside the Lord's mansion, watching the housekeepers distribute food. Among them are the Orc brothers and Catwoman. Rosen admired Kitano Wang's execution speed and told her in the afternoon to put the orcs to work immediately. In Rosen's territory, although the civilians did not accept the orcs, they naturally did not dare to have any objections since it was arranged by the Lord. Moreover, the orcs participated in the food distribution, so they left a good impression on them. The status of orcs in the hearts of the people is gradually changing. My lord, it's getting late. What are you doing standing at the door? Lucy took the time to come over to Rosen, her tail wagging behind her, very curious. Although she was still a little in awe of Rosen, she was no longer that afraid, so she spoke naturally. You can tell from the wagging of the tail. Waiting for someone. Rosen looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, watching the last bit of sunset glow, his face calm. This look made Lucy feel a little moved, because she had never seen a human being capable of such an unfathomable gesture. This rebaptized her pure heart. For a moment, she looked at Rosen's profile, a little fascinated. Of course, it wasn't just her. Kitano Nozomi was also fascinated. However, Katana Wong was pulled out of his trance by Lucy. He coughed and reminded her, "Ahem, Lucy, you should get busy." Okay." Lucy came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head to help distribute the food. "The tail is still up. Lord, who are you waiting for? Commander Zhao won't be back today. He should report back early tomorrow morning." After driving Lucy away, Kitano Nozomi quietly approached and stared at Rosen's profile. "I'm waiting for the homeless," Rosen said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Haizi appeared out of nowhere, came to Rosen, clasped his fists respectfully, and said, "Lord, a group of refugees from outside the territory have arrived and want to join our territory. There are about more than 30 of them. Let's go and take a look." Rosen's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked out. The Lord's mansion is only more than 400 meters away from the territory gate. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at the door. The gate here was specially made of stone by Rosen. At the door, there were 4 guards on duty, and archers were standing on the arrow towers on both sides above their heads. Outside the door, a group of people dressed in tattered clothes sat on the ground, eating dry bread and drinking cold water. "Grandpa, you eat too. Vivian is not hungry. Granddaughter is so nice. Grandpa is not hungry. Come and eat." In the front are 2 people, one old and one young. The older one had a gray beard and looked very old, while the younger one was only 13 or 14 years old, with a childish face, but with a hint of scarlet in his pupils. Their clothes were tattered and black dirt covered their exposed skin, making it difficult to tell whether their bodies or their clothes were dirty. Behind the 2 men were dozens of people who were also dressed in tattered clothes. Among them are men and women, old and young. And there is also a family and individual scattered people. Some people were carrying large and small bags, while others had nothing in their hands. People carrying backpacks can still eat a bite of dry biscuits, but those with empty hands can only starve. Looking closely, at least half of the more than 30 people were old and weak. Seeing Rosen appear, everyone looked over. Seeing this, Luo Haizi explained, "Everyone, this is our Lord." Upon hearing that the Lord had arrived, everyone immediately knelt down and pleaded, "Please, Lord, take us in. Please, Lord, have mercy on us. Lord, have mercy on the world and ask you to take me in." Everyone knelt down and bowed. This looks very much like someone kneeling down to pray while burning incense. Rosen was speechless. The quality of the refugees was a little beyond his imagination. Because he didn't live to see the refugees in his previous life, he had never heard of them. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I am even speechless. Half are old and weak. And the loyalty displayed is all 50. 50 is a number that can rebel at any time. Only when they are over 50 will they feel a sense of belonging to the territory. How to take this in? If we only take in young people, those who are stranded with their entire family will definitely not agree. Moreover, some of these people may carry treasures with them. Only by taking them all in can we know who has the treasures. If it were an ordinary territory, wouldn't it be exhausting to take in such a large group of people? Are we going to kill people and steal the treasure? Rosen thought for a moment. Of course, it wasn't because he was thinking for himself, but because he was thinking about what other lords did. These people were a drop in the bucket for him, and the resources used to support them were completely insignificant. So they would not kill them and loot their treasures. But will other lords do this? If they do, will they be able to find treasures? Although he already had an idea in mind, Rosen still said with dignity, "My territory doesn't support idlers. If you want to get protection and food, you must work hard. Can you accept this?" Chapter 088 Two House Plan. Refugees are civilians who are fleeing famine. As for why people flee from famine, everyone has different reasons. On the way to fleeing famine, they lacked food, housing, and safe shelter. If they cannot find a stable place to live one day, their lives will be in danger. After all, humans live in groups. If an individual gets lost, he will eventually perish. Hearing that Rosen's words did not mean a direct refusal, the people were very excited and quickly agreed. Of course. This is as it should be. Eat and work and eat. It's the natural cycle. Yes. If we are given food but not allowed to work, we will feel guilty. That's right, I know how to farm. If there's no shortage of people who can farm, I can learn something else. I can raise poultry. I'm strong. As long as my mother has enough to eat, I'm willing to do anything. My son is still young, only 3 years old, and needs someone to take care of him. As long as I can work with my son, I'm willing to do any job. Everyone expressed their opinions. Only the old man and the girl who attracted Rosen's attention the most did not speak. They both lowered their heads and said nothing. Rosen looked at them and said calmly, "Why aren't you talking?" Lord, I only know how to cook." The elderly man looked embarrassed, stammering and feeling extremely awkward. However, his granddaughter beside him also nervously grasped her grandfather's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Lord, sir, my grandfather is too old to work. I can read." Her voice became smaller and smaller, full of insecurity. The immature and nervous voice sounds unique. Rosen couldn't help but laugh. "Don't be nervous, I don't eat people." Rosen smiled faintly and said, "In that case, please come in. In the name of the Lord, I officially declare that you will be my subjects from now on. You have the right to live here and the right to enjoy my asylum. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. Thank you, Lord. Long live the Lord. Very good. Woo woo. Finally, I don't have to wander anymore. Grandma, can your spirit in heaven see this? I will live a good life in the future. Don't worry about my safety anymore. Woo woo." It is still left to Kitano Nozomi to handle. As Kitano Wong became more and more proficient in his business, Lawson had less and less to worry about. Although this puts a lot of pressure on Kitano Nozomi, no better solution has been found yet. The refugees entered the territory and were all arranged to live in one place. In order to obtain the treasures among them as soon as possible, Rosen did not return to the Lord's mansion directly, but continued to come to the refugee camp to offer his kindness. On the first night the refugees arrived, they received food distributed by the Lord's mansion. The delicious barbecue made them linger and enjoy it immensely. At the same time, Kitano Nozomi was also arranging jobs for them. If there are elderly or weak people in the family, the young people are arranged to work to earn food to supplement the family income. There were only old and young people at home, and even Kitano Wong was in a dilemma. This was also the first time she encountered such a situation. "I can't do the work myself, and there's no one at home who can help. If I take food for free, it will cause gossip and make other people think that they can get food without doing anything. So why should I work so hard?" But in the end, this matter was resolved by Rosen. After much hesitation, Rosen decided to establish two major institutes. They are an orphanage and a nursing home respectively. An orphanage is a place where children are supported in the name of the Lord. Since he was still young, he could not work, but as long as he joined the orphanage, he could receive compulsory support from the Lord's mansion. Of course, they weren't raised for free. Their obligation was to serve the Lord when they grew up, which was equivalent to selling themselves to the Lord's mansion. Even so, Rosen was very kind and righteous in their eyes, because raising them is already an outrageous thing that goes beyond the ordinary. After all, a drop of water can be repaid with a spring, but the kindness of raising a child can never be repaid. The nursing home is where the elderly people in the territory go. As long as there are no children in the family, they can enter a nursing home and be supported by the Lord's mansion. But there are also requirements. The elderly must be truly unable to work and cannot survive independently. Homes with children are prohibited from entering. There are also soldiers serving the Lord's mansion. If they die in battle and leave the elderly at home unattended, the Lord's mansion will not only provide them with support, but also provide additional subsidies. This is what the people want. And this is Rosen's two-house plan. Once the plan was confirmed, it shocked not only the refugees, but also the entire territory. Because Rosen, their lord, not only guarantees their current life, but also guarantees their life in their old age. As a result, the loyalty of the entire territory soared that night, and Rosen's strength soared directly to the 9th level of warrior. It is only one step away from the realm of martial artist. The 9th level of warrior means that the loyalty of at least 900 people has reached above 80. How many people are there in the entire territory? Just over 1,200. Apart from a group of unruly magicians, there are only 1,100 people. As long as their happiness is improved, they will develop a sense of belonging and responsibility to the territory. With a sense of belonging and responsibility, their loyalty will naturally soar. Although the two-house plan makes people feel that the resource consumption cannot be sustained in the long run, but the benefits of the requirements set by Lawson far outweigh the costs. This is a grand plan and a long-term development strategy. Your name is Vivian, right? Then what's your name? Rosen looked at Vivian and the old man eating meat and smiled slightly. Wei Weian was very introverted, and her face flushed red as she spoke to Rosen face to face. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly said, "My humble cry is ultimately distorted." Strange name, Rosen muttered. The old man quickly added, "Our ancestors were all called this. We didn't have a surname, only a given name." "Oh, it's okay." Rosen didn't expect him to explain. After all, the world is so big, there are all kinds of names. The names Final Distortion and Vivian don't seem that strange. Rosen looked at the old man carefully, his eyes a little evasive. This made Rosen suspect for a moment that the treasure among the refugees was in their hands. Thinking of this, Rosen said, since you don't have any able-bodied men in your family, I don't think you should go to a nursing home. You should come with me to the city lord's mansion. You said you could cook before, but since you're old, I can't let you do it yourself. You can just stay in my kitchen and be responsible for arranging the recipes for me. Is that okay? Then your granddaughter can follow you, which will be convenient. No problem. Thank you, Lord. Zhong Shizhen was slightly stunned, and then immediately knelt at Rosen's feet to express his gratitude. Chapter 89: The Army Attacks. Rosen waved his hand and turned to leave his room. Naturally, the refugees' rooms are not one for each person. After all, the local subjects didn't even have their own rooms. However, due to the taboos between people, Rosen still gave those with families a separate room. Like Final Distortion. But they also have to move to the city lord's mansion. Return to the city lord's mansion and lie on the bed. Rosen looked at the Lord's Guide again. The nights in a foreign country are very monotonous and there are no entertainment activities, so when it gets dark, it is time to go to bed. Fortunately, the Lords have a Lord Guide, which allows them to chat, exchange resources and information. On regional channels, people are talking about the recruitment issue everywhere. Although the name is recruiting soldiers and buying horses, soldiers can be recruited, but there is nowhere to buy horses. Countless people complained about the name of this event. Hey, more than 20 people came to my territory, and I only left 10. TSK, there are 40 people coming to my territory. I will take them all in. I don't care if I can support them or not. I'll deal with them when I can't afford to support them. Hey, only 10 people came to my territory, and they didn't find any treasure. I caught them and sold them. Damn, can this be sold? Fuck, brother is awesome. Awesome Kraus. 666. Watching everyone chatting and their bizarre ways of doing things, Rosen couldn't help but laugh. There are all kinds of weird people in this world. But I will never become that kind of person. Continue reading below. Automatically ignore information seeking material exchange. But as he looked, a piece of information suddenly caught Rosen's eye. The Fantasy Sword Alliance has officially issued a declaration of war to Rosen. This has been announced through the loudspeaker. We welcome all nearby leaders to join the fight. That simple sentence immediately made Rosen feel unhappy and announce it to the world. But just as I was thinking this, a loudspeaker-shaped message popped up in the corner of the chat page, along with the words, "Announce to the world, a manifesto to fight against the enemy." The 8 big characters are particularly eye-catching. At the same time, there are other loudspeaker messages scrolling in that small space. There are 4 big words in front of each message, "Announce to the world." I guess everyone can receive this information. Rosen turned on the loudspeaker and found that there were many messages hidden in it that were announced to the world. It probably just appeared, otherwise he wouldn't have missed it. Just click 1. Announce to the world. Lord is despicable and shameless, snatching allies. Click on this message, and you will find the detailed information inside. I joined the Alliance 3 days ago. Lord saw that I had abundant resources and harbored evil intentions. He tricked me into sending troops today and ended up secretly seizing my territory. He is despicable, shameless, and lewd. Rosen. This feature is great. If something happens, we can announce it to the entire region and let everyone know. Thinking of this, Rosen quickly found the declaration of war issued by the leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance and clicked on it to read. As expected, it was full of false accusations against him. Anti-rebel proclamation. Rosen, the foremost explorer of the mist, relied on his superior weapons to behead the leader of the 9 alliances for no apparent reason, murdered all members of the 9 alliances, and seized the leader's women and countless resources. This man is a ruthless and insidious individual, not only endangering the lives of others, but also robbing them of their resources. He is a despicable villain. This leader, entrusted by the members of the 9 alliances, formally issues a declaration of war to Rosen, to rid the world of this evil, to avenge the 9 alliances, to let the fallen members rest in peace, and to allow the surrounding lords to develop peacefully without the threat of their lives being threatened. Everyone is born equal, and everyone has the responsibility to eradicate evil. If this thief is not eliminated, people's hearts will be uneasy and human nature will be difficult to control. This alliance, representing justice, will send troops to attack Rosen. In addition, we will send 800 troops and set out the next day. The initiator of the declaration of war, Huan Wuxia, the leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. The Fantasy Sword Alliance is invincible. Long live the Fantasy Sword Alliance. Rosen. After reading this long article, Rosen was completely confused. A manifesto to fight against the rebels? Is he a thief? Do all kinds of evil? Extremely insidious? If he wasn't Rosen, Rosen would have thought he was really a thief. This article is so contagious. Sending out 800 troops, It truly is a great alliance. With so many talented people, no wonder it has grown to such a size. Humph, bye-bye, you underestimate me too much. Rosen curled his lips in disdain. Although the total number of people in his territory was only over 1,000, and there were only over 900 capable of fighting, and less than 400 officially included in the barracks, they were superior in quality and equipment. First of all, he has the ability to be fully equipped with iron armor and carry sophisticated weapons. And then there are 100 magicians. In addition, he has been buying subjects these days. Therefore, sending out 800 troops is certainly shocking and amazing. But when compared carefully, there is a gap in quality between the two. Rosen didn't think that all 800 of them were well equipped. Thinking of this, Rosen turned off the announcement and went to the regional channel to see what others were saying. As expected, as soon as I came in, the discussion inside was already going crazy. It was all about the discussion of this anti-traitor manifesto. It was obvious that they all believed the words of Huan Wuxia, the leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. Who can blame him for writing such a good anti-traitor manifesto? Wow, this is so well written. It makes my blood boil. Your writing is truly brilliant. No wonder you've become such a powerful leader. It turns out you have so much talent and intelligence. 800 people, my goodness. Is this going to be a nuclear war? The biggest war I've seen here only involved a dozen people on each side, and less than 30 on both sides combined. Great, really great. This anti-traitor manifesto is so well written. I want to copy it. It said that the Phantom Sword is hundreds of miles away from Rosen's territory. It should take more than 10 days to get there. I happen to be nearby and I want to go check it out, but I don't know the exact time. Not that far. To be precise, they are separated by more than 100 areas. Each area is 2 miles. With more than 100 areas, it is estimated to be about 300 miles. That's about right. Oh, 300 miles. Excluding rest and meal times, we can only cover less than 100 miles a day. Plus, there's fog blocking the way, which wastes even more time. Even if we send troops tomorrow, it will probably take 5 or 6 days to reach the Rosen area. Almost. I'll go there early and see if I can get any benefits. Before anyone knew it, someone had calculated the time of the Phantom Sword Alliance's arrival. This saved Rosen a lot of calculations. This is the benefit of chatting. There are always people who like to watch the fun and make all kinds of calculations. However, 5 or 6 days was a little faster than Rosen had expected. At that time, the recruitment event had just ended. Thinking of this, Rosen began to acquire the subjects again. More than an hour of acquisition. Rosen acquired another 200 subjects. Perhaps because of the recruitment, there are a few more people selling their territory today than usual. Chapter 90 bringing back 2 treasure chests. Breakfast was a little richer than usual. In addition to the new egg dish, there are also several exquisite meat dishes. It's obvious that this is not the work of the maids, because they only know how to bake, boil, and fry. After asking, I found out that the old display distorter had already started working, and today's breakfast recipe was made by him. Rosen ate with enjoyment. Then he listened to Kitano Nozomi's report on the status of the territory. My lord, this morning, Commander Zhao sent back with news that they have set up camp in the mining area. He said the mining area is huge, stretching for miles, and is full of iron ore, even mixed with some rare silver ore. The iron ore was densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands, and it would take many days to mine. However, there were several first-level monsters and 1 second-level monster there, so no one dared to enter the mining area. He sent someone back to ask General Liu to help him eliminate the monsters. General Liu received the notice, asked me about it, and then left early in the morning. Oh, never mind, just let him go. Rosen wiped his mouth and said, Did any of the refugees we took in yesterday offer anything good? Nice one. Kitano Wong was slightly stunned. What is a good thing? It seems that they did donate something. Tell me, what did they donate? Rosen looked at Bei Yuan. Kitano Wong's face turned red, and he quickly lowered his eyelids. Several people donated some vegetable seeds, including tomato seeds, cucumber seeds, and spinach seeds. That's all. Rosen was slightly stunned. Bei Yuan was also slightly stunned, and nodded. Even these, added together, are not enough to plant 2 mu of land. Rosen, forget it. Let's find time to plant these seeds, and then let the magician cast a spell to harvest them as soon as possible. After being speechless, Rosen continued eating. After dinner, I continued to purchase chicken feather arrows and other weapons and equipment in the Lord's Guide. Since there are no large-scale transactions, they are all personal transactions. Therefore, although there are many people exchanging resources, the operation is still time-consuming. And if you keep reading the Lord's Guide for a long time, you will feel dizzy. Before I knew it, it was noon. Kitano Nozomi also chose the locations for the 2 houses. Rosen then took the houses and went to arrange for their placement. Each courtyard does not have a separate wall, but the houses are surrounded together to form an alley. Looking at his own layout, Rosen was quite satisfied. He even felt that he had the potential to become an architectural designer. After arranging the 2 courtyards, the housekeeping staff began to arrange for people to move in. Rosen also had some free time. He leisurely sat in the yard, holding the Lord's Guide and reading it. Quiet and handsome. Whenever Lucy passed by him, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lucy's coming and going became a beautiful scenery in Rosen's eyes. Just imagine how pleasant it would be to see a beautiful girl walking around in front of you with her furry tail wagging. Of course, as for Lucy being transferred to the inner courtyard by Kitano Nozomi, it was probably because of lack of manpower. After all, Lucy is also a smart woman, hardworking and quick-witted. Soon he was noticed by Kitano Nozomi. "My lord, a group of refugees have arrived from outside the territory, about 20 people, and they want to join our territory." Kitano Nozomi hurried in to report. Rosen waved his hand without looking up and said, "Take it. You can make the details." "My lord, steward, General Liu requests an audience." Another maid hurried over to report. "You're back so soon? Come in." The maid hurried out again. After a while, a tall, strong, and handsome man walked in. He strode with a golden sword and wore golden armor. He probably came to the Lord's mansion as soon as he came back. Behind him, there were 2 armored soldiers, each holding a treasure chest in their hands. One is made of iron and the other is made of stone. The 3 of them came to the inner courtyard, knelt on one knee at the same time, and said, "Greetings, Lord. Please stand up quickly, Fengxian. I heard that you went to help Zilong eliminate the demon. How is it going?" Rosen smiled slightly. He was still very kind to the subordinates summoned by the god-level recruitment. But when kindness appears on the face of a young man in his 20s, it will have a different effect, making people feel that this person is wise. "Sir, the work has been completed. After half a day of cleaning, we have killed 4 first-level monsters, 1 second-level monster, and discovered 2 treasure chests. I am returning to report now. I only took the treasure chests with me. The rest of the items will be transported back with the iron ore." Lu Bu stood up, and when he reported, he still bent forward and clasped his fists to show respect. "Present the treasure chest to the Lord." He waved his hand, and 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward and placed the treasure chest on the wooden table in front of Rosen. "Very good, very good." Looking at the 2 treasure chests, Rosen was in high spirits, his words full of praise. He said, "Thank you for your hard work, Fengxian. Lucy, go to the warehouse later and get a bottle of beer and a bottle of juice for General Liu." "Yes." Lucy nodded and turned to get it. As a smart woman that Kitano Nozomi has taken a fancy to, she has already gained access to the warehouse. Of course, it is not impossible to steal things, but if you steal, your life will definitely be in danger. As a smart person, she is well aware of the power of the territory, and her partners are also in the territory, so she naturally will not do anything stupid. Soon, Lucy brought over 2 bottles of drinks. Beer comes in natural glass bottles, and juice also comes in glass bottles. Because the empty beer bottles used before were collected by Rosen and reused. Until we find a replacement for glass bottles, they must not be allowed to go to waste. Rubber can be made into bottles, but it is more useful for making combat boots. Rubber resources are not yet abundant enough to make bottles at will. Wild animal skins are too precious and can be used to make many important supplies, so they cannot be wasted to make extra water bags. Lu Bu accepted Rosen's reward and knelt down again in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord. I will take my leave." With Rosen's nod, they left the Lord's mansion. The 2 soldiers cast envious glances at him. It was a great honor to receive the Lord's reward. Everyone had great expectations. However, as soldiers, they are not eligible for rewards from the Lord. Even if they have military merits, they will be rewarded by their own superiors. Only those who have made great contributions are eligible to receive the Lord's reward. Currently, in the military camp, there are only 3 levels: team leader, battalion commander, and commander. 10 people form a team. How many teams are under a battalion depends on the specific situation. The commander is in charge of all battalion commanders. As for general, it is the highest title for military commanders in the military camp. Can mobilize all soldiers. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu both hold the title of general. Lu Bu, while not holding a specific position, enjoys the same rights. However, as the number of people increases in the future, Rosen will still have to continue to divide the levels and rearrange the positions. Since there are fewer people now, he plans to make do with this division for now. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Rosen felt a little excited and took the lead in opening the stone treasure chest. Chapter 91: Vivian's Secret. When the treasure chest was opened, The resources inside appeared directly on the desktop, and the treasure chest slowly turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Wooden arrows 3. Pencil 1. 5 white A4 sheets. Eraser 1. Rubber 2. Rosen. All small items. Although it may seem useless, it is actually quite useful. Ding! The 100-fold amplification was successful. Wooden arrows 300. Pencil 100. White A4 paper 500. Eraser 100. Rubber 200. All increased 100-fold. Looking at the objects on the table and in the space ring, Rosen took out some and handed them to Bei Yuang, saying, "These pens and papers are very valuable and can be used for recording. Keep them. Although pencils can be erased, they should be used sparingly, as they are responsible for important matters such as records in the Lord's mansion and the military camp." Yes. Kitano Nozomi respectfully put away the paper and pen and asked Lucy to put them in the warehouse. Rosen continued to open the treasure chest. This time, the treasure chest was an iron one. In Rosen's impression, the things that come out of the iron treasure chest are generally not bad. Even if they are not good things, they are still useful. Rosen twisted the hollow lock on the iron treasure chest and opened it. The supplies in the treasure chest reappeared. Horse helmet drawing 1. Iron block 2. 1 roll of toilet paper. Tank blueprint 1. There are 4 things in total, and they are amplified 100 times again, all amplified to 100 times. But there were only 2 things that excited Rosen immensely. Those are the horse helmet drawings and chariot drawings. Both of these things are expensive and rare weapons and facilities, especially the tank drawings. Getting a chariot blueprint from an iron treasure chest is like burning incense in your previous life. It all depends on luck. After looking at the information on the drawings, Rosen couldn't help but smack his lips. I won't go into the details of the horse helmet drawings, but this is armor designed for horses, effectively protecting them from injury. It requires a lot of iron to manufacture, making it much more expensive than human armor. Making 1 set of horse helmets can make at least 3 sets of human armor. The chariot drawings are naturally of the kind pulled by horses. It was pulled by horses, with a wooden body inlaid with iron, and iron spears with barbs installed on the wheel hubs. Once it hits someone, it can definitely tear the person to pieces. It is one of the most lethal weapons in cold weapon warfare. However, seeing the production materials shown above is also extremely terrifying. A chariot requires 3 horses to pull it, and the materials required to make the chariot are 100 pieces of wood and 100 pieces of iron. First, to make 100 pieces of wood, you need to cut down at least 30 trees. Then, to smelt 100 pieces of iron, you need to mine at least 50 pieces of iron ore. Because a piece of iron ore that is 1 meter tall can only produce about 10 pieces of iron stones, and 5 pieces of iron stones can produce a fist-sized piece of iron. If this blueprint were given to an ordinary territory, basically no one would be able to build a chariot. After all, the consumption is too great. It is better to know the sword and armor. But for Rosen, resources are not a problem at all. With the blueprints, he can build anything. However, the iron in the warehouse has been used up, and the new iron or area has only started mining today. The fastest batch is estimated to be shipped back in the evening, so there is no rush to produce it. Putting away the drawings, Rosen took the toilet paper and looked at it again. It feels good. I don't need to use linen cloth to wipe my butt anymore. Taking out 2 volumes, Rosen gave one to Kitano Nozomi and one to Lucy, and said with a smile, "This is for you." Lucy took the toilet paper and greeted with a smile. Kitano Nozomi also looked at the toilet paper in his hand with curiosity and said, "What is this? Is it edible? It feels so soft." Rosen. For a moment, Rosen was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. "Well, this is not food, this is..." Rosen hesitated to speak. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy stared at Rosen's eyes, eager to know what it was used for. This is toilet paper. Use it to wipe your butt after going to the toilet." Brush. The 2 women's faces suddenly turned red. "My lord, you are so bad." Lucy quickly turned her head away, her face flushed red. Kitano Wong was also shy and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This made Rosen extremely embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Ahem, you guys are busy. I'm going to go out for a walk." After saying that, Rosen couldn't wait to get up and walk out. It looks like he is running away. "Sister Kitano, the Lord is so mean." After Rosen left, Lucy blushed and complained to Kitano Nozomi. Kitano Wong always remembered to maintain Rosen's image, even at this moment, and explained with a blushing face, "The Lord just doesn't know the difference between men and women. This is a good thing. We shouldn't be so concerned about the situation." "Yeah, that's true. This is something I found in a treasure chest. The Lord is so kind to us." At this moment, Rosen had no idea what the 2 women were thinking. He just felt that he was suspected of being a pervert, so he ran away. Arriving at the outer courtyard, Rosen wandered aimlessly in the courtyard. The outer courtyard is very large. It is several times the size of the inner courtyard, because the outer courtyard was home to maids and male servants. When I came to the place where I found the big cow last time, the gap here had been filled. The rooms in the outer courtyard are also arranged in an alley pattern. There is a row of rooms placed against the wall. The height of the walls plus the height of the roof make it difficult for ordinary people to climb in. This was also a special modification made by Rosen after learning from the lesson of the big guy climbing over the wall last time. Opposite this row of houses, another row is placed, forming a situation where two rows face each other, with an alley in the middle. This is where the maids and servants live. And behind the opposite row of houses, put another row, forming a back-to-back pattern. This place faces the courtyard and is a place for guests to stay, entertain guests, or people with high positions like Kitano Wang to live. In other words, there are 3 rows of houses on one side of the yard, which adds up to 6 rows. This not only saves space, but also allows more people to live in. The same is true for the inner courtyard. However, the inner courtyard is a private back garden and is decorated in a more grand manner. Let's go to the barracks and have Lu Bu prepare for battle in advance. Muttering something, Rosen prepared to walk out. But at this moment, his sensitive ears suddenly heard a discussion, which made him stop and listen attentively. Grandpa, my magic power has increased again. I am getting closer and closer to the level of a second-level magician. My granddaughter is really amazing, but remember, don't cast any magic, or we will be driven out. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, Grandpa. Vivian is very obedient. Chapter 92, Testing Mental Strength. The people who spoke were the final distortion and the girl Vivian, who had just moved in. And the two of them were talking about magic. This stunned Rosen. Could it be that this Wei On is also a magician? But magicians are respected wherever they go, so why should they hide it? And they seem to be able to measure magic levels. Could it be that these two are hiding some secret? Thinking of this, Rosen couldn't hold back any longer, so he quietly walked around the corner and entered the alley. The sound of their conversation was in the first room around the corner. Rosen listened attentively, but didn't hear anything meaningful. They were all talking about life and habits in the territory. This made Rosen feel a little itchy, because magician is a very mysterious profession. If you want to become a magician, you must be taught by a formal magician before you can get started. Although magic apprentices can teach, they lack experience and can easily cause problems. Only a formal magician can lead you into the magician's door. Rosen naturally longed to become a magician. When he arrived at the door and didn't hear any nutritious words, Rosen took the initiative to knock on the door. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door. The conversation in the room came to a sudden halt. Crack. The door opened, and Zhong Shizhen looked out curiously. When he saw Rosen's face, he shuddered and knelt on the ground, saying, "Greetings, Lord." "No need to be so polite, old sir," Rosen said slowly. Zhong Shizhen got up from the ground and whispered tentatively, "My lord, do you have any instructions?" "No, I'm just walking around. Why don't you invite me in to sit down?" Rosen smiled slightly. This. Finally, Distortion looked embarrassed and in a dilemma, and seemed not to want Rosen to go in. But Rosen insisted on going in, so he took the initiative to walk in. Seeing that Rosen wanted to go in on his own initiative, Zhong Shizhen naturally did not dare to stop him and moved away helplessly. Walking into the room, you can see a simple layout. Simple wooden table, wooden chairs, and a small bed. This should be the room where the old man lives. Because she didn't find anything for women here. It seems that people in this world take the difference between men and women very seriously. The girl in front of me is only 13 or 14 years old and lives separately from her grandfather. The girl stood in front of a table with a transparent glass ball on it. Seeing Rosen come in, Vivian quickly knelt down and said, "Greetings, Lord." "You're welcome." Rosen looked around and suddenly asked, "Are you a formal magician?" "Oh, what?" Hearing this, both of them were dumbfounded. Zhong Shizhen immediately explained, No, how could we be magicians? The Lord must have misunderstood. Don't be afraid. My territory has many magic apprentices, but no official magicians. I am also a lord in need of talents, so I won't harm you." Rosen suddenly picked up the crystal ball and started playing with it, which made Vivian and Zhong Shizhen extremely nervous. They stared at the crystal ball, fearing that it would be thrown to the ground and broken by the Lord. This thing is for measuring magic power, right? Holding the crystal ball, Rosen made a shocking statement. The two men immediately realized that they had been exposed. Zhong Shizhen was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and said, "Lord, please forgive me. Please let my granddaughter go. She really has never done anything against the law. Woo-woo. Vivian is very obedient and only casts magic when no one is around. Lord, please don't drive us out of the territory. Vivian also knelt on the ground. This look is clearly a plea for mercy. It's against the will of heaven? Rosen was stunned. This was something he had not expected. Just by asking a few random questions, how could you possibly find out any conspiracy? Thinking of this, Rosen began to admire himself and continued to pretend, no, I don't believe it. Really? The skeletons my granddaughter summons are not aggressive and won't attack anyone. That's right, Vivian can only summon them, not command them. Summon a skeleton? Hissed Necromancer. Rosen gasped. No wonder they are afraid of exposing their identities. It turns out that he is the most feared necromancer in the world, and all he uses is death magic. Moreover, a little girl who is only 14 years old is about to be promoted to a second-level magician. Her talent is limitless. Perhaps Vivian is the hidden treasure among the refugees. Rosen had no doubt about their words, because he could feel it and see their loyalty. Although it is not high, it is not low either. After recovering from the shock, Rosen became calm again. Just because others don't like the necromancer doesn't mean he doesn't like it either. Rosen looked at Vivian and said, Vivian, what if I don't care? What? Lord, are you serious? You really don't hate necromancers? Vivian was obviously dumbfounded and asked quickly, Of course I don't mind, and I'm a formal magician. This lord has said that my territory welcomes everyone. As long as they don't commit crimes, they're my loyal subjects. Rosen smiled slightly, and his figure suddenly became as majestic as a god. Vivian and Zhong Dijin were extremely excited when they heard this. However, I also want to enter the path of magic. I wonder if Vivian is willing to teach me magic. Rosen changed the subject. But Vivian only knows necromancy. Vivian stuttered. It's okay, you just need to teach me how to practice magic. Of course you can. Practicing magic is very simple. But first you have to use a crystal ball to test your mental strength. Only when your mental strength is up to standard can you sense the presence of magical elements. Once you sense the magical elements, you can meditate on the magic power. Once you have the magic power, you just need to learn the magic spells, and you can cast magic. Vivian said it all in one breath. Although it sounds simple, Rosen feels that it is definitely not that easy. Otherwise, magicians wouldn't be so rare. Even magic apprentices couldn't tell how to practice, for fear that something might go wrong if they said it wrong. Of course, the most important thing is the crystal ball. Magic apprentices don't have crystal balls, so they don't know the mental strength of the people they are learning from. Their own magic power is even less enough to test others, so they dare not teach randomly. Otherwise, if the Lord's training becomes problematic, they will have to pay with their lives. This is why only formal magicians are qualified to teach people how to practice magic. After all, the cultivation experience is there. Well, Vivian, please help me test my mental strength to see if I can practice magic. Rosen slowly handed the crystal ball, which was as big as a sandbag's fist, to Vivian. Chapter 93 Fantasy Skeletons and the Dead. In Rosen's hand, he could hold and play with this crystal ball with one hand. But in the hands of young Vivian, it took both hands to hold it. She held up the crystal ball and said, Lord, place your hand on the crystal ball and clear your mind. Think of something that makes you most excited or angry. This way, I can feel the strength of your mental power. Kindness. Rosen nodded and began to fantasize. But after thinking about it, Rosen couldn't think of anything that made him so excited and angry. Thinking of Shi Jujin, who had killed him in his previous life, who had now been killed, he would not be so cruel even if he remembered him. Think about it again and he's excited. He hasn't even had a girlfriend, so how could he be excited? As he was thinking, Rosen thought of something that had been buried in his memory for a long time. That was my childhood. Because he had no parents, his life was miserable. Everyone bullied him and looked down on him. At school, his classmates laughed at him, and any small thing would be magnified infinitely if it happened to him. The sound was so subtle that it seemed as if Rosen heard a burst of ridicule in his ears. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he grabbed the crystal ball with his big hands. Veins bulged on his hand, and he swore inwardly, I, Rosen, will become the most powerful man. No one will bully me again. Those living in my territory will also be protected. Anyone who invades my territory will be punished, no matter how far away they are. My lord, are you okay? Suddenly, a crisp sound rang in my ears. Rosen slowly opened his eyes. It turned out to be Vivian calling him. Rosen's expression gradually calmed down, and he said calmly, How about this? Can I practice magic? Yes, your lord's spiritual power is just barely enough for cultivation, but you won't achieve much in the future. Moreover, since your spiritual power can only be barely enough for cultivation, your cultivation speed will be slower than others. Rosen. After all this time, I was so angry that I almost lost control and lost my temper. And this is the result I got? That's it. That's too disrespectful. Rosen was a little helpless. Fortunately, his mental strength was barely enough to cultivate, though it was barely enough, but it was still possible. So Rosen said, "From now on, you will be my magic teacher. How about teaching me how to cultivate? To thank you for your efforts, your 3 meals a day will all be covered by the Lord's mansion, and there will be additional subsidies." Really? But I'm afraid I can't teach well. I've never taught anyone. Vivian was excited at first, but then a little unconfident. Rosen said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Just discipline him." "Well, let's start today. I happen to be free today." "Yes. Are you going to study here?" Vivian asked again simply. Rosen shook his head and said, "Of course not. You can get ready first and come find me in the inner courtyard. I'll go do something first." After saying that, Rosen turned and left. No matter what, if you can learn magic, you can get in touch with these mysterious things. Rosen is still very serious about this. After leaving the Lord's mansion, they soon arrived at the barracks. While Zhao Yun was away, Lu Bu was in charge of training the troops. When he saw Rosen, he put down what he was doing and went to greet Rosen. Standing at the edge of the barracks, you can see the fertile fields in the distance. There were several magicians casting spells. It seemed that they were divided into groups and took turns casting spells to induce labor. The last time the wall was renovated, the entire guard battalion stayed inside the territory, and the other departments of the barracks were all moved outside the territory, facing the wheat fields across the air. First, it can protect the wheat field resources, and second, it can respond quickly and protect the territory. Otherwise, placing the military camp within the territory would take up too much space. After all, the territory's walls only cover an area of 500,500 meters. "My lord." Lu Bu clasped his fists towards Rosen. Rosen nodded, looking at the hundreds of soldiers being trained, feeling very satisfied. He smiled and said, "The training is good. We will have a war in a few days. You must train them well. Fight." Lu Bu's eyes lit up immediately. Rosen said, "I've already investigated. In about 4 or 5 days, a force will attack our territory from hundreds of miles away. They currently have more soldiers than us, but their equipment is definitely not as good as ours. I will gradually increase your troops over the next few days. It will be up to you when the time comes. To dare to attack our territory is simply too bold." Lu Bu said disdainfully, "Don't worry, my lord. I promise I will make sure they never return." "Well, I believe you. I have already allocated some of the territory's archery armor. You can supervise the training." "Thank you, lord. I have seen the weapon." "Kindness. Kindness." After some communication, Rosen learned about the current training status of the military camp. In addition to the usual training, he also specially trained an archery unit and is practicing shooting skills. When the time comes, a long-range attack will surely force the enemy to flee. Back to the inner courtyard. Vivian is already waiting here. "My lord, I still need to measure your magical attributes, but I forgot about it." Wei Wei held the crystal ball and said carefully, "It's just that my crystal ball is of the undead attribute, so it can only measure undead attributes. If you have other attributes, I don't know where to start practicing." "Oh, that's too much trouble." Rosen didn't expect this to happen, so he put his hand on it helplessly and said, "Then let's test it. What should I think?" "Lord, clear your mind and imagine dead people, cemeteries, skeletons, and other things related to the undead. If you have undead attributes, the crystal ball will react. If you don't, you can only find a crystal ball of a different attribute and test them one by one." After hearing Vivian's explanation, Rosen could only relax and imagine the existence of skeletons and dead people. The more he thought about it, the more real it became, so real that even he felt a little scared. At this time, Vivian said in surprise, "My lord has the undead attribute." "That's great. You seem very happy." Rosen rolled his eyes. Vivian naturally wouldn't admit that she was happy to have found a kindred spirit, so she quickly said, "I'm happy that the Lord can practice magic." "Then tell me, how should I practice necromancy?" Rosen looked at her seriously. "Just practice according to the method I just told you," Vivian explained. "Rosen, you mean, let me keep fantasizing about skeletons and dead people?" "Yes, I have been imagining skeletons and the dead, and then trying to find a way to communicate with them. When these imagined undead spirits respond, it means that the Lord has been able to connect with the world of the dead. Once you establish a connection with the world of the dead, you can cultivate your spiritual and magical powers through meditation. And with magical powers, you can use magic to summon undead creatures." Chapter 94 Kitano Nozomi is sick. Rosen had never been so speechless in his life. Especially at night. Hiding in a dark space, imagining how scary it is to have dead people, skeletons all over the floor, and wailing ghosts. Even Rosen always felt that there was a ghost staring at him in some corner of the room. It sent chills down his spine. Hiss. Forget it. Let's practice during the day. After Xiao Bai's fantasy, Rosen's mind is now full of supernatural things. According to Vivian, the first step in practicing magic is to sense the undead and communicate with undead creatures. But to reach this point, it will take days at the fastest and months at the slowest. So even though nothing was communicated after half a day, Rosen did not get discouraged. Snap! Suddenly, the sound of stones rubbing against each other startled Rosen, and he quickly looked towards the place where the sound came from. It turned out that Kitano Nozomi was rubbing the flint and lighting the stove. The territory only has simple lighting tools, namely torches and iron furnaces. My lord, Commander Zhao has returned, bringing with him the first batch of iron ore mine today. It's just that when I returned just now, my lord was cultivating, so I didn't dare disturb him, Bei Yuang said. Commander Zhao placed the storage box at the door and returned to the camp. Kindness. Rosen nodded and came to the box at the door. There are 2 wooden boxes here. It seemed that they brought back quite a few things. Rosen and the other man opened them all and began to examine them. Iron stone 1,200 pieces. 1,200 stones. Iron coins 20 pieces. Beast corpse 6. Monster corpse 5. Low-level magic, core 1. 1,200 pieces of ironstone were mined on the first day. That is to say, before the resources are fully mined, at least 1,200 pieces of ironstone can be received every day. This is a terrifying number. Seeing these supplies, Rosen was excited inside, but his face remained calm. Although there are a lot of these things, he has seen all kinds of scenes since the development of the territory. Of course, I won't reveal my thoughts easily. So Rosen said calmly, have the people in the iron smelting camp use it to smelt iron immediately. I need it tomorrow morning. Yes. Kitano Nozomi went to do it immediately. Soon, people from the iron smelting camp arrived. They come and go in a hurry, refining stones into treasures and turning decay into legends. They are the pillars of the territory's development. Finished dealing with territory matters. Rosen lay down on the bed and started reading the Lord's Guide. Life is so monotonous yet fulfilling. Open a chat channel. There are also a lot of private chat messages. Private chat messages are basically about exchanging supplies. Rosen's reputation is gradually spreading. Many people who have traded with him are convinced that he has abundant resources and like to trade with him. This just saved Rosen the time of chatting with everyone one by one and discussing the exchange. It is more convenient and easier to close a deal when someone comes to you than when you go there yourself. Before he knew it, he had gained another 200 subjects. The number of people in the territory increased by another 200, reaching 1,600. This number of people is close to the level of a small town. If things continue to develop in this way, it will be just a matter of time before the territory is developed into a city. Even developing into a country is not impossible. The next morning, Rosen turned over in a daze. Because he watched people chatting for too long yesterday, he still hasn't gotten up yet. The crowing of cocks had long passed. My lord, it's time to get up. The people in the iron smelting camp have smelted iron ore overnight. There are also 2 lords from other places who want to visit you. A crisp sound rang out beside the bed and reached Rosen's ears. But this voice was obviously not Kitano Nozomi's. As the woman who hangs out in Rosen's room every day, Rosen is naturally very familiar with her. So this voice immediately made Rosen open his eyes. Lucy, why is it you? It turned out that the person squatting beside the bed and whispering was Lucy, the fat catwoman. Of course, after these 2 days of exercise, her figure is getting better. The two looked at each other. Lucy blushed slightly and moved her pink lips. Suddenly, a fresh fragrance came to my face. My lord, Butler Kitano is ill. I will be your servant today. Are you sick? Rosen was startled and sat up from the bed, asking worriedly, what's wrong? Is it serious? There is currently no medical equipment in the territory. It is okay if it is a minor illness, but if it is a serious illness, it cannot be cured. So, Rosen was extremely worried. After all, Kitano Nozomi has served me for so long. People all have feelings. Seeing Rosen so concerned about Kitano Wong, Lucy quickly said, it's nothing. I just have a severe stomachache and need to rest. Lord, don't worry. My stomach hurts so badly. Could it be enteritis? I bet it's not cancer. Muttering something, Rosen quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked out. No, I have to go and take a look. Lucy hurriedly followed Rosen. The two walked towards the yard, one in front and one behind. Maids and servants all lived in the outer courtyard. But in order to take care of Rosen more conveniently, There were also several people on night duty living in the inner courtyard. Kitano Nozomi also lived in the inner courtyard. There are also 3 rows of houses on both sides of the inner courtyard. Kitano Nozomi lives at one of the corners. Dang dang dang. Rosen knocked on the door. A weak voice came from the room. Come in. Rosen couldn't wait to open the door. Crack. When the door opened, he saw Kitano Nozomi lying on the bed. Kitano Nozomi was obviously surprised to see Rosen coming and struggled to get up from the bed. Rosen walked over quickly, held her down, and said softly, "No need to get up. I heard from Lucy that you were sick. What is it? Do you feel anything unusual?" Kitano Nozomi blushed slightly, not knowing what to say. But seeing Rosen's concerned look, she parted her red lips slightly and said shyly, "It's okay. I just have a little stomachache." The stomachache is also very serious. Please describe it in more detail. I used to study medicine. Rosen naturally had never studied medicine, but as a young man of the new century, he knew a lot. Therefore, he was eager to know Kitano Nozomi's condition so that he could guess what disease she had. Although he can't cure it after guessing it, only by knowing the condition can we find a specific solution. Kitano Nozomi blushed and didn't know what to say. Go ahead, Rosen said anxiously. Kitano Nozomi stammered. Just tell me. Rosen urged again. Finally, Kitano Wong couldn't hide it any longer and blushed as he whispered, I'm not sick. I just had my period and it caused a stomachache. What is the terminal illness of sunflower water? As soon as Rosen finished speaking, he was stunned. Menstrual fluid? Menstruation? Rosen. Chapter 95, Lord's Visit. Kitano Wong's little face was as red as an iron furnace. Rosen almost choked to death on his own saliva. Why didn't you tell me about your period pain earlier? Damn, you scared me. After learning the cause of Kitano Nozomi's illness, Rosen relaxed. As long as it is not a terminal illness, it is easy to deal with, not to mention that it is just normal menstrual pain. So Rosen took out a dozen thick white things from his backpack and placed them on the head of Kitano Wong's bed, saying, These are for you. You can use them as a cushion to absorb the sunflower water. They are very useful. Kitano Nozomi. At this moment, Kitano Wong really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She quietly hid half of her head under the quilt and whispered, Thank you, Lord. Well, since you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Remember to go to the warehouse when you run out of it. I've put the extra ones in the warehouse. Rosen smiled slightly and turned away. As for what he gave Kitano Machi, of course, it's the sanitary napkin that came out of the treasure chest. He himself can't use it, but he can give it to his subordinates. Immediately after Kitano Wong's room, Lucy at the door remained silent, not daring to look at Rosen. Because even she couldn't believe that the Lord was so open-minded. Such a private matter was actually discussed with the person involved, and he even brought out something so speechless. By the way, what did you say just now? An out-of-town Lord wants to visit me. Walking out of the room, Rosen asked Lucy. Lucy's expression had returned to normal by then. After all, she wasn't the one involved. So she nodded and reported, Yes, there are 2 foreign lords who wish to visit you, my lord, to offer gifts. I have arranged for them to wait in the outer hall of the outer courtyard. They've been waiting for almost half an hour. What are the other lords doing in my territory? Aren't they afraid I'll capture them? It shouldn't be just a simple gift. Rosen muttered something and walked towards the outer hall, saying, Then go meet him. Soon, the 2 arrived at the outer hall. Rosen's guards were guarding the door to the outer hall. In the hall, 2 middle-aged men sat at the tea table. Of course, there is juice on the tea table to entertain guests. They were not qualified to drink, but they also made their purpose clear, which was to give gifts. So as a large territory, we are not a bandit. When people give us gifts, we naturally have to treat them well and serve them juice. Slip, slip, slip. The 2 of them drank in small sips, their faces full of intoxication. This territory is so huge. Yes, it's grown so fast. I estimate the number of people must be around 1,000. Well, we can't compare. We all started at the same time. My territory, including the people who came to me, only has over 30 people in total. Yes, I'm a bit better than you, but I only have about 40 people. And with the refugees coming, I dare not refuse to accept them, for fear of slowing down the development speed. But if I accept them, I will lack food. Sigh. Compared to others, we're pretty lucky. At least there's no fighting nearby, and the only troublemaker, the 9 Alliance, has been destroyed. Yes, I hope this lord can be more polite. This juice is so delicious. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. I hope this time will go smoothly. Tun t. The 2 chatted intermittently. Although he spoke calmly and his thatched clothes were brand new, his tone was filled with worry. As they were talking, the 2 saw Rosen coming out and Catwoman who greeted them. They quickly stood up and waited respectfully for Rosen to come over. Are you the foreign lords? Rosen walked to the main seat and looked them up and down. They are much older than me, but they all look very stable. Exactly. The two responded quickly. Then they immediately walked to the empty floor and stood side by side, while clasping their fists and bowing to Rosen. External Master Lu Jiansen. Outer Lord Liponin. Meet Lord Luo. Because they are all lords, they are equal in rank. However, the two did not dare to be arrogant at all because of the gap in strength. Although he did not kneel, his posture was already very humble, even to the level of a subject worshipping his lord. Lord Lu. Rosen smacked his lips, finding this kind of address quite novel. He sat down at the main seat and waved his hand, saying calmly, Please take a seat, both of you. I'm just wondering where you're from and what brings you to my territory. Lord Luo, I have come from 5 miles away, hoping to establish a friendship with your territory. Come on, present the gift. As they spoke, a man and a woman walked up to the entrance of the hall. The man is tall and majestic, while the woman is slender with a beautiful face. You can tell at first glance that they are carefully selected people, and both of them were holding things in their hands. The man held a long piece of beef tendon in his hand, and the woman held a small bag of chili powder in her hand. My lord, these two were carefully selected from my domain. The man is strong and sturdy enough for military use, and the woman is beautiful. We can enjoy the happiness of family life together. Also, I ground this chili powder myself, and it tastes very fragrant. As for the beef tendon, it is the main material for making bows and arrows. I hope my lord will accept it. The person who spoke was Lu Jiansun, who looked a little vulgar. Especially the black mole on his face, with the hair growing on it, which makes people feel that he is even more wretched. After listening to his introduction, Rosen had a blank expression on his face. To be honest, paprika was worthless to him because he had it too. Although these two people are good-looking, they are not worth much. If he wants to exchange them, he has countless resources to exchange them for. Only beef tendon has some value to him. But you want to make friends with his territory with just such a small thing? Rosen said calmly. Lord Lu, do you think I lack these? The tone was flat, and although there was no rejection, the meaning was very clear. However, Lu Jiansen remained undeterred. He bowed again and said, Your Excellency has misunderstood. I dare not kneel down on your equal footing. What I meant was that I wish to maintain friendly relations with your land. I will pay tribute every week. I only hope that your Excellency will not attack my territory. Yes, sir, please rest assured. We are all kind-hearted people who only want to live in peace and prosperity. We do not want to participate in wars, nor will we harm innocent people. When we visit you today, we do not dare to ask for your protection, but only hope to avoid disaster and allow us and the people of our territory to live in peace. The latter sentence was said by Liponin. The attitude is very respectful. Rosen also understood what they meant. First, they don't want to form an alliance because they are not qualified. Second, I don't want to be on an equal footing with you because I'm not qualified to do so. Third, they are not here to seek asylum. Of course, they certainly hope that I can give them asylum, but they are still not qualified. Therefore, their goal is to prevent them from being attacked while they develop. This is equivalent to attachment. They wanted to survive under Rosen's power, and they had to pay tribute every week. It is equivalent to a vassal state in ancient times in the previous life. Chapter 96 Gift. There is a difference between being affiliated and being directly affiliated. Why in ancient times, after defeating others, did people not annex them, but instead accepted their surrender? In fact, it has its benefits. By making them a vassal state, not only could the war be stopped, but the country could also enjoy their tribute. Sometimes it is easier to receive tribute than to govern yourself. It's just that they want to develop around Rosen's territory, which is nothing, because everyone is evenly matched. Only when the gap in strength widens will they swallow each other up. But Rosen's strength is already quite great, and there is no substantial benefit in annexing them. The only benefit is probably the increase in the number of people. Because in the past, wars were fought to seize resources and land. They have no shortage of land here. And he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. It's like when you're playing a game. Each person has their own piece of land, and everyone's developing on their own. But suddenly, the person next to you wants to hit you, and you're going to get angry. That must be because of anger. If I still can't win, I will be furious. But this isn't a game, it's real life, and everything we do must be justified. If you hit someone, it's like killing them. So how can they not resist and fight to the death? It's like when someone is developing well, Rosen goes to attack them, rob their territory, and kill their people. This is inhumane. People without humanity will be wiped out sooner or later. So no matter what, if you want to start a war, you have to at least find an excuse. Just like the fantasy sword alliance's dispatch of troops this time, it was also righteous and justified. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, at least I have an excuse. If there were no excuse, if you hit me today, someone else would hit you and steal your things tomorrow. The world would be in chaos. And there are some people who always think they are righteous. There are also forces that want to be chivalrous and righteous. There are all kinds of people anyway. Only when you have a legitimate reason to fight can you be invincible. You are a lord, a murderer. But do your subjects and your soldiers also enjoy indiscriminate killing? Are the troops being sent out to rob or to take revenge? If it's a robbery, then why are they following you? Is it because they can rob you more easily with more people? After all, people are all made of flesh and blood. After much deliberation, Rosen decided to develop according to the ancient model. Just agree. Before the expansion reaches your territory, you can develop however you like, as long as it does not interfere with my interests. And when I expand in the future and it reaches your area, you will either surrender and become my subordinate or be killed. It's that simple. Moreover, as the country expands, its power will grow stronger and stronger. When the time comes, there will be no need to mobilize troops, and people will come and surrender on their own. It's a good opportunity to collect some protection money during this period of development. It's the kind that people pay willingly. They have allies, we have vassals. Thinking of this, Rosen said calmly, "It is normal for everyone to develop on their own and not invade each other. Why give gifts? We know it's normal for us to develop independently, but aren't we just afraid you'll find an excuse to attack us? Just like the Justice League, they first ask people if they want to join, and then if they don't, they find an excuse to start a war and attack them. They're only better than the 9 alliances in name only." The two of them thought so in their hearts, but of course, they absolutely did not dare to say it out loud. They said, "It's our duty to express our feelings by giving gifts every week." Haha, in that case, I'll be disrespectful in rejecting it. Rosen laughed and looked at the other middle-aged man who had not yet paid his respects. The middle-aged man was naturally Liponin. He smiled awkwardly and quickly waved his hand to ask someone to bring a gift. Both are handsome men and beautiful women. One of them held a drawing, the other a pair of exquisite sneakers. "Sir, these are what I got from the treasure chest. Please accept them." "Well, although my territory is not short of things, but since it is your intention, I will accept it." Rosen nodded and said expressionlessly, "The two lords have come from afar. Why don't you have breakfast together?" "Thank you, sir." The two bowed again. So under Rosen's arrangement, the three of them had breakfast together. When Lu Jiansen and Li Ponin saw the breakfast food, they were shocked again. It's indeed a large territory. Even the food is so abundant. It's all meat, and there are eggs. The two men looked at each other and were more convinced of Rosen's powerful strength. After the meal, the two said goodbye and returned to their territory. Rosen did not go to see them off, because they are not qualified yet. After the two left the Lord's mansion, Rosen immediately waved his hand and called the guards, ordering, "Send someone to follow them and investigate their location and strength." "Yes." The guard nodded and went to do it with a determined look. Rosen waved his hand again, calling Lucy over, and instructed, "Notify the vanguard camp to suspend their exploration of the fog and first draw me a map of the surrounding area. Centered on the territory, map out all the places and forces they have explored." "Yes." Lucy did it immediately. After receiving all the instructions, Rosen put his hands behind his back, took the refined iron blocks and wood, and went back to the house to refine things. Rosen was not worried at all about the existence of other people's vassals and alliances. In the early stages, seizing other territories and obtaining their lord guides only meant gaining an extra recruitment office. It's crucial for the early stages, but if you think about it, a recruitment center can only recruit one person a day. If you really focus your energy on this, you'll probably be doomed soon. Because in order to obtain someone else's recruitment center, you must fuse the Lord's Guide while they are still alive. If you kill someone else, you won't get anything. In addition to the recruitment center, you can also obtain civilians through channels and refugees. Either method is faster than recruiting the subjects. Therefore, as the territory develops and the population increases, other people's recruitment centers will seem less crucial. One of the reasons why he accepted the two vassals was that he did not want to kill innocent people. The second is that others are willing to hand over resources, and you don't have to be responsible for them, which is equivalent to taking them for free. When they are really needed in the future, these vassals are also one of the desirable resources. Now we let them develop without having to maintain them, and we can use them when needed. Why not? Moreover, with his own strength, he is not afraid of the development of their power beyond his control. If one day they really get out of control, I won't allow it. As for drawing maps, I don't have any special ideas. It's not too much to draw a map around your territory. Returning to the room, Rosen took out the refined iron, drawings, wood and other materials and began to make a horse helmet. Horse helmet. Production requires 60 pieces of iron plus 10 pieces of linen plus 1 blueprint. Rosen directly inputs materials and drawings and produces with one click. Chapter 97. 3 days later. 100-fold increase was successful. Horse helmet 100. Suddenly, 100 horse helmets appeared in the space. I took out a set and looked at it, and found that it was indeed armor worn by horses. When worn by horses, it can protect the body from injury. The armor is made of pieces of iron plates and is very soft. It also provides strong protection. After wearing it, only the horse's eyes and mouth are probably exposed. Put down the horse helmet and continue making the chariot. Chariot production requires 100 pieces of wood plus 100 pieces of iron plus 1 blueprint. One-click production again. 100 chariots suddenly appeared. Because it is made on a crafting table, the large items are presented in very small models. Only when it is deployed can it become a complete tank. Rosen took a chariot model and examined it carefully. The body of this chariot is basically made of wood. However, there are many barbs on the body of the car and the two wheels, and they are all sharp iron barbs. There is no difference between a scrape and a scrape with an iron sword. The densely packed barbs look particularly shocking, making people unwilling to get close. After making these, Rosen was completely relieved. With this kind of chariot, the Fantasy Sword Alliance has nothing to worry about. I guess once they see how powerful their weapons are, they will regret coming into this world. By the way, the beef tendons and blueprints those two lords gave me can be used to craft a wooden bow. Thinking of this, Rosen put in the materials and started making it. So there were another 100 wooden bows. From then on, the territory had 200 bows and arrows. It is conceivable that the scene of 200 archers shooting at the same time would be extremely spectacular. In war, what matters is your foundation. After finishing all these, Rosen transported all the things to the barracks and handed them over to Lu Bu and Zhao Yun for training. When the people in the barracks saw the horses wearing helmets and chariots being harnessed behind them, they were all stunned. What a powerful chariot. It looks so powerful. Hiss, how terrifying. Both Lu Bu and Zhao Yun were stunned. They loved the new facilities in the barracks as if they were treasures. Their eyes were full of tenderness as if they were looking at their lovers, and their big hands were caressing them non-stop as if they were touching a woman. My lord, what is the name of this chariot? Zhao Yun touched the barbs on the chariot lovingly and asked Rosen. Rosen was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten about the name, so he improvised. This chariot is covered with barbs, like wolf teeth, so let's call it the Wolf Fang Chariot. What a great name. Wolf Fang Chariot, domineering. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu complimented him. Train well these few days, I'm leaving. Rosen nodded and left the barracks. After Rosen left, the other soldiers no longer felt any pressure and gathered around, curiously touching the barbs on the chariot. So sharp, so handsome. Commander-in-Chief, can I be the coachman? I can be a charioteer too. If I could drive this chariot to kill the enemy, I would have no regrets even if I died. There were a total of 100 chariots. But there were only 27 horses, and it took 3 horses to pull a chariot. So Rosen only gave the barracks 6 chariots and allocated an extra horse so that they could form a 6-person convoy. The 3 extra horses are used for transportation between the territory and the mining area, facilitating the delivery of materials and the rapid transmission of information. After all, there are no mobile phones in this world. Once there is distance, the only means of transportation for quick communication is horses and livestock. Of course, the Lord's Guide is actually the fastest way to communicate information. Moreover, many people have already understood this and have even started to use the Lord's Guide to quickly transmit messages. But Rosen is alone and cannot use it for the time being. Keeping those vassal territories was also part of his plan. He looked down on the recruitment agency, but he wanted to win over those people and form an information network. When headquarters issues an order, other places receive it immediately and then begin to execute it. Of course, this idea is too ambitious and cannot be accomplished in the short term. Because everyone is equally powerful, no one will truly serve you. Unless all the surrounding lands are under your control and you establish a huge and invincible empire. Then, everyone will accept their fate. Back in the room, Rosen fell into meditation. Meditation during magic practice seems stupid to Rosen. He even doubted the nature of magic. Practicing martial arts at the very least is about exercising the body's muscles and practicing magic, but day after day, I just want to die. Time passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and it was the last day for recruiting soldiers. There are still 4 hours left in the mission countdown. The end time is set at noon. Rosen sat at the table. On the table was a hand-drawn map. On the map, each small house represents the existence of a territory. The largest house in the middle of the map is Rosen's territory. Within a radius of 12 kilometers, there are a total of 7 territories closest to me. Looking at the number, Rosen didn't really care. The strength of these territories is very weak, and they are all retail investors. The 2 closest to him are the 2 who came to give gifts last time. Apart from these 2, Li Yang's territory is closest to him. Other territories are scattered around, with each family several miles apart, and many people don't even know each other's existence. There is nothing to worry about. Looking at Li Yang's position, Rosen felt relieved. After their last separation, he never paid close attention to Li Yang's information again. This time we saw it because our subordinates drew maps and conducted investigations. Because under Rosen's orders, every time a territory was discovered, their strength had to be investigated. According to reports from his subordinates, Li Yang has developed very well during this period, and the number of his subjects has gradually increased. Moreover, the Ninth Alliance, which was closest to Rosen and loved to stir up trouble the most, was destroyed, so the small territories around Rosen developed very stably and basically did not encounter any war. This also made Rosen very happy. It must be because his fame has spread and no one dares to mess around him. A little further away and of a slightly larger size are the Justice League and their allies. Although they are allies, many of them were formerly members of the 9 alliances. According to reports from their subordinates, they are very disharmonious internally and are also fighting. Several allies were fighting among themselves, and the leader of the alliance did not care. During these 3 days, the war once reached Rosen's mining area. But after learning that this was the mining area mined by Rosen, they had no intention of spying and just slipped away. And this is the deterrence of strength. Anyone who could hear the news knew how powerful Rosen was, and no one dared to provoke him. During these 3 days, Rosen secretly accumulated manpower, trained soldiers, and mined iron ore. In 3 days, he exchanged an average of more than 200 people every day in the Lord's Guide, for a total of 700 people. Moreover, new refugees joined every day, and 7 or 8 waves of refugees arrived within 3 days. In other words, including the refugees, his territory now has a population of more than 2,600 people. Chapter 98, Taiping Town. As the number of people increased, Rosen also continued to manufacture weapons and facilities. The iron tools he currently possessed were enough for everyone in the territory to have 2 sets, and there were even some left over. Among these more than 2,600 people, excluding women and the elderly and the weak, there are nearly 2,000 young and strong men. So it can be said that the territory has fallen into a situation where there are more men than women. This made Rosen start to consider bringing in a large number of women. Because men are of different ages, many of them have reached the age to start a family. Because there are too few women, many men have proposed to them in the past few days. Women naturally choose younger men, which leads to some older men being unable to get married. As their lord, Rosen naturally would not let the territory become extinct, so he prepared to introduce a large number of women to join. Because buying and selling is only temporary, no one knows when others will no longer be willing to sell, and no one knows when the buying and selling of people will be prohibited. The only long-term solution is to have children. Then there is the issue of the military camp. Among the 2,000 young and middle-aged men, except for those working in the major camps, the rest are all in the military camps. In other words, the territory currently possesses absolute offensive and defensive power. At this time, the number of people in the barracks alone exceeded that of the Fantasy Sword Alliance that came on an expedition. It is worth mentioning that when the number of people reaches 1,500, the village-level territory will automatically be upgraded to the town level. Although these 2 titles have no substantial effect, but it represents a rapid improvement in strength. Before I knew it, it was noon. The recruitment incident has come to an end. This event has led to a leap forward in the development of countless territories. There are even some territories that, in addition to taking in refugees, are also actively purchasing residents. Because the most important thing for a territory is people. Only with people can there be greater development. However, the disadvantages of such hasty development also emerged. This is what causes many people to not plan rigorously enough, resulting in the number of people increasing but not being able to eat. Many people are now in the Lord's Guide, selling everything they have to find food, once again causing the value of food to skyrocket. The soaring value of food has caused headaches for those lords who have not stockpiled food. But for Rosen, none of this is a problem. Because all his meat can be amplified, the territory's current reserve of edible meat alone has reached tens of millions of kilograms. There are also magicians who keep promoting the growth of wheat fields. At this time, the wheat fields have grown to half a person's height. It won't be long before the wheat can be harvested. Of course, we can't just live off our savings. Before the reserved resources are exhausted, Lawson must thoroughly develop a self-sufficient internal cycle to achieve endless growth. Wow, I can't hold on any longer. Could any kind elder brother give me some food? This is a crucial time for the development of our territory, and I don't want to give up. Silly boy, we're selling refugees. We've taken in a lot of them these past few days and are selling them now. Nonsense. I won't sell it even if you kill me. This is the foundation of my future domination of the world. Announced to the world, declaration of war. The Wolf Alliance has gone too far, snatching away my innocent allies. This is intolerable. We have joined forces with the Chicken Alliance and sent 300 soldiers to attack the Wolf Alliance tomorrow. Wolf Alliance, Chicken Alliance? Who came up with these names? By the way, do you still remember the Phantom Sword Alliance? It's been several days. Why is there still no news? Logically speaking, it should arrive in the next few days. Who knows? It probably won't be that fast. It might take a few days. Look, the Lord's Guide has been refreshed. There's a new naming feature, so you can name your territory. It also refreshes the teleportation tower. There happens to be one near me. The fourth event has also been updated, and the smoke of war is everywhere. It also refreshed the world map. Oh my god, it really is a world map. There's a lot of chat going on in the channel. Even notices announced to the world were flying everywhere. Lawson has also discovered public goods in the mall these days. Public goods, as the name suggests, are things that are brought by the owner, not sold by the Lord. Use the iron coins obtained by killing monsters to purchase public goods. Currently, there is only a small speaker on the shelves for public goods, and once purchased, the channel will be notified. Each small trumpet is sold for 30 iron coins. Each monster can only drop a few iron coins, and if you are lucky, you can only drop 8 or 9 at most. Therefore, the price of 30 iron coins is estimated to be affordable only by the Alliance, which relies on its large population and strength, while other territories simply cannot afford it. Seeing that others were discussing it again, Rosen couldn't wait to turn to the first page of the Lord's Guide and saw the refreshed events and the naming prompts. The first thing that pops up is a translucent text prompt on the first page. Please give your territory a name. It will appear as stone tablets around the territory to remind everyone of its name. I hope this place can become the center of the world, with peace all year round. Let's call it the Taiping Territory. Rosen thought for a moment and filled in the word peaceful. Once the name is filled in, the prompt disappears immediately. At the top of the first page, there was a row of small words. Taiping Town, Lord's Guide, page 1. Rosen. Just keep it a town. Keep watching. Check out the new event introduction. The smoke of war is rising everywhere in the world. To help Lords adapt to the harsh realities of life ahead, we've launched the Gunsmoke and Smoke event. This event will last 3 days, during which every Lord must participate in at least one battle to hone themselves and their subjects. Whether it's a friendly or a fight to the death, after the event, each Lord will be rewarded with a Warhorse recruitment order, which can be used to recruit a Warhorse for the Lord. There will be no reward for those who fail to complete it. After seeing the introduction, Rosen was slightly stunned. Is this possible? The Lords were all fine, but they had to give them some tasks to make them fight. A Warhorse as a reward is a great temptation. I guess most people can't resist this temptation. And it's not a real war, a friendly fight is also fine. However, friendly battles sometimes turn into real wars. Seeing this, Rosen was moved. His territory was large, so naturally he didn't care much about a Warhorse. But he has a 100-fold increase. Rewarding him with a recruitment order for a Warhorse is equivalent to rewarding him with 100 horses. The number of 100 horses still made Rosen very excited. Well, there aren't any mortal enemies nearby, and they're all tiny territories. Fighting them would be a waste of time and embarrassing. I hope the Phantom Sword Alliance can get here soon. He muttered something and continued reading. Because the map has also been refreshed. The first page of the Lord's Guide records the events that have been experienced and the events that are currently being experienced. But these records don't even take up half a page. A map has been refreshed on the empty lower half of the page. You can also zoom in and out. It was a white map, the size of a palm. There are countless lines drawn on the map. Every area enclosed by lines is blank, with no information other than the name of the area. Chapter 99: Successfully Communicating with the Undead. Each blank area surrounded by dotted lines has a few small words on it, which say the name of the area. It is impossible to get any specific information from the map. You can only see the name of the area you are in and your location within the area. For example, It can tell you how far away you are from the point on the map and how far away you are from the area you leave. The dotted lines in the picture also have introductions, representing mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers are all dotted lines, surrounding and dividing areas. However, since the dotted lines are the same, it is impossible to distinguish where the mountain is and where the river is. But it can be seen from this map that the area on this map is definitely not a world map. It is very likely just a corner of the world. Moreover, the many dotted lines above represent that the surrounding area is not entirely forested, but is surrounded by mountains everywhere. Only the areas surrounded by mountains are plains. Darkstream Domain, Great Square Domain, Group of Monsters Domain, Plains Domain. Densely packed, dozens of areas. The place where Rosen is located is the plain area, which is a slightly larger area among the dozens of areas. Click on the plain area and the map will immediately enlarge. Soon, Rosen found the only sign in the area. He represents the location of his territory. Right in the center of the plains, the location is pretty good. There was just a blank space around, and nothing could be seen. And it is even harder to tell how big his area is, because there is no distance display, let alone any reference. If you want to know how big the plain is, you can probably only figure it out after you explore the mountains on the edge. It's useless for now. After closing the Lord's Guide, Rosen slowly walked out of the room. I heard from others that the teleportation tower has been refreshed. He had never seen this thing before, so he came out to see if there was any nearby. Walking into the yard, Rosen looked around but saw nothing. But at this moment, Kitano Nozomi hurried in. Her dysmenorrhea has almost gone away, and her body has recovered to its full vitality. My lord, a very tall white tower has appeared in the distance. Oh, it really appeared? Rosen was stunned and walked out of the Lord's mansion directly. Walk out of the Lord's mansion and come to the vast territory. Without the obstruction of the wall, Rosen could also see a tall white tower standing in the distance. I just can't see it all. So Rosen quickly came to the wall at the edge of the territory and climbed up the arrow tower. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. Standing on the arrow tower, there are no obstacles around you, and you can see the teleportation tower clearly. It was a very tall and large white tower. It towers into the clouds, like a building with dozens of floors. The slender tower, like a graceful woman, is fascinating. Looking at the distance to the arrow tower, it is at least 10 kilometers. That place seems to be the territory of the Justice League. A teleportation tower, as the name suggests, is a tower capable of teleporting over long distances. Getting it is like getting a plane that can teleport. Strategically speaking, teleportation towers are extremely important. Rosen came down from the arrow tower and immediately gave the order. Immediately notify the barracks to send troops and take over the arrow tower as Taiping Town. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. By the way, have them investigate the purpose of the teleportation tower and report back to me. Yes. Seeing Rosen so serious, Kitano nodded seriously and immediately went to notify the barracks. After giving the instructions, Rosen put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the Lord's mansion. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind the future development direction of the Lords. First, there is the territory. The people have it too. The map also appeared, and each area was surrounded by mountains. In other words, each area was difficult to contact with the outside world. How should closed areas develop? It must be war, unification, war again, and unification again. Finally complete the Great Unification. Even if the Great Unification is really achieved, we can completely control one side and enjoy family happiness alone. But a teleportation tower appeared. Rosen was certain that there would be a teleportation tower in every area. It is impossible that some areas have it and some areas don't. If every area has a teleportation tower, it will be difficult to enjoy family time even if the closed areas are unified in the future. Because the enemy can attack you through the teleportation tower. In other words, no matter what, it is difficult to enjoy a peaceful life. Only by developing strength can you survive permanently. Thinking of this, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. Is this Lord Guide a human or a god? What exactly does it want to do? Or is it planning some huge conspiracy? Or as it is written in the novel, the world is a chessboard. All living beings are chess pieces, and they plan for the sky. Or do you want the lords to be generals, the civilians to be soldiers, and dye the sky with blood? Rosen admitted that he had thought too much. Shaking his head, he went to practice necromancy. They say they are practicing necromancy, but in reality, they are just imagining the dead. If he had not experienced life and death once and become stronger mentally than before, he would not have been able to hold on at all. If you fantasize about dead people every day, a normal person will sooner or later become neurotic. Sitting in the yard, closing my eyes and daydreaming, I imagined a cemetery, surrounded by darkness and silence, with only the pale moonlight. There was a pile of bones on the ground, with scattered skulls piled there irregularly. Brothers and sisters, can you feel that I am thinking of you? If you can, please give me a response, okay? It's been 4 days. If you keep thinking like this, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Rosen muttered in his mind. But just as he finished muttering, the skeleton on the ground suddenly moved and grabbed his ankle, scaring Rosen so much that he shuddered and almost jumped up. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw that he was in the courtyard of the Lord's mansion. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. No, am I sensing a response from the skeleton? This means I must have successfully broken through the barrier with the undead. Thinking of this, Rosen quickly waved and called Lucy, who was standing drowsy beside him, and ordered, "Go and call Vivian to me." Soon, Vivian was brought over by Lucy. "Greetings, Lord." Vivian bowed respectfully to Rosen. Since she taught Rosen magic and was considered Rosen's master, she was exempted from the gift. When Rosen saw him, he quickly said, "I just felt the response from the undead creatures. What should I do next?" "What? Sensed it?" Vivian was slightly surprised. Because with Rosen's talent, he couldn't sense it that quickly. "Yes, I felt a skeleton grabbing my foot. I don't know if it was an illusion." Rosen thought about it carefully, but was not very sure. Because that feeling is very real, yet very unreal. "My lord, I will teach you a summoning spell. Let's see if you can summon undead creatures." Vivian spoke word by word. "In the burial ground, wander the souls unwilling to fall. Please heed my call. Come out, my friend." Chapter 100 Improved Spell. Magic spells are the medium that magicians must recite to cast magic. Some people say that this is a bridge to communicate with magical elements, while others say that spells contain different rules, which when recited will cause the rules to vibrate, thus creating magic. Every magic spell is the result of countless careful considerations by our predecessors. As soon as Vivian finished chanting the spell, Rosen's keen senses detected the aura of the undead appearing around him. The space in front of Vivian began to wriggle, and a space door opened. Then a small skeleton holding a bone stick walked out of the space gate. The skeleton appears, and the space gate disappears. This little skeleton, with a faint spiritual fire flickering in its eyes, looks very unusual. Because normal skeletons are all dead silent. Not only does she have spiritual fire in her eyes, but she also has weapons in her hands. It must not be an ordinary skeleton. "My lord, cast the spell just like I did. Each undead creature will appear for half an hour and then go back. If your magic power is strong enough, you can make them stay longer. If your mental power is even stronger, you can summon even more powerful undead creatures. You can try it too." Vivian gave a long explanation. The little skeleton stood by and would not move without her order. After listening to Vivian's explanation, Rosen pretended to raise his hands and began to recite magic spells. "In the burial ground, wander the souls that refuse to fall. Please heed my call. Come out, my friend." As soon as the spell was finished, a breath of undead spirits came from the surroundings. This proves that Rosen is also communicating with undead creatures. However, after the breath arrived, no reaction occurred. "What's going on? I feel the breath of the undead, but why doesn't it appear?" Rosen was confused. Vivian also looked puzzled. She frowned and muttered to herself, "It shouldn't be like this. Is there any other spell for me to try?" Rosen finally attributed the reason to the spell. Vivian said seriously, "I only know 2 spells. Even I can't use the other one. You must reach a high level of magic to use it. If you use it without enough magic power and mental strength, it will suck the person dry. At best, you will become an idiot, and at worst, you will bleed to death." "Hiss, it's so scary, let's just forget it." Rosen gasped. The side effects of magic are much more serious than those of warriors. It seems better to be careful in the future. But why can't I summon it? Is it that the posture is wrong? So Rosen changed his posture and recited the spell several times, but still nothing happened. After trying several times, Rosen had no choice but to give up. Finally, when Vivian left, she taught Rosen the method of meditation to restore his magic power and mental strength. According to the previous life, magic power belongs to the molecular level. Fire magician senses the fire element and uses it to absorb for cultivation. Rosen is an undead, so naturally he can sense the dark element. Meditation means emptying your mind and letting your mind wander. Simply put, it means to enter the dark elements with your mind and play with them to achieve recovery. But if you want to go further and improve your magical realm, you can only leave it to time and perception. Vivian left. Her little skeleton also disappeared out of thin air. Rosen was still unwilling to give up and kept changing his chanting posture, trying to summon his little skeleton. The posture should be fine. Maybe it's the spell that's causing the problem? Try changing the words. Thinking of this, Rosen continued to chant. In the burial ground, wandering souls unwilling to fall. Please obey my call. Come out, my servant. There was no movement around. In the burial ground, wander the souls that refuse to fall. Please heed my call. Come out, Pikachu. Still no movement. Little skeleton, please obey my call. Come out. The space trembled. Damn, this works. Rosen was stunned that the spell he had casually modified could actually be used like this. Doesn't that mean that when I meet a magician of the same type in the future, it will take me less time to chant the spell? Rosen quickly looked forward. The space in front of him was tearing apart, and a small black skeleton emerged. Black? Aren't all skeletons white? Rosen was dumbfounded. This little skeleton also has spiritual fire in its mind, but it has no weapons. After appearing, it just stood there blankly, as if it had no independent consciousness at all. How can you have any attack power when you are so thin? Little skeleton, attack me, let me see your strength. Rosen immediately gave it an order. Of course, the command is not spoken with the mouth because it cannot understand. It was Rosen who communicated with him using his mental power. The summoned creatures had a spiritual connection with him. Vivian also mentioned this during the teaching a few days ago. If a summoned creature is killed, the summoner himself will also suffer mental trauma. So give the command with your mind, and it will do it. After receiving the order, the black skeleton rushed towards Rosen. The foot bone stepped on the ground, making a clicking sound. As it ran, its joints cracked again. The little skeleton came to Rosen and attacked with his bone arms. Rosen quickly reached out to block it. Bang! When the two collided, Rosen felt a huge force. Don't be fooled by the fact that this little skeleton looks skinny and weak without any flesh on its body. It is not only very strong, but also has very hard bones. If it were willing to sharpen its bones into a blade, its attack power would definitely be stronger than that of an iron sword. It's probably equivalent to the strength of a warrior. It's easy to beat up a few grown men. This is the evaluation given by Rosen. After learning about its strength, Rosen ordered it to go back. Soon, it disappeared into the air and turned into nothingness. From now on, Rosen, is also a magician. Oh no, to be precise, he should be a magician's apprentice. Because in order to reach the level of a first-level magician, one must be able to cast at least 2 types of magic. After the previous consumption, after the little skeleton left, Rosen felt his mental strength weaken. It is probably because my mental power is too weak, and summoning the little skeleton consumes it. It seems that it's better to use it less in the future. Wait until your magic power is strong enough to become a high-level magician before using it. Otherwise, it will feel too uncomfortable. Rosen rubbed his head and went into his room to sleep. It was evening. Rosen was awakened by Kitano Nozomi. My lord, it's time for dinner. Kitano Wong called Rosen softly beside the bed. Is it already so late? Rosen opened his eyes and stood up reluctantly. I didn't expect that I could sleep until night. Fortunately, this sleep also replenished my energy. After a quick wash, we went to eat. By the way, how's the exploration of the teleportation tower going? Have the people we sent out come back to report? Chapter 101 The Enemy Arrives. At the dinner table, Rosen asked about the situation of the teleportation tower. Beiyuang said quickly, I was just about to report it. Commander Zhao has already sent someone to report that they encountered several groups of forces at the transmission tower. They tried to seize it, but were all repelled. After hearing that they were soldiers from our territory, those groups all retreated. Furthermore, Commander Zhao asked the Lord to provide instructions, saying that he had seen the usage rules written on the teleportation tower, and that it could not be activated for the time being until the checkpoint was breached. What level? Rosen continued to ask. Commander Zhao said the inscription on the teleportation tower's inscription states that each large domain is separated by mountains or rivers, forming natural barriers between domains. To cross these barriers, besides going straight through, the only way to connect is through the checkpoints between the barriers. The checkpoint is composed of huge city walls, where many primitive residents live. The city lords are very rigid and their mission is to guard the checkpoint and prohibit communication between the two areas. To enter another area, you must clear the level and make the two areas interconnected, so that the teleportation tower will be opened. And the teleportation tower can only teleport to interconnected areas, and you have to spend money to use it. How to spend the money will only be known after activating the teleportation tower. Also, the strength and number of people in the level are unknown, so we need to explore to find out. I see. So, until we clear the level, the teleportation tower won't be used for the time being. Rosen nodded and understood a lot of things. All of this seems to have been designed by someone. The checkpoint between the two domains, and the rigid lord who guards the checkpoint with his life. A teleportation tower that can teleport over long distances. The key is that you have to pay to use it. After a moment's contemplation, Rosen said, "Notify Zhao Yun that we can withdraw our troops. There's no need to waste manpower on the teleportation tower until the checkpoint is cleared. We can seize it later when it's available. After all, attacking the checkpoint is a matter of great importance, so it's not too late to consider the teleportation tower until then." Yes. Kitano Nozomi nodded. After finishing his meal, Rosen lay on the bed and continued to look at the chat channel in the Lord's Guide. After the recruitment event was over, every territory made a leap forward. The smoke of gunpowder had already been rising for half a day. In the channel, some people have already started reporting on the battle situation. God damn it, the Lord's Guide is forcing us to kill each other. Yes, I have a good relationship with the lords around me. I really don't want to start a war. Besides, I'm not sure I can defeat them. It's too bloody and inhumane. I just finished a friendly battle. 2 of my subjects died. I feel pretty good. I'm waiting for the reward. Does a friendly battle between undead people count? I don't think so. Just to be on the safe side, let's discuss it with the opposing lord and each of us kill one person. After all, only the people will die. You are so cruel. Yes, it's too cruel. Sooner or later, you will be betrayed by your subjects. Have you seen the introduction to the teleportation tower? There are actually levels. I'm so fucked. There's a teleportation tower near me, but just as I arrived with my men, I discovered it was occupied. I was so angry that I led my men to attack them. Woo-woo. All the 20 or so soldiers I brought with me died. Damn Rosen, damn Taiping Town. Woo-woo. His Taiping Town? The naming function has just been released, and someone has already developed it into a town-level power. Hiss. How terrifying. Wait, what did you say, Rosen? Is this the Rosen the Phantom Sword Alliance is going to attack? Oh my god, the Phantom Sword Alliance has hit a wall. The opponent is actually a town-level force. Actually, the town-level forces aren't that scary. After all, they're dispatched by the Alliance, which is made up of dozens of territories. What if Rosen also has an ally? It seems so. Definitely not. Rosen must have been able to develop so quickly by grabbing resources from the surrounding areas. If there was an alliance, everyone working together wouldn't be able to develop so quickly. That makes sense. Rosen is truly a ruthless villain. I hope the Phantom Sword Alliance wins. For a moment, all those who were originally optimistic about the Fantasy Sword Alliance changed their minds. After analysis, these people found that the two sides were evenly matched. Moreover, Rosen's inhumane identity was once again confirmed, leaving him in tears and speechless. Even if he had 100 mouths, he would still find it difficult to explain himself clearly. This also led to the fact that in today's acquisition process of subjects, many people were unwilling to sell to him, so he couldn't acquire many subjects at all, and had no choice but to go to the World Channel to make acquisitions. Things on the World Channel are much more expensive than those on the Regional Channel. I don't know what the reason is. Perhaps this is the difference between international and regional. After working all night, they acquired another 300 people. The night passed quietly. At noon the next day, Zhao Yun also returned. At the same time, Rosen received some exciting news. Over there is the army of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. They have already arrived and are only 12 miles away from their territory. This message was sent to him by Liponin. This Liponin was the lord who came to give gifts a few days ago. He was 12 miles away from Rosen, separated by 12 areas. According to him, when his subjects were searching for resources in the wild, they discovered an army of hundreds of people marching through the jungle and heading towards Rosen. And every time they passed a place, they would go to other people's territory to ask for food, which made people panic. When they asked for food, their excuse was, of course, "I have come hundreds of miles to help you get rid of this pest, so it is not too much to ask you to donate some supplies for military use." Faced with the request, no one dared to refuse. It is said that the territories that dared to refuse were destroyed by them, using excuses to slander them for stealing supplies from the Fantasy Sword Alliance. This incident caused all the territories that had come across the Fantasy Sword Alliance to hate it immensely. No matter how vicious Rosen was, at least he didn't rob them, and his viciousness was only in the rumors. In their hearts, the Fantasy Sword Alliance is the truly evil one. Such a huge army, to put it nicely, was asking for supplies, but to put it bluntly, every time they went to a territory, they simply ate the people there until nothing was left. But even so, no one in the channel dared to discuss it openly. Because once you dare to speak out, you will have to bear their revenge. They had just passed through their own territory. If they were held against, they might not even be able to keep their territory when they returned from the war. This information was only circulated in private chats. After receiving the notice from Liponin, Rosen developed a great liking for him. There are still many good people in the world. Not everyone wants to rob others or do things that would anger God and man. 12 miles, hundreds of people. If we don't rest in between, we can reach my territory in 2 hours at most. Thinking of this, Rosen stood up immediately. Then he took out the discus and iron rod that had not been used for many days from the storage box and started hitting them violently. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of iron colliding with iron was so harsh that it could be heard throughout the entire territory. When this voice sounded, all the busy people in the territory stopped abruptly, and 4 words suddenly popped up in their minds. Level 1 alert. Chapter 102 Pre-War Preparations. Every citizen who comes to the territory will have his or her job position and transfer assigned by the Internal Affairs Department. And simple training will also be carried out. For example, Level 1 alert, and important matters concerning life in the territory, etc. This is something that every citizen must learn after arriving. If you join the barracks, there will be more to learn. So when they heard the alert sounds that had been circulating among the people, everyone stopped what they were doing and hurried to the door of the Lord's mansion. What happened? I don't know. Let's reunite quickly. I guess something big happened. The last time the Level 1 alert sounded, there was a big beast tied. I see. It seems this isn't a trivial matter. The sound of the discus hitting each other came from the Lord's mansion. When the guards on duty heard the sound, they also started taking out spare discus and hitting. Every camp has this kind of warning discus. But apart from the Lord's mansion and the military camp, no one dared to use them easily, because they didn't know what was important and what was not. Therefore, the purpose of their spare discus is to quickly spread the sound of the first level alert throughout the entire territory. When the sound reached the barracks, all the soldiers woke up immediately, quickly changed into their battle armor, and entered combat status. Lu Bu and Zhao Yun, each with more than 50 people, rushed to the Lord's mansion at a rapid speed. The rest of the people stayed on standby, waiting for the next move. And the people who were working outside the territory, after hearing the sound, put down what they were doing and rushed to the territory. The magician camp also responded quickly after hearing the sound of Level 1 alert. For a moment, thousands of soldiers and civilians in the entire territory gathered together, operating like a huge machine and proceeding in an orderly manner. Rosen stood at the door of the Lord's mansion, followed by a group of guards and important people in the mansion. For example, Kitano Nozomi and Lucy. During these few days of getting to know each other, Lucy has become Kitano Nozomi's most capable assistant. However, it was also the first time she witnessed the territory's quick response, and she was completely shocked by the scene. Everyone is gathering. Denyo and Ernyo were also completely confused. They had no idea what was going on and were so scared that they hid behind Rosen and Lucy. Soon, the people gathered. The soldiers in the barracks have gathered, and the magician apprentices have gathered. All the people lined up in an orderly manner in the open space, waiting for the next arrangement. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu stepped out and stood next to Rosen. 5 minutes. Not too fast. Rosen muttered to himself. What do you mean 5 minutes, my lord? Is there something serious going on? Kitano Nozomi asked in a low voice. Rosen said calmly, You'll know soon. Ahem, be quiet. After coughing, Rosen raised his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Seeing Rosen's actions, everyone immediately stopped talking and cast doubtful looks at him. I believe everyone has learned about Level 1 alert. Yes, we are on alert today because an alliance is about to attack us. They are currently several miles away. Rosen said loudly, But you don't have to be nervous. Our territory is strong and powerful, with a large number of people. These bandits are nothing to worry about. I just called everyone back to prevent you from getting hurt. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the gates of the territory. Of course, I will not restrict your freedom, nor will I force you to go to the battlefield. Those who need to go home can go home, and those who need to rest can rest. Today is your day off. Rosen waved his hand and said, Disband. Everyone, go back and wait for the notice to disband the alert. Clatter. More than 1,000 people immediately scattered. So there's going to be a war. No wonder it's so serious. Hiss. Have you noticed that there are so many people in our territory? It's so densely packed. I've never seen so many people before. Yeah. I thought there were only a few hundred people, but there are over 1,000 of us working there, and I heard there are over 1,000 soldiers there too. Hiss. It's so terrifying. It's so scary, so scary. Hey, what are you two talking about? Commander. It turned out to be the battalion commander. We didn't say anything. The commander of the tree-cutting camp glared at the two men and said in a domineering tone, How powerful the territory is beyond the imagination of you newcomers. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of territory soldiers, I would personally go to the battlefield and annihilate all those who dare to covet the territory. The battalion commander is mighty. We all understand the battalion commander's heart for the territory. Humph, you can discuss the territory, but you are not allowed to damage the reputation of the territory, otherwise I will not be polite. After everyone dispersed, only the guards who were maintaining law and order and the soldiers brought by Lu Bu and Zhao Yun were left at the scene. Lu Bu took 2 steps forward, clasped his fists towards Rosen, and said, "My lord, I am willing to lead my troops to fight the enemy." "My lord, the enemy has not yet appeared. I think we should go and scout out their strength. Once we know their numbers, we can make a decision. After all, we are fighting on home soil, so the situation is still favorable to us." Zhao Yun also stepped forward, but put forward an idea that was completely different from Lu Bu's. That's the difference between the two. Rosen was speechless. It seemed like I didn't say anything, and they didn't know anything either, so they all had their own ways of dealing with it. No wonder he could become a general. His strategy and courage are unmatched. It's just that Lu Bu's mind is a little simple. Rosen looked at Lu Bu with admiration and said calmly, "Zilong is indeed attentive. I have only heard that the enemy force is approximately 800 strong and several miles to the left, but I don't know if this is true or not. If that's the case, please trouble Zilong to go there in person. I will go with Fengxian to mobilize the troops first." "Yes, I'll be back soon." Zhao Yun bowed and turned to leave. Because they have horses, they can respond quickly, so even if they are several miles away, they can return to the camp before the enemy arrives. "Fengxian, let's go to the barracks and mobilize the troops. Zhaowen, you will ascend the arrow tower and guard the gate of the territory. Forbid the people from leaving the territory. You will also be responsible for the vigilance and defense of the territory." "Yes." Jarvan hurried with the remaining 99 magic apprentices and climbed up the arrow tower. The arrow tower is high up and is guarded by a magician. It can be said that it has a natural attack advantage. Even if a large army attacks, the enemy will be deterred. As for Bei Yiwang, he naturally stayed in the Lord's mansion and was responsible for other matters. She is the most capable assistant in the Lord's mansion. Without her, Rosen would definitely be annoyed to death by the trivial matters. After making the arrangements, Rosen first changed into a set of golden armor in the Lord's mansion. Then Bei Yiwang hurriedly led his Fergana horse over. When a lord changes his armor, he naturally needs a mount. Therefore, Kitano Nozomi's action made Rosen feel that she was a promising talent. They can understand it without me having to say it, and they may even think about it more thoroughly than I do. The Arabian horse is taller than other horses and looks extremely majestic when wearing a helmet. Rosen jumped onto his horse, and the golden armor on his body and the iron armor on his horse rustled. To the barracks. The gate of the territory is a widened and thickened stone door. It was made by Rosen using stones these days. If the enemy wants to enter through the gate, they can only rely on siege vehicles. But do they have it? Of course not, because siege vehicle blueprints are too rare and the resources required to make them are extremely huge. Therefore, if they really had the strength to attack by force, they could only climb over the wall. Because the wall is only 3 meters high. However, even if you want to come in through the wall, you have to pass the magician on the arrow tower built next to the wall. Casting magic from a high vantage point will increase the damage and endurance. Chapter 103. Inspecting the troops on the battlefield. The barracks are right next to the wall. It is a large camp surrounded by wooden blocks. The block of wood was filled with sharpened wooden strips. At this moment, the soldiers were fully armed and ready for battle. There were soldiers holding bows and arrows and carrying quivers on their backs. There are soldiers with long swords. There are only these 2 types of troops in the current barracks. In addition, at the entrance of the barracks, 6 chariots were lined up in a row, and the sharp barbs on the body of the chariot were shining in the sun. The horses pulling the carts were all wearing helmets, with only their bright eyes showing. Each vehicle was manned by 3 soldiers in golden armor. One person was driving the car, while 2 others were hacking and killing people on both sides. Because the chariots were to charge into the enemy's army, they were equipped with golden armor for self-defense. Entering the barracks courtyard, there is a half-meter-high general platform built on one side of the entrance. Lu Bu and Rosen walked onto the general stage, while Luo Haizi and several other guards could only stand at the entrance and exit below the stage to guard. "Stand at attention," Lu Bu shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder. All the soldiers responded immediately. Swish, swish, swish. The orderly voice, accompanied by the vibration of iron armor, shook people's hearts. "Salute." The soldiers raised their hands and saluted Rosen. Looking at the neat steps and movements, Rosen was extremely pleased. In fact, he also came up with this set within these 3 days. because he found that it was difficult for fully armed soldiers to kneel down due to the weight and hardness of their armor. Ordinary soldiers can only kneel on one knee, and it is easy to consume physical strength. So when I watched TV in the past, whenever a war broke out and the commander inspected the military camp, the soldiers would all stand and no one would kneel. Perhaps this is the reason. However, in order to facilitate the salute, after repeated consideration, Rosen finally decided to change their inherent habits, changing the salute to a respectful gesture and changing kneeling to standing at attention. Standing at attention is a matter of attitude towards a leader, while saluting represents respect. So after the improvements, the barracks became like this. Of course, habits are hard to change. This improvement was only carried out in the large army. When there are few people or in other occasions, it is customary to kneel on one knee and report with a fist clasped. As a modern person, Rosen did not say that he had to change them beyond recognition. It's all about convenience after all. Use whichever is more convenient, it doesn't matter. My lord, we currently have 200 archers and 1,000 infantrymen. However, we only have a little over 10,000 arrows, which will be used up after only 50 volleys from the archers. If there are no more arrows, I'm afraid the archers will have to be dismantled. Well, not bad, not bad. There will be arrows. Just report these trivial matters directly to the butler in the future. Rosen nodded, quite satisfied, and said, "Let the soldiers rest here. We will dispatch when Zilong returns with news." "Yes." Lubu nodded and said, "Everyone, rest where you are." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone sat on the ground. About 20 minutes later, a horse galloped towards us, leaving a trail of dust behind. The horse's hooves stepped on the loess, causing dust to fly and leaving a trail. This person is Zhao Yun. He came and went like the wind, and it only took him 20 minutes to travel several miles back and forth. It all depends on the horse under your butt. He dismounted, saluted, and clasped his fists, saying, "My lord, I have completed my investigation. The enemy army should be 3 miles away by now. Their target is clearly coming for us. According to my observations, the enemy numbered around 1,000 men, and they were extremely poorly equipped. Most of them were armed with wooden swords and wore cloth. Furthermore, they had no siege equipment, and even only one horse. So bad." Rosen was speechless. Not to mention equipment, at least everyone should have an iron sword. You don't even have an iron sword, the most basic offensive weapon, yet you dare to lead a large army across hundreds of miles to attack others? After hearing Zhao Yun's report, even the thick-headed Lu Bu couldn't help but complain, "I surrender. Where on earth do they get the courage from? Even though they have 1,000 men and we have 1,200, they don't really think they can fight us on equal terms." Rosen muttered something, with a mixture of laughter and tears. Then look at his 1,200 soldiers. They were divided into 2 phalanxes, the infantry phalanx and the archer phalanx. Rosen let out a long sigh, then stepped onto the general's platform and declared, "This battle is about the dignity of the territory. I, the Lord, am determined to strike them with a thundering blow, to terrify them completely. After this battle, the news of this campaign will spread throughout the world, and you can give it your all and fight to your heart's content. This time, I will personally lead the army." Thanks to the regional channels, many people knew about the war and were paying attention. In order to avoid being looked down upon and threatened to snatch his possessions from others, Rosen decided to fight back with a crushing attitude. After finishing his words, Rosen began to assign tasks, saying loudly, "Zhao Yun, listen to my orders." "I'm here." Zhao Yun came to Rosen and received orders. Rosen said sternly, "This lord orders you to be the left commander, commanding 200 archers and 200 infantrymen, and to follow this lord to meet the enemy head-on." "Yes." "Lu Bu, obey my orders." Rosen said again. Lu Bu also hurriedly stepped forward, bowed, and said loudly, "I am here. This lord orders you to be the right commander. Lead the remaining infantry, hide on both sides of the forest, and cut off the enemy's retreat." "I obey your command." Lu Bu responded loudly. "Okay, set off immediately and follow me to meet the enemy." Rosen waved his hand. More than 1,000 soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Looking at the enthusiastic soldiers, Rosen was the first to mount his horse. Zhao Yun quickly took 200 archers and 200 infantrymen and followed closely. Lu Bu divided his men into 2 teams and quietly entered the forest to ambush. Before I knew it, another half hour had passed. Rosen and Zhao Yun had stopped 500 meters ahead of the territory. They will face the opposing army here. There are few trees around the territory, and after continuous mining over the past few days, the area within 1,000 meters has become empty. Only 1,000 meters away is there a forest of trees. For 100 people, not many. Although well-equipped, the Fantasy Sword Alliance, with an army of thousands, will definitely not be intimidated. Rosen follows this mentality, seducing first and then fighting back. In the forest, a small horse was walking unsteadily. There were 2 long teams in front and behind the horses. These men were dressed in linen, and most of them were armed with wooden swords. After running for hundreds of miles, his clothes were already dirty and turned black. Sitting on the pony was a burly man with a full beard. He is also the only one in the army who can wear full body equipment. This person is none other than Huan Wuxia, the leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. Report. Leader, the vanguard has emerged from the woods and is only a mile away from Rosen's territory. But we've spotted a large group of 300 to 400 men 500 meters away. They're well-equipped, equipped with armor and swords, and they appear to be preparing to stop us. At this time, a soldier trotted over and knelt in front of Huan Wuxia to report the situation. Chapter 104. The battle begins. Oh, it must be the Rosen thief. He must have known about our impending arrival and came to fight us. I just didn't expect that little Rosen would be so courageous, with only 300 or 400 men, to dare to fight against my 1,000-man army. Huan Wuxia sneered. But they are well-equipped. Each one is equipped with iron armor and iron swords. 2 of them are shining with gold, and they may even be equipped with the legendary golden armor. The soldier who reported it explained with an embarrassed look on his face. Humph, it's precisely because he's well-equipped that we came here. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to travel hundreds of miles and spend so many days walking? With only 300 or 400 people, no matter how well-equipped they are, as the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Huan Wuxia said excitedly. Notify the entire army to speed up and advance. Yes. The soldiers also felt that the leader's words made sense and immediately trotted and shouted loudly. All troops, speed up. All troops, speed up. All troops, speed up. Clatter, clatter. The army quickened its pace, and everyone was very excited. Because they were about to reach their destination. Only when the war was over could they stop running around for several days and have a good meal. In fact, deep down they don't want to fight. We are all civilians, and we fight only to have enough food to eat. Because only by serving in the army can you get a stable daily supply of food. As an ordinary citizen, you have to eat one meal and go hungry the next, and there is no fixed food at all. Although they were reluctant to travel around and fight, they were eliminating harm for the people, and they could also get a lot of food by eliminating the harm, so they were all excited at this time. Outside the forest, in the open space, there were 400 fully armed soldiers. They are well-equipped and well-trained. Just standing there, they looked neat and orderly. At the head of the 400 men were 6 chariots arranged in a row. 3 on the left, 3 on the right. Rosen is in the middle. At this moment, Rosen had dismounted and placed a table and chairs in front of him. He was leaning back in his chair, drinking juice leisurely. Lu Bu and Zhao Yun guarded him on his left and right. It looked as if they were not welcoming the enemy, but welcoming friends from afar. Sir, the enemy has begun to form up. Suddenly, groups of civilian soldiers began to emerge from the forest. They began to line up 200 meters in front of Rosen. In a short while, the army of thousands of people was assembled, looking like a black mass. But in the eyes of Rosen and others, these people were like a mob and could not withstand a single blow. Although there are many people, the 400 people in the front camp are not at all inferior. What's more, there are 800 people hiding in the forest. Leader, they have chariots. When the army was lining up, someone reported to him. Huan Wuxia naturally noticed it as well, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he said excitedly, just a few cars. Once we grab them, they'll be ours. All right. After the army had formed up, a man riding a pony and wearing dirty iron armor walked out of the camp, looked at Rosen from a distance, and asked loudly, Hey, I am Huan Wuxia, leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. I am sending troops to fight the enemy and follow the will of heaven. Who are you to dare to stand in my way? The pony is very small, only half the height of a person. It was not difficult to hold up Huan Wuxia, but it was very difficult to move him around. A pony that is half a person's height, when ridden on, is only a head taller than the person standing. If Huan Wuxia hadn't walked out of the crowd, Rosen would have thought he was just taller. So when the soldiers of Taiping Town saw their leader riding a pony, they couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Zhao Yun coughed and cleared his throat. Seeing that his lord remained silent, he responded, I am the lord of Taiping Town, a subordinate of Rosen, also known as Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. A mere small alliance dares to send troops. My lord has been waiting for your respect. After saying this, Zhao Yun raised his hands high. The soldiers behind him understood and shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The sound was deafening, and the fighting spirit was high. Then Zhao Yun lowered his arms, and the soldiers stopped shouting. Hiss, no wonder they're so arrogant. They've already grown into a town-level force, a force of 1,500 men. Excluding the elderly, the sick, and women, there should be at least 1,000 combat-capable soldiers. Why are there so few of them? Could it be that I arrived too suddenly, and the others were working somewhere else, and didn't come back in time? Huan Wuxia took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Is there an ambush in the city?" Just as he was thinking, the deputy leader who had been following him spoke up and said quickly, "Leader, the town-level forces must have a lot of good things. Look at the wall behind them. The area covered is quite large. Maybe it's filled with food. Humph, it might as well be filled with soldiers." Huan Wuxia rolled his eyes and analyzed. "We can't guarantee a complete victory against a town-level force, especially when we don't know their equipment. But their leader dared to bring such a small number of people to fight. This is a godsend opportunity. As long as we capture their leader, their territory will be easily conquered. Yes, leader, you are so talented. To prevent them from hiding in our territory, let's attack quickly and end this battle quickly. Even if all these people die, it will be worth it if we can get endless food and countless weapons and armor." "You're right. Look at the armor they're wearing. It's brand new. I'm envious of it." Huan Wuxia was already overwhelmed by the supplies and raised his arms like Zhao Yun. How dare a mere young general call himself Zhao Yun? "Soldiers, listen to my orders. Capture their leader alive, and I will reward you with 100 kilograms of flesh. Kill him." Huan Wuxia waved his hand. Everyone immediately rushed towards Rosen's formation excitedly. "Capture the lord alive, and you will be rewarded with 100 kilograms of meat." They fought for food. So when they heard about the reward, they all went crazy. "When I return to the territory after the war, maybe my lord will even appoint me as deputy lord. 100 kilograms of meat is a valuable resource for any territory. You can even take this meat and go to any territory to ask for a small official position. Kill." Huan Jian quickly gathered a large number of people, and they formed a line and charged forward. When the enemy rushed over, Rosen's soldiers naturally would not sit and wait for death. Rosen sat at the wooden table and signaled Zhao Yun to make arrangements. Zhao Yun quickly raised his hands and pressed them down. Seeing his action, the rows of infantry behind him immediately spread out to both sides. After the spread, the archers suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. "Release the arrow." 2 words came out of Zhao Yun's mouth. 200 archers immediately drew their bows and began to shoot. Whoosh, swoosh, whoosh whoosh, swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a large rain of arrows fell from the sky. Everyone in the Fantasy Sword Alliance was dumbfounded, especially since they had already rushed over 100 meters, and the people in the front were all within the range. "Scratch it. Hide quickly." The soldiers were dumbfounded and frantically searched for cover. But the arrow is very fast. Chapter 105. Destroy the Phantom Sword Alliance. As soon as they thought of finding cover, a rain of arrows fell head-on, piercing their heads and chests. For a moment, screams were heard and blood was splattered. Alliance leader, they have bows and arrows, and we don't even have armor. All the soldiers who are shot down are basically dead. There is no way we can break through." Another soldier, wearing only a helmet and an iron sword, ran to Huan Wuxia to report. This man only has half of his equipment, which shows that his identity is also very important. He was not only the general commanding the front army, but also an ally of the Phantom Sword Alliance and the lord of the territory. "Don't be afraid. I don't believe they have so many arrows. Order them to keep charging." Huan Wuxia didn't care at all and spoke sharply. So the soldiers did not receive any orders to retreat and could only charge forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But no one could get to Rosen. What's more, there were several rows of infantrymen guarding Rosen who had just moved over. These infantrymen are just waiting for them to rush in so that they can be hacked and killed. Arrows, round after round. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen rounds were fired. The ground was covered with corpses and the smell of blood was overwhelming. At least those who were lucky enough not to be shot to death were injured. Even if he rushed in front of the soldiers, he had no fighting power and was eventually hacked to death. "Leader, we can't do this. Hundreds of them have already died, and it seems they have endless arrows. If this continues, we'll all be shot to death." The soldiers did not dare to charge any further and stopped outside the range of the arrows, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, the battlefield was like hell on earth, which was terrifying. That's true. But this also proves that Rosen has abundant resources. If we can get them, we will definitely become the largest alliance in this region. Huan Wuxia is still keeping an eye on Rosen's resources. Actually, there is one more thing I haven't said. Not only will they become the largest alliance in the region, but his territory will also become the largest territory in the region. Thinking of this, Huan Wuxia felt that he could not wait any longer, so he said fiercely, "Give the order, everyone, charge forward. Including this leader, everyone, charge forward." "Yes. Go ahead. Kill." The Fantasy Sword Alliance launched another charge, but this time, everyone charged forward. The remaining 700 or 800 people all went up. Because they lacked armor, the enemy had bows and arrows. A full charge would cause massive casualties, and they might be completely wiped out, but they no longer cared. Instead of being consumed wave by wave, it is better to fight hard. Keep shooting. Rosen sat on the table and chair, giving orders calmly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A salvo. Second salvo. 3 salvos. Another 9 volleys. Half of the people who rushed onto the battlefield died, and in the blink of an eye, the army of more than 1,000 people was reduced to only 300 or 400 people. This is the disadvantage of not having armor. However, these 300 or 400 people also rushed to the front of the infantry. The infantry will not move for now. The tanks will charge forward and continue to consume the enemy. Rosen gave the next order. The archer withdrew. The infantry remained motionless. The soldiers in golden armor mounted their horses and began to charge in their chariots. Drive. Knock, knock, knock. The chariot wheels turned. The wheel turned, and the wolf-tooth barbed club engraved on the wheel also turned rapidly. Hiss, what a horrible wheel. How despicable. They actually installed iron barbs. Quick, get out of the way. For a moment, the crowd was in chaos. The tank rushed into the crowd like a meat grinder. The soldiers without any defensive equipment were hit by the wheels and were all crushed and sent flying, falling to the ground. For a moment, screams rang out again. Woo woo, I want to go home. Run. Demons, they are all demons. I don't want to fight anymore, run. Although there were only 6 chariots. Although there are still 300 or 400 enemies. But when the chariots were deployed, they frightened hundreds of people, and they all dropped their weapons and fled madly in all directions. This shows how terrifying the power of the chariot is. Master, the soldiers are defeated and starting to flee. Let's run too. In the crowd, Huan Wuxia was dumbfounded. He was riding on his pony, not knowing which way to go. A loyal soldier came running over, reporting loudly as he ran. The shouting and screaming were so deafening that no one knew whether the leader heard it or not. But just as he finished shouting, the leader Huan Wuxia turned his horse around and galloped towards the depths of the forest. "Sir, should we give chase?" Zhao Yun asked from the side. Rosen said calmly, "No need. Leave the finishing touches to Lu Bu. I just didn't expect them to be so weak. Our infantry hasn't even moved yet." "Yeah, I didn't expect them to be so weak." Rosen and Zhao Yun waited there. Let the fleeing soldiers run around. Except for a few soldiers running around. Most of the soldiers fled into the forest, preparing to return the same way they came. Especially Huan Wuxia, who was riding a horse and running in the front. Some of the soldiers who followed him were hanging far behind him. But just when they had gone a short distance into the forest, a sudden crashing sound came from both sides. With a cry of kill, countless armored soldiers poured out of the forest. Moreover, the number of soldiers pouring out was even greater than the ones they had just faced head-on. This scene completely frightened them. Even Huan Wuxia, who was riding on the track, couldn't help but pee. Hiss. The pony whined in dissatisfaction. Gee, kill. The crowd rushed out and hacked at anyone they saw. The soldiers who were chopped off were terrified, especially those who saw that they could not escape, and they surrendered one after another. The soldier who ran the longest distance used all his strength. Time slowly turned to afternoon. The forest fell into silence. Only a few figures appeared from time to time, escorting the captured enemy soldiers towards the territory. "My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. We've captured 328 soldiers and 8 lords alive. We've also seized 200 iron swords, 12 sets of armor, and 6 boxes of military supplies. We've also captured the 4 lords who were watching the show, along with over 20 of their guards. This equipment is too little." Rosen couldn't help but want to complain. There are 1,000-man army, but only 200 iron swords. That's all. You dare to covet other people's territory. I don't know where they get their ambition and courage from. However, when he heard that there was actually a lord watching the show, he was speechless. It turns out there are quite a few brave people. Can you watch Rosen's plays whenever you want? Rosen said calmly. Take them all back to the territory. Also, what are our casualties? Yes, we suffered a total of 10 casualties. These occurred during the pursuit. 7 soldiers were successfully ambushed and slightly wounded by the enemy, and 3 soldiers were ambushed along the way and killed. Lu Bu reported one by one. Chapter 106 Channel Announcement. After listening to Lu Bu's report, Rosen was somewhat surprised. Although the enemy army was in disarray, it still had combat effectiveness. Moreover, in every territory, there are always a few diehard subjects, so it is normal for them to rebel fiercely and lose soldiers. If the territory doesn't even have a few loyal soldiers, then the Lord's position is really in vain. 1,200 men against 1,000. The enemy was completely wiped out, and the leader was captured alive. But just now there were 10 casualties. This achievement is already remarkable, because when two armies fight, only when they are evenly matched will the most casualties occur. And in overwhelming battles, casualties are minimal. But the casualty ratio is only 100 to 1, which is still terrifying. Rosen said calmly, "For the soldiers who died, we will distribute supplies to their families if they have any. We will also find a good feng shui location outside the territory to build a cemetery for them and erect a tombstone with their life's achievements to comfort their souls." As for the enemy's corpses, they were all cremated. With Rosen's arrangement, another cemetery was added outside the territory. As the facilities become more complete and the welfare becomes better, Rosen firmly believes that the territory will become stronger and stronger. After the order was given, everyone returned to the court. The army entered the territory one after another, escorting hundreds of captured enemy soldiers. When everyone returned, a public message suddenly appeared at the top of the Lord's Guide area channel, announcing it to the entire area. The Taiping Town territory annihilated the Phantom Sword Alliance army and won a resounding victory. A message has been hanging on the regional channel for a long time without disappearing. Let everyone chatting here see it. All of a sudden, the regional channel exploded. Countless people gasped in shock, amazed by her beauty. Hiss! The Phantom Sword Alliance was wiped out. Oh my god, the Phantom Sword Alliance sent out over 1,000 people. How could they be wiped out, and completely wiped out? Wait, didn't you notice it's Taiping Town? Could it be that Rosen has become a town-level power? Damn, it's developing so fast. How is it possible? His town-level forces have appeared again. I heard on the World Channel that several town-level forces have appeared. It is said that the total number of people in the territory of a town-level force must reach 1,500. His town-level power, so terrifying. This Rosen is so mysterious. By the way, what the hell is this district-wide suspension notice? There's even an introduction on the side. I'll go check it out. Region-wide notices are updated gradually after the Gunsmoke and Smoke event occurs. Once a large-scale battle involving more than 1,000 people occurs, the Lord's Guide will automatically post a floating notice. In other words, everything we do is under the Lord's Guide's attention. It's a shame that I can't see the battle scene. It's really a shame. I didn't expect someone to reach town-level power in just over half a month. It's terrifying. I guess he's the only one in our entire district who has reached town-level power. That's not necessarily true. Remember the great generals, state-level officials, super special forces soldiers, and financial tycoons of your past life? They were able to use a small amount of startup capital or influence to gradually climb to the top of the world's highest ranks. They were the real world's top elites. Could they stop advancing in this world? That's true. People like him would be geniuses in any era. Take that guy named Yun, for example. He was able to build a massive corporation with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions with just his mouth. Maybe in this world, he's already become a town-level power, but he's just been hiding it. For a time, everyone in the regional channel listed Rosen as one of the top elites. No one dared to look down on him anymore. As for the words, following the will of heaven to punish the enemy, they never appeared. Town-level power is no joke. The only ones who could stand up to them were alliances. And with such a large alliance as the Phantom Sword Alliance wiped out, who else would be able to fight them? Rosen was completely unaware of the heated discussions within the Lord's Guide. He didn't even know that he had become a hot topic among the public. He had just returned to the Lord's mansion, and Bei Yuang was taking off his armor. Rosen turned his back to Kitano Nozomi and opened his arms. Kitano Nozomi circled around him, her little hands constantly wandering over his body. The golden armor was removed in a short while, and Rosen was left with only cloth clothes. Bei Yuang hung the golden armor on the wooden stake and said respectfully, "My lord, the bath water is ready. Do you want to take a bath? Well, take a shower." Rosen nodded and turned to walk behind the screen. Kitano Wang knew that he didn't like others to serve him when he took a bath, so he waited outside the screen. Rosen sat in the tub, soaking in the hot water and enjoying the quiet moment. War is cruel, and no one likes war. Rosen didn't like it either. But the world is so cruel. Only by showing your strength will others dare to respect you. Suddenly, Rosen felt a heat in his body. It made him sit up straight quickly. An internal force emanated from his dantian and spread out in all directions, strengthening his skin and flesh and increasing his strength. At the same time, the sense of smell, vision, and hearing have increased dramatically. Suddenly, he seemed like a different person. This is a breakthrough. The second stage of martial artist. Rosen was shocked and his face was filled with joy. The number of people in the territory had reached more than 2,900 before the battle. According to the rules of faith of the people, at the warrior level, for every 100 people who believe in Rosen, his power will be promoted by a small level. When the number reaches 1,000, they will break through the warrior level and reach the martial artist level. Since there are more than 2,000 people, most of them bought the shares in the past few days. It will take time for their loyalty to increase. So until now, after the war, the loyalty of the subjects has been rising sharply. In the time it took to take a shower, the number of people whose loyalty level reached over 80 exceeded 2,000. Therefore, his realm reached the second level of martial artist. This excited Rosen. However, the realm of this world is not as outrageous as described in novels. In the novels he had read, warriors were invulnerable to swords and guns, and martial artists could even fly over rooftops and walls. That was all nonsense. When he was at the warrior realm, his own strength was similar to that of a super special forces soldier in his previous life, and the difference in each small realm was not much. At present, becoming a martial artist only improves one's outlook on life and values, and is far from exceeding the limits of human beings. It is similar to the masters in those short videos in the previous life. He can split marble with his bare hands and withstand attacks from iron rods without any problems. Feeling the heat in his dantian, Rosen touched the towel and wanted to get up. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a towel. Rosen said helplessly, "Kitano, you forgot to prepare a towel for me." I'll bring it to you right away." Kitano Wong was stunned and quickly took a linen towel and handed it to Rosen. Her face flushed slightly as she stood in front of the bucket holding a towel and handed it to Rosen. Rosen stared at Kitano Wong's body without moving. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes, and his heart was struggling to the limit. Chapter 107 Pushing Kitano. As a man with no experience. Oh no, if you don't have experience, you can never be considered a man. This is also the reason why Rosen can endure. Because I have never experienced it, I don't really want to think about it. But looking at Kitano Nozomi's tender look, Rosen felt that he had reached a critical point. He suddenly wondered why he had to endure this. I provide them with food and drinks myself, and if I don't take the initiative, she will definitely feel embarrassed to take the initiative. If it really doesn't work, just be proactive. Rosen's heart was filled with ripples, and his eyes were fixed on Kitano. This made Kitano Nozomi blush, as if she knew what he was thinking. "Lord, towel." Kitano Wong reminded with a red face. Ahem. Rosen coughed and walked directly out of the bucket. This scene almost made Kitano Wong faint, and he quickly lowered his head. "Well, this lord, cough, this lord is tired, you wipe it for me." Rosen thought for a long time before he came up with a suitable excuse. Kitano Wong did not refuse and slowly wiped Rosen. But as you wipe, you will always accidentally touch something. Rosen turned around, picked up Kitano Wong, and threw him on the bed. "Lord, there is bright moonlight in front of the bed and 2 pairs of shoes on the ground. The wind is howling outside, while spring is everywhere inside." At the same time, outside the house, under the eaves, Lucy stared at the window, her eyes filled with anger. She even wanted to rush in to rescue Sister Kitano. "Evil human lord, I don't know what I did wrong to deserve such punishment. The sky is dark and the moon is bright." No words were spoken all night. This night was also a night when Rosen was surprisingly not in the group. This caused many passers-by who wanted to discuss trades with Rosen in the regional channel to be extremely disappointed. "Forget it, don't wait. He might not show up. Hey, I've accumulated a few more people, waiting to exchange them for food. He shows up at this time every day, so where is he today? Who knows? They've already developed into a town-level territory. Maybe they're busy." The next morning, Rosen removed the snow-white arm that was pressing on him and climbed down from the bed. Kitano Wong was still sleeping. Maybe it was for various reasons, but she was very tired. Since Kitano Nozomi was no longer serving him, Lucy was the one serving him this morning. Lucy looked obviously unwell, as if she hadn't had enough rest. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Rosen was in a good mood and spoke gently. However, Lucy didn't appreciate it at all and said angrily, "Lord, what did Sister Kitano do wrong that you have to punish her like that?" As a subordinate, although she was very angry, she also knew her limits, so although she had some intention of pressing the issue, she still kept a low profile. Forehead. Rosen was slightly startled, and the scene of last night popped up in his mind. His face immediately turned red, and he said speechlessly, "You saw everything? You left the window open." Rosen. Fortunately, It was Lucy who saw it. If the male leader saw it, Rosen promised that he would make him have an accident. Well, I'm not punishing her. On the contrary, she really likes me being like that. If you don't believe me, you can ask her, but you have to wait until she wakes up. Rosen smiled slightly and peeled an egg. The eggs are better than ever. Report. Greetings to the Lord, Miss Lucy. A maid came hurriedly and bowed quickly. Because Lucy is Kitano Nozomi's most capable assistant and handles many things, her status has also risen accordingly, and ordinary maids have to greet her when they see her. Rosen said calmly, "Speak." "My lord, someone came out from the outer court recruitment office and wants to see you, my lord." Another famous general? Rosen was stunned and immediately asked, "What does that person look like?" "That man? Well, he's tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looks quite formidable." "Forget it, it's better not to describe it. Let him in." Rosen waved his hand. According to the maid's introduction, he had no idea who it was. But the maid quickly brought the man in. Also coming in at the same time were the guards of the mansion, who were Luo Haizi's men. The Lord's mansion currently has no guards, so Luo Haizi and a team of people were directly assigned to guard the Lord's mansion. Their appearance was to protect Rosen in case someone came with bad intentions. The man was just as the maid described, with a burly build, thick eyebrows and big eyes. But Rosen didn't recognize the man, so he looked at his information. When Rosen saw this person's information, he was shocked and stood up immediately. "Your subordinate, Dian Wei, greets the Lord." Dian Wei knelt down and kowtowed to Rosen. He did not get up without Rosen's order. Evil Dian Wei once avenged his friend by parading his enemy's head through the streets, hundreds of people afraid to approach. He could also drive a tiger across a stream, leaving behind an enduring legend and a great reputation. Seeing Dian Wei, Rosen was overjoyed and quickly said, "General Dian, please stand up. With General Dian's help, this lord will be even more powerful." "Thank you, Lord." Dian Wei stood up and stood aside respectfully. "General Dian, I appoint you as the General of Infantry, commanding all infantry. I will personally take you to the barracks later." "Yes." "General Dian, you haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together." Rosen waved his hand and asked him to come over. Dian Wei initially declined, but only after Rosen's continued invitation did he dare to go to the table. It's early in the morning, and he's a very loyal warrior. It's not too much to ask him to have a meal with you. It is said that Lu Bu is invincible on horseback, and Dian Wei is invincible on foot. After Rosen met Dian Wei, the plan for the military camp became completely clear to him. After dinner, Kitano Nozomi also woke up. When Dian Wei saw Bei Yuan coming out from behind the screen, he immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks, knelt down, and said, "Subordinate Dian Wei pays homage to the mistress." Kitano Nozomi. "What happened? Who is this person?" Kitano looked at Rosen with a confused look on his face. Rosen explained to her, and Bei Wang realized that this was Rosen's new general. He quickly said, "General Dian Wei, please stand up. I am only the Lord's steward." "This?" Dian Wei looked suspicious. He clearly came out of the Lord's bedroom. How could he be just a butler? Seeing that Kitano Wang did not dare to admit his new identity, Rosen smiled and said, "Yes, he is my butler and wife." Yes, I understand." Kitano Nozomi blushed. Lucy looked confused. "What happened?" "Rosen is a responsible man. Since you've slept with her, it's not too much to ask her to be your wife. She is so virtuous and capable, and she manages her territory in an orderly manner. This is the right person for your wife. Kitano, come and have dinner with us." Rosen waved his hand, obviously treating her as one of his own. But Kitano Wang still thought he was a slave, so he didn't dare to go to the table and kept refusing. It was not until Rosen became a little more firm that she sat down next to him tremblingly. Chapter 108 Military Camp Reform. In this world of strict rules, Rosen's actions are undoubtedly to prove her status to others. This touched Kitano Nozomi very much. Wife and housekeeper. Seems like a good name. After dinner, Rosen went out with Bei Yuan, Dian Wei, and several guards from the city lord's mansion. When we arrived at the military camp, the soldiers were still training. Although the territorial crisis has been resolved, the soldiers' training has not been relaxed. After introducing Dian Wei's identity to Lu Bu and Zhao Yun, Rosen began to issue appointment notices. Dian Wei was appointed commander of the infantry, in charge of all the infantry in the barracks. Because Dian Wei was said to be invincible on horseback, infantry was the most suitable position for him. Later, Lu Bu was appointed as the commander of the cavalry, commanding all the cavalry. Because according to legend, Lu Bu held a Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand and rode a red hare, making him invincible on horseback. After the two of them were divided, the military camp was divided into two systems, namely cavalry and infantry. Cavalry refers to soldiers who own mounts. Whether they are chariots or war horses, they are all under his control. Infantry is responsible for managing ordinary infantry and archers. As for Zhao Yun, as a brave man, he served as a guard for many years during the Three Kingdoms period. He was also gentle and smart. Rosen directly transferred him from the barracks to his side, and then selected 100 elite soldiers from the barracks and brought them to the Lord's mansion. He was appointed as the commander of the Lord's mansion's Golden Armor Guards, commanding the ordinary guards and the Golden Armor Guards to guard the Lord's mansion. It can be said that he is now Rosen's personal bodyguard. From then on, the military camp was divided into 3 parts. They are the infantry camp, the cavalry camp, and the Lord's palace guards. The 3 major camps have their own leaders, and all of them are 100% loyal and take orders directly from Rosen. Only when there are more camps will the subordinates feel pressure, develop a competitive spirit, and become stronger and stronger. At the same time, it can prevent his subordinates from being too numerous and powerful and from plotting rebellion. Although the loyalty of a god-level recruiter will never drop, the loyalty of the soldiers below will drop. No one can guarantee that they will not have the idea of establishing their own sect one day. After the division was completed, Rosen called Luo Haizi out again and completely separated the guard camp from the military camp, appointing it as a separate guard camp station within the territory. Although the position remains the same, the system has changed. The guard battalion, which was originally under the unified command of the barracks, has now become a separate entity and is directly under the command of Rosen. In the previous life, its identity was equivalent to a police station, a separate system responsible for public security within the territory, as well as the protection of residents outside the territory. Everything was arranged, and Rosen prepared to return to the territory with the assigned personnel. At this moment, there were only 900 people left in the military camp of 1,200 people. Zhao Yun took away 100 men and all the golden armor. There are also 200 people from Luo Haizi's guard camp. Although the guard battalion has a large number of people, his responsibility is to cover the entire territory, so more people are needed. These 2 parts belong to the internal forces of the territory. Lu Bu and Jian Wei are external forces of the territory. One inside and one outside, the combination of the 2 becomes a powerful force. Arrived outside the barracks, several magicians in black robes stood not far away. They were from the magician camp. Seeing Rosen coming out, he hurried over, as if he was waiting for Rosen to appear. Report. Meet the Lord. A wood magician, with a soft and frail body and a clear and pleasant voice. She is one of the few female magician apprentices. You can see her awe of Rosen. After seeing Rosen, he immediately knelt down in front of him in fear. If other lords saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to eat. This is a magician's apprentice. They finally got one and basically worshipped it like an ancestor. And she actually knelt at the feet of a lord, with an attitude as respectful as a kitten. This inevitably makes people envious and jealous. Rosen said lightly, "Get up. Do you have anything to report?" "My lord, the wheat is all ripe and ready to be harvested." After saying that, the female magician apprentice waited anxiously for Rosen's order, because she was really afraid that the lord would hand over the task of harvesting wheat to their magician camp. They can't do this kind of physical work. "Oh, so fast. Not bad, not bad." Rosen nodded with satisfaction and looked towards the wheat fields in the distance. Although we are separated by distance, we can still see the golden scene in the distance. The wheat seedlings have grown to more than half a person's height, and the green seedlings have turned golden yellow and are full of wheat ears. Rosen smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. You don't need to worry about the rest." "Hiss. My lord, you actually said you've worked hard?" The female magician apprentice was distracted for a moment, but fortunately her companions reminded her secretly. She quickly said, "It's not hard. It's all my responsibility." "Well, come back with me and have a good rest." Rosen nodded and walked straight forward. Luo Haizi and Zhao Yun followed closely behind him. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, several magician apprentices hurriedly followed Rosen. Looking at Rosen's straight back, a strange look flashed in the eyes of the female magician apprentice. The magician apprentice and Rosen and others parted ways at the gate of the Lord's mansion. The barracks were moved outside the territory wall, but the magicians did not move out. Because they are physically weak and have difficulty reacting to sudden dangers, they are all stationed in the territory. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Rosen gave the order to harvest the wheat fields. At this time, Kitano Nozomi was still in charge. The current territory is equivalent to public ownership, and everything belongs to Rosen. All the people in the territory work for Rosen. They have no land or property of their own. All the logging camps and mining camps are directly under the jurisdiction of the Lord. As long as Rosen gave the order to go east, they would never go west. However, Rosen believes that they also have these fixed resources, but they just don't have them for the time being. Because if everything in a place belongs to the nobility, it will be difficult for it to develop for a long time. Back in the inner courtyard, Rosen continued to practice magic. As time passed, it was afternoon in a blink of an eye. And at this moment, the world situation has also ended. 3 days have passed, and the world situation has officially ended. At this moment, Rosen was tired from practicing and was watching people chatting and discussing in the channel. Since the difficulty of this event task is very low, many people completed this event and received rewards. Participate in a battle within 3 days. There is no mention of winning or losing, and it does not necessarily have to be a life and death battle. Therefore, many people discussed with the nearby territories and fought friendly battles. Although some people were robbing each other, they launched a sneak attack when others had finished a friendly fight, and their strength was almost exhausted. So many people in the channel are talking about those comrades who lack martial ethics. However, as the rewards were distributed, the discussion turned into sharing joy. Ding! The 100-fold increase was successful, and it has increased to 100 warhorse recruitment orders. There was a sound in his mind, and Rosen knew that his reward had arrived. Chapter 109: Buying a Horse. The recruitment order is the same as the Magician Apprentice recruitment order. After a 100-fold increase, Rosen obtained 100 warhorse recruitment orders. After use, the recruitment order disappears and the warhorse will leave the recruitment station. It says how to use it. It seems that the initial recruitment has all the endless functions. Not only can the people of the territory come out, but also the magicians can come out, and now even war horses can come out. After reading it, Rosen couldn't wait to use the recruitment, and use them all. After using it, he waited with peace of mind. A few minutes later, Lucy rushed in with surprise and reported, my lord, there are so many tall and mighty horses coming out of the recruitment center." Lucy had never received as many surprises in her life as she had in the Lord's mansion in the past few days. This family territory is amazing, and every surprise comes in large quantities. Looking at Lucy's surprised face, Rosen said calmly, "You were dissatisfied with me this morning, but why have you changed your mind now? Did you ask Kitano? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Forehead. Lucy looked embarrassed, scratched her head, and said shyly, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Sister Kitano said that the Lord was not punishing her, but loving her. I didn't expect that human love could be so strange. Rosen, we orcs love our friends and relatives by giving them hugs or patting their heads, but humans, the men press the women down and shake them hard." At that time, Sister Kitano kept saying no, and I thought, "Okay, stop talking." Rosen felt very embarrassed and quickly interrupted Lucy. It is hard to tell whether this orc, who has just reached adulthood, really doesn't understand or is pretending not to understand. Rosen waved his hand and said helplessly, "There will be a total of 100 war horses at the recruitment center. I'll have the guards pick out 79 and send them to the barracks, and the rest will be sent to the stables for our own use." 100. Lucy didn't understand how Rosen knew the exact amount, so she nodded and went to do it. Yes. After Lucy left, Rosen continued reading the Lord's Guide. Kitano Wong went out to direct the wheat harvest. After all, food assets are of great importance, and she has to keep an eye on them personally. At this moment, everyone in the regional channel had completely woken up from the joy of obtaining the warhorse. Even those who sell war horses have started advertising everywhere. The warhorse reward from the event is worth 1,000 pounds of meat. Anyone willing can come. Warhorses in exchange for subjects. 1 warhorse in exchange for 200 subjects. Seeing the other lords eager to publicize, Rosen had a blank expression on his face. After all, things have their priorities. Food is of course an urgent need, and war horses are dispensable to them. Although this thing is very valuable and rare, is it too much to exchange it for something you need? Why do some people say it is too much? Rosen didn't think it was excessive at all. Just like when he exchanged apples for people. It's obvious that other people need apple, but do I need it? Of course I need it. But after my 100-fold increase, I have a lot of apples, and the extra ones are used to make juice. Why do I have to save them and not exchange them for people? This is a truth. In exchange, the people can develop sustainably and get more apples. If you keep eating the apple slowly and don't exchange it for something that will last for a long time, it will be eaten up sooner or later. A warhorse weighs about 800 or 900 kilograms. Obviously, you won't get that much meat if you kill it and eat it. It's just a matter of exchanging 1,000 kilograms of meat, so I guess not many people would be willing to do that. After all, it's too expensive. Many people can only accept an equal exchange, at most giving a little more, but not too much more. Although war horses are valuable, food is scarce. So many people started bargaining. A warhorse weighs at most 800 to 900 kilograms. After removing the bones and internal organs, you can only get 400 to 500 kilograms of meat. I'll give you 650 kilograms of meat in exchange for a warhorse. Is that okay? If you were in my place, you could get more than 100 kilograms of meat. You wouldn't have that much meat if you killed it yourself. It's so expensive. Who has a warhorse that can be exchanged for iron? I have plenty of iron. His warhorses are really scary, and all they exchange for are good things. Looking at other people's discussions, Rosen didn't think it was a big deal. Warhorses, no matter where they are or when they are placed, are important strategic materials. Strategic materials have always been very valuable, especially in chaotic war zones. Even with such a complete system developed in ancient times, a warhorse was far more valuable than a soldier's life. You have to know that soldiers were a very precious resource in ancient times. Warhorses were more valuable than soldiers. You can imagine their role. The rewards have just been released. If some people can't exchange for what they need, they might just kill them and eat their meat. It might be even harder to exchange in the future, so I'll exchange some first. Thinking of this, Rosen frowned and checked his resources. First of all, meat food. After the last beast tied, they obtained more than 100 wild beasts, and after the increase, they obtained a total of more than 2 million kilograms of meat. More than 2 million kilograms of meat, and the population of the territory has been increasing. At the current rate of increase in consumption, these people will definitely not survive for more than a year. Fortunately, he can develop and expand the grain industry within this year, so there is no need to worry. If one warhorse is worth 700 kilograms of meat, then 100 warhorses would require 70,000 kilograms of meat. But that's still acceptable. The iron or mine delivers 1,500 pieces of ironstone to the territory every day, which can be refined into 300 pieces of iron. A set of armor and an iron sword consumes 32 pieces of iron. If you add the scabbard, a total of 34 pieces of iron is needed. The current iron reserves are a bit high. I wonder if I can exchange more for iron. Because many people focus on food. After all, a warhorse can be exchanged for an extra 100 to 200 kilograms of food, enough to feed a group of people for several days. However, although large territories also lack food, they are even more short of iron. Larger territories, regardless of whether they are short of food and iron, will bite the bullet and purchase war horses, unless they cannot even gather the resources to do so. However, those who can become large territories have certain strength and material reserves. Look at the quotes in the channel and the success rate of the transaction. In the end, Lawson set a new price. It is a price that can be traded quickly. It's a little bit higher than the stingy subjects. Although it is just a small amount, it can attract more people to exchange with him, and the transaction can be completed quickly, saving a lot of time. 20 sets of iron armor plus 20 sets of iron swords, in exchange for a warhorse, come quickly. It's so little, too little. I'll trade. I won't trade a warhorse. I'll trade you 10,000 stones. Don't. Hey, 650 kilograms of meat. Are you going to trade it or not? Just give me a straight answer. It's too cheap. It's cheaper and more than what you can eat if you kill it yourself. I'll think about it again. If someone gives me 670 kilograms of meat. Everyone was talking and chatting animatedly. At this time, Rosen also began to publish his own exchange information. As soon as this news was released, it immediately set off the whole audience. Make the buyer jealous and the horse seller happy. Chapter 1 10 Secession. 30 sets of iron armor plus 30 sets of scabbard iron swords in exchange for a warhorse. No bargaining. Just place the order with me and I'll take whatever you have. 700 kilograms of meat for a warhorse. No bargaining. If you want it, just make the deal with me. I will only trade for 70,000 kilograms, and the exchange will stop once it's completed. 2 messages were sent. The chat that had engulfed the entire regional channel stopped. The picture is motionless. A few seconds later, the entire chat area exploded. Fuck it. Change it. Change it quickly. Damn, he's much stronger than that guy just now. He insisted on crushing me by 50 kilograms in exchange for 30 sets of armor are enough to fully arm my territory. I'll change too. In a short time, Rosen's transaction request page suddenly increased from nothing to 99 plus. This scene made more territories in need of warhorse resources confused. Fuck, price gouging. What should I do? I have to report this to the leader immediately. Mad. Don't leave, we just talked about it. Fuck, take it. Raise the price and grab the resources like him. Many major alliances began to reluctantly rush to buy war horses. If it was over, They were afraid that the war horses would be gone. Even if they were, the price would probably rise even more outrageously as war horses became scarce in the future. So, for a while, people in the area were scrambling for war horses, and the prices kept rising. Countless small territories that sold war horses were all beaming with joy. With such a huge amount of resources, perhaps they could become the largest territory in the surrounding area. Only the big alliances were in tears and secretly cursed Rosen. Originally, it could be purchased by lowering the price, but now the price has skyrocketed, and it is 1/3 more expensive than the price Lawson just purchased it at. Now, they have collected all the goods and returned them, but the price has not dropped. Of course, even the big alliance did not dare to scold Rosen in public. Who is Rosen? He is a man who has developed into a town-level power. He has countless armored men under his command and thousands of subjects under his command, which can rival any other territory, even the big alliance. So they didn't dare to insult openly for fear of causing a fight between the two sides. Rosen doesn't care what others think of him. He raised the price. But not much is mentioned, and it is also for the purpose of quick exchange to save time. He had never anticipated the subsequent price increase. Fortunately, he had already purchased 300 war horses, which was enough for the time being. So it doesn't matter whether the price goes up or not. Exchange 30 suits of armor and 30 scabbard iron swords for a war horse. This is equivalent to using 34 pieces of iron. But if you calculate carefully, after the 34 pieces of iron are made into weapons, wouldn't it be increased to 3,000 sets of armor and 3,000 sheathed iron swords? In fact, not much resources were spent at all. He only used 68 pieces of iron and exchanged them for 200 war horses. In addition, another 70,000 kilograms of food were used to exchange for 100 horses. The main reason is that more people exchange food and fewer people exchange iron. For the long-term development of the territory, Rosen did not dare to change too much, for fear that the food in his territory would collapse. If it really collapses, the 3,000 men under his command will definitely be finished. There are more than 2 million kilograms of meat. Even if you remove 70,000 kilograms, there are still more than 2 million kilograms. Using the metaphor of a drop in the ocean may be a bit of an exaggeration, but using the metaphor of 12 drops in the ocean is pretty close. Since then, including the 100 horses recruited, the original 27 horses, and the 300 horses acquired this time, Rosen already owns 427 war horses. The number of people is more than that of some territories. Call Lucy over and let her take over and deliver the extra horses to the barracks. Of the 427 horses, Rosen kept 100 for his own use in the territory and sent the rest to the military camp. They could also form a team of cavalry and charioteers with more than 300 horses. Get these done. Rosen also acquired some weapons blueprints. Among them are blueprints for double halberds and single halberds, which can be used to make weapons for Lu Bu and Dianwei. It can improve their combat effectiveness. The weapons of the subjects recruited by the god-level recruitment naturally cannot be made of junk iron, otherwise they will easily break. Rosen directly took out the iron coins from the warehouse, fused them into fine iron, and made a single halberd and a double halberd. Afterwards, the Lord's Guide refreshed new events. The general trend of the world is to split one side. Event description: the world is in chaos, human relations are crumbling. Warlords rise up, and the people are displaced. Lord, please carve out a piece of land. Put an end to the war and disaster. Become a leader, protect the people, stabilize the situation, and pursue your great cause. Event requirement 1. Control an area of at least 30 miles, become a dominant force, and possess absolute authority within the area controlled. Event requirement 2. Within the jurisdiction, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and there is no war. Event requirement 3. Complete within 15 days. Event rewards. All members will receive a reward. Overlords will receive a storage bag and 30,000 kilograms of wheat. Submissive members will receive a storage bag and 1,000 kilograms of wheat. After reading the introduction, Rosen fell silent. This incident is obviously intended to push many people to the dominant position. To obtain the high rewards, one must rule an area of 30 miles in radius. This will undoubtedly trigger a bloody war among the various lords. However, given the current situation, war will start sooner or later. The Lord's Guide merely brings the war forward. Becoming the overlord of the area will reward you with 30,000 caddies of wheat, which will increase to 3 million caddies after the increase. Rosen muttered to himself, then quickly opened the Lord's Guide to see what was being said in the regional channel. 3 million kilograms of grain. On average, 1 pound of grain can produce 0.7 pounds of noodles, and one person eats 4 pounds a day. Can be eaten for a long, long time. This is a great temptation for Lawson because it can develop agriculture or directly expand the population rapidly. But it is not necessary to go to war. It depends on whether the lords around you are sensible or not. If you are sensible and surrender directly, you can avoid a lot of trouble. If you are not sensible, you will have to fight. Moreover, since you are in control of the surroundings, rules must be established. I believe many people cannot resist the rewards of this event. When I opened the Lord's Guide, the channel was already buzzing with discussion, with everyone discussing the newly refreshed event. I don't quite understand the explanation of the incident. If I can't defeat others, I can still get rewards by surrendering to them. That's right. If you really can't win, just surrender. This is called bearing humiliation and carrying heavy burdens. It won't be too late to explode when things get worse. What if after we surrender, the Lord's Guide is taken away? What's the point of development then? The Lord's Guide must not be handed over. It is our foundation. If someone really wants to take it away, we will have no choice but to fight to the death. This incident has benefited those alliances. Their leaders can directly rule their surroundings, and they probably won't even have to fight. Not necessarily. Some allies might not be able to resist the temptation of 30,000 gene of grain and fight for the top position. After all, 30,000 gene is not a small number. Those allies are in trouble too. They have to be on guard against rebellion at any time. Chapter 111 Sweep. 30 miles in radius, or 15 kilometers in radius. It doesn't look big, but if converted into an area of 450 square miles, it is quite large. And 450 square miles is equivalent to 450 areas. Even if there is one territory in every 10 areas, there are a total of 45 territories. Rosen closed the Lord's Guide and thought for a moment. Finally, I made up my mind and decided to fight. But there was still a problem that troubled Rosen. He muttered to himself, "Kill those who dare to resist. But what should we do with those lords who surrender? Killing even those who surrender? That's completely inhumane, no different from an animal. We should follow the capitalist path. Exploitation is the true way to rule. But how should I try?" Rosen racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. So he continued to flip through the regional channels, trying to find a solution. But as soon as he opened the Lord's Guide, Rosen suddenly discovered that there was an extra page in the Lord's Guide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pages. Rosen was stunned. He clearly remembered that the Lord's Guide had only 4 pages. The first page is the world situation, the second page is the chat channel, the third page is the trading mall, the fourth page is the backpack space, and now, the fifth page has appeared. Could it be that something new has appeared? Thinking of this, Rosen turned to the fifth page with trepidation. The fifth page is blank. Only 8 large characters were written at the top of the paper. Vassal territory information complete collection. There is a small question mark behind the 8 words. No need to think about it. I know it's an explanation. I quickly clicked it and took a look. The instructions popped up immediately. This page records the names, total population, and loyalty of vassal territories. The upper limit for vassal power in village-level territories is 10, the upper limit for town-level territories is 100, and there is no upper limit for city-level territories and above. To obtain a vassal territory, have the lord willing to vassalize drip blood on the Lord Guide, and then the vassal will be successfully vassalized. Once vassalized, the people in the vassal territory will have 2 levels of loyalty. The 3 levels are the loyalty of the lord and the loyalty of the general territory. Low loyalty in either category will lead to rebellion. High loyalty in the general territory will generate the power of faith to strengthen the general lord. If the loyalty of the general territory is low and the loyalty of the lord is high, then the loyalty will be given to the own territory. If this happens, the subordinate lord will rebel, and his subjects will follow suit. Please make the decision yourself, Lord. Luo. After reading a long introduction, Rosen just felt a headache. But fortunately, I understand the meaning of it. That means you can take over subordinate territories. If you want to take over subordinate territories, just let the subordinate lord drop blood on the Lord Guide, and it will automatically become a subordinate territory. Moreover, the Lord General can see the number of people in the subordinate territories and the loyalty of the people in the territories in the Lord's Guide to determine whether the other party will rebel. Also, annexed territories generate 2 levels of loyalty. One is for one's own lord, and the other is for the general territory. As long as the loyalty of any one party is too low, it means that the subjects are dissatisfied with it and will rebel. If their loyalty to the general territory is too low, but their loyalty to their own territory is very high, then they are dissatisfied with the general territory, and when the subordinate lords rebel, they will also rebel. If one's loyalty to the general territory is high and loyalty to one's own lord is low, then one will not rebel against the general territory, but may rebel against one's own territory. Of course, if loyalty is put aside, if their lord wants to rebel, the subjects may be willing to follow or may not. But if they are deceived or forced by their lord, they will not be aware of it. Even if both have high loyalty, they will obey the orders of the general territory first, and then choose to obey the orders of their own territory. In addition, if these subjects are highly loyal to the territory, it will also bring a boost to Rosen's strength. That's all. Rubbing his head, Rosen suddenly had an idea. The final decision is to follow the instructions of the Lord's guide. Take over the territory, kill those who are unwilling, and take over all those who are willing as vassal territories. At that time, taxes will be collected from these vassal territories based on the number of people, and the upper limit of the number of people in their territories will be set. One's own territory is equivalent to a country, and the territories of other lords are equivalent to small villages. This will not only provide a continuous supply of resources, but also prevent them from growing stronger, plotting rebellion, and establishing a larger force. After coming up with an idea, Rosen immediately called Zhao Yun over. "Greetings, Lord." Zhao Yun knelt on one knee. Rosen quickly asked him to stand up and said, "Many people may come to visit me tomorrow. Please arrange the security of the Lord's mansion." Yes. Zhao Yun didn't understand why the Lord said that. But in his heart, what the Lord said always came true. He said that there must be a lot of people visiting, so he nodded in agreement and went to make the arrangements. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to set, so Rosen opened the Lord's guide and went to the nearby channel. The people in the nearby channels are all nearby. Only a few people were chatting, and they were still talking about separatist matters. Are there any powerful forces around us? Should we try to resist them? There are two alliances around us, the Justice League and the Brotherhood. No, there is another force that you must not forget. Hiss. Are you talking about Taiping Town, the one whose lord is called Rosen? He won't attack us. So should we join Taiping Town or the alliance? Rosen glanced at them and saw that they were all worried. He didn't respond to their words, but instead sent a message directly. "I am Rosen, the lord of Taiping Town. I dislike fighting and only seek peaceful development. All lords of territories within a 30-mile radius must gather in my territory by noon tomorrow at the latest and submit to me as vassals. I do not want to see bloodshed, but for the sake of the reward for this event, I have no choice but to do so. I hope you will not be ungrateful." A domineering statement exploded into the nearby channels like a bombshell. The lords who were chatting just now were so scared that they didn't dare to reply. This made Rosen speechless. He thought that his fame must not be loud enough. They didn't even reply to him, so he sent another message. "Afternoon tomorrow, I will bring a large army to sweep the surrounding area. You guys take care of yourself." After saying this, someone in the channel couldn't bear it any longer and started speaking. "Rosen, I advise you not to go too far. If we unite, we'll be a formidable force. Be careful not to end up losing more than you gain." Two people expressed dissatisfaction with Rosen, and it happened in a public place like a channel. This was clearly a challenge to Rosen's status, and I wondered what the other lords would think when they saw it. Rosen replied calmly, "You have one night to escape. You will be the first to be swept tomorrow." Each of them sent a string of ellipses. Chapter 112, Li Yang's Loyalty. It can be seen that the two people were very scared. "Ahem, Brother Rosen, I speak my mind, please don't mind. I apologize for what I said just now." "Well, me too. I'll be the first one there tomorrow, and I'll definitely be loyal to you." Cut. Rosen closed the Lord's guide with disdain. The sun slowly sets. Rosen was still practicing magic in the yard. The little girl Vivian stayed by his side and gave him instructions. There are currently two cultivation systems in this world, namely magicians and warriors. The magicians are naturally the magic group headed by Vivian. Warriors are people who cultivate their bodies, and there are many levels of warriors. They are warrior, martial master, and great martial master. Rosen only knows these three levels for now, because Zhao Yun and others are all great martial artists. As for the later levels, you will only know their names when you reach that level. However, the warriors here are not too outrageous. They are similar to those in ancient martial arts. Only a great martial artist could barely manage to release their internal energy. A martial artist like Rosen was merely physically strong. Although he could break boulders with his bare hands and knock down a tiger with his fists, it was still far from the true externalization of his internal strength. His current combat power is equivalent to that of the generals in the Three Kingdoms period, while the combat power of Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and others has reached the level of the chivalrous heroes in martial arts novels. At the very least, he can climb walls and fly, release his internal energy, and hurt people from a distance. As for the realm of flying in the sky, Rosen didn't know whether such a realm existed or not. My lord. At this time, Kitano Nozomi came back. There was a little sweat on her forehead, and she was wearing a linen dress. She looked like a young woman who had just finished work, and her whole body exuded the sweet scent of sweat. Rosen woke up from his meditation and said, I'm back. Yes, Lord. Our territory has a great harvest today. We have harvested a total of 25 acres of wheat, with an average yield of 1,000 kilograms per acre, and 1 acre of wheat is spiritual wheat. Kitano Nozomi was very excited. This was the first time she had seen such abundant resources. 1 acre of land produces 1,000 kilograms, so 25 acres of land would produce 25,000 kilograms. Has it been put back in the warehouse? Rosen pursed his lips, indicating that Vivian could leave. Seeing this, Vivian bowed and left the inner courtyard. The steward and the lord were discussing important matters, and she, a small subject, had no right to hear. Not yet. They are still in the fields. They will be better stored after being dried in the sun tomorrow. Bei Yuang took another step forward and moved closer. Rosen's heart fluttered, and he pulled her onto his legs and put his arms around her waist. The soft feeling invaded the entire big hand, like an electric shock. Bei Yuang immediately lowered his head and said shyly, My lord. Rosen's heart was even more moved, especially by those rosy lips, and he was ready to kiss them. Kitano Nozomi. She didn't resist at all. After a long time, a thread broke in the air, and she slowly opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, pursed her lips, and quickly got up from Rosen's legs and said, My lord, there is a lord who wants to see you. He said you know him. Forehead. Rosen was speechless for a while. It turned out that she had something to report, not that she missed him. But who is the person I want to see? I don't seem to know anyone there. If it was a lord who came to surrender, he would have come too quickly. He had just sent the message, and someone came not long after. Thinking of this, Rosen slowly stood up and said, Let's go meet him. Come to the outer hall. A figure stood in the middle of the hall. He was wearing iron armor, but had no weapons on his body. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the decorations in the hall, with his back to the door. He slowly turned around when he heard footsteps outside the door. When Rosen saw the man's appearance, he was stunned and his pace quickened several times. He excitedly said, Li Yang. This person is Li Yang. His injuries had healed, and he was now standing straight, looking quite handsome. As the saying goes, it is especially joyful to meet old friends. Both of them looked very excited. Rosen took a step forward and grabbed Li Yang's hand. It's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, brother son. It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you in a foreign land. My heart is like the surging sea, unable to calm down. Li Yang also excitedly grabbed Rosen's hand. The two grown men, with true feelings flowing out of them, held each other's hands and refused to let go. Li Yang, sit down and talk. Someone is coming. Bring us some drinks. Rosen took Li Yang's hand and shouted instructions to the maid outside the door. Li Yang quickly said, I have been there. I didn't expect that brother Sun has grown so big now. Brother Yang never expected it. Oh right. Suddenly, Li Yang seemed to have thought of something. He let go of Rosen's hand, took a few steps back, and then knelt in front of Rosen. He said loudly, Outer Lord Li Yang, I pay my respects to the Lord. Li Yang, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Rosen was stunned. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he hurried to help him. There's no need to be so polite in our relationship. Li Yang was helped up by Luo Senator. He stared into Luo Sen's eyes and said solemnly, Brother Son, the rules cannot be broken. Brother Yang has no other intention in coming to visit me this time. I came here specifically to seek refuge with Brother Senior. Oh, what do you mean? Rosen was a little confused. Why would someone come here to seek refuge when things are going so well? And it seems that he knows that the territory under his feet is his. Logically speaking, he should have waited until he arrived at the door, and then the two of them would recognize each other and live in peace. Brother Son, the world is in chaos, and the various lords are accumulating strength to pursue great undertakings. Developing alone is not a good idea and is fraught with danger. Brother Yang knows that he can't go far, and when he accidentally learned that Brother Sun was growing stronger, he wanted to join Brother Sen's school and contribute his strength. Brother Sen said, Brother Yang is different from other lords. He has already sold his property and brought 50 kilograms of food, 10 sets of armor, 10 soldiers, and his entire family to seek refuge with us. You sold your property and brought everyone here? Rosen was stunned. He never expected Li Yang to be so decisive. It seems that he really trusts himself. Otherwise, why would he make such a decision? After all, this is a world where people are eaten without leaving any bones, and everyone is in danger. This shows that Li Yang truly regards himself as a relative. This touched Rosen deeply. Because before, Rosen only had Li Yang as his friend. Now, he has no friends except Li Yang. He was very touched that his good friend trusted him so much. Hey, brother Senator, when I was working at the electronics factory, I read books like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Art of War, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Water Margin. Although I'm not very smart, I'm pretty flexible. From now on, brother Sun, if you have any arrangements, just let me know, and brother Yang will do it without hesitation. Li Yang chuckled, took out the Lord's Guide, handed it to Rosen, and continued. This is my Lord's Guide. I won't need it after I join brother Sun, so I'll hand it over. Chapter 113. Sister Kitano and the Lord are together. This? Rosen hesitated and didn't take it. Because the development speed brought by a Lord's Guide is just a drop in the bucket, it doesn't make much difference to him whether he has it or not. And it will hurt your friend's feelings. Since they are truly willing to surrender, if I don't even have this much magnanimity, how can I even talk about hegemony and dominating the world? Rosen immediately waved his hand and said, I can't accept this. You can keep it for yourself. Just send me the people you recruit in the future. With your help, we will develop faster. From now on, you will be my military advisor, and we will work together for great things. The reason why Li Yang was appointed as the military advisor was first of all because of the relationship between the two. When they were in school, Li Yang was a gangster and he often protected him. Now that he has come to rely on me, it is only natural for me to protect him. The second is to let him be a military advisor so that there will be someone to discuss things with in the future. Although the people recruited by the God-level recruitment can lead troops and fight wars, they do not know how to adapt to major issues of people's livelihood. If they always rely on themselves, they will have premature gray hair. After all, Li Yang has received compulsory education and is a person of the new century, so he is more adaptable. Brother Sun, take out the Lord's Guide, and I'll give you my blood to make it my vassal territory. Otherwise, I, brother Yang, won't feel at ease. Li Yang still wanted to surrender his rights to the territory. He believed that if they had to surrender completely and not secretly leave behind any development items that would arouse suspicion. Finally, after Li Yang's repeated insistence, Rosen made him drip a drop of blood and became the first true vassal territory of Taiping Town. Moreover, after discussion, Taiping Town will take over his territory and be responsible for guiding the people who appear in the territory every day. Because Li Yang will stay here in the future, the people who appear over there will directly join Taiping Town and become Taiping Town residents, thus cutting off their own retreat. This touched Rosen deeply. It is really rare for friendships to reach this level. So Rosen arranged a place for him to live next to the Lord's mansion so that it would be convenient for him to go in and out of the mansion. Then the two of them drank beer in the inner courtyard of the Lord's mansion. They were going to get drunk to celebrate the excitement of meeting each other. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles. The two drank 8 bottles of beer in total and were both drunk. Li Yang also talked about the suffering he endured after coming to this world. Things like looking for food, cutting down trees, and secretly kidnapping his subjects from other territories. There are countless trivial matters anyway. Then he talked about his marriage, and his wife was his subject. Rosen also drunkenly responded, You already have a wife, unlike me, whose territory is large but I still don't have a wife. You are already very good, and you have developed so many battle armors. Others with hundreds of people in their territory don't have so many battle armors. I'm taking care of it all thanks to Brother Senator actually. I know all the food Brother Sun left for me. Li Yang said excitedly, I must help you achieve great things. Only when the territory is strong enough, those of us living in the territory will be safe. Vomit. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang vomited and lay on the ground retching. In the end, Rosen had someone send him back, and he returned to the bedroom with the help of Kitano Nozomi. He could also guess a little about Li Yang's thoughts. I never think of myself as a great person, I just want to live a stable life. But the world was in chaos, heroes emerged, territories fought and annexed each other, and crises were everywhere. If he insisted on defending his territory, his strength would be insufficient. Even if Rosen protected him, he felt he could not hold on. Following yourself is a good choice. First of all, the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Secondly, the larger the territory, the more stable he will be. After all, he already has a family. The most important thing is that Li Yang is a man without big ambitions. Any achievement can satisfy him. My lord, would you like some juice to sober up? Kitano Wang stayed by Rosen's bedside worriedly. Seeing Rosen frowning all the time, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Yeah. Rosen felt dizzy and nodded without opening his eyes. Soon, B took a glass of juice. but Rosen couldn't drink it at all while lying there. Finally, Kitano Wong was helpless, so he took a sip from his own mouth and leaned down gently. Unified production implemented in the territory. Everyone must accept unified scheduling, even eating. However, ordinary people need to go to the Lord's mansion to collect their meals on time, while those with official positions will receive their meals every few days and do not need to collect them every time. Official positions refer to leadership-level figures such as team leaders and battalion commanders. This can eliminate the ordinary people's admiration for the officials in office and enhance the importance of the territory in the hearts of ordinary people. It's another morning of food distribution. The person in charge of distributing breakfast today is Lucy. Liang lived opposite the city lord's mansion and could see the bustling crowd from the doorstep. This made him sigh that his choice was correct. "My lord, I have received the food. The staple food is all meat, and there is also fruit." The two soldiers took the food they received and returned to the door happily to report to Liang. Although they could eat their fill when they followed Liang, it was difficult for them to get meat. When they arrived at this territory and saw that everyone was getting nothing but meat, they were completely shocked. They began to marvel at the power of the territory, which made them feel great awe for it. "I'm no longer a lord. I'm now the military advisor of Taiping Town. From now on, you can call me military advisor or lordly, but never lord." "Got it." Liang took out the food and gave a serious instruction. The subordinate was startled, then remembered their identities and nodded quickly. Yes, Master Military Advisor, please forgive me." "Well, let's go eat. From now on, we can live a normal life and have meat every meal." Liang nodded and continued to watch from the doorway. He was shocked as he watched and said to himself, "Brother Sun is brother senator being able to go to university is amazing in itself. Miss Lucy, is the Lord awake yet?" Just as Lucy was directing the distribution of food, a soldier fully armed with armor came over and asked politely. This man was Luo Haizi, the commander of the territory's guard battalion, who was responsible for the safety of all the people in the territory and held a high position. As soon as he appeared, several nearby residents moved to the side to make way for him. "Guard Luo, the Lord hasn't woken up yet. What's wrong?" Lucy looked at him puzzled. Luo Haizi quickly said, "Then, is Butler Kitano here? I have something very important to report." Sister Kitano is with the Lord," Lucy said softly with a blushing face. "What do you mean? Isn't the Lord still asleep?" Luo Haizi looked confused. "Nothing. Although Sister Kitano and the Lord haven't gotten up yet, Commander Zhao is already up. Why don't you go and ask Commander Zhao for his advice?" "I almost forgot. I thought the commander was still in the barracks." Luo Haizi bowed and entered the Lord's mansion to report important matters to Zhao Yun. Chapter 114, Vassal Lord. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Yun enjoyed the Lord's trust. So he also lived in the Lord's mansion. "I just live in the outer courtyard." Luo Haizi first came to Zhao Yun's residence and found that he was not there. He then went to the hall and still couldn't find anyone. This made him extremely depressed. Coming to a golden armored soldier guarding a corner, Luo Haizi asked helplessly, "Where is the commander-in-chief?" "Report to the commander is over there." The soldier in golden armor pointed to the alley nearby. "That's where the maids live." Luo Haizi was speechless for a moment, muttering, "What is the commander doing at the maid's residence?" Although he was confused, Luo Haizi still walked over. "As I turned the corner, I heard laughter coming from the alley." "Oh, Brother Zilong is so mean." This is the voice of a woman acting coquettishly. No, it's just a little bit bad." This sentence was naturally spoken in Zhao Yun's deep voice. Luo Haizi's face was full of excitement. He quietly stuck his head out and saw the commander and a maid standing side by side at the door, flirting with each other. Ahem. Luo Haizi coughed awkwardly. Zhao Yun and Qinya were immediately alarmed. The two of them immediately became serious and quickly distanced themselves from each other. "Commander, I have something to report." Luo Haizi hurriedly bowed and lowered his head, pretending that he saw nothing. Zhao Yun blushed slightly and said to Qingya beside him, "I'll be back soon." After saying that, he followed Luo Haizi out of the alley. "What happened?" Zhao Yun asked as he walked. Luo Haizi said, "Commander-in-chief, many lords have arrived from outside the territory, and they all have guards with them. They all want to see you, Lord. There are already 100 of them, and the number is still increasing. I don't know what to do, so I came to report." "Oh, the Lord is truly a god." Zhao Yun was slightly taken aback and said, "Let the lords come in, and all the guards stay outside the territory." "Yes." With the instructions, Luo Haizi found it easier to do things. Soon, he brought in the lord who was waiting outside the territory. There are not many lords, only 7, and the rest are all their guards. After all, Bringing some people with them will make them feel safe. However, if Rosen knew that only a few lords came, he would definitely be depressed. Because according to his guests, his strength is enough to sweep through any territory around him, even the Alliance, so at least half of the people will join him. But there are relatively few people coming at this time. Except for 2 lords who had been here once, the rest were coming here for the first time. When they were at the door and saw the endless stone wall of the territory, they were deeply shocked by the strength of the territory. The 500-meter-long stone wall is shockingly large. How much stone is needed to make this? No wonder he is so famous. Not only was he not afraid of the Alliance's attack, he also wiped out the entire Alliance. It turns out that the strength is here. Everyone began to be glad that they had come. Otherwise, they would have faced the sweep of this behemoth and would have had no power to resist at all. When I walked into the territory, I saw densely packed wooden houses and people walking on the road. The major lords were shocked once again. So many people. I never expected this town to grow so big. Tisk, TSK, just these houses, I guess we can't even get enough of them. What's going on over there? It seems like they're distributing food. Damn, all they got was meat. Damn, everyone can get it. This. Sir, does your territory already have a farm? A lord asked Luo Heizi, who had led them, in disbelief. Luo Heizi waved his hand and said, not really. These foods are our reserve resources. Hiss. So much in reserve. Oh my god, I can't believe it. When everyone arrived at the lord's mansion, their eyes almost popped out of their heads when they saw the golden armored guards on duty in the mansion. The golden armor glittering with gold, the maids coming in and out. 1, 2, 3. Brother, what are you counting? I'm counting the golden armors. Oh my god, there are so many golden armors. Everyone was arranged to wait in the outer hall. While waiting, everyone was anxious. They thought they had seen all of Rosen's strength. In fact, this is just the tip of the iceberg of the territory's strength. The maids brought juice. The lords thanked him politely. Although they were lords, they did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the maids in Taiping town. This is the deterrent power of a large territory. Before we knew it, the sun was already high in the sky. Rosen finally got up. He rubbed his aching head, moved the arm that was pressing on him away, and started to wash up. Kitano Nozomi's physique was too weak to withstand his torment. Especially after drinking, he was more like a hungry wolf. As a result, Kitano Nozomi felt weak all over, and now he doesn't have the strength to get up. Wash up and eat. By the time Rosen finished all this, it was already noon. The lord in the hall was already waiting impatiently before Rosen slowly appeared. The moment they saw Rosen appear, all the waiting lords stood up and looked at him in shock. A thought popped up in everyone's mind. So young. Is he the lord here? He looks to be in his 20s at most. The foreign master greets the chief. After the shock, everyone knelt down. There is no way. If you want to surrender, you must have a surrendering attitude. Kneeling is one of the best ways to express yourself. When Rosen saw that there were only 9 lords in the hall, his face darkened a little, and he muttered in his heart, why are there so few people? They don't take my words seriously at all. Thinking of this, Rosen raised his chin slightly and said, everyone get up. After that, he took out the Lord's Guide and placed it on the table beside him. Then Zhao Yun went up with 2 golden-armored soldiers to guard the Lord's Guide. Rosen said, submitting to me and becoming my vassal territory is your only option. Start paying your blood to join us. Line up one by one. Yes. The lords began to line up respectfully. The purpose of their coming here was to join Taiping town and avoid war, so they were all very well behaved at the moment. Soon, all 9 lords shed blood and became Rosen's vassal territories. Since then, Rosen has owned 10 vassal territories. I took a look at the Lord's Guide. Except for Li Yang's vassal territory, the remaining 9 territories have a total of 400 people. These territories are of similar size, which means that on average there are more than 40 people in each territory. After all, after more than 20 days of development, more people have joined us. With the number of employees growing to over 40, it can only be considered average. After all, it is easy to increase the number of people, but it is difficult to find food. Very good. Now, I will announce the tax rates and rules. Chapter 115, Sweeping the 30-mile area. What? You still have to collect taxes? Forget it. I knew when I came here that there would definitely be taxes. This is the downside of submission. I wish the taxes were lower. When everyone heard that the tax rate was going to be announced, they all became worried. Although they also knew that taxes would be collected, they still felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. But no one dared to raise any opinions at this time. Because killing a chicken to scare the monkeys often happens in such situations. We have all received compulsory education, so we naturally understand these things. Seeing no one speaking, Rosen said calmly. From now on, private fighting between territories will be prohibited. Improving people's livelihood is the most important priority. Each territory will collect a tax based on the number of people. Currently, each person pays 5 stones per day. Huh. When they heard what they were going to collect, many lords breathed a sigh of relief. Although 5 pieces per person per day is not a small amount, stones are worthless things, so at most it only takes some effort. It's better than taking away their food. Thank you, General. Everyone hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. From now on, they can no longer call themselves external masters in front of Rosen, but can only call themselves subordinates. Of course, he can still call himself a lord in front of his people. All right, everyone go back. I'm going to fight those lords who refuse to surrender. Rosen waved his hand and said, Zhao Yun. I'm here. Zhao Yun stepped forward. Rosen said calmly, assemble the troops immediately. I will personally conquer all the territories. Yes. Everyone shuddered and left the lord's mansion, secretly glad for their choice. Rosen also slowly stood up and put on golden armor. In addition to completing the event mission, he also had bigger plans for this expedition. He decided to build the city after completing the expedition. Because as everyone develops, there will definitely be many large territories, even territories beyond imagination. If there are no cities, we will not be able to hold out in a real war in the future. Although he has a 100-fold increase. But don't forget that in his previous life, there were some people who had endless power and countless loyal followers. Maybe he has already started to secretly recruit subordinates and has grown extremely powerful. So no matter what, we must plan ahead and do our best to be prepared. The purpose of collecting taxes from these vassal territories is also to build cities. Because building a city requires a lot of stone. If I take their food, not to mention whether they have enough to eat, I guess many people would not be able to pay so much tax just for this reason. When they grow stronger in the future, not only will they not take their food, but they will give them food and teach them how to farm. By then, everyone will be farming, and by the time the harvest comes, there will be endless resources. By collecting taxes at that time, not only will the people in the territory be able to eat their fill and live a peaceful life, but they will also be able to reduce the pressure of farming and stockpile food resources. After the great unification is completed, the people will no longer have to rush around for food all day. When they have free time, they farm. When they go to war, they raise their arms and shout, and they become a huge army. There is no shortage of food and manpower. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? However, it will take time to implement this idea. After changing his clothes, Rosen walked out of the territory. Outside the territory at this moment, the lords were leading their horses and preparing to go back. Each of these lords brought with him at least 10 guards. It was obvious that they valued their lives very much. They were holding the only war horse as a reward for the mission and were about to mount it, but at this moment they were shocked by the assembled army. They stayed aside and watched for a few seconds and did not leave immediately. Fuck. This. Chariot hiss. Archer. Damn. Everyone is in armor. Hiss. Look, there are cavalry, lots of war horses. Everyone looked over there. My heart is completely numb. Nothing could have shocked them more. They swore that this was the most heart-shaking scene they had ever witnessed. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly emerged from behind them, and someone patted them on the shoulders. Please make way. Turning around, I saw a man in a robe. The lords didn't know their identities and made way for them. But after moving aside, I found that this group of people were all wearing robes. What are these people doing? Why are they all wearing robes? Could it be? Fuck, he really is a magician. Hiss, 100 magician apprentices. What kind of divine power is this? Until someone recognized the identities of the magicians. This shocked them so much that they were speechless. I was just thinking that nothing could shock them again, but in the blink of an eye, I was slapped in the face. 100 magician apprentices, even more terrifying. Hurry, let's go. Yeah, this place is scary. Drive. Everyone, return to the territory immediately, let's go. The lords fled in panic and disappeared in all directions in the blink of an eye. At this time, Rosen also arrived at the gate of the territory. Salute. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone raised their hands. Zhao Yun brought his horse Wang over. Rosen jumped onto his horse, his armor rustling as he said solemnly, today's mission is to sweep the surrounding territories. Our mission is not to invade other people's territories, but to achieve unification. Those who surrendered to the Lord would not be killed, but those who resisted would be killed without mercy. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Zhao Wan. The 4 of you will each lead 200 men and spread out in all directions. I, the Lord, will lead 400 men and strive to sweep through the entire territory within a day. Yes, sir. The 4 people whose names were called all bowed and began to deploy troops. As for the deployment of troops, they are naturally combined with each other. The magicians were also disrupted and filled into various camps. The archers and cavalry were also disrupted, because only in this way can there be more types of troops, and with more types of troops, the combat effectiveness will be stronger. Although they only brought 200 people, they were able to defeat 200 people with the same equipment, because among them are cavalry, archers, and magicians. The overall combat effectiveness has been improved by more than one level. It can attack from a distance, chase and kill, and also form a formation. After the troops were distributed, the soldiers led everyone to several directions around them. Rosen also set out with 100 men in golden armor, 300 men in iron armor, 20 cavalrymen, 40 archers, and 40 magicians. The direction Rosen chose was right in front of the territory. He will keep going until he reaches a range of 30 miles. Cavalry, spread out and explore the surrounding area. Report immediately if you find any territory. The rest of you, follow me and proceed straight ahead. The order was given and the army set out immediately. Soon, Rosen and others came to a stream in the wilderness. At this time, there were only a few scattered wild animals drinking water from the stream. It was here that the brown horse was caught. Moreover, during this period, they would capture several wild animals by the creek every day, contributing tens of thousands of kilograms of meat resources to the territory. This place has become Taiping Town's private ranch. Due to the hunting during this period, the number of wild animals here has become fewer and fewer, and they are more vigilant. As soon as they heard the movement of Rosen's large army, the wild beasts scattered and disappeared into the forest. Chapter 116 Sneak Attack. The stream is not wide and the surface of the water is covered with gravel. However, a simple wooden board had been built over the stream to facilitate the passage of pedestrians. That was built by the pioneer camp to facilitate exploration across the stream. Seeing this simple wooden plank walkway, Rosen decided to have someone build a bridge here when he returned. After crossing the stream, everyone rode at full speed without stopping. Soon, we arrived at the first territory. Because the Lord's Guide has a naming function, you can see the name of the territory from a distance. This territory has already surrendered to Rosen, and their lord has just arrived in the territory. When they saw the lord of the general territory coming with his men, they thought the general was coming to rob them, and the lord was so scared that he lined up to greet them from afar. Your Highness, this subordinate greets you. This is my territory. The lord was an old man. At this moment, he was trembling in front of Rosen, extremely scared. Rosen naturally recognized that this was his vassal territory and said calmly, I'm just passing by. Tell me which territories around here haven't submitted to me. Sir, there is one 3 miles ahead, and there is another one 3 miles to the right. The old man answered respectfully. At this moment, 2 fast horses rushed out of the forest. It was the cavalry that Rosen sent out to explore the way. Report, Lord, a territory has been discovered ahead. Report, I have also discovered a territory. After hearing his subordinate's report, Rosen knew that the old man had not lied to him, so he nodded and said with a wave of his hand, Let's go. Swish, 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 swish. Everyone set out on their journey again. Soon, they arrived at the first territory. There were wooden walls with some wooden houses inside. It looked like a small village surrounded by wooden walls, and it was developing quite well. But it didn't matter what tricks they played, because all the conspiracies and tricks were nothing compared to his strength. He waved his hand and said, Charge in, capture their lord alive, and kill anyone who dares to stop us. Go ahead. Hundreds of people rushed in at once. The sound immediately attracted the attention of the territory. Suddenly, screams and wails were heard everywhere. After a while, a middle-aged man in linen clothes was carried out by the golden-armored soldiers and collapsed in front of Rosen. Sir, please spare my life. Sir, please spare my life. The middle-aged man was so scared that his legs were shaking and he was crying with tears and snot running down his face. Rosen looked at him coldly and said calmly, Why are you unwilling to submit to me? Sir, please spare my life. I am willing to surrender. Please spare my life. The middle-aged man was obviously very scared. Rosen was speechless about this. You are so timid. Why do you dare to ignore his words? He said coldly, Answer my question. Yes, I thought you were just saying it casually. Besides, the wilderness is so vast, you might not even be able to find my territory. I was just hoping for the best. I am willing to submit. Your servant kowtows to the emperor. Long live his majesty. Rosen. It can be seen that the lord has been frightened and is talking nonsense. He is just a town-level lord. How can he be called the emperor? Retracting his cold gaze, Rosen said calmly, Come to my territory tomorrow morning and accept your surrender. Otherwise, I will kill you the next time I come. Let's go. After saying that, Rosen took his men away and went to the next territory. He went out in person, not to kill anyone, but to take over these people. If the person refuses to surrender after being beaten, he will really start a killing spree. After Rosen left, several loyal guards immediately gathered around, stood by their lord, and worriedly wanted to help him. The middle-aged lord stretched out a trembling hand and was pulled up from the ground by his subordinates. He said with lingering fear, "Hurry, return to the territory, close the door." "Sir, are we really going to that person's territory tomorrow?" "Nonsense, I have to go. Or do you want to die? I almost lost my life just because I listened to you." Arrived at the second territory. It is still a small territory with only dozens of people. Rosen's army rushed in directly to capture the lord without any extra words. This lord had the same reaction as the previous lord. He begged for mercy and cried, begging Rosen not to kill him. Rosen said the same thing and went to the third territory. It's a small territory and there is no capital for resistance. Wherever Rosen's army went, all surrendered. However, as the distance grew, Rosen clearly felt the lord's ignorance. The farther away the lords were, the less they believed in Rosen's strength. So the moment they saw the golden armor and hundreds of soldiers, they completely surrendered. Even when they reached a range of 12 kilometers, a territory of 100 people actually learned the news in advance and took the initiative to attack Rosen's army. The sudden attack resulted in 2 horses being injured. This made Rosen very angry. I don't know where these people got the courage from. Seeing that the golden armored soldiers dared to launch a sneak attack, they were simply too bold. So with a command, Rosen's army began to counterattack. It only took 10 minutes to kill 100 people in the territory, and only half of them were left, and they surrendered one after another. The golden armored soldiers brought their lord to Rosen. The lord still looked dissatisfied. The scene was very similar to the good guys and villains on TV. Of course, in their eyes, Rosen is the villain. If he hadn't been a little further away, Rosen would have really been humiliated by him spitting on him. Looking at the spit on the ground and the lord's steadfast defiance, Rosen said calmly, "Just chop him down. Any other citizens willing to surrender can report directly to our territory. Those who wish to fend for themselves are free to do as they please. But if they dare to resist after being released, they will be killed directly. No need to report." "Yes." 2 soldiers in golden armor pulled the lord's arm and led him to the gate of the territory. It looked like he was going to be beheaded in public. The lord still looked unconvinced and said, "Kill one of me, and there will be thousands of me left. You can never rule us." "Rosen." At this moment, Rosen didn't want to say a word. I looked at the sky, and it was already afternoon. It had been half a day since they left the territory. Rosen passed through 8 territories along the way. This was the 8th one, and the only one that dared to launch a sneak attack on him. "Ha! You will regret killing me. Do you know the Brotherhood Alliance? I am a member of the Brotherhood Alliance. My leader will avenge me." The man screamed as he was dragged away. Rosen said disdainfully, "I'm not even afraid of the Phantom Sword Alliance, so why would I be afraid of your brother's alliance? You don't know? You know nothing. Our leader's power is immense, far beyond the reach of the tiny Phantom Sword Alliance. Sooner or later, my leader will descend upon your territory and avenge me. Long live my brothers." Ugh! With one swing of the sword, his head and body were separated. Chapter 117, The Tragic Death of His Men. Although this man was very arrogant, he was also the first person Rosen had ever seen who was so indifferent to life and death. I have to say, if people like this are allowed to survive, they will only become more and more crazy. "My lord, we found 4 fully loaded storage boxes. Should we take them with us or send someone to deliver them back to the territory?" The golden armored soldier came out to report. Rosen said, "Send a few people back to the territory, and the rest of you stay here to rest and eat. After dinner, we'll continue on our journey. We need to explore 30 miles before dark." "Yes." The golden armored soldier immediately went to make arrangements. Everyone gathered together, took out the prepared dried meat and fruits, and started eating. Rosen also took out a table and sat there eating leisurely. "By the way, how far have we gone? How far are we from the 30-mile range?" Rosen called over a team leader in golden armor and asked. The team leader quickly replied, "Sir, we have 3 kilometers left to reach the 30-mile range." 3 kilometers. Have the cavalrymen who were exploring the way returned? Rosen asked again. "I haven't come back yet, sir." The man answered honestly. But this answer made Rosen frown. He sent out a total of 6 cavalrymen to explore the territory. The 6 people explored in 6 directions centered on the front. The exploration distance was 3 kilometers. As long as he found a place, he would come back and report immediately. Then he would take the troops there. But judging by the time, the 6 people sent out should have returned long ago. How come he is still nowhere to be seen? Could something have gone wrong? Rosen frowned and looked at the sky, feeling a little uneasy. Because besides him, there are two other alliances nearby, namely the Justice League and the Brotherhood. Did something happen? Rosen swallowed a mouthful of lean meat, his mind racing, trying to find out what was going on. But at this moment, a fast horse suddenly rushed out of the forest. The panicked movement immediately attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Rosen also looked up. The fast horse was the scout he sent out. But at this moment, the scout was covered in blood and lying on the horse's back, extremely weak. When the horse arrived at the gate of the territory, he rolled off the horse. "Lord, my lord, someone is ambushing us 3 miles ahead." After saying that, the scout turned his head to the side and became completely motionless. The golden-armored soldier hurried forward to explore the breath. But after exploring, the golden-armored soldier's hand trembled, and he said solemnly, "It's dead." Hiss. Suddenly, there were sounds of people gasping for air all around. Rosen was also stunned. Only one of the 6 scouts returned. Were the others all killed? That shouldn't be the case. The soldiers we sent are all in golden armor, and they also have horses. Even if they are discovered, they should be able to escape. But only one came back. What kind of force dares to attack our people in Taiping Town? My lord, you set a 30-mile radius as the boundary. Is there any powerful force outside of this 30-mile radius? Everyone looked at Rosen. Rosen's eyes were heavy. He threw away the lean meat in his hand, stood up straight, and said coldly, "Killing my people is like killing my brothers. Everyone listened to my orders." Walla walla. All 300 people stood up and shouted in unison, "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge! To avenge your brother is to avenge yourself." Because they are all working for the territory, if they die for the territory and no one avenges them, they will be extremely heartbroken and no one will risk their lives for the territory in the future. So no matter who the other party is, revenge is the only solution. If you avenge others, someone will avenge you later. I would have no regrets even if I died. At this moment, Rosen was really angry. His soldiers, serving the territory, were now dying for it. This revenge must be avenged. No matter what alliance or power you call it, I will not accept surrender this time. Rosen jumped on his horse and shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" More than 300 people followed and ran in the direction where the golden-armored soldiers came back. 3 miles away, there is an open area. There is a territory here. The endless wooden wall indicates the size of the territory. This is a considerable force. And outside the territory, there stood a stone with the 3 large characters Blood Wolf Village written on it. At the same time, someone carved other characters next to the 3 big characters, side by side with them. Those are the 5 words, Brotherly Alliance Leader. This is not only a large territory, but also the location of the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance. At this moment, hundreds of soldiers gathered at the gate of Blood Wolf Village. These soldiers were all equipped with iron armor and seemed to be developing quite rapidly. Several soldiers held up several sets of golden armor and said excitedly, "Alliance Leader, these golden armors are really great treasures." Yes, the General Alliance doesn't have such good things. I don't know where they got that Taiping Town. Maybe they discovered the existence of a gold mine. Humph, Taiping Town is nothing to worry about. Although they are powerful, my father is even more powerful. A young man said with pride, "The number of people in my father's territory far exceeds that of Rosen, but the distance is too great. When father and son meet in the future, it will be easy for us to create a superpower." Master Alliance Leader, how far away is the Grand Alliance Leader from us? It's not very far, actually. It's probably about 1,000 miles. It's mainly because of the checkpoints. My father's current goal is to unify the domains. Once he unifies the domains, he will break through the checkpoints and come to our domain. Then we can reunite. The leader of the Brotherhood Alliance said arrogantly, "I have to unify this region before my father attacks the checkpoint. Then, attacking the checkpoint from both sides will make it easier to break through. With the help of the General Alliance, unifying this region is only a matter of time. However, I didn't expect the Taiping Town to suddenly appear. This might cause trouble." Yes, Taiping Town suddenly appeared. Its population is several times greater than ours, and there are many other forces. The General Alliance cannot do its utmost to help us, so it will be very difficult to unify this area. If we kill the soldiers from Taiping Town, will that Rosen attack us? Several soldiers, each with different concerns. But the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance said nonchalantly, "It's just a few people he killed. If he dares to ask me for an explanation, I'll bring my father over. If that doesn't work, I'll just return the stolen goods to him for now. I don't believe he'd dare to do anything to me for a few soldiers. After all, my father is no pushover." After the leader finished speaking, Everyone else felt relieved. After all, their leader, that is, the father of the alliance leader, is doing very well in another large area. Chapter 118. Revenge for the People. The Grand Alliance leader not only gathered many of his former good brothers there, but also found a lot of resources, and the development speed was rapid. The total number of people now has reached thousands. Together with the surrounding allies, the number of people that the chief leader can mobilize has exceeded 3,000. Moreover, there are many brothers in the same domain but far away who are swallowing up the surrounding areas. Once they converge, a super force will emerge and sweep across that vast area. After the General Alliance unifies the entire region, it won't be long before you can attack the level and enter this area. By then, it won't matter even if they fail to develop. All we have to do is prevent this region from being unified by one force. Because there is no unity, power will definitely be dispersed. At that time, the General Alliance attacked, and these scattered forces were simply unable to stop them. After all, the power of a domain is no joke. If the region were to be unified, it would probably be difficult as both sides would be evenly matched. Fortunately, they were lucky and 2 adjacent domains appeared. The General Alliance is also secretly helping them develop. Report. Just then, a soldier hurried in from the forest, shouting loudly as he ran. Oh no, people from Taiping Town are coming to kill us. Hiss. Are they really coming to kill me? What to do? Master Alliance leader, why don't we retreat into the forest temporarily? We can come back after the people from Taiping Town leave. Several loyal subordinates were worried. But the leader was not at all panicked. He said proudly, what if he comes to kill me? Once he knows my identity, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, my father will come and kill his entire family. But what if they're not afraid? No chance of a catastrophe. Everyone line up. I want to see what strength and courage Taiping Town has. The leader remained unmoved. The subordinates had no choice but to start forming a battle line. Master Alliance leader, just in case, you should notify your allies to mobilize troops. With more people, we will have the confidence to negotiate. Some of his subordinates were still worried and gave him advice. This time, the leader did not refute, but nodded and said, that's right. After saying that, he took out the Lord's Guide and began to issue orders, asking each ally that joined the alliance to send 30 soldiers to help. Each ally sent 30 soldiers, and he had 18 allies, so he could mobilize more than 500 soldiers. Adding the more than 300 soldiers he managed, he would have a force of 800 to 900 people. So at this moment, his confidence swelled even more. An indomitable momentum exploded in his heart. Make him feel that he is the protagonist of this world. Walla walla. The scattered team, under the call of the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance, reformed and stood guard in front of the territory gate. It seems that anyone who dares to take a step in will have their entire family killed. It is very imposing. It was at this moment. Rosen's large group of men have also arrived. There was a surge in the forest. A group of well-organized soldiers appeared and confronted their brothers. Armored in gold and iron, cavalrymen in black robes, this was a large army composed of several branches of the military. They had stern faces and were cold and ruthless, standing there with contempt for the world. Especially since their brother's revenge is about to be taken, they are even more determined to move forward. Tat-a-tat-tat. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and Rosen, riding the horse king, came to the crowd, supported by a group of cavalry. His eyes were sharp, his waist was straight, and he held a golden sword in his hand, pointing it at the Brotherhood Alliance. As soon as he gave the order, the entire army would attack immediately. Ha 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 ha. You are Rosen, Lord of Taiping Town? It's an honor to meet you. I am Ebatian, leader of the Brotherhood Alliance. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Ebatian, the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance. He never expected that such a small town-level territory would have so many types of troops. However, he was not frightened at all by the multiple types of troops in front of him, and spoke arrogantly. But Rosen had no desire to chat with him. He glanced at the members of the Brotherhood Alliance and saw several sets of golden armor in the crowd. It must have been stripped from his subjects. Rosen said coldly, killing my people is like cutting off my limbs. If I don't take revenge, I'm unworthy of being a lord. As soon as he finished speaking, deafening shouts of killing came from behind him. Kill! 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 Many soldiers raised their weapons and shouted heart-wrenchingly. This momentum is like a mountain pressing down on your head, making it hard to breathe. Ebatian was also frightened. He was actually a little worried that he wouldn't be able to control this lord, so he quickly said, Lord Luo, this is all a misunderstanding. Just a few sets of golden armor, just return them. Someone, come and return the golden armor to Lord Luo. After that, he quickly waved his hand, and decided to withdraw from the war and seek peace. But is this just a matter of a few sets of golden armor? Rosen said coldly. You will pay a heavy price for your foolishness. Soldiers, listen to my orders. Destroy the Brotherhood. Charge. With a command, the cavalry took the lead and rushed forward on horseback. Kill. Revenge for my brother. Kill. The cavalry was in front and the infantry was behind. Magicians and archers cut in from both flanks. Suddenly, hundreds of people rushed over. This scene left Ibatien completely unable to react. By the time he reacted, the cavalry was almost on his face. Fuck. Madman. Ibatien was shocked and quickly retreated into the crowd, shouting, Hit me. He didn't understand why the other party was so crazy. As a result, he couldn't even reveal his father's name. Go ahead. After receiving the order, the soldiers of the Brotherhood Alliance also rushed forward. But they were just infantry, and their loyal blood was far from enough to stop the attack of sharp weapons. As the cavalry rushed in, their infantry were like leeks, chopped to the ground with a single blow of their swords, spilling countless blood. What a sharp golden sword. The infantry fell very quickly. Dozens of them fell in one cavalry charge, and the formation was in disarray. Their iron armor was as easy to cut as tofu in front of the golden sword. After the cavalry charged, the infantry also arrived and engaged in close combat. The magician was also chanting spells on the side, and from time to time, he sent out fireballs and water balls, defeating his brother's soldiers. This scene completely shocked Ibatien. He was completely dumbfounded. His more than 300 men were as fragile as tofu in front of the 300 men from Taiping Town. Master Alliance Leader. We can't stop them, let's go. Several strong soldiers grabbed Boshin's hand and quickly retreated into the forest. I can't leave. This is my base. If I leave, how will I help my father unify this region? Stop it. Fight to the death and hold out until the allies arrive. Ibatien was unwilling to leave and retreated to the door, roaring. Sir, they are well equipped, and their allies are coming in waves. We really can't stop them. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape. You see, a big man pointed at the battlefield. Ibatien looked in the direction he was looking and his pupils suddenly shrank. Because the situation on the battlefield was one-sided, when their soldiers used iron swords to chop at the enemy soldiers, only sparks flew. The enemy's golden-armored soldiers rushed in and cut through their armor with a sword, severing their necks. This is simply an unparalleled crushing defeat. Chapter 119, All Conquered. Moreover, the soldiers' morale was obviously beginning to wane, and many of them even retreated towards the forest while fighting, apparently hoping to take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Ibatien completely gave up. He quickly shouted, Hurry up, gather your resources and retreat. Sir, it's too late to clean up. Hurry up and mount your horses. We'll cover your retreat. Several soldiers brought a horse over and kept persuading them. But Ibatien was reluctant to give up the territory he had developed with great effort. Because this territory is not only the result of his hard work, but also the result of his father's hard work. His father had high hopes for him, hoping that he could develop and then lead him into this region to complete the unification. If this person runs away, the consequences will be disastrous. But seeing the golden-armored soldiers about to kill him, Ibatien became furious, gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and jumped onto his horse. Drive! He slapped the horses but hard and rushed into the forest. The leader ran away. What? The leader ran away? Then what's the point of our fight? Wow, I don't want to fight anymore. Someone hit me with a sword. I'm almost dead. Save me. I surrender. Suddenly, people began to surrender. They dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and accepted detention. But there are still many loyal soldiers sent from the General Alliance who are fighting desperately. When Rosen saw Ibatien fleeing on horseback, he simply chopped down the two enemies beside him and chased after Ibatien. If we can't capture the leader, all the fighting is meaningless. Hey, don't even think about chasing my lord. But at this moment, a dozen armored men suddenly jumped out and blocked Rosen's way. They were also fully armed and tall, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary soldiers. Rosen didn't stop at all and rushed towards them. A golden light flashed, and the golden sword chopped down head-on. In addition, Rosen was sitting on the horse, looking down from a high position, so this sword strike carried endless power. The Big Han soldier quickly raised his sword to block, but the sharp golden sword could not be stopped by iron at all. Puff! After a muffled sound, the golden sword not only broke his iron sword, but also split his iron armor, directly splitting him in half. All of a sudden, everyone around gasped. Hiss! What a terrifying power! Everyone be careful, and protect the leader's retreat at all costs. The rest of the people were probably very loyal, so even though they were scared, they still went ahead. Rosen's face was expressionless. With his martial arts skills, he could easily kill them even with an ordinary iron sword, not to mention the golden sword. So he raised his sword and swung it down, and with each strike he killed a big man. In just a few breaths, 6 were killed. Although the kill was very neat, it also allowed Ibatian to run far away. Seeing this, Rosen increased the speed of his chopping. After a few more breaths, the last few enemies were chopped down. But at this time, Ibatian was about to rush into the forest. Rosen didn't chase after him, because if you chase after it, you probably won't be able to catch it. So Rosen took out his bow and arrow, aimed at Ibatian in the distance, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow made a sound of breaking through the air, and went straight through Ibatian's armor and stabbed into his back. This is one of the few iron arrows, and it is quite powerful. But Rosen felt a little regretful that he did not shoot Ibatian to death directly. Sir, should we send cavalry to chase them? A soldier came to Rosen and reported. Rosen waved his hand and said, no need. He won't survive more than a few days after being struck by my iron arrow. Let him die in agony in the wild, so that we can comfort our fallen warriors. Yes. The soldier nodded, joined the search team, and began to plunder the territory. Soon, the number of resources came out. The soldiers escorted the surrendered enemies and carried out box after box of resources. There are mountains of resources in front of Rosen, which shows how rich the resources of this leader of the Brotherhood Alliance are. My lord, we have captured a total of 140 prisoners. 40 are seriously injured, and 60 are slightly injured. Do you want to take them all back to the territory? Release all the seriously injured and let them fend for themselves. If they survive, it's God's will. If they don't, it's fate. Bring the rest of the people and resources back to the territory. Rosen gave a calm answer. This made the soldiers feel sad. In this chaotic world, without the protection of a powerful territory, life is trampled upon like grass. Thank you for appearing in Taiping Town. After praying in his heart, the soldier immediately went to do it. Of course, although I sympathize with those people, I won't do anything for them. Because that's fate. After finishing the work, the entire army returned along the original route. But at this moment, the sky has already darkened. They wanted to return to the territory before dark, and time was very tight. 1 hour later, Rosen and others walked in the dark. From time to time, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the surrounding wilderness. The powerful roar and sharp roar made it difficult to tell whether it was a wild beast or a monster. Rosen chose not to hunt them, because many monsters like to appear at night. They appear at night, swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon to increase their strength. This is also the source of the danger in the wild. It is easy to encounter monsters in the middle of the night. During the day, most of the animals we encounter are wild beasts. Return to the territory. Katana Wong looked out from the arrow tower. When she saw the large group of people appear, a look of relief appeared on her face. She was worried about the Lord, but even more worried about her man. No matter how strong a man is, the dangerous wilderness and the dangerous world are the main reasons for her worry. Only when the man comes back will that worry be relieved. Of course, this kind of thought will only exist in her heart and will never be expressed. At this time, Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Zhaoan all returned. While Rosen was taking off his armor, they reported their battle results to him one by one. The 4 of them conducted a carpet search, checking the entire area within a radius of 30 miles, and found a total of 37 territories. Some of them resisted and could not see the situation clearly. 4 families were destroyed and 2 fled, so we recovered 31 families. Including the 8 territories that Rosen personally led to recapture, a total of 39 territories were recaptured. These 39 territories are newly added, plus the 9 that came to surrender early this morning. The total number is 48. In other words, from now on, with Taiping Town as the center, a total of 48 territories within a radius of 30 miles will all be under the command of Rosen. Of course, at present they are just vassal territories. They also have their own military strength and beliefs. But now that they have been recovered, Rosen will naturally not allow these territories to show any signs of independence. When he develops in the future, he will assimilate these territories one by one. Just like in their previous life, they were instilled with fixed ideas, busy work that was only enough to provide them with food and clothing, and ways to entertain themselves. Only in this way will they completely lose their faith and be loyal to the general territory. Chapter 1:20 Domain Information. Perhaps that's kind. But this world will develop into a normal world sooner or later. Sooner or later, rules will emerge. Instead of swallowing up others and enjoying the thrill of war, it is better to make your own rules and influence the whole world. After all, there are so many people in this world. Although it is chaotic now, after it stabilizes in the future, there will definitely be various welfare benefits, uprisings and other things. Your subjects are also human beings, with their own loyalty. Many territories have been ravaged by rebellion due to war. Just like in the past, other countries were developing well, and their people were living and working in peace and contentment. However, those chaotic countries were constantly at war, and people were not able to live a good life at all. Only with stability can we live a good life and make the country prosperous and the people strong. As a person of the new century, Rosen naturally understands it better. People fight wars because they have nothing to eat, or because they are too ambitious to resist. Just focus on developing your territory. If you can conquer the surrounding forces, do so. If you can't, don't allow anyone who could threaten your existence to appear around you. I won't hit you, but don't threaten me, otherwise I will have to be rude. This is what Rosen is thinking now. Looking at Kitano Nozomi falling asleep beside him, Rosen wiped the sweat from his forehead. This wave of battles made him very tired. That's how people are. I won't think about it when I don't know what it feels like. Once you experience the fun of it, you will never get tired of it. And here, you don't have to avoid anything. You can play however you want. This kind of happiness is unimaginable to many people. Lying on the bed, Rosen opened the Lord's Guide. In the Lord's Guide, the conversation was as lively as ever. People discuss all sorts of things. Transactions and wars are happening all the time. My friend and I teamed up and beheaded the leader of the evil alliance. It was so damn satisfying. Damn, a small alliance still dreams of secession? Go to heaven and dream on. Hey, I grabbed a woman. She's so beautiful. I can't handle it. I found a wild wheat field in the wild and harvested hundreds of kilograms of wheat. It was awesome. What's a wheat field? I found some rare treasures in the wild. After eating them, my strength increased greatly. I have already reached the 3rd level of warrior. Fighting 10 people alone is no problem. I can beat 10 people by myself. Hiss, you're so lucky. I just happened to come across an orc tribe. I've already successfully become a son-in-law, and the old patriarch is dying. If all goes well, I'll be the leader of the orc tribe. A brotherhood alliance has appeared in our region. It's developing very quickly. Everyone around them has his people. It's said that the leader of the alliance was a big shot in his previous life and has found many brothers in life and death. Oh my God, I found the location of our domain's checkpoint. It's a huge city. There are many locals in it. We can trade with them. Watching everyone chatting, Rosen learned a lot of knowledge. The first thing that attracted him was the wheat fields and the natural treasures. I have to say that some people are really lucky and can find these important supplies. Apart from these, what attracted Rosen's attention most was the domain gate. Because you can't see the level location from the map. Once the location of the checkpoint is discovered and the forces from other domains have the strength to attack it, they will come with their troops and annex the other domains. After all, many people come here with grand ambitions. As for the rapidly developing brotherhood, Rosen simply thought it was just a name. After all, the world was vast, and there were many things with the same name. Brother, have you entered that level? Are there many people inside? How big is the wall? What about the equipment? Out of consideration for future development, Rosen still asked a question. The man was no less impressive and told Rosen everything, sending the content to the regional channel. It seems that he wants everyone to share his joy. I went in, but I had to pay a city tax. It cost 2 iron coins to enter once, which was a bit expensive. There are a lot of fun things to do there, including pubs, restaurants, inns, and chicken houses. It's very lively. As for their equipment, the common people wore cloth, while the wealthy wore silk. The guards wore silver armor, while ordinary yamen runners wore iron armor. Anyway, their equipment was exceptionally sophisticated. The walls of that city were 8 or 9 meters high, and judging by the structures inside, there must have been tens of thousands of people living there. After hearing his explanation, everyone gasped. It turns out that in this world, there are not only them, but also such a large local city. If a fight breaks out, it will be terrifying. How many soldiers do they have? Can they pass through and enter another large domain? I don't know how many soldiers there are, but you can enter another large area, but the taxes are very high. To pass through, each person has to pay a customs tax of 1 silver coin. Oh, and 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 iron coins. It's so expensive, not many people pass through. Oh right, I heard that it costs 1 silver coin to pass through a checkpoint, and another to enter another checkpoint. They said that if you leave the checkpoint in this domain and want to enter the next domain, you need the permission of the city in the next domain. Hiss. So, each level in each domain has 2 cities. That's what it means. The checkpoints protect the area from invasion. Each checkpoint has 2 cities. Watching everyone chatting, Rosen's pupils lit up slightly. No matter what, he has gained some understanding of the domain gate. Then he turned his eyes away from the conversation. In addition to their chat, various notification banners were scrolling across the top of the regional channel. This thing came out after this incident, and it will appear in a rolling manner once something big happens. You can get a lot of information from it, and it is official and more reliable. The last time Rosen's group wiped out the Fantasy Sword Alliance, it was reported above, shocking countless people. Now, the banner is still scrolling, announcing major events happening in the regional channel. And every single thing can cause a sensation. Taiping Town wiped out the Brotherhood Alliance, and the leader of the Brotherhood Alliance managed to escape. The Brotherhood annihilated the small orc tribe and won a great victory. The Sun and Moon Alliance has surpassed 1,000 members. Page 6 of the Lord's Guide, Alliance information, has been opened to them. The Crooked Melon Alliance has surpassed 1,000 members. Page 6 of the Lord's Guide, Alliance information, has been opened to them. Overlord Village has recruited a third-level magician. The banners scrolling on them are all notifications of important events. The emergence of a certain alliance represents the number of people who joined when it was established. Only when a certain number of members are reached on the day of establishment will the entire region be notified. People can learn from these banners about the development of others at the forefront, which will motivate everyone to develop. Of course, there was no concept of alliance before. The word alliance appeared on the banner for the first time since Rosen's group wiped out the Phantom Sword Alliance. It can be seen that the Lord's Guide is a very human thing. He can record all kinds of things happening. The alliance, which is just a concept, can be recorded. Chapter 121, Building a City. According to other people's chat content, Rosen learned that the Lord's Guide not only acknowledged the existence of the alliance, but also would open the 6th page for the alliance leader when the total number of alliance members reached 1,000, where the alliance leader could view the ally information in detail. Of course, this is all said in the channel. Rosen has no alliance, so he can't see it. However, based on what others had said, Rosen knew that this 6th page was different from his 5th page. Because the 5th page is the legitimate and authorized content, it can be viewed very carefully. However, the 6th page of the leader can only be used for viewing and is of no use. To join the alliance, there is an application function. You only need to apply to the alliance leader to join, and the alliance leader does not have any authority to manage them. In addition, the name of the alliance will appear above the leader's name. The words leader or member will also appear before the individual's name, so that people can clearly distinguish who is the leader and who is an ordinary person when chatting. As for why the leader did not take them as vassal territories, but instead established an alliance. Of course we can't afford to fight. Maybe it is not a problem to defeat some of them, but it is impossible to defeat them all. Without unified strength, building an alliance and developing together is the best way and also the way to avoid war. However, after the separatist incident, it became a machine that pushed the allies to kill each other. If you want to get rewards, forming an alliance won't work. You must become a vassal. Therefore, many alliances were in chaos and started fighting. There are even many powerful figures who use the strategy of making friends with distant countries and attacking nearby ones. Make friends with distant territories and attack nearby territories. As the name suggests, it means making friends with distant territories and attacking nearby territories. In other words, send troops to attack the surrounding territories and turn them all into vassals, no matter if you are an ally or not. In addition, we can go to the territory 30 miles away to discuss cooperation with them, establish an alliance, or form an alliance to maintain non-aggression or help each other. In this way, they cooperated internally and externally, and made those brainless lords stunned and unable to react at all. After all, if you don't have the strength to carve out a territory, you can only get event rewards by becoming someone else's vassal. This night, Rosen learned a lot of useless knowledge. And because he studied too late at night, he overslept in the morning. Kitano Wangdu is full of energy, but he hasn't gotten up yet. Until Kitano Wang reported to him that dozens of foreign lords had come to seek refuge with Rosen. Only then did Rosen get up from the bed. Just like yesterday, we received the foreign lords, unified the bloodshed to make them vassal territories, and announced the amount of tax. Collecting taxes per head is the fairest way of life. If there are many people, give more. If there are few people, give less. After dealing with them and dispersing them, Rosen sat down in his seat, opened the Lord's Guide, and began to think. So far, the number of his local subjects has exceeded 3,000. There are a total of 48 vassal territories, with a total population of 2,500. In other words, the total number of people in these territories is less than that in the main territory. The total number of the main territory and vassal territories is close to 6,000. This is a terrifying number. Even if they develop a very large alliance, they probably can't reach this number. With a number of nearly 6,000 people, Rosen only needs to give an order to easily form a large army of more than 4,000 people, and they can also be fully armed. This kind of strength is enough to sweep away all enemies. He has taken control of the entire area within a radius of 30 miles. Anyone who dares to disobey his orders will be killed. Who wouldn't be afraid? There are still more than 10 days until the incident ends. How will it develop next? Rosen thought hard. Although there are no important tasks, if I stop to enjoy myself, it might slow down the development speed. That's right, expand the territory, develop renewable resources, increase the number of people, and strengthen the territory. Suddenly, Rosen had an idea. He immediately called Kitano Nozomi over. Bei Yuang hurried over and said respectfully, "My lord." With a closer relationship, Kitano Nozomi didn't stand so far away when reporting. So much so that Rosen could smell her body fragrance at any time. "How much stone is stored in our warehouse?" Rosen asked. Kitano Wang thought for a moment and immediately said, "We have a total of 15,000 stones in stock. Furthermore, the mining area outside has been completed, and we are entering the final stages of the work today. It will be difficult to increase the stone inventory in the future." 15,000. If we expand the territory to the size of a city, we'll need at least 1 kilometer. For walls on all sides will be 4,000 meters long, and each wall is 2 meters wide, so we'll need 2,000 walls. One wall requires 1,000 stones, so 2,000 walls will require 2 million stones. Holy shit. When he thought about this, Rosen almost jumped up. This number is so huge that most people would be so scared that they dare not even think about it. It will take forever to mine 2 million pieces of stone. Even if Rosen mined all day, he could only collect more than 10,000 pieces, an average of only 1,000 stones a day. If we continue to mine 2 million stones in this way, it will take at least 2,000 days, or nearly 6 years. Rosen, if it's a 100-fold increase, well, 2 million divided by 100 equals 20,000. Only 20,000 stones would be enough. Shit, luckily I have a 100-fold increase. Rosen quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. We almost failed to upgrade the city wall. With the accurate figures, Rosen ordered, "Notify the barracks immediately and send people to the major vassal territories to collect taxes. First, bring back the revenue from these 7 days." Yes. Kitano Nozomi nodded and went downstairs to make arrangements immediately. With this tax, Rosen will not only have enough stones, but there will also be a lot left over. After all, eating 5 stones a day is relatively not difficult for a person. At most, it squeezes their time to find food or develop. As long as they want to mine, it is no problem for each of them to mine more than 10 pieces a day. The most important thing is stone resources. The more people mine, the fewer resources there are, and time will be wasted in searching for stones. This not only limits their development, but also strengthens their own resources. After finding food, they have to work on mining and have no time to do anything else. This was one of Rosen's plans. Suddenly, Rosen felt great. There is a sense of super confidence that everything is under control. But Rosen was not proud. He knew that pride was an invisible sword, and once one became proud, one would be not far from destruction. After arranging these things, Rosen came to the crafting table and started making stone walls. Stone wall, also called city wall. Because of its huge size, with a width and thickness of 2 meters and a height of 8 meters, it is most appropriately called a city wall. Once put into use, it can definitely stop the attacks of ferocious beasts in the army. It is an important defensive facility. Chapter 122 Other Lords. It takes 1,000 stones to build a wall that is 2 meters wide and 2 meters thick. Rosen went to the warehouse, took out all the stones, and started processing them. Put in 15,000 stones and make it with one click. Stone wall 15. Ding. 100-fold amplification successful. Stone wall 1500. Suddenly, a dense wall appeared in the production space. Take out a piece, it is only the size of a thumb, and looks like a model that has been shrunk 10,000 times. Especially exquisite. The dark gray city wall is thicker at the bottom and thinner at the top, and there is a corridor at the top that is 1 meter deep and 1 meter wide. This kind of city wall can replace countless arrow towers, and people can stand on it to guard the territory from being invaded. When the time comes, just place these small models in the designated location, and it will automatically return to its original shape in a few breaths and become a huge stone wall. That's the benefit of a crafting table. The large items produced are all as convenient as the car capsules we used to see on TV. The only inconvenience is that once used, it cannot be reduced. Looking at the city wall in the space, Rosen ordered someone to call Li Yang over. As a territory's military advisor, He must be useful. Soon, Liang hurried over. He did not go with the expedition to other people's territories, but the others could not do without him. This is the result of Rosen's thinking. Greetings, Lord. After Liang entered the room, he bowed deeply to Rosen to show his status as a subordinate. I have to say that Liang is very self-aware. Rosen quickly held his arm and said with a smile, Brother Yang, I asked you to come here. I need your help with something. What is the matter? Please tell me, Lord. Liang bowed slightly again. Rosen said with an unhappy expression, What's the point of being Lord or not? There's no need for such formalities between us. Besides, I'm only 2 years older than you. Just call me Brother Sun like before. Hee. Thank you, Brother Senator. If Brother Sun has any instructions, Brother Yang will never refuse. Liang also smiled. The relationship between the two became closer. Rosen took Liang's hand and came to the workbench. He pointed at the stone wall model on the workbench and said, Do you know what this is? His stone wall. Oh my God, Brother Sun, you even built so many stone walls. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, over 30. Liang was shocked on the spot. Although every lord can make stone walls. But the resources consumed by the stone wall are extremely large, enough to drain any territory, and not much can be made. These dozens of walls in front of us actually require tens of thousands of stones. Everyone was busy looking for food or weapons, so how could anyone find so many stones? So Liang was shocked. Logically speaking, with so many people in Taiping town, all their efforts should be used to find important supplies, so there shouldn't be so many stones. Haha, more than 30 walls are nothing. The territory has abundant resources. I plan to build a city around the land, and have already made 1,500 walls. However, I, Brother Sun, am busy with trivial matters and cannot place the walls myself. I would like to trouble Brother Yang to place them for me. Rosen murmured. His 1,500 blocks. Liang took a breath of cold air on the spot. He had no idea how many stones would be needed to build more than 1,000 walls. 100,000? Or 1 million? But after hearing what Rosen said next, he wondered, is it that simple? Haha, of course there are other things. You are my military advisor now. I plan to create a group in the chat channel and announce your status as military advisor to everyone. This will let every lord who becomes my vassal state know. From now on, I can collect taxes and trade them directly to you from the Lord's Guide. This will not only be convenient, but also save time. Rosen continued, Although these are small matters, I don't feel safe leaving them to anyone else. Only by leaving them to Brother Yang can I feel at ease. Hearing Rosen say this, Liang also felt helpless. Because what Rosen said was true, Rosen could do these things himself. But the territory is large, and there are many things to do, and I can't do it myself. For example, if the collection of taxes were handed over to other lords, many people would probably engage in corruption. Entrusting it to yourself means trusting yourself. Liang then knelt on one knee excitedly and said, Brother Cs-san, I will devote myself to this mission until my death. Please get up quickly. With Brother Yang's help, I will be even more powerful. Our territory will definitely become stronger and stronger. After notifying the matter, Rosen took out a piece of paper and a pencil and began to plan the city construction with Liang. First of all, the people in charge definitely don't understand urban planning. Although the two of them didn't understand, the knowledge on the internet was enough for them to learn how to deduce. Soon, a large city 1 kilometer long and wide appeared on paper. The city is 1 kilometer long and 1 kilometer wide, with an area of 1 million square meters. This area is equivalent to more than 1,500 acres of land, enough to build a small city that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. As the world undergoes major changes, city walls are essential for a territory. No matter how things develop in the future, the territory must be impregnable, because the battles that follow will not be small fights. A lord who develops smoothly can also summon thousands or even tens of thousands of people to fight. In addition, horses, weapons, and other items are also entering the barracks one after another. The military will only get stronger. The stronger the army, the stronger the city walls must be. Because if you lag behind, you will be beaten. This is the valuable experience left by the ancients. After handing all the blueprints and stone walls to Liang, the two of them left the city lord's mansion and came to the outside of the territory. Rosen asked Zhao Yun to send some people to follow Liang and protect his safety, and then he strolled outside the territory on his own. As long as the city wall is built, the place where he strolls will become inside the city instead of outside the city. The city needs to be built, the territory needs to be developed, and everything I do is for you. Rosen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the people working in the distance. Behind him followed a dozen golden-armored soldiers and Zhao Yun. The only goal of these people is to protect the safety of the Lord. Wherever Rosen went, they would follow. This is the team trained by Zhao Yun. A mile away is the forest. After being cut down, it has become very sparse. Rosen walked at the junction of the clearing and the forest, thinking as he walked. But at this moment, a man suddenly ran out from the working people and rushed straight towards Rosen. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him immediately drew their swords and protected Rosen. Protect the Lord. Clang, clang, clang. This is the sound of the golden sword being unsheathed. Rosen was slightly stunned and looked at the man running towards him. But there was no information about him that appeared before my eyes. This made Rosen stunned. Because only the Lord will not have information. Ordinary subjects and refugees can see their loyalty and names at a glance. Other lords are doing hard labor in my territory? Could it be that they are the lords captured after the annihilation of the Phantom Sword Alliance? Rosen was slightly stunned. Chapter 123 Plant All. My lord, I am innocent. The man knelt down in front of Rosen with a thud. He burst into tears and said, Wu, my people are almost starving to death. Lord, please let me go back. I will definitely change my ways and never watch the fun again, Wu. Who are you? Rosen asked calmly. The man continued to cry bitterly. My lord, I am a foreign lord. My territory is 38 miles away from here. I came here to watch the fun, but was mistaken for a member of the Phantom Sword Alliance and arrested. I am so wronged. I swear, I have absolutely no intention of Taiping Town. Rosen. It turned out to be a mistake. Rosen suddenly remembered that after the last time the Fantasy Sword Alliance was wiped out, he was busy with various trivial matters and had no time to deal with them. I might as well take advantage of today to deal with them. Rosen said to Zhao Yun beside him. During the last battle, how many lords were captured? Bring them all to me, and I will solve this problem. Yes. Zhao Yun immediately led his men and dispersed, transferring troops from various camps. In order to facilitate management and arrange breakfast, these people were arranged in different places. Do hard labor in various camps. Some people mine, some people cut down trees. Anyway, they are all separated. More than 10 minutes later, the soldiers brought 12 lords to Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already placed a table and chairs here and was resting with his legs crossed. The lord who came forward on his own initiative stood aside trembling. Including him, a total of 13 lords were captured. All 13 people knelt before Rosen and said respectfully, Greetings, Lord. Are you the captured lords? The lords watching the show stand on the left, and the lords of the Fantasy Sword Alliance stand on the right. Rosen said lightly. The 13 people immediately divided into two teams. There are 5 people standing on the left and 8 people standing on the right. Rosen said calmly, It's been a few days since the battle. Do you all realize your mistakes? In reply to the Lord, we know we were wrong. Everyone bent down and replied, as neat as a group of well-trained soldiers. Rosen smiled and said, Do you want territory? Everyone. No one dared to answer, for they were afraid that their thoughts would arouse Rosen's murderous intent and he would kill them. Upon seeing this, Rosen immediately pointed to the middle-aged lord closest to him and asked, Do you want a territory? Oh. The man was startled, then quickly bowed respectfully and said, In reply to the Lord, I don't miss the territory. I live a good life in Taiping Town. I chop trees and exercise every day, and I don't have to worry about 3 meals a day. I am happy and don't miss the territory. Rosen, you've watched too much Romance of the Three Kingdoms. You think you are a do. Rosen rolled his eyes and said calmly, I can let you go back to my territory, but because you made a mistake, you must become my vassal territory if you want to return, and I'll need an additional ransom. Do you agree? My lord, we are willing to be your vassal, but the ransom, how much does it cost? A brave man mustered up the courage to ask. Rosen immediately said, Not much, just 1,000 pounds of meat per person. Hiss. Everyone gasped. 1,000 pounds? This will undoubtedly cost them their lives. Where can I get it? Moreover, these lords did not complete the task of setting off smoke of war at all, because they were doing hard labor when the smoke of war rose. So there is no reward without gun smoke. If they want to deal with these people, they have to hurt them severely. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. Lord, can you please give less? Someone couldn't help but make a request. Rosen immediately replied, If you don't want to, just hand over the Lord's guide and stay in my territory. I can treat you well and arrange for you to live in a separate house, but you still have to work. This? Everyone hesitated again. But at this moment, someone was overjoyed and ran out on his own initiative. He excitedly took out the Lord's guide and said excitedly, Lord, I am willing to stay. This is my Lord's guide. Everyone looked over in surprise. But the man didn't seem awkward at all, because his development was very poor and he had very few followers. It is undoubtedly a good principle to stay here and not have to worry about 3 meals a day. Rosen immediately integrated his lord's guide, arranged a residence for him, and let him go home. The other lords all wanted to develop their own power and fantasized about rising in the future, so they finally had no choice but to agree to Rosen's request and agreed to the ransom of 1,000 kilograms of meat. Of course, you must first become a vassal and then pay a ransom before you can leave. Everyone shed their blood one by one and became Rosen's vassal. From then on, Rosen had vassal territories not only within the area of 30 miles around him, but also within another 30 miles and hundreds of miles. Although hundreds of miles of territory cannot be governed, after becoming a vassal, one can see their coordinates, which is also a kind of guidance. It's useless now, but it will come in handy sooner or later. Moreover, if you kill them, you will gain nothing and lose a laborer. If you forcibly take away their lord guide, you can only recruit one more citizen a day. These things have little appeal to Lawson and are far less real than other things. Moreover, although it was a bit difficult for them to get 1,000 kilograms of meat, they could still scrape together the money by selling their property and their people. After dealing with them, Rosen announced his disbandment and continued to wander around the territory. At this time, Liang had already put up many walls. The 8-meter-high city wall, excluding the foundation, is still 6 meters high above the ground, which is equivalent to the height of 2 floors in the previous life. Moreover, there is a half-meter deep corridor on the top of the wall, from which you can look down from a high vantage point. When everyone saw these walls appear, they were all extremely excited. They weren't fools, so they could see that the territory was already developing into a city. We have a base. We have enough food for now, and the number of people is also acceptable. Rosen staggered back to the lord's mansion. He called Bei Yuang over and asked, "How is the food supply?" Bei Yuang immediately replied, "My lord, the grain has been dried and stored in the warehouse." "Yes, but 20,000 kilograms of food is too little. We need to keep growing. We are starting to build the city now, and the population will increase in the future. So, we will mobilize all the people to open up wasteland outside the city. I want to plant all of these 20,000 kilograms of food." Rosen never stops talking until his words are shocking. This scared Kitano Nozomi. "Plant them all." Kitano Wang was dumbfounded. Because 1 acre of land only needs 40 kilograms of seeds, 25,000 kilograms can be used to plant 625 acres of land. And once the 625 mu of land has a good harvest, it can yield 625,000 kilograms. This is going to tire the wood magician to death. Kitano Wang was dumbfounded and asked, "Do we really have to plant them all?" "Of course, go and arrange it. Also notify the wood magician and don't be lazy." Rosen nodded. Chapter 124, A Restless Night. There is a reason why he did this. Because whether it is meat or fruit, they are consumable resources, and once they are eaten, they are gone. Only food is a circular resource. After eating this crop, the next crop will grow. To develop a territory, we must first develop recycled food. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the food and supplies must go first. This is exactly what it means. Seeing Rosen's determination, Kitano naturally supported him, so he went down to mobilize the major camps. More than 600 acres of land are considered a large area of reclamation. All the tree cutting and mining camps need to be mobilized. The first step is to cut down all the trees in an area and then plant crops so that the crops can have sufficient light and grow through photosynthesis. The grain-producing areas must also be chosen reasonably. First of all, it must be able to be protected, and then it cannot be too far away from the city. It all requires choices. Fortunately, Kitano Wang has learned a lot from Rosen during this period and can share a lot of things with Rosen. She summoned all the camps and then informed the magician of the Lord's intentions. When the wood magician heard the Lord's arrangement, his face turned pale. They are about to face a dark and gloomy job. Of course, the water magicians also suffered because they had to water more than 600 acres of land. However, working constantly and casting magic can also help increase magic power. The wood magician apprentices have clearly felt the increase in magic power and are on the path to becoming true magicians. The other magicians, upon learning of this, were all gloating, but they were unaware that a more important mission was about to be assigned to them. After arranging these trivial matters, Rosen temporarily fell into a state of leisure. The task of establishing one's own territory was just begun by other lords, but he had already completed it. At present, the biggest and most important task of the territory is to open up wasteland and cultivate land and develop with peace of mind. Apart from this matter, everything else can be put aside for the time being. Therefore, The reclamation of more than 600 acres of land directly mobilized all ordinary residents. Even so, it will probably take several days just to open up the wasteland. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon exchanged places. Rosen took advantage of this time to create a group chat channel on the chat page, and the members in it were all his vassal territories. He also announced Li Yang's identity as a military advisor and told them to look for Li Yang if they had any problems in the future. This also indirectly pushed Li Yang to a high-ranking position. After dark, the soldiers sent out to collect taxes have returned. When they passed the stone tablet of Taiping Town and saw the huge city wall in front of them, the group of people were stunned. Master Little White Face. Is this our territory? The soldiers hurriedly stopped their horses and asked the leader in shock. The pretty boy was also confused and recalled. That's right, I just saw the stone tablet of our territory. Sure, the city wall was built in just one day. It's so huge. Our Lord is truly a god. Yes, the Lord is so powerful. Let's go into the city. A group of people headed towards the city gate. On the several-meter-high city gate, 3 characters are carved. Taiping City. Yes, Taiping Town has been changed to Taiping City, but the population is not enough and it has not been recognized by the Lord's guide. But sooner or later they will recognize it. The gate of Taiping City is made of a mixture of iron and wood and looks extremely tall. Even if 10 horses run side by side, they can easily pass through. This city gate alone consumed hundreds of pieces of wood and hundreds of pieces of iron for Rosen. At the city gate, Luo Haizi and his men were on duty, covered in iron armor. After seeing the pretty boy, he naturally let him go. The last group of people have returned. Close the door. Luo Haizi waved his hand, and 10 soldiers immediately walked out and pushed open the huge city gate with force. The city gate made a buzzing vibration, shaking everyone's hearts. A strong territory means strong people, and a strong people means a strong country. After all the collected taxes were handed over, everyone returned to the camp to rest. Rosen worked overtime to build the remaining city walls, and then lay down on the bed to rest. Due to the rise of the city, everyone lived in the city, and there was a large space in the city. Only the uncultivated land outside the city was stationed with some soldiers and residents for guarding and timely communication. Lying on the bed, Rosen felt a silence in his heart. Kitano Wong was lying beside him and couldn't help but come over to him, which made Rosen wake up a little and look over. Lord, go to sleep, Kitano Wong reminded softly. They have been living together since that night. Rosen also enjoyed himself every night and lived like an emperor. In the past, in that era of rapid development, a girlfriend would be extremely darling and unwilling to do anything, leaving men with no way to deal with her. But now, Rosen pressed her little head lightly, and she opened her mouth obediently. Let Rosen experience the plot that can only be imagined on TV. Therefore, Rosen became more and more fond of Kitano Nozomi. Looking at her expectant eyes, Rosen smiled wickedly and pushed her into the bed. Kitano Wong snorted lightly and obediently went to look for his target. While Taiping City was developing steadily, the outside world was in chaos. The chat area was filled with declarations of war and complaints about the world. Countless lords who were unwilling to be in the public eye rose up in rebellion. The war is going on all the time, even in the dangerous middle of the night. There are still many territories that raise troops in the middle of the night and launch surprise attacks, trying to fight to the death and seek a glimmer of hope of survival. Hundreds of miles away from Rosen, a territory was brightly lit, and thousands of people gathered within the wooden walls. However, few of these people have iron armor, and only most of them are qualified to wear iron swords. It looks rather messy. Brothers, allies, it's time for another life or death battle. In our past lives, we had nothing. In this life, will we create brilliance and surpass everyone, or will we struggle to survive as ordinary people? Tonight is the final straw. I have already discovered the coordinates of the leader of the Shun Family Alliance. Tonight we will behead the Shun Family Alliance. Once the beheading is successful, we can rule the entire south and even move north to annex the entire plains. By then, you and I will both be successful and in power. Success or failure depends on tonight. Go ahead. A leader confidently declared the benefits of the future, and his subordinates who listened were full of fighting spirit and extremely excited. Hundreds of miles north of Rosen, a similar night battle was taking place. In the forest, countless torches lit up and hundreds of people fought in a group. The whole scene was in chaos. These are 2 waves of forces, formed by the remnants of the Fantasy Sword Alliance. After the leader of the Fantasy Sword Alliance was wiped out in the expedition against Rosen, they fought each other fiercely, all wanting to gather the remaining forces and complete unification. Kill. The shouts of killing shook the sky and filled the forest. Both sides decided to carry out the decapitation operation tonight, but they met on the way and engaged in a fierce fight. Chapter 125 Future Plans, Part 4. After this battle, the strength of the Fantasy Sword Alliance, which was already severely damaged, plummeted. It has completely lost the qualifications to appear in future domain wars. Damn, both sides are hurt and neither of us wins. Where's Xin Xiaoxiao? Call her over here. This was all her bad idea. I want to see how she wants to explain it. The leader of one of the factions urgently withdrew his troops and returned to his territory with the remaining troops in a rage. Report, Lord Alliance Leader, Military Advisor Shun, is missing. A soldier came hurriedly to report. Upon hearing this, the leader was visibly stunned and quickly said, "Send someone to her territory immediately and bring her to me." Yes. The soldiers hurried to do. Although it was midnight, no one dared to relax because it was a matter of great importance to the territory. Just half an hour later, when the soldiers arrived at Shun Xiaoxiao's territory, they saw only an empty territory without a single person. They knew something bad had happened and hurried back to report. When the leader received the report from his subordinates, his face turned dark. This Xin Xiaoxiao was the military advisor of the previous leader, Huan Wuxia. She instructed Huan Wuxia to send out troops, resulting in the annihilation of Huan Wuxia's entire army. Now he is helping me to gather the remnants and urging me to annex the rest, which results in another fight that ends in a lose-lose situation for both sides. All of this seemed to be designed, giving him a bad feeling. Did she do it on purpose? The leader's face turned dark. Master, all the horses in the territory have been taken away by military advisor Shun. At this time, when the soldier guarding the horses learned that the leader was looking for Xin Xiaoxiao, he was shocked and hurried to report. This sentence almost angered the leader to death. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately understood. Xin Xiaoxiao did it on purpose. She showed up to bring down their Fantasy Sword Alliance. His face was filled with anger. He pointed at the soldier, his finger trembling as he said heartbreakingly, "When did this happen? Tell me quickly, tell me." "Sir, after you sent out your troops," military advisor Shen mobilized all the war horses and headed north. To the north? Send someone after him immediately. I'll find him alive or dead. Similar things are happening in the western and southern parts of the plains. The entire region was in chaos except for the central area occupied by Rosen, which was very stable. Some even reached the edge of the forest and the foot of the mountain, encountering a large number of orcs. Of course, Rosen was unaware of all this, because night is the time for him to enjoy family time. When he woke up the next day, his territory was as peaceful as usual. Some were clearing the land, some were training their troops, and the whole territory was peaceful and busy. Moreover, the city walls of the territory have all been built, turning it into an airtight iron barrel. If you want to attack his territory, you must at least deploy siege vehicles, ladders, and other large siege equipment to have a chance to get close. Without these things, don't even think about it. Rosen and Liang stood outside the gate of the territory, looking at the majestic city walls, both feeling proud. Zhao Yun, who was wearing a golden armor, never left his side. Brother Sun, a lot of big things happened last night. There were wars everywhere. Although we have temporarily avoided war, it will come sooner or later. Which direction should we develop in now? Liang was next to Rosen, telling him what happened last night. Rosen didn't actually have a clear plan, so he asked, "The world is vast, and there are many forces. No matter what, we are bound to conflict with other forces. What do you think we should do now?" "Brother Sun, I think we should take advantage of the calm time to develop our military and strengthen ourselves. Then we'll be able to resist when the storm comes." Liang, with an ancient charm, shook his head and explained, "Brother Yang, I have carefully checked the world map. Although there are no clues, there are dozens or hundreds of large domains densely distributed, and the forces must be countless. Although we are currently isolated, as the domain gates open, domain wars will inevitably break out. The forces that can participate in domain wars are undoubtedly battle-hardened, and even if they haven't yet unified their own domains, they are still the top two. Therefore, if we want to gain a firm foothold in the domain war, our first goal must be to unify our own domain. There are hundreds of domains on the map, and the surrounding mountains and rivers serve as natural barriers. Before the checkpoints are unlocked, each domain is a world in itself. Once the checkpoints are unlocked, the power of one faction becomes the power of the entire domain. So unifying this domain is what we must do. After unifying the vast domain, the mountains and rivers can become natural barriers. Even if we can't gain a foothold on the world stage, we can still retreat. We can also hold the pass, where one man can hold the pass against 10,000, and unite the strength of the entire domain to resist an ambitious army. Li Yang's explanation directly touched Rosen's heart. I have to say that this friend has grown a lot and can see so far. It seems that he read a lot when he was working in the electronics factory. Rosen nodded and said, "You're right. Unification is definitely necessary, but our power is just beginning to take shape, and wars are raging everywhere. A domain war is still a long way off. Although we're powerful, if we join in the fighting within the domain at this moment, it will undoubtedly disrupt the current situation, and we won't be able to unify the entire domain in one fell swoop. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to develop our territory's power. As the territory develops, I can mobilize all forces within it with a single command, and no one dares to disobey. Wouldn't that be better? Expanding our forces also requires soldiers. We're in the process of a new round of land reclamation, so we won't have to worry about food. How about this? From now on, you'll be responsible for acquiring people for me. The resources in the warehouse are at your disposal. Collect as many as you want to accelerate population growth. Now that the matter has been finalized, new actions must be taken. Population growth is Rosen's most urgent plan at the moment. Because with talents there are soldiers, and with soldiers there is strength. After receiving Rosen's confirmation, Li Yang immediately bowed and said, "I obey your command." "Well, come with me and see how the land reclamation is progressing." Rosen nodded and headed towards the direction of the clearing. Because the separatist incident had only started a few days ago, everyone was busy fighting. This period will be a time for Lawson to develop steadily. After the separatist rule ends, it is estimated that all major forces will be completely established. Then, the real battle will begin. Just counting the plain area where he was, there would probably be dozens or hundreds of forces with thousands of people. Everyone came to the reclaimed land. Hundreds of people are working hard to cut down trees and open up the wilderness. The female leaders are responsible for food logistics, preparing food, water, and other things. But at this moment, a male citizen seemed not to notice the arrival of Rosen and others. While moving trees, he stared at a female logistics citizen and almost bumped into Rosen and others. Until Zhao Yun's scolding woke him up. Bull. P.S. Thanks to the brothers who support Dazue. I will update 4 times a day in the future so that everyone can have enough to read. Chapter 126, Making Laws. The bold cry frightened the male leader so much that he staggered. When he realized that the person before him was a lord or some other important person, he quickly dropped the wood and knelt on the ground, saying tremblingly, "I didn't know that the Lord was here in person. Please forgive me. Don't you look where you're going?" Zhao Yun took a step forward and was about to scold him, but Rosen stopped him and said, "It's okay. Go to work. You didn't do it on purpose. You're not guilty." Rosen waved his hand. The people immediately kowtowed in gratitude, then picked up the wood and trotted away. Zhao Yun asked in confusion, "Sir, he almost bumped into you. Why don't you let your subordinates say something to him? That way he will be more careful next time he does something." "Hey, your idea of getting your subjects to work hard is good, but your approach is wrong," Rosen said calmly. "To solve a problem, we must solve it from the root. Do you know why he didn't look at the road? What is the root cause?" Zhao Yun pondered for a moment, then pointed at a female leader in the distance and said, "She is the root of this." "Right." Rosen nodded appreciatively and asked, "Then do you know how to solve this problem?" Transfer the female subjects away. Forbid the male subjects from looking around." Zhao Yun gave 2 answers in a row, leaving Rosen speechless. Because this is still not the fundamental problem. Rosen looked at Li Yang and said, "Brother Yang, do you know?" I know. There is a solution." Li Yang chuckled and explained, "It's normal for young and middle-aged men to want women when they reach a certain age, so what we need to do is not to separate them, but to provide them with an opportunity." Zhao Yun. At this moment, Zhao Yun understood everything completely. It turned out that the Lord and the military advisor actually wanted to bring them together instead of separating them. This is too much of an exaggeration. Zhao Yun was still puzzled. But next, Rosen will use facts to prove whether he has made a big deal out of nothing. Rosen said to Li Yang, "After returning to the territory, report to the Internal Affairs Office, set up a marriage registration office, and post a notice. Anyone who is in love and willing to get married will be unconditionally supported by the Lord's mansion, and a separate residence will be allocated for the newlyweds." Zhao Yun. This time, Zhao Yun was completely confused. He had never expected that the Lord would handle it this way, and his persistence was completely beyond his imagination. Only Li Yang seemed to have the same idea, so he was not surprised, but nodded respectfully. While talking, several people came to the reclaimed land. The people in the territory are cutting down trees, and it will take some time before they can truly reclaim the land. After watching for a while, Rosen went home. After returning to the mansion, Liang went to handle the matters of the marriage agency, while Rosen came to the inner courtyard, took out paper and pen, and started writing and drawing. Not long after, a piece of paper covered with densely written words appeared. There were only 4 large characters at the top of the paper. Taiping Constitution. This is undoubtedly a legal book. Yes, you read that right. This is the book of law. As the territory grew larger and larger, Rosen felt that he had to publicize the law again. Of course, these laws are not for our own use. After all, this is still the feudal era. These laws are for vassal territories. With it, one can ensure the security of the territory and the sense of belonging of the people, and of course, consolidate one's own power and prestige. Article 1 of the Constitution. The Lord has the right to deal only with matters concerning his own territory, and has no right to deal with matters concerning the territories of others. This includes, but is not limited to, encroaching on other people's resources, harming others, and other acts that endanger other territories. Article 2 of the Constitution. The people of the territory are the precious wealth of the territory and are under the direct jurisdiction of the Lord. The Lord has the right to resolve disputes between the people and arrange their lives, but the Lord has no right to interfere with the lives of others. If there are serious crimes up to and including the death penalty, please transfer them to the General Consulate for handling. Article 3 of the Constitution. Internal and private fighting is prohibited between citizens and territories. Once discovered, the offender will be imprisoned according to the severity of the offense. Article 4 of the Constitution. Each vassal territory may possess armed forces to defend it, but the number of armed forces will be determined by the size of the territory. For every 10 citizens, only 1 may serve in the military and possess weapons. All excess weapons must be surrendered to the general. Article 5 of the Constitution. Killing someone means paying with your life. This is a matter of course. Anyone who kills an innocent person shall pay with their life. Those who feel wronged may report it to the Consulate General. Once verified, there will be no leniency. Constitution Article 5. This constitution was compiled by the General Territory Lord's Office. The final right of interpretation belongs to the General Territory. All vassal lords and citizens are requested to act in accordance with the Constitution and the law. A total of 5 simple, yet comprehensive laws were released. Rosen almost wanted to laugh after reading this legal book. In fact, this law must be enacted. Because where there are no laws, riots are most likely to occur. Once the law is deeply rooted in people's hearts, everyone will feel safe and a sense of belonging. And they obey their own laws and will protect their own safety. After checking the legal provisions, Rosen edited them into text and sent them to the group of vassal lords. He also asked people to copy dozens of copies and gave one to each lord, asking them to post them at the door of the lord's mansion for everyone to see. At the same time, Rosen ordered all the vassal territories to carve stone tablets of the Taiping General and place them around the territory so that people would know that they had arrived under the jurisdiction of the Taiping territory. In addition to these, Rosen also asked the people in his territory to build a huge boundary marker and place it 30 miles away to inform the various forces in the territories passing by, asking them not to cause chaos and not to harm those territories that have no ability to resist. In addition, several rows of small characters were carved on the huge boundary marker to deter passersby. The front of the plaque reads, Taiping Boundary Monument, while the back reads, You have entered Taiping territory. Please abide by local laws. Hunting wild animals within the territory and harming the interests of the people are prohibited. Anyone who violates this rule will be punished by the army. Rosen asked his subordinates to place all these boundary markers around to remind others. When the vassal lords received these legal provisions from Rosen, they were all shocked. Some are excited, some are dissatisfied. What makes me excited is naturally that I feel my life is guaranteed, and I am an official. If anything goes wrong, the general leader will take care of me. I also have power, so why not do it? Especially after learning about the boundary marker, I felt extremely safe. Those who are dissatisfied are some ambitious people. The legal provisions completely constrain them, making it impossible for them to develop secretly. Because once reported, it is a capital crime. That's why I'm dissatisfied. But even so, those people can only continue to compromise, because they have no room to resist at all. However, this also reduces a lot of danger for them. When they go out to find food, they don't have to worry about being ambushed when they meet people from the same Taiping territory. They just need to focus on finding food. Moreover, the reduction in armament allows them to save a lot of survival resources. Chapter 127 Opening a School. After the Constitution was issued, it not only shocked the vassal lords, but also became widely circulated in nearby channels. And it is spreading around at an extremely fast speed. This has caused many people to develop an inexplicable curiosity about the Taiping territory. It also gave hope to many territories that were struggling in the war. They all had the same idea, which was whether they could join the Taiping territory and get protection. Of course, Rosen was unaware of this. He is now inspecting the marriage registration office. After receiving his instructions, Liang immediately selected an address and posted the notice. The notice was also posted outside the gate of the territory. It's dinner time now. Countless people gathered at the door, stopping to watch while taking a break for lunch. I don't understand what the notice says. Yeah, I can't read. Is there anyone who can read? Can someone read it to me? I know how to read. I'll read it. A frail-looking man stood up, cleared his throat, and began to read. Ahem. Marriage between man and woman, harmony of yin and yang, is the natural order of things. The Lord, sympathetic to the people, has specially opened a marriage registry for their benefit. Any young man and woman who are in love can register at the marriage registry and become a recognized couple in the territory. In addition, considering the issue of couples starting a family, the Lord specially announced that all registered newlyweds can receive a separate house for living. Marriage registration office location, diagonally opposite the nursing home. After the frail young man finished reading, all the people watching around were stunned, and then they all burst into an uproar. This. The Lord is truly our adopted parent. He's so thoughtful. I never expected that the Lord would be so considerate of us. I've already made a 3-life agreement with Xiaoqin from the logistics department and was just about to report it to the commander when the Lord posted this notice. It's great. Oh my God. Newlyweds can even get their own private apartment, so they don't have to squeeze in with everyone else. That's awesome. I'm going to tell Xiaohua, Xiaocui, and Xiaoya this good news. Everyone. Brother, there are few women in our territory. How can you find so many by yourself? Aren't you afraid of causing public outrage? Will the Lord agree to this? You misunderstood. Xiaohua and Xiaocui both have someone they like. I was just telling them the news. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized. Xiaohe, eat quickly, then we'll go register. Eat quickly too. 6th brother, we. Go. There's a new house to be claimed, so I'll definitely go. All of a sudden, countless couples stuffed food into their mouths and quickly went to the marriage registration office. Because the lunch break is only 1 hour long, they are in a hurry. When these people arrived at the marriage registration office for registration, there were already 7 or 8 couples waiting in line. Liang was teaching others how to do things, while Rosen was watching from the side. After watching for half an hour, Rosen felt immense confidence in Li Yang's ability. At the same time, he noticed a problem concerning the territory. That is, many of the people in the territory cannot read. When registering, many people couldn't even write their own names. This brought another idea to Rosen's mind, which was literacy. Because a strong people means a strong territory. This kind of strength is not just the strength of military force, it can also be the strength of knowledge. Because knowledge changes destiny. So after thinking it over again and again, Rosen issued another recruitment notice. Recruitment for the entire territory and all vassal territories. Recruiting literate scholars, work location, general territory. Once you pass the interview, food and accommodation will be provided, and the salary will be excellent. When this news reached the major vassal territories again, countless people were excited at once. Because it was their lord who posted the notice, it means that their lord did not prevent them from going to the interview. Even some lords were tempted. So, some people who thought they could read and write packed their bags. The major lords even came all the way to see their subjects off. Once they are admitted to the territory, they will definitely work in the territory. As a vassal territory, if it has people in the main territory, it will definitely do better. So this is definitely a huge opportunity for the Lord, and therefore they all have extremely high expectations for the people who go there. As a result, in all the major territories, the lords personally saw their subjects off, and the subjects kowtowed and left, feeling that they had nothing to show for it. It's afternoon time. Rosen also handed over the task of interviewing teachers and the time for opening the school to Liang, while he himself practiced magic in the inner courtyard. Time gradually turned to evening. Many talented people who came from afar were interviewed personally by Liang. In the end, 20 people were admitted from the 98 literate citizens. Among these 20 people, 10 are residents of Taiping City, and 10 are from other territories. After arranging them, several houses were selected as a school, named Taiping Primary School. Thus, the adult school in the territory came into being. So far, there have been several new types of things appearing in the territory. For example, nursing homes, orphanages, schools, etc. However, there will be more things in the future to enrich this territory. Lie in bed. Rosen opened the Lord's Guide, which he hadn't read for a day, and entered the regional channel. All the announcements in the channel are about war. Most of the chats were about seeking weapons and purchasing territory. Rosen currently has abundant food and weapons resources, but is also short of people. However, the matter of buying people has been handed over to Liang, and I believe it will be done well. Don't miss it if you're passing by. 10 freshly captured prisoners of war, for sale at a low price, just 10 sets of armor. My carefully raised cat girl is for sale urgently because war is coming. In exchange for 10 subjects, who are absolutely clean and sensible. A domesticated cow in exchange for 20 subjects, or 20 sets of armor. I won't trade it unless I'm sincere. This is the cow I've been raising for half a month. Second-level residential building blueprints for 10 pounds of meat. Exchange the silver sword blueprint for the iron sword. Message me privately for the price. Eggs, an egg for a sword. A bison recruitment order found in a silver treasure chest. It can be used for farming or as a mount. In exchange for 50 sets of armor. Those with sincerity, please come. Looking at the chat content, especially the fact that someone actually found a silver treasure chest, one has to say that he is incredibly lucky. Rosen's power is so great, but he has never encountered a silver treasure chest. However, as the items became better and better and their value increased, Rosen did not ask them to exchange them. After all, it's too expensive. Although he has no shortage of these resources, he will inevitably feel sad to exchange them. For example, the bison recruitment order offers 50 sets of armor in exchange for one. If he used the amplified one, he could only get 1 bison. If he used the unamplified one, he could get 100 bison, but he had already thought of 5,000 sets of amplified armor. This number is too large, so it is better to develop independently. Forget it. Starting tomorrow, let's have the barracks conduct sweeps and training, searching for treasure chests and regeneration supplies. Having made up his mind, Rosen slowly closed the Lord's Guide. Chapter 128, Plains. Before I knew it, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, the territory developed as usual. The reclamation of fertile farmland has also entered the process of thoroughgoing development. However, it is worth mentioning that in the past 2 days, many surrounding territories have heard the constitutional provisions announced by Rosen's Taiping Town, so that many small territories want to be protected and have joined Taiping Town. Sometimes we have to say that the power of rumors is enormous. In these 2 days alone, more than 30 companies joined Rosen's territory. From the absolute control of 30 miles, it expanded to the surrounding 50 miles. This also means that the boundary marker cannot stay in its original place for long and has to be moved outward. In just 2 days, it was moved 5 or 6 times. At the same time, due to the increase in vassal territories, the number of people under Rosen's control also increased by thousands. Moreover, Liang has been constantly acquiring new subjects these past 2 days, using a large amount of resources to exchange for hundreds of new subjects every day. Only 1,000 more people are needed before the territory can control 10,000 people. Once the territory's population reaches 10,000, it will automatically be upgraded to a city-level force. Rosen even checked it out. After upgrading to a city-level force, the facility blueprints within the group will also be upgraded. For example, an ordinary house will be upgraded to a 2-story building, and the built house will have 2 floors. Of course, there are also 3 floors, the highest being the 3rd floor. What does this equate to? This means that they can build buildings in their territory to accommodate more people. However, the materials used to build houses have also been upgraded, from all wood to a mixture of wood and stone. In other words, if you want to build tall buildings, you must add stone as a resource. There is one more thing. It is the recycling project. In the past 2 days, Rosen not only sent troops out to sweep and search for wild animals, but also issued regulations prohibiting the capture of wild animals in all vassal territories. No one is allowed to kill wild animals easily within the territory. However, they can be caught and exchanged for food at the headquarters, with a 1-to-1 exchange. That is to say, for example, if you catch a wild boar weighing 400 kilograms, you can exchange it for 400 kilograms of meat at the main territory. In fact, this is worth it. After all, you won't get that much if you remove the internal organs and bones. The reason why Rosen did this was to expand the pastoral program and develop renewable resources. The vassal territories do not have the ability to raise wild beasts, but the main territory does, so they collect them and keep them all in captivity. It doesn't matter if you can't catch the beast. You can even provide clues to the headquarters. As long as the clues are true, you will get a reward. For this purpose, Rosen also specially set up a beast investigation team to be responsible for investigating beast information. Liang is still responsible for this matter. At this time, Rosen is inspecting the newly built ranch. This is a ranch covering thousands of square meters, divided into many areas, where the wild animals captured during this period are raised. Among them were pheasants, hares, and even a few bison and wolves. There are less than 100 in total. The number was too small, which gave Rosen a headache and made him worried about the number. Brother son, there's good news. At this time, Liang hurried over, shouting excitedly. Rosen turned around and asked doubtfully, what good news? Could there be another herd of wild beasts? Rolling his eyes, Rosen made a joke. Because the most beasts they encountered were only 3 or 2, and a group of dozens of beasts was simply impossible. But Liang was surprised and asked, how did you know? This sentence made Rosen stunned for a moment, and then he said happily, is there really a herd of beasts? There really is a herd, Liang said excitedly. According to the report from the vassal lord, a herd of cattle was found 80 miles away from us, with more than 100 of them. His hundreds. Rosen gasped on the spot. Even if a cow only weighs 600 kilograms, 100 of them would weigh 60,000 kilograms. 60,000 gene becomes 6 million gene after a 100-fold increase. When he got to this point, Rosen rolled his eyes on the spot. Calculated this way, it seems to be more cost-effective than raising cattle. However, raising cattle is a long-term plan to prepare for emergencies, and the number can be increased when needed. If they are not needed, just raise them and let them give birth to calves. They only eat grass anyway, and no food is wasted. Thinking of this, Rosen waved his hand and said, let's mobilize the troops. This time I will personally lead the cattle expedition. Brother son, there is one more thing. The news about the cattle herd has been leaked. It is estimated that many forces will compete for it. This is a big temptation. We must prepare in advance. Liang continued to report. Only then did Rosen calm down. He is right. Now that the news about the cattle herd has leaked, all parties involved will surely fight for it. After all, 60,000 kilograms of beef is no joke. That is enough to support several territories and increase the military strength of the territories several times. Although his own strength is strong enough, other forces are also eyeing him covetously. I'm not afraid of their head-on confrontation. I'm just afraid that they'll play dirty tricks and end up in a desperate situation. Rosen asked again, are there any major forces nearby? Li Yangshin trusted Rosen, and many things were handled by him because he had the Lord's guide, which made it easier for him to do things than the people of the Lord's community. He is also responsible for investigating and collecting information about surrounding forces. Liang immediately replied, there are many small alliances within a radius of several hundred miles, but they're not worth mentioning. However, there are several large alliances and territories with over 1,000 members, namely the Blood Evil Alliance, Inyang Town, and Lufeng Alliance. These 3 forces form a triangle and spread over an area of several hundred miles. It's said that they are not on good terms, and their territories are divided into 3 parts over 100 miles. They fight each other without any clear outcome, causing the surrounding territories to suffer. I see. These are the closest ones, right? As for the ones far away, is there any news? Rosen continued to ask. Liang added, those further away are even more powerful. I really don't know how they developed. One of them is the Shun Family Alliance, which is hundreds of miles behind us. It is said that their power is comparable to ours. It seems that they were some great figures in their past lives, gathering many loyal people and rising to prominence in a short time. Also, ahead of us, closest to the checkpoint, there's reportedly an orc tribe allied with the human overlords. They're rapidly developing and are about to catch up with us. The alliances on the left and right are all small, not worth mentioning. Also, the scope of our plains has been roughly estimated. It's about 1,000 miles long from north to south and several hundred miles wide from east to west. The largest forces among them are the Shun Family Alliance, the Human Beast Alliance, and us. Of course, if we go by military strength, we are still the strongest. Liang explained them one by one. Rosen was completely impressed by his childhood friend. If calculated according to what he said, the size of the plain area is larger than a province in the previous life. On the map, the plains area is just a standard large area, neither big nor small. A domain larger than the plain domain, equivalent to more than a dozen plain domains. And there are hundreds of domains densely packed together. P.S. Thanks to the brothers for the reward, this is the 3rd update. Chapter 129, Personal Expedition to the Cattle. The areas shown on the map alone are estimated to be as large as dozens of Earth's continents. This world is really big. Rosen finally had a rough idea of what this world was like. The world always favors a 3-way split. On a larger scale, there's the Orc Alliance, the Shun Family Alliance, and his own Taiping Town. On a smaller scale, there's the Blood Demon, Yin Yang, and Lu Feng. However, In terms of both strength and resources, he's firmly in first place. But there were many powerful figures in his past life who, even in this world, could summon countless loyal warriors with a wave of their hand. Once the death squads, plus their territories and resources, are combined, they become an unmatched force. This is probably the case with the Shun family alliance in the south. They happen to have first assigned many of their loyal followers in the previous life to the surrounding areas, and they united early on. This kind of people cannot be judged by common sense at all, because people like them will sooner or later develop into big figures. I have no foundation, so I can only take it slow. There is a saying that goes, hard things are easily broken, which refers to people like me who have no foundation but have other advantages. This is a truth that all adults understand. Geniuses often die young. It's not because geniuses are not smart enough, but because many people cannot use common sense to infer. Because the territory's foundation can be developed and food can be increased, but it takes time, and the loyalty of subordinates is difficult to last. In war, if you don't have loyal subordinates, don't treat them with care. Rebellion in a minute. The great figures in the previous life taught their subordinates by words and deeds, and the years of education were all about teaching them benevolence, righteousness, morality, and loyalty to them. It has already been deeply engraved in their hearts. It's undeniable that these people were lucky to be assigned together. But didn't Rosen also have a boost? That was also a form of luck. Although we cannot compare with those awesome people in terms of manpower, there are always areas where we can compare with them. In short, don't be impatient. Just like that sentence. A centipede with 100 legs cannot walk as fast as a snake. A rooster with 2 wings cannot fly as fast as a crow. With a 100-fold increase, he only has the capital to compete. Development is definitely the key. If you become arrogant just because you have an amplification system, the result might be the same as last time. Safety and stability are the basis of everything. Therefore, Lawson's development has always been gradual and step by step. Only in this way is it the most stable. Even if we are lagging behind others now, with our solid foundation and loyal subordinates, we will surpass them sooner or later. Why rush? What's more, he is not lagging behind others. Rosen put his hands behind his back and said decisively, although the alliance is small, they captured the cattle before us. We can't just go and demand it back directly. So, notify the barracks immediately and send out the entire army. Follow me to personally collect the cattle. You lead the magicians to guard the territory to prevent any sneak attacks. Yes. Liang nodded and immediately went to the barracks to convey the order. Rosen returned to the Lord's mansion and changed into golden armor. Golden armor has become his standard equipment. Because this thing is really powerful. Even if an ordinary person stood in front of Rosen and shot an arrow or a sword with all his strength, it would not leave any mark on the golden armor. Its strength was so terrifying. Rosen felt that as long as they had enough physical strength, 100 warriors in golden armor could freely enter the army of thousands of people. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough physical strength. After changing into armor, Zhao Yun followed Rosen and a group of golden armored guards to the barracks. The barracks are against the wall, some distance away from the residential area in the center. Because the current territory is very large, there are many vacant lands without buildings. At this moment in the military camp, all 2,000 soldiers are ready to go. All of them were dressed in iron armor, especially the cavalry. The role of the cavalry is not to charge, but to deter. Not all tanks were used, only 3 were called up. Rosen ordered that 500 men be left to guard the territory, and the remaining 1,500 men be dispatched. After all, it takes a lot of people to drive hundreds of cows. Lu Bu. Rosen began to call the troops. Lu Bu took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and said, I am here. You will lead all the cavalry as the vanguard and lead the way. Yes. After receiving the order, Lu Bu immediately went to the camp to mobilize the cavalry. Rosen continued, Dian Wei. I'm here. Dian Wei held a pair of halberds, looking mighty and majestic, and knelt on one knee. This was his first battle since arriving in the territory, and also his first time following the Lord in person. Even though the target was just some cattle, he was excited when he learned that someone might fight for them. You will lead 200 infantrymen as the rear guard, escorting the food and supplies. Yes. Dian Wei also hurriedly thanked him. Only Rosen himself led a large army as the central army. Set off. Rosen boarded the chariot and waved his hand, and an army of 1,000 men began to leave the city one after another. The army's actions attracted the attention of countless people, and they talked about it. Is the Lord personally leading the army again? Who will the Lord conquer this time? I don't know. The barracks are basically empty. It must be a big deal. I heard that the Lord has discovered a herd of cattle and is going to capture them. I see. Sitting in the chariot, Rosen could see the scene outside through the curtains. He has already started thinking about whether he should make some war drums and trumpets to enhance the majesty of the army. The army quickly left the city. The army of 1,500 men spread out, forming a line that stretched for more than a kilometer. We still have too few generals. We should continue to appoint generals on the left and right wings to protect the army. However, the army is not yet there, so it doesn't matter if we don't have the protection of the two wings for the time being. As Rosen led his troops on more expeditions, his understanding of the army became more profound. He only sent out more than 1,000 people now, so he didn't need two wings. If tens of thousands of people were to be dispatched later, the army would inevitably stretch for miles, and by then, protection from both wings would be necessary. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks the army from both sides, the front and rear armies will not be able to react in time and will be divided into 3 parts, which would be the end of us. This expedition, oh no, to be more precise, it should be the expedition of cattle. When Rosen went out to fight the cattle, he did not bring any maids with him to wait on him. After all, there might be a war, and it's no joke. According to the coordinate information provided by Liang, the army set out towards the coordinate location. Once again crossing the stream in the wild, it has become a solid stone bridge. It seems that the subordinates are still efficient and decisive in their work. We can also consider digging the creek a little wider to form a moat. In this way, if there is a war in the future, we can defend the city from the river and keep watch over it. But it seems unnecessary. Because the vassal territories have no military power, if the army dares to harm the vassal territories, he will definitely assist the army in the attack and protect the territory. If the enemy could reach this stream, he would be dead. P.S. Thanks to the brothers for the reward. This is the 4th update. Chapter 130, Fighting. I just took the opportunity of this expedition to inspect the situation in the territory. The area within the territory is called the territory, and all the lords outside the territory are subject to him. Although it cannot be called the territory, it is also his territory. The forest was very quiet along the way. There was no more shouting and killing as before. Rosen even encountered people collecting resources in the wild. After seeing Rosen's army, he did not flee in panic, but stopped to watch from a distance and knelt down to pay his respects to Rosen. This is the result of his governance during this period. This is also what Rosen hopes for. There is harmony in the territory, and there is no more war wherever he goes. However, this peaceful scene only lasted for 50 miles. When he was 50 miles away, Rosen began to receive news of war from time to time. Vanguard General Lu Bu would come to report exploration information every half hour. My lord, there are 2 small armies fighting ahead. Each side has about 100 people. Send the cavalry out and tell them to clear the way. We'll let them fight after we get there. Rosen gave the order without any emotion in his heart, because this was the 3rd wave of fighting on the road that he had encountered. When they encountered the first wave, Rosen's cavalry attracted their attention as soon as they arrived, scaring them so much that they immediately retreated from their respective territories. During the second wave, the enemy was also frightened by the cavalry and retreated obediently. So, this is the 3rd wave. Judging from the situations in the previous waves, no small force dares to block their way. Lu Bu hurried to drive them away. By the time Rosen arrived at the place where they were fighting, the 2 groups had already retreated to both sides of the road and were watching from a distance. When they saw the army that looked like a dragon, they were all shocked. What the hell? What kind of force is this, and why are there so many people? The lord of one of the factions widened his eyes in shock. The other lord muttered to himself, a real man should be like this. Where did they just say they were from? My lord, they said they were from Taiping town. Hiss, is that the Taiping territory over 70 miles away? Hiss, the town-level forces are indeed so terrifying. Sir, they must be going to catch cattle. We were the ones who sold this information. I didn't expect them to mobilize so many people just to catch a cow. I remember the news about the cattle we sold 2 days ago, but we didn't just sell to them. We also sold to the Blood Demon Alliance, Yinyang Town, Lufeng Alliance, and all the small alliances nearby. It seems they all want to compete for the cattle. This is going to be a good show. As they watched the army moving farther and farther away until it disappeared, the 2 groups stopped fighting and just stared at each other from across the road before withdrawing. He was probably frightened by the huge number of Rosen's troops. The battle, involving only more than 200 people in total, was child's play in comparison. After leaving the battlefield, Rosen's troops soon saw the towering mountains in front of them. This was the first mountain Rosen saw. To be precise, it is a concave mountain and its area does not seem to be very large. Because their area is called the plain area, perhaps because there are few mountains. At the foot of the mountain, 2 armies were already confronting each other. The two groups also carried their own large flags, which were made of a thin, long pole and linen. One had the words "Blood Evil" written on it, and the other had the words "Yin" and "Yang" written on it. Each of them has nearly 1,000 people, and most of them have weapons. Hundreds of people are equipped with armor, which shows that the speed of development is very fast. The leaders of both sides rode war horses, and the guards around them also had war horses, which they either bought or robbed. They confronted each other, and no one dared to enter the valley first. Moreover, in the surrounding forests and rocky mountains, there are many lords from all directions. Some of these people had arrived a long time ago, while others had just arrived. Looking closely, there were at least hundreds of territorial forces. If these individuals could be organized into a group, they would form a considerable force. Because the news spread, everyone knew about it, and everyone wanted to get a piece of the pie. After all, tens of thousands of pounds of meat are too tempting. It is said that wealth and honor are sought in danger, and you cannot catch a wolf without risking your child. If people don't dare to show up here because it's dangerous, then what's the point of talking about development? They might as well just go and seek refuge with others. Therefore, they are willing to take some risks to take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. For example, taking advantage of the chaos to steal a few cows, or picking up some weapons, equipment, and food from the dead, etc. Hey, brother, do you think they can fight? Someone was standing in an open space far away and asked the people around him who were also watching the show. These people did not bring many soldiers with them. Some brought 30 or 40 soldiers, while others only brought a few. However, no one dared to underestimate the enemy, because this world has a hierarchy of military power. No one could guarantee the strength of the enemy individually. Even if there are few people, we have a small number of people, so we still need to be polite. I don't know about that, but it is said that there is a formation at the entrance of the valley. If the army wants to enter, they must break the formation. There's also a formation? I was wondering why those who came so early didn't go in. Oh, and if there's a formation, how did they discover it in the first place? This formation is only effective against large armies. It's said that one person can enter, but two people can't. This is because once more than one person enters the valley, the formation inside will appear and massacre those who enter. Why do I feel like I've heard of this kind of thing somewhere before? Could it be that someone kept it here and even set up a formation around it? I don't know. Look, they seem to be swearing at each other. I think a fight is about to start. The two groups of people immediately looked towards the valley. In front of the valley, the leaders of the two sides stared at each other with murderous eyes. However, there was no quarrel or fight, but rather they were discussing something. Leader of the Blood Demon Alliance, I've already sent people in to test this formation. It's a high-level magic formation that will transform into monsters and kill anyone who enters. If we start a war, both sides will suffer losses, and the other side will gain an advantage for nothing. How about we join forces? These words were spoken by the Lord of Enyang Town. The Lord of Enyang Town is a feminine young man, riding on a war horse, looking across at the opposite side from afar. The leader of the Blood Demon Alliance opposite was a muscular man with an explosive body. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph, my Blood Demon Alliance has developed to this level of strength and is no pushover. Who dares to take advantage of me? Haha, Blood Demon Alliance leader, you are too naive." The feminine young man smiled sinisterly and said, "Although the surrounding forces are afraid of us and cannot defeat us, don't forget that there are two forces closest to us that can compete with us." Are you talking about the Lu Feng Alliance? Although Lu Feng, this hypocrite, has some strength, what can he do to me? On the contrary, you are very close to Lu Feng. Chapter 131, I am Lu Bu, the Vanguard General of Taiping Town. Although the leader of the Blood Evil Alliance spoke calmly, he was still wary of the equally powerful Lu Feng Alliance. However, after hearing what the Blood Demon Alliance leader said, the Enyang Town Lord laughed and said, "You've been thinking about attacking my territory every day, so I naturally have to get closer to him to guard against you. However, this does not affect our capture of the cattle. We can still truce. After all, besides the Lu Feng Alliance, don't forget that the closest town is Taiping Town. It is said that Taiping Town has reached its peak of development. If they take action, none of us will have a chance to participate. Of course I've heard of Taiping Town. It's said that he's the most powerful town-level force, and his number has expanded to thousands." The Blood Demon Alliance leader frowned and said, "Logically speaking, Taiping Town is the closest, and he should arrive first. He hasn't come yet. He must have been delayed by other things and won't come. Haha, he will definitely come, so we must join forces and get the cattle first. By then, even if the Lord of Taiping Town comes in person, we will have the confidence to face him." The Lord of Enyang Town came up with an idea, which made the leader of the Blood Evil Alliance very excited. He worriedly said, "We can join forces, but how will we divide the cattle?" 50-50, of course. Okay, as you say, we will join forces to send people to break through the formation. The Blood Demon Alliance leader agreed and said, "Lord Yin and Yang, since you have already explored the formation, why don't you tell me what dangers are there and how many people are needed to break it?" Haha, then let me tell you. The Yin Yang Lord said, "After entering the entrance, demonic beasts will appear, transformed from spiritual energy. These demonic beasts are part of a high-level magic formation. To defeat these transparent demonic beasts, a fully armed army of at least 500 men is needed. How about this? We each send 300 fully armed soldiers to break the formation." Okay, as you say. The two hit it off immediately and began to deploy their troops. This scene shocked the people around. They never expected that the two would not fight but instead join forces, which was completely beyond everyone's imagination. If they really unite, what will happen to us? How can we fish in troubled waters? Just when everyone was worried, the Blood Evil Alliance and Yin Yang Town each sent out 300 fully armed soldiers, a total of 600 people, and began to march forward. Although both sides only sent out 300 people, they were fully armed and constituted their wealth. If we don't unite, it would be equivalent to a group of us emptying all the family assets. At that time, if an equal force took advantage of the situation and invaded, they would have no room to resist at all. After the two of them joined forces, each contributing half, there would still be a small number of fully armed soldiers left in the army, which was enough to deal with emergencies. This is also the army's retreat. Just a few seconds after the 600 people entered the valley, they heard violent shouts and roars from inside. The sound was deafening, and no one knew what level of monster it was. Everyone became extremely nervous after hearing this. But at this moment when the tension reached its peak, the sound of violent horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horse hooves hitting the ground made everyone stunned, and they all looked outside. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked once you see it. Holy crap. So many war horses. Hiss, is the leader wearing golden armor? Fuck, all armed with armor, they're so rich. Damn, even the war horses are armed. Whose men are these? What do you mean by subordinates of someone? This must be some powerful lord who wants to steal the cattle. Golden armor. War horses. I know, these are the soldiers from Taiping Town. Hiss, could the leader be Rosen? He looks so majestic, and he's holding a halberd. What? This is the legendary Rosen. Look, the soldiers from Taiping Town are here too, and the big man leading them is Rosen. So this is what Rosen looks like, so strong. Everyone was shocked for a moment, and no one dared to stop the appearance of the Iron Cavalry. When the cavalry came towards the valley, the scattered lords on the road were frightened and made way. They had all heard of Rosen's reputation. The Fantasy Sword Alliance was destroyed, the first town-level force, which had several chariots and several sets of golden armor. There is also the newly promulgated Territorial Constitution, which is even more famous. Therefore, Rosen has long left a veil of mystery in everyone's hearts. Even the leaders of the Blood Evil Alliance and the Lord of Yin Yang Town, who were at the same level as the others, couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they heard everyone exclaiming about the Taiping Town cavalry. Although they all had town-level strength, towns were divided into different sizes. They had only just reached the town level, while Rosen had reached the town level many days ago. Drive. The golden-armored leader passed the crowd and came to the front of the valley. He formed a three-way confrontation with the Blood Evil Alliance and the residents of Yin Yang Town, guarding the entire entrance. What excellent equipment! The Lord of Yin Yang Town looked at Lu Bu, and his heart was shocked. Seeing that Lu Bu was also looking at him, he quickly raised his hand and bowed to Lu Bu, saying politely, "I believe you are the Lord of Taiping Town. I am Yin Sangtian of Yin Yang Town, paying my respects." At the same time, the middle-aged man opposite Yin Sangtian had to put aside his arrogance and bowed to Lu Bu and greeted him. As expected, seeing is believing. "I am the leader of the Blood Demon Alliance, Xue Shitian. I have long heard of Lord Luo's great name, and I am here to pay my respects." The attitudes of the two people represent their awe for Taiping Town. However, many people were speechless when they heard the two of them introduce themselves and their names. They all murmured that the name must have been changed. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? One is called Yin Sangtian and the other is called Zuexishan. In the past, this kind of name would have been absolutely bizarre. However, many people around them who didn't know them very well were even more shocked when they saw their attitudes. "I've heard of Taiping Town, but is it so powerful? With less than 100 cavalrymen, the two alliances are so respectful. The great power is indeed so terrifying," It's beyond our imagination. Let's not talk about anything else, just talking about these war horses, which major alliance can produce them. I'm afraid only Taiping Town can. Lu Bu tugged at the reins, looked expressionlessly at the lords of the two factions, and said in a deep voice, I am Lu Bu, the Vanguard General of Taiping Town. Your Excellency will be with me shortly. Hissed Lu Bu. Fuck, just a Vanguard General? Is there a large army behind us? Damn, is the striker really that awesome? I can't believe it. Wait, who did he say he was? Lu Bu, the legendary Three Kingdoms warrior Lu Bu? Or was it just a joke? Everyone was shocked at first, and then everyone was stunned. The lords of the Blood Demon Alliance and Enyang Town blushed upon hearing this. They actually recognized the wrong person. He mistook a general who was exploring the front for Rosen. At this moment, in addition to the rapid growth of shame in their hearts, the strength of the Rosen territory once again refreshed their cognition. Chapter 132, The Taiping Town Army Arrives. It turns out to be General Lu Bu. I've heard of you for a long time. Yin Songtian smiled evilly and clasped his fists again. Lu Bu was stunned and asked in a deep voice, Do you recognize me? I've heard of it. Yin Songtian nodded and said, General Lu Bu, the Blood Demon Alliance, and I thought you wouldn't come, so we've already sent people to break through the formation. I'm afraid your trip will be in vain. Yes. First come, first served. Even though Taiping Town is here, we can't just take away other people's resources for no reason. The two of them played a double act, singing in unison, as if they wanted to gain the upper hand in terms of justice. Lu Bu shouted coldly, This is the area surrounding our Taiping Town. You two have come from far away. How can we allow you to covet our resources? The domineering tone made everyone hold their breath, not daring to breathe anymore. Even the two of them were a little confused and didn't dare to be too tough. Fortunately, they have joined forces, so they have some confidence even when facing the general in front of Taiping Town. People around were also talking about it. Hiss, what a domineering general. He has a point, but they have already joined forces. Does Taiping Town still dare to go to war with these two town-level forces? It's definitely not that easy to start a war with thousands of people, because if a fight really breaks out, it will definitely shake the foundation. A territory with 1,000 people is not so easy to develop. Yes, perhaps the three of them might join forces and divide the cattle equally. Wouldn't this mean we've come all the way here in vain? Look, another army is coming. There are even chariots. Suddenly, someone's exclamation caught everyone's attention. In the distance, there were also a lot of footsteps, as neat as one person, which was extremely shocking to hear. All personnel looked in the direction where the sound came from. Even the Blood Demon Alliance leader and the Enyang Town Lord were no exception. When they saw the leading chariot, the pupils of the two town-level lords suddenly shrank, and they all took a breath of cold air. Hiss, is this the chariot that wiped out the Phantom Sword Alliance? If this thing charges at hundreds of infantrymen, it will probably be able to break through the infantry camp in no time. I didn't expect Taiping Town's weapons to be so advanced. Looking at their own soldiers, who were not even wearing complete armor, while others were riding in armored chariots, both of them felt a sense of awe. On the chariot, a young man in golden armor sat upright, staring straight ahead. Everyone understood at once that the young man on the chariot must be Rosen, the lord of Taiping Town. At this moment, the people around were motionless and extremely quiet. The fully armed and armored army came out of the forest and lined up in front of the valley. When all 1,500 people gathered, everyone present gasped again. The whole army was armored and in uniform order, which was unheard of for them. For those lords, they had only seen it on TV in their previous lives on Earth, so they felt extremely shocked. Walla walla. The army lined up in neat rows and stopped in front of the valley. The leader of the Blood Demon Alliance, Xue Shitian, rode on his warhorse and bowed to Rosen, saying, I presume you must be Rosen, the lord of Taiping Town. I am Xue Shitian, the leader of the Blood Demon Alliance. My honors. I am Yin Songtian, the lord of Enyang Town, and I am here to pay my respects. I wonder what brings you here. Yin Songtian looked at Rosen with a feminine look, which made people feel that he had bad intentions. Rosen said calmly, So you're the Blood Demon Alliance and Enyang Town. I've heard of your great names for a long time. I'm here for the cattle in the valley. You can leave now. What? Walk. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. This Taiping Town lord is so domineering. He just arrived and actually asked someone to leave. Yes, they are all town-level forces. But the equipment in Taiping Town is damn good. Although they are all town level, it's obviously not as good as the Blood Demon Alliance and Enyang Town. Yes, this is just like the TV shows I've seen before, where everyone with submachine guns fights against a group of people with millets and rifles. It's not even in the same dimension. I wonder if the two major factions are willing to give up their cattle resources. Obtaining these things would at least double the territory's power. Although the resources are attractive, if a conflict breaks out with Taiping Town, the territory may be reduced several times. Listening to everyone's discussions and Rosen's domineering words, the lords of the two town-level forces looked grim. They were the first to arrive, but were now being driven away. If they really left in disgrace, how would they put their faces? After all, they are a town-level force. The two lords looked at each other, but neither dared to force their way forward. Yin Songtian said helplessly, Lord Luo, first come first served is the so-called first come. We arrived here first, and we have already sent people to break through the formation. Are you going to rob us by force? Haha. Ownerless things can be taken by anyone with strength. Why would you force them? Rosen laughed loudly and ordered, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu, listen to my orders. I'm here. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu immediately turned sideways and bowed to Rosen, waiting for orders. Other people around immediately became alert. The two lords, Xuesha and Yin Yang, also immediately grasped their weapons nervously. The entire audience was moved by Rosen's words and deeds. Rosen suddenly became the focus of the whole audience. You two will lead the cavalry and the Imperial Guards out immediately and prepare to break the formation. The rest of you will stand by at the entrance of the valley. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. I obey your orders. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu stood up at the same time, began to mobilize the troops, and shouted to inform their subordinates of Rosen's words. Guards, step out and prepare to charge. Cavalry, assemble and prepare to charge. All infantrymen, stand by. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. Infantry, stand by. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. As the sound spread, the people around became more cautious. They all understood that Taiping Town was preparing to force its way through the formation, and if they encountered harassment, they would show no mercy. So many small lords began to restrain their subordinates. Back off 100 meters, don't get too close. Pay attention, don't get involved. The entire army retreats 100 meters. We will not enter this vortex. There was chaos all around. The lords of the Blood Demon Alliance and Yin Yang Town were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. Their people are still inside. If Taiping Town forces its way through the formation, will they attack their people? And whether or not you want to stop it. Seeing the cavalry and golden-armored soldiers of Taiping Town begin to line up, they panicked. But just at this moment, the shouting and screaming in the valley disappeared. Dozens of soldiers with tattered armor and covered in blood ran towards them. Report. Report. Dozens of soldiers split into two groups, and each went to find their own lord. They knelt on the ground and said with grief, Report. Lord, the formation inside is too powerful. We are completely wiped out. Hiss. There was another sound of people sucking in their breath. The two lords were completely shocked. An army of 600 fully armed men was completely wiped out, with only dozens of them escaping? This, just to protect hundreds of cows? Setting up such a powerful formation? P.S. Thanks to the brothers who gave me rewards, I won't report them one by one. Chapter 133, Breaking Through the Formation. Who did this? Return to the team. Yin Songtian's eyes were gloomy. He bowed to Luo's son and said, Lord Luo, I cannot break the formation, so I will not participate in this battle. Lord Luo, please do as you wish. After saying that, he led the army back several hundred meters and watched from a distance. Neither side could break through the city together, and he felt that Taiping Town would certainly not be able to be broken through either and would only suffer heavy casualties. Even if Taiping Town was breached, there would certainly be countless casualties and their strength would be greatly reduced. So Yin Songtian understood the situation clearly and took the initiative to withdraw from the fight. Seeing Yin Songtian withdraw, Xue Shitian hesitated for a few seconds and also bowed to indicate his withdrawal. From then on, of the three major forces, only Rosen's side remained. As a powerful force, Rosen naturally knew that there was a formation guarding this place. This news was told to him by his vassal lord. After all, it was so close to his territory, and people from the surrounding vassal territories also came to watch the fun. My lord, the troops have been assembled. Shall we begin the assault? At this time, Lu Bu and Zhao Yun came to report that all the cavalry and golden-armored guards had gathered behind them. Although the number of 2 people is not large, they are elite enough. They are wearing the most expensive equipment in the territory, and their combat power is unmatched by normal people. Rosen nodded and said, Be careful, let's get started. Yes. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu both nodded, and then led their troops into the valley. When the people around saw this, they all watched intently, wanting to know whether these 200 well-equipped soldiers, who could be described as having cheats, could successfully break through the formation. Because they had all heard about the strength of Taiping Town from hearsay, and now that they could see it with their own eyes, they had to find out more clearly. Zhao Yun and Lu Bu led their troops in. Rosen was waiting in the valley with his army. At this moment, it was getting dark. Because it was 70 miles, it took quite a while to walk here. Dianwei. Rosen called Dianwei over. Dianwei immediately said respectfully, "Sir, we can't go back tonight, so we'll camp here and return to the territory tomorrow. Tell them to set up camp right here." Rosen gave another order. Dianwei immediately took people to do it. Setting up camp takes time. Breaking the formation also takes time. Time is slipping away unknowingly. However, no one from the surrounding forces left first. After all, the benefits haven't been seen yet. Only a fool would be willing to leave. From time to time, deafening shouts of killing and the roars of monsters could be heard in the valley. These sounds resounded in everyone's hearts, like a hammer hitting them. Rosen was also getting impatient. As the sky grew darker and the sun was about to set, the military camp began to make fires and cook. The surrounding forces also set up their camps and began to sit there and eat dry food. Although Rosen was full of confidence in the two armies, he still wanted to send someone in to check the situation. After all, it's been so long. But logically, nothing should go wrong. Because both generals have the strength of great martial artists and can release their true energy from their bodies, ordinary monsters can hardly hurt them at all. Even though it's a monster formation, it shouldn't take that long. While Rosen was hesitating, the sound of horse hooves came from the valley. Hearing the sound, he hurried over to look. It was the cavalry. However, much of the armor on the cavalry had been broken. Following the cavalry were the golden-armored infantry, who were intact. "They're coming out. They're coming out." The people around also noticed something unusual, and they all looked over and listened attentively, hoping to get some information. Rosen quickly asked, "What's the situation? What are the casualties?" Reporting to the Lord, "We have successfully broken through the formation and completely destroyed it. 10 cavalrymen were killed or wounded, and 10 infantrymen were slightly injured." Zhao Yun was the first to report. Upon hearing the situation, Rosen couldn't help but be a little shocked. His men actually suffered casualties. What a powerful formation this must be. Seeing Rosen's surprise, Lu Bu also reported, "My lord, the valley entrance formation has transformed into 2 third-level monsters, which is why we fought for so long." Hiss! A third-level monster appeared. Rosen was slightly shocked and immediately understood the danger. It is not easy for a soldier like me to break through the enemy's formation without fear of danger. He glanced at the sky and saw that the sun had completely disappeared. He nodded and said, "The deceased brothers must be brought back to the territory. As for exploring the valley, we can do it tomorrow. Tonight is too late. We will guard the valley entrance first. Anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy." "Yes. Okay, let's eat." Rosen nodded and invited the 2 subordinates to eat together. The army was blocking the entrance to the valley, and no one could sneak in. Because in order to get in, you have to go through an army of thousands of people. Rosen was also relieved and set out the table and chairs and started eating. When the people around saw this, they all understood that the formation had been broken. But even then they couldn't get in. So some people began to withdraw their troops. Although it is dangerous at night, these people are from nearby territories and are close to each other. Plus, they have soldiers, so it is much safer to go back than to stay here. When the first person retreats, the second person will retreat. By midnight, the surrounding small forces had basically retreated. The Blood Demon Alliance and Enyang Town were far apart, and it was inconvenient to march at night, so they all stayed stationed where they were. Rosen was not worried at all about whether they would rob him. Although it is a bit difficult to fight monsters, fighting them is still as easy as pie. As the night deepened, the valley became peaceful. By the way, it is worth mentioning that during dinner, a riot almost broke out in the 2 surrounding territories. Because when it was time to eat, the Blood Evil Alliance and Enyang Town ate rotten fruits and cakes made from grinding some weeds and wild wheat. I thought the food was okay, at least I wouldn't starve. But when they saw that everyone in Taiping Town was eating meat with their hands and their mouths were full of oil, they couldn't help but complain. Their complaints were naturally equivalent to slapping their own lord in the face. As a result, the Lord's teachings caused some people with low loyalty to rebel and leave the territory. In order to establish his authority and make an example of others, their Lord executed several people who wanted to escape, which led to more people wanting to leave the territory. Almost rioted. Fortunately, the soldiers suppressed the rebellion in time, and the Lord took out a lot of meat from the warehouse, giving each person only a small bite, which was enough to suppress the rebellion. This is the leader. They are all living people. They follow the Lord to fight and can't even eat well. If you still want to kill them, they will naturally rebel. When he saw this, Rosen became more devoted to the people-friendly policies of his territory. Although territory comes first, the people are also extremely important. Only by benefiting the people can the territory become stronger and more united. The next morning, Rosen received a report from his subordinates saying that the two town-level forces had withdrawn their troops. In other words, around the valley, only Rosen's town-level force and some small forces that were unwilling to leave were left. After learning about the situation, Rosen nodded and ordered everyone to get ready and enter the valley. P.S. This is the 4th update. Thanks again to the brothers who gave me rewards. Chapter 134 Golden Treasure Chest, Magic Cannon. After the meal, the army was ready to go. At Rosen's command, the entire army entered the valley. There is a passage several hundred meters long in the valley. Once you enter, you will have a wide view of the plain. In the valley, there was still residual blood and the bodies of soldiers from the Blood Demon Alliance and Inyang Town on the ground. Some of these people were cut in half, and some were crushed to death, dying in horrific ways. It also left a deep impression on the soldiers of Taiping Town, making them feel that their territory was great again. Because no matter what, if they die in battle, the territory will collect their bodies, bury them, and let them rest in peace. Unlike these people, who risked their lives for others but ended up dying without a burial place. When the entire army had completely penetrated the valley, they saw a scene that shocked them. In the distance, a group of cows, at least 100 of them, were eating on the grass. Everyone watching was excited. "My lord, it's a herd of cattle," Zhao Yun said excitedly. Rosen was also very excited. "Isn't it just for these resources that I lead my troops to war with great effort? These cows will continue to reproduce and grow in number if they are raised. If you kill it, the gain will be 100 times greater, and you can get millions of pounds of meat. In the current development, resources are the lifeline. They are everything. That seems to be the Bull King, sir. As long as we catch the Bull King, we can control the other bulls," Zhao Yun continued, showing that he was also knowledgeable. Rosen nodded and immediately ordered 200 infantrymen to stay behind to guard the valley entrance. He then led the troops himself, saying, "Zhao Yun, these cattle are now in your care. Take 200 men and capture them. No harm is allowed. Capture the Bull King first. I will take Dian Wei and Lu Bu to explore further. Wait for my return. Anyone who dares to trespass into the valley will be killed." "Yes." Zhao Yun received the order and immediately led his men towards the herd of cattle. Rosen continued to advance with a large force. Because there are few trees here and there are grasslands everywhere, you can see very far at a glance, so the danger is extremely low. However, he had not walked far when he saw a golden light flashing on the grass in the distance. This made Rosen slightly stunned, and he immediately sent someone to investigate. Soon, a soldier came running over holding a golden box and reported, "My lord, it's a golden treasure chest." Damn, such a high-level treasure chest was just casually left in the grass. There's not even a guardian monster. Rosen was excited, because iron treasure chests are usually guarded by monsters or wild beasts. And the golden treasure chest was actually thrown on the grass, and Rosen couldn't help but get excited. Especially since this was his first time getting a golden treasure chest. These things, which were only circulated on the World Channel but had never been seen before, made Rosen unable to contain his excitement. So he took the golden treasure chest in person and slowly opened it. His hands trembled with excitement. The golden treasure chest is an extremely rare item, and the things that come out of it are definitely treasures from heaven and earth. Rosen had also seen others opening them on the World Channel during this period, but the number was extremely small. Some people issued a recruitment order for high-level subjects, and some people issued a recruitment order for high-level magicians. Others also opened magic scrolls and dozens of war horses. These things made Rosen jealous. Although he has them all, who would think it's too much? And the level of the recruits is not certain. What if it is a high-level guy? Rosen opened the golden treasure chest with trembling hands. Magic Cannon Blueprints 100. Suddenly, these words came into Rosen's mind, making him stunned. He did not look at the drawings first, but directly extracted a few key words that appeared in his mind. Magic? Cannon? Blueprints. Could it be that I got the blueprints for the magic cannon? Rosen was shocked and quickly took out the blueprint and began to look at it carefully. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The description on the drawing shocked Rosen so much that he almost swore. Magic cannon, a long-lost magic cannon. The blueprint itself contains a magical device. Once incorporated into the blueprint, it will automatically carve out a kinetic energy formation. Insert the magic core, and after the kinetic energy is converted, it can be fired. Magic cannon materials. 2,000 silver bars, 1 blueprint. Hiss, it really is a cannon, fired. Rosen excitedly put the blueprint into the space ring immediately. With the magic cannon, the territory is equivalent to possessing a high-dimensional military foundation. Even if others have countless armies, they cannot withstand the bombardment of the magic cannon. The next step is to find silver ore as soon as possible and make magic cannons. As the saying goes, it is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but the quality. The weapons remain the same. When cannons and armor stand together, they are not in the same dimension at all. It is not an exaggeration to call it a dimensionality reduction attack. Keep exploring. Bring me any treasure chest you find. Rosen gave the order, and the army continued to march, advancing inward in all directions. After a while, Lubu also came running over excitedly and reported, "My lord, a flock of 100 sheep and a silver treasure chest were found on the left wing." As he said this, he waved his hand, took the treasure chest from one of his subordinates, and handed it to Rosen personally. Rosen was excited again and murmured to himself, "What a good day today is. Good things come one after another." After taking the treasure chest, Rosen nodded and said calmly, "Disperse the troops to catch sheep, and we will continue exploring." After that, he continued to open the treasure chest. But Dianwei also ran over from the other side and reported, "My lord, I also found a silver treasure chest. I also found a flock of chickens, hundreds of them densely packed together." Dianwei brought the treasure chest over and reported another good news. Rosen was numb at this moment. It's rare to see such a small valley filled with so many good things. Rosen took the treasure chest and said, "Take them all and continue exploring." Sitting in the chariot, Rosen looked at the 2 treasure chests in front of him and rubbed his hands. Although it is a silver treasure chest, the things opened in it are definitely not as good as those in the gold treasure chest, but it is definitely much better than the stone and iron treasure chests opened before. Slowly open one of them. Warhorse recruitment order 1,000. Rosen. 1,000. Rosen. Even though he was numb, Rosen still felt his heart beating faster at this moment. 1,000 warhorse recruitment orders are more exciting than 1,000 beauties. With so many war horses, Rosen can form a powerful cavalry. In an era when war horses were scarce, cavalry was the most powerful type of soldier. I suppressed my excitement and opened the second treasure chest. Wild boar recruitment order 1,000. Burp. At this moment, Rosen almost fainted. The things that came out of the silver treasure chest were too good. Is this different treasure chests, different qualities? Not on the same level at all. Rosen smacked his lips excitedly. With the recruitment orders and the wild beasts around him, he already had 1,000 war horses, 1,000 wild boars, and hundreds of cattle, sheep, and pheasants. And there is also a super weapon magic cannon. This expedition yielded rich rewards, beyond Rosen's imagination. Chapter 135, The Women's Army. If all these resources were converted into military strength, Rosen guaranteed that he would be able to conquer hundreds of small territories with a population of thousands. However, these are all Lawson's renewable resources and will never be wasted on expansion. You don't need many subjects, you need good ones. You don't need a lot of equipment, but it needs to be good. As your strength grows, you won't have to fight others hard, as they will surrender. The sneak attacks from others, coupled with their own policies, will turn these people into ordinary people who are powerless. This day is not too far away, and it will come soon. Half an hour later, everyone had explored the entire valley. A total of 180 cattle, 130 sheep, and 120 chickens were found. I also dug up some carrots, peppers, watermelons, and other plant supplies in the grass. Of course, I took them all away and left nothing behind. And these are today's obvious gains. In secret, Rosen also obtained 100 magic cannon blueprints, 1,000 warhorse recruitment orders, and 1,000 wild boar recruitment orders. Of course, these things are not accessible to outsiders. Rosen had no intention of leaking it, because this will be the foundation of his territory. What is foundation? It is naturally the family strength, which will only be revealed when encountering a crisis. The ability to solve the crisis is the foundation. Outside the valley, Rosen led everyone back home. The small territories guarding outside the valley all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what Taiping Town had obtained. When the cavalry led by Taiping Town walked out of the valley, hundreds of infantrymen followed behind, carrying countless wild animals in custody, which completely shocked these small lords. Fuck, what a strong herd of cattle. That's a lot. One weighs at least 600 kilograms. What do you mean 600 pounds? One of them must weigh at least 800 pounds. Look, there's a flock of sheep behind us. The one at the head is the leader, right? His beard is so long. What leader? Why don't I understand? Even if I tell you, you still won't understand. The leader sheep is the head of the flock. When I used to herd sheep at home, I would just tie a rope around the leader sheep to make it walk slowly and stay in my sight, and the other sheep would stay. The flock follows the leader sheep. Oh, is that cow in front the leader? It's so big. Brother, there's no such thing as a leader for cattle, but there's a king. Taiping town is now prosperous. I wonder if someone will rob them along the way. After all, with so much stuff, if a war breaks out, we won't be able to take care of everything. Look, there are pheasants. Amidst the envy and admiration of the people, the army left the valley. Lu Bu led the cavalry in front to clear the way, while Zhao Yun detained the animals. Rosen followed the baggage train and fell behind to cover their retreat. Just after Rosen and others walked out of the valley a few dozen meters, they suddenly heard countless shouts behind them, which scared Rosen so much that he almost lost his guard. Go! Hurry up! There may be other treasures in there. Let's go! In an instant, dozens of small forces rushed into the valley. If you can't eat the meat, you should at least drink some soup. Maybe there is something missing. So they are crazy. Even picking up other people's leftovers is crazy. Rosen was speechless for a moment and ignored them. He had already looted everything, so if they went in again, it would have nothing to do with him. So he ordered his men to continue forward. In the valley, dozens of territorial forces, with a total of more than 1,000 scattered people, swept through the valley like locusts, and even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground to look for treasures. But unfortunately, there is nothing left in the valley. Half a day later, everyone sat on the grass tiredly, cursing at the sky. Damn, nothing was left. That's too bad. Really? If you could just leave a few cows, that would be enough for us to share. But there's not even a hair left. Not even a hair left. It was a wasted trip. Not only did I waste a lot of food, but I also got nothing. Well, I'm going to starve along with all the people when I get back. There are carrots on the ground. Dig them up quickly. What the hell are you digging for? The people from Taiping town have already dug it all up. You must have missed some of them. It's just a few carrots. What's the big deal? Holy crap, it really leaked. I was wondering why there were carrots, but it turns out it was rotten grass. 70 miles is not far. But carrying so many wild beasts, their walking became slower. It was already afternoon, and the army had only just entered the territory. However, once they entered the territory, everyone put away their guard. Because these vassal lords have been under Rosen's absolute control, their development has been restricted, laws have been enacted, and they have begun to adapt to a stable life, so there is no need to worry that they will cause trouble. Once you start a rebellion, not only will there be no results, but you will also be killed, so no one dares to do it. Just as they were thinking this, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from all directions, resounding in everyone's hearts. Whoosh whoosh. Enemy attack, everyone on alert. With Jian Wei's loud shout, dozens of soldiers appeared in front of Rosen and were on guard all around. The sound of breaking through the air was made by the arrow. As the arrows arrived and struck the soldiers, the forest was suddenly filled with the sounds of horses neighing and galloping. Da-da-da. Suddenly, more than 20 women riding war horses appeared. They were all women, all holding iron armor and carrying wooden bows on their backs. They were definitely a group of female soldiers. This scene not only stunned Rosen, but also stunned all the soldiers under his command. A group of women? They attacked them in his territory. Rosen looked at the group of women in confusion. This is a group of young women, wearing armor, and they are as brave as men. Although they are small in stature, it can be seen from the arrows just now that they possess absolute strength. And among this group of women, there is one woman who is particularly bright. Because she was wearing a set of silver armor that shone brightly, and her hot body riding on a war horse was like a beautiful landscape. Rosen immediately understood that she was the leader of this group of women. Kill. The soldiers were all infantry, with only a few horses. Because the army was in front, capturing the wild beasts, and the cavalry was leading the way. The infantrymen rushed forward to resist, but were mostly kicked over by their horses. Soon, a group of women rushed to a place not far from Rosen. Seeing this, Jian Wei picked up his double halberds and stood in front of the female soldiers, shouting, "How dare you block my way? I will kill you without mercy." The warhorse stopped suddenly. Jian Wei's shout was filled with true energy and was quite intimidating. The female soldiers were all alert and waited for the leader's order. The silver-armored female general pulled the reins and turned her eyes around, and she could also see that Jian Wei was very powerful. Remembering the purpose of this trip, she said decisively, "Give up the capture, grab the resources, and run. Charge. Kill." Chapter 136, Silver-Armored Female General. Please give me some encouragement after the third update. Suddenly, the two groups rushed into each other again. Rosen's men numbered more than 200, and all were armored. The other side had only more than 20 people riding more than 20 horses. But the situation became one-sided. 200 infantrymen were no match for more than 20 female soldiers. It was not until Jianwei rushed forward with a pair of halberds and knocked the soldiers off their horses with one move that the soldiers' morale was completely restored. Thump! The female soldier fell to the ground, and the infantrymen put their swords to her neck. If you drop your warhorse, you're doomed. This is their situation. Rosen sat in the chariot, his eyes narrowed, wondering where their strength came from. Because this group of women are really strong, all of them are at the level of warriors. The leading female general was even close to the martial arts master level, forcing Rosen to take her seriously. A lord who can reach the level of martial artist must either have a fortuitous encounter or have more than 1,000 subjects with a loyalty level of 80. No matter which one, it represents the strength of one's own strength. Especially this woman, dressed in silver armor, looks quite different. Leave the silver-armored girl to me, and the others to you. Jianwei picked up the double halberds and stood directly in front of the silver-armored female general's horse, completely separating the silver-armored female general from the iron-armored female guards. Without the support of the silver-armored female general, the combat effectiveness of the iron-armored female guards suddenly plummeted, and countless of them were knocked to the ground in a blink of an eye. In a short while, most of the female soldiers were captured. The silver-armored woman will spread vigilance. Because the strength of Rosen and others was completely beyond his imagination. Especially this big man, with a burly figure, eyes like copper bells, and a murderous aura. Watch this. The female general rode her horse at full speed and swept her sword across Jianwei's neck. Seeing this, Jianwei waved his double halberds and blocked the door directly. Clang! The collision of weapons made a harsh sound. Hey! After Jianwei blocked the attack, he drew out his halberd and made a sweeping move. Suddenly, the halberd rushed towards the horse's abdomen at an extremely fast speed and with tremendous force. This is not only the horse's belly, but also the female general's legs. If she was hit, she would either die or be crippled. Because after the two weapons collided just now, the female general's hands were numb from the shock, and the knuckles were about to crack. Therefore, she had a deeper understanding of Jianwei's strength and knew that she could not stop him, so she stepped directly on the horse's back and jumped up, trying to avoid the fatal blow. Bang! Boom! The halberd hit the horse's belly in an instant. The huge impact force sent the horse flying, and then it fell to the ground with a thud, deader than dead. Looking at the female general again, she jumped high and quickly looked for a way to escape. Suddenly, she saw Rosen on the chariot, the leader who was besieging her, so she turned and headed straight for Rosen. Hey! Jianwei turned around and was about to chase after him. But at this time, Rosen walked out of the chariot directly and stood on the frame, his face calm and composed. Great! He actually came out of the chariot on his own initiative. He's simply courting death. The female general was overjoyed and quietly put away the silver sword, wanting to capture Rosen alive. When she reached the station car, she leaped with all her might, and in just a moment, she was able to knock Rosen down and capture him alive. But just then, just as she jumped high, the man on the chariot suddenly stretched out a size 42 foot, which was getting closer and closer in her pupils. The speed was so fast that she didn't even have time to react. Then she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and she flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. The silver helmet fell to the side, and the man fell to the ground with disheveled hair. Thump! The pain in her back and chest made her face full of pain. But before she could recover from the shock, a series of clang 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 sounds rang out. Looking closely, he saw that countless iron swords were hung around his neck. Looking around, he saw that all his female soldiers had been captured and none of them could escape. So strong. The female general frowned and stared at Rosen. Only then did Rosen slowly get off the chariot. I'm sorry for frightening the Lord. Please punish me. Jianwei knelt on one knee and began to plead guilty. Because the incident happened suddenly, he only exchanged one move with the silver-armored female general, killing her warhorse. However, he almost put the Lord in danger. Moreover, it was the Lord's kick that completely defeated the female general, which made him feel ashamed. Rosen looked at Jianwei. He knew that Jianwei had the strength of a great martial artist, but he had just used a move and had not had time to display it yet. So he said lightly, "It's okay, get up." After saying that, Rosen came to the female general and looked her up and down. He was wearing silver armor, and his figure was so thin that there was not a trace of fat. He had a red linen cape on his back, and his hair was messy, which made people admire the strength in his thin body. She sat on the ground, supporting herself with one hand and bending one leg. as if she was about to stand up. An iron sword was hung around his neck, and the silver armor on his chest bulged slightly. He looks quite young, at most in his 20s, or even less than 20 years old. Rosen said calmly, "What's your name? Which territory are you from? Why did you attack me? Tell me the truth." "Shin Xiao, I don't have any territory. I passed by here and took a fancy to your chariot, so I robbed it." The female general had a cold face and answered every word without changing a word. This made Rosen slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to do this. You're quite honest." Rosen nodded, thought for a moment, and then said lightly, "Take them all back to the territory." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the chariot. The army also began to reorganize and prepare to set off. This made Shin Xiao dumbfounded. She was a little flustered and shouted, "Wait a minute." Rosen stopped, turned around and asked doubtfully, "What else do you want to say? Are you a lord? How are you going to deal with me?" Shin Xiao took a deep breath and kept herself calm. She is not afraid of encountering bad guys, but she is afraid of encountering people like this who are secretive and whose emotions are not limited to their actions. Because this kind of people are often particularly cruel and insidious. Not surprisingly, Rosen had become that kind of person in her mind. Rosen looked at Shin Xiao and said calmly, "Logically, he should be killed. Even if he isn't killed, he should be imprisoned. Go to jail? Do you have a jail cell? Won't you waste food?" Shin Xiao asked a few questions in return. Rosen was stunned and nodded blankly. "It seems that what you said is right. So you mean to kill you?" "Of course not." Shin Xiao quickly said, "Let me go. I'm willing to pay the ransom." "I'm not interested in your ransom," Rosen said lightly, then turned and got into the car. This made Shin Xiao completely confused. She was rejected before she could say how much or what she wanted to offer. This is totally out of the ordinary. Shin Xiao was a little afraid that the other party would kill her, so she quickly shouted, "1 life for 50 kilograms of meat, in exchange for me and all my subordinates. More than 20 of us can be exchanged for more than 1,000 kilograms of meat, which is more cost-effective than selling them." Chapter 137 Silver Mine. Rosen ignored him completely, sat in the car, and swayed back to the territory. 50 kilograms per person is not a small amount, but he has enough. It seems that the identity of this female general is quite extraordinary, as she is willing to pay such a high ransom. Rosen would definitely not agree easily, and even if he agreed, he would ask for a higher ransom. However, Rosen had other arrangements at the moment, so everything would be discussed after returning. After returning to the territory, everyone cheered. The people were shocked when they saw the beasts being transported into the city. The worship of the Lord is on the rise. Especially when I saw that the Lord's military vehicle also sent dozens of female soldiers, I admired him even more. These girls are so pretty. Look at those long legs. Women serving in the military? Are there no men left in their territory? Ha. Actually, female soldiers are pretty powerful too. Once they're on the battlefield, they can make the male soldiers lose their minds. If they take off their clothes, the male soldiers will go crazy and pull them to the grass. Why are you pulling it into the grass? Hee, of course it's to do interesting things. The leaders pointed at the female soldiers and teased them, making them blush and want to kill them. But soon, they came out of the humiliation and were shocked by the huge city wall in front of them. This is actually a city wall. Has this lord already grown into a city-level power? I really shouldn't have attacked him. I should have returned sooner rather than later. I wonder how my father is doing and whether he can handle such a formidable enemy. Shin Xiao's eyes almost popped out, and she felt extremely depressed looking at the huge city wall. Especially when she thought about facing such a powerful enemy in the future, she became even more depressed. Shin Xiao was brought into the territory and imprisoned separately with the female soldiers. Of course, it was not the Lord's mansion, but a separate prison set up outside the Lord's mansion. Because the territory is large and the population is large, there are always some minor frictions. The prison is a deterrent to deter the people from committing crimes. Shin Xiao and her companions were the first group of prisoners to be imprisoned. Returned to the Lord's mansion. Kitano Nozomi personally greeted him and took off Rosen's armor. This expedition lasted 2 days and 1 night. In fact, it was just 1 night without seeing each other, but Kitano Wang missed him terribly. When he was taking off Rosen's armor, he was full of concern and asked Rosen if it was dangerous outside, whether it was easy or not, etc. Rosen was deeply moved and patiently introduced her to the trends in the outside world. Finally, he touched her head and said, "I'll take you out to see the world when I have the chance." After finishing the care, Rosen changed into a cloth suit, took out the recruitment order, and started to use it. First, the war horses, used them all. 1,000 war horses began to appear in the recruiting center. With them, the territory's military strength doubled. Then the wild boar recruitment order was used. Use all of them as well. With these wild boars, a new batch of wild boars will be born in a few months. As time passed, the wild boars multiplied, and everyone in their territory had meat to eat forever. After finishing all this, Rosen finally took out the blueprint of the magic cannon and looked at it carefully. The drawings are very large, and the things drawn are very complicated, so ordinary people cannot see them. There are parts of various shapes, and each part is carved with complex formations that look like ghost paintings. Even if he asked someone to show him how to carve with the blueprint, Rosen felt that he couldn't do it. Otherwise, how could this thing be lost? A magic cannon costs 2,000 silver bars, and I don't even have a single silver bar right now. No. Wait. Suddenly, Rosen thought of Shin Xiao. The silver-armored female general who attacked him. Wasn't the armor he was wearing made of silver? After being kicked hard by himself, the silver armor only changed its shape slightly. She can offer resources in exchange for her life. There must be a powerful force behind her. Maybe she can offer silver bars or silver ore. Considering the only missing silver nugget for the magic cannon, Rosen suddenly had an idea and immediately ordered, "Bei Yi, tell Zhao Yun to bring Shin Xiao over. I want to see her." Yes. Bei nodded. Although she didn't know who Shin Xiao was, she just had to follow the rules as the Lord said. He came outside and informed Zhao Yun, who was resting in the corner. Zhao Yun received the order and quickly brought Shin Xiao over. Since Shin Xiao was a master close to the level of a martial artist, Zhao Yun did not dare to be careless. He even asked his subordinates to make a wooden shackle and put it around her neck. The shackles were tied to her hands, and she couldn't break free even though she was at the martial arts master level. Because the shackles are made of iron in addition to wood, they are very strong. Shin Xiao was escorted into the hall with disheveled hair. Her silver armor had been stripped off, leaving her wearing only ordinary cloth. She stood there straight with shackles on, looking unruly, with a cold and expressionless face. "Why don't you kneel down when you see the Lord?" Zhao Yun shouted from the side. Shin Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Rosen. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, she slowly bent one leg and knelt on the ground. He first knelt on one knee, then released the other leg and knelt completely on the ground. Shin Xiao greets the Lord. Shin Xiao saluted Rosen in a cold tone. No need to be polite. Rosen sat on the chair, staring at Shin Xiao, the heroic female general, and said calmly, "Let's talk about the ransom." As soon as these words came out, Shin Xiao immediately raised her head. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her face said coldly, "What do you want?" "No rush. Before talking about the ransom, first tell us about your territory or the territory behind you, and what kind of strength it has. After all, silver is extremely rare and not everyone can come up with it." Rosen hit the nail on the head. Shin Xiao immediately understood that Rosen was talking about her silver armor. Thinking of this, Shin Xiao said coldly, "My territory has been occupied, and I went to seek refuge with my father. My father also has a town-level territory. The silver armor was an accidental acquisition of his, and he made silverware." "Oh, so you have no silver reserves?" Rosen said calmly, "Since you don't have what I want, there's nothing to talk about. Just suppress it." With a wave of his hand, Rosen crossed his legs and took out the Lord's Guide to look through it. After receiving the order, Zhao Yun immediately stepped forward and took Shin Xiao away. Seeing Rosen so decisive, Shin Xiao panicked. She didn't know why she was always being manipulated by this man, so she quickly said, "Although we don't have silver, we have meat. I'm willing to exchange 100 pounds for a person." This time, Rosen didn't even raise his eyelids. Zhao Yun also wanted to pull her away. It was obvious that the man in front of her looked down upon her weight. Shin Xiao quickly said, 1,000 pounds for me, and 100 pounds for each of the others. "Stop talking nonsense. Is our territory short of meat?" Zhao Yun snorted coldly and was about to grab her arm. Shin Xiao was completely at her wit's end. She said helplessly, "Wait, I have silver ore. P.S. It's not easy to write. I update 4 times a day. I hope my brothers can give me more encouragement." Chapter 138 Bad Guys. Rosen was slightly stunned. He knew that this woman must have a silver mine. This is easy. With silver mines, he can make his magic cannon. Rosen was slightly excited, but he didn't show it on the surface. He said calmly, "Really? Then how much silver are you willing to pay to redeem yourself?" "Although I have silver mines, the amount is pitifully small. After making a piece of silver armor, only one piece of ore is left. I can give it all to you and redeem all my people." Shin Xiao said, "You can tell from my equipment that it is not easy to make a piece of silver armor." "Rosen, what can a few pieces of silver do?" "He wants thousands." Rosen said calmly, "You have no right to bargain. I'll give you a price, and you can decide for yourself. How much? Shin Xiaoxiao asked. Rosen said calmly, 1,000 silver bars. Shin Xiaoxiao. Speak. Rosen reminded. Shin Xiaoxiao said with a frown. How could I possibly have so many? I'm afraid all the territories in the plains combined don't have that many. Well, I don't want 1,000 silver bars anymore. I want 1,000 silver ore. That should be fine, right? Rosen compromised. But Shin Xiaoxiao's face was still full of black lines, and she said coldly, there are not that many. There are only a few pieces left in my father's hands. If you are willing, I can give them all to you. If not, there is nothing I can do. Really? If you don't give it to me, I will execute you and all your subordinates. What do you think is more important, your life or the silver mine? Rosen said leisurely, his words full of coercion. However, Shin Xiaoxiao seemed to only have so much. She still said stubbornly, that's all. I can't make it even if you kill me. Someone come. Rosen was furious. He slammed the table and said coldly, take him to the cell and behead him tomorrow. Yes. Zhao Yun immediately took 2 people and dragged her away. Shin Xiaoxiao's cold voice came from a distance. I really only have a few pieces. I'm willing to exchange meat. Iron ore is also fine. The sound spread farther and farther. Rosen had a headache. Kitano Nozomi came over and quickly massaged Rosen, saying weakly, Sir, maybe she really only has a little bit. I can't say for sure. After all, silver ore is rare. It's really rare. I'm lucky to be able to collect it and make a set of armor. Rosen closed his eyes and said calmly, but I always feel that she is lying. This woman is very unusual. But she is not even afraid of being beheaded. How can I get her to take it out? Kitano Wang muttered to himself. Yes. Rosen was also distressed. But suddenly, he seemed to think of something and gently grabbed Bei Yi Wang's little hand. This made Kitano Nozomi, who was undergoing a massage, suddenly stiffen. Really? Rosen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a wicked smile, I have a solution. If she still refuses to hand it over, it means she is telling the truth. What method? Kitano Wang looked confused. You'll find out later. Rosen waved his hand, signaling her not to press it, and then opened the Lord's Guide and began to read. He hadn't checked the channel information for a day, so he habitually went in to check it out. The conversation in the channel is still about separatist issues. The incident has only been going on for a few days, and separatism is still ongoing. After all, ruling an area of 30 miles is easy for a person like Rosen, but it is very difficult for other ordinary lords. My friends, it's chaos, complete chaos. Our domain has entered a melee. The fighting is unbearable. Haha, we're pretty good at fighting here too. My domain is the smallest, only a few hundred miles in radius. Now the world is divided into 3 parts, and will soon enter an era of unification. What a coincidence, I'm also in this domain. I found a silver treasure chest today and got 10 bison recruitment orders. A town-level force has emerged around me. The gap between us and those people is widening. It's so scary. I want to join Taiping Town. I heard there are laws there, and it's safe. Brother, I'm the military advisor of Taiping Town. Welcome to join me. Message me privately for details. Suddenly, Rosen saw Li Yong pulling people into the area. This made Rosen feel even happier. It seems that Li Yong is also very concerned about the development of the territory. I closed the Lord's Guide, and it was getting late. Rosen walked out of the Lord's mansion and came to the prison in the alley outside the mansion. Zhao Yun followed closely behind. The prison was quiet. Some soldiers were sitting in the yard to rest. When they saw Rosen appear, they all bowed to him. Rosen waved his hand and asked Zhao Yun to take him to the female general's cell. Zhao Yun led the way and soon arrived at the corner of the yard and opened the door. Wait for me outside, stay away. After Rosen finished speaking, he walked straight into the cell and closed the door casually. There was no bed in the cell, only a layer of weeds. In the weedy corner, Shin Xiaoxiao was still wearing shackles, which was very inconvenient. I couldn't even lie down, so I could only sit on the thatch, leaning against the wall to make myself feel less uncomfortable. In fact, after being sent back, she was still very worried in her heart, fearing that Rosen really wanted to kill her, so she held her breath and wanted to wait until the last moment. As the door opened, she saw the lord who had captured her coming in, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. My father's territory is not big, and there are really no silver reserves. She gritted her teeth and insisted on explaining. But Rosen said nothing. He went up and threw her down on the straw, grinning evilly and saying, "It doesn't matter. A beauty like you is worth more than silver. I wouldn't trade 10,000 silver mines for sleeping with you once." After saying that, he began to untie her belt. Shin Xiaoxiao was really scared. She struggled and explained in a panic. "I really have nothing. Otherwise you can kill me, kill me. Then how can I bear to? In a blink of an eye, her clothes were scattered all over the place. The scenery also appeared in the cell. Rosen was just testing the waters, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help swallowing a few times. Don't touch me, she screamed in panic. But it was of no use at all. Seeing that Rosen was really about to take up the knife and go into battle, Shin Xiaoxiao was completely panicked at this moment. She closed her eyes and shouted, "No, I give you everything." Rosen stopped abruptly. The moonlight shone through the window onto her face, revealing a hint of paleness. 2 tear marks could be vaguely seen at the corners of her eyes. Rosen grabbed the sackcloth and threw it on her, then slowly stood up and looked down at her. The pale moonlight shone on Rosen's face, making him look like a demon. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, women are afraid of this, especially normal women. Luo-san raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "There is a Shun family alliance hundreds of miles south of me. Your surname is also Shun. Tell me what your relationship is." Woo-woo bad guy. Chapter 139 City-Level Territory. At this moment, Shin Xiaoxiao was not glad that Rosen had stopped, but instead couldn't help sobbing a few times. It was obvious that she was really scared by Rosen. "The leader of the Shun family alliance is my father." She hesitated for a few seconds, not daring to continue lying, and chose to tell the truth. She was really afraid of this man. Rosen was slightly stunned. "I understood it immediately. No wonder this female general has silver armor. No wonder so many maids know martial arts. It turns out that he has a powerful alliance behind him that can rival him." Throughout the south, the Shun family alliance was flourishing and developing rapidly. If a ranking was conducted in the plains, Rosen's Taiping town would be first, and the Shun family alliance would definitely be in the top 3. However, the fact that they can train more than 20 female soldiers to the level of warriors shows their strength. Because Rosen adopted the model of all elite soldiers, without focusing on training, and did not feed them spiritual wheat and rare treasures, there was some gap compared to the female soldiers. Those female soldiers must have been fed by the leader of the Shun family with countless rare resources in order to protect his daughter. Since she is the daughter of the Shun family, it will be easy. Rosen squatted down and looked straight into Shun Xiaoxiao's eyes. This scene seems familiar. He remembered that he seemed to have looked at Lucy in the same way before. But it ended in a very different way. Rosen's lips curled slightly as he said, "So you're the daughter of the Shun family alliance. Send a message to your father immediately and tell him that you attacked me and were captured. Ask him to bring the ransom to rescue you and compensate me for my losses. My lord's guide was taken away by someone, and I lost contact with my father. Otherwise, why would I only have so few soldiers around me?" Shin Xiaoxiao explained aggrievely. Rosen stared at her for a few seconds, sensing trouble. In fact, he believed what Shin Xiaoxiao said. First, Shin Xiaoxiao was in such a state that she obviously didn't dare to continue lying. Furthermore, the Shin family alliance was so large, yet she was so far away. It was obvious that she was planning to join the Shun family alliance, yet she only had such a small army around her. The reason was probably because they had lost contact. What a trouble, Rosen muttered to himself. If other Lord Guides sent a message to the Shun family alliance, they probably wouldn't believe it. Even if they believe it, there is no guarantee whether they will bring resources to exchange. The only way is to take Shin Xiaoxiao directly to the Shun family alliance and ask them to pay for her redemption. However, the Shin family alliance is hundreds of miles away, which is quite far. There is no exact distance of hundreds of miles, but a conservative estimate is that it is at least 500 miles away. Rosen hesitated for a moment. Then an idea came to his mind. He asked, "Do you have 1,000 silver mines in your territory? If it's too little, I won't trade. You can stay by my side and be my maid." No woo-woo. Shun Xiaoxiao hurriedly said anxiously. "We have silver or at home, but I only know that a small pile of silver or was discovered in our territory. The total amount is not even 1,000, but there are still hundreds of pieces. As long as you let me go, I will send someone to deliver it to you as soon as I get home." "You wish?" Rosen rolled his eyes. "If I let you go back and you don't come back, wouldn't that be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? I am willing to leave all my subordinates here. I will definitely come back to redeem them when the time comes. They are valuable resources of my territory." Shin Xiaoxiao continued to explain. Although his tone was sincere, Rosen didn't believe it. Silver ore is not more valuable than female soldiers. So he said calmly, "How about this? I will send someone to take you back. After we arrive at your territory, as long as you pay the ransom, we will let you go. Then you can bring people to my territory to pick you up, okay?" Send me back? Of course. Shin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and nodded immediately, nodding as quickly as a chick eating a lollipop. Seeing her agree, Rosen slowly stood up and walked out of the room. However, after Rosen closed the door, her excited little face immediately turned cold, and she huddled tightly under the linen to prevent exposure. Because her clothes had already been thrown aside, and her hands were shackled, she couldn't put them on by herself. Moreover, his cold face was full of grievances, tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he cried silently. It is conceivable that Rosen's actions just now left an indelible impression in her heart. As soon as he walked out of the room, Rosen waved his hand, called Zhao Yun over, and said earnestly, "Zilong, I have an important task for you. My lord, please give me your orders. I am willing to go through fire and water for you." Zhao Yun answered righteously with a bow. That silver-armored female general is the daughter of the Shun family alliance and lives hundreds of miles south of our territory. Tomorrow morning, you will take a cavalry unit and escort her back to the territory. Remember, she is our prisoner and nothing can happen to her. Once you reach the Shun family alliance territory, exchange it for 1,000 pieces of silver ore. Then, retreat. Their territory may not have that many silver mines, or it may have more. Take as much as you can. Then find a safe place to release Shen Xiaoxiao. Make sure you release her only when you can ensure your own safety. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will intercept you along the way. Rosen spoke word by word. Zhao Yun memorized them all and nodded heavily. Escort the prisoner back to the territory and demand 1,000 pieces of silver or in exchange. I understand. Kindness. Rosen nodded and said, silver ore is crucial to the foundation of our territory. No matter how much we can obtain, we must bring it back intact. Understand? With silver ore, our territory will have the strength to conquer the plains. All right. I just stripped Shen Xiaoxiao naked. Asked 2 maids to dress her. After giving his final instructions, Rosen turned and left. Zhao Yun was left confused. Stripped naked. What happened? Zhao Yun was confused, but he quickly recovered and did the job meticulously. The important matter of the territory's foundation was entrusted to him, which was the Lord's trust. Zhao Yun clenched his fists and was full of fighting spirit for this long journey. That night, after selecting the cavalry troops that appeared and arranging the subsequent matters, Zhao Yun returned home. A woman at home was waiting for him. After learning that he was going on a long journey, she prepared some dry food for him overnight. And this woman was Qingya, the woman who was rescued by Rosen and stayed in the Lord's mansion as a maid. The two fell in love and unknowingly registered. When Rosen found out, he assigned them a separate house to live in, side by side with Li Yang's residence, in the same row. Rosen naturally supports his subordinates in getting married. A man works hard and struggles outside all his life, with his head hanging on his belt. Wouldn't it be lonely if he didn't even have a woman? After returning to the territory, as soon as Rosen returned to the room, a deep voice came into his mind. Hint, hint, hint. The total population of Taiping territory has reached 10,000, and it has been promoted to a city-level territory for the first time. As the first city-level territory, the Lord's Guide rewards 100 low-level magic cores. Chapter 140 Zhuge Liang, third update, need motivation. The deep and deafening sound woke up countless lords. Rosen was stunned. Before I could react from my daze, a familiar reminder came to my mind. Ding! 100-fold increase was successful, and the number has increased to 10,000. Rosen, what happened? What increased to 10,000? Rosen quickly opened the space ring and took a look, and found that it was filled with countless glittering magic cores, like a hill, which almost burst his space ring. This. Damn, 10,000 magic cores. Rosen swallowed his saliva, extremely excited. 10,000 magic cores are equivalent to what you can get by killing 10,000 monsters. Not only can they be used to enchant weapons and improve their quality, they can also serve as bullets for magic cannons. Add a magic core, and the formation will automatically condense magic and launch an attack. This is the introduction of the magic cannon. Good boy, you won't have to worry about bullets anymore. Rosen quickly opened the Lord's Guide and found that the information on it had changed from Taiping Town to Taiping City. Moreover, above the regional channel, a banner message was scrolling, announcing his advancement to city-level strength. The people in the channel became even more excited and were all discussing this matter. Oh my god, what happened? Damn, the Lord's announcement. This is the first time the Lord's Guide has proactively announced. 100 magic cores. This. I'm going to make a fortune. Taiping Town is actually the first territory to be promoted to city-level strength. It's amazing. The territory has reached 10,000 people. Is this speed like riding a rocket? My territory only has more than 100 people. His 10,000 subjects, so terrifying. I'm afraid that in the entire world, Taiping Town is the first to reach city-level strength. Of course, the Lord's Guide has reported it. However, The 10,000 people territory may not be limited to Taiping City. The 10,000 people alliance also has 10,000 people and may also have such a large force, but the people in the alliance are not included in the main territory. Yes, vassal subjects are included, but alliances are not. Looking at everyone's discussion, Rosen slowly closed the Lord's Guide. He remembered that when he went on the expedition, the number of people in his territory and vassal territories was only 9,000. In just 2 days, the territory had increased to 10,000. This must be the result of Li Yang buying up the people in his territory. Because I had told him before that he should buy as many people as he could every day to prepare for the population increase. And because of Li Yang's purchase, the territory is also increasing by 300 to 400 people every day. Thinking of this, Rosen felt relieved. Regardless, his fame has spread, and there are also 10,000 magic core rewards. 10,000 magic cores alone are enough to comfort his soul. Back in his room, Rosen prepared to rest. After upgrading his city-level power, he planned to wait until tomorrow to see about the blueprint upgrade. But just as Kitano Wang helped him lie down, there was a knock on the door. Dang dang dang. There was a knock on the door, and Lucy's voice came in at the same time. My lord, a man has appeared at the recruitment office and wants to see you, my lord. Rosen had heard this sentence 3 times. This is the 4th time. Oh my god, is there another Wu coming? Rosen hurried to open the door. I saw Lucy, a little cat girl with furry ears and a tail. Her tail was swinging in the air, and she was in a good mood. These days, Lucy has been busy with farming and rarely goes out, so Rosen rarely sees her. Now when he sees her, he finds that she has become even more beautiful. But he was not interested in teasing Lucy now, so he quickly asked, Where is the person? Sir, the person is in the outer courtyard. Lucy answered politely. After living here for many days, she felt extremely familiar with this place. Outer courtyard. Rosen turned and glanced at the screen behind him. Bei Yuang had already slept in bed. It was indeed inappropriate to bring the general with him, so he walked out and said, You go back and rest. I will go there myself. After saying that, he quickened his pace. After passing through the inner courtyard, we arrived at the outer courtyard hall. Standing in the hall, you can see a man over 1.85 meters tall standing outside the hall. Although he is tall, he is not strong. Although thin, he is not weak. Standing there is an aura of being in control of the world. He looked at his clothes, a linen shirt, but he was holding a feather fan in his hand. He stood in the yard, gently waving it and looking up at the moon. Who is this person? Rosen was suspicious and felt that he was very unusual, because he was the first person in the God-level recruitment center to carry the initial items. Although it is just an extremely ordinary feather fan. Cough cough. Rosen coughed and walked out from the corner of the hall. Hearing the sound, the man holding the feather fan quickly retracted his composure, took 2 steps forward, crossed the stairs, and entered the hall. He patted his knees lightly, knelt on both knees, and said in a clear voice, Your subordinate Zhuge Liang pays homage to the Lord. His Zhuge Liang? Suddenly, Rosen took a breath of cold air on the spot. He is in need of people now. Civil and military officials are extremely scarce. Although each of them is powerful, their number is too small. Zhuge Liang was a powerful figure in the 3 Kingdoms period. He single-handedly led Liu Bei, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to establish the Kingdom of Shu. Although those 3 men had extraordinary martial arts skills, they were defeated wherever they went and never won a battle. Until he met Zhuge Liang, who invited him out of seclusion 3 times. From then on, Liu Bei's career went smoothly, and he built a huge kingdom. After Liu Bei's death, Zhuge Liang demonstrated his immense military prowess, defeating a larger force with a smaller one, foresight. He even led 6 expeditions to Qishan to attack Wei, a feat unparalleled in history. If the territory had a Zhuge Liang, Rosen would have nothing to worry about. Mr. Kongming, please stand up quickly. Rosen excitedly grabbed Zhuge Liang's arms and pulled him up from the ground, saying excitedly, With Mr. Kongming's help, I am even more powerful. I don't have to worry about anything big. Thank you for the compliment, Lord. Zhuge Liang was very humble and not at all arrogant. Rosen pulled him into the hall and said with concern, Mr. Kongming must have not eaten yet. I really haven't eaten yet. Zhuge Liang nodded. Rosen immediately ordered, Someone, hurry up and tell the kitchen to prepare some wine and meat. I want to have a long talk with Mr. Kongming tonight. Yes. Several maids on night watch immediately went to give orders. This order was so powerful that it finally woke up Vivian's grandfather, an old man in his 60s. While waiting, Rosen humbly asked Zhuge Liang about the situation in the world. He looked at Zhuge Liang and said seriously, Mr. Kongming, the world is in chaos right now, with warlords fighting for power. The people are suffering and struggling. I, the Lord, am trapped in this turbulent time and want to save the people, but the world is so vast and boundless. What should I do next? P.S. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Your rewards are recognition of me. I will stick to 4 updates, and there will be one more later. Chapter 141, Farming and Raising Troops. 4th update, Asking for Courtesy, Adding Motivation. Rosen asked the question that was in his heart. He had a 100x amplification system, but he knew the world was a murky place. If he jumped in headfirst, if his luck turned bad, even a 1000x amplification would only serve to hinder others' development. If the current situation continues to develop slowly. At present, he has no rivals in this area, but when the levels are opened in the future and countless powerful forces appear, the world will become a mess and no one can escape. He wanted to ask Zhuge Liang how he should develop so that he could soar high in the face of the huge torrent. Listening to Rosen's question, Zhuge Liang shook his feather fan and nodded, saying, "The world is bustling with people all for profit. The world is bustling with people all for profit. The struggle among heroes is nothing more than profit. If you want to gain a firm foothold on the world stage, you must have your own strength and foundation. I believe that the Lord's first goal is to recuperate, strengthen his army, and wait for the opportunity to come. Then how can we recuperate and strengthen our troops?" Rosen continued to ask. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly and immediately said, "For words, cultivate the land and raise the troops." "Is it enough to just cultivate land and raise soldiers?" Rosen asked doubtfully. Zhuge Liang continued, "Of course not. My lord, cultivate the land and raise the troops. Once you have built up your strength, you should promote agriculture and then launch the Northern Expedition." "Rosen, you've been fighting in the Northern Expeditions since the Three Kingdoms period. You have a special fondness for them. You're still fighting in my place." Rosen rolled his eyes and asked, "Actually, I've also thought about promoting farming. Farming is the foundation of the territory. Once promoted, it will benefit countless people. But why did you choose to march north? Why not go south and east?" "My lord, although I don't fully understand the situation here, I do know a few things. The northern end is where the checkpoint is located, known as the Domain Pass. Only by occupying the Domain Pass can we secure the natural barrier. When the influence of the world converges, my lord can advance with all his troops and leave the plains, or retreat and hold the pass. One man can hold the pass against 10,000, ensuring peace in the territory. The most important thing is that there is the powerful Shun family alliance in the south and the Orc alliance in the north. These two forces cannot be underestimated. We must capture one of them. Only by occupying one of them can the Lord rule half of the plains. Furthermore, your lordship's territory is located in the center of the great domain, occupying half of it. All he needs to do is raise his arms and shout, and all the smaller territories will submit. This will not only save the time of attacking each smaller territory one by one, but will also prevent the division of forces and allow time to cultivate land and accumulate strength. It's a three-pronged approach." Zhuge Liang's explanation made Rosen suddenly understand. There were many reasons why he didn't attack the small territories one by one. One is that although the small territories are small, there are many of them, and it is impossible to conquer them all. It is also a waste of troops and resources. The next step is the overwhelming merger, which will lead to the emergence of various alliances. Instead of this, it is better to let them fight each other and consume each other while you develop resources with peace of mind. When the territory becomes stronger, everyone who sees it will surrender. Zhuge Liang thought the same as he did, but was more thorough. He was asked to cultivate land and raise troops, and to send troops to the north. There was only one force in the Northern Expedition that could rival him. If he were to destroy him, he would be able to control the entire north. Those small territories were a mob, and as long as he raised his arms and shouted, they would have no choice but to obey. "Huh, I understand. Before, I thought the expedition was too far and a waste of money and food, so I didn't think of this. Now, if I occupy the key pass, it will be equivalent to blocking the road between the plains and the outside world." Rosen nodded, bowed to Zhuge Liang gratefully, and said, "Sir, you are a man of great talent. I am grateful for your guidance. Your excellency is too modest." Zhuge Liang also responded with a bow. Soon, the food came. Rosen personally poured wine for Zhuge Liang, and the two talked while drinking. "Let's talk about how to cultivate land and raise troops." The night passed quickly. At noon the next day, Rosen got up from the bed in a daze. Because we chatted too late yesterday, he slept until noon. However, after last night's conversation, Rosen understood a lot and sincerely admired Zhuge Liang's talent. Farming and maintaining troops are the foundation of territory. After Rosen woke up, he issued a recruitment order. From today on, every 3 people from all vassal territories must send 1 person to serve as a soldier in the main territory. After the message was sent out, all the lords in the group were shocked. Started chatting in the group. What happened? Hiss. One of the 3 is going to be killed. This, is there some big move? That's good too. It just means there are fewer people to feed. War is forbidden in the territory anyway, so I don't need that many people. Oh no, I've been living so comfortably lately that I don't even want a recruitment center anymore. I send out a new subject every day, and the number of people is growing. I still have to feed them. Send all of them to the headquarters within 3 days. Another message was sent. The group responded one after another. Yes. Receive. Clear. Yes, sir. After closing the Lord's Guide, Rosen asked someone to notify the wood magicians to speed up their magic casting and ripen the wheat as soon as possible. But soon, he received the latest report. My lord, the wood mages have collectively been promoted to first-class mages. They have also improved their first magic spell, increasing its power. The one reporting was the magician leader Jarvan. Rosen was also excited. With the addition of a group of official magicians, the ripening process would be accelerated again. So he nodded and said, very good, let's keep working hard. Yes. Garen clasped his fists and turned to leave. After arranging these, Rosen went to the warehouse, took out the iron ore, and started a new round of production. The northern expedition was a long journey, and soldiers and equipment were absolutely indispensable. This time, soldiers will be selected from the people of the territory, 1 for every 3 people, and more than 2,000 soldiers can be selected. Adding the 2,000 soldiers in his own territory, there are 4,000 soldiers in total. However, after recruiting for a period of time, his territory has become much more sufficient, and Rosen decided to arrange these people into the soldiers. Then make a large number of weapons and equip them completely. After all, we are fighting a long-distance war, so we cannot be careless. Although the Orc Alliance is also very famous, my own strength is here, and it is not a joke. This expedition, with so many troops gathered, is more like a direct occupation than a war, because it is very likely that the Orc Alliance cannot even withstand his first round of attack. The rations needed for the army haven't been finalized yet. We'll start the northern expedition after this batch of grain is harvested. This is a good opportunity to continue training and increasing our troops. After Rosen finished thinking, he began to refine weapons. He has no shortage of iron, because he has a 100-fold increase. The iron mined last time, after being amplified 100-fold, can provide complete equipment for tens of thousands of people. At present, he can only gather a few thousand troops, so he has no worries at all. Under the plan of Zhuge Liang and Rosen, the territory is developing in an orderly and unbalanced manner. P.S. Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Stick with it and keep going. Chapter 142: Wheat Increase. Training. Military farming. No matter how other forces fight, as long as it does not involve Rosen, Rosen will not care. His army grew rapidly with constant recruitment and tributes from vassal territories. Before I knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Liang Wang was in the channel and exchanged more than 5,000 people, consuming a large amount of food. If Rosen hadn't been increasing the amount of meat, there wouldn't be enough. But even so, there was not much meat left. Fortunately, after the wood magician's day and night hard work, the fertile fields finally turned golden and were ready for harvest. However, casting magic on the wheat fields day and night almost made the wood magicians sick from exhaustion. The female wood magicians in particular were so exhausted that their eyes were bloodshot. Even menstruation was delayed. Rosen was very touched by this and gave them 10 days off each so that they could have a good rest. During these 10 days, in addition to normal development, the military camp has also been training troops. The number of soldiers increased from the original 2,000 to 8,000. Another thing is that in these 10 days, Rosen's God-level recruitment center has produced another famous general. The man was tall and strong, extremely strong. After seeing Rosen, he knelt on the ground and introduced himself as Yu, paying homage to the Lord. Rosen thought he had recruited Guan Yu and said, "Yinshang, please get up." As a result, the man was stunned and asked foolishly who the Lord was calling. After some explanation, Rosen realized that this person was not Guan Yu, but Xiang Yu. Fortunately, he was smart and said that one of his subordinates was called Yinshang, who looked very similar to him, so he made a mistake and resolved the embarrassment. At this moment, Rosen was drinking and chatting with his generals and loyal subordinates in the hall. After all, the development of the territory these days cannot be separated from them, especially the wood magician apprentices who work day and night. Oh no, they are already official magicians. On both sides sat Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Zhuge Liang, Liang, and the newly recruited Xiangyu. Rosen sat in the upper seat. The wheat fields will be harvested today. Thank you to our wood magicians and our army for their hard work, as they have been training all day. Come, let's have a drink. Rosen raised his glass and gestured to everyone. Everyone raised their glasses and said, "Thank you, Lord." Everyone drank the wine in one gulp. Of course, except for the wood magicians, because these magicians are thin and weak, and there are women among them. So the men drank wine, and the women drank juice to celebrate the good harvest of the fertile fields today. The hall was filled with joy. Maids filled their bottles of beer. Rosen also has 2 beautiful maids. Report. My lord, the wheat has been harvested. We can harvest about 1,000 kilograms per acre. We have planted a total of 625 acres, including 25 acres of spiritual wheat and 600 acres of ordinary wheat. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy both came back, both sweating profusely. It was noon and extremely hot, especially after coming out of the fields. There is no shade in the fields. The past 2 days of harvesting wheat and directing the whole process have given Kitano Wang and Lucy a tan, making their skin look even more charming. 600 mu of ordinary wheat. 1 mu yields 1,000 caddies, which is 600 times 1,000, equals 600,000 caddies. Rosen smacked his lips. The territory is now developing in full swing, and the day of the northern expedition is getting closer and closer, so the food reserves must catch up with the schedule as soon as possible. 600,000 caddies, 100 times the increase, is 60 million caddies. Hiss. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately took a deep breath. 6 million caddies? If one person eats 3 caddies a day, and his territory currently only has over 9,000 people, even if he recruits new people, based on a territory of 20,000 people, he would only consume 60,000 caddies a day. 60 million kilograms can be consumed in 1,000 days. 1,000 days is almost 3 years. 3 years later, the animal husbandry in the territory would surely have been booming. Thinking of this, Rosen was particularly excited. So he quickly said, "Don't thresh the wheat yet. I need to check the wheat first, and then thresh it." After saying that, Rosen stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, please enjoy your meal. I'm going to the wheat fields." After saying that, he hurried out and headed for the wheat field. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy followed quickly. They didn't understand why Rosen didn't even want to attend the celebration banquet and instead went to the wheat field, but it was their duty to obey his orders. When the others saw that the Lord had left, they did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly finished their food and said goodbye to the maids. After all, the Lord and the butler were not there. There were only a few maids in charge and some golden-armored soldiers to provide security. I can't say goodbye to the golden-armored soldiers. They don't care about that. Rosen walked steadily and quickly. When he arrived at the wheat field, he was shocked by the hundreds of acres of fertile land, the wheat piled up for 2 days, and the thousands of people living there. This is the strength of his territory. Rosen began to pick up the bundles of wheat piled in the wheat field. It was easy for him to pick it up. He only had to grab the wheat pile with his hands. He didn't even need to put it into the storage ring to amplify it 100 times. Although this 600,000 caddies, no, the wheat has not been threshed yet. It is much more than 600,000 caddies. 600,000 caddies refers to the weight of the wheat kernels harvested after threshing. Although collecting so much money was a waste of time, he had no choice but to do it once for the development of his territory. Turn 600,000 gene into 60 million gene. This concerns the overall development plan of the territory and determines the speed of agricultural promotion. Ding. 100-fold amplification successful. 100-fold amplification successful. 100-fold increase. For every bundle touched, 99 bundles were added to Rosen's backpack. He naturally took out the extra ones and put them on the ground. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fit them all. So Rosen was very excited. The people who were resting around them all widened their eyes. What is the Lord doing? My Lord, why do you have to touch every sheaf of wheat? Have you noticed that the wheat piles have grown larger where the Lord has passed by? Damn, it's not just bigger, it's at least 10 times bigger. Hiss. Wherever the Lord passes, production increases dozens of times. That's amazing. The increase naturally could not escape the eyes of the surrounding people. However, they couldn't understand the principle, so Rosen didn't take it to heart. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy, who were following closely behind, noticed something unusual and were about to stop him, but now they stopped and followed behind, ready to serve Rosen at any time. After all, touching every grain of wheat is a physically demanding job. It was evening. Rosen is still in the wheat field. Since the wheat still needs to be threshed and dried, many people are stationed here and do not leave at night. But what Rosen didn't expect was that the increase in wheat was so slow. After most of the day, the increase was not even half. Of course, the increase wasn't even 1/3. After all, it was over 600 acres. Chapter 143. They farm, we collect taxes. 2 days passed in a flash. Rosen finally completed the amplification of all the wheat. A total of 60 million kilograms of wheat and 2.5 million kilograms of spiritual wheat were obtained. After the amplification was completed, the spiritual wheat began to thresh the wheat. Rosen rested in the territory. He was so exhausted these past few days that he didn't even have the energy to bother Bei Yuang at night. Hey, it's been 13 days. Why hasn't Zhao Yun come back yet? Sitting in the yard, Rosen held the blueprint of the magic cannon and pondered. Even if it's 800 miles away, 10 days should be enough for a round trip. After all, it's not a large army, and they are all riding horses. I hope there won't be any accidents. Rosen was a little upset. But at this moment, the deep voice of the Lord's guide rang in Rosen's mind. Hint, hint, hint. The separatist faction event is over. The rewards have been distributed. Please check them, Lord. As soon as this voice fell, the sound of the amplification system also sounded. Ding. 100-fold amplification successful. 100 storage bags have been amplified. Where's the food reward? Rosen was stunned and directly took out 100 storage bags from the space in the Lord's guide. As event rewards, the rewards at different stages are different. If you can establish your own territory, you will be rewarded with a storage bag and 30,000 kilograms of food. If you do not establish your own territory but join someone else's, you will also be rewarded with a storage bag and 1,000 kilograms of food. But Rosen only heard the increase in the storage bag, but not the increase in the food, so he immediately opened the storage bag and took a look. The space inside the storage bag is very large, and each bag has more than a dozen cubic meters of space. It can just hold 30,000 kilograms of food. Rosen quickly opened the next storage bag. Sure enough, the next storage bag also contained 30,000 kilograms of grain. In other words, although the food did not increase in value, the storage bag did increase in value, and the things inside also increased in value. 100 storage bags plus 3 million kilograms of grain. Another windfall. Rosen took the storage bag and prepared to continue collecting things, but found that he could not put them into the space. Then he remembered the rules for using the space. A storage facility containing supplies cannot be placed inside another storage facility. If you want to make nesting dolls, you must take out the things inside and empty them out. So Rosen waved his hand to call the maids over and asked them to put the storage bags in the warehouse. Then he opened the Lord's guide and prepared to take a look at the situation. On the first page of the Lord's guide, the next event has not yet been refreshed and has fallen into a blank period. Come to the regional channel. The place is buzzing with activity. Everyone is cheering for the reward. Oh my. Finally, we have food. We don't have to search everywhere for food anymore. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to start growing food. It just so happens that I took in a wood magic apprentice some time ago. Thank goodness, 1,000 kilograms of food is enough to feed everyone in my territory for a week straight. What's 1,000 pounds? I got 30,000 pounds. Hiss. Town level power. I'm afraid only town level forces can get a reward of 30,000 gene. With a town level force of 30,000 gene, it will definitely continue to snowball. No matter what, the incident is over and the world is finally at peace. At least there will be no more wars and territorial disputes. Yes, we fight every day. We can't have a good day at all. We are always worried. I wonder what the next event will be. If we become independent, the next incident will surely be even more terrifying. We should seize the opportunity to develop. Yeah. Looking at everyone's chat, it was all about the rewards for this event. Rosen took a few glances, went to the vassal lord group, and sent a message. All lords, please note, do not consume the food you received as a reward until you are notified by the general territory. If you violate the law, you will be dealt with according to the law. After saying this, he closed the Lord's guide and summoned all the civil and military officials in the territory to the outer hall for a meeting. When Rosen's order was passed down, countless vassal lords who were immersed in excitement were all frightened. Many people even chatted privately, wanting to know what conspiracy the territory was hiding. Brother Gu, do you think our leader wants to take over our food? I don't know. I just asked the Lord next to me, and he seems to trust the chief Lord very much. Hey, brother, the Lord General is restricting our food intake. Does he want us to hand it over? Otherwise, how about we have a good meal first? Then we can say we didn't pay attention and ate some of it. Just don't do that. Deceiving the Lord is a capital crime. I'm not going to starve to death anyway, so why take such a big risk? Let's wait a little longer. The Lord Consul just a few days ago took our people into exile, and today he's restricting their access to food. What exactly does this mean? While the vassal lords were puzzled, the meeting in Taiping town had already been held. Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Xiang Yu, and Li Yong all appear. Looking at the crowd, Rosen raised a topic, saying, "We'll be cultivating the land to support our troops and heading north soon. We have enough troops for now, and the farming is in full swing. I plan to expand this to all territories, allowing them to retire and return to the fields. This way, our vassal territories won't be short of food, and we won't have to train soldiers just to find food. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Sir, I think this is feasible. With the strength of our territory, we can crush any other territory. What we lack is the backing resources. If everyone can farm and concentrate power in the main territory, it will naturally be excellent. When we unify the vast domain in the future, everyone will be safe and have no worries about food and drink. This will be our greatest support." "Your Excellency, do you mean to distribute the grain to the vassal territories for cultivation? But they don't have magicians, and crops take more than 3 months to grow. If we give them the grain, our development will stagnate." Xiang Yu also stood up to report his views. Then it was Lu Bu who also stood up and said, "I think General Xiang Yu is right. Rosen, they are indeed a bunch of reckless men who have no idea about the livelihood of the people. Why don't they learn from Dian Wei and just keep silent when they don't know anything?" Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang and asked, "This is my idea, and it is also Mr. Kong Ming's idea. Mr. Kong Ming proposed the idea of cultivating land to support the army, and it has already shown some success. I am calling everyone together to inform you to supervise the farming in the vassal territories. This lord has decided to promote a nationwide farming program within a 50-mile radius. Every territory and every citizen must farm. The initial implementation will be difficult, but the benefits will be huge. Even if we have the tax, each territory can still collect a lot. Yes, we can also collect taxes." Xiang Yu was stunned. Lu Bu was also stunned and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect to collect taxes. This is indeed feasible. They farm the land, and we collect taxes." Chapter 144, 1 pound for 3 pounds, Part 3. Seeing the two men's stunned expressions, Rosen smiled faintly and said, "You will be responsible for supervising the vassal territories and protecting their safety. We will soon launch a northern expedition. When the north and south unite, we will have the entire north under our control, and there will be no danger of war. The vassals can completely restrict all military operations. All the iron and other resources saved will belong to the general. By then, the whole country will be united, with an endless supply of weapons and food. My lord, you are wise. I will follow your instructions. I obey your command." The 3 rough men clasped their fists one by one, and all understood. Nowadays, everyone is independent, with thousands of lords, big and small, dividing up the surrounding resources. If a large area is conquered and transformed, it would be equivalent to one family gathering the resources of tens of thousands of territories, and the result is naturally self-evident. Rosen continued, "I will immediately inform the vassal territories about the farming. Form several teams in your barracks to patrol the territories when you have nothing to do. One is to supervise them, and the other is to protect them. Anyone found destroying seeds or opposing farming will be punished." "Yes." Everyone clasped their fists and returned to their seats. Rosen continued, "We have plenty of food in our territory, so we don't have to worry about it. I will send a notice to our vassal territories to exchange their food for ours, 1 pound for 3 pounds. Liang will take care of this." "What? 1 caddy for 3 of ours? Lord, they already have 1,000 caddies, barely enough to carry out agriculture. If we make that kind of exchange, it will put a huge strain on our territory. There are 60 or 70 territories around here, big and small. Each person has 1,000 caddies. That's 60,000 to 70,000 caddies, which can be exchanged for over 200,000 caddies of grain for us. And our 600 mu of fertile land only yields 600,000 caddies." Liang hurriedly persuaded. Rosen smiled slightly. Although everyone knew that he went to the fields, Rosen sealed off the area when he went to increase the grain the next day, so no one knew that the grain had increased 100-fold. Even Liang doesn't know, so no one else would know. Rosen said, "It's okay. I have my own way. Just do as I say." "Okay, I'll obey your command." Liang nodded helplessly. More than 60,000 kilograms were exchanged for more than 200,000 kilograms, which is still within an acceptable range. But he suddenly didn't realize that while others were exchanging 1 caddy for 3 caddies, the territory actually did not lose anything, but could actually earn 97 caddies for free. Lawson will not do business at a loss. The reason why he wanted to exchange vassal territories was naturally to allow them to get a little more and then be able to farm. He increased their food grain and earned 97 kilograms for free. As mentioned previously, items exchanged in the Lord's Guide cannot be amplified a second time, but can be amplified when exchanged in person. Exchanging in person is equivalent to robbing or picking up items and is not recorded by the system. Disband. Rosen waved his hand. I'll take my leave. Civil officials and military generals left, but Zhuge Liang remained. Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang and asked doubtfully, Mr. Kongming, do you have anything else to say? Sir, the military farming has ended, food resources are completely sufficient, and it's time to march north. Zhuge Liang shook his fan. Rosen immediately understood that Zhuge Liang was reminding himself that the northern expedition could begin. This was the result of their discussion that night. The northern expedition and the promotion of agriculture were carried out simultaneously. After the northern expedition is over, it will be promoted nationwide, which can greatly save development time. But Rosen still has one thing to deal with. That is the matter of Zhao Yun. Thinking about how long Zhao Yun had been gone, Rosen frowned and pondered for a few seconds before saying, Mr. Kongming, wait a few more days. While the northern expedition can crush the enemy, it's a long journey, and I want to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yes, my lord, please don't be bothered by trivial matters. I will take my leave. Zhuge Liang seemed to be thinking about something, shook his fan, and left. Rosen sat back in his seat, opened the Lord's Guide, and started sending messages in the vassal lord group. All lords, from now on, you may bring grain to the general headquarters for exchange. 1 kilogram of grain can be exchanged for 3 kilograms of grain. Each territory can only exchange once, so please bring all your grain. The person in charge at this time is military advisor Li Yang. If you have any questions, ask him. You can only exchange once, and you can only exchange as much as you have. No second exchange is allowed. Remember this. This is said to prevent people from using the exchanged grain to exchange it again. This way he won't be able to increase his power. I might get ripped off by then, so I decided to only redeem it once to avoid being ripped off. After sending the first sentence, he sent the second sentence. This lord has decided to implement the National Agricultural Plan immediately. Vassal territories can exchange 1,000 caddies of grain for 3,000 caddies of grain from the main territory. Of course, if anyone has 10,000 caddies, this lord will also make the exchange. In addition, every vassal territory must cultivate wasteland. The specific amount of land to be reclaimed is determined by the number of people in the territory. Each vassal must cultivate at least 5 mu of land, which means that every 2 vassal residents must cultivate 1 mu of land. Half of the future harvest will be taxed, and the rest will be kept for your own use. The people of the territory are a valuable resource. Selling them is strictly prohibited. If you are reported, you will be taken to the main territory. Of course, if you have the money, you can buy them at will, but you are not allowed to sell them. If you really need help, please consult the main territory's military advisor, Li Yang. After sending the message, Rosen closed the Lord's Guide and went to sleep. Although it was daytime, he was exhausted from increasing the wheat output and attending meetings, so he needed to rest. While Rosen was resting, the vassal group was in complete chaos. What happened? 1 pound for 3 pounds. Is that true or not? Taxes are so expensive. Could they be reduced, Lord General? Chill. You don't want to live anymore. 1 pound for 3 pounds. Even if it's farming, it's still good for us. After all, farming can produce fruit, and we only need to pay half of the fruit. No one around dares to fight, so we are safe. Yes, this is equivalent to having food, drink, and safety. This is a long-term plan. Once the war is over and we start farming, no one will go hungry in the future. Master Military Advisor, I'd like to ask, can I go find someone else to exchange food for, and then take it to the general headquarters to exchange for 3 pounds? Someone called Li Yang in the group. This really stumped Li Yang. But if you savor Rosen's words carefully, it's clear that he meant it. Li Yang said helplessly, Okay, if you have any questions, ask me in private, don't post in the group. The group is for reporting and notifications. After countless people received Li Yang's affirmation, they went completely crazy. I started mobilizing my connections and looking for people in the channel to exchange for food. Brother, lend me some food. 1 pound will last for 5 days, and I'll pay you back 1.5 pounds. Hey, bro, can you exchange some food? Do you want stones or wood? What do you want? I'll give you interest and pay you back when the time comes. Obviously, no one believes in such a pie-in-the-sky thing, because it's too outrageous. Exchanging 1 pound for more than 1 pound is just fooling fools. P.S. Happy May Day, everyone. Chapter 145, Zhao Yun returns. So many people were unable to exchange for food. Of course, There were also some people who exchanged other resources for food and were very happy. In fact, the food they exchanged with others, whether it was resources or food, had not been amplified. After arriving in Rosen territory, it could be amplified 100-fold, because there is no causal relationship. But if Rosen uses the resources of his territory to exchange, he can only use those that have not been amplified. However, many things in his territory have been amplified, so they cannot be amplified even if he exchanges them. This was the main reason why he was willing to exchange it for the vassal lord. Time gradually turned to the afternoon. Lords have already arrived at the territory to exchange for resources. During this period, Rosen also told Liang that everyone would be moved tomorrow and those who arrived early would be allowed to stay. This is to prevent them from exchanging the exchanged resources with other lords who have not exchanged them. Although Liang didn't understand, he did as he was told. As for the welfare of the general territory, many lords were extremely excited. They collected food and set out for the general territory, fearing that there would be no more food if they arrived too late. But why aren't we afraid that the territory will be embezzled? The reason is very simple. They are weak and submissive. If the general really wants to embezzle the money and send troops to collect it, no one will dare to resist. So they are relieved. Rosen paced back and forth in the backyard, looking up at the sky from time to time with an impatient look on his face. But at this moment, a reporting voice outside the yard immediately put his mind at ease. Report to the Lord. General Zhao is back. Lucy's voice came, like the sound of nature. Rosen suddenly stopped and said excitedly, "He's finally back. Let him in quickly." "Yes." Lucy retreated. Soon, a young general in golden armor came hurriedly, holding a wooden box in his hands. Coming before Rosen, he knelt on one knee, held the box with both hands, and said, "My lord, I have fulfilled my mission and brought back the silver." "Great. Open it and take a look." Rosen hurried closer. When the box was opened, a pile of silver bars was revealed, emitting a faint silver glow. "So little? How many silver bars are there here?" Rosen was slightly stunned and asked. Zhao Yun said helplessly, "I have been negotiating with the Shun family alliance for many days to find out how much silver they have in reserve. They really only have this much, only 50 in total." $50? Phew, it's a little short, but it'll be enough for now. Rosen helped him up from the ground and said with relief, "I hope there were no accidents during this trip to the Shun family alliance." "Sir, everything was normal on the road. I killed some monsters when I encountered them. And in order to ensure that I could bring back the silver bars safely, I deliberately withdrew from the control area of the Shun family alliance and released Xin Xiaoxiao." Zhao Yun answered one by one. Rosen nodded, patted his shoulder, and said, "Not bad, not bad. You must be tired from this long journey. Go and rest." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Zhao Yun bowed and left the yard. Rosen immediately took the box into the room and came to the production table. Rosen didn't seem surprised that Zhao Yun only brought back 50 yuan. Because this thing is rare. According to the ratio, 5 silver bars can produce 1 piece of silver, and 50 silver bars require at least 250 silver bars. Even if 1 silver ore can produce 10 pieces of silver ore, you still need to find 25 pieces of silver ore. 25 pieces of silver ore are indeed a lot for a town-level territory, enough to refine several silver suits. Coming to the crafting table, Rosen first took out a magic cannon blueprint and put it on the crafting table, and then took out 50 silver bars from the box. When he took out the silver ingot, the choice of whether to amplify it appeared before him. This was a secret that Rosen had discovered back when he was in the village territory. Rosen calls it active amplification. Active amplification and passive amplification are different. Passive amplification means that when you obtain various materials, the system will automatically amplify the materials. But some things don't need to be made, like meat. How to increase it then? Rosen discovered at the time that throwing something outside the city and then picking it up could amplify it. It can also be used to decompose meat and increase its power. Later I found the words "whether to amplify" in front of me, and I could choose whether to amplify it or not. After the beast tide, food must be amplified before there will be no worries about food and drink. So Rosen first used decomposition amplification and later used active amplification when he discovered it. Active amplification does not change the status of materials, so it is useful after all. The same reason applies to the increase in wheat 2 days ago. Ding! Amplification successful. 50 silver bars have been increased to 5,000. Hiss! Strong enough. Rosen smacked his lips. The 100-fold increase has a more shocking effect on these rare materials. Normally, there is no big deal about increasing food, meat, weapons, etc. Now that the silver blocks have been amplified, the shock is even more immediate. Put in 4,000 silver bars, and click one button to make it. Suddenly, two palm-sized silver cannon models appeared on the production table. Since only one blueprint was used, it was amplified. The silver block was also amplified, so after synthesizing the finished product, it could not be amplified further, and only two silver magic cannons were obtained. The silver barrel is thick and powerful. When you put it in front of you, you can vaguely see the traces of carving inside the barrel, and you know without thinking that it is a formation. Under the barrel, there are two high and two low thick silver pillars serving as fulcrums. There is also a small hole at the tail of the barrel for placing bullets, which are also called magic cores. This magic cannon has no wheels and cannot be moved, but the angle can be adjusted manually. However, the lack of wheels is not a big problem, because Rosen has a chariot that can be used for transportation. Magic cannon. Loaded with magic cores to act as abilities, it fires an energy cannon with immense power. Rosen was very excited when he saw the introduction in front of him. With this thing, the territory's military strength doubled on the spot. Moreover, if I find more silver blocks in the future, I can also make more magic cannons. After all, there are still 99 blueprints in the space ring. After putting away the cannons, Rosen went to the warehouse again, and then called together civil and military officials to start a meeting. Sitting in the outer hall arguing, he couldn't help but smile. Military generals arrived one after another. "Greetings, Lord." Everyone knelt down. Rosen smiled and said, "No need to be polite. I called you all here again because I have developed a weapon and I want to take you to see its power." "Weapons? What weapons?" "Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations, Lord. Brother Sun is truly a genius. He can even research weapons. Amazing." Everyone was praising him. Rosen rolled his eyes and looked at Zhuge Liang, saying, "Mr. Kong Ming, I prepared this weapon specially for you. After testing the weapon, you can arrange for the deployment of troops and launch the northern expedition." Oh, Zhuge Liang's squinting eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately became extremely curious. The weapon specially equipped for him by the Lord? Does he need weapons? Chapter 146 Cannon Power. Zhuge Liang didn't feel he needed weapons. He even wanted to make a wooden ox and horse on the spot to show the Lord. But considering that it is not needed for the time being, I gave up. So, under the leadership of Rosen, a group of civil officials and military generals walked out of the hall. As soon as everyone left the hall, dozens of golden-armored soldiers under Zhao Yun immediately followed and protected Rosen closely. "My lord, where shall we go for the test?" Zhao Yun asked from the side. Rosen thought as he walked and quickly replied, "Let's go to the city wall." How can we test it on the city wall? Shouldn't we find someone to practice with when testing weapons?" Lu Bu, Dian Wei, and Xiang Yu were all confused and puzzled. With great curiosity, everyone climbed up the city wall. The city wall is 3 meters thick and 6 meters high from the ground, which can be considered a towering wall. There are also stairs inside the wall leading up. If war breaks out, this wall will be able to block countless powerful enemies. When you reach the city wall, there is a 1-meter wide corridor, neither too big nor too small. Everyone came to the position above the city wall gate. It is a little wider here, and above it is an open space similar to a bungalow. Rosen took out a magic cannon and placed it on the ground. Suddenly, the magic cannon grew bigger and became a giant several meters in size. The heavy silver base, including the barrel, is 5 meters long. Fortunately, the area here is large and can accommodate everything. With a heavy metallic feel, it sits atop the city wall, its barrel pointing towards the forest ahead. "What is this?" Lu Bu touched the barrel curiously. Xiang Yu also stood in front of the cannon, facing his face towards the barrel, looking into the barrel, and occasionally closing one eye to try to focus. But the caliber of the cannon was almost as big as half of his face. One eye can only see darkness inside, and looking with both eyes together is not far enough. Dian Wei and Zhao Yun also came over curiously and touched here and there. Even Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up when he saw this thing. He crawled over exaggeratedly and began to study it. "Rosen. Don't gather together. How can I demonstrate like this?" Rosen rolled his eyes, speechless. Among the crowd, only Liang stood aside, so shocked that he was speechless. Big cannon dam." Liang Ming pressed. "Brother Sun, you actually made a cannon, my god, I can't believe it." No big deal. This cannon is different from the ones we know. It's a magic cannon. It fires magic, not bullets." After explaining, the men got down from the magic cannon one after another. Rosen said speechlessly, "This weapon is called a magic cannon, also known as a magic cannon. You two should move the cannon forward. It is placed too far back." "Yes." Lu Bu went up and pushed the cannon forward, pushing it to the side in one go, and the barrel extended out along the fence on the wall. Made of silver blocks, although it looks bulky, it is much lighter than stone. So it didn't take much effort for Lu Bu to push it. But compared to ordinary soldiers, one person can't move at all. Because Lu Bu is a great martial artist, his strength is evident. My lord, is this magic cannon a long-range attack device? Is it possible to put arrows into this hole? Yes, with such a big hole, what size bow and arrow would be needed? Nonsense. This is a magic cannon, so it must be related to magic. The magicians in our territory didn't bring water when they rained, so it's the same thing. Oh, is that so? Everyone immediately paid close attention and looked at Rosen. Rosen took out a fist-sized low-level magic core and said, "Look carefully." After saying that, he placed the low-level magic core into the hole at the bottom of the barrel. Suddenly, a white light came out from the hole, just like a magician casting a spell. The white light condensed and quickly spread throughout the entire cannon. 2 seconds later, a circle of light shot out directly from the muzzle, leaving an afterimage in the air at such a fast speed. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion was heard, and everyone felt the earth-shaking sensation. Oh my god, that's awesome! Liang covered his ears, his face full of shock. The rest of the generals and soldiers were all stunned, looking at the direction where the ball of light flew. Even the people living under the city walls were frightened and looked around. What happened? Was there an earthquake just now? It was so loud. Was there an explosion somewhere? Report it to the commander quickly. At the city gate, everyone stood by the stone fence, looking at the forest in the distance, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. I saw that the forest ahead had been blasted open into a path several meters wide. Wherever it passed, there were broken tree limbs and leaves. It bombarded the stream and exploded completely on the ground. The explosion doubled the width of the stream, which was originally only a few meters wide. Moreover, the area within dozens of meters was filled with broken branches and leaves, a mess. This power is no less than that of an intermediate magic, especially the attack range. The stream is nearly 1 kilometer away from the gate. A single shot can travel 1 kilometer, and this distance alone is enough to crush any cold weapon. Moreover, Rosensen's magic core is still a low-level one. If it is a high-level magic core, its power is even more unimaginable. This. Hiss. So strong. Rosen was also shocked. He also didn't expect that this magic core-powered cannon would be just as powerful as a tank on Earth. If he were given enough silver to build an artillery unit, who in this world would be able to compete with him? At the same time, around Taiping City, this loud noise alarmed countless territories and lords. Especially the lords who had already reached Taiping Town ran out from their residences. There were also those lords who were on the road and about to arrive at Taiping Town, and they were so frightened that they almost ran away halfway. There was even a group of people carrying food who happened to come to the vicinity of the stream. They were so frightened by the explosion scene that they couldn't recover for a long time. If they were faster, it would not only shatter the surrounding trees, but also their bodies. This cannon is the foundation of our territory. We shouldn't show it to anyone unless it's dangerous. Rosen said calmly to the stunned crowd. There are 2 cannons in the territory. One will stay here, and one will be given to Kong Ming to lead in the northern expedition. Hiss. Zhuge Liang gasped and almost fainted on the spot. Let him take a cannon of this power to the northern expedition? What's the point of firing? Just 1 shot, and they'll all surrender. Zhuge Liang excitedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord. With this weapon, the northern expedition will be unstoppable, and the recovery of the north is just around the corner." Okay, generals, listen to my orders. Rosen suddenly stood up straight and looked at everyone. Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Dian Wei, Xiang Yu and others immediately lined up respectfully, knelt on one knee in front of Rosen, and spoke in unison. I obey your orders. Chapter 147, The Northern Expedition Begins, Part 3. Appoint Zhuge Liang as the commander of the Northern Expedition. He will be equipped with 5,000 soldiers, 500 war horses, a magic cannon, 100 magic cores, 20 magicians, and 500,000 kilograms of military rations. He will be equipped today and will set off tomorrow. Rosen said one by one. Zhuge Liang immediately said, I obey your command. Appoint Lu Bu and Xiang Yu as deputy commanders to assist Zhuge Liang in the northern expedition. Yes, I obey your command. The 2 of them also began to accept orders. Rosen nodded and said, all right, everyone, get up. Zalong, take the guys and transport the magic cannon back to the barracks. The rest of you go back and organize the soldiers. Yes, I'll take my leave. Everyone bowed and began to retreat. Soon, only Rosen and Zhuge Liang were left on the city wall. Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang and asked doubtfully, Mr. Kong Ming, Is there anything else? Nothing. It's just that I felt that you were busy, so I stayed. Since you have no other instructions, I will take my leave. Zhuge Liang shook his fan with an unfathomable look, which made Rosen helpless. In fact, he doesn't like pretentious men. But Zhuge Liang was just like that. He wasn't pretending to be cool. So he called Zhuge Liang. Mr. Kong Ming, please wait. I do have something to say. Let's talk while we walk. Rosen stepped forward and took Zhuge Liang's hand, showing his respect for him. As he walked towards the city, he asked, Mr. Kong Ming, the northern expedition is a long journey. 500,000 kilograms of military rations can feed 5,000 soldiers for a month. I wonder if it's enough. Sir, we have enough military rations. With the magic cannons, the northern expedition will surely be smooth. I believe we can end the battle and return to our territory in 10 days at most. Zhuge Liang was extremely confident. This made Rosen feel much more at ease. After all, this world has many territories and many people, and there are countless smart people. With Zhuge Liang's words, Rosen felt relieved and continued. Well, when Mr. Kongming comes back, I will host a welcoming party for him. Thank you, Lord. Zhuge Liang responded politely. The two of them quickly walked down the stairs and appeared at the door of the Lord's mansion. As they were about to part at the door, Rosen asked again, Sir, do you have any instructions? Yes. Zhuge Liang shook his fan. Rosen, there are indeed some instructions. So if I don't ask you, you won't tell me, right? Rosen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Sir, please speak. After I leave, my lord, you still need to cultivate the land and raise the troops. Once I conquer the Orc Alliance, we can raise our arms and make a protest. If they refuse to obey, we can attack them from both sides, which will be much faster. Oh, I see. Fine then. After you leave, I'll continue developing agriculture and recruiting soldiers. Rosen also nodded. Then the two separated. Zhuge Liang went to the military camp. Rosen returned to the Lord's mansion. The northern expedition was Rosen's fundamental cause. According to the current situation, the closed door will open again sooner or later, and he must complete the unification before the closed door opens again. He just didn't want to unify by invasion because the effect was too poor. Take the plains, for example. They are over 1,000 miles long from north to south and hundreds of miles wide from east to west. If we conquer them piecemeal, it would be a waste of money and manpower, and results would be too slow. And it is easy to hit the dead enemy. It would be troublesome if a mortal enemy appeared in the domain. After all, we all lived here. If there were too many mortal enemies when the gates were closed and reopened in the future, it would be like infighting, and there would be no good results. Now, at least the fighting is all for development, and it's not too excessive, so there will be no mortal enemies. Once you have conquered a large force, even if a mortal enemy appears, it will only be that family's mortal enemy. By then, they will have more people and more power, and other territories will have no intention of resisting, because resisting at that time will be equivalent to a useless struggle. By this calculation, a lot of time and fighting can be saved, a lot of lives can be saved, and a lot of resources can be wasted. If you have this time, you might as well develop resources. With the resources, everything will be easy. So it's totally worth it to do this. Return to the inner courtyard. Rosen found a comfortable position, lay down on the chair, and opened the Lord's Guide. His vassal territories are coming one after another, and the food must be exchanged uniformly. So when he has some free time, he comes to the channel to refresh it. Open the regional channel. It's bustling inside. Even though many lords die every day, there is still no decrease in chat messages in the channel. Hey, if anyone has a live wild animal, sell it to me, and I'll give him food. What do you want wild animals for? Who would catch a live wild animal for no reason? I'm talking about wild beasts, not ferocious beasts. Wild boars, wild bulls, or anything else will do. I want to buy a mount. A mount, bison, or boar. You guys are so free, chatting every day. Haha, what's wrong with being idle? Being idle proves that we are safe. Haha, am I safe? No one's fighting around me. Everyone's focused on developing and recruiting soldiers. I just planted half of the grain so that I can have an inexhaustible supply in the future. Farming? Damn. If a war breaks out, your food will be destroyed. Hey guys, I discovered a secret about the domain gate. What's the secret? Tell me quickly. Each of us is in a domain, surrounded by mountains and rivers. If we want to leave the domain and go to another domain, we have to go through checkpoints, right? I heard that you can pass it without going through the checkpoints. Hiss. Really? Brother, please tell me how to get through. My relatives are all in the next area, and I can't figure out how to get there no matter how hard I try. Cross the mountains. Hee, if the border is a mountain, then cross the mountain. But crossing the mountain is very dangerous. There are countless high-level monsters living on the cliffs. Those who dare to cross the mountains basically never come out alive. Damn, what kind of secret is this? Alas, I can't cross the river either. The waves are too big. If I dare to go into the river, I will definitely be overturned by the waves. The river is only relatively calm after the checkpoint. Seeing everyone chatting with high morale, Rosen curled his lips. It is well known that there are monsters in the mountains. There are not only monsters, but also many treasure chests and resources. But it's really too dangerous inside. It was okay at the foot of the mountain, and I could occasionally encounter some monsters. But if you dared to go into the mountain, you would encounter high-level monsters in minutes, and you would die without knowing how. Basically, once you go in, you can't get out. This is a well-known secret. Night falls, the sun and the moon rotate. The next day came in a flash. Today is the day of the northern expedition. As usual, no one paid attention to the territory. Because of this, Rosen did not publicize it. After all, there is really nothing to publicize about running all the way over there to beat someone up. Moreover, fighting across distances means there is no justification. But for future development, Rosen had to do this. It would be great if they could surrender without bloodshed. Once the army was sent out of the city, it disappeared into the vast wilderness. 5,000 troops are just a drop in the bucket in the plains, but among the major forces, they are enough to crush any top territory. Chapter 148, Exchanging Food. Today, in addition to being the day when the army sets out, is also the day when the territory is recultivated. 60 million kilograms of grain were harvested 2 days ago and have all been dried and stored in warehouses. Today we continued to sow seeds. Except for the wood and water magicians, all other magicians assigned to the Northern Expedition Army were chosen by Zhuge Liang. Because the wood and water elements are good at farming, Rosen will not let them go to war. The benefits of staying in the territory and farming are much greater than the gains from fighting. Early in the morning, Rosen got out of bed with the help of Kitano Wang and report the arrival of the major lords of the vassal territories. The number of lords who arrived this time exceeded the records in the Lord's Guide. During this period, there were always lords from the surrounding small territories who wanted to join Taiping City on their own initiative, and Rosen naturally would not refuse, so he dared to accept every lord who dared to surrender. Moreover, not only did they come to exchange food today, but some lords who were waiting and watching and had not joined the territory also came. They wanted to join today and exchange some food. When he learned the accurate news and all the registered lords had arrived, Rosen ordered the replacement to begin. No matter how much food you bring, I will exchange 1 pound for 3 pounds. This completely shocked the lords. Then, take advantage of this time to collect the blood of those lords who have not shed blood. Then he took these vassal lords to visit his wheat fields. This will give them a deeper understanding of the benefits of farming. Because he had said before that after exchanging food, we must farm, and farming must be supervised by the consul general. The presence of these people means they have no opinions. After today's absorption, the number of vassal territories increased again, reaching a total of 81. Because Rosen had drafted men from the vassal territories to serve as soldiers last time, and at the rate of 1 for every 3 men, the population of these territories had dropped sharply. But even so, they still brought half of the young people with them when they came to the territory. Because they all carried food and were afraid of accidents on the road, they brought more people with them. There are more than 80 territories, and the people they brought with them, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 people. When these people saw the towering stone walls as tall as the trees, their inner cognition was completely overturned. Because many of the subjects are visiting the territory for the first time. Looking at the tall city walls in front of them, they were all shocked and stammered, unable to speak, to express their inner shock. The people they brought with them were stationed outside the city, and only a few of them brought food into the city. Because the food exchange was carried out at the gate of the Lord's mansion. Ahem. Lords, I believe you must be very curious about why I want to exchange food with you and where my food comes from. Today I will take you to see the benefits of farming. Follow me. Rosen waved his hand and took the lead. Supported by over 80 lords and dozens of golden armored guards, Rosen and the others arrived at the fertile fields. Pointing to over 600 acres of cultivated land, he said, "See, hunting can only temporarily fill your stomach, but farming can provide permanent relief." Hiss. Wipe. I'll go. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a gasp from the crowd, shocked by the huge field before them. The shock caused by the sight of more than 600 acres of land cannot be explained in words, especially in an era of food shortage. No wonder the general gave us grain in exchange. It turns out he's planted so much land. It's incredible. This is such a large area. There must be hundreds of people just farming. Master General is truly amazing. May I ask, Master General, how much grain is grown here? Someone asked Rosen cautiously. Rosen smiled calmly and said, "Not much, just over 600 acres. Hiss. There was another sound of people sucking in their breath. More than 600 acres of land. Not enough. Oh my God, no wonder it's so big. At a glance, there are hundreds of people standing on the ground. What are those people in long robes doing, Mr. General?" Another person noticed a row of people in long robes and couldn't help but ask Lou. Rosen still smiled and responded, "Oh, that's the water magician watering the plants." Hiss. Damn. This time, in addition to gasping for air, some people even cursed in their hearts. They didn't dare to swear in front of the general manager, so they could only vent their anger in their hearts. I even use a magician to water the land. It's so extravagant. It's so outrageous, like a dream. Rosen simply continued, "I roughly calculated that you have more than 80 territories, with approximately 5,000 residents. Even if 2 people reclaim 1 acre of land, that would require nearly 3,000 acres. On average, each territory cultivates more than 30 acres, which is a piece of cake. Look, I only have 600 acres here, but it's already so magnificent, supporting thousands of my subjects. If you can reclaim 3,000 acres, you'll definitely have no worries about food and drink in the future." Yes, the Lord Commander is right. Your Excellency the Commander is truly a wise leader. You have considered me and waited for me. I am deeply grateful. Lord General Shengming. We will definitely obey the Lord General. Everyone expressed their opinions. Because on average, it is not tiring for a family to manage more than 30 acres of land. Although part of their territories were taken away by the general, there are still 40 or 50 people in each territory. Except for the hard work of clearing the land, it is easy when planting. Moreover, they could use the food they exchange for farming and still have a lot left over for food. Even if each territory is calculated to have at least 1,000 kilograms, they will be able to get 3,000 kilograms when they return. 1 acre of land requires 40 kilograms of seeds, and 30 acres of land only requires 1,600 kilograms of seeds, with more than 1,000 kilograms left. If you bring more this time, you can get more. Thinking of this, everyone became extremely excited. Apart from feeling that the taxes are a bit high, I have no other complaints. And Rosen was also extremely excited. This promotion of universal farming is his first step, and the scope is only within a radius of 50 miles. If all goes well, it will be extended to the entire region. Therefore, he would humbly accept the opinions of the lords, except for reducing taxes. However, no lord was so blind as to dare to raise any objections. According to the 3,000-acre land plan, these lords can get 3 million kilograms of grain once the harvest is ready. Just by collecting taxes, Rosen can make a profit of 1.5 million kilograms. And there is no increase in food. If the increase is greater, it will be 150 million kilograms of grain. What's more, this is only the planting area within a radius of 50 miles. When it is promoted to the entire domain and all the people in the future, it will be so spectacular. It cannot be described as getting rich or becoming rich overnight. It can only be described as having plenty of food to feed the dogs. Ahem. It's getting late. We should go back. The banquet has been prepared in the mansion. After everyone has eaten, the food will probably be replaced. Rosen said to everyone. Everyone hurriedly thanked him and followed Rosen's steps. Chapter 149 Promotion. The crowd returned to the Lord's mansion in a mighty procession. At the gate of the Lord's mansion, the granary was wide open and the vassal lord's followers lined up to exchange food. However, Rosen did not let them starve and gave them food. They are meat and pasta respectively. Noodles are made from the wheat harvested in the past 2 days, which is ground into flour and used to make steamed buns. Add meat to steamed buns, and you will enjoy more and more. Not only can you save some meat, but it also combines meat and vegetables. Since the people in Rosen's territory could eat their fill every day and didn't have to worry about fighting, everyone ate well during this period. Compared with the foreign subjects, their skinny appearance is really enviable. It is precisely because of this that after this incident, the loyalty of the people in the vassal territories to the main territory will increase again. It doesn't matter how loyal they are to their lord, as long as they are loyal to the territory. Because in this way Rosen can gain faith points and improve his strength. Improving one's own strength is equivalent to improving the strength of the generals. The territory will become stronger and stronger. At present, the total population of the main territory and all the vassal territories is no more than 10,000. If calculated based on the number of people, Rosen has already reached the level of a great martial artist. But his loyalty didn't grow that fast, so he was still at the martial artist level, and there was still some distance to go before he could be upgraded to a great martial artist. Enter the Lord's mansion. The yard is already filled with tables and chairs. The maids brought in the dishes. Each table seats 8 people and serves 6 dishes and 1 soup. The Lord's eyes almost popped out again. 6 dishes and 1 soup. This is something they can never eat in their dreams. Normally, he is in a high position in the territory and can only eat a little more meat in one meal. This not only has meat and noodles, but also soup. Cold shredded potatoes, stir-fried meat with chili peppers, boiled meat, grilled meat, a big basket of steamed buns, and a fruit plate with apples and strawberries. Wow, this is so rich. What is this soup? It smells fishy. This is bear paw soup. Hiss, very nourishing. Eat more, eat more. For a moment, everyone rushed in like crazy. When have these lords ever eaten such delicious food? At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with tears, and tears of excitement fell drop by drop. Rosen looked very pleased. At the same time, it can make them believe in their own strength and firmly follow their beliefs. After a feast, the sky was still dark. Before it got dark, the lords said goodbye to Rosen. After exchanging the food and eating the meal, they were going back to the territory. After all, the people in the territory were waiting for them. Rosen did not stop them and told them to hurry up and reclaim the land for farming after they returned. At the same time, they were required to strictly abide by their duties and not waste food, because land reclamation was a top priority for the general territory, and patrol teams would be sent out regularly. If they neglected their duties or coveted food instead of farming, they would be punished. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then left Taiping City in groups of 3 or 2. Liang sent them out of the city and then returned to the Lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the door, Rosen couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yang, how much food did you exchange today?" "Brother Son, 81 lords brought a total of 95,000 kilograms of grain. Adding the 95,000 kilograms, we still lost 190,000 kilograms." Liang reported helplessly, because he always feels that this is a loss. It is better to grow the grain yourself than to give it to others for free. Rosen smiled calmly and did some calculations in his heart. 95,000 jin. After a 100-fold increase, it becomes 9.5 million jin. Even if he gave them 3 kilograms, it would only be 285,000 kilograms, and he would still make a profit of more than 9 million kilograms. More than 9 million jin. This number is already extremely huge. If anyone knew about this, they would probably be jealous to death. Rosen couldn't help but smile, saying, "That's all right. Put the food they brought into the warehouse, and you can go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, I'll form an inspection team to randomly inspect the farming conditions in the vassal territories. If you find any laziness or deliberate neglect of the land, you'll handle it and punish them. After all, this is precious food for our territories." "Yes." Liang nodded and said, "Then I will take my leave first." With Rosen's nod, Liang slowly left the Lord's mansion. Rosen immediately went into the warehouse, found the food brought by the vassal lord, and began to increase it. Ding! 100-fold amplification successful. Ding! 100-fold amplification successful. As Rosen increased its power, the space in the warehouse, which was already full of boxes, became even smaller. The boxes were lined up along the wall. There is also a special wooden rack on the box, on which are placed storage boxes. Anyway, this room contains at least hundreds of storage boxes, as well as storage bags rewarded from the Lord's Guide. This place has become a huge treasure trove. If the contents of this room were buried underground and unearthed years later, it would surely shock the world. The increase is very slow. Especially after threshing, all that remains are wheat kernels, and the growth rate is even slower. Rosen estimated that it would take at least a day or 2 to increase the yield of the hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain. So he was not in a hurry. He would increase the food when he had time, and leave it alone if he didn't have time. Anyway, there was plenty of food, and he couldn't finish it. After working until midnight, Rosen went to bed, get up the next day, and continue increasing. During these 2 days, the development of the vassal territory officially began. Countless people abandoned their armor and picked up pickaxes and hoes to carry out a large-scale land reclamation operation. In order to allow the people to farm with peace of mind and not worry about food, Rosen also specially launched an acquisition plan. That is, the wood and stones produced by land reclamation will be purchased by the Lord's mansion. If you don't have any useful weapons such as iron ore and iron swords in your territory, you can take them to the main territory to exchange for food. As for the exchange ratio, it will be based on the price in the Lord's Guide. Exchange as much as others do. This has led to many people in the territory becoming more eager to open up new land. Only when you have no worries can you give your best. However, deliberately mining wood and stones to exchange for more food is also risky. Because Lawson purchased the food for the benefit of the people, and only during the initial stage of development. If anyone was found to be maliciously exchanging food during this period, they would be arrested and reformed. To this end, Rosen also set up a special patrol team. Dianwei was the captain of the patrol team. He mobilized a total of 500 soldiers, divided them into 10 groups, equipped them with war horses, and patrolled the territory. Not only can it report various situations in the territory in a timely manner, but it can also protect the unarmed farmers. Within a radius of 50 miles, if there is any danger anywhere, the headquarters can respond in a very short time, and the patrol team can arrive at the first time. After all, if everyone were riding horses, a distance of 50 miles would only take the time of a meal. This makes them feel more at ease than letting the subjects have their own armed forces. Because their own armed forces are too weak, the armed forces of the general territory are truly powerful. Chapter 150, I Will Be Very Happy, Part 3. In the past 2 days, Taiping City's fame has also begun to spread on regional channels. Farming is even more widely known. For a while, there was a lot of discussion in the channel. The surrounding territories admired him even more, and many lords heard of Rosen's name and came to apply to join. These people broke away from their original leader and joined the Rosen territory. Although this made the original general territory or alliance leader very unhappy, no one dared to stop it. Now that I don't beat you, just be happy. How dare you stop others from coming to me? If you dare to stop me, I will make you a vassal in no time. So, everything went smoothly and peacefully. Especially in the territories around Rosen, there was no war at all, and everyone was developing peacefully. Many people are following Lawson's example and promoting farming. However, those people obviously faced many obstacles in promoting farming, because there was not enough food to eat. So who would be willing to plant it? We can't follow Rosen's example and exchange 1 pound for 3 pounds. Otherwise all our plans will become empty talk. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Zhuge Liang's northern expedition. During the 3 days, the army sent someone back to report once, saying that they had traveled nearly half the distance and everything was going well. The army would reach the Orc Alliance in 3 days and launch an expedition. After hearing the news, Rosen felt much more at ease. My lord, can you use enough strength? Kitano Nozomi's gentle voice came to my ears. Rosen felt itchy after hearing this. Okay. Rosen couldn't help but put her hand on his shoulder. Enjoy a moment of smoothness. By the way, how are the more than 20 female soldiers who were captured some time ago doing in prison? Rosen suddenly thought of those women and asked. Kitano Wang said softly, It has been closed all the time. Do you have any thoughts of taking back the territory or committing suicide? Rosen asked again. Kitano Wang thought for a moment and said hesitantly, Everything seems to be normal. They eat when they are given food and starve when they are not. They don't yell or make a fuss, just like they live a normal life. Is that so? These women can all be trained as warriors. If they can stay and pledge their loyalty to the territory, they will be a considerable force. Rosen muttered to himself. Among the male soldiers in the territory, some are highly skilled in martial arts, but many are not. But there was not a single female soldier. Now he only has Kitano Nozomi and a maid under him. But female soldiers also need to have talent, otherwise many things will be inconvenient. Thinking of this, Rosen slowly stood up and said, You rest at home. I'll go check on the prisoners. After saying that, Rosen walked out of the Lord's mansion and came to the prison accompanied by guards. In addition to a few soldiers guarding the prison yard, there were also some maids busy at work. Because the first batch of prisoners were all women, maids were also arranged to work in the prison. Under Zhao Yun's guidance, 2 soldiers pushed open the door where the female prisoners were held. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. There was also chaos in the prison. More than 20 women crowded together, all looking towards the door. It was not yet dinner time, and this was the first time someone had the door opened before dinner time, so they all looked over. What caught my eye was a young man. Although the young man had taken off his golden armor, his handsome face was still fresh in their memory. It was he who brought them in. Seeing the women looking at him like that, Rosen smiled calmly and slowly stood at the door. They had taken off their iron armor and were wearing linen clothes. My messy hair hasn't been washed for many days. The expressions on their faces were the same. All of them were confused and indifferent. Although some are good-looking and some are average, what they all have is a perfect figure. Maybe it's because of regular training, they all have great figures. Although they vary in size and firmness, there is no doubt that they are all well-proportioned. I counted the number, and there were 25 people in total. Rosen smiled calmly and said, I'm curious about how you trained yourself. The women. No one spoke. Rosen was a little embarrassed and coughed. Who's the leader? The women. At this moment, the situation fell into awkwardness again. Zhao Yun saw this and stepped forward, pointing at 2 of the women and said, Sir, These two are Shun Xiaoxiao's personal guards and have a certain say. This sentence saved Rosen's life. Rosen waved his hand, signaling there was no need to elaborate, and said calmly, "To have reached the level of a warrior, you must have used a combination of drugs and training. But don't you know that taking large amounts of drugs is very damaging to the body and very dangerous, putting your life in danger at any time? Your lord doesn't take your lives seriously." The women rolled their eyes. "Rosen, why don't you follow me? I am a good lord who loves my people like my own children." Rosen continued. The girls were somewhat moved this time. It turns out that this adult was not here to kill them. We are all human beings, and we are all afraid of death. But they finally responded to Rosen. "Our parents are very good to us, and we will not rebel," said a pretty woman. Rosen recognized her as one of Shun Xiaoxiao's personal guards that Zhao Yun was referring to. "Your loyalty is good, but you are loyal to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch," Rosen said with a sigh. This immediately confused the girls. The two female leaders asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "No matter what you mean, we will not rebel. You can kill us or chop us up as you please," said another female leader. Suddenly, the expressions of the other women changed. But due to his status, he didn't say anything. "What do you mean by killing and chopping? They are fine and don't want to be skinned." He complained to the two loyal leaders in his heart, but said nothing on the surface. They are still in the same camp and appear to be loyal. You may not know that Xin Xiaoxiao has already spent a large sum of money to redeem herself. Rosen's sudden words made the two female leaders' faces change. But he still said stubbornly, "I heard that when Lord Xin returns, he will definitely scrape together the ransom to redeem us as well." "Really?" "But Xin Xiaoxiao told me that she wouldn't come back. I asked her what you were going to do, and she said she wouldn't redeem you and let me do whatever I wanted." Rosen smiled evilly and said, "Do you still think she will redeem you now? It's been half a month since Xin Xiaoxiao left. I also raised you for half a month. She told me to do whatever I want with you, so I did. Considering your considerable strength, I would like you to join my territory and serve me. The treatment you receive will definitely not be bad. If you disagree, that's fine. If you don't agree, I will give you to my subjects as rewards. Many of them still haven't married yet, so they will definitely be very happy." Rosen had just finished speaking. The female soldiers almost got furious. Give them as rewards to the people? It's scary to think about it. Did Lord Shin really give up on them? P.S. I update 3 times a day, sometimes 4 times a day. I'm so tired. I also want to go out and play during the holidays. Chapter 151, Recruiting a Female General. It seems so. After all, resources are scarce, and it is not worth it to exchange a large amount of resources for them. Thinking of this, the women all felt disheartened. Only 2 leaders still had hope in their hearts. Although he didn't believe what Rosen said, he also considered the importance of resources. No normal person would exchange a large amount of resources for them. But little did they know that Rosen was completely deceiving them. When Xin Xiaoxiao left, she said that she would go back and bring other valuable resources in exchange for these people. But they didn't know that Rosen had no plans to change, and he didn't like other resources. "Sir, we are willing to serve you, but we hope you can treat us women well." One of the 2 leaders was the first to give in. "Since it is impossible to return to the arms of the original lord, we can only survive temporarily." They couldn't just yell and ask others to kill them for no reason. After all, no one forced them to do anything. Hearing her words, Rosen was immediately overjoyed, but he kept a blank expression on his face. He nodded and said, "Of course, you'll see later. My subjects live more comfortably than ordinary lords. You'll love it here. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Miaoyan," she replied. Rosen pointed at another female leader and asked, "What about you?" "My name is Mingyu," she also answered. "Miaoyan, Mingyu. Not bad names." Rosen nodded and said, "Come here. Take them to the Lord's mansion and arrange for their dormitories to be redecorated." "Yes. Someone will come and do it immediately." Then, Rosen muttered to Zhao Yun, "Pay attention to convenience. Don't equip weapons for the time being, and make plans after they are safe enough." "Yes, sir." Zhao Yun also replied softly with his fists clasped. Then Rosen shook his head and went back to the Lord's mansion happily. He subdued more than 20 female soldiers, all of whom were warriors. Although the warriors are not very powerful, they are female soldiers and can do many unexpected things. Moreover, it is easy for a female warrior to beat up 3 or 5 ordinary male soldiers. If he gets mad, he can beat more than a dozen armored soldiers. This is the strength of a warrior. 25 female soldiers can easily break through the encirclement of hundreds of people. If the person they met last time was not them, but some other ordinary lord, they would have succeeded long ago. By the time the army in front discovered them, they would have already run away. What a pity, They encountered themselves, an existence that cannot be deduced by common sense. Return to the Lord's mansion. As soon as I stepped into the inner courtyard, Lucy's voice sounded behind me. This Catwoman has been taking on more and more tasks, and has already become a favorite under Kitano Nozomi. Kitano Wong is not here, so others come to her for help when they have something to do, and she is reporting to Rosen. My lord, another person has come out of the recruitment center and wants to see you. Hearing this, Rosen quickly turned around. Looking at Lucy's little tail fluttering in the wind, he asked excitedly, "What does it look like?" "Sir, it's a woman." Lucy responded, "She's outside." "A female? There are female generals among them." Rosen frowned. I racked my brains, but couldn't think of any famous female generals. There are quite a few beautiful women, and you can't just recruit one for him. He frowned and took a few steps forward, and soon arrived at the junction of the two courtyards. Rosen also saw the so-called famous female general. She was dressed in a plain dress with her hair tied up, looking ordinary, but there was a pair of eyes that showed an iron will, which made people want to admire her mind at first sight. Who is this? She doesn't look stunning. Rosen looked at her suspiciously. When the man saw Rosen, he immediately knelt on the ground and greeted Rosen respectfully. Her voice was crisp and steady, not at all like that of a weak woman. Your subordinate Hua Mulan pays homage to the Lord. What? Hua Mulan? Hua Mulan joined the army to replace her father? A female general who is as brave as any man. Rosen was stunned and immediately thought of the information about Hua Mulan. After taking another look at Hua Mulan, Rosen felt a little excited. He went up to her and held her arms, helping her up from the ground. He looked her in the eyes and said, "So it's General Mulan. It's true that women are as good as men. Women hold up half the sky. With Mulan's help, this lord is even more powerful. Thank you for the compliment, Lord." Mulan is so scared. Hua Mulan bent her waist and bowed again. "That's great. I just happen to have recruited a group of female soldiers. From now on, you can take me to lead the female soldiers." Rosen nodded with satisfaction. Hua Mulan immediately agreed, knelt on one knee, and said, "I obey your command." "You're welcome, Mulan. Please stand up. Someone, please serve the food to General Mulan. She must be hungry since she just arrived at the territory." Yes. After having a meal with Hua Mulan and fulfilling his responsibility as a master to protect his subordinates, Rosen asked Zhao Yun to take her to lead the female soldiers, and then he returned to the inner courtyard. Although Hua Mulan is a weak woman, the people recruited by the god level are all powerful. She still has the strength of a great martial artist. The internal energy leaves the body and hits objects from a distance. This is something only a great martial artist can do. Return to the territory and open the Lord's Guide. The first page still hasn't updated the new world trends. It seems that the general trend of the world has progressed to the point of separatism and has stopped there. After turning the first page, you will soon arrive at the regional channel. Rosen wanted to see if there was any noteworthy news in the channel, especially whether the information about his northern expedition had been leaked. After all, it is difficult to keep secret when a large army is attacking over a long distance. Although I'm not afraid, it's still troublesome and time-consuming to prepare in advance. However, after opening the Lord's Guide, most of the information inside is about exchanging food, civilians, and weapons. Some people are also discussing issues such as future development paths. I haven't seen any information discussing the Northern Expedition Army yet. Rosen then closed the Lord's Guide. The days go by one after another. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Rosen increased all the food he had exchanged for. The inspection team also reported on the progress of land reclamation by the people in the territory. Basically, all the territories have been reclaimed and farming has begun. The entire territory developed in an orderly manner. However, Rosen would occasionally see the emergence of some town-level forces and news of wars in the regional channels of the Lord's Guide. Overall, everyone is still very peaceful at this stage. Even in war, half of it is a cautious act. Half of those who are stronger than you will not be resisted because the gap is too big. People of the same level of strength will not fight. So this period of time is particularly peaceful. At the same time, what made Rosen feel more at ease were the more than 20 female soldiers he had subdued. Under Hua Mulan's patient training and the influence of the territory, loyalty gradually emerged. This means that they have already accepted from the bottom of their hearts the fact that they have become citizens of Taiping City. Chapter 152 Shun Family Envoy. These 20-odd people were dispersed throughout the Lord's mansion to work. Apart from training, they also did some odd jobs and still did not carry weapons. Miao Yun and Mingyu, in particular, enjoyed better treatment. Because they are the leaders of the female soldiers, the female soldiers are more willing to listen to them. Because of their outstanding work, These two people were transferred to the Internal Affairs Department to assist Kitano Nozomi in his work, and they will meet Rosen in the future. Rosen also allowed them to eat spiritual wheat to replenish themselves, which made the two women deeply recognize this territory and Rosen himself. This further confirmed that Rosen was good to his people and was a wise leader. This day, when Rosen finished inspecting the territory and returned to the Lord's mansion, two beautiful female soldiers immediately came over to lead the horse, as docile as sheep. If you don't know, you might think they are just ordinary weak women. My lord, be careful when you dismount. Sir, Butler Kitano is not here, so I will remove your armor for you. The two women surrounded Rosen and entered the house. Rosen also enjoyed it all calmly. Of course, don't think too much about it. Because of Kitano Nozomi's existence, Rosen has nothing to do with other women. These two women only took over the job of serving Kitano and Lucy when they were not around. That's all. Although the service was too thorough, but who would blame their subordinates for serving them well, right? Kitano and Lucy were particularly pleased with the two of them at this time. Even if I am not here, there will be someone to serve the master. Rosen was deeply pleased about this. The people in the territory developed in an orderly manner, and Rosen would go out for a walk when he had nothing to do. Sometimes when the people of the territory encounter dangers such as monsters or discover large amounts of resources, they will report to the chief. If you don't report it, it will be a serious crime if you are caught. Rosen also often followed them to check the results of their reports. Today, I went to hunt a level 2 monster. After the amplification, he not only obtained the corpses of 100 level 2 monsters, but also 500 iron coins. Report. Just changed clothes. Miaoyun Mingyu was washing carrots for him when Zhao Yun came to report. The inner courtyard is Rosen's private territory. Apart from the serving women and the housekeepers, only the trusted generals were allowed to enter. Even the golden armored guards did not dare to enter the inner courtyard without orders, especially the main room in the inner courtyard. Rosen looked at Zhao Yun, happily handed him a carrot, and said, "What's the matter?" "Thank you, Lord." Zhao Yun took the carrot, but did not eat it immediately. Instead, he looked cautiously at Miaoyun and Mingyu on both sides. Rosen immediately understood what Zhao Yun meant, so he said to the two of them, "Wait for me here." After saying this, he followed Zhao Yun out and came to the courtyard, saying, "Tell me, what's so mysterious?" "Sir, someone from the Shun family alliance is coming." Zhao Yun responded quickly. Rosen was stunned and asked in confusion, "What are the people from the Shun family alliance doing here? Do they want to fight us?" "No, sir. They said they came to redeem their young lady's personal guards and brought resources with them." "Oh, what resources?" Rosen asked again. Zhao Yun immediately said, 10 cows and 2 horses, in exchange for all the guards. Haha, where are they? I'll go meet them." Rosen immediately laughed wildly. "I don't know whether I am satisfied or not." Zhao Yun said cautiously, "They have reached the city gate. I did not let them in, but came to ask for instructions from the Lord." "Okay, bring some people with you, and let's go meet them." Rosen immediately waved his hand and walked out. Zhao Yun hurried to follow. When they reached the outer courtyard, the golden armored guards immediately gathered together and formed a large army of dozens of people. Outside the city gate, a group of 100 men, consisting of cavalry and chariots, stood in the sun. Leading the group was a sturdy man riding on a tall horse. More than 20 cavalrymen followed behind, guarding the carriage. The carriage was the kind without a shed, with a wooden frame with wheels pulled behind the horses. There was a cow on each carriage. Further back were dozens of armored infantrymen. Seeing this scene, the people passing by were talking about it. "Who are these people? I've never seen it before. Look at their big banner. It has the word Shun written on it. It's not from our area, is it? I've never heard of it. Why did you bring so many cattle? Are they gifts for my territory?" Everyone was talking about it, but no one stayed. They still have their own work to do. The people of the Shin family alliance, looking at the people coming in and out and the towering city walls, were suddenly filled with awe and did not dare to act rashly. When they came, they had made big promises and were full of disdain. It was not until this moment that they realized that what the eldest lady said was true. It is really more powerful than their Shun family alliance. Even the Shun family alliance couldn't build this city wall. Another thing is that not all the people here were sent to the army, which is incredible. "General, can we use these things to exchange for the young lady's personal guards?" The two soldiers were full of anxiety beside the general. The general also lacked confidence and said helplessly, "I can't guarantee it. But we swore an oath in front of the young lady. If we can't change it back, we will definitely be punished." The soldier was very worried. The general sighed and said, "If all else fails, we can just exchange Miaoyun and Mingyu back." The eldest lady specifically asked them to be here, so there can't be any mistakes. That's right. After returning, the young lady kept repeating Miaoyun and Mingyu's names, and she lost a bit of weight. Hush! People are coming. Line up quickly. Suddenly, the general saw a group of people in golden armor appearing at the city gate. He immediately became alert and hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Everyone dismounted and stood together, waiting for Rosen to come over. And Rosen did not disappoint them. Accompanied by dozens of golden-armored guards, he stood in front of the soldiers of the Shun family alliance. But he didn't say anything, just looked at them indifferently. The general immediately led the frontline generals to bow to Rosen and others, and said politely, "The Shun family alliance's special envoy greets the Lord of Taiping City." Special envoy of the Shun family? Well, no need to be polite. Rosen nodded and said lightly, "What brings you here? If you want to thank me for taking care of your young lady, I think there is no need to be polite. You brought so many cattle, I feel embarrassed to refuse them." The envoy looked embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Although Rosen's tone was calm, they did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. This is the effect of strength. If Rosen was a small territory, it would probably be Rosen that performed the salute. If both parties are equal, then neither will be too polite. After all, they represent the forces behind the scenes. Only this kind of overwhelming strength can make one party fear and submit voluntarily. The envoy hurriedly said, "Sir, may I ask if you remember the agreement you made with my young lady? Your young lady must be Shin Xiao, right?" "Of course I remember. Although I told her that she would return the resources she consumed in the territory, I was just joking with her. I didn't expect that she would actually send someone to deliver them, and to send so many. In that case, I won't be polite. Come on, take them all." Rosen waved his hand nonchalantly. Chapter 153, New Grave for Female Soldiers. After Rosen issued the order, the golden armor guards immediately stepped forward to receive these resources. These actions confused the general and all his subordinates, and they were unable to react at all. Only when the golden armored guards approached them did they react and immediately took precautions with their swords in hand. It seems that if they dare to rob, they will draw their swords to resist. Rosen's face suddenly turned unhappy, and he said in a cold voice, "Is Shun Xiao's agreement a joke? If so, please go back. I won't see you off." "No." The general reacted immediately, breaking out in a cold sweat, and quickly waved his hand, saying, "What are you doing? We are here to give you gifts. Put away your weapons and hand over the resources to our brothers in Taiping City." After saying this, his subordinates stepped back and gave up their positions. Rosen's subordinates led their horses directly into the city. Only the cavalrymen's horses were left behind. General Shun Jiaming. "Grown-ups." The leading general quickly bowed and said, "Since you have accepted the ransom, please return the young lady's guards to us." "What ransom?" Rosen asked in return. "Isn't what you gave compensation? How did it become a ransom?" This." The general continued to be confused and was completely stunned. Seeing this, Rosen showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and continued solemnly. "You are talking about the group of female soldiers, right? Of course, those female soldiers can be returned to you. Thank you so much." The general bowed quickly. He didn't want to care about anything. He just wanted to take the female soldiers back and fulfill the lady's instructions. So when he heard Rosen's change of tone, he immediately became excited and spoke more respectfully. "Everyone please follow me." Rosen smiled slightly, led the way, and walked into the forest. The golden armored guards behind him immediately followed. General Shun didn't understand what was going on, so he immediately led his men to follow. Although he didn't understand why Lord Rosen didn't take him into the city, but to the wild. Could it be that the female soldiers were locked up in the wild? With doubts, everyone followed closely. 10 minutes later, everyone appeared in a clearing in the forest. Rosen stopped and said to Zhao Yun beside him, "Zilong, take them to identify the person." Oh, Zhao Yun also looked confused. But looking at the cemetery in front of me, I seemed to understand something. So he walked in while thinking. Soon Zhao Yun saw something and immediately understood it. He said to everyone, "Everyone, please follow me." Everyone looked up and was stunned by the scene before them. Taiping Cemetery? Cemetery? Why did Rosen bring them to the cemetery? They're not here to visit the graves. They're here to pick someone up. Could it be? Suddenly, the general felt a lump in his heart and had a bad idea. Trembling, he entered the cemetery. Zhao Yun randomly selected a new grave that hadn't yet been stoned. He pointed at the new grave and said, "This is it." When everyone saw the graves, they were all stunned and silent for a long time. This is a piece of new soil, like a grave that was buried not long ago. Moreover, all the other tombstones have names on them, but these 20 or so mounds have no tombstones. After counting carefully, there are exactly 25. Suddenly, the general who came to replace the player felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole figure shook. He had a blank expression on his face, sighed, and said quietly, "Sir, what does this mean?" "Mr. Special Envoy, this is the grave of your female soldiers. I'm so sorry that they fell seriously ill and died 3 days ago." Rosen also answered quietly, with a feeling of self-blame. This convinced the Special Envoy General, who sighed helplessly and said, "Sir, how can I explain this when I return? That's all right. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are part of human nature. My lord, you can take their remains back with you. That will be an explanation." Rosen said quietly, "They are members of the Shin family. You will naturally be able to dispose of their remains." Zhao Yun, Special Envoy. Everyone. The most shocked were Zhao Yun and the golden armored guards, because they guarded the Lord's mansion all day long and could see the group of female soldiers every day. How could he be buried here in the blink of an eye? It's impossible. So it must be that the Lord is lying. However, they didn't dare to expose it, so they could only pretend to be helpless and sad to cooperate with Rosen. Even Zhao Yun had no idea when the graves here were dug. He didn't receive any news. I have to admire the Lord's foresight. Knowing that someone was coming to replace someone, he dug the grave in advance. The others are members of the Shun family alliance. Let them dig up the bones, and they will be willing to do so. But the envoy knew all too well the importance these female soldiers held in the young lady's heart, and dared not act rashly. He lamented, "Alas, matters have come to this, and their bodies are still warm. I cannot touch them lightly. In this case, I must return and report. I would also trouble you, my lord, to offer them tribute every year. Thank you very much. General Special Envoy, please rest assured. I, the Lord, will treat the undead from your land and the undead from my land equally." Rosen bowed. The envoy general bowed gratefully and said, "Thank you very much. I will take my leave now." After that, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the territory." Walla walla. The soldiers began to retreat. No one mentioned asking for the resources back. After all, the eldest lady won't blame me for using these resources to comfort these female soldiers. So the envoys and their group began their long journey back to their territory. After setting off, the cavalry and infantry marched separately. The cavalry went back to report first, and the infantry marched slowly. It was 3 days later when the advance cavalry arrived at the Shun family alliance. Especially when Shin Xiaoxiao learned that all her female soldiers had died and no one survived, she was so sad that she burst into tears on the spot. Even when sleeping, he often dreamed of the names of Miaoyun and Mingyu. Of course, only Shin Xiaoxiao herself knows all this. Rosen watched the envoy from the Shun family alliance leave and immediately couldn't help laughing out loud, then happily returned to his territory. The Shun family alliance is a big alliance. Moreover, they were far apart and had no contact at the moment, so he did not make things difficult for the envoy. He had mastered this new method of replacing female soldiers with new ones, and even he almost believed it. This made Rosen admire himself, and he grew up again. Returned to the territory. Miaoyun and Mingyu gathered around him, shouting, "Sir, kindness." Rosen nodded. "It's okay, continue to massage my shoulders and legs." After changing to a comfortable sitting position, Rosen leaned back in the chair and stretched his legs onto the stool. The two women immediately obeyed and started to work. This is one of the reasons why Rosen took a fancy to them. He is really good at serving people. Although it is cold and frosty outside, it is as gentle as a kitten inside the house. Do whatever you are told to do, and becoming more and more obedient. Rosen opened the Lord's Guide and began to flip through it. In the eyes of local people, the Lord's Guide is a wordless book that only affects the Lord. Enter the chat channel and watch others chatting. But suddenly, the Lord's Guide felt hot, and something unusual happened. At the same time, the voice of the Lord's Guide came into Rosen's mind. Hint, hint, hint. P.S. Come on. I'll update 3 times today. Chapter 154, Heroes Rise. The rise of heroes in the world's great trend has officially begun. This event requires the capture of a large-scale checkpoint city. There is no time limit, and the event ends once it is captured. Quest rewards. For those who successfully occupy a territory, the blood vassalage requirement will be eliminated and replaced with a unified one-click application. Within the book, you can submit a vassalage application to the Lord. With one click, you can apply to become a vassal territory. No consent is required for automatic joining. This is limited to territories within the domain. In addition, there are rewards of 1,000 bows and arrows, 100,000 arrows, and 1,000 silver bars. After occupying a checkpoint, you can obtain the papermaking technology, ink-making technology, silk technology, and dozens of other rare technologies within the checkpoint. After the deep voice finished speaking, my mind fell into a state of calm. Since the last time the Lord's Guide had a language broadcast, many top trends will have language broadcasts in the future. All lords can be informed of the arrival of information in a timely manner. The downside is that it can easily scare timid lords. For example, when you are concentrating, the voice in your head suddenly sounds. After listening to the new event report, Rosen immediately turned to the first page of the Lord's Guide to check it out. Sure enough, the information has appeared. The world's great trend is the rise of heroes, in progress. Event requirements. Capture a level within the domain. Event rewards. Blood submission has been changed to an in-book application, and rewards include 1,000 bows, 100,000 arrows, and 1,000 silver bars. After occupying the checkpoint, you will gain access to the paper-making, ink-making, silk-making, and dozens of other rare technologies within the checkpoint. Hiss. Rosen took a deep breath and was shocked by the reward that followed. So much. Moreover, these are things that no one has at present, and they are also basic technologies for social development. Once we get these, society will develop rapidly. First of all, the clothes they are wearing are linen. Then you can wear silk, colorful silk, and so on. If a beauty wears colorful silk clothes, she will definitely be charming. Even without considering these, the tangible rewards mentioned above have already shocked Rosen. The first thing was 1,000 bows and 100,000 arrows. These things are a huge amount of material for everyone. For ordinary town-level territories, these things can be worn by their entire army. Even a large territory with thousands of people can form an army of archers. And for Rosen, these 1,000 bows and arrows can become 100,000 once he gets them. 100,000 bows and arrows. This number is so terrifying. It can never be used up, and you can resell it. Even if you resell it, you can make a lot of money. Because he already had cannons, he no longer needed low-level weapons like bows and arrows. Just like on Earth, superpowers sell weapons to lower-level countries. They sell only obsolete weapons and keep the new weapons for themselves. Even if there is a conflict in the future, we will be crushed in terms of weapons. Moreover, 100,000 bows and arrows will become 10 million once they are amplified. To put it bluntly, Rosen thinks it can last a lifetime. In addition, what attracted Rosen most was the 1,000 silver bars. He has only made 2 magic cannons so far. It's just that there's a lack of silver. If you can get these 1,000 silver bars, you can increase it to 100,000. 100,000 yuan can make 50 magic cannons. 50 doors, what does that mean? It is entirely possible to form a powerful artillery corps. Once the entire army is mobilized, not to mention attacking people, even attacking an army of monsters will be no problem. That was a complete level crushing. Once used against other territories, it is not much different from a dimensionality reduction attack. Occupy a city. But I don't know how strong the city is. Rosen pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and let Miaoyun and Mingyu leave first. Then I entered the regional channel. He wanted to check the news on the regional channel to find out how others were dealing with the incident. Once you enter the regional channel, the heated discussion has already begun. Have you brothers seen the latest events? I see. The events are getting more and more difficult. Attacking the checkpoints in cities is simply impossible. It's too unrealistic. It's not impossible. There are big cities and small cities, and there is no time limit for this event. As long as you can capture it, you can get the reward. No need to think about it. It definitely has nothing to do with us. After all, a domain only has 2 or 3 levels at most. Yes, generally, small domains only have 1 city. They will definitely complete the unification in this incident. Medium-sized domains have 2 to 3 cities, and large domains have 5 or 6 cities. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Not necessarily. There will definitely be a major alliance that wants to capture the city. But capturing a city requires a large army. Can you guarantee that the major alliance won't conscript you? Do you dare not listen to the orders of the major alliances around you? That's really troublesome. This incident is definitely to accelerate the development of the Great Alliance. It's a pity for us small forces. It's because we are incompetent, alas. Stop talking. Our leader sent a message. Our general also sent a message saying that they would start recruiting soldiers, so I withdrew. Oh no, I can't even develop peacefully. My leader is calling me. I have to leave too. Rosen. After watching everyone chatting, Rosen pondered for a few seconds, then slowly stood up. Everyone has started to act with great vigor and determination, so I can no longer just sit back and watch. Capture the city as soon as possible, complete the task as soon as possible, and continue to develop. Moreover, occupying the city as soon as possible is equivalent to speeding up the development of the territory. Thinking of this, Rosen went outside, called Zhao Yun, and asked, "How many troops are left in our territory?" Zhao Yun immediately bowed and replied, "Your Excellency, military advisor Li Yong has been recruiting civilians. We now have 5,000 soldiers and over 600 war horses." Can? Rosen nodded. I remember that it had only been 5 days since Zhuge Liang's northern expedition. If everything went well, he would soon reach his destination. When Zhuge Liang went on the northern expedition, he took away 5,000 soldiers and 500 horses. Only 3,000 soldiers were left in the territory, and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 became 5,000. This is the advantage of having abundant resources. You can constantly purchase subjects to expand your strength. Since the vassal territories were all engaged in farming, Rosen could no longer mobilize their personnel, so he ordered, "Call Li Yong, Dian Wei, Hua Mulan, Bei Yi, and Lucy to the front hall. I need to hold a meeting." Yes. Zhao Yun hurried to do it, not daring to delay. The Lord summoned all his trusted commanders, probably to discuss something important, so he quickened his pace again. Watching Zhao Yun's leaving back, Rosen stood in the inner courtyard with a harmless look on his face. He was very confident about Zhuge Liang's northern expedition, but Rosen was a little worried about letting Zhuge Liang lead 5,000 people to attack the city. Of course, the most important thing is that there will definitely be a lot of people scrambling to seize the city, and 5,000 people may not be enough, so I must bring people to support. Furthermore, this was the first time to come into contact with a local city, and Rosen also wanted to go and see the situation and understand what the outside of the past looked like. Chapter 155, Sending More Troops to the North. After all, when you come to this world, it would be too boring to stay in your territory all day without taking a good look at the beautiful scenery. Thinking of this, Rosen had a blank expression on his face, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The breeze blew through the hem of the clothes, raising dust from the ground. He stood motionless in the wind. A domineering aura came uninvited. "Sir, the wind is picking up." Miaoyun and Mingyu came over together, each holding a linen cloak, each holding a corner and putting it on Rosen. Because of his height, Rosen stood straight again. The two of them had to stand on tiptoe to put the cloth on him. Rosen said expressionlessly, "It's all right, a mere breeze. What can it do to me?" Miaoyun, Mingyu. The two of them exchanged glances behind Rosen's back, smiled, and a thought that made them laugh and cry came to their minds. The Lord is showing off again. It can be seen that Rosen's pretentious behavior during this period left a deep impression on the two women. "Sir, everyone is here." Soon, Zhao Yun came in to report. I'm coming right away. You two should follow." Rosen nodded and followed Zhao Yun out, with Miaoyun and Mingyu following closely behind. When they entered the outer hall and saw Rosen appear, everyone hurriedly stood up to greet him. Zhao Yun, as a bodyguard, is not included. When Hua Mulan arrived here, she did not join the military camp, but instead formed a women's corps, whose members were female warriors. Although they formed a separate group, Mulan's most important task was to completely tame these women and make them her loyal warriors. Of course, there is no training or mission for the time being, and I am just doing odd jobs in the Lord's mansion. For now, Dian Wei is the only general left in the territory's military camp. Li Yong is responsible for handling various external affairs and matters concerning vassal territories. Together with Kitano and Lucy, two good housewives who help with housekeeping, the four of them control the basic operation and security of the territory. "Greetings, Lord." Everyone saluted. The man bent over and clasped his fists, while the woman bowed slightly. Of course, except Mulan. "Everyone, please take a seat." Rosen waved his hand and sat on the main seat. Seeing that Hua Mulan was obviously a little afraid, the two female soldiers' leaders hurriedly followed Rosen, standing behind her on the left and right. Then there were Kitano Nozomi and Lucy, sitting on both sides. Next were Li Yong, Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, Hua Bulin, and others who sat in order. Looking at the crowd, Rosen said calmly, "It's common knowledge that there's a checkpoint in the north, the entrance to the Dark River Basin next door. With the world in turmoil, everyone is coveting the checkpoint and city, hoping to establish a presence there. A while ago, I sent Zhuge Liang on a northern expedition to eliminate the major northern forces. They should be arriving soon. After defeating the northern forces, we now face the checkpoints leading to the Dark River region. Occupying this checkpoint is equivalent to occupying advantageous terrain. If the Dark River region seizes this checkpoint, they can invade the Plains region, or they can defend the pass with one man. Therefore, the checkpoints in the Plains region are of great significance to us." "Sir, Since the world is in turmoil again, the checkpoint is of vital importance. I think we should occupy the checkpoint and coordinate the overall situation. Dianwei stood up and took the lead in reporting his opinions. Then Liang also stood up, clasped his fists and reported, "Brother Sun, I think what General Dianwei said makes sense." Grown-ups. Hua Milan also stood up and said respectfully, "I also agree with the ideas of General Dianwei and military advisor Li." Rosen. That's what I thought. Rosen continued, while Mr. Kong Ming's 5,000-man army is more than enough to fight the Orc Alliance, attacking a large city is still a bit difficult. Especially with so many heroes emerging and the situation changing. Countless lords will be fighting for supremacy. I suggest sending more troops to the north, but we also need to leave soldiers in the territories to prevent enemy attacks. What do you think the number of troops should be? This. Dianwei was speechless. Liang was in deep thought. Milan was silent. A few seconds later, Hua Milan spoke first. "Sir, I only need 1,000 men. After joining forces with advisor Kong Ming, we will definitely take the pass. I am willing to sign a military order. I will not return until I have taken the pass. Sir, I am also willing to sign a military order and lead 1,000 soldiers to join Mr. Kong Ming. I swear." All right. Rosen rolled his eyes and immediately stopped Dianwei from speaking, saying helplessly, "Forget it. You guys are all big and strong, and you can't explain it clearly. How about this?" Rosen said calmly, "Liang, I'll give you 2,000 soldiers and armor, and all the people I buy every day will be sent to the army. Can you hold on to the territory? I guarantee to deal with any crisis." Liang said confidently, "Okay, but I don't think there's any crisis." After all, Rosen trusts Liang and is satisfied with his abilities. But this expedition was a long one, and it wouldn't be completed overnight. To protect the territory, Rosen continued, "Liang, Dianwei, and Hua Milan, listen to my orders. I'm here." The three of them stood in a row and clasped their fists. Rosen said, "From today on, the three of you will stay in the territory to manage all matters, big and small, and protect the safety of the territory and its vassal citizens. I will leave you with 2,000 soldiers and armor and 1 magic cannon. Tomorrow morning, I will lead 3,000 soldiers and armor to continue the northern expedition." "Yes, I obey your command." The three of them clasped their fists. Then, Rosen looked at Kitano and said, "Bei, I said before that I would take you out to see the world. Let's do it this time. I will take you on the northern expedition to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the plains. How about that?" "Thank you, Lord." Kitano Wang was so touched that he bowed quickly. Rosen continued, "Miao Yun Mingyu. I'm here too." The two were stunned and immediately walked to the middle of the hall and stood obediently. "You two take the female soldiers with you and follow us." "Yes," they both answered at the same time. The voice was full of pleasantness. "They are little wild horses and have never left the Lord's mansion during these days in the territory. They are really bored. Now they are also excited to go out. Lucy, you will be in charge of Kitano's internal affairs in the territory." Rosen finally turned his gaze to Lucy. Lucy's tail immediately drooped down, and she quickly stood up and said weakly, "Sir, I want to go too. Can you take me with you?" "What are you going to do?" "This is a war, not a game," Rosen asked solemnly. Lucy hesitated for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Sir, I am also from the north. I want to go back and pay my respects to my parents." Suddenly, Rosen understood. Lucy is an orc. There are orcs in the north. Then it makes perfect sense that her home is in the north. Since she wants to go back and pay her respects, then go ahead. Rosen said calmly, "Okay, if that's the case, then pack up and leave with the army tomorrow." "Thank you, Lord." Chapter 156 One-Click Recycling, Part 3. After the plan was finalized, Rosen ordered Zhao Yun to make the territory flag. Every force above the town level has its own banner, which can be used to identify which force it belongs to. Rosen was reluctant to follow the crowd, but he also felt that this was the easiest way and could avoid a lot of trouble. Once the general's flag comes out, who can compete with him? So the next morning, Rosen left the territory with his 3,000-strong army, greeted by everyone. There are only 2 words on the big flag, Taiping. During this period, Taiping City's fame grew, and it became known to everyone in the entire plain area. When others see the word Taiping on the road, they know that it is the Taiping Town Army and will be afraid. This trip, Rosen brought Kitano, Lucy, and Zhao Yun with him. All the female soldiers were brought along as well. 25 female soldiers and Zhao Yun's golden armored guards formed a personal bodyguard, protecting Rosen's carriage. The carriage was naturally converted from a chariot. Since the journey was long and chariots could only be effective on fixed terrain, Rosen did not bring any chariots, but only 500 war horses to form a cavalry. Leaving the territory, the army passed by a stream outside the territory. This is where Rosen captured the first batch of wild horses, and also where he tested the power of the magic cannon. When Rosen came to the stream and crossed the river, he couldn't help but open the curtain and look around. This was a remarkable sight, as I could see the trees on both sides of the stream being flattened. Today, the trees on both sides of the stream have been cut down, and the grass has been dug up, forming fertile fields. On the fertile fields, there were people carrying water to irrigate the fields. This scene made Rosen smack his lips. Farming has become a deeply rooted belief among the people. Lords who know how to farm actually choose to plant their fields next to streams for easy irrigation. Not to mention anything else. Just look at the brains behind the site selection. He will definitely be a big farmer in the future. He retracted his gaze, put down the chain, leaned against the wooden wall, opened the Lord's Guide, and came to the regional channel. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy were in a carriage. Miao Yun and Mingyu put on golden armor and guarded the women's carriage, while Zhao Yun stayed by his side. The gift of golden armor made the two female generals extremely excited. They never thought that one day they would be able to wear gold and silver like General Zhao. They were deeply moved once again by the Lord's trust in them. Regional channel. Let's go, let's go. Heading towards the domain pass. Finally, I'm going to beat the domain level. Whoa. Brother, others are going to fight the domain level. Why are you so excited? Of course I'm excited. Once the domain barrier is opened, I can go out and look for my friends and family. Woohoo, so excited. I'm not sure if they'll let you pass the level I'm trying to pass. Yeah, damn. What's going on? Brothers, has anyone found out why the Lord's Guide can't be traded? Yes, I can trade. I just finished the trade. No, I mean we can't trade now. Yes, I saw it too. It seems like trading has been banned. From now on, you can only buy things with currency in the Lord's Guide. You can no longer barter. What? With currency? I saw that too. The entrance to private transactions is closed. You can only sell it in the mall, and you can only sell it for money. You can't exchange it for anything. But we don't have any money. What are we going to buy it with? Do we need to top up our account? Brother, you guessed right. There is indeed a recharge entrance in the mall. It's called one-click recharge. In simple terms, it's just recharging money and then buying things. Shit. Why does this sound like Lao Ma's doing? Even charging money? We don't have the money. The iron coins dropped by the monsters are too few. The topic suddenly shifted to the transaction, which made Rosen slightly stunned. He was also startled. If trading is not possible, many people will lose their source of items, which will be troublesome. By then, I'm afraid we'll have no choice but to establish markets and trade in distant lands, which is too troublesome. However, when he saw that there was a recharge entrance, Lawson was also confused. He can understand that transactions cannot be made. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can at least promote trust between people and increase the level of activity among people. But one-click recharge, what a cool operation. With extreme suspicion, Rosen also turned to the transaction page. The four small words, one-click recharge, appeared prominently in the upper right corner of the page. And all the merchandise hanging on the left has also changed. Before, you could just put up the item, then note what you needed, and wait for someone to come and exchange it. But now, it has become the amount of currency. Warhorse 10, price, 100 gold coins. Warhorse 2, price, 50 gold coins. Warhorse 1, price, 10 gold coins. Beef 99, price, 10 silver coins. Beef 99, price 1 silver coin. Beef 99, price, 10 iron coins. Seeing the neatly arranged goods, Lawson continued to be confused. This price, I have to say, is really high. Even though the value of the currency is still unknown, considering the difficulty of obtaining iron coins, this price is already extremely exaggerated. A warhorse sells for 100 gold coins. God, you are just dreaming. Even if this person tries to sell it until he dies, he probably won't be able to sell it. After smacking his lips, Rosen turned his attention to the one-click recharge. After all, no one has currency. To trade in the guide, you must use currency, which is a problem. Where does the first sum of money come from? I'm afraid it can only come from recharge. Thinking of this, Rosen clicked on the one-click recharge. Suddenly, the page jumped and you could see the items in the storage backpack with the words one-click recycling and individual recycling on it. Seeing this, Rosen immediately understood. One-click recharge is just a disguised form of one-click recycling. After all, the Lord's Guide actually wants to recycle their resources to generate currency. Thinking of this, Rosen breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, at least everyone can get currency. Just like on Earth, hard work brings wealth. If you want currency, keep earning resources. It can be recycled or sold for money. Use the money to buy other people's things. I just don't know what the recycling price is. Rosen pondered for a moment, selected a pound of food in his backpack, and clicked recycle. I want to see how much a pound of grain is worth. Ding. Valuation complete. 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 3 iron coins. Do you want to exchange? A row of small text prompts appeared. Below the small words, there is another row of small words. Note, recycling prices fluctuate frequently and are always lower than the market price. The final interpretation rights belong to the guide. Rosen. Rosen clicked cancel and then clicked an iron sword. Ding. Valuation complete. 1 iron sword can be exchanged for 20 iron coins. Do you want to exchange? The price is reasonable, not too bad. After muttering something, Rosen clicked the redemption button. Chapter 157 Telescope. Exchange successful. Iron coins have been sent to the space backpack. Please check. When he turned over the space backpack, he found 20 more iron coins inside. After picking up the iron coin and checking it out, Rosen found that this thing was not much different from the one dropped by the monster, and it could even be said to be exactly the same. Click the question mark next to the currency. Rosen saw another row of text explanations and an exchange entrance. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, which is equal to 10,000 iron coins. This is the currency level exchange value. Not bad. This way, items will have a sense of value, and transactions will be more standardized. Putting away the iron coin, Rosen continued chatting with the people in the Lord's Guide. He is not sure about the things yet, so he does not need the coins for the time being. Anyway, he has a lot of things. When he wants to use money, he can go directly to the mall to sell them, and a large amount of coins will come in. Moreover, the value in the mall is higher than that in the recycling system. The recycling system is for the poor. Repurchasing their resources at low prices makes them even poorer. Although we became poorer, it became easier to exchange things. And as long as you save enough money, you can buy anything. It's not like before. Even if you saved up pieces of wood for your whole life, people wouldn't exchange them with you. Now, they can save up wood blocks for a lifetime, recycle them into coins, and then go out and buy them. Although it exploits the poor, it also gives them hope. It has to be said that this detailed change in the Lord's Guide will change the lives of many people. Some people will become wealthy tycoons from this. The poor will also find it easier to survive, but will become slaves of the tycoons. I just looked at the things in the mall. They are ridiculously expensive. Yeah, these people are crazy about money. Only a fool would buy it. Even if it's expensive, it should only be slightly more expensive than the recycling price. Who would want it if it's that much more expensive? I just put a pound of beef on the shelves. The price is absolutely fair, only 5 iron coins. If you need it, search my name or search for beef and sort by price from low to high to find it. You're still promoting a pound of beef here. Honestly, it's not even worth this one comment. I just put a batch of telescopes on the shelves. They can see 1,000 meters away. They are purely homemade. Each telescope costs 20 iron coins. If you want one, go search. Suddenly, the information from the telescope caught Rosen's attention. What is most needed for fighting and marching is naturally weapons. The telescope is also a kind of weapon. I didn't expect that some people could even make a telescope. After seeing this, Rosen immediately went to the mall and searched for telescope. The telescope's information suddenly appeared. And it's not just his family. At first glance, there were 8 shops selling telescopes. But his prices are low and the quantity is large. A telescope costs 20 iron coins. The other prices were all above 20. This made Rosen think that others were buying goods from him and wanted to sell them at a high price. This thing is of little use to ordinary people and is expensive. If it is seen by people who are fighting, they will definitely scramble for it. Telescope, it can see scenes thousands of meters away, and the magnified effect makes it seem as if they are right in front of you. It has a 1-month warranty and invalid refunds are available. After reading the introduction, Lawson clicked to buy. 200 iron coins. Do you want to pay? Payment successful. Suddenly, Rosen bought the 10 telescopes he had put up for sale. There were also 200 fewer iron coins in the backpack. These iron coins were accumulated by him from fighting monsters in the past. In addition to leaving some in the warehouse, I also carried some with me. After buying his telescope, Rosen bought all the other ones. A total of 400 iron coins were spent and 15 telescopes were obtained. The telescope is a monocular and is about the same length as a baby's arm. Rosen took one out and put it over his eye, then looked out. The scene hundreds of meters away suddenly became clear, as if it were magnified. Rosen had to admire the power of technology. The guy who developed this thing must be a scientific researcher on Earth. So this is one of the reasons why Rosen is still not complacent, even though he has a 100-fold increase. Many people come to this world with Earth skills, so it is understandable that they sometimes encounter some incredible things. Sir, the army has left the territory. Zhao Yun was beside him. Seeing Rosen looking around with a stick in his hand, he pointed to the boundary marker not far away and said. Rosen took out a telescope and handed it to Zhao Yun, saying, "Try this." "What is this thing?" Zhao Yun looked confused. Rosen smiled and said, "You'll know if you try it." Zhao Yun then took the telescope, and like Rosen, he put it in front of his eyes and looked around. "Oh my God, it's so clear. Things far away seem to be right in front of me. It's amazing." Zhao Yun made shocked sounds as he watched, like a curious baby. Rosen patiently explained with a half-smile, "This thing has a magnifying function. It can magnify things far away." "Is it so magical? My lord is really amazing. I wonder what the sun would look like if it were magnified." As he spoke, Zhao Yun took the telescope and looked directly at the sun in the sky. This thing scared Rosen. "Don't." But before he could finish his words, Zhao Yun let out a scream. It's so bright it hurts." Suddenly, Zhao Yun moved the telescope away. When I looked at Rosen again, his left eye was slightly red and swollen. A tear escaped from the corner of his eye. "Sir, the sun is so bright. I almost went blind." There was infinite grievance in Zhao Yun's voice. "Rosen." At this moment, Rosen really didn't know what to say. He is so reckless that he dares to look at the sun. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was a great martial artist, and his eyes were only a little red. If an ordinary person saw it this way, they would definitely be blind. Rosen said helplessly, "This is called a telescope. See the lens? It magnifies things. Looking at the sun is like raising its temperature, which our fragile eyes can't handle. Luckily, it's a small lens. If it were any bigger, you'd probably go blind. Remember not to look around randomly in the future." Rosen spoke earnestly. Zhao Yun was shocked after hearing this, and immediately understood the problem and nodded repeatedly. Rosen then took out 10 telescopes and said, "Give a few to the carriages behind, and keep a few for your own military use. Remember, you must instruct them and teach them how to use them correctly." "Yes." Zhao Yun took the telescope and went there immediately. Rosen sighed, but there was nothing he could do. If I tell him that his eyes hurt because the lenses are focusing, he will definitely ask what focusing means. That's why I didn't explain it to him correctly. But as long as you know the dangers and remember to avoid them, it doesn't matter whether you understand the principles or not. When Kitano Nozomi and Lucy in the carriage behind got the telescope, they were very surprised and looked around like Rosen just now. And they didn't get bored at all. They kept watching until night when they set up camp to rest, and they showed no intention of stopping. Chapter 158 Ambush. At this time, the army had already arrived 200 miles away. The sky was dark, the sun was setting, and the army was setting up camp. Traveling 200 miles a day is already the fastest speed at the moment. Everyone got off the carriage and gathered around the fire. Lucy and Kitano are still looking through the telescope. "Hey, Lucy, look, is there anyone over there? I thought I saw someone hiding in the woods just now." "Let me see." Lucy also took a telescope to look. However, as the sun went down, the visibility increased. Lucy watched for a long time and finally confirmed it. She said in confusion, "It seems that there really are people. There are a lot of them. They are hiding in the grass and covering themselves with grass. They are camouflaging." "Here, Lucy." Everyone around the campfire was shocked. Rosen and Zhao Yun were completely stunned. The two of them thought something was wrong and immediately took out their binoculars, looking in the direction Lucy and Kitano were looking. Several men, their bodies covered with green weeds, were lying in the grass, their disguise impeccable. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see that there is a person hiding there. Rosen immediately looked to the side. Really, the edges were crawling with people. Continuing to look into the distance, there were also many people lying there. Vaguely, Rosen saw a familiar face. It was the big man Zuexishin whom he met when fighting for the cattle many days ago. The hidden soldiers were only 800 meters away from Rosen. If we launch a surprise attack on them, they will definitely be in chaos. After putting away the telescope, Rosen and Zhao Yun took a look at each other and understood what the other was thinking. We're being watched. There might be a surprise attack at night. The two of them exchanged glances, and Zhao Yun immediately stood up and began to personally take charge of the army and make arrangements. Of course, everything is going on normally, and there is no clue at all. People in the military camp set up camp when it's time to camp and cook when it's time to cook. From the outside, it looks as calm as ever. But secretly, Zhao Yun had already informed everyone, asking them to be alert and prepare for an ambush. "Sir, there are people hiding in there. Should we send someone to check it out?" Kitano Wang also anticipated something bad and asked in a low voice beside Rosen. Rosen immediately said, "Hush, just pretend nothing happened. I have my own way of dealing with it. Let's eat first." After saying that, He took out the roasted meat and gave it to the two women to eat. After the two women finished eating the meat and drinking water, they followed Rosen into the camp. The camp was a simple room built with piles of wood and covered with linen. It looks similar to a yurt, but is even simpler than a yurt. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Miaoyan Mingyu and the female soldiers standing ready for battle. Grown-ups. The female soldiers saluted with their fists clasped. Rosen nodded and said, "Let's proceed according to the plan. Turn off the lights." "Yes." The two women came to the edge and blew out the torches. Kitano Nozomi and Lucy didn't dare to ask any more questions and went to the bed to rest. Rosen, on the other hand, sat on the carpet in front of the bed, facing the small desk. In the darkness, it was impossible to see the scene inside the tent. The Lord fell asleep. The other soldiers also went into the tents to sleep. Only a few people were left to keep watch, and they were drowsy under Zhao Yun's arrangement. Before I knew it, it was late at night. The creature hidden in the forest began to move, slowly crawled up from the ground, gripped the long sword in his hand, and crouched down as he approached the military camp. "Brother Lu Feng, you seem a little scared." Three figures rose from the ground farther away and stared at each other. "I'm a little scared. After all, I have no grudges against Taiping City, but tonight we're going to become mortal enemies. I'm really worried." These three people are the major alliances within hundreds of miles around. They are Xue Shitian of the Blood Evil League, Yin Songtian of the Yinyang Town, and Lu Feng of the Lu Feng League. Although we're not enemies, Taiping Town has been expanding, and countless territories have surrendered to him. He's also sending troops to the north, hoping to annex all forces from both north and south. Sooner or later, we'll become their target, so why not strike first? Yes, Brother Songtian is right. Ever since we last parted, I felt the pressure from Taiping Town. They're living in seclusion within the city, and we can't do anything about it. Their lord's appearance today, leading his army, is a godsend. As the saying goes, the victors are the kings and the losers are the bandits. Today, our three families have joined forces and sent out all our forces, totaling over 4,000 to 5,000 people. 4,000 versus 3,000, and it's a night attack. Even if the Taiping Lord has all the means, he will not escape death today. Brother Lu Feng, don't worry. Today is a safe day. Let's go. Zhuek Sishan and Yin Songtian spoke more firmly and took the lead in rushing towards the camp with their backs bent. Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, Lu Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. Da-da-da. When the ambushing army approached the camp, several soldiers on night watch exchanged glances, feeling they were about close enough. Suddenly, they stood up, pretending to be awake and aware of danger, and shouted, "Night attack! Night attack!" Suddenly, dozens of soldiers on night watch stood up and ran into the camp while shouting. The leaders of the three major forces discovered that their tracks had been leaked, so they drew their swords and shouted, "Kill!" The three of them took the lead and charged towards the camp. They were very close to the camp. Even if they were discovered, others would have to get dressed and get up, leaving them no time to react. So, they were full of confidence and ran very fast. He wanted to chop the soldiers off in their beds while they were fast asleep and not yet fully awake. Kill, kill, kill. Go, go, go. Kill Rosen and enjoy endless wealth and glory. The army rushed into the tent as if they were injected with chicken blood. All of a sudden, all kinds of screams and stabbing sounds were heard in the tent. Oh. Puff, puff. Smash it. The chaotic movements, coupled with the unilateral sound of weapons entering the body, made the three leaders smile. The three of them looked at each other and were overjoyed. Huh. So Taiping City is just like this. Brothers, the time has come for us to rise up. That's Rosen's tent up ahead. Let's charge in together and kill him with our own hands. Zhuek Sishan and Yin Songtian still took the lead. Lu Feng also felt much more at ease and followed closely. The three of them, along with dozens of soldiers, quickly rushed into Rosen's tent. However, just as the two leaders opened the curtain and rushed in, they felt a sharp pain in their waist, accompanied by a puff sound. Puff. The figures of Zhuek Sishan and Yin Songtian suddenly froze. It turned out that there were soldiers in golden armor standing on both sides of the entrance. Moreover, the long swords in their hands had already been inserted into their waists. The heavy iron sword is as fragile as tofu. The two of them looked down and suddenly felt hopeless. Boom! The torches were lit, and the tent became bright. The scene that appeared immediately made the two leaders completely give up. Especially the golden armored guards on both sides. At this moment, they pulled out the golden swords from their bodies. Oops! Fuck! The two of them shuddered in pain and cursed. Chapter 159. Resolving the Three Major Forces, Part 3. But pulling out the sword would cause more damage than leaving it in their bodies. Blood flowed out of their mouths, and they hurriedly covered the wounds on their waists. Their faces were distorted with pain, and they dared not move. You, actually ambushed. Ahem. Poof. We've been tricked. The two men endured the pain in their waists, swayed their bodies, and could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Inhong's blood overflowed from his palms and stained the earth. Lu Feng, who was following outside and had not yet come in time, was startled by the sudden light in the tent. Looking at the surrounding tents, all the torches were lit. I immediately thought to myself that something was wrong and shouted, "We've been ambushed, retreat quickly." But it was too late. Countless soldiers rushed out of the tents and surrounded the remaining soldiers from the night attack. Especially when the two accomplices rushed into the general's tent, a group of golden-armored guards and a group of female soldiers rushed out. Looking at them again, the entire army was wearing armor and was meticulously organized. Lu Feng immediately knew that he had been tricked. It turns out that he hadn't slept the whole time and was lying in ambush in the tent, waiting for them to come to him. What should I do? What should I do? Everyone around us is nervous about each other. Most of the people following the three leaders were lords. Because these people are basically an alliance of lords. They could not refuse the alliance leaders' recruitment, but in order to prevent their soldiers from dying and to avoid reducing the strength of their own territories, many lords chose to follow the army. Therefore, the soldiers following Lu Feng were basically small lords. Fight our way out, we still have a chance. Lu Feng gripped the sword tightly, but the lords behind him did not dare to move. Especially the encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. The dense crowd completely separated them from the other soldiers. They had no information and could not rush out. The soldiers outside could fight inside, and the two sides cooperated from inside and outside, and there was still a glimmer of hope. At this time, Rosen slowly walked out of the tent. The two lords were stabbed with a sword just now. Before they died, they handed over their respective lord guides and hoped that Rosen would bandage their wounds. But they attacked Rosen at night. Would Rosen still save them? So Rosen took the Lord's guide and ignored the two of them. As a result, the two men lay in a pool of blood on the ground and soon died. Seeing the two men dead, Rosen came out in person. Because the subordinates reported that there seemed to be a great lord outside. Why don't you surrender? Rosen stood at the door of the tent, with Zhao Yun beside him. He looked at Lu Feng and the lords expressionlessly, his voice extremely flat and without any ripples. When Lu Feng saw Rosen's face, he was stunned. Because this was his first time meeting the Lord of Taiping City, he couldn't help but be a little shocked by Rosen's youth, handsomeness, and domineering attitude. After all, he is so young and has such strength, he should not be underestimated. He gripped his sword tightly, looked behind Rosen, and saw no one coming out. He swallowed hard and said tremblingly, "Where are my two companions? What did you do to them? Are you talking about the Blood Evil Alliance's blood? What's the blood?" Rosen turned his head to glance at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun quickly reminded, "Bloodbath the sky." "Yes, Shui Shitian and Yinyang Zhenin Sangtian, they are both dead." Rosen's tone was calm, but it stirred up huge waves in Lu Feng's heart. "What? Dead?" He was stunned and felt a chill down his spine. "If you don't surrender, I will send people to take action. Come, kill them all." Rosen waved his hand slightly. This made Lu Feng and the dozens of lords behind him hair stand on end. Are matters of life and death so insignificant? Without waiting for Lu Feng to speak, the other lords dropped their weapons and shouted, Wait, sir. I surrender. I am the lord of the vomiting territory. I can make all my soldiers surrender." "Oh, let him come over." Rosen nodded. Seeing this, the others dropped their weapons and shouted, "Sir, I surrender too. I am the lord of a poor and destitute territory. I surrender too. I am." Everyone surrendered. Lu Feng was the only one left at the scene. The legs of the middle-aged man Lu Feng kept shaking, but now that things had come to this, there was only one way to go, which was surrender. So he dropped his weapons and began to surrender like the other lords. Soon, this group of leaders was controlled by Rosen. In the distant camp, the shouting and killing continued. Although they had more than 4,000 people, Rosen had only more than 2,000. But the previous ambush caused them to lose a lot of people. Now they were on the verge of collapse and were about to be completely disbanded. So under Rosen's order, Lu Feng and dozens of lords immediately appeared on the battlefield and asked everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. Seeing their leader surrender, the people they brought with them also laid down their weapons. The soldiers of the Blood Evil Alliance and Yinyang Town were even more unable to stop them and surrendered as well. Soon, the entire situation was completely under control. All the soldiers surrendered their weapons, and the lords gathered in front of Rosen's tent, awaiting their fate. Who organized this night attack? Come out and tell us. Rosen sat on a chair with a table in front of him. Kitano, Zhao Yun, Lucy and others stood beside Rosen. So majestic. Many lords knelt on the ground, trembling. Sir, it was sent by 2 alliances in 1 town. The other 2 lords are already dead. They are the 2 just carried out of your tent, and the other one is him. A lord quickly identified Lu Feng, the leader of the Lu Feng alliance. Lu Feng shuddered immediately and said quickly, It's me. Please forgive me, sir. I am willing to lead all the people in my territory and submit to you. Rosen sneered and said calmly, I have no grudge against you, yet you're trying to harm me. Come on, take him out and chop him up. Yes. 2 soldiers in golden armor immediately stepped forward. One of them held down one of Lu Feng's arms and dragged him away. Lu Feng was so frightened that he urinated and excreted urine. Suddenly, a foul smell came from his pants. He struggled in panic and shouted, Please spare me, sir. Please spare me. The sound spread farther and farther. Puff! The sound of cutting watermelon came from a distance, and the shouting disappeared, making everyone shudder. Sir, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve you and atone for our sins. Yes, please forgive us, sir. We are weak and alone, and were threatened by 2 alliances in 1 town. We were forced to act like this. Please spare our lives. Dozens of lords, representing dozens of territories, were so frightened that they kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Rosen said calmly, You all come from the 3 major territories. If anyone has a say in the larger territories, come out and speak. Yes. I am an ally of the Blood Demon Alliance and have a certain say in the Blood Demon Alliance. I am the vassal lord of Yinyang Town, and I hold a certain status in the town. I am a member of the Lu Feng Alliance. 3 people crawled out tremblingly. P.S. The holidays are over, and it's time to go back to school and work. Come on, brothers. Chapter 160, Enfeoffment of the 3 major towns. 3 men of some status crawled up to Rosen tremblingly and reported their identities. These 3 people have certain strength around their respective camps. Although they are not strong, they are not weak either. Now that their leader has been killed, they only want to escape this disaster. Although he was very scared, he did not dare to deny his identity. Because there are other lords around, if someone betrays them, they will be doomed. It is better to admit it generously. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Seeing the 3 people begging for mercy, Rosen did not speak immediately, but stared at them in thought. Killing these people is far less useful than keeping them alive. Rosen was thinking about how to stay. Should he collect the Lord's guide and let them go, or let them go back and recruit the remaining forces to submit to him? Rosen thought for a while, and suddenly a fragment sounded in his mind. It was a clip he had seen on TV before. The clip talks about the origin of the county system. This incident started when Qin conquered the 6 kingdoms. Emperor Qin Shi Huang divided the world into fiefdoms and summoned his ministers to ask which son should be sent to be the king to guard the distant territories. The ministers discussed the matter until Li Si stepped forward and dissuaded the first emperor. Li Si said that while enthroning a king is desirable, after many generations, blood ties weaken, and it is inevitable that the kings will become independent and detached from the imperial court. Just like the 7 kingdoms of the spring and autumn period, which began with the Zhou emperor enthroning a king and ultimately became enemies, they fought against each other. Li Si then proposed the county system, which has been used to later generations. Thinking of this, Rosen suddenly had an idea in his mind and said to the 3 people lightly, Submit to me? Do you have the qualifications? Sir, what qualifications are required? We will definitely get it, and we will never refuse even if it means going through fire and water. The 3 people saw that they were not doomed to die, so they expressed their opinions excitedly. But Rosen didn't believe their lies. They are willing to do anything to survive now. So how could they be willing to jump into a sea of fire? But I don't need them to go into the sea of fire. Rosen said calmly, I want you to go back and conquer the remaining territories and rebuild your original power. Of course, the people behind you will support you and help you. Yes. Don't worry, sir. The group of people behind him immediately expressed their opinions when they saw that they also had a chance to survive. Seeing this, Rosen said calmly, The Blood Evil Alliance will be renamed Blood Evil Town, the Lu Feng Alliance will be renamed Lu Feng Town, and Yinyang Town will remain Yinyang Town. After you return, gather the remaining forces under the name of Taiping City. I will also appoint 3 of you as mayors, and the rest as deputy mayors. From now on, you will all be members of Taiping City. If you encounter any problems, you can ask for help from our city. What? Let us be mayors? This. Is this true? Suddenly, all the lords were shocked. They used to be subordinates of others, but now they have become the masters of their own affairs. And there is Taiping City to help. This is so cool. Who says submission means only exploitation? Submit, and you will still have the rights of a high official. With the name of Taiping City, it would be easier for them to do things. When they subjugate the remaining tribes, they would definitely not resist when they heard that they had submitted to Taiping. After all, the boss is dead, and they should take over. Thank you, Lord. I obey your command. I will definitely subdue all the remaining troops and serve you, my lord. I will also assist the mayors in taking the mayoral throne. Everyone expressed their opinions again. Rosen took out the Lord's guide with satisfaction and said calmly, "Come here and acknowledge your master by blood." Then, everyone began to line up to drip blood to recognize their master. After the blood was shed, these people became Rosen's vassal lords, and their loyalty could be gauged by their numbers. As for why Rosen didn't take over the business himself, the reason is simple: the distance is too far. After annexation, troops have to be stationed there, which is too time-consuming. It would be better to directly establish a town center, which would make it easier to unify it later. The town center is equivalent to the distribution center for express delivery. Even if someone invades, we can quickly gather troops to resist, or we can delay them and ask the commander-in-chief for help. If small vassal territories in the surrounding area are invaded, troops can be quickly dispatched from the town center. If you don't send troops to rescue, you will be held accountable. This is also an effective way to control them. It's much less troublesome than direct annexation. Anyway, sooner or later I will unify the whole region. It would be a waste of time to annex the lazy territory now. As for why Rosen made this decision, there is also a reason. Because he found that the power of faith of his subjects could not enhance his strength. His power of faith has reached more than 10,000 people. Most of them come from his own territory and the people in the vassal territories who farm. But he has always maintained the peak level of martial artist, with no signs of breakthrough at all. This made Rosen suspect that his realm had reached the peak of the power of faith, and he felt that it could not be improved by relying on numbers, so he did this. Even if we continue to annex them and make them loyal to us, it will not improve our strength, so there is no need to conquer them one by one. By then, the time has come to unify the vast domain. Within the vast domain, only one force will have the final say. Then, the county system will be implemented, and power will be centralized. In this way, the power of the entire vast domain will be directly held, which will be simpler and more effective. It seems that I can only rely on myself to practice from now on. Rosen muttered and went back to the tent to rest. After the crisis was resolved, the soldiers went back to rest and waited to set off again the next day. Rosen and Kitano lived in a tent. Lucy lives with Miaoyan Mingyu. After all, when they were on an expedition, even if Rosen and Kitano lived together, they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. We were all so close to each other, it would be embarrassing if someone heard us. So we can only use some silent methods. Bite. The next morning, the army continued to march forward. That afternoon, the army arrived at an area 400 miles away from Taiping City. The place is filled with smoke and ruins are everywhere. Even when Rosen and others passed through several territories, they found that they had been abandoned for a long time, and the corpses of the people in the territories were stinking. It can be seen how terrible the war here is. And this is exactly the territory of the former Fantasy Sword Alliance. The soldiers who watched these scenes were all moved by how blessed they were to have a powerful territory to protect them. Rosen also lifted the curtain, sat in the carriage, and looked around. In the distance, there was still black smoke drifting by. It goes without saying whose territory was burned down. Hualalala. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from the front. They were covered in blood, their clothes were torn, and they were running and crawling. We're fucked. A mournful voice was heard, and dozens of dejected figures stood there. At the same time, many soldiers rushed out from the surrounding forests and surrounded them. But at this moment, everyone discovered the existence of Rosen's army and were all stunned. He stood at the edge of the forest, not daring to take a step forward. Sir, what should we do? Wait, look at that man in the carriage. Chapter 161, The War-Torn Fantasy, Sword Territory. The leader of the escape was stunned. He looked at Rosen in the carriage in disbelief and said in shock, "Look, is he the lord of Taiping City?" "Sir, it's really him." "Yes, it's him. He was the one who captured us last time." The subordinates also looked at Rosen in shock. Then, the two men immediately dropped their weapons and ran towards Rosen, crying out loudly as they ran, "Master General, Master General." "Stop. Who are you?" The army immediately stopped the two men. The man quickly said, "Brother officer, I am the vassal lord of Taiping City. Sir, please save me." After saying that, He continued shouting at Rosen. Rosen looked calm, saw the situation at the scene. This person was indeed his vassal lord. He once joined the Fantasy Sword Alliance to attack him, but was eventually destroyed and captured. The captured lords then became vassals under their own city and paid ransom to redeem themselves. I haven't seen him for a few days, and I didn't expect that he would be chased by someone. It seems that the situation here is indeed chaotic. No matter what, this man was also his vassal. Rosen immediately waved his hand and said lightly, "Let him in." The soldiers received the order and let the man in. The man's hair and beard were covered in dirt, and his body was so dirty that it seemed he had been through countless battles. He walked towards Rosen excitedly, but he walked too fast and fell to the ground. Then he crawled to Rosen's carriage and cried pitifully, "Sir, help me, woo-woo. Are they here to hunt you down?" Rosen asked expressionlessly, looking at the hesitant soldiers in the distant forest. The vassal lord trembled and cried, "Woo-woo, my lord, I have absolutely not caused any trouble. It is these remnants who want to annex each other and capture lords everywhere. My territory has been destroyed, and other vassal lords are dead or disabled. I hope my lord can make a decision for us." "Oh, tell me about the situation here and the distribution of power," Rosen continued to ask. To be in charge, one must also understand the distribution of power and the trends of forces here. The vassal lord immediately explained to Rosen, "Sir, since the dissolution of the Phantom Sword Alliance, many people in the nearby territories have risen up and formed other alliances. Currently, there are only a few hundred people in these small alliances, about 6 or 7 in total, occupying a defense area of 100 miles. They are also constantly expanding outward, occupying surrounding territories. The 3 small alliances that are pursuing me are clearing out the surrounding territories." As the vassal lord explained to Rosen, 3 lords also walked out of the forest. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be a leader-level lord. The 3 of them chatted among themselves for a while, and then one of them stepped out and shouted to the Rosen army, "I wonder which lord is passing through here? Please don't interfere with our affairs." "Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our lord like that?" Zhao Yun shouted loudly, and the sound was heard 300 meters away, making everyone's ears dizzy and secretly frightened. "General, we have no intention of offending your lord, but this man has a grudge against us, and we must capture him." The man was startled and spoke in a polite tone. Especially the golden armor of Zhao Yun and the surrounding soldiers made him dare not offend them. He was also thinking that if a big shot passed by, he would definitely not care about them, so he asked for it. Because every lord's guide is a precious resource, they don't want to give it up. But unexpectedly, it angered the general. So at this moment his attitude became extremely polite. Zhao Yun looked at Rosen. Rosen had also finished listening to the vassal lord's report at this moment. According to him, the area around here is very chaotic. The 7 or 8 remnants each formed their own forces and swallowed up other individual businesses. And the scope is still expanding. Each of these 7 or 8 small alliances has developed hundreds of people. Taken together, it is even more powerful than the Fantasy Sword Alliance during its heyday. They are just scattered and no one is convinced by the other. "Don't worry, you are my vassal, of course I will save you." Rosen nodded and looked at the vassal lord with kindness. The vassal lord immediately burst into tears of gratitude, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Because of his time in Taiping City, he got to know Rosen and became more convinced of his character. He was so grateful that he even wanted to kiss Rosen's shoes to express his respect. It's a pity that one is on the ground and the other is on the car, so they can't reach each other. "Thank you very much, General. I will never forget it." He kowtowed heavily. "Okay, take your people and go watch from the side." Waving his hand, Rosen looked at Zhao Yun and said calmly, "Zilong, take them all down." "Yes." Zhao Yun received the order and immediately drew his golden sword. He swung it vigorously at the crowd in the forest and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The soldiers rushed towards the crowd like a swarm of bees. Suddenly, the poorly equipped soldiers in the forest were shocked. "What should I do? They are coming to kill me. 3 leaders, do you want to fight? Fuck you, run." The 3 alliance leaders immediately led the escape. Faced with the big man in golden armor, they didn't dare to resist at all. But running away is unnecessary. These people could not outrun the Taiping army, who were training all day. They were soon caught up, and a fierce fight ensued. Far away, on the carriage, Rosen looked at the sky. It's already afternoon. Although it was still some time before dark, they couldn't march far, so they waved to the trembling vassal lord beside them and said, "Take us to your territory. We need to rest and regroup tonight." "Yes, please follow me, sir." The vassal lord immediately led the way cautiously. Although Zhao Yun led a large army to charge, Rosen was still surrounded by many cavalry and hundreds of infantry, and was still on high alert. Soon, led by the vassal lord, the army arrived at a flat territory. The log walls stood, but many of them fell down. The gate was completely broken, and there were signs of fire in the yard. Simply put, this territory is almost in ruins. Fortunately, the terrain is flat, and you can see 1,000 meters away at a glance. My lord, this is my territory. There is not much food at home, and I have nothing to offer you. Please forgive me. The vassal lord carefully followed Rosen and explained. Rosen got out of the car and stood on the grass to enjoy the breeze, allowing other soldiers to set up camp. Kitano Nozomi, Lucy, and Miaoyun Mingyu all followed Rosen. 1 man and 4 women, plus a few golden-armored soldiers and several vassal lords, formed a unique landscape. Rosen, with his hands behind his back, looked at the distant hilltop and said calmly, "It's okay. I think the terrain here is good. It is indeed a battleground for military strategists, and it is also the central route to the northern checkpoint. No wonder so many small alliances are fighting for it." Chapter 162, Re-establishing the Fantasy Sword Town, Part 3. Your Excellency is correct, the vassal leader said quickly. Within 100 miles of the area, on the left is Phantom Sword Mountain, named after the Phantom Sword Alliance. On the right is Brokeback Mountain, where the Brokeback brothers died in battle. The Brokeback brothers were the second largest alliance nearby, formed by 2 men who were murdered by the former Phantom Sword Alliance strategist. The vassal lord explained the surrounding terrain one by one. However, when he heard the word military advisor, Rosen was obviously stunned. It seems that many people already have military advisors, so I asked curiously, is the military advisor still alive? Is he very powerful? Sir, that military advisor is a woman, cold as stone and extremely sinister. Her name is Shun Xiaoxiao. I heard she stole a horse from the remnants of the Phantom Sword Alliance and ran away. Her whereabouts are unknown. What? Shun Xiaoxiao? Rosen was stunned. The vassal lord quickly said, "Yes, what's the matter, sir? Do you know military advisor Shin? I guess I know her." The image of Shun Xiaoxiao appeared in Rosen's mind. It was a perfect body, without a trace of fat, and it frightened her so much that she turned pale in front of it. Thinking of her putting her legs together and trying to cover herself, Rosen couldn't help but smile. Looking at Miaoyun and Mingyu, who remained expressionless when they heard their master's name, Rosen found it even funnier. It turns out that Shun Xiaoxiao is someone else's military advisor. With that kind of brain, how could they be a military strategist? How stupid must those 2 Brokeback brothers be to successfully carry out their conspiracy? Rosen waved his hand, asking the vassal lord to retreat, and took out the lord's guide and sent a message to the vassal group. Coordinates, the former Phantom Sword Alliance territory. All nearby lords, please bring your troops here. I await your arrival to discuss the great cause of unification. Receive. Yes, sir. Yes. 7 more people in the group immediately replied. Some people couldn't stand the chaos of war and fled towards Rosen's territory. They had already fled dozens of miles away, but after seeing the news, they had no choice but to rush back again. Of course, some dead lords cannot be restored. Although they were once members of the Fantasy Sword Alliance, the Fantasy Sword was broken and the situation was hopeless. This time when they came back, they all became prey to others. Especially after paying a high ransom, it becomes even more difficult to develop. The sky gradually darkened. Torches were raised and inserted in every corner, illuminating the earth in the darkness. Da-da-da. The earth trembled, and Zhao Yun returned with his army. A dense crowd of people, carrying countless prisoners, returned to the camp. The people of the vassal territory were completely shocked. Is this the strength of the leader? It's really terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of the vassal subjects, Zhao Yun brought more than 20 captured lords to Rosen. Kneel down, Zhao Yun shouted. The soldiers simply pinned the lords to the ground. Sir, we have killed 600 enemy soldiers and captured 27 lords, 3 of whom are alliance leaders. Zhao Yun reported the battle situation one by one. Rosen nodded and said, "Very good. Drag the 3 of them out and chop them up." Yes. Zhao Yun waved his hand, and several soldiers came up and dragged the 3 alliance leaders out. The 3 leaders were so frightened that they were pissing their shit out of their wits. They didn't care about their dignity in the face of life and death, and shouted loudly, "Mercy, mercy!" Puff! With a wave of his hand and a slash of his sword, 3 heads fell to the ground, shocking the entire audience. After the execution, Rosen turned his attention to the other lords and said calmly, "I am Rosen, the lord of Taiping City. From now on, all the territories between the 2 mountains are included in my territory and are under my jurisdiction." Yes, yes, yes. As you command, as you command." Everyone nodded quickly, fearing that their heads would fall off after they nodded. "Since everyone has no objection, I will officially declare this place Huanjin Town. General Zhao Yun will temporarily serve as the mayor. Please cooperate with him to restore order." Rosen directly stated his plan. Everyone dared not disobey and immediately nodded to show their cooperation. Then, Rosen took out the Lord's Guide and continued, "Come here and acknowledge your master with blood." Everyone obediently lined up to shed blood and became Rosen's vassal territory. Although they are vassals, the Lord's Guide cannot control their loyalty and can only show their territory information. That's why Rosen left Zhao Yun behind to restore order and build the town center. He also notified other nearby vassal territories. At that time, he will cooperate with Zhao Yun to rule. After all this was done, the major lords were gathered together, and under Rosen's orders, they mobilized their troops and surrendered most of the soldiers in their territories. All these soldiers were assigned to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun began to attack the more notorious alliance overnight and carried out a decapitation operation in the middle of the night. Rosen's soldiers, together with the soldiers of these lords, suddenly added nearly 1,000 people. It was only a matter of time for Zhao Yun to take their 1,000 men and his own 2,000 men and behead all the major alliances. There was no problem of strength at all. Woke up the next day. Zhao Yun also came back. All the more ferocious alliance leaders within a radius of dozens of miles were beheaded, and the territories of dozens of families were taken over again. Moreover, at Rosen's call, the lords of the vassal territories who had been vassals earlier also brought their men. The strength they gathered here increased again. Even if we don't count the 3,000 people brought by Rosen, there are also 1,500 vassal soldiers gathered here. Rosen called all the vassal lords and held a meeting with them. He ordered, "Last night's beheading only killed the nearby forces, but if there is no immediate worry, there must be long-term concerns, so all the major forces between the two mountains must be subdued. You must cooperate with General Zilong to subdue the surrounding forces and establish a township center." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. Rosen continued, "Zilong, after you subdue the surrounding forces, remember to expand a town-level territory to form the central territory of Phantom Sword. I'll also leave you 500 men, and with their 500, it will be more than enough. Anyone who dares to disobey your orders will be executed first and reported later." "Yes." Zhao Yun immediately bowed. Then, Rosen stood up and said, "All right, let's disband. Our army will continue its march." So under the gaze of everyone, the army of 2,500 people continued their journey northward. This time, Kitano Nozomi and Lucy rode in the same carriage with Rosen. Lucy and Kitano Wang were puzzled by Rosen's behavior over the past 2 days. They asked in confusion, "Lord, why do you want to help others build towns? This way, if they become too big, they won't pose a threat to us." Yes. When I was in the tribe, the orcs would destroy other tribes or enslave them all. Only in this way could they become stronger." Lucy also responded. Rosen chuckled, but they both didn't understand. If I had not experienced 9 years of compulsory education, I probably wouldn't understand it. Chapter 163, The Secret of Beast Mountain. In fact, the purpose of doing this is very simple. Establish a unified gathering center, appoint loyal subordinates to take charge, and compress the territory's strength. This is the only way it will last long. When people are needed in the future, they can be transferred from local governments. Whatever we need, we will try to collect it from local authorities. This process is so cool. Anyway, the people in the territory are currently unable to continue to improve their strength. Rosen thought for a moment and then began to explain to them. "I am establishing a centralized system of authority and implementing a prefecture county system. The purpose of establishing towns is to consolidate surrounding territories and enhance local strength. First, the individual is a territory, and above the territory are towns. The township is the seat of power within the territory and serves as the dispatching center. Controlling a township is equivalent to controlling all the surrounding small territories. Also, although the towns are temporarily under the jurisdiction of the consul general, as their power grows, we'll need to further divide them. That means establishing larger power centers. I've already chosen names for them, commanderies. Above these commanderies will be provincial power centers, and the consul general will be the center of all power. The village establishes a town, the town establishes a county capital, and the county capital selects the provincial capital. The province governs the county governs the town governs the village, and I govern the world." Hiss! The two women gasped in shock. They didn't expect Rosen's ambition to be so huge. This layered distribution of details was simply perfect and irreplaceable, making them once again feel extremely admiring of Rosen. The two women's eyes began to shine, and they felt that the Lord was truly a god descended from heaven. Of course, Miaoyun and Mingyu, the two girls on both sides of the carriage, also thought so. Zhao Yun was not there, and the two of them were protecting Rosen's carriage closely, so they naturally heard Rosen's explanation. My impression of Rosen changed drastically again, rising straight to the point of admiration. The two women looked at each other on both sides of the horse, unable to hide the admiration in their eyes. The golden armor fits closely to the body, and the figure is curvy. The color of the horse, sitting upright, with contours and feeling, has a unique flavor. Especially when the two looked at each other and smiled at each other. The surrounding soldiers were stunned and drooled all over the floor. The army, heading north. Before I knew it, 2 more days had passed. Rosen and his army finally appeared in the northern region 800 miles away from the territory. There are few trees here and more grass. At a glance, you can see the entire floating earth. From time to time, some hills and mounds appeared around them, indicating that they had arrived at another area. Look, sir, there are people herding cattle in the distance. There is a minotaur among the cattle-herding boys. Kitano Wang was surprised again and again. She was so excited that she lifted the curtain with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Are the orcs and humans here so harmonious? Rosen looked expressionlessly. The army did not stop and continued to move forward. Seeing this, Lucy explained, actually, the orcs are divided into many small tribes. These small tribes live in harmony with humans. The only conflict is between the orc royal court and the major human factions. The major factions compete for resources and territory, so they can't tolerate each other. The major human factions are especially prone to capturing and enslaving orcs if their soldiers become powerful. Of course, they even enslave their own kind. Looking at the scene of humans and animals getting along, Lucy was neither surprised nor dissatisfied. She had long seen through the affairs between humans and animals. Lucy, I've always been curious about your tribe. Is it here? Why did you run to the central region? It's 800 miles away. How could a girl run so far? Kitano Nozomi also withdrew his gaze at this moment and grabbed Lucy's little hand. The two of them had clear and pleasant voices. Rosen closed his eyes and listened to them talking about the past. Lucy also looked up at the sky, recalling the past, and said quietly, among the orc tribes in the north, there is a large orc tribe with countless orcs living in it. They live in seclusion in the mountains on the border all year round, and they don't care about worldly affairs. The Minotaur King was famous and ruled the orc tribe, and his orcs lived and worked in peace and contentment. Until one day, the Minotaur King fell seriously ill, and the kobold leader rebelled. They broke into the king's court, killed the Minotaur King and many other Minotaur, and became the new king. However, the bull-headed king, who had ruled the court for many years, had many loyal subordinates. These subordinates fled the court with their few remaining tribesmen. However, they died one after another during the escape. Gradually, the fleeing group dwindled from a few hundred to a few dozen, then a handful, until only a few minotaurs and a kitten remained. Although Catwoman is a princess, she is the oldest in the fleeing team. All the elders who escorted her to escape died in the battle, so she took on the responsibility of raising the younger minotaurs. Day after day, year after year, the number of minotaurs that Catwoman brought with her decreased, until only 2 survived the pursuit, hunger and disease. But to avoid being found by the minotaurs, she headed west, searching for a place where she could survive. After hearing Lucy's words, Kitano Wang's face was distressed. He looked at her with pity in his eyes. You are the Catwoman, right? I didn't expect that you have such a hard time, but things will get better in the future. Yeah, thank you, Sister Kitano. Lucy nodded continuously. Rosen, standing by, also asked casually, how strong is the Orc King's court? They're quite powerful. The Wangting tribe is made up of more than a dozen types of orcs, with a total of more than 20,000 members, and they also have powerful Minotaur warriors. Lucy explained one by one. But don't worry, my lord. The orc court never leaves the mountain. Oh, there are abundant resources at the foot of the mountain. Why don't you go down the mountain? Rosen asked in confusion. Lucy immediately said, because this is the will of our ancestor. It is said that our ancestor was a demigod, capable of conquering heaven and earth. However, his lifespan eventually dried up, and upon his death, he left behind a test on the mountaintop. Only by passing the test can one obtain his pure bloodline. Furthermore, whoever obtains his bloodline can rule the entire orc tribe and lift the rule against leaving the mountain. The people of the tribe have always been trying to find a way to obtain the bloodline of their ancestors. Most of the orcs are very disciplined and do not leave the mountain, but a small number of them will secretly go down the mountain. I see. Rosen nodded and couldn't help but wonder if there really were demigods in this world. However, everyone can practice, so it seems reasonable to have demigods. But can demigods also die? Rosen pondered for a moment and continued. You are the orc princess. Does that mean you can lead the orcs again as long as you obtain the bloodline of your ancestors? Yes, but I never climbed the mountain when I was a child, because no one had ever reached the top. Also, Beast Mountain is a place revered by the orcs, and it is heavily guarded. If I show up, I will be captured by the kobolds, and it will be extremely difficult to regain power in the royal court. Even if I successfully reach the foot of the mountain, I am afraid I won't be able to climb up. Chapter 164, Human Beast Town. Lucy's voice was resentful. Rosen was stunned and fascinated by what he heard. He was not interested in any of that. What interested him was the Beast Mountain and the bloodline on the mountain. What exactly is bloodline, and can it be inherited? How dangerous is mountain climbing? Or is there a formation set up to block it? As a teenager in a new world, Rosen was full of yearning for these things. Practitioners have it, but even if they reach the level of great martial artist, they cannot fly. Is it true that people can fly through practice? Thinking of the magicians under his command and his own undead magic. Being able to use magic as a medium to summon the wind and cloud skeleton, it seems that everything is not that difficult to explain. Rosen pondered. Once I've conquered the domain pass, I'll take you to Beast Mountain. I want to see how bloodlines are inherited. Ah. Lucy was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Really? This? Lucy stared at Rosen blankly, her eyes full of helplessness and disbelief. She knew the strength of the Rosen territory. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it boasted a wide variety of powerful weapons and several formidable subordinates. While it wasn't strong enough to fight the orc tribe, no one should be able to stop them from escorting her to the foot of Beast Mountain. Because she is also an orc. The kingship was lost because of the kobolds' usurpation of the throne. Even if other tribes still support the dog-headed people, they will not stop themselves from landing on the Beast Mountain in front of the powerful human lord. Because making a pilgrimage to the ancestors is the right of every orc. Even sinners are no exception. Rosen nodded. Although he didn't say anything, his face was determined. Lucy was moved to tears. Kitano Nozomi silently wiped her tears. An hour later, the army stopped. Miaoyun and Minjiyushin's voices rang out beside the carriage, reminding them, Sir, we're here. Military advisor Zhuge is waiting to greet us. After hearing this, Rosen lifted the curtain and looked outside. Sure enough, a few hundred meters away, hundreds of people were seen lined up to welcome Rosen. The leaders were Zhuge Liang, Lu Bu, and Xiangyu. The three men were sitting high on their horses. When they saw Rosen's carriage curtain open, they immediately dismounted and waited. 1,000 meters behind the crowd, you can see tall houses and streets. No need to think, it must be where they are stationed. Grown-ups. As the carriage approached, 3 people knelt, and hundreds of people behind them also knelt. The situation at the scene was solemn and dignified. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, Greetings, Lord. The sound traveled hundreds of meters away, shocking everyone. No need to be polite. Rosen got off the carriage directly and chose to ride side by side with his 3 subordinates to understand the situation here. So the group walked towards the camp in the distance while reporting the situation to Rosen. The orcs quickly occupied an area of 100 miles around, consisting of both orc and human tribes. Because this place is close to the checkpoint city and there are many human and orc tribes around, they established a town center here, called the Human and Orc Town. The Human Beast Marketplace is jointly governed by orc and human lords, serving as a place for trade. They have also elected a human beast leader, an elderly human who oversees the overall situation. Furthermore, the Human Beast Alliance comprises over 40 human lords and over 10 orc tribes, totaling nearly 10,000 humans and beasts. However, they can only muster around 2,000 soldiers. We arrived this time to declare war on the orc tribe, stating our intention to rule this place. The orc tribe sent out 2,000 soldiers to fight, but we immediately slaughtered them. However, the 2 sides were only fighting for ownership of the territory, and there was no deep hatred, so there was no desperate fighting. The orc tribe knew they could not resist, so they surrendered to our Taiping city. Everything went smoothly. Zhuge Liang waved his fan and explained in detail to Rosen. Rosen was extremely satisfied with this and praised Zhuge Liang, saying, With Mr. Kong Ming's help, this lord has nothing to worry about. By the way, all the major lords are already waiting in the lord's mansion, just waiting for you to come and recognize your master. Zhuge Liang said again. Rosen nodded and said, Okay. Then, everyone walked straight towards the town. It is called a small town, but in fact it is just an enlarged territory without walls. The territory is filled with houses. Some houses have even been turned into inns and restaurants. There are also many people setting up stalls on the streets, selling various things, including weapons, food, etc. These people include humans and orcs, either a lord or a subject. It's very lively. Although this place was occupied, the transactions were not affected and were still proceeding in an orderly manner. Once we take over the domain gate, the market here will be more prosperous. Rosen muttered to himself, because the resources within the domain are more abundant. Those who have money go to Yuguan, and those who don't have money come here. I have to say that the leaders of this Orc Alliance are indeed smart. Of course, the most intelligent person is the lord of this territory. He actually came up with the idea of engaging in trade. This is much faster than developing on your own. Let people set up stalls and open shops, and collect taxes directly. A small amount of resources can also be collected from vassal territories. Everyone is happy. Enter the territory. Street vendors gave way. The army of more than 1,000 people brought by Rosen followed Xiang Yu directly to join their army. With the addition of 5,000 people and the 2,500 people he brought with him, the army directly expanded to more than 7,000 people. Looking across the entire plains, who could possibly produce a fully armed army of over 7,000 people? Not even a single alliance could produce one, let alone a single individual. When the news of these numbers spread, everyone in the human-animal town was shocked. What? More troops? Oh my God! An army of over 7,000 people. How can we resist this? It seems we have no choice but to surrender completely. Hey, the alliance boss has surrendered. There's nothing we can do. But as long as they don't mistreat us, that's fine. The lord who came from afar to trade was trembling on the roadside. Others' surrender has nothing to do with him. He is just a person who came from afar to make a deal, as long as he is not implicated. Of course, Rosen would not implicate those who came from the original path. What he wants is this strength and absolute control over the surroundings. By controlling the center of power, the surrounding small forces are also indirectly controlled. When there is nothing going on, they can develop freely, but they will be restricted by the nearby power center. When something happens, they dare not disobey just one order from you. Soon, Rosen and others entered the Lord's mansion under the support of several generals and golden armored guards. This is the initial territory of the Traverser. The houses outside were all built for trade expansion. This is a large yard surrounded by a brick wall. It can be seen that the leader of the Human-Beast Alliance also has certain strength. After all, making brick walls consumes a lot of resources. The gate was guarded by soldiers from Taiping City. Seeing the Lord in person, they all knelt on the ground in excitement and saluted. Chapter 165, Human-Beast Dispute, Part 3. Greetings, Lord. My Lord, be safe and sound. The soldiers were so excited that their hands were shaking. In their hearts, Lord Rosen was the spokesperson for the gods, as important and prestigious as the gods themselves. Thank you for your hard work. Get up quickly. Rosen also raised his hand to them kindly. Thank you, Lord. After a dozen soldiers stood up, they all stared at Rosen excitedly, their eyes filled with crazy admiration. Rosen smiled slightly and stepped over the threshold of the gate. Just entering the yard, a burst of chirping sounds came directly over. Looking closely, I saw a group of people talking in the yard. There are humans and orcs in the crowd. But there is no doubt that these people are all leaders of a group. Each of his subordinates has dozens or even hundreds of people. It was they who formed the Orc Alliance. Of course, there were some who were far away and did not come, let alone participate in the battle. These are all nearby lords, being close to the center of power. At this time, the leaders of various forces were whispering to each other. Military advisor Zhuge has gone to meet the commander-in-chief. Is the general the lord of Taiping City? Why is he here? Don't you know that with the recent events, many forces have begun to covet the checkpoints and are all mobilizing troops and selecting generals? It's understandable that the lord of Taiping City is here in person. I remember the heroes rising up 2 days ago. Yes, many powerful forces are moving towards us. It will be very lively here in the next few days. I didn't expect the Taiping City army to be so powerful, actually being able to mobilize 5,000 troops. I'm afraid only the Orc King's court in the Beast Mountain can fight against it. Alas, my king never leaves the mountain and doesn't care about what happens down there. I hope this lord isn't so cruel. If that doesn't work out, we'll just have to fight to the death. Everyone was whispering to each other. Several orc leaders also interjected from time to time. These orcs include minotaurs, cat people, tiger people, etc. Among them, the minotaurs are sturdy, the cats are slender, and the tigers are fat all over, each with its own characteristics. As soon as Rosen came in, he immediately startled everyone who was whispering to each other. When everyone looked back and saw that it was Zhuge Liang and the two generals who were super awesome to them, accompanied by Rosen who was walking in the front, they immediately understood that the next day he would definitely be the Lord of Taiping City. Although they were relatively certain of Rosen's identity, they still had strong doubts when they saw his appearance. Because the next day is too young. Moreover, his skin was white and smooth, like a woman's, and he didn't look like a lord who could rule over tens of thousands of people at all. In their minds, a lord who commands tens of thousands of people and has thousands of armored soldiers under his command should not be ferocious, but at least have eyes as sharp as copper bells and a body as strong as an ox. Therefore, they were very suspicious and all looked at Rosen and others with questioning eyes. Everyone, this is Lord Rosen, the lord of our Taiping City. Zhuge Liang shook his fan and introduced him to everyone lightly. At this moment, everyone was forced to believe the facts before their eyes, and they all bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord General." No need to be polite. Rosen uttered 2 words calmly, his face expressionless. The world is in turmoil, and the people are suffering. Everyone is trying to survive in peace in these troubled times. I, the Lord, have not come here to exploit you. I only want peace in the world, for all the people to be united, and only by sticking together can we find warmth. From now on, this place will be incorporated into the territory of Taiping City. You can live your life as you wish, and I will not interfere. I just hope that you can abide by the law and develop steadily. Yes. Everyone answered in unison and continued to listen attentively. Seeing this, Rosen continued, "Since I have taken over this place, to avoid war, all territories within this territory will reduce their armed forces. As for your safety, I will naturally be responsible for it. Also, your alliance's armed forces can only retain a portion in the town center for emergency response, and the rest must be incorporated into the general force." "Sir, what about our orcs' armed forces?" A tiger man with patterns all over his body couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Rosen said calmly, "The orc forces are disbanded. Those who do not wish to disband can form their own orc troop. Orc troop can be stationed here, but they must be stationed separately and accept the command of the commander-in-chief." After hearing the answer given by Rosen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Reducing the armed forces and separating troops to serve under the general consulate is all acceptable. As long as you don't change them, it will just cost you more human resources. So everyone had no objection. After all, you can't win a fight even if you have a disagreement. You might just be killed as a warning to others. Since the general has said so, we are relieved. Yes, the Lord Commander is merciful. Everyone started to compliment him. Of course, the one who took the lead in flattering was actually the Lord who had secretly been willing to be loyal to Taiping City. Those people had long been bribed by Zhuge Liang with promises of fame and fortune. In that case, come and acknowledge your master. Rosen walked towards the meeting hall and took out the Lord's guide and placed it on the table. Many leaders began to line up to recognize their master. Except for orcs, of course. They don't have a Lord's guide. After some inquiries, they found out that the recognition of the master had nothing to do with them, which made them so angry that they could only stare blankly. As everyone acknowledged their master, Rosen continued to command, "Zhuge Liang, I'm here." Zhuge Liang stepped forward immediately. Rosen said, "Immediately mobilize all the armed forces at hand and then distribute them." Yes. Zhuge Liang did it immediately. Lu Bu and Xiang Yu stayed beside Rosen. The hall was bustling with activity. After half an hour of blood oath, Rosen put away the Lord's guide and was about to announce that everyone would have dinner together when a sudden commotion was heard outside the hall. The noise became increasingly chaotic and spread directly into the hall. "What happened?" Rosen asked calmly. 2 golden-armored guards immediately walked in and reported, "Sir, it's Miss Lucy." After Miss Lucy entered, she was stopped by the chief of the Cat tribe and the chief of the Minotaur tribe, and she also had an argument with the 2 female generals. "What?" Rosen stood up immediately. They actually had a dispute at such an important moment. Do they really not regard him as the consul general? Go out and take a look. Rosen walked straight out. The other lords were shocked and looked at each other. Because these orc chiefs had a good relationship with them, they really couldn't bear to see them being punished. Moreover, having a dispute with the general is no small matter. Everyone hurriedly followed him out, hoping to find an opportunity to plead for the orc leader. "I say again, let her go, or we will be rude. Princess Lucy, come to me. I'll see who can stop you today. At worst, we and the humans will die together." Clang, clang, clang. Whoever dares to touch Miss Lucy, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 166, 100 Leaders Banquet. The first 2 sentences were said by the orc. The unsheathing of the iron sword and the female voice that followed were produced by Miaoyun and Mingyu. Rosen walked out expressionlessly and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" After saying that, he also turned his gaze to the minotaurs and cat people, his eyes full of displeasure. Upon seeing this, the orc quickly knelt on one knee, clasped his fists in front of Rosen, and said, "Forgive me, sir. It's just that Lucy is my orc princess. We discovered that she was being controlled by these two female generals, so we started arguing. Grown-ups." Miao Yumingyu immediately clasped his fists and explained. They saw Miss Lucy and immediately surrounded her with their orcs. I stopped them to protect Miss Lucy and Butler Kitano. After hearing the explanations from the two groups, Rosen immediately understood. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. He looked at the orc leader and said, "Lucy works in my territory and is also a member of my territory. Her identity is your business, but her identity is my business. If you have any problems, don't you know how to report it?" Rosen's tone gradually grew colder, and he said in a cold voice, "Those who have surrounded me without my permission are openly challenging my authority and committing insubordination. Come on. Exist." The golden armored guards stepped forward immediately. The situation on the scene suddenly became delicate. The other lords were all alert and worried. The orc and the two orcs all shuddered in their hearts. At this moment, no one dared to speak for them. "Catch them both," Rosen said coldly. Clang, clang, clang. The golden armored guards immediately drew their swords and pointed them at the two orc leaders. The orc leader didn't react at all and was completely panicked. He looked around, not knowing what to do. In any case, they did challenge the authority of the consul general. Looking at the other orc leaders who were hiding far away, as well as those human leaders with whom they had a slightly better relationship, no one spoke up for them at this moment, which made the two orc leaders feel chilled. Grown-ups. At this time, Lucy suddenly walked out from the protection of the female soldiers. She knelt down in front of Rosen with a plop, the tail on her buttocks quietly dropped, and she begged, "Sir, please don't hurt them. Catwoman is my own tribe, and the Minotaur tribe is our best friends. They are also concerned about my safety. Please don't blame me." Lucy pleaded in person. The patriarchs of the two orc tribes were deeply moved. Rosen felt amused when he saw this. "Can't you see that I'm establishing your authority?" Rosen continued coldly. "Since you've already pleaded for mercy, I'll let this go for your sake. If it happens again, I won't show any mercy. Yes, I absolutely won't dare to do that again. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy." Upon seeing this, the two orc chiefs quickly knelt down to express their gratitude. Rosen waved his hand and said calmly, "Let's go." After that, he was accompanied by everyone to a separate house in the Lord's mansion. This was the resting place of the former Lord, but now it belongs to Rosen. The yard is very small, much smaller than my own yard. But the facilities are quite complete. After all, there are trading centers within a radius of hundreds of miles around, and anything can be bought as long as there are supplies. Enter the courtyard. Lucy did not follow in, but stayed outside to reminisce with the Minotaur and the cat people, talking about their lives over the years and their future plans. When the Minotaurs heard that Big Bull and Second Bull were still alive, they were all shocked. Especially when he learned that it was still Rosen who was supporting them. He immediately regretted his impulsiveness and even wanted to apologize immediately. Because these two little calves are his brother's sons, and his brother was once a great general in the royal court. They are his brother's only bloodline. The Minotaurs have their own excitement, and the cat people have their own excitement. When the cat people learned that Rosen was going to take Lucy to the top of Beast Mountain, they were also excited. Because the cat tribe member is the woman of the former Bull King, that is, Lucy's mother. Lucy's return to power is definitely a great blessing for them. So at this moment, the two groups of orcs completely changed their views of Rosen. The two looked at each other and went straight to the backyard with Lucy to meet Rosen. After seeing Rosen, he knelt on the ground and declared his loyalty. "I, the chief of the Minotaur tribe, will be loyal to you, Lord. My cat tribe also swears allegiance to the Lord until death. I hope the Lord will treat Princess Lucy well and allow her to connect with us orcs." Both of them had their own thoughts, hoping that Lucy could gain the upper hand in front of Rosen and have certain strength of her own. Even if the landing on Beast Mountain fails, we can use human forces and orc forces to regain the throne. Rosen also saw it very clearly and had no objection to it. Instead, he thought it was better this way. Orcs are easier to control. However, humans are bound to be dissatisfied when they control orcs. Rosen said calmly, "Lucy is my most loyal friend and has helped me with many things. She is very capable. Since you want Lucy to participate, that's fine. Lucy will obey your orders. I'm here." Lucy hurried forward to obey the order. Rosen said, This lord appoints you as the leader of the orcs, commanding all the orcs in this area. Thank you, Lord. Lucy knelt on the ground excitedly and kowtowed heavily. She finally waited for this day. In Taiping Town, she worked diligently and hard just to get Rosen's help. Although she is a girl, deep down she has always harbored the ambition to revive the royal court. And they, until this moment, gave her hope. So she was very grateful to Rosen. Although she is Rosen's subordinate and the orcs she leads are loyal to Rosen, this does not prevent her from rebuilding the royal court. After all, if the royal court doesn't go down the mountain, the orcs at the foot of the mountain won't go up the mountain. As long as she could avenge herself, regain her father's legacy, and become Rosen's subordinate, she would have no complaints. Thank you, Lord. The other two orcs also kowtowed. With a wave of his hand, Rosen let them leave. Just some orc tribes, not worth mentioning. Lucy is a kind-hearted woman, so it doesn't matter if I leave it to her. Night. The Lord surrendered due to Rosen's arrival. A grand dinner was held at the Lord's mansion. All the nearby lords joined in, whether orcs or humans. The bald leader gathered nearly 100 people. The scale is extremely grand. Because the lords from far away heard about it and came to pledge allegiance, the number of people increased. The courtyard of the Lord's mansion was filled with tables and chairs. The fragrant barbecued meats were served on the table one by one. There are not only barbecues, but also juices and vegetables. The delicious food on the table once again refreshed their three views. Even lords like them rarely eat these things on weekdays. And these are all military rations that Rosen brought from the headquarters. In other words, the food the army eats during marches and battles is something they envy. But they are not completely useless. In order to show their loyalty, everyone represented their own territory at the banquet and prepared gifts for Rosen. Chapter 167, arriving one after another. After all, they have become your boss. They have come from afar without stealing your things. Isn't the purpose of the army traveling such a long distance to seize territory and resources? Even though they are not strong, you should at least have some self-awareness and show some appreciation. Otherwise, you will force others to ask you for it, which will be awkward. Right or not? Everyone came to the table and began to offer gifts. The first one to stand up was the cat tribe leader. He was a small, creamy man with a tail. He respectfully cupped his fists towards Rosen, who was seated in the main seat in front of him, and said, "To thank the Lord Commander for his kindness, on behalf of the cat tribe, I offer you 30 jars of cat wine. Please accept them." As soon as he finished speaking, a cat man appeared, holding the jar of wine and handed it to Rosen's soldiers in public. Rosen waved his hand and said, "Today is a good day. The cat tribe leader just sent some wine. We can all enjoy it together. Come, distribute the wine to everyone." The soldiers began to distribute it as soon as they received the order. Everyone watching was looking forward to it. After all, there is not much manhwa wine, and the amount sold every day is also small. There are very few lords who can afford to drink it regularly. I'm very excited to drink it today. Then a second person began to offer gifts. He is the Tauren chieftain. He stood up, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "On behalf of the Minotaur, I present 2 iron treasure chests to the Lord Commander. I heard that only human lords can open these treasure chests, so they are very valuable. I give them to the Lord Commander." Oh, Rosen sat up straighter, not expecting an unexpected gain. Send treasure chest. I'm afraid only orcs can do this. So he immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, please sit down." Hiss, did I hear it right? Sending a treasure chest? Oh no, this isn't the first time the Minotaur has been so aggressive. No way, the Tauren makes a living by their strength, and they often go mining and sell it, so they find a lot of treasure chests. Yeah, we must have pushed the price of the treasure chests too low, so people are not selling them and are keeping them for gifts. Everyone looked confused, but the gift-giving process continues. Everyone stood up one by one and said what they had given. Of course, those who can stand out will generally not give bad gifts. Those small lords who were unable to present their gifts were too embarrassed to stand up, so they handed them over directly. After listening to everyone's reports, Rosen also knew what they had received. Someone is giving me some iron. A few dozen pieces. Someone sent me a bow and arrow blueprint. Some people even sent captured wild animals. Someone also gave away 2 sets of silk clothes. Rosen was amazed. Because silk is so hard to come by. Although the silkworms he raised spun silk, no one knew how to make it. If they wanted to use the crafting table to make it with one click, they needed a blueprint. Without the blueprint, they needed someone who knew how to make it, so the silk remained unmade. So when Rosen saw the gorgeous silk clothes, he couldn't help but be surprised. 1 set for men and 1 set for women. It is painted with a variety of colors, which looks gorgeous and feels very smooth to the touch. Rosen immediately gave the women's clothing to Kitano Wang and kept the men's clothing for himself. If he wasn't hosting a dinner party, he would have been eager to try it on. The feel of this is not even on the same level as linen clothes. After the offerings were made, everyone began to eat and drink. Rosen also picked up a bowl of wine and took a sip. I have to say that the local wine is really not tasty. Even though it didn't taste good, it was still delicious to those lords who hadn't had beer for a long time. They drank it down like a cow drinking water. The night is getting darker. After eating and drinking, everyone dispersed. Rosen also returned to the carefully tidied room. Rosen lay on the bed, holding the Lord Guide, and added the lords he had conquered today to the group one by one. The number of people in the group has also increased from dozens to more than 100. In other words, there were more than 100 vassal territories directly under Rosen. There are still many territories that have not been handed over but are located in other towns. If all of them were added together, Rosen felt that the total number of his vassal territories should be around 300. Although they were not added, Rosen still had absolute control over them. What does it mean to have absolute control over a territory of more than 200 families? If Rosen needs soldiers, he can directly transfer them from the 300 territories. Even if a territory has only 80 people, by only mobilizing 20 of them, an army of 6,000 people can be mobilized from all directions in a short period of time. Moreover, mobilizing so many troops will not cause any serious damage to the vassal territories. This is a terrifying force, especially since I don't need to support them. Although other forces are annexing the population, as the number of people increases, consumption will also increase, making it difficult to feed a large population. Unless all the old and weak are killed, leaving only the young and strong. But if you destroy other people's territories, they will definitely not follow you. And they might even want revenge. Sir, does it look good? As Rosen lowered his head to play with the Lord's Guide, Kitano Nozomi's voice rang out faintly. There was a hint of charm in the voice. When Rosen looked up, he was immediately struck by a sense of amazement, which made his heart tremble violently. It turns out that women can be this beautiful? Rosen looked straight at Kitano Nozomi. The texture is curvy and silky smooth. She is like a goddess who is dressed up carefully, and one look at her will make you fall in love with her. Rosen waved at her and said softly, "Come here." Kitano Nozomi slowly came to Rosen's side. Oops. Rosen pulled her over and threw her onto the bed. Suddenly, the room was filled with the scent of spring. It stretches long and has ups and downs. Like pain, like happiness. Report. The next morning, Rosen was sitting in the hall, discussing matters with several generals, when his men hurried in to report. Rosen stopped discussing and looked at the soldier. The soldier immediately reported, "Sir, troops are appearing outside the domain gate. Just now, another 1,000-man army arrived and stationed outside the domain gate. Look, the words Black Wind are written on the large banner." Got it. Rosen waved his hand. The soldier retreated immediately. At this time, Zhuge Liang stood up and said, "Sir, this is the nth wave of intruders. We should act now. Otherwise, as more and more other forces try to get a piece of the action, it will be troublesome." That makes sense. I didn't expect that there would be so many territories with thousands of people in our plains. Rosen nodded, indicating his agreement with Zhuge Liang's words, but at the same time he had some doubts about the policies he had previously formulated. Because if we implement our own policies, the plains will never be completely stable. There are too many people who are ready to make a move. Moreover, they all come from the 21st century and believe that they are the children of destiny and the protagonists chosen by heaven and earth. Rosen pondered for a moment, and a change of heart was quietly taking place in his heart. He slowly stood up and said, "Lu Bu, Xiangyu." Chapter 168. Kung Fu and Pill Recipe, third update, come on. I'm here. The two men stood up at the same time and bowed. You two muster the troops immediately and prepare for battle. Yes. Military Advisor Kong Ming. Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang's eyes, full of wisdom, were still bright. He turned to Rosen and said, "I am here. Go find Lucy, mobilize the Orc army, and reunite with Generals Lu Bu and Xiangyu. Stand by together." Yes. The three of them immediately got up and left. Looking at the backs of the three people, Rosen walked out of the conference hall. The golden-armored guards at the door hurriedly followed Rosen. Zhao Yun is in charge of the overall situation in Huanjin town, while Miaoyan Mingyu is protecting him in the backyard. Only these golden-armored guards were left by Rosen's side. When they arrived at the backyard, Rosen threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and asked Bei Yuang to bring the 2 treasure chests over, ready to open them and see what was inside. Kitano Nozomi obediently took the treasure chest and put it on the table. This is an iron treasure chest. It's a gift from the Minotaur. Rosen is about to go on an expedition, so he wants to open it first to see if there is anything useful inside. He had wanted to open it last night, but he was amazed by Kitano Wang's new clothes last night, so he forgot about it and left it until today. After calming himself down, Rosen slowly opened the first box. Chi Refining Technique 100. Suddenly, 99 identical books appeared in Rosen's space. And there is another one in front of me. This made Luo Weiwei stunned. He thought it could be any supplies or drawings. But I didn't expect that 100 books would be published. And it looks like it is used for cultivation. I don't know what kind of leather it is made of, but it feels very strong and not easy to be damaged. When you open the first page, you will see densely packed small characters and a diagram of the human body's meridians. The line diagram not only introduces the human body, but also shows various postures, which are exercises for cultivation. After taking a quick look, Rosen finally understood. This is indeed the secret book of cultivation. Meditation and practice according to the text can improve your true energy and your own strength. Training according to the movements in the line diagram can strengthen the body and the true energy. Anyway, it looks very mysterious. Because every lord can automatically break through by collecting the power of faith, Rosen has never practiced it. Now that he can no longer absorb the power of faith, this kind of book is still useful to him. Because future breakthroughs can only rely on yourself. And it will be easier if you have the secret book. Without the secrets, you will be like a headless fly and will probably never make any progress in your life. It's just a little extra, 100 copies. I'll send them to the military camp when the time comes. I wonder if this secret manual can train super special forces soldiers. Rosen smacked his lips, put away the books, and opened the second treasure chest. Molly Dan Recipe 100. Rosen. What the hell, this is all a mess. Why is it getting more and more fantastical? Rosen looked at the recipe in confusion. As the name suggests, Dan Fong is a recipe for making elixirs. But he has 100 recipes for the Dali Dan pill. Honeysuckle, ginseng, low-level monster blood. Effect. Taking this pill can improve physical strength and permanently increase one's strength. The effect is quite impressive, but the ingredients are too complex, and refining the elixir requires someone with Shinchi. Ordinary people can't do it. Rosen continued smacking his lips and finally put away the recipe. Although it's a bit fantasy, anything can happen in this world. You'll know when you go back and try it. If he can really refine it, it will definitely be a huge resource for him. After all, it was opened from a treasure chest, so it shouldn't be fake. Report. At this time, Lu Bu's voice came from the door. Because it was the Lord's private room and a secluded place for sleeping, Lu Bu reported at the door before receiving any orders. Sir, the army has been organized and is waiting for the Lord's dispatch. After hearing this, Rosen immediately stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing Rosen come out, Lu Bu continued to report. Sir, our territory has a total of 7,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. The Orc Alliance has mobilized 1,500 infantry and 500 Orc soldiers. Among the Orc soldiers, there are 100 Minotaur warriors, 100 cat archers, 100 tiger warriors, 100 wolves, 100 leopards, 50 bears, and 50 centaurs. The army totals 10,000 people, waiting for your command. 10,000. Rosen's face remained calm, but he was slightly excited in his heart. Because it was the first time he brought an army of 10,000 people. Rosen nodded and said, Stay where you are. Once I change into my armor, I'll lead the 3 armies. Yes. Lu Bu immediately bowed and went forward to reply. Rosen turned and entered the room, took out the golden armor, waved to Bei Wang in the room, and said, Wanger, come here and change my armor. Kitano Wang's face turned red, and he walked over with his head down and small steps. The affectionate name Wanger was given to her by Rosen. Rosen used to like to call her Kitano. After last night, I called her Wang. Kitano Nozomi also liked this name. No matter where I am, when I hear this name, I feel my heart soften and my whole body goes weak. Kitano Nozomi took the golden armor and put it on Rosen. He quickly changed into the golden armor. She looked at the handsome Rosen and said reluctantly, Are you going to fight again, sir? You must be careful. Don't worry, Wanger. This time I'm leading an army of 10,000 people, and we're invincible. Just stay home and wait for my good news. After saying that, Rosen picked up the golden sword and walked out of the house again. The golden armor is waiting outside the door. Before leaving, Rosen said to Miayun and Mingyu in the yard, You two should protect Butler Kitano. Don't worry, sir. It's my duty. The 2 men held their swords and bowed, respectfully seeing Rosen and others off. Woo! Rosen rode on his horse, getting closer and closer to where the army was gathering. As he reached the front of the army, the howling of the troops began. It was like cheering, welcoming Rosen's arrival. It goes without saying that this thing must have been created by Zhuge Liang. Because before Zhuge Liang came, there was nothing in the army. However, with the howling, troop mobilization became more convenient. After all, the sound was so loud that there was no need for signalmen to pass messages one by one, which was a hassle. An army of tens of thousands of people, lined up in neat rows. It looks majestic and powerful. Especially the orc army at the edge gave Rosen a shocking feeling. Orcs, just one look. Anyone can realize that these 500 people can definitely defeat thousands of humans. It may be a bit of an exaggeration to say that he can fight 10 people at once, but fighting 5 people at once is absolutely no problem at all. After all, the orcs are pretending and are tall. Especially the tiger and ox tribes. This was the first time Rosen saw so many orcs. The people and horses were particularly refreshing to Rosen. The centaurs are not a race with a human upper body and a horse lower body, but rather orcs with human bodies and horse characteristics. For example, their heads are all horse heads. Simply put, it is a human body with a horse head. P.S. Come on, brothers, all the best. Chapter 169, Keep It Alone. Of course, not entirely. Although it is a horse head, the face has both horse and human features. If you only look at the back, it looks like a human being. But if you only look at the head, it's definitely a horse's head. It's just that the facial features are not as obvious as those of horses, and are closer to those of humans. Human soldiers are led by Lu Bu and Jian Wei, and are under the command of various lords. The orcs were led by their own tribal commanders, chosen by the orcs themselves. However, the orcs were led by the Tauren chieftain. When the Minotaur chief saw the scene of tens of thousands of people gathered together, he was also shocked, and at the same time, his belief in submitting to Rosen became even stronger. Only this kind of powerful strength can lead them back to the royal court and reorganize the orc tribe. Woo! The trumpet is still blowing. Rosen ascended the podium surrounded by a crowd of people. Zhuge Liang saluted Rosen on the stage. At the same time, the trumpet sounded and the 10,000 troops shouted in unison. Kill! 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 3 shouts of killing were deafening and full of momentum. This is also what Zhuge Liang taught me. It was a way for them to demonstrate their military strength. If the enemy heard this cry, they would be terrified, but if their own people heard it, they would feel invincible and their army was powerful. Rosen pressed his hand and said loudly, "Our goal is to occupy the domain gate and break through the blockade. The sky is high and the sea is vast. Our fate cannot be controlled by others. As long as we break through the domain gate, we can reach the top of the world stage and protect our safety. Many lords are participating in this battle, but we are the protagonists of this stage. We will win." Rosen shouted victory to cheer the army on. The army responded immediately, all shouting, "Victory! Victory! Victory! Notify everyone. Move out." Rosen turned around and said something to Zhuge Liang, then walked down the stage and got into the car. Zhuge Liang shouted, "All troops march out." Boom, boom, boom. Walla walla. The army set out under the leadership of the generals. An army of 10,000 people. Rosen sat in the carriage, surrounded by the army. There was also a carriage beside him. Of course, this carriage was not loaded with people, but the secret weapon he gave to Zhuge Liang, the magic cannon. Zhuge Liang has not used this thing yet. Bring it with you just in case, and to deter the enemy. The town center of the Orcish Alliance is the largest force on the border. It is only 10 kilometers away from Yuguan. So it didn't take long for the army to reach the border 10 kilometers away. This is a vast plain with no obstructions as far as the eye can see. However, many large camps have been stationed on the plain at this moment. Each camp represents a force. Because it was a joint attack on the domain level, the strength requirements were relatively high. So many people actually didn't have any information. However, in order to obtain rewards, many lords sent messages in the channel, saying that they wanted to unite and attack together and share the rewards. This led to many forces coming from far away and gathering here. At a glance, there were dozens of camps, large and small, occupying various directions. In the distance ahead is a towering city more than 10 meters high. The city is well fortified, with both ends connected to the border mountains. In other words, if you want to get out of the plains, you either have to pass through the city or cross the mountains. However, these mountains should not be underestimated. The mountains were vast and filled with monsters. The army could not move at all. Even if a small team is sent out, they will often be wiped out by monsters. Therefore, the domain gateway is the only channel to connect to the outside world. Let's stay here. Rosen chose a location facing the city and began to set up camp. Although it is facing the city gate, it keeps a certain distance from the city gate. It is more convenient to observe the situation in the city and better communicate with the orc towns behind it. 2 hours later, after the main camp was set up, some small forces gradually arrived from the surrounding areas. Among the forces we have visited so far, a conservative estimate is that there are more than 30 of them. Among them, there are as many as 17 or 18 large territories that can carry thousands of soldiers. Of course, Rosen is also included. These 18 are all major forces in the north and central regions. They can fully represent North Central. Rosen is currently reading the Lord's Guide in the camp. At the same time, he listened to Zhuge Liang's report on the situation on the scene. In the Lord's Guide, Rosen learned that there was more than one gate in the plains. There is also a domain pass in the south, east, and north. Moreover, the entire southern forces are also converging to the south, joining forces with the people of the Shun family alliance, preparing to attack the domain pass there. Seeing this, Rosen felt a bit of a headache. It is expected that there are many domain levels. After all, there are other domains around, and it would not be reasonable if there was only one level. However, having too many levels is also a problem because it is difficult to unify them. The attack in the south was led by the Shun family alliance. The north has its own powerful force attacking. Then naturally, there will be people from the east and the west who will fight. The eastern and western checkpoints should be impossible to clear. After all, we have a limited number of people, and they are all gathering at the northern and southern checkpoints. These two are the most important. If we don't have enough troops, we won't be able to break through the checkpoint. With so few forces gathered on the east and west sides, it's probably a waste of effort. Furthermore, the checkpoint has 20,000 defenders, so attacking with so few soldiers is out of the question. It's better to wait until we have more time to attack other checkpoints. Rosen quickly figured it out. Closing the Lord's Guide, Rosen asked, "What do other territories mean?" The other territories are preparing to unite and attack together. After all, the people inside the checkpoint are in a dominant position, and they are too short-handed to break through. This is the intention of the other 17 lords. They have already discussed it and have extended an invitation to us, Lord, to come together tomorrow morning to elect a chief leader. Zhuge Liang replied. After saying that, he waved his fan. 18 territories, elect a chief leader, and launch a joint attack. Rosen couldn't help but think of a scene he had seen before. That is, the 18 princes attacked Dongjua. This group of people also want to follow suit. But, this position of chief leader. Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang without saying anything. Zhuge Liang waved his fan and said, "Your Excellency is considering the candidate for the position of alliance leader. In fact, based on strength, the position of alliance leader is undoubtedly yours. While there will undoubtedly be those who will fight for it, it's not a big problem. The main issue is the distribution of benefits. As the general leader, I must provide the distribution results in advance." "Oh, what's your opinion, Mr. Kongming?" Rosen asked hurriedly. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly and said, "I suggest you agree to their request first and offer them generous benefits. Just agree to whatever they ask for. Then all our efforts would be in vain." Rosen rolled his eyes. Although he had 10,000 men, if he fought alone, he would surely suffer heavy casualties. If someone could share the burden of these casualties with him, that would be great, but the promise of huge profits made him unhappy. "Sir, you didn't understand what I meant. I said promise. I didn't say I would give it to you." Zhuge Liang smiled mysteriously. Rosen was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening and asked in surprise, "You mean after we capture it? We'll keep it all for ourselves?" Chapter 170, The Cruel Zhuge Liang. Hey. Zhuge Liang smiled wickedly, staring at Rosen and saying word by word, "The Lord wants to take it all for himself, right?" Haha. Rosen also smiled at each other, nodded and said, "Then let's listen to Mr. Kongming. One more thing," Zhuge Liang added. "My lord, do you remember the cause and effect of my northern expedition?" "Oh, of course I remember. Isn't the northern expedition to form a head-to-tail echo and unify all the northern regions?" Rosen's face gradually became calm, and he looked at Zhuge Liang seriously. "I don't know why he brought this up again." "Why?" Zhuge sighed and said, "My lord, the northern border stretches 800 miles to our territory and 400 miles wide from east to west. Within this, territories intersect, forces run rampant, and there are hundreds of thousands of lords, large and small. Even if we can coordinate north and south, unifying them all would be a massive undertaking. Could it be that the military advisor has another idea?" Rosen couldn't help but look at Zhuge Liang. He knew it very well. The world is so vast that the plain area is 800 miles long in the north and 800 miles long in the east and 400 miles wide in the north and south. There are hundreds of thousands of territories on such a large land. Although the largest territory has only a few thousand people, most of them are small territories with 100 people. But the large number makes it a tricky matter. Grown-ups, Zhuge Liang said seriously, according to my understanding, it seems that all lords have a divine artifact that allows them to communicate and trade. Furthermore, the artifact can also grant a room, allowing them to recruit one citizen every day. Is this the case at this time? That's indeed the case. Rosen nodded, knowing what he was talking about. It is the Lord's Guide. It's just that the Lord's Guide is just a wordless book in the eyes of these people, so they think it is a divine artifact. Sir, I have a plan. While it won't unify the North quickly, the benefits to the future are immeasurable. I wonder if you're interested. Oh, tell me quickly, let me hear it. Rosen also looked curious. Zhuge Liang said seriously, capture the Lord and build a branch city. What does this mean? Rosen was stunned and didn't quite understand. Zhuge Liang immediately said, capturing lords means capturing all kinds of lords and forcing them to hand over their sacred artifacts. The sacred artifacts must be centrally controlled by adults. This will prevent those lords from taking advantage of the opportunity to expand their power and also cut off their desire to become more powerful. After all, it takes time to conquer hundreds of thousands of territories one by one. During this time, if we go on an expedition, there may be internal unrest. If we stay behind to suppress it, the expedition will become empty talk. We might as well go all out and capture the Lord and seize the artifact. Rosen was speechless. In fact, he had thought about this a long time ago, but he didn't do it. Because the greater the pressure, the greater the resistance. The greater the resistance, the more difficult it will be for him to develop, and he will be constantly at war, which will only increase consumption. Therefore, he retains the Lord's Guide of others and implements psychological control methods. However, at present, my method does have its drawbacks and is not as realistic as what Zhuge Liang said. Especially since his farming plan has already shown results. Even if he captures the Lord now, the pressure can be completely withstood. But, if we capture the Lord, he will lose his chance to develop. If they invade, we won't be able to protect them. What will we do then? They will surely flee their homeland and seek refuge with others. Rosen asked again the biggest question in his heart. Because the Lord's Guide was taken away, their development and resource trading were restricted. Once other lords rob them or launch a surprise attack, they will not be able to take care of them all. The restrictions can be taken into account because the territory is small. Just like the Blood Demon Alliance, Yin-Yang Town, and Phantom Sword Alliance that we conquered a few days ago, if there is a problem in the future, we can only provide support nearby. If we are attacked by surprise, Rosen will be helpless. The disadvantages have already appeared at this time. However, Zhuge Liang had already considered this and continued. So we need to build branch cities. The territory stretches 800 li to the northern border and 800 li from north to south. The total area is 640,000 square li converted to a territory area of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. There are 320,000 districts. On average, there is at least one territory in every 5 regions, so the entire central and northern regions have more than 60,000 lords. Sir, half of the plains has over 60,000 territories, and the entire plains has over 100,000 territories. A conservative estimate of over 100 people per territory would be over 10 million. And then, Rosen listened carefully. Zhuge Liang smiled confidently and said, Your Excellency can establish branch cities along the route leading here. Build one every 100 miles to receive the surrendered lords, and appoint someone you trust as the city lord to command the army. Both the people and the lords can develop freely within the city. Meanwhile, villages can be built among the people who remain in the countryside, establishing a presence there. Wouldn't it be better if this were done layer by layer? Even in the event of danger, the city can respond quickly. Furthermore, the city can serve as a resource storage and transit center. With cities gathering people from all directions, responses are much faster. Furthermore, the mutual support between cities makes it safer. No matter how powerful the enemy, if one city is threatened, the others can provide support. That's certainly possible. Furthermore, those who are willing to live in the city can do business with them. After all, there are no more Lord Guides, and real-world transactions are needed. Those who don't want to live in the city can be made village chiefs and farm. Why didn't I think of that? Suddenly, Rosen's mind was enlightened, and he praised Zhuge Liang's plan highly. Zhuge Liang didn't act arrogantly. Instead, he bowed and said, Your Excellency is wise. Once we occupy the domain pass, we'll find an opportunity to capture all the lords present. Let's take a batch first. That's exactly what I want. After all, there are indeed quite a few lords gathered here, at least a few hundred lords. Rosen also smiled wickedly. So the two looked at each other and hit it off immediately. The plan was finalized. But only the two of them knew about this plan. Rosen didn't plan to notify everyone immediately. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, if the news leaked out and they ran away, all the efforts would be wasted. After all, conquering a territory alone requires both sending troops and providing food, which is troublesome. After the plan was finalized, it was already afternoon. When Rosen was about to discuss with Zhuge Liang whether to contact other alliance leaders to discuss the time of attack, someone came to ask Rosen for help. He is a general from another territory. As for why I say general, because this person is tall and well-equipped. In this era of shortage of generals, such people are generals wherever they go. He arrived at the tent entrance and bowed to Rosen, saying, I am a general of the Black Wind Alliance. I have been entrusted by the alliance leader and the other 17 lords to invite you to participate in the election for the chief alliance leader. Chapter 171, Campaign for the Chief Leader, Part 3. Election of General Leader. The goal is to select one person to lead everyone to attack the domain gate. Because the strength of each individual territory is limited, only by unity can we defeat the powerful domain gate and share the domain gate rewards. Of course, in addition to the domain level rewards, there is another point. That is, after occupying the domain level, you can go to other domains through the domain level. This is the main channel connecting with the outside world, and it is also what the major lords care about most. So when someone invited Rosen to run for election, Rosen naturally did not refuse. So Rosen took the Golden Armor Guards and 2 generals, Lu Bu and Dian Wei, to participate. The place we are going to is not anyone's camp. Instead, it was a separate camp built in the center of the main camp. This camp is called the Chief Alliance Camp. It is a central control camp built to select the Chief Alliance leader and mobilize all the territories. The soldiers outside the camp were scattered, and each group represented a force. When Rosen arrived at the door, someone immediately advised, Greetings to the Lord of Taiping City. Please ask the Lord to leave the soldiers outside the camp. You stay outside. Rosen gave an order and took Lu Bu and Xiang Yu in. This time, no one stopped him. As soon as you enter the camp gate, you will see the open-air facilities inside. Like the biggest conference on Earth. There is a long table in the middle. Both sides were filled with people. Everyone is a big boss. Behind him were the generals of the personal guards. At a glance, there were at least 30 or 40 lords. Among the 30 or 40 lords, there are at least 17 town-level forces with thousands of people, although there are big and small ones. But coming together is a force that cannot be underestimated. These people had naturally heard of Rosen's name. So when they saw Rosen, they all stood up, clasped their fists to welcome him, and said compliments. Lord Luo is young and promising. I've long heard of Lord Luo's name. Seeing him today, I'm sure he's truly extraordinary. Lord Luo, please take a seat. Rosen sat at one end of the long table. Lu Bu and Xiang Yu stood behind to guard it. There were 3 people in the group, all covered in golden armor. Others stared with wide eyes. I am Black Wind, the leader of the Black Wind Alliance. I believe everyone knows why we are gathered here today. We will vote to select the candidate for the general leader. Each leader has 1 vote, but they cannot choose themselves, they can only choose others. A man took the initiative to speak, and the scene immediately quieted down, and everyone began to listen attentively. My purpose in selecting a chief leader is to have him lead us in attacking the domain gate. However, before the chief leader is chosen, there are some issues that must be clarified. What's the problem? Yes, just say it directly, don't dither. Hurry up. Everyone couldn't wait and urged them on. Ahem, then I'll tell you. The leader of the Black Wind Alliance said, what I want to talk about is the distribution of benefits. Because only those who occupy the territory can get rewards, which means that only one of us can get the reward, and that person is naturally the leader. I hope that no matter who becomes the leader, they must distribute the rewards to us reasonably. Since I'm the first to speak, let me make an example. If you elect me as the leader, I will distribute the rewards of 1,000 pieces of silver, 1,000 bows, and 100,000 arrows equally. Everyone will get a share. It's my turn now. I'll speak next. Another person stood up and said to everyone, if you elect me as the leader, I won't distribute the spoils like the Black Wind Alliance. Because there are large and small factions here, it would be unfair to distribute them equally. So I will distribute them according to the number of people. More people means more, less people means less. Thank you, everyone. Ahem. Even based on the number of people, it won't work. A smaller figure also stepped forward and said seriously, if you elect me as the leader, I will distribute rewards based on merit. In other words, those with greater merit will receive more, and those with less merit will receive less. I hope everyone chooses me. I must be upright. We can all supervise together. All of a sudden, The lords stood up and spoke, expressing their ideas and canvassing for votes. Half an hour later, everyone had finished speaking. However, without exception, the content of the speeches was shared by everyone, with no one missing out. After the speech, everyone turned their attention to Rosen. I want to hear how this largest force plans to distribute it. If he distributes it unevenly, he might not be selected for the position of General Alliance. It is absolutely shameful that the largest force cannot become the chief leader. So among the crowd, some wanted to see a joke, and some were worried that if Rosen failed to make the right choice, he would leave, which would lead to a decrease in overall strength and increase the difficulty of capturing the domain gate. After all, the 30 or 40 great lords together only have more than 20,000 people, only slightly more than the defenders of the domain pass. Rosen's army of 10,000 is a considerable force. Seeing everyone looking at him, Rosen smiled slightly and said, "If I were to become the chief leader, I can solemnly tell you all that I will not accept any rewards and will distribute them all to everyone present. At the same time, I will also provide 5,000 sets of battle armor to distribute to everyone as subsidies." Is this true? This? How is it possible? Then why did you come to attack the city? Everyone couldn't believe it. Some people even secretly increased their vigilance. Because pie that falls from the sky often kills greedy people. Seeing everyone's concern, Rosen explained, "Everyone has a responsibility to take on the world's destiny. I'm not going on this expedition for the resources. I simply hope everyone will support me in the future." After these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly understood. It turns out he wanted to gain our support. No wonder. I almost forgot. Taiping City's actions these days are aimed at expanding its territory and unifying the region. A small faction like mine will be conquered sooner or later. If he's willing to offer benefits to win us over, then so be it. We'll discuss the details later. Good things should not be wasted. Suddenly, everyone felt relieved. So everyone took out pieces of paper and started writing their names to vote. Soon, the voting results are in. Several lords jointly counted and announced, and finally made a joint announcement, saying, "After this vote, our leader is Lord Luo Sanluo from Taiping City." After that, several alliance leaders bowed to Rosen and were the first to acknowledge his identity as the chief alliance leader. Seeing this, the others also saluted. At this moment, Rosen became the leader of the group and the chief leader of the alliance. In fact, these people did not know each other. Although some of them had better relationships, the fact that the lords of dozens of forces recognized each other made it impossible to manipulate the voting behind the scenes. So many people voted for Rosen. I was attracted by Rosen's distribution plan. As the largest force, if they give up the reward, they can get a lot more. Otherwise, why would we come all the way here? Isn't it just for resources? Right or not? After the General Alliance was confirmed, Rosen sat in the General Alliance seat at the other end of the wooden table. Chapter 172, Lu Bu goes to battle. You know what? This chair is actually very comfortable to sit on. Looking at the long lines of people sitting on either side, Rosen smiled and announced, "Now that I'm the chief leader, we need to discuss an attack plan. To be fair, we will attack the city together tomorrow night, regardless of order. We will attack as a whole. What do you think?" "No problem. This is the fairest way. It prevents some people from staying away from the battle out of fear of losing strength. Yes, we must fight together. All-out attack tomorrow night. Report." As he was speaking, a notification sounded at the camp gate. The one who reported it was the soldier from the Black Wind Alliance. The Black Wind Alliance is one of the top forces among these people. They brought nearly 2,000 people on this expedition, making them the alliance leader with the largest number of people except Rosen. Since the General Alliance had just confirmed that this place had not yet been taken over, the man came in directly after the notification. He knelt on the ground and reported to the leader of the Black Wind Alliance. "Report, sir." "This is our chief leader." The leader of the Black Wind Alliance pointed at Rosen. The man immediately said, "Greetings, Lord Chief Alliance Leader." Rosen nodded and began to look at Haifeng with a new respect. "Master Alliance Leader, Master General Alliance Leader. The gate to the domain gate has been opened, and a group of soldiers have been sent out to challenge us." Hiss. "What? A challenge? Damn it. We didn't even challenge them, and they actually came out on their own initiative? This. The lord of this domain pass is too arrogant. Yes, our army has blocked the gate. He didn't prepare to fight, but actually challenged us." Everyone looked around and at each other. Rosen was also visibly stunned when he saw this. Because this city lord really doesn't play by the rules. Seeing everyone looking at each other in bewilderment, Rosen said calmly, "We haven't even attacked yet, and they've already challenged us. If that's the case, then we have to teach them a lesson. Lords, who's willing to fight?" How dare you challenge me? Lord General, I have a powerful general under my command. He has the strength of 1,000 pounds and can kill a grown bison with one punch. He is at the martial arts master level and will definitely boost the prestige of our army. At this time, a lord stood up and pointed to the servants following him. He was a dark-faced man about 1.9 meters tall. He was as strong as an ox and had already been noticed by everyone. Especially after hearing that he had reached the martial arts master level, everyone present gasped. Hiss! He seems to be an insignificant little territory. Leader of the 600-man alliance. The leader of an alliance with only a few hundred soldiers actually has a martial arts master general. How terrifying. Yes, my territory has grown to hundreds of people, and with allies there are over 1,000, but I don't have any subordinates at the martial arts master level. This time it's a sure thing. We'll definitely teach the Lord of Yuguan a lesson and strengthen our military might. Everyone started talking. The man also felt particularly glorious and couldn't help but turn his face towards the sky. Seeing that everyone around him was very confident, Rosen nodded and said, If that's the case, then let this general go into battle. Yes, I'll be back soon. The dark-faced man turned and walked out of the camp. The scene became lively again, with people talking about the strength within the domain. There are 20,000 soldiers in this area. It's a fairly large city. Yes, there are already 20,000 soldiers alone, and tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. I heard that there is everything in the domain, and you can buy anything. I don't know about that, but I've heard of it. Before, you had to pay a city tax to enter the domain gate. Now that the currency has been reformed, it's easier for everyone to obtain currency. But I haven't had time to go in and take a look yet. Hey, wait until we take down the domain, and then you can watch it every day, to your heart's content. I heard there's a brothel in Yuguan, but I don't know if it's true or not. Real. Report. Suddenly, another report was heard, pulling everyone out of their conversation. So soon. Yes, the martial artist's strength is truly terrifying. The battle is over in less than 10 minutes. I didn't expect that. This time, that lord has stolen the limelight. Report. General Blackfaced and General Yuguan exchanged names before the battle. After just a brief exchange, General Blackfaced was beheaded. The soldier spoke in a hurried voice, blurting out everything in one breath. Suddenly, the scene was silent. What? Dead? Hissed just one round. A powerful martial artist was killed so easily. The lords were somewhat shocked, and the lord of the black-faced general's face became even darker. It's so black that water is almost dripping out. What is the strength of the other party? He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. The soldier immediately replied, It's also at the martial master level, but it might be at the peak of the martial master level. Back off. At this time, Rosen, the chief leader, waved his hand and said calmly to everyone, A peak martial artist is considered a strong person. Is there anyone else willing to fight? Everyone was silent for a while. After all, the other party is a top martial artist, and sending people there would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. They originally had few high-ranking generals. If I die any longer, it would be equivalent to being exploited in disguise. So no one said anything, leaving this difficult problem to Rosen. Seeing this, Rosen leaned back and said calmly, Lu Bu, I'm here. Lu Bu immediately clasped his fists beside Rosen, waiting for orders. And everyone also looked over. Especially when they heard Lu Bu's name, they were all surprised. The Lord of Taiping City has such a bad taste. Just because I named my subordinate Lu Bu, does that mean he really is Lu Bu? Well, anyway, just don't look for us. Everyone looked at Lu Bu and Xiangyu. Although these two men were tall, they did not look like villains, so people did not think they were very strong and just regarded them as ordinary generals. Are you confident in going to fight the enemy general? Rosen asked. Lu Bu immediately declared righteously, I will kill him on his horse. Okay, go ahead. Wait a moment. At this time, the leader of the Black Wind Alliance suddenly came out with a wine jug. He poured Lu Bu a glass of wine and said politely, General Lu Bu must be the leader's favorite general. I can tell. With the upcoming battle, why not drink this farewell wine to invigorate your blood and flesh? I'm just a young general. Why do you need to tell me off? I'll be back soon. Lu Bu put down his wine glass and turned to leave. When everyone saw this, they not only felt amused, but also extremely disdainful. Farewell wine. Do you really think you're Lu Bu? Yes, the person on the other side is not Hua Xiong. How funny. He might not even last a single round. Shoo, keep your voice down. After all, he's the leader's favorite general. It would be uncomfortable for the leader to hear him. Oh, I don't think he'll come back. Chapter 173. Killing the Martial Master with Warm Wine. Not necessarily. After all, He's wearing golden armor. As for golden armor, I haven't heard of anyone being able to make it yet. Possessing golden armor is like having an extra life. But the opponent is a martial artist. A martial artist is beyond the imagination of mortals like us. He can easily kill a cow with one punch. Even a golden armor would find it difficult to resist. It's hard to say, we haven't seen it before. Well, we'll find out soon. But even with the golden armor to block the damage, that person probably can't withstand the force. Yeah, the golden armor is an event reward. I don't know how Rosen got so many sets. Everyone started discussing again. Of course, those sarcastic remarks were made secretly in a very low voice. They didn't dare let Rosen hear it. But little did he know that Rosen had heard it clearly. But he didn't say anything. Everything will be told with facts. If his great martial artist couldn't beat a small martial artist, Rosen wouldn't let him off easily. A few minutes later, everyone was still discussing who to send next, or whether to launch a siege. The soldier came to report again. Report. The soldier knelt on one knee on the ground. Everyone immediately perked up and said quickly, "Hurry up and tell me." "My lords, General Lu Bu has returned." "What? How is that possible? You must have seen it wrong. How serious are his injuries?" "General Lu Bu has golden armor to protect him, so he shouldn't be in any serious trouble." Yes. How's the golden armor? Has it been damaged?" Everyone was talking at once, asking all sorts of questions. And everyone wants to know whether the golden armor can withstand the desperate battle of the top martial artists and how strong it is. The soldier looked puzzled and said honestly, "General Lu Bu is safe and sound. He killed the enemy general with just one move." As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of footsteps behind the soldier. Tat-a-tat-tat. The soldier immediately stood up, made way, and slowly retreated. Then a big man walked in carrying a bloody head. This person was Lu Bu, and the head in his hand was naturally that of a local general. Snap! Lu Bu threw the head to the ground and reported to Rosen, "I have fulfilled my mission and killed the enemy general." Hiss! The whole audience gasped again and stared blankly at the head on the ground. Some lords even vomited on the spot because they had never seen such a bloody scene. Ugh! Those who vomited were all petty lords. Although they had fought battles, they had only killed and chopped people. They had never seen such cruel things as beheading, so they couldn't stand it. The other lords had more experience and were not so uncomfortable, so they all praised Lu Bu. General Lu Bu is truly a god. Yes, he defeated a top martial arts master with just one move. How amazing! Having this warrior, I will never regret it in my life. I wonder what realm General Lu Bu is at. The leader of the Black Wind Alliance took the hot wine that he had just prepared in his hands. When he felt the temperature in the wine glass, he was shocked again. At the same time, famous scenes that I had only seen in books popped up in my mind. The wine is still hot. The leader of the Black Wind Alliance looked at Lu Bu in shock, muttering to himself, "Warm wine kills martial artists. General Lu is truly unparalleled. Please drink this wine." What? The wine's still warm. Holy crap. How is this possible? Damn. Killing a martial artist with warm wine. That's awesome. I'm so envious. If I had this kind of talent, I wouldn't have to worry about not achieving my goals. I think General Lu Bu must have reached the level of a great martial artist. Otherwise, killing a martial artist wouldn't be so easy and quick. Great martial master? Hiss. There was another sound of people sucking in their breath. When Lu Bu was urged to drink by the leader of the Black Wind Alliance, he did not show any arrogance. Instead, he looked at Rosen calmly and asked for his opinion. Only after he saw Rosen nod did he take the wine glass from the Black Wind Alliance leader's hand and drink it all in one gulp. Then he slowly returned to Rosen's back. Since then, Rosen has been raised to a higher level in the eyes of everyone and has attracted people's attention. Master Alliance Leader. With General Lu Bu's help, our attack on Yuguan will be easy. Yes. Seeing General Lu Bu's skills, we are full of confidence. Taiping City is truly full of hidden talents. I admire you. Everyone started complimenting him again. Rosen waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "You're welcome. Since the enemy has retreated, everyone should return to reorganize the troops and quickly build siege ladders. We'll gather here tomorrow night to prepare for the siege." "Yes." "Excuse me. Goodbye." Everyone slowly left. Rosen also began to leave. This camp was built by everyone and is also used as a place for gatherings and meetings. It does not belong to anyone. Even if Rosen is the leader, he will not stay here. Because once the soldiers are stationed there, no one will dare to come to the meeting again. Although they are allies, they are also afraid of ambushes. So after everyone left, Rosen also took his men away. In the blink of an eye, the makeshift camp became an empty camp. Returning to his camp, Rosen told Zhuge Liang what had happened today. Zhuge Liang shook his head with a half-smile. He also didn't expect that his lord would make such a big promise and agree to distribute an additional 5,000 sets of armor. At the same time, this also shows the lord's determination. He has already decided that after the matter is accomplished, he will take action against all the lords. Naturally, the promise will not be fulfilled. Your Excellency has begun to show the domineering aura of a king and is no longer soft-hearted. I am deeply relieved, Zhuge Liang said quietly. Rosen knew what he was talking about. Does it mean cruel? He used to be soft-hearted, but gradually he realized that being soft-hearted would not allow him to sit firmly on the throne. That's why there was such a change. That's how we got to where we are today. Only then did he have the idea of taking the reward for himself and surrounding all the lords today to beat them up. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. What shame is there? Since ancient times, every king has walked on piles of bones. As the saying goes, when a scholar is angry, blood flows 5 steps away. When the emperor is angry, blood flows 1,000 miles away. When a god is angry, the sky sends murderous intent, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to split. But Rosen wanted to be angry. The world changed. The sun and the moon changed. The yin and yang of the universe were all dim. An indomitable aura of dominance emanated from Rosen. Zhuge Liang was excited by what he saw. Mr. Kongming, please pass the order down. Hurry and cut down trees nearby to make ladders, siege vehicles, and other equipment. If there's no wood, return to the Orc Alliance to get it. Tomorrow night, we'll attack the city. Yes. Zhuge Liang immediately went down to make arrangements. Rosen lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. Marching and fighting are the most boring things. Because there are no women in the barracks. Although Rosen brought Kitano out, the women are currently in the Orc Alliance, and the barracks are full of men. No one washed his fruit or massaged his legs anymore. So at night, Rosen was bored again. So he lay on the bed and took out the Lord's Guide to read. When there are no women, the online group chat becomes the most interesting thing. Chapter 174, The Considerate Kitano Wong, continued 3 times. When there are no women, the online group chat becomes the most interesting thing. Rosen came to the regional channel, and everyone was chatting animatedly. And most of the chat content is about domain security. Everyone who participated was very passionate in their speech, and some even wanted to broadcast it live. Fortunately, the Lord's Guide does not have a live broadcast function. Otherwise, many lords would definitely broadcast live to promote or vent their anger. The south gate of the Dark River region is gathering. Brothers are making great strides and are expected to become the leader of all alliances. The Great Region is also gathering its troops. Hello everyone, I am Shun Jingbing, leader of the Shun Clan Alliance in the Plains. I have led 5,000 troops to the southern gate of the Plains. I am now seeking alliances with all the major forces in the plains to jointly attack the southern gate. The rewards will be divided equally. Hiss, another top-tier power has come out to call for action. This is the nth one. I don't know, it seems to be the 5th one or the 6th one. Damn, are these people cheating? We've only grown to 100 people and can't even take the position of leader, while they can lead over 5,000 soldiers. Damn. Hey, guys, I want to ask, has anyone found a way to practice martial arts? I've been practicing, but my progress seems so slow, and I've been having back pain lately. Are there any side effects? Don't worry about practicing. There will be absolutely no side effects. By the way, what's the name of the technique you're practicing? Oh, mine. I got it from an iron treasure chest. It's called the Jade Girl of Youth. Why, brother, the name sounds like it's for women to practice. You should change it. But this is the only one I have. I have another one called One Chi Transforms into 3 Secrets. I'll sell it to you for 5 silver coins. Do you want it? 5 silver coins, why don't you just go and rob them? I'll trade you a wild boar, will you? Watching everyone chatting, Rosen suddenly remembered the martial arts he had obtained, but it seemed that he had not practiced it yet. Since the power of faith can only reach the martial artist level and cannot be further improved, he can only rely on practice to improve. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately took out his own martial arts method, the Chi refining technique. So I started to meditate and practice according to the diagram above. Suddenly, a heat came from his dantian and slowly spread to his limbs, making Rosen feel comfortable. So this is what cultivation is. Just like working on Earth, just follow the routine. Report. Suddenly, the voice of a soldier pulled Rosen out of his practice. Rosen opened his eyes and looked at the soldier. The soldier immediately said, "My lord, Miss Miaoyun is here. Kindness." Rosen was stunned and said quickly, "Let her in." Yes. The soldier retreated, and Miaoyun, wearing golden armor, walked in with her hips twitching. Her graceful figure cannot even be covered by armor. As soon as he saw her, Rosen immediately asked, "What happened in Orc Town? Why are you here?" "Grown-ups." Miaoyun bowed slightly, saluted, looked at Rosen seriously, and said, "Butler Kitano asked me to come." What happened? When Rosen heard about Kitano, he immediately became anxious. That was the first woman in his life. Rosen didn't want her to get hurt, so his voice was urgent. Miaoyun said seriously, "Nothing happened. It was Butler Bey who asked me to serve the master." Butler Bey said that the master must be very uncomfortable without a woman serving him when he is away from home, so he asked his subordinate to come. Rosen. This Kitano. Really? At this moment, Rosen laughed a little out of anger, but at the same time, he felt very touched in his heart. Kitano is a person who thinks he is more important than her. She was clearly on the march, fighting a war, yet she was actually worried that she wouldn't be able to get used to not having a woman to serve her. Unable to help but smile, Rosen's tone softened a lot, and he said helplessly, "All right, now that you're here, don't go back. Just stay in my military tent." Yes. Miaoyun had been with Rosen for a while, so the two were quite familiar with each other. So, she walked over in small steps, stood in front of Rosen's bed, and began to remove her armor. Rosen was bewildered and asked, "Why are you taking off your armor? Go to bed." Miaoyun was slightly stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Rosen was even more confused. "Whose bed?" "Get on the master's bed." "Damn it. Why are you getting on my bed?" At this moment, Rosen even suspected that Miaoyun was sent by Kitano to test him. If Miaoyun is not one of us. After all, in previous TV shows, women in the harem were scheming against each other, and each one was more cruel than the other. They would scheme to cause miscarriages and frame other women, which made Rosen shudder. "Sir, I'm going to press your head." Miaoyun seemed to have thought of something, and her face flushed as she explained, "Just like when I was in the Lord's mansion, I pressed your head." After saying that, she also demonstrated the massage posture. "Rosen, no need. There's a bed over there. Go and rest. I need to practice." "All right." Miaoyun slowly blew out the oil lamp. The tent was plunged into darkness. "Rosen." The oil lamps were made by people in the territory. Although those subjects are ignorant, they can sometimes create miracles. They made it from animal fur and oil. When Rosen first learned about it, he thought it was a great discovery and wanted to get the Lord's Guide to sell, but he found that many territories could produce it. Because as long as the subjects are exposed to the materials used in making it, such as hair and oil, they can dig it out when they have nothing to do. Just like people in the 21st century know that 1 + 1 = 2. Many of them have this common sense in their minds, but they just don't have the opportunity to practice it. Of course, except for a few brainless lords, my subordinates have never come into contact with these materials, so they have been buying oil lamps from the Lord's Guide Mall. Closing his eyes, Rosen quickly cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and entered into cultivation. One night passed quietly. When he woke up the next day, Rosen put on his armor with Miaoyun's help. You know what? It feels different when you have a woman serving you. After all, women are much more careful than soldiers. After washing up, have breakfast. Rosen walked out of the camp. Miaoyun followed closely behind and served him personally. At this time, the soldiers were making a large number of ladders. Although Rosen could also make it, he didn't bring a crafting table. And using the crafting table also requires blueprints. Let them do it, and there will be no need for drawings. It's a bit poorly made, but it works. Grown-ups, there are many alliance leaders outside the camp who want to see you. They say they want to go to the city gate during the day to challenge you. They have come to invite you to lead them. Lubu came to Rosen to report. Xiang Yu and Zhuge Liang were arranging the construction of siege equipment. Rosen nodded and said, "Continue to build the ladders, and the rest of you will form up and await orders. Bring the horses over, and you will follow me into battle." "Yes." Lubu immediately began to deploy troops. Miaoyun was at the side, and she came to Rosen in a low voice and said lightly, "Sir, can I go with you?" P.S. It's not easy to write code, alas. Chapter 175, The Wrong Way of Challenging. Okay. Considering that Miaoyun was also a warrior and quite powerful, Rosen agreed. One more person means more strength. This is an eternal truth. After a while, Lubu led the horse over. Then, with the support of the army, he left the camp. Woo! The trumpet blows. 1,000 of the 10,000-strong army left behind to make siege weapons and guard the camp, while the rest followed Rosen towards the gate of Yuguan. The gate of Yuguan is very close to the major camps. You can see it at a glance. The army only walked a few hundred meters before it mixed with the rest of the Lord's army. At this time, lords from all sides have gathered at the gate of the domain. The army lined up in a neat square formation. All the soldiers combined number more than 30,000. At first glance, it is densely packed and breathtaking. When Rosen came to the front row, dozens of lords immediately came forward to greet him. The chief leader is here. Master Alliance leader. Let's challenge them. If they can't bear it anymore and come out, we can save ourselves the trouble of attacking the city. Yes, yes. Please, Lord Alliance leader, give the order to challenge us. A group of lords gathered around Rosen, chattering. It seemed as if challenging the enemy would lure them out of the city. However, Rosen didn't want to dampen their fighting spirit, so he nodded and said, "Which lord is willing to challenge us?" "Sir, I am willing to challenge you." A thin man came out and volunteered. His initiative immediately impressed the other lords, who all wondered, "Who is this person? It looks so weak, isn't it? What is the strength of this general?" Everyone asked a lot of questions. However, there was obvious disdain in his words, as if he didn't think a thin man could challenge someone. This is too damaging to the reputation of the army. However, a lord soon stepped forward and said with a smile, "My lords, this man is a general under my command. Although he is thin, his voice is incredibly loud. Especially since he is a warrior, his voice can drive away jackals with just one shout." Hiss. Is this true? So exaggerated? Why do all these people have some awesome weirdos under their command? Everyone gasped, but their voices were still filled with disbelief. But since someone had offered to help, Rosen naturally wouldn't stop him. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll trouble you, General. If you can summon the enemy, I will offer you 500 suits of armor and 10 war horses." Hiss. There was another sound of people gasping for breath among those present. Even many lords began to secretly blame their subordinates for not standing up earlier. Now, the huge benefit has been taken away by others. Everyone felt distressed. Seeing this scene, Rosen was very pleased. As the leader of the alliance, you always have to give others some benefits when you force them to work. And for me, armor is the least valuable thing. But for them, 500 sets of armor could equip half of the army, especially the 10 war horses. War horses were a scarce strategic commodity. For those of them, being able to produce a few was considered a wealthy family. What's more, there are 10 horses. At least half of them did not have 10 war horses. This is a huge temptation. So, for a moment, everyone had the idea that they would definitely stand up next time when needed. But they didn't know what Rosen was planning. Are these supplies given out casually? Of course not. If anyone dares to take his supplies, Rosen will definitely make him spit out 10 times the amount. Just like the old saying goes, if you eat millet, you will get rice in return. Although this may be a bit unkind, kindness cannot be used to make a living. The thin general bowed to Rosen, then mounted his horse and galloped forward to challenge him. Lords such as Rosen stood on the command platform and watched. This command platform is made of wood. It is very simple, but very practical. With dozens of lords and the generals they brought, there were barely enough places. Everyone was thinking about armor and horses, and no one thought about Rosen's real thoughts. This skinny general is as thin as a woman. Is this okay? I don't feel good. I don't feel that way either. General Dog, if he fails in his challenge, you must take the initiative to challenge him. As you command. Second General, if there's another mission later, don't forget to volunteer. Be sure to rush ahead of the others. If you can get the reward from the chief leader, I'll give you my concubine when I get back. Thank you, Lord. No matter what happens later, I will be the first to do it. While everyone was discussing, the thin, loud-voiced general had already ridden his horse to a place 100 meters away from the command platform. This is where the army is closest to the city gate. However, it is still hundreds of meters away from the city gate, which can avoid the attack range of most weapons on the market. If you stand here and talk to the people on the city wall, you have to shout, otherwise they won't hear you. Although it is some distance away, you can still vaguely see the name hanging above the city gate. Northern City Gate of the Plains region. The thin general was wearing iron armor and had a long sword hanging at his waist. He put his hands in front of his mouth to form a trumpet, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Little boy from the North City Gate, come out quickly and die." Wow! All of a sudden, the soldiers next to the loud-mouthed general covered their ears. The sound gradually grew louder, as if a large loudspeaker was installed in his mouth, making his ears dizzy. As soon as the voice came out, everyone was shocked. Even Rosen was startled. Miaoyun and Lu Bu beside him also frowned and muttered at the same time. "You have such a loud voice." I have to say that this thin man at the warrior level has a really loud voice. The lords who were discussing this had to shut up and look carefully towards the city gate. I want to see if the other person will react. But it's a pity. Only some armored helmets were exposed at the top of the city gate, which was looked at from a distance, and then retracted without any reaction. "Hey, you bunch of cowards, come out and die." Another voice was shouted, but still no one showed up. This left everyone confused. I said I couldn't shout. Yeah, how can a soldier fighting a war get irritated by words? Let's attack the city at night. Master Alliance Leader, how about letting my general give it a try? Everyone looked at Rosen and lost all confidence in the general who had shouted. But Rosen didn't want to make a substitution at this moment, because having a loud voice is a natural advantage. No one else can shout with such force without such a loud voice. The reason why no one came out was because the loudmouth didn't dare to challenge. Rosen laughed wickedly and said to everyone, "No need. He can't shout because he doesn't know how to challenge. I will teach him how to do it next. If he learns what I, the Grand Alliance Bishop, say, the other side will naturally come out." Chapter 176 Cursing. Oh, what does the leader want to teach you? Everyone was curious. Rosen smiled evilly, waved his hand, called a soldier over, and said, "I say, go tell the loud-voiced general to learn it." Yes. The soldier also looked at Rosen with curiosity, wanting to know what words could have brought out the truth in the other party. Rosen said evilly, "Chow Nima. Everyone, if you don't come out and die, you cowards, I'm going to dig up your ancestors' graves and fuck your ancestors." Everyone. The command desk immediately fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other. The soldier also looked confused. Miaoyan beside him immediately blushed and felt extremely anxious. Only Rosen smiled evilly and said, "Go ahead, let him shout it over and over again." Yes. The soldier was embarrassed and went to report immediately. The other lords were completely stunned by Rosen's words. I can't believe that these words came out of the chief leader's mouth. It's simply unbelievable. But soon, he started cursing loudly. Chow Nima. Everyone. All the soldiers in the audience. Countless heads immediately popped out from the opposite city wall. "If you don't come out and die, you cowards, I'm going to dig up your ancestors' graves and fuck your ancestors." Wow. The entire army was in uproar. They were all stunned. The soldiers on the opposite city wall were so angry that their faces turned red and their necks became thick. What the hell? He's scolding us. Damn it, this is intolerable. I'm going to kill them. General, don't be impulsive. General, hurry. The general has left the city. Hurry up and catch up. After a while, the gate of Yuguan was opened. All of a sudden, all the soldiers became alert and formed up into battle formations. Many lords also felt incredible and quickly asked their subordinates to volunteer. Master General, I request to go into battle. Master Alliance Leader, I, your subordinate, also request to join the battle. In front of the battle, the loud-voiced general retreated. He is only responsible for challenging the enemy, not for meeting them head-on. Seeing the loudmouth retreat, the general who left the city rode on his warhorse and laughed arrogantly. "Ha! Cowards, do you dare to fight me? I will beat you to a pulp." On the command platform, everyone was still asking for battle. However, Rosen just glanced at the general in front of the battle and did not agree to any of their requests to fight. Because the person who went into battle was extremely powerful, he was actually at the level of a great martial artist. Stronger than myself. They are only at the warrior level, so of course they cannot see the difference in strength. Letting them go would be a death sentence. Although it has nothing to do with me if they die, I still need them to attack the city at night. If he died, the main force of the siege would fall on him. So Rosen explained lightly. The opponent is at the Grand Martial Master level. You are no match for him. Hiss. What? Great Martial Master? How is that possible? If the opponent is truly a Great Martial Master, then wouldn't it mean that none of us can defeat it? What should I do? Why don't we send people to siege them? A siege will have an impact on morale. Everyone was surprised and worried. At this time, Rosen said calmly, "Don't worry, I will make the decision on this matter. Lubu, step out." "I'm here." Lubu took a step forward, and immediately everyone's attention was cast on him again. Because they had met Lubu yesterday. Kill the martial artist with warm wine. If he can easily kill a martial artist, then he should be able to fight against a great martial artist. Everyone suddenly felt hopeful again. You go and fight the enemy general. Rosen gave the order slowly. Lubu immediately clasped his fists and turned to leave. Everyone stood up and stood on tiptoe to look. The scene also fell into chaos. Because everyone wants to know how it unfolds. They took the initiative to challenge today. Wasn't it just to boost morale and reduce others' fighting spirit? In case they lost, it would be ineffective in attacking the city, so they all stood up and tiptoed to watch. "Sir, let's go and take a look too." At this time, Miaoyan was also eager to try it. Rosen smiled slightly and said, "No need, just use this." After saying that, he slowly took out 2 telescopes from the ring and gave one to Miaoyan. Miaoyan has always been with Bei, so of course she knows what this is. I suddenly became excited and started looking through the telescope. Rosen also took out his telescope and started looking. On the battlefield hundreds of meters away, with the naked eye, you can only see two very small people, and you can't see them clearly at all. With a telescope, it's like having it right in front of you. Lu Bu rode on a warhorse, holding a Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand, and came to the front of the army. Without saying a word, he rushed directly towards the general on the opposite side. The general on the opposite side was also a young and strong man. He held a spear in his hand and rushed towards Lu Bu. The two men brandished their weapons and collided directly with each other. Clang! After a collision, Lu Bu's weapon directly cut off the man's spear. This scene shocked the lords who were standing on tiptoe to watch the show, and they all thought to themselves that the man was so powerful. So many people looked back at Rosen in shock. Once again, I was stunned by Rosen's telescope. Damn, how come he has everything? I'm so envious of having such powerful subordinates and these strange and bizarre things. Oh, I'm so envious and jealous. When will I be able to develop such a large territory? Everyone sighed and then continued to look into the distance. But when he looked out again, the battle was already over. Lu Bu was rushing back with the enemy general's head in his hand. The soldiers who had gone out of the city to support the enemy were already returning to the city in panic. So soon. Oh my God, this. That's outrageous. Is it that easy to kill a great martial artist? What is the strength of this Lu Bu? Everyone was shocked. Only then did they discover it. It turned out that not only was he inferior to Rosen in development and military strength, but he was also far inferior in individual strength. Rosen suddenly became a person that everyone looked up to. Report. My subordinates have killed the enemy general. Lu Bu returned and left behind the head. This time, no one vomited. Rosen waved his hand calmly and said, "The mission of suppressing the enemy's morale has been accomplished. Everyone, continue to prepare and attack the city together tonight." Yes. Everyone dispersed. He became even more obedient to Rosen's words. Rosen also returned to his barracks. Night comes quietly. Many lords gathered together again, waiting for Rosen's orders. Although everyone was united at this moment, Rosen knew that this was only temporary. Once the attack is over, everyone will still go their separate ways, and no one will submit to anyone else. Rosen's eyes gleamed, and amidst the countless soldiers in armor, he solemnly declared, "All factions, regardless of order, must attack the city together. The first to reach the city will be rewarded by this leader with 100 war horses and 1,000 suits of armor. Attack." Chapter 177 Secret Weapon, updated 3 times. Rosen is not one to break his promises. The reward I promised today for challenging you to come out with 500 pieces of armor and 10 war horses has been fulfilled. The Lord is still in complete surprise. So when they heard Rosen say that whoever was the first to reach the city would be rewarded with 1,000 sets of armor and 100 war horses, they all went crazy. And still completely crazy. Thousands of sets of armor. Hundreds of war horses. With these, the strength of the small territory can be tripled. Even for a large territory, its military strength can be doubled immediately in a short period of time. It took them so long to develop to the point where they had 1,000 soldiers. If we get these rewards, our military power will be taken to a new level in a blink of an eye. The lords went completely mad. Someone come. Charge. Come on. Hurry up and get the ladder ready. My fellow lads, charge. The first one to reach the summit will be rewarded by me by being made a deputy lord, enjoying endless wealth and glory. For a moment, the army fell into madness. Countless soldiers carried ladders and rushed towards the city wall. Only these lords, under frantic command, did not approach the city walls. After all, your life is your own, so let the soldiers charge first. Rosen also watched the army charging with an expressionless face. They are densely packed in the darkness, like countless ants moving forward. This siege. Rosen brought Lu Bu and Xiang Yu with him, leaving only Zhuge Liang behind to guard the camp. However, Rosen did not let his soldiers charge. Instead, let them follow from a distance and wait until the enemy's forces are almost depleted before attacking. This is called preserving strength. However, the other lords were driven crazy by Rosen's reward, so they didn't notice it. Although Rosen's soldiers were far away, they were following them. Even if they were charging, they had to follow the order of first come, first served. Moreover, there are rewards for charging forward first, so they hope that Rosen's soldiers will not compete with them for the advantage. Kill. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Woo. The sound of a horn was heard from within the domain gate. Countless torches lit up on the city walls. Countless soldiers stuck their heads out and shot down with bows and arrows. From this we can see that the military advisor's equipment at the domain level is also not weak, and he is stronger than any lord present. because the lords present even had bows and arrows as rare weapons. The soldiers on the city wall each held a rifle and shot down. But the lords were not completely poor. A team of archers was still formed to provide bow and arrow cover for the soldiers attacking the city. The two sides fired at each other, and ordinary infantry carried ladders and climbed up the city wall. For a moment, shouts of killing shook the sky and screams were heard one after another. The soldiers lying on the ladders fell from the sky one after another like dumplings. Among the soldiers lying on the city wall shooting arrows and throwing stones, some were injured and fell down. But in comparison, the attackers suffered heavy casualties. Boom! Suddenly, a siege vehicle pushed to the city gate and hit it. But the city gate remained motionless. Soon a soldier came back to report. "Sir, the city gate is completely sealed behind it. Even if our siege vehicles break through the gate, they can't get in." Hiss! So cruel? Even the door is sealed. It seems the only option is to climb the wall. Pass the order down. Abandon the city gates. No one is allowed to retreat, enter through the city walls, and charge to the death. Kill. Rosen sat in his seat with an expressionless face, waiting for the good news that the soldiers will enter the city. But as time passed slowly, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Still no soldier went up. Instead, their soldiers suffered countless casualties. The bodies were piled up in heaps. It seems the ancients were right. Attacking a city often requires several times the manpower to succeed. The enemy defenders have 20,000 soldiers, while ours alone only have a little over 30,000. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, Rosen waved his hand and said, "Don't panic, everyone. I still have a secret weapon that I haven't used yet." Secret weapon? What secret weapon? Everyone looked over immediately. Rosen smiled slightly and said, "Xiangyu, push the cannons onto the chariots and take cover while the soldiers climb the wall." Yes. Xiangyu went to do it immediately. Everyone was shocked, because they all caught the two key words that Rosen just said. Cannon. Master Chief Alliance Leader, do you really have a cannon? How is this possible? I can't believe it. Even the cannon has a problem. If that's the case, who knows what weapons the other domains might have already developed. Yeah, when I think about it, it's really scary. Everyone became concerned and looked at each other. I have been completely shocked by the speed of Lawson's development. No wonder they often give out hundreds or thousands of armored pieces as rewards. It turns out they even have cannons. Are you going to let other lords live? Everyone was in tears. But soon, Xiangyu pushed the magic cannon to a mile away from the city wall. This place is not within the enemy's range, but it is within our own range. They adjusted the angle, started putting in the magic cores and bombarded. Put the magic core in. A ray of light outlined the torso of the magic cannon. Randomly, a huge broadcast spurted out from the muzzle of the magic cannon. It is particularly bright in the dark. Boom! There was a loud bang. The cannons hit the walkways on the city walls. Suddenly, the place that was hit exploded. The soldiers guarding there were blown in all directions by the explosion. Moreover, the stone battlements on the city wall were splattered everywhere. Although this shot could not break through the city wall made of huge stones, it could easily destroy the battlements. Battlements are stone piers on the city wall that are similar to guardrails. Soldiers can hide behind it, or it can block soldiers from falling off the wall. Now that the battlements are gone, it would be dangerous if anyone dared to come out and stop the soldiers from climbing the ladders. Because there were also people shooting arrows on the ground. Go ahead. Seeing this, the soldiers rushed forward. The soldiers on the city wall were so frightened that their hearts were broken. Magic cannon. They have magic cannon. Shoot quickly, stop them. Boom. Another shot. They can't get through. All archers, shoot over there and stop them from coming up. Oh no, General. Someone's coming aboard. Kill him. Boom. Another shot. A gap was blasted at another landing point. Kill. Once the first person goes up, the second person will go up. With 3 bombardments from the cannon, the 3 battlements on the opposite side were shattered, leaving 3 gaps for landing. Soon, the city walls were filled with soldiers from the plains. The people on the city wall had to give up shooting arrows and began to draw their swords to resist and fight each other. Those on the ground also stopped shooting arrows and rushed towards the ladder. Look, our people are climbing up. Upon seeing this, the lords excitedly clenched their fists and shared their joy with each other. Master Chief, let's go too. The city gate is blocked. I'm afraid we won't be able to enter through the gate until we're completely defeated. Luo nodded and began to organize the guards around him. Together with 30 or 40 leaders, they approached the ladder. P.S. I will update 3 times a day. Can you give me a small free gift? I will be very grateful. Chapter 178 Silver Armor and Silver Horse. It's impossible to wait for the soldiers to open the city gates. Because the back of the city gate was blocked by soil, it needed to be excavated. If you want to dig the city gate, you must defeat the defenders. More and more soldiers climbed up the ladders and rushed to the city wall, fighting with the defenders on the wall. As time went by, the city walls were slowly occupied by soldiers, who were marching towards the city. Seeing this, everyone immediately rushed towards the ladder. Hurry up! If we can get into the city and capture the city lord, we'll win. Charge! Lord, climb quickly. The lords also joined the army and climbed up the ladders. The city wall here is relatively high, more than 10 meters high. Rosen had no choice but to climb up with Lu Bu, Xiang Yu, and others. As the overlord, Xiang Yu lay in the front to clear the way for Rosen. Then behind Xiang Yu is Miaoyan. Rosen followed Miaoyan and could see her climbing as soon as he looked up. Fortunately, she was not wearing a skirt, but golden armor, otherwise no one could bear climbing up like this. Following behind Rosen was Lu Bu. He was covering the rear. The group quickly and successfully climbed up the city wall. Puff! As soon as he climbed onto the city wall, a soldier hiding under the battlements rushed up and wanted to chop Xiang Yu down. Xiang Yu raised his hand and swung his sword, cutting the soldier's body in half like tofu. The group continued to walk inside. More soldiers rushed over. Kill! This time he rushed out from a sloping ladder not far behind him. This inclined ladder connected to the city. At a glance, the city wall was densely packed with enemy troops, who were climbing up the stairs to provide support. But the city walls have already occupied them. The army could not all use the stairs to seize sovereignty of the city wall. Only two can come up. The two soldiers who came up just now chopped down the soldiers from the plains region who were guarding the stairs, so they were able to come up. And behind them, there was a dense crowd of people. If they were allowed to charge forward, they would definitely be able to retake this strategic location. Kill them. Rosen turned around and gave the order directly. The city walls are very high and the walkways are very wide, more than 4 meters wide. Xiang Yu immediately passed Rosen and walked side by side with Lu Bu and Miaoyan, charging towards the stairs. Miss Miaoyan, you go and protect the Lord, and leave the rest to us. Xiang Yu said to Miaoyan and rushed into the crowd first. Puff! Sizzle! Forehead! Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of cutting tofu was heard in the crowd. Xiang Yu raised his sword and swung it down, and with one blow, he knocked down a soldier. Lu Bu was not willing to fall behind, and the two of them attacked side by side. The enemy troops that rushed up were quickly driven back to the stairs. Rosen and Miaoyan walked side by side in 2 rows towards the stairs. At the same time, the golden armored guards and the army guarding Rosen all climbed up from the ladder where Rosen had just landed. Because the forces of the army are mixed, the army is selective about who to follow in the charge. The lords went up in person, so part of the Taiping City army quickly occupied the ladder and the nearest ladders and climbed up. Soon, a large number of Taiping City soldiers gathered behind Rosen. These are loyal soldiers who can be trusted completely. Kill. Soon, the surrounding staircases were all occupied by soldiers from Taiping City, and they all rushed downstairs. Rosen didn't even have time to move his hands before he followed Miaoyan safely to the bottom of the city wall. Go down the city wall. There is also an inner wall inside. However, the inner wall is not sealed with soil, and the door wasn't closed. Because the soldiers in the city want to send reinforcements here to recapture the city wall. It's just a pity. Rosen and his group had already gone down the stairs and arrived at the ground between the 2 walls. Kill. Rosen stood there and uttered 2 words lightly. The soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward like a swarm of bees, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, killing them without any resistance. We can't hold it back. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was hopeless and that it was futile to continue resisting, the army, led by several generals, retreated towards the inner wall. Their retreat made the army even more unstoppable. Suddenly, countless soldiers emerged from all the stairs. However, Rosen's team was at the forefront. Because this event is to occupy the territory, but to occupy the territory, one must enter the city lord's mansion and control the city lord of this city before it can be considered a real occupation. So, now that we have already fought our way in, the next natural step is to move forward and rob the city lord. At this moment, Rosen also walked out of the protection of the crowd, took out the golden sword from the space, and led the charge. Puff! No one can withstand Rosen's attack. Soon, the army passed through the inner gate and entered the city. At this moment, the streets of the city were empty, with only pairs of marching soldiers. In the dark night, moonlight shines on the earth. The streets were silent, but shouts were deafening behind me. All the enemy troops retreated into the narrow paths on both sides. The people closed their doors and turned off their lights, not daring to make any noise. The entire city was under strict security. It seems that these defenders are planning to rely on geographical advantages to engage in street fighting with them. However, the lords who can develop so many soldiers are not stupid, so they naturally will not rush in all at once. So he looked at the road in front of him and prepared to rush straight to the city lord's mansion. But just then, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the straight road. A deep voice, like the sound of steel clashing. The other lords who followed closely all stopped behind Rosen at this moment and looked at him vigilantly. What's that sound? It looks like a horseshoe. The enemy must be cavalry. And heavy cavalry at that. Hiss. Heavy cavalry. What should we do? Why don't we hold on here? The city gate has already been dug, so the cavalry can't get in that quickly. The lords stared ahead, discussing things intently. And just at this moment, the cavalry on the opposite side finally slowly appeared from the end of the road. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a hint of silver. First there was a silver helmet, and then there was silver armor. The man in silver equipment completely appeared in everyone's sight. Next came the silver horse under the silver armor. Even the horses were equipped with silver helmets. One man and one horse. He looks like a silver god of war. The silver warriors riding on silver warhorses formed a beautiful landscape. Silver armor and silver horses are all the same color, dare to cause the fall of the army. Looking closely, there are more than 100 of these silver-armored warriors. All the lords present gasped. Hundreds of silver armors. It's so terrifying. Silver armor's defense is well known, especially to those who have received rewards and missions, who even spread wild rumors about it. There is silver armor to save your life. A set of silver armor can withstand any attack from jackals, tigers, and leopards without denting. Even martial artists cannot boast that they can easily break the silver armor. Chapter 179 Silver Armor versus Gold Armor. One can imagine the level of defense of the silver armor. Fortunately, there are only 100 cavalrymen. Otherwise, we would have to retreat back to the city wall. They are coming, they are running. The army is ready. The lords stood in the front, drew their swords, and ordered the soldiers behind them. Kill! The lords shouted, and the soldiers behind them immediately swarmed out and charged towards the silver cavalry. The infantry ran, and the silver cavalry also sped up and charged. Clang! Soon, the two groups started fighting each other. But the situation is one-sided. Wherever the silver armor fell, the iron armor shattered. When the iron sword hit the silver armor, it only produced a few sparks. The armored soldiers filling the streets were unable to stop the charge of the silver cavalry. The silver knights were also getting closer and closer to the lords. What to do? He's no match for me. He can't hurt Silver Knight at all. We can only consume them. But if we continue like this, we will suffer heavy casualties. Why don't we retreat back to the city wall temporarily? Everyone was worried and looked at the chief leader Rosen. Because among these people, only Rosen had a blank expression and no sign of worry. Master Alliance leader, should we continue to encircle and consume them, or should we retreat temporarily? Give me some advice. Several lords looked at Rosen. Because Rosen's troops haven't moved yet. If Rosen wanted them to continue to consume their strength, then he would have to send troops himself. He couldn't let them consume their strength while he conserved his own strength. It would naturally be better to retreat. Let's discuss countermeasures after we return. Looking at the faces of the many lords, Rosen understood their thoughts very well. The reason why he did not order the soldiers to charge like them was because charging forward would be suicide. After all, the streets are limited in width, and the soldiers' human wave tactics can only be used in waves. They come in waves, in other words, they go to die in waves. This moment, Rosen slowly drew out his sword, raised it slightly, and shouted, "Where are the golden armor guards? I'm here." Suddenly, among the countless soldiers behind him, the golden armored guards all moved closer to Rosen. The originally dispersed golden armored guards gathered more than 50 people around Rosen in just a few tens of seconds. Rosen shouted, "Golden armored guards, follow me and charge. Army, follow closely behind. Kill." After saying that, he rushed forward first. Seeing this, Lu Bu, Xiang Yu, and Miao Yun immediately followed Rosen's footsteps and protected him closely. Seeing that the lords they believed in were leading the charge, the other golden armored guards rushed towards the silver cavalry like crazy, as if they had been injected with hormones. This scene almost made the other lords' eyes pop out. Because the number of golden armored guards Rosen usually brought with him was not large, they all thought that Rosen only had a dozen or 20 golden armored guards. Unexpectedly, with just a loud shout, 50 golden armors were gathered in just a few seconds. So many golden armors. Oh my god, how did he do that? It's incredible. Golden armor versus silver cavalry. Unprecedented. It is said that the strength of the golden armor exceeds human imagination. I wonder how strong the golden armor is. I heard that the golden armor is as strong as the fur of the ultimate beast. Even a martial artist's full-strength attack can only leave a trace on the golden armor. To break the golden armor, you need at least the strength of a great martial artist. His so strong? If that's the case, doesn't Rosen have dozens of warriors who can fight against great martial artists? It's not like they can fight against a great martial artist, but it's no problem for this group of golden armored warriors to besiege a group of unequipped martial artists. What? Besieging a group of martial artists? Hiss. So, you're qualified to fight one or two great martial artists, right? Everyone was shocked. Look at the battlefield again. The golden armored soldiers have already attacked the silver cavalry camp. Suddenly, silver swords and silver armor were flying. The silver cavalry in the front row were thrown to the ground by the attacks of Lu Bu and Xiang Yu. Hey! Xiang Yu grabbed the horse's body, lifted it up, and threw it out, hitting a group of silver cavalry. Lu Bu even took the Fang Tian Hua Ji made of fine iron and swept it across the spot. Although the fine iron was not sharp, he was very strong, and with one sweep, he knocked down a group of silver knights. The silver-armored warriors on the silver cavalry fell down one after another. After falling, he was hacked to death by the soldiers in golden armor. The golden sword didn't chop the silver armor as easily as tofu, but after a few random slashes, the person was quickly chopped into meat paste. Following the golden armored soldiers came Rosen's large iron-armored infantry force. For a moment, the silver cavalry could not resist and began to retreat step by step. Everyone chased after him. Seeing this, the other lords shouted, "Chase and kill them." But at this time, Rosen and others had already rushed to the front, and their figures had disappeared at the end of the street, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. City Lord's Mansion. Deep-walled courtyard. An atmosphere of panic spread in the City Lord's Mansion, until a young servant riding a brown horse and wearing cloth clothes came running from a distance and hurriedly passed through the gate of the City Lord's Mansion. As he ran, he shouted in panic, "Oh no! The enemy has golden armored guards. Our silver cavalry has been defeated. The enemy army is heading towards the City Lord's Mansion." The shouting added a bit of fear to the already panic-stricken atmosphere in the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord of the Inner Palace carried large and small bags on his shoulders and pulled a few beautiful concubines with them, rushing out of the City Lord's Mansion in a panic. "Hurry up, we still have a chance of survival outside the plains." Surrounded by soldiers, the bearded City Lord fled in panic. The guards followed one after another. When the servants and maids in the City Lord's Mansion saw this scene, they also went crazy. They packed up their things, snatched valuables everywhere, and prepared to run away with the money. Suddenly, the City Lord's Mansion was in chaos. "Give it to me. This is mine." A maid collapsed on the ground and fought with a servant for a package. "Get lost." The male servant kicked the maid away, picked up the package, and ran away. And this is just the tip of the iceberg in the City Lord's Mansion. More chaotic and absurd things are happening everywhere. "Woo-woo, let me go." A maid was pinned down by a lame guard under the rockery in the outer courtyard. The lame guard laughed wildly and tore at her clothes. "The City Lord has abandoned me, so I'm going to die a happy death. Don't you look down on us old soldiers just because you often serve the City Lord? Damn it, I'll kill you." "Woo, help." Puff. The lame old soldier paused, and a stream of donated blood gushed out from his chest, spraying the maid all over with hot donated blood. The maid was so scared that she was stunned. Those who forcibly seize women are not fit to be soldiers. Lu Bu retracted the golden sword, his face cold. "Charge. Capture the City Lord alive. Capture the City Lord alive." At the same time, countless soldiers poured in from the door. After all the soldiers rushed in, Rosen also walked in slowly accompanied by Xiang Yu and Miaoyun. City Lord's Mansion. It fell. Chapter 180. 10 million level reward, Part 3. 10 minutes later. The City Lord's Mansion was completely controlled by Rosen. All the servants and maids were arrested. Rosen sat in the hall of the City Lord's Mansion, waiting for news. "Report. Sir, all the personnel have been captured. I also heard that the City Lord has fled outside the pass, and General Xiang Yu has led people to chase him." Lu Bu went up to report. At the same time, Miaoyun came out from the corner, holding a large seal in his hand, and said excitedly, "Sir, I found a large seal in the corner. The seal is as big as 2 fists, and many mountains and ferocious beasts are carved on the seal. Especially the ferocious beasts, all of them bared their teeth and roared at the sky. There were winged dragons with ferocious faces, and giant apes as tall as mountains beating their chests to the sky. If you look closely, it is lifelike and awe-inspiring." Rosen took the seal and took a look underneath it. There was nothing written on it, just a lot of symbols that he couldn't understand at all. However, just a few seconds after Rosen took over the seal, the voice of the Lord's guide suddenly came into his mind. Mission accomplished, successfully occupying a regional checkpoint, and now full notification is underway. After that, a deeper voice sounded in Rosen's mind. Hint, hint, hint. Lord Rosen, you are the first to capture the domain gate and receive the Lord's seal. As the first Lord to complete the mission, I officially declare that the reward will be increased by 10%. The reward has been issued. Damn, it's increased by another 10%. Wow. Rosen was shocked by the reward, especially the increased reward percentage. Then he studied the seal carefully. This Lord seal may be the key to controlling the entire city. But at this moment, the sound of system amplification came into Rosen's mind again. Ding! The bow and arrow amplification was successful, and the number has increased to 110,000. Byte. As soon as the first type of material was amplified, Rosen rushed directly to the storage space of the Lord's guide and his own space ring, which was completely full. And the second kind of material is still ringing in my mind. Ding! Arrows increase. Oh my god! Hearing this reminder, Rosen was shocked. Because the reward for arrows is 100,000, if it is increased 100-fold, it will directly become 11 million. It can fill up the hall directly. They will definitely be crushed underneath. At this critical moment, when the system amplification voice had not yet finished speaking, Rosen immediately found an extra space ring from the space ring. With the 99 space rings he found, and the one he was wearing on his hand, Rosen had already taken out 100 space rings. The area of these 100 space rings can accommodate half of the City Lord's mansion. So at this critical moment, Rosen took out all the space rings he had specially prepared from the territory. I brought some rings with me on the spot just for this scene. Ding! The arrows have been amplified successfully, and the number has increased to 11 million. All of a sudden, Rosen's space ring was filled up again. Fortunately, he has many space rings, so when one is full, there is always another one. Ding! The silver nuggets have been successfully increased to 110,000. The increase is still continuing. In just the blink of an eye, the overwhelming supplies filled Rosen's space ring. Fortunately, he had enough rings, otherwise he wouldn't be able to fit them all. Although Rosen experienced a terrifying period, in the eyes of Lu Bu and Miaoyun, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed. It was these 2 or 3 seconds that made Rosen's forehead covered with sweat. Miaoyun and Lu Bu were both stunned by what they saw. They immediately surrounded him and asked worriedly, "Sir, are you okay?" "Phew, it's okay." Rosen wiped the sweat off his face. Walla walla. But at this moment, there was a sudden rustling sound outside, like countless footsteps surging. "My lord, this is bad. The other lords are trying to force their way into the City Lord's mansion." A guard in golden armor came hurriedly to report. Rosenwei was stunned and his face suddenly turned cold. He naturally knew why those lords came. Since the fact that they had received the reward had been announced, they must have come to share the reward. After putting away the seal and all the space rings into his pockets, Rosen turned around and slowly walked to the City Lord's main seat and sat down lightly. Since they can't wait, there's no need to wait until the city is settled. Rosen sneered and said, "Let them in, but soldiers are not allowed to enter. Only lords are allowed in, and they can only bring 2 guards at most." Yes. The soldier did it immediately. Rosen looked at Lu Bu again and said in a cold voice, "Lu Bu, immediately gather all the soldiers. After leading the lord in, defend the gate with all your strength to prevent their soldiers from breaking in. Also, gather all the golden armored guards and elite soldiers to ambush in the courtyard and wait for my orders." Yes. Lu Bu's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of something. But as a loyal subordinate, he naturally obeyed the lord's words. Because he was shocked, he did not dare to delay and acted quickly. In a blink of an eye, only a few golden armored guards and Miaoyun were left in the hall. Rosen sat upright, looking straight ahead, his face expressionless. A few minutes passed. A group of lords emerged from the courtyard. This group of people walked side by side, whispering to each other, like ministers attending court, and headed towards the hall where Rosen was. Although the chief leader stopped them from bringing troops in, he did leave a few guards for them. So although everyone was dissatisfied, they did not refuse. After all, with so many lords, plus some guards, there are more than 100 people in this group. Even the leader of the alliance cannot make any waves when so many people are united. This is what everyone thinks. Come outside the hall. The guards were once again stopped by the golden armored guards at the gate. My lord has ordered that the distribution of spoils is the top priority. No guards are allowed to enter. Humph. I only brought 2 guards. That's right. They won't even let us bring 2 guards. What the hell is the Grand Alliance leader doing? Don't forget, this leader was elected by us. Without us, he wouldn't be able to become the leader. Forget it, my lords. Distributing the spoils with guards is indeed inappropriate. Perhaps it's to prevent fighting if the spoils aren't evenly distributed. That makes sense. You guys wait outside. The lords entered one after another. Seeing that other lords had gone in alone, those stubborn lords were afraid that they would get less if they went in too late, so they asked their guards to stay and went in alone. Soon, dozens of lords came into the hall. Greetings to the Grand Alliance leader. Everyone bowed. No matter what, the surface work still needs to be done, especially in front of the chief leader. Sir, now that the mission is complete and the rewards have been distributed, let's discuss how to divide the rewards. Several impatient lords began to initiate the conversation. Other lords followed suit. Chapter 181, Surrender. Several impatient lords began to initiate the conversation. Other lords followed suit. Yes. The Grand Alliance leader said that he didn't want any rewards and wanted to share them all among us. Many of my subordinates died during this siege. Many of my people died, too. The notice says the reward has been increased by 10%. We have 17 lords here with over 1,000 armored men. Let's take half first and split the remaining half equally. What? No, why should we get so little? That's right. Today, the Alliance leader is the one who made the decision. If we have to divide it, we should divide it together. Why should you take half first and then share it with us? Everyone's faces suddenly turned red and their necks became thick. There were even lords with bad tempers who were so dissatisfied that they wanted to fight. Although a lord with 1,000 soldiers is very powerful. But these people come from all directions, and it is unlikely that they will meet in a short period of time, so there is no need to be afraid at this time. Especially, although there is a big gap between a few hundred and more than 1,000, they will not be wiped out easily, so no one is afraid. Seeing everyone arguing, Rosen sneered and slowly raised his hand. All of a sudden, all the golden armored guards appeared from the corners and surrounded the many lords. Clatter! The lords reacted immediately, all terrified, and asked in horror, Master Chief Alliance Leader, what are you going to do? Yes, Lord Chief Alliance Leader, are you going to regret it? We have weapons and armor outside. Someone come. Someone come. The lords shouted and called for the guards outside the door. When you hear the call outside the door, you will come to support immediately. At this moment, countless soldiers and armors emerged from the corner of the yard and surrounded their guards. For a moment, no one could get close to the hall. The lords suddenly became anxious. But don't not get the reward and lose your life here. So a clever lord quickly said in an extremely polite and respectful tone, Master, I have no intention of competing. I don't want this reward. Please let me go. Yes, I don't want it either. Please let us go. I promise I will never participate in any reward division. I also promise, Lord Chief Alliance Leader. One by one, everyone changed the trend. But can you believe what they say? If we let them out now, they might gather the troops outside and attack us together in a short time. Rosen said coldly, None of you can leave. Come on, capture them all. Walla walla. The golden armored guards began to move and approach directly. This time, the lords could no longer sit still. Most of them are at the warrior level. After all, he has at least a few hundred people under his command. There are even some lords at the martial artist level. Although he has been hiding his strength, it is not difficult to guess. But even if he is a martial artist, he is just a fledgling who has just entered the martial artist realm. Rosen, what on earth do you want to do? Yeah, don't force us. I know. It must be because we're gathered here today that he wants to kill us all once and for all. We must resist. Resist. Resist to the end. Never compromise. Everyone was talking at once, filled with anger. But it still failed to slow down the golden armored guards by even a little bit. Seeing that the golden armored guards were approaching, the lords could no longer bear it and began to resist. Fuck. Fight them. One of the lords took out his weapon first and rushed out the door. As long as they can meet up with the troops outside the gate, with the help of the guards, they are confident that they can break out of the lord's mansion and meet up with the army. Clang. Unfortunately, the iron sword hit the golden armor of the golden armor guard without causing any damage. Instead, the golden armored guards grabbed the lord and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, the others also began to rush out. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, everyone started fighting and chaos broke out. Looking back at the courtyard, the guards saw that their lord had started a fight, and they did not dare to delay and drew their weapons and rushed to the hall. But the soldiers in the yard are not vegetarians either. This place has long been occupied by people from Taiping City. The soldiers of Taiping City would show no mercy and would hack anyone who dared to rush over to them to death. They are all ordinary guards, not lords. No one will blame them if they are killed, and they will even be rewarded. So a fight broke out in the yard. The guards, unable to rush in, wanted to turn around and rush out of the Lord's mansion to call for help. But unfortunately, they still couldn't get out. Moreover, there were more and more Taiping City soldiers in armor in the yard, filling the entire yard. 10 minutes later, the city lord's mansion fell into silence again. The yard was littered with corpses, leaving only the soldiers in armor of Taiping City. And in the hall, under the knees of every golden-armored guard lies a lord. Of course, there were also unlucky lords who were accidentally killed by the golden-armored guards. In short, except for the people from Taiping City, all the others in the city lord's mansion were captured. Those lords simply couldn't believe what they saw. They lay on the ground, with the golden-armored guards on top of them, and both of them felt extremely difficult. Rosen, you're so cruel. You actually tricked us. Ha 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 ha. Greed is a snake swallowing an elephant. We shouldn't have believed you. Woo-woo, don't kill me. I surrender, I don't want to die. You coward, why should a man be afraid of life and death? The lords had mixed feelings. Unexpectedly, not only were they tricked by Rosen, but none of them could escape. This is a great shame and humiliation. But no matter what, the die is cast, and no one can change it. So the timid ones began to beg for mercy, while the bold ones continued to be stubborn and speak nonsense. Rosen chuckled and said coldly, "Take the lords who are willing to surrender and have them recruit their own soldiers. If the soldiers are unwilling to surrender, just kill the lords." Yes. The golden armor guards then took those lords who were willing to surrender and went to recruit soldiers. Rosen then looked at the man who had just said, "A true man has no fear of life or death," and said calmly, "You don't seem afraid of death. If so, I'll grant your wish. Take him out and chop him off." Yes. 2 golden-armored guards grabbed one of his arms each and dragged him out. The lord was so frightened that he immediately collapsed, his face full of panic, and he shouted, "No, no, no. I am willing to surrender. I was just joking, sir." "Take him to surrender." Rosen curled his lips in disdain. "I thought I had really met a tough guy, but it turned out he was also a coward." However, having learned from previous experiences, the remaining lords also began to surrender. Because they have already realized that if they don't surrender, Rosen will really kill them. No one wants to die, especially in a world where power is supreme. Even if you are just a small village chief, you can enjoy great power. "I don't want to die as long as I can live." Rosen continued, "Bring them all to surrender." Yes. Chapter 182, 100 Lord's Guide. In a blink of an eye, only people from Taiping City were left in the hall. Miaoyun, who was following Rosen, was stunned by the scene before her. She also didn't expect that the Lord would be so decisive and ruthless, saying that everyone should be arrested without any leeway. The Lord usually looks kind and benevolent, but it turns out that this is the real Lord. At this moment, Miaoyun not only had no worries in her heart, but was once again conquered by Rosen's decisiveness. Late at night, except for the sounds of weapons, the rest of the area inside the pass was eerily silent. For the people in the city, tonight will be a sleepless night. The change of power and the replacement of city lords are often accompanied by blood and gore. Before I knew it, it was midnight. All the soldiers outside Taiping City successfully surrendered. Soldiers were disarmed, head counted, and detained. After midnight, except for those powerful lords, all the lords among the surrendered soldiers were also screened out. These lords are all small lords, and their entire territory has no more than 100 people. Many of them personally lead dozens of soldiers to support the general or alliance leader. Due to the chaotic system, when they saw the leader of a territory with thousands of people being captured, they surrendered one after another. Otherwise, surrender would not be so easy. After all, surrendering is much more comfortable than being beaten to death. As for resistance, these small lords can only mobilize their own soldiers, and they cannot mobilize the soldiers of other small alliances. The boss who can mobilize all the soldiers has been arrested. So surrender is the only way to survive. "Sir, Yuguan has been completely taken over by us, and the defenders have all surrendered. We have taken control of the Yuguan barracks and the government office, and a total of 15,000 people have surrendered. The entire alliance army has also surrendered. Among the surrendered troops, we found 72 lords holding official positions and 18,000 ordinary soldiers. Of our 10,000 men, 300 were killed, 700 were seriously injured, and our combat effectiveness is 9,000. Lubu reported the situation one by one. Rosen had a blank expression on his face as he thought about it in his mind. He remembered that the Allied forces seemed to be more than 20,000 people, and as for the number of 20,000 or so, he estimated that it was around 24,000 or 25,000. There are only 18,000 left now. In other words, The loss of those who died and those who hid was about 6,000 to 7,000 people. Even if we remove the 1,000 soldiers guarding the supplies outside the city, that would still be a loss of 5,000 to 6,000 people. He also injured thousands of people. However, this number of casualties is not really that large for a siege. In particular, the soldiers defending the city surrendered after only losing a quarter of their strength. If someone with a little more brains and ability was allowed to defend the city, the casualties would probably be even more severe. Rosen nodded and said, "Well, make proper arrangements for the injured. Also, excavate the city gates and confiscate the soldiers and supplies outside. Also, summon all the captured lords. I need to give them a lecture." Yes. Lubu came and went in a hurry and was very busy. However, he was also very decisive in his work and soon brought all the captured lords, a total of 100, into the hall. 100 lords, all tied up with ropes. They all knelt on the ground, as if they had accepted their fate, with gloomy expressions on their faces. The victors take all, and the losers are the bandits. In this world, don't blame others for being cruel. Blame yourself for being weak. I won't say anything more. If you want to survive, take out the Lord's Guide. Only in areas without the Lord's Guide can you be safe and live a peaceful and happy life. Rosen picked at the cracks between his nails in a calm tone. The lords were all shocked. They never expected that Rosen would actually ask for their Lord's Guide. This is your lifeline, and the only capital for your future rise. If I hand it over, I will have to accept my fate in this life. Although they would occasionally steal other people's Lord Guides during wars, they were facing arrogant and bloodthirsty people. Generally speaking, if you surrender to them, they would not kill you so ruthlessly. The lords looked at Rosen with indignation, and countless angry words came out of their mouths. But I still tried my best to hold it back. A few seconds later, one man could no longer bear it and said viciously, "Asking for our Lord's Guide is impossible. A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Forget it." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the lords present gasped. Although they also wanted to curse, saying it out loud would be a matter of life and death. So everyone immediately looked at him with admiration, hoping that his appearance would make Rosen let go of their Lord Guide. But will Rosen let it go? Having planned this with Zhuge Liang for so long, he naturally couldn't let it go easily. Rosen sneered and said calmly, "Do you really think I'm interested in your Lord's Guide? I'm taking your Lord's Guide for 2 reasons. First, population resources, and second, to prevent the outflow of resources from the plains. You people are willing to sell everything for development. Sooner or later, you'll sell out all the resources in the plains. And with the Lord's Guide, everyone will think they are the chosen one, delusionally aiming to become the protagonist, constantly provoking wars and making life miserable for the people. Today, I will put an end to your hopes and lead the plains to a better life." After saying that, Rosen stopped picking his nails, looked at the Lord who had come forward, pointed at him calmly, and said in a calm tone, "You don't want to hand it over, right? Drag him out and chop him up." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden-armored guards came up and were about to drag him away. The Lord was so scared that he peed himself on the ground. The water stains on the ground spread around. The surrounding lords all knelt and crawled away in disgust. "No, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Grandpa, Rosen." Rosen waved his hand to stop the golden-armored guard. His purpose was to provide guidance to the Lord, not to kill people. And with this person taking the lead, I believe that others would not dare to resist, so they stopped the golden armor guards. The golden-armored guards immediately let him go. The Lord immediately collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and then quickly crawled into the hall. He conjured up the Lord's Guide and dropped the book on the ground in front of him, completely giving in. Seeing this, the others followed suit, taking out their own Lord's Guides and throwing them on the ground. Soon, 100 Lord's Guides were piled together. There is only one click to apply to become a vassal territory. Rosen looked at the Lord's Guide with disdain. Although the one-click application will only be available tonight, it will become a thing of the past tonight. From now on, his territory had no vassals, only subjects. Lock them up. I'll discuss this with Mr. Zhuge before deciding what to do with them. Yes. All the lords were taken away. Miaoyan picked up the divine books, one by one, and handed them to Rosen. In the eyes of ordinary humans, the Lord's Guide is a sacred book and a divine artifact. Rosen took them one by one and began to integrate them. A Lord's Guide can be integrated into a recruitment office. These 100 books are equivalent to 100 recruitment offices. Chapter 183, A Large Amount of Supplies, Part 3. With 100 recruitment offices plus the existing recruitment offices in the territory, he can independently recruit more than 100 citizens in a day without spending a penny. The only expense is the need to support them. but this is much better than the one I bought. They are also very loyal and easy to tame, especially the currency reform. If you want to buy people, you can't spend resources, you can only spend money. And as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer territories where people are sold. Apart from those lords who cannot afford to support their subjects and the merchants who are doing business, there are very few forces selling it. So recruitment agencies become particularly important, because this thing is the main force of the population. If the subjects are allowed to have children on their own, first of all kinds of infrastructure must be improved, otherwise they will not be able to raise the children after they are born. Before it is perfected, the military force can only be consumed by the existing population or recruited by the recruitment office. After integrating all the Lord's guides, Rosen's space had 100 more recruitment offices. At this moment, Rosen suddenly felt that Zhuge Liang's words were really good. Absolute control. This feeling is far beyond the reach of others' submission. Before we knew it, it was late at night. The entire domain is still carrying out various tasks in an orderly and coordinated manner. For example, cleaning the battlefield, collecting surrendered weapons, counting captured supplies, etc. Rosen was too lazy to wait any longer. After all, this was not something that could be completed in a short time, so he went to the city lord's bedroom to sleep. The city lord's bedroom is the best decorated and safest room. Before entering, Rosen specially asked someone to tidy up and change before going in to rest. It's no wonder that the local city facilities are complete, especially in the city lord's mansion. Even the quilts are made of silk floss. The various furniture in the room are made of fine wood, and there are even mirrors and other things. Comparing the two, it seems that these technologies appeared in the city after a long period of development and change. Outside the domain gate, everything is so primitive, there is nothing. Once the two are combined, the inside and outside will be connected, and the domain will develop rapidly. Rosen slowly fell asleep. The night passed in the blink of an eye. When Rosen opened his eyes again, it was already noon. When I walked out of the room, I saw many more guards standing guard and maids working around. These maids are obviously the city lord's old employees. That's why these soldiers are standing here guarding. After washing up, Rosen went to the hall to eat. At the same time, after learning that Rosen had woken up, the generals rushed to the hall to report the situation. Report. Sir, Mr. Zhuge, General Liu, General Xiangyu, and General Zhao Yun request an audience. Oh, everyone's back? Zhao Yun is back too. Rosen was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, everyone come in. Tat-a-tat. There was a sound of footsteps. 3 generals in golden armor and Zhuge Liang in cloth walked into the hall at the same time. Greetings, Lord. The 4 of them knelt on one knee. However, Xiangyu, who was standing at the very edge, had several obvious holes in his golden armor, as well as many dents, which showed that he had experienced a fierce battle. This stunned Rosen. The great martial artist wearing golden armor ended up like this. He quickly said, everyone, please take a seat. Xiangyu, didn't you go after the city lord? How did you end up like this? Are you injured? A group of people sat on the chairs on both sides. Xiangyu bowed helplessly and said, my lord, I did lead my men to pursue the former city lord, but he escaped beyond the borders of the domain. In pursuit, I encountered a human-faced spider in the yellow sandy land outside the domain. The spider tore the former city lord to pieces. I fought it to reclaim his body, but the result was a draw. Unable to capture him, I retreated. Is so, the outside world is a very dangerous place. Rosen was slightly shocked. Xiangyu replied, yes. The mountains outside the territory are steep, with a width of more than 10 miles between them. It faces another pass in the distance, and the surrounding area is entirely yellow sand. I don't know where the passages on either side lead to. So that's how it is. Let's put aside the things outside the domain gate for now. Zilong, tell me what's going on in Huanjin town. Rosen nodded and asked Zhao Yun. Although he was curious about what was beyond the domain, now was not the time to explore. The domain is what matters most right now. When Zhao Yun heard Rosen's question, he immediately replied, Sir, Huanjin town has been pacified. I am leading 1,000 soldiers to join them. Okay, what's the situation in the city? Rosen continued to ask. This time it was Lu Bu who answered. Sir, everything is normal in the city, and the people are living their lives normally. They don't seem dissatisfied with the change of power. Furthermore, I have already collected the remains of the fallen soldiers, including the resources of the surrendered troops, a total of 40,000 sets of armor, 40,000 iron swords, 100 sets of silver armor, 300 war horses, hundreds of bows and arrows, thousands of arrows, and hundreds of thousands of grain and grass were confiscated. In addition, over 1 million kilograms of food and fodder were seized from the city's defenders. A large amount of resources were discovered in the city lord's mansion, including thousands of iron ores, hundreds of silver nuggets, hundreds of magic cores, and iron coins. After saying that, Lubu presented the list of supplies, as well as the laws and tax regulations found in the lord's mansion. After reading it, even Rosen couldn't help but smack his lips, marveling at the rich resources within the domain. At the same time, I also learned about the way of life in this city. It means self-sufficiency. The city has its own system. Some raise livestock, some go out hunting, and some farm the land. What's more, the location of the fields they planted was even more hidden. In a small valley within the area. No one will be discovered at all. Rosen immediately asked, "Have you sent anyone to the valley to check?" "He is gone and has not come back yet," Lubu replied. Rosen nodded and continued to look at the documents on the table. This time he set his sights at the bottom of the list of confiscated items. I saw the amount of money collected this time. Iron coins, 170,000 pieces. Silver coins, 10,000 pieces. Hiss. Seeing this, Rosen took a deep breath. Although currency has been fully opened up and can be exchanged in the Lord's Guide as long as trees are cut down, it is still an extremely scarce item. It is equivalent to the gold on the ground in the previous life. A scarce item. Because iron coins are made of a more refined form of iron than iron, they can be used to make weapons and have a wide range of uses. Therefore, it also has its own consumption value. As for people constantly cutting down trees and digging stones to exchange for iron coins, that is also a form of consumption of resource mining. When it comes to this consumption, we have to mention Bitcoin again. That stuff is valuable and anyone can discover it. But because of the consumption during the excavation process, no matter how much is excavated, its value still exists. Putting down the list of items, Rosen continued to look at the information about the city. Written on it is information about taxes, citizen registration, etc. in the city. After reading it, Rosen also had a certain understanding of the rules in the city. Chapter 184 White Tower. First of all, it is certain that the city lord is not a good person. He only knows how to enjoy himself, and he controls the key to food and constantly exploits the people in the city. Those iron coins were collected when the city was first built. Because the outside world was shrouded in dangerous fog, they were never circulated externally. They were always circulating internally, becoming the key to the city lord's control over the people. Moreover, all the infrastructure in the city belongs to the city lord, and the people are all working for the city lord. You have to pay taxes on your wages, which means you have to give a portion of it to the city lord. This is outrageous. The most important thing is that the place where grain is sold also belongs to the city lord. In other words, these people work for the city lord, and in addition to giving a portion of their earnings to the city lord, they also have to spend money to buy food from the city lord. Even capitalists in previous lives would cry after seeing this set of processes. The squeeze is too severe. And there are more than 30,000 residents in the city. Rosen closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then finally opened them and said solemnly, "Immediately post a notice announcing the change of city lord and having the city's taxes." "Yes." Lubu nodded and left the hall. Looking at the others, Rosen said calmly, "Everyone go away. Mr. Kong Ming stay." "Yes." The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only Zhuge Liang at the scene. Zhuge Liang waved his fan and looked at Rosen with a smile on his face. Rosen smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Kong Ming, I'll have someone make you a feather fan someday." "Thank you, sir. I'm used to using this straw fan." Zhuge Liang smiled again. Rosen didn't bother playing dumb with him and asked directly, "Mr. Kong Ming, what should we do next? What should we do with the prisoners?" "Simple. Lord, our goal is to take over the entire north. The north is vast, and with so many territories, taking it all in is not something that can be done overnight. Next, we don't need to occupy other people's territories. We only need to seize the artifacts of those lords, gain nominal recognition, and thus completely control all surrounding forces. However, many of the major alliances have already been wiped out by the Lord, so the remaining smaller territories are easier to deal with. We only need to divide our forces to sweep them, using coercion and inducement. Anyone who voluntarily surrenders the artifact will be rewarded. Those who obtain the artifact will be rewarded. Report those who secretly keep artifacts and receive rewards. We also announce to the outside world that we want to establish a peaceful ecosystem, and within the peaceful ecosystem, the appearance of artifacts is prohibited and must be surrendered. At the same time, a bounty order for artifacts was issued. Any artifact could be exchanged for a large amount of resources at the general territory. People could also take the artifacts to the general territory to surrender and be promoted. Anyone who secretly possesses a divine artifact or refuses to surrender it will be apprehended and convicted. Furthermore, any force without a divine artifact will be empowered to conduct searches for it on our behalf. As the saying goes, I don't have it, and neither can you. As long as we provide them with the resources, those territories that have lost their divine artifacts will be more than happy to conduct searches on our behalf. As for the prisoners, I have already asked General Lu Bu, and he says there are about 32,000 of them. I think the defenders of Yuguan are not very resolute, so we can keep some of them to continue guarding Yuguan, while the rest can be sent into exile. All the surrendered troops of the Allies were captured and used to build the city. Lord, do you still remember what I said about building the city? Zhuge Liang shook his fan and blurted out one strategy after another. After hearing what Rosen said, he suddenly understood. Rosen nodded and said, "Of course I remember. Mr. Kong Ming wants to build a city every 100 miles, all the way through the entire plain. But isn't that a little too close? If my lord thinks it's close, we can build a city every 200 miles and first open up the passage between the Domain Pass and my lord's homeland." Zhuge Liang smiled slightly. Rosen nodded immediately and said, "Okay, then let's build 4 cities first. Anyone without a designated territory by a lord can move into the city and live there. We will build a collective force to replace the previous towns." "Your Excellency is wise." Zhuge Liang bowed. Rosen smiled slightly. "In that case, let's leave this matter to Mr. Kong Ming." "Yes." Zhuge Kong Ming waved his fan, but didn't immediately go about it. Still staring at Rosen, he continued, "Lord, there's a tower in the center of the city that looks quite remarkable. I saw it from afar when I came here last night, and I think it's a teleportation formation. Would you mind investigating it?" "Oh, there's a teleportation array in the city?" Suddenly, Rosen remembered a teleportation tower outside the territory. Could it be that there are some within the domain? But why didn't anyone report it? Didn't anyone see it? If there really is a teleportation tower in the domain gate, then returning to the territory would be as easy as taking a plane in the blink of an eye. This is an important strategic facility. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately gave up the idea of going to the warehouse to check the resources and quickly said, "Let's go take a look together." "Yes." Zhuge Liang stood up immediately. So the group walked towards the outside of the city lord's mansion. In fact, Rosen originally wanted to increase the amount of resources, because the tens of thousands of iron swords and iron coins seized had never been amplified. He would amplify them once. 40,000 sets of ironware can immediately become 40 million sets, completely solving the equipment problem. And there are coins. Once increased, you can instantly become the richest among the lords. Buy whatever you want in the Lord's Guide. However, these things can't fly, so it doesn't matter whether they increase their power earlier or later. The teleportation tower is more strategically significant. Half an hour later, everyone rode their horses out of the city lord's mansion and came to the wide street. Steamed buns. Selling cloth. Handsome boy, come and play." Suddenly, a loud noise reached everyone's ears. On the street, people come and go. There are poor people wearing cloth and rich people wearing silk. On both sides of the road, various shops are advertising their businesses. The whole scene looked extremely lively. Rosen and his group rode on horses and walked on the wide road. There is peace all around. This made Rosen feel like he was in a dream. After all he had come into contact with before were the wilderness and the people of the territory. Especially outside the territory, it is very primitive. The subjects are also managed in a unified manner. It's nothing like now, where everyone is busy and has their own life. This feeling is like returning to the prosperity of the previous life. The voice kept echoing in my mind. Several women in revealing clothes were soliciting customers on the side of the road. Seeing Rosen and others, he waved excitedly. "General, come and play." Rosen looked up and saw that the madam was wearing heavy makeup and looked unattractive, so he looked away and continued walking forward. Instead, Miaoyun behind her looked at the madam with confusion and curiosity, not knowing what was going on. 10 minutes later, everyone came to the central square of the city. There is a square here. There is a courtyard in the center of the square, in which stands a white tower several meters high. Chapter 185, Changes. The shape of the white tower is very similar to the teleportation tower outside Luo's territory. It's just not that big. It's like it's been shrunk several times. There was a guard at the gate of the yard, and someone was selling incense. The people sold incense and offered sacrifices in front of the pagoda. This made Rosen a little curious. This world has its own indigenous inhabitants, and this city is one of them. However, it is obvious that there is no temple, and the white pagoda seems to have replaced the function of the temple. "Greetings, sir." As soon as they entered the door, the 2 guards immediately saluted Rosen and others. Rosen asked calmly, "What's the origin of this tower?" "Don't you know, sir?" The city guard was stunned and quickly explained, "This tower was built by the gods. Every city has one. Worshipping the tower can gain the god's protection." Rosen. To be honest, Rosen doesn't believe in God. Even if there are, they are just powerful beings who have practiced cultivation. As for the omnipotent gods in the legends, they are nothing but fictions created by ignorant people. Shaking his head, Rosen said calmly, "Take us into the tower." "Yes." The guard immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Soon, they made their way through the crowd and arrived in front of the tower through the side door. This place is a forbidden area. Ordinary people can only take a few steps outside the tower wall and are not allowed to approach the inner wall. So when Rosen and others arrived at the foot of the tower, no one could see them. Teleportation tower. How to use. Enter the tower and place the magic core to generate energy, which can be used to teleport short distances within the domain. Teleportation requirements. After selecting the coordinates, start sending a teleportation request. The teleportation tower must accept the request before the teleportation can be carried out. The number of people to be teleported is related to the magic power. The more people there are, the higher the magic power required for the magic core. At the entrance of the White Pagoda stands a stone tablet. It contains information about the teleportation tower. It is clearly similar to the description of the large teleportation tower in the center of the plains. Rosen immediately had the idea of giving it a try. However, since it is not possible to teleport unilaterally, Rosen decided to go in and take a look. He first looked around and quickly found the place where the magic core was placed. There is a groove on the white stone door, which is probably where the magic core is placed. In other words, as long as the magic core is inserted, the teleportation can begin, and both parties need to operate. People go in first and are controlled by people outside. This can prevent others from misusing it. Rosen slowly opened the door and walked in. Light streams in from the surrounding windows. You can't see the scene outside, and the scene outside is not as good as the scene inside. "Sir, how about we try to teleport?" Zhuge Liang stepped forward and asked. It has to be said that Zhuge Liang still had the heart of a subject. Seeing Rosen enter the teleportation tower, he hurriedly followed in. Rosen was slightly moved. After all, in this world where people eat meat without spitting out bones, it is really rare to have sincere people. So he smiled slightly and said, "Isn't it written above? Another teleportation tower needs to accept this request before we can teleport. I just came in to take a look." After saying that, Rosen started strolling inside. The space at the bottom of the tower is not large, but not small either. Teleporting hundreds of people at a time is no problem at all. If everyone squeezes in, it's estimated that thousands of people can be transported at a time. Moreover, this teleportation tower can teleport to any place in the domain where there is a teleportation tower. Used to support defense and surprise attacks, it has unexpected effects. After reading it, Rosen retreated and curiously asked the guard who brought them here, why didn't the previous city lord use the teleportation tower when he escaped, but had to run out of the domain? "Sir, in fact, the relationships between the city lords in this region are not good, and they all want to annex each other. Usually, they send out teleports to trade for some supplies, and there are also time limits. If you rashly send a teleport, they will not accept it. And if they know that you are using it to escape, they will control the previous lord and extort money from him. The former city lord took a large amount of money with him when he fled, and he was able to live a luxurious life even after hiding his identity outside the border." "I see." Rosen nodded and immediately understood. It's not that people don't use it, it's that they dare not use it. Thinking of this, Rosen instructed Zhuge Liang, immediately dispatch a large force to guard this place after returning. If the teleportation tower reacts, it must be the city lord teleporting us. Accept it and capture it. We will also capture other checkpoints in the future. This strategic location must not be divided among so many people. "I understand." Zhuge Liang nodded. Then, everyone retreated back to the city lord's mansion. Zhuge Liang also handled the matter according to the results of his previous discussion with Rosen. Zhuge Liang will be very busy in the next period of time. The selection of a new site for the city, the construction of the city, and other trivial matters have all been handed over to him. Of course, Rosen had to build the city wall himself. After all, there is a 100-fold increase, and the boulder is difficult to make, so it is far less quick than making it with one click. Zhuge and his team had to deal with the site selection of the city, as well as the surrounding cleanup and infrastructure construction. Return to the city lord's mansion. Rosen went directly to the warehouse. The warehouse of the city lord's mansion is filled with various supplies. Not only was the warehouse filled up, but even the independent courtyard outside the warehouse was filled up. The overwhelming amount of iron armor and iron swords piled up like a mountain. Rosen felt a headache when he saw this. Then look at your space ring. Although these things can be put in, once it is amplified 100-fold, it will be completely unable to fit in. Because after the amplification, 40,000 sets of iron swords directly became 4 million sets. 40,000 iron swords can become 4 million. Hundreds of thousands of iron coins can be turned into more than 10 million. Millions of kilograms of grain can be turned into hundreds of millions of kilograms. This amount is totally unattainable. Damn, let's put it aside for now and increase it after we make the storage box. Smacking his lips, Rosen reluctantly gave up the idea of amplification. Then he came to the hall, summoned several of his generals again, and began to assign tasks to them. Lu Bu, Xiangyu, Zhao Yun, listen to my orders. I'm here. The three of them bowed and clasped their fists. Rosen said solemnly, I have a very important task for you. We will definitely fulfill our mission. Please give your orders, sir. The three answered in unison. Rosen slowly stood up, looked at the sky in the distance, and said solemnly, I have previously subdued the 5 town-level forces of orcs, Phantom Sword, Blood Evil, Yin Yang, and Lu Feng. The three of you will lead 6,000 soldiers and divide them into groups to go to these 5 forces to collect the artifacts in their hands, which are the Lord's Guide. By the way, they were told that those who were willing to surrender their positions would retain their original positions. For those lords who already had positions, the general territory would help them develop, such as clearing wasteland for farming and providing them with seeds and other supplies. Furthermore, they would be promoted to higher positions. As for those who refuse to hand over the Lord's Guide, they will be considered traitors and arrested and imprisoned. At the same time, you may also forcibly recruit soldiers from any territory to supplement your military strength, with no upper limit. I will also reward those who recruit the most soldiers generously. P.S. 2 updates today. Chapter 186 Qualifications for Nation Building. Rosen's words shocked the 3 generals. Is the situation in the plains finally going to change? The 3 of them immediately clenched their fists, and a surge of heroic spirit emanated from their hearts. Before Rosen could speak, he continued, if any lords surrender their lordship guides and feel their safety is unguaranteed, they can collectively migrate to the major cities. Accommodation and initial food supplies will be provided free of charge. They can also take up positions within the cities. However, to take up positions within the cities, their original territories must be handed over to others. Mr. Kong Ming has already taken care of the city's construction. After you completely control the 4 major towns, expand outward from your original location, annex smaller territories, and plunder the Lord's Guide. Of course, we won't take it for free. For each Lord's Guide, you will receive a one-time subsidy of 10 silver coins. Furthermore, a monthly salary will be paid according to your official rank. Village officials earn 3 silver coins a month, town officials earn 10 silver coins a month, and city lords earn 100 silver coins a month. These silver coins can be used to buy things in various cities. In the future, I will build more entertainment facilities so that they can enjoy as much fun as possible. This matter is extremely important to us. If it's not handled properly, it could lead to widespread chaos. So you must handle it properly. After that, Rosen took out 3 space rings and handed them to the 3 people, saying, these are space rings, take them and use them. The resources in the warehouse are at your disposal, go ahead. Yes, sir. The 3 of them clasped their fists and left at the same time. Looking at the backs of the 3 people, Rosen put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky in silence. Afternoon. The 3 generals set out with their men, and as if they had discussed it beforehand, they began to confiscate items from the Orc Alliance. For a moment, all the surrendered lords panicked, but facing the sudden attack of the army, they were unable to resist and all handed over the Lord's Guide. However, there were a few stubborn people who would rather die than surrender. They were directly thrown into prison and began a life in darkness. Change is often accompanied by blood and gore. Although it is cruel, society needs to progress and the rules need to change. The experience of the ancients has always reminded Rosen that if you fall behind, you will be beaten. If we don't want to be bullied, we must develop. But development requires unity. Therefore, only through painful reform can we achieve thorough development, unite as a group, and avoid being bullied in the future. In the afternoon, Katana Wang and Lucy also rushed to the Yuguan city. Because the issues within the domain have been completely resolved, it has become the safest place. Because of Lucy's existence, the changes that started from the Orc Alliance did not involve any orcs, which made things go particularly smoothly. At the same time, the news that Rosen had plundered the Lord's Guide on a large scale spread quickly. Suddenly, the entire plain area was in panic. Because even if other major forces were to plunder the Lord Guide, they would do so in secret, nibbling away little by little, giving those distant lords plenty of room to develop. But Rosen's large-scale invasion made them completely panic. But panicking won't change anything. When the army arrived, the lords had no choice but to surrender. Especially the benefits released by Rosen gave them a lot of hope in the difficult situation. Sooner or later you will be conquered anyway, so you might as well choose one that is safe. So many people were not afraid, but faced it all calmly. Of course, there were also conceited people who were dissatisfied with being exploited in this way. When the army came, they fled with their troops. Some people fled deep into the mountains, while others headed south, hoping to seek refuge with the southern forces. The entire plain was in chaos. Although only 3 generals and 6,000 soldiers were sent. But the 3 generals were invincible, and the speed of annexation was extremely fast. In just 3 days, they completely conquered the 5 major towns and began to spread to the surrounding areas. Moreover, the surrounding territories were all small territories, and the army could be divided into groups to attack, which further accelerated the pace of annexation. Every day, Rosen receives dozens or even hundreds of lords' guides. Rosen placed all these lord guides next to the military camp in the city. These lord guides will produce 100 subjects on the first day, 200 subjects on the second day, and 300 subjects on the third day. The number of subjects produced every day increased, and all of them were sent into exile. In addition, wherever the 3 generals went, the army continued to expand. During these 3 days, the army expanded from 6,000 to more than 10,000, at a speed as fast as locusts. The snowball keeps getting bigger and bigger. Rosen's fame gradually spread throughout the entire plain area, and he became a devil-like existence in the hearts of all the lords in the plain area. Of course, the title of devil only exists among lords. Among ordinary people, he is a good lord who loves his people. Because no matter what, at least ordinary citizens will not be harmed for no reason. At the same time, Zhuge Liang's city-building plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Zhuge Liang brought tens of thousands of prisoners and several thousand soldiers, a total of more than 10,000 people. He had selected 4 locations and began to cut down trees and build a city. These 4 locations are 4 points on a straight line between the regional pass and the general territory. On average, a city is built every 200 miles to gather wandering subjects and surrendered territories. Anyone who does not want to stay in the original territory to develop can apply to live in the city. In addition, people entering the city will receive iron coin subsidies. The only requirement is that the lord and his subjects are no longer a single entity. Upon entering the city, everyone must obey the law. In general, Rosen's strength is rapidly expanding inward with the domain pass as the border. At the same time, there is an initial territory and 5 major towns as basic bases, which can form various encirclement and suppression forces. Although half of the plain area covers an area of more than 600,000 square miles and has more than 50,000 territories, it is a vast area. However, after the base was established, it expanded to the surrounding areas with great momentum, especially around the major towns. Wherever the army goes, the people are loyal. Moreover, joining a territory would only bring losses to the lord, but would be beneficial to ordinary citizens. Because they are free to choose. Stay in the initial territory and continue living, or move into the city to live. 3 days later, Rosen's footsteps stepped on the yellow sand for the first time. At a glance, there are miles of yellow sand. There was yellow sand flying in the air, as if it were a barren land. He rode on a horse, with his back against the huge city gate and facing the yellow sandy land. More than 10 miles away from the yellow sand land, a city came into Rosen's sight. And that distant city is the only entrance to the undercurrent area. The undercurrent area and the plain area are separated by a sea of sand. Yellow sand is flying between the 2 cities, and no one knows how much history has been buried in this yellow sand. There is a feeling of desolation as if the wind is whistling. Hint, hint, hint. Taiping City's Rosen has held the City Lord seal for over 3 days, completely controlling the domain gate and gaining the qualifications to establish a nation. Chapter 187 Teleportation. After the founding of the nation, the City Lord seal was automatically upgraded to the Imperial Jade seal. The Imperial Jade seal carries the power of the people's faith. When stamped on paper, it can suppress everything and enforce the law, but only within the nation's borders. The state was established, rewarding basic technologies, over 50 basic technologies, including papermaking, grinding, tailoring, breeding, planting, medicine, etc. This message is only for the lords within the domain. Since this is the first time that the qualifications for founding a nation have been met, we are making an exception and announcing it to the entire world. We hope that the lords of each domain will continue to work hard and strive for development. A long string of notices echoed in the mind of the implementation. All the lords in the world were shocked at this moment. Even the great lords who were attacking the domain gate were completely stunned and listened carefully to the announcement in their minds. After hearing about the qualifications for founding a country and the rewards that could be obtained, these lords went completely crazy. Because the Lord's Guide just said that only after possessing the City Lord Seal for 3 days and completely controlling the domain gate can one obtain the qualifications to establish a country. In other words, 3 days ago, Rosen broke through the domain gate and obtained the City Lord Seal. What kind of terrifying power is this? This is terrifying. We just arrived at the domain gate and just discussed the alliance. We haven't even started fighting yet, and he's already established a country. Damn, you haven't even started fighting yet. We've been attacking the city for a long time, but we haven't been able to break through for several days, and we've suffered heavy casualties. Is attacking a city so difficult? Mad, this is too difficult. There are so many rewards for founding a nation. All of them are basic necessities. It's hard to imagine. Oh my god, this is so scary, so scary. Fortunately, the great region has natural defenses. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying if he annexed everything after establishing his country. Yes. With the natural barrier, it's difficult to leave the domain and invade someone else's domain. After all, the domain barrier is there. For a moment, all the lords were collectively shocked. There were even lords who, regardless of the battle situation, directly took out the Lord's Guide and started communicating with others. After all, the fact that Rosen had reached the qualifications for founding a nation was a matter of great importance and completely beyond their imagination. At the same time, outside the dark current area, a middle-aged man with a full beard stared blankly at the discussion in the Lord's Guide, clenched his fists, and could no longer bear the depression in his heart, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! He clutched his chest, raging to the sky, and said heartbreakingly, "Rosen, you've developed so quickly. I'm not afraid of you. The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable." The huge roar attracted the masters of other lords. Seeing this, the others came running over and said worriedly, "My lord, please accept my condolences." "Yes, sir, you must take care of yourself. Only then will you have any hope of revenge." "Hope? Hurrah!" The bearded man's face became even more ferocious. "I have 1,000 men. He has 1,000 men. I have several thousand men. He has 10,000 men. Now I have 10,000 men too, and he has already obtained the qualifications to establish a country. When will I be able to avenge my son's great hatred?" "Sir, how many people does that Rosen have now?" "I don't know. According to people in the plains, the number of soldiers in armor alone has reached 20,000. 20,000 soldiers in armor? So terrifying. That means everyone should be a soldier." "No, I heard there are hundreds of territories that have surrendered to him. The military armor doesn't include these territories." The lords around gasped and rolled their eyes on the spot. Their mouths were twisted in shock and their hands and feet were twitching. This. Hundreds of families? If all the people are added together, there are probably tens of thousands of people. If you add the soldiers, Don't forget, this is just the territory. There are also people within the domain. Wipe. Everyone suddenly felt powerless. Revenge seems really hopeless. However, the others were shocked, but their leader's fighting spirit was high again. He said gloomily, "It doesn't matter. Even 2 powerful fists can't defeat 4 hands. Immediately contact the major forces in the surrounding areas and the people of the Shun family alliance. If you can form an alliance, then Emir Rosen will be no problem." Certainly, Rosen was not aware of what was happening in the outside world, nor had he read the Lord's Guide, because he was already outside the domain gate at this time. After he finished listening to the information reported by the Lord's Guide, Rosen's figure froze directly on the yellow sand land outside the domain gate. Just after I finished hearing all the information, before I could feel surprised, a strong wind blew over, blowing the yellow sand under my feet into the sky. The flying yellow sand and Rosen's frozen posture on the yellow sand ground suddenly presented an invincible and kingly aura. "Sir, the wind is blowing. Let's go back. People in the city say that although the yellow sand land is safe during the day, monsters sometimes appear there." Miaoyan Mingyu immediately reminded him. Since Kitano and Lucy had already moved into the city lord's mansion, there was no concern about their safety, so he took them out. "I thought the situation outside the Great Wall was not much different from that inside the Great Wall." Unexpectedly, when he came outside the pass and saw the yellow sand land and the city in another large area in the distance, Rosen also felt a sense of depression in his heart. Nodding, Rosen turned and walked into the domain gate. At the same time, he was also thinking about founding a country. To be honest, Rosen has not had any free time during these 3 days. Although everything is stable, but he has been very busy these 3 days. Within 3 days, the 3 generals searched everywhere for the Lord's guide like a snowball and forced people to surrender to Taiping City. The number of soldiers they brought increased from 6,000 to more than 10,000. Zhuge Liang had also chosen a location and was cutting down trees in preparation for building the city. Rosen stayed in the city lord's mansion, making items every day and increasing the supplies in the warehouse every day. During these 3 days, he used the Lord's Guide to contact Li Yang in the initial territory. I have to say that with the Lord's Guide, it is very convenient to connect. Rosen told Li Yang to send troops to guard the teleportation tower outside the territory, and to agree once he received a teleportation request regarding the North Gate. If a teleportation request comes from other areas, it will be rejected to prevent others from launching a surprise attack through the teleportation array. Then Rosen took the teleportation tower back to the headquarters. Of course, before Rosen personally entered the teleportation tower, he asked others to try it out first to see if there was any danger. After all, this thing is a teleportation device, and once danger occurs, there is basically no possibility of survival. So under Rosen's arrangement, a soldier enjoyed the teleportation privilege that only lords could enjoy, and teleported back and forth between the domain gate and the general territory. When teleporting, the soldier goes in, closes the door, and puts in the low-level magic core. The magic core began to exert its power, and light spread out to outline lines. Finally, with the magic core as the starting point, 5 teleportation tower locations were formed on the white stone gate in the plain area. Just like a map, you can click on any teleportation tower you want to teleport to and select it. It is extremely convenient. P.S. I am done with my work and will resume 3 updates tomorrow. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 188, Recruiting 2 More Generals. After testing the stability of the teleportation tower, Rosen went in and started teleporting. A circle of small windows surrounding the area is the only place where light can enter. As the transmission began, the white light in the window began to rotate rapidly, and eventually turned completely dark. After a few seconds, the white light reappeared, but this time there were obviously more windows than in the white tower they had just entered. Moreover, the space underfoot has become larger and can accommodate thousands of people. Although they looked similar, Rosen was sure that this was not the teleportation tower he had entered, but the super-large teleportation tower outside the main territory. Crack! The tower door was pushed open by several soldiers, and the scene outside the tower immediately came into Rosen's sight. It's still a familiar place. Outside the tower gate, all the important figures in Taiping City appeared. They all stood there, looking at the tower gate. Especially when the tower door opened and Rosen walked out, everyone cheered and saluted Rosen at the same time. "Welcome back, Lord." Everyone bowed. It gives Rosen a special sense of intimacy. After all, this is where everything started for him. This group of people are his good helpers in development. Standing in the middle were Li Yang and Dian Wei. On the left is Mulan, but on the right are 2 new characters that Rosen doesn't recognize. Although I don't know them, their identities must be extraordinary, because ordinary people are not qualified to stand with these generals. So at this moment, Rosen suspected that the 2 of them were soldiers who came out of the God-level recruitment during this period. Thinking of this, Rosen was about to check the relevant information of the 2 people, but the 2 seemed to have noticed the Lord's doubts, so they immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee on the ground, and spoke in an extremely excited voice. "Your subordinate is Pan Feng. My subordinate Xing Daro. Greetings, Lord." They were both very excited. Their respectful posture and the way they spoke with such tenacity made them as excited as if they had met their long-lost father. Of course, the main reason was that the 2 of them were excited from the bottom of their hearts. Percent loyalty. Rosen has an irreplaceable place in their hearts. I have been in the territory for so long, but it is only now that I can see the most important person in my heart. It is inevitable that I am excited. Rosen was speechless at the 2 people's overreaction, but he still raised his hand kindly, wanting them to stand up and talk. But suddenly Rosen seemed to have thought of something, and his body froze. "Wait, Pan Feng, Xing Daro." Rosen was stunned, and his eyes suddenly widened. This question immediately confused the 2 generals. The 2 men knelt on the ground, looking up at Rosen, puzzled. "Yes, sir. Is there anything wrong?" "Rosen, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just afraid that with your 2 helping me, my tiger with wings will turn into a tiger without teeth." Rosen looked confused and raised his hand helplessly, asking them to stand up, and then he began to look at the information of the 2 people. In fact, Rosen is not unfamiliar with these 2 people, because they are fictional characters in the three kingdoms. His true identity cannot be verified. Moreover, both of them are outstanding figures in the three kingdoms. Let's talk about Pan Feng first. Just because of the words General Pan Feng, he was able to kill Hua Xiong. As a result, he was killed by Hua Xiong without even showing his face, so it was hard for Rosen to believe how powerful he was. However, some people say that he is very powerful, saying that Pan Feng is the reincarnation of Pangu, and some say that he is the reincarnation of Feng Xian, with infinite merits and boundless magical powers. In short, they are all legends. Rosen took a look at Pan Feng's information. Name, Pan Feng. Gender, male. Realm, peak of Great Martial Master. Loyalty, 100. The peak of the Great Martial Master. No matter what, this strength is the same as Lu Bu and others. Seeing this, Rosen was somewhat satisfied. Now is the time to use people. Even if the brain is not very bright, but having the realm of a great martial artist is extraordinary. Besides, Pan Feng doesn't look that stupid. After looking at Pan Feng, Rosen turned his attention to Xing Daorong. This character is more famous than Pan Feng because he appears on all major TV shows. His two famous sayings, "I am General Xing Daorong of Lingling, and when I tell you my name, you will be startled," are very popular with the audience. Name, Xing Daorong. Gender, male. Realm, peak of Great Martial Master. Loyalty, 100. After reading Xing Daorong's message, Rosen was completely relieved. Two top martial artists with 100% loyalty, so what if they don't have a good reputation? All fallacies are paper tigers in the face of strength. Rosen immediately grasped their hands and addressed them both in a very cordial tone. Generals, thank you for your kindness. With your help, I am even more powerful. Everyone, Dian Wei and Huang Mulan on the side immediately rolled their eyes. Because that's what the Lord said to them when they first met him. Unexpectedly, the Lord still used the same old routine when meeting his new generals. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Pan Feng and Xing Daorong were flattered. They quickly bowed again and said even more politely, "Your Excellency is too kind. We will serve you without hesitation." Dian Wei, Mulan. All right, let's go back to the territory. It's been nearly half a month since we left. Rosen smiled slightly, mounted his horse with everyone else, and returned to the territory under the escort of the army. Of course, Mulan stayed. After learning the importance of the teleportation tower, she personally led her troops to guard the tower. A group of hundreds of armored soldiers escorted Rosen back. Since Rosen left, the development of the territory has not stagnated, and the number of weapons and armor has also been slowly increasing. Although he took away a large army, he only left 3,000 people in the territory. But now that he was back, Rosen learned that the number of soldiers in the territory had increased from 3,000 to 5,000, and the number of people in the territory was also increasing. Because of its fame, many lords who couldn't make it in life came to Taiping City for refuge. As long as you seek refuge, someone will support you. Of course, this is for those who have lost their lord's guide or are willing to hand over their lord's guide. Listening to Li Yang's report, Rosen felt very relieved. The reason I came back in person this time was to get the production table. Since the qualifications for founding a country are already available, all kinds of facilities need to be manufactured. If there is no production platform, the construction of the city alone can be delayed for several months. Half an hour later, everyone came to the stream outside the territory. But everything in front of him made Rosen feel incredible. Because the message actually widened, from a message several meters wide to a river dozens of meters wide. A towering bluestone bridge was also built across the river. The bridge is several dozen meters wide and can accommodate nearly 100 people walking side by side. This scene shocked Rosen on the spot. Especially around the news, most of the trees have been cut down, leaving only a row of trees on the riverbank. The wild lands along the riverbanks have all been transformed into fertile fields. At a glance, it is a sea of lush green that stretches as far as the eye can see, stretching for dozens of miles. Even standing on the Bluestone Bridge, you can see the huge territory wall 1 kilometer away. Chapter 189 Preparations for Nation Building. The messy little territory has suddenly turned into a thriving big city. The people are working in the fields, and fish are swimming in the river. At this moment, Rosen felt extremely relieved. I made a beginning, and the territory became full of vitality. Li Yang saw Rosen looking around and immediately explained with a chuckle, "Brother son, this was built after you left. Weren't you always working on renewable resources in agriculture and animal husbandry before you left? Hey, I've always remembered your words. Now agricultural land has been expanded all around us, and there are farmlands everywhere. The stream has also been widened, and ecological fish farming has begun. Now, the edible renewable resources produced in our territory can feed tens of thousands of people. That's great. Rosen also nodded excitedly. In any case, Liang, like himself, has received compulsory education and knows more than the primitive residents. Just by doing this casually, the territory can be put on the track of rapid development. Agriculture and animal husbandry have already been completely expanded from the territory and will also spread from the territory to the surrounding areas, thus affecting the general public. The goal of having 10,000 people farming and feeding 1 million people in his previous life can be achieved in no time for him. By then, it wouldn't just be 10,000 people farming to support 1 million people. Instead, the entire plains would be farming to support half the world. Return to the territory. Streets also suddenly formed in the territory. It has the prototype of a city. Currently, this territory has a population of more than 10,000, and many surrounding industries have flourished in the city. For example, restaurants, tea house. Of course, these things were opened by the lords who surrendered here. They lost their lord's guide and had nowhere to go, so they fled to Taiping City, where they opened small shops to make a living, worked as teachers in schools, or worked as managers in nursing homes. It is also because Taiping City has grown and become the leader among all the leaders, so it is safer to stay here. Return to the Lord's mansion. Rosen didn't take his things and leave immediately. Instead, he first had a private discussion with Li Yang to discuss the great cause of founding the country. After all, we have the qualifications to establish a country, and there are many basic rewards after establishing a country. Of course, the sooner this happens, the better. After discussing for a long time, both of them had the idea of building the country in this world into a modern country like the one in the previous life. But when discussing the details, I feel that a modern country is simply not suitable here. In the end, the two of them discussed for a long time before Rosen made a decision. That is to build a semi-feudal empire. What is semi-feudal? Nature is based on the feudal era, and the rules of conduct are based on previous lives. Generally speaking, it can be feudal, but not completely feudal. After all, the foundation has not been completely solid. If we promote the idea that everyone should respect human rights, it will cause chaos. But if we ignore human rights, it will affect social development. So a semi-feudal empire was built. Brother Sun, I can't wait to see when the nation is founded. I never dreamed that I would be able to witness the rise of an empire and even participate in it. Liang was extremely excited and looked straight at Rosen. Rosen understood his feelings very well because it was his first time too. Rosen said slowly, establishing a nation is a major undertaking requiring preparations in all areas. Furthermore, once a nation is established, it will no longer be possible to fully control its subjects. Yes, after the founding of the country, Taiping City became Taiping Kingdom. Naturally, it could not directly control the people. Otherwise, it would not be called an empire, but a landlord. Liang also felt something and nodded. After the founding of the nation, various departments will be established and officials appointed. Land will also be distributed to the people so that they can live independently and no longer rely on the state. After all, we are building a nation, not a landowner. Brother Sun is right. Brother Yang, you and I will go back to Yuguan later to finalize the details after the founding of the country. After all, we have all received higher education. Then we can combine it with the local ancients to list the development details after the founding of the country. Rosen looked at Liang. Liang was suddenly excited and nodded heavily, saying, yes, I will definitely fulfill my mission and help Brother Sun relieve his worries. Ha, that's too polite of you. Pack up and follow me. Half an hour. The control of the territory was taken over by Dianwei. Liang followed Rosen to Yuguan. When Liang first saw the city lord's mansion of Nooda, he was stunned and muttered to himself, is this the ancient city? It gives people a sense of dominance and vicissitudes. Rosen smiled slightly. As a person of the new century, it is inevitable to be shocked when seeing ancient things presented before our eyes. Return to the city lord's mansion. Rosen asked Liang to connect with Bei Yuang to count all the resources and strength in the territory, and then wait for Zhuge Liang to come back and discuss the policies after the founding of the country with Zhuge Liang. During this period, Rosen plunged into the warehouse and began to increase the reserve materials in the warehouse by 100 times. If we want to build a country, we need as many resources as possible. The more resources a country has, the stronger its national strength will be. The stronger the national strength, the stronger the country will be. The stronger the country is, the better life its people will live. Come to the warehouse and start increasing. First, there were 40,000 sets of armor, which were increased 100-fold to 4 million sets of armor. This number is enough to equip everyone in the plains. Then he amplified the iron sword. 41,000 iron swords increased to 4,100,000. 100 silver suits increased to 10,000 silver suits. 170,000 iron coins. Silver. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, subordinates kept sending back the Lord's Guide, and news of town-level breakthroughs one after another reached the domain gate. There were more than 400 Lord's Guides alone, all of which were placed in the barracks, and 400 people were recruited every day. However, Rosen's notoriety also spread, and he was regarded as a bad guy who committed arson, murder, looting, and all kinds of evil. Rosen didn't care about any of this, because one day, the world will know that wherever he controls, people can live a good life. All rumors will be shattered in the face of facts. At the same time, Rosen mobilized all the resources in the territory and purchased a large amount of stone from the Lord's Guide to build city walls. This action directly boosted the value of regional channel stones. It also triggered a nationwide craze for stone quarrying, causing the lords of countless territories to give up their search for resources and lead their people in mining stones day and night. Because of the recycling price of the Lord's Guide, neither stone is worth a single iron coin. In the market, it is 1 stone and 1 iron coin. Thanks to Lawson's large purchases, everyone was selling like crazy. Even when Rosen stopped the acquisition, many lords who had not yet gone completely crazy went completely crazy. Many people accumulate things but don't have time to sell them, and end up with a lot of problems. It's hard not to go crazy. Chapter 190 Rapid Development, Part 3. This is the market, full of variables. If you don't have the brains to plunge into the market to make a profit, you must be prepared to lose everything. Rosen built many more city walls with stones and began to transport them to various major cities. 3 days later, when the last batch of city walls had been shipped out, Zhuge Liang returned. At the same time, news of stability came from the 5 major towns. Without the Lord's Guide, their only way out became Rosen. Only by showing loyalty can we be protected in troubled times and enjoy a good life. Therefore, the 5 major towns have reached the point of absolute loyalty to Taiping City, especially after Rosen rearranged the power circles of the 5 major towns. The 5 major towns set up separate armies, and each army had several lords holding official positions of different levels, allowing some small lords to completely turn over and become more loyal to Rosen. Because there is no change of power, these people can only be small lords and be subject to others throughout their lives. With Rosen's power change, anyone can become a high-ranking official. So many lords became loyal. As for the area in the town, a migration was carried out, and many small territories were moved in. In this way, the forces in the territories would be intertwined, and no one lord would have the final say. Once a riot occurs, other territories can report each other and receive rewards. In addition to the station military camps, the town also has departments such as the mayor and guards. Among these 3 departments, the military camp and the mayor have the greatest power. However, none of them could remove anyone else from office, and they could only discuss and coordinate with each other to achieve a balance. The mayor is responsible for the development of the town and the lives of the people. The military, on the other hand, was not concerned with worldly affairs and was directly dispatched by the headquarters. In towns and villages, they were responsible for the security of the entire area, that is, for defending against foreign enemies. The guards, on the other hand, were responsible for the safety of their own people. Whenever there was a conflict among their own people, the guards would be responsible. Simply put, among the newly released positions at Rosen, people who are not from the same department cannot command or control each other. Even if the official rank was very different, such as the mayor, he did not have the power to dismiss a minor official in the military camp. If he felt that the military camp was not doing well, he could apply for dismissal or punishment. Similarly, the military camp cannot interfere in the affairs of the mayor. Additionally, since both the mayor and the guards are responsible for the people and the territory, there is a certain connection between the 2 departments. The mayor can control the guards, but only through formal means. For example, the cooperation of guards is needed. They are required to arrest someone, or their position is demoted. If the guard is not satisfied, he or she can also report the application. The most crucial point is that every official, no matter how high or low his rank is an official of Taiping City. You, as his direct superior, can demote him or punish him, but the removal or arrest of an official must be reported, because it involves rights. No one has the right to deal with the fundamentals of the country at will. After this set of procedures was issued, the 5 major towns were directly brought together into a group. Even though many people are still immersed in the hatred of losing the Lord's Guide, they are powerless to change the situation. Because this place has become a big iron barrel, with forces intertwined, and no individual can cover the sky with one hand. The consolidation of power, coupled with expansion to the surrounding areas. During these 3 days, each of the 5 major towns had, on average, a certain degree of control over an area of at least 50 miles in radius. That is to say, with the 5 major towns, plus Rosen's initial territory and the regional pass, Rosen has occupied 7 regions. In each of these 7 regions, Rosen had an army under his absolute control, along with countless local residents. Even if each of them only controlled an area of 50 miles, they still controlled an area of over 300 miles. More than 300 miles is not the area, but the distance. The entire central and northern part is only 800 miles long and 400 miles wide from east to west. Based on this area, Rosen has already gained a certain degree of control over a quarter of the entire north-central region. And it's the kind of absolute control, especially since these 7 regions are all scattered. Just imagine how terrifying it is that there is a powerful force every few hundred miles. Because if this continues, the entire central and northern regions will no longer be able to form new major forces. Because once a large force is formed, these 7 places will be the first to discover it, and then go to quell the rebellion. Yes, it's to quell the riots. With the founding of the nation imminent, any war would be considered a conflict. In the past few days, all the territories within dozens of miles around the town have been moving closer to the town and voluntarily handing over the Lord's Guide. There is no Lord's Guide, but new rules have replaced it. Gathering together is the safest thing to do. When the time came to the 4th day, Rosen's 400 Lord's Guides soared to 1,200. These 1,200 volumes include the 5 major towns and the vassal territories surrounding the initial territory. In other words, 1,200 lords have completely surrendered to Rosen. Anyone who is willing to surrender, at the very least, Rosen will make him a village chief. It means continuing to manage your own territory while providing security. Of course, owning a quarter of the territory, but only having a little over 1,000 Lord's Guides is a bit insufficient. But you must know that these Lord Guides are all from the original strength. Those in the surrounding areas are still surrendering or fleeing outside. Taking back all the surrounding territories will require huge manpower and material resources. You always need to take it slow. Don't be impatient. Although within this quarter of the territory, in contrast, only 1/10 handed over the Lord's Guide. But it is also based on relative distance. After all, the farther away from the town, the less likely the army is to reach here, and the more they hope for luck. Day 4, afternoon. Everything has entered the intense finishing phase. The 4 major cities will be finished immediately. The 5 major towns are also in serious trouble. Liang, Beiyuan, and Zhuge also discussed the specific details. By the way, Lucy also joined the discussion. As an orc, she also has to seek some benefits for the orcs. This made Rosen even more relieved, because the orcs seeking welfare simply meant recognizing the existence of the country. The royal court is the royal court, and the country is the country. In the past, the royal court was equivalent to religion, and the country was still irreplaceable. Sir, our subjects are increasing in number, and it may be difficult to divide them up. Zhuge Liang shook his fan and reminded Rosen. This sentence pulled Rosen out of his thoughts. He turned back to the conference table and asked, "How many people do we have?" "Brother Sun, we now have 2 cities, 5 towns, and a total of 170,000 soldiers and civilians." Liang said quickly. This number shocked Rosen. What? 170,000? Rosen was stunned. When Zhuge Liang led his troops to the northern expedition, the population of his territory and vassal territories was no more than 10,000 people. Later, when he personally led his troops northward, his own territory plus the vassal territories amounted to only about 20,000 people. It's only been a short time. It took just over half a month to increase the number from 20,000 to 170,000. Chapter 191 Details of the Founding of the Nation. Yes, Brother Senator, we now have over 1,200 lords, which is equivalent to annexing 1,200 territories. Even if each territory has an average of over 80 people, that's equivalent to almost 100,000 people. 100,000 people, plus the 30,000 civilians and nearly 20,000 soldiers within the territory, and the thousands of people and over 10,000 soldiers in the general territory. Altogether, they amount to 17,000. Liang took a piece of paper and reported it out sentence by sentence. Rosen. Wipe. Rosen cursed, but of course he wasn't angry. The more people there are, the happier he is. Swearing is a way of celebrating having enough resources. Otherwise, we really can't afford to support these people. He now has nearly 100 million gene of grain resources, and also raises meat resources such as wild boars, bison, and fish. In addition, many people in the territory are planting on a large scale, planting in their own territory. So there is no need to worry about these issues. How many armed forces are there? Rosen asked again. Liang immediately said, there are 15,000 soldiers within the territory and 16,000 soldiers in the general territory. The 5 major towns each have 2,000 soldiers. Adding them all up, there are more than 40,000 soldiers, all of whom are regular soldiers. The personal guards of the minor lords and those who are not officially assigned to us are not included. More than 40,000. Rosen was slightly shocked again. The strength of my territory is becoming stronger and stronger. What do you think is the most appropriate way to settle the people after the founding of the country? Rosen looked at the two of them again. Because these days, they are discussing the resettlement details. The two of them pondered for a moment and looked at each other again. Finally, Zhuge Liang shook his head and said, Sir, military advisor Li and I believe that we should give each of us good farmland and homesteads, as well as housing expenses. We should pull these people out of the group and form separate families. Yes, those who have the ability can buy a house in the city, and those who don't can farm in the countryside. We won't interfere in their lives and let them develop on their own. Liang also interjected at this time. However, there are so many people. If we let them all develop freely, it will be difficult to support them in the early stages of settling down. And we can't keep supporting them during this initial period of settling down. Rosen also raised a key question. What this means is that it takes time to settle down and farm. You can support them for a while, but you can't keep them forever. Otherwise, the resource consumption will be too huge. Zhuge Liang shook his head and smiled slightly, saying, So, the question is how to get through the early stages. Each territory is a separate village, and the village collective is responsible for reclaiming wasteland and cultivating fertile land. During this period of reclamation and cultivation, their resource consumption must be allocated by us. However, this consumes too much resources, so after discussing with military advisor Li and my wife, we have decided on 2 feasible plans. Oh, tell me quickly. Rosen looked at Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang said, First, expand the army. With 170,000 civilians, minus 40,000 soldiers and armor, there are still 130,000 civilians. I think we should continue to expand the army to 100,000, leaving 70,000. These 70,000 will be relatively balanced, including the elderly, the weak, women, and the young. Furthermore, the military is expanding, providing ration subsidies to soldiers to make it more legitimate for them to take resources, and secondly, providing subsidies to the elderly, the weak, and women. It makes no sense for anyone else. This plan is good. What about the second plan? Rosen nodded and continued to ask. This time, Zhuge Liang didn't say anything, but looked at Liang. Liang quickly smiled and said, The second plan is to build state-owned enterprises. Rosen. Although Liang only said 2 words, Rosen already understood it completely. Building state-owned enterprises can create a large number of jobs and add resources to the country. Thinking of this, Rosen suddenly felt relieved and said, This is a good plan. In that case, we will expand the army to 100,000 and build a state-owned enterprise called Taiping Animal Husbandry and Taiping Granary. These 2 things were originally under the responsibility of Bei and Liang, and you 2 will continue to be in charge in the future. Bei is in charge of the granary, and Liang is in charge of animal husbandry. Yes, sir. The 3 of them clasped their fists and bowed. That's right. As the 3 of them stood up, Rosen called them over and said, Regarding the founding of the nation, I have decided to make the capital the initial territory. What do you think? Your Excellency is wise. The general territory is located in the center of the Great Territory, and the Great Territory has 4 checkpoints. Whether it is dealing with external forces or the town, it can respond quickly in the future. It is the preferred location for the capital. Zhuge Liang was the first to flatter. Liang scratched his head and said quickly, Mr. Kong Ming is right. Since you have no objection, the founding of the nation will wait until 5 days later. During these 5 days, you should focus on building the general territory and preparing for the founding parade. When the nation is founded, anyone can attend and observe. Rosen continued to give orders. Everyone immediately clasped their fists in agreement and left the room. The country was founded 5 days later. A military parade is held to commemorate the founding of the country. The meaning is very simple. First, the 4 major cities are being relocated. After 5 days, the people will be completely stabilized and the military expansion will be completed. Moreover, new policies, such as the construction of state-owned enterprises, arrangements for the people to reclaim wasteland, etc., can all be completed within 5 days. As for the military parade, It is naturally to show the country's strength to the people and surrounding forces. The stronger you are, the more people will fear you. Sit in a chair. Rosen took out the Lord's Guide and began to read it. These past few days, he had no time to pay attention to the things in the Lord's Guide. Now that I have some free time, I naturally want to see how others are doing. However, as soon as the Lord's Guide was opened and the regional channel was entered, all kinds of complaints came from it. It means that they are living a very bad life. Damn, the siege failed. We are completely defeated. Let's retreat. Several major territories in our region joined forces, but only managed a draw. We can only continue to wait for reinforcements. Insufficient food. Oh my god, the army is out of food. Damn it. If you're out of food, go buy some. What are you yelling about? Woo, no money. Well, I don't have money to cut down trees. There are so many trees. I can cut them down and sell them to buy food. But they still have to fight. You're useless. I heard that there's a Taiping city in the Plains region that's planning to establish a nation. Yeah, I'm so envious. He's the first one to break through the level and qualify to establish a country. Hey, who said that we have to conquer the domain gate to establish a country? I can establish a country without conquering the domain gate. You founded a country too? What kind? President? Emperor? Nonsense, of course it's the emperor. My country now has 2,000 people. Well, actually, I also founded a country. My country has 200 people. The territory is the territory and the hundreds of meters around it. Damn, you guys are good dogs. A real dog. 200 people can also establish a country. Chapter 190 to Your Majesty? After reading the chat records in the Lord's Guide, Rosen was completely confused. As the first person to qualify for founding a country, he is still preparing for it. And others actually established their own country before him. And there was more than one. In just a short while, Rosen saw at least more than 20 emperors. The largest countries have more than 2,000 people, while the smallest countries have only more than 50 people. Among these more than 20 emperors, 80% of them had only 1 or 200 subjects, and their territory was only 1 kilometer in radius. This left Rosen speechless. But these people are probably just talking big. Can a country with a few hundred people be called a country? Especially without the city lord seal, such a country will not be recognized by the Lord's Guide at all. Certainly, the most outrageous ones are not the ones in the Lord's Guide. But after Rosen closed the Lord's Guide, a man in plain clothes came in to report. Sir, the deputy mayor of Orc Town requests to see you. A golden armored guard came in to report. Rosen asked him to bring the person in directly. A man in plain clothes came in. As soon as he entered the hall, he knelt down before Rosen and said tremblingly, Lu Qinghe, the deputy mayor of Orc Town, greets the Lord. What brings you here? Rosen sat there, looking at him indifferently. Orc Town is the closest town to the domain gate, and it is also the most convenient place to meet Rosen. Lu Qinghe hurriedly and cautiously said, Sir, I have received a report from the people of the territory that a nation has been established 50 miles away from the Orc Town. This is a matter of great importance, and I dare not delay. I will immediately meet with the Lord and report it. Rosen, someone's founding another country? And right next to us? They're just too bored. Rosen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Have you investigated? Sir, we have already investigated and found a nation of 300 people. I have been entrusted by the mayor and the commander of the garrison to ask your advice on whether to send troops to eliminate them. Rosen pondered for a moment, but at this moment, a figure outside the hall suddenly flashed before his eyes, startling him slightly. He said calmly, Notify the garrison to send troops to wipe them out. Yes, I'll take my leave. The man quickly retreated. Rosen also stood up at this time, walked out of the hall, and saw the figure that flashed by. Lord, a pleasant voice sounded and reached Rosen's ears. Rosen looked at Lucy and said apologetically, Lucy, I promised you I would take you to the orcs, but I've been so busy lately that I forgot. While we're preparing to build our nation, I'll take you to the Beast Mountain. This person is Lucy. He was meeting the Tauren chief and the cat chief from the orc tribe at the door. The orc chief often came to Yuguan to visit Lucy, and Rosen had long been accustomed to it. Lucy was also very nice to them. She did not act unreasonable just because she was doing well at Rosen, nor did she subsidize the orcs because of her status. This made Rosen very satisfied, because after the founding of the country, these orcs will also become his people. If you don't wanna, that's fine, just move out of his territory. Of course, these orcs are definitely unwilling to move, because their ancestors have lived here for generations, so they have no objection to becoming the orc citizens. After all, we are just subjects, not slaves. Good relations between humans and animals are something that both sides would like to see. So when Rosen told her to take her to Beast Mountain, not only Lucy was surprised, But even the two orc chiefs were extremely shocked. Is this day finally coming? The orc chief immediately clenched his fists excitedly. Lucy was stunned for a moment, and her face could no longer remain calm. She said excitedly, "Really? That's great, Lord. Thank you, Lord." The two orc chiefs also hurriedly thanked him and said, "Sir, let's go together. After all, we are all orcs. Even if there is any problem, we can resist it. Okay, if you want to follow me, then follow me. Let's set off now." Rosen nodded. Lucy and the two clan leaders quickly nodded in agreement. So the group of people brought a few horses and left the city. Of course, after leaving, Rosen also told Kitano Nozomi. Otherwise, the disappearance of the Lord at the time of founding the country would not be a good thing. Two orc chiefs, plus Rosen and Lucy, a group of 4 people rode their horses across the wilderness. More than an hour later, everyone stopped at the foot of a mountain 50 miles away. "Sir, this is it. If you keep going into the mountain, you will reach a huge valley. Inside is the Orc King's court." Lucy rode on a horse, looking at the surrounding scene, her eyes full of memories. After a quick glance around, Rosen found nothing else except a few territories in the distance. He nodded and said, "Let's go in." "Yes." The group of 4 turned and walked into the forest, slowing down. The mountains on the border are bottomless, and the monsters become more powerful the deeper you go. This is a well-known fact. So as soon as they entered the forest, everyone's vigilance immediately increased. However, not long after entering the forest, a crackling sound of mining caught Rosen's attention. The two orc chiefs immediately went to investigate in secret and soon returned to report, "Sir, there are dozens of people mining iron ore ahead. Don't worry about them, just go past them." Everyone continued to move forward. It soon appeared in the sight of the miners. Immediately, some soldiers wearing armor and holding iron swords arrogantly blocked the way of Rosen and others, shouting, "Who dares to trespass into the mining restricted area? Leave immediately, or we will not be polite." Looking closely, they saw 6 soldiers stopping them. There were also a dozen soldiers standing guard on the side. Among the dozen or so soldiers nearby, there was a man sitting at a wooden table, drinking tea and directing the people who were mining. "Hurry up and give everyone a snack tonight." This person seems to be the leader of the group. Hearing the movement of Rosen and others, he also glanced over. Since Rosen and his companions were not wearing armor, they looked like ordinary people. The only shocking thing was that each of them had a warhorse mount. "We're just passing by and mean no harm." Rosen replied calmly, "Please make way. We need to pass." Although he didn't understand why, Rosen's attitude remained neither humble nor arrogant. "Just passing by? Wait a minute while I go report back." The 4 armored soldiers were slightly stunned. At first they thought that people from other territories were coming to rob the iron ore. After looking carefully and seeing that there were no soldiers behind Rosen, he felt relieved, lined up a soldier, and trotted to the Lord in the center of the crowd. Thump! He knelt on the ground, clasped his fists, and reported, "Your Majesty, those people are just passing through and want to borrow the road to pass." Chapter 193 Civil and Military Officials, Stay 3 Updates. The word Your Majesty echoed in the air. Rosen and others were speechless. Is this the legendary emperor? Overseeing mining personally? Damn, could you please stop being so dirty? It seemed as if everyone knew that he was going to establish a country and become emperor, so little emperors popped up one after another to deliberately disgust him. Rosen suddenly felt upset and watched their performance with an expressionless face. Borrowing the road for passage? No problem. The man who was called Your Majesty enjoyed this feeling very much. He slowly stood up from his chair comfortably and walked towards Rosen and others. It stopped a few dozen meters away. He first glanced at the dozen or so armored soldiers around him, then at Rosen and his companions. His gaze lingered on Lucy for a moment, and he said seriously, "Of course you can borrow my road, but this is my territory. I am the great emperor. If you want to pass through, you must pay a toll." So he's also a lord, and he even knows about tolls. Rosen sneered and said calmly, "Your Majesty? How much? How much? Hey my dear, come here. How much is the toll per person?" He shouted to the mining crowd. An old man who was mining heard the shouting, immediately put down his pickaxe, trotted over, and said politely, "Your Majesty, our toll is 50 iron coins each." "Oh, yes. As expected of the Minister of Finance, you have a good memory. I'm completely lost in remembering all this stuff. Let's get back to work." The man waved his hand and said to Rosen, 50 iron coins per person. There are 8 of you in total. Just give 4 silver coins and you can pass." Rosen, "Orc, how could you see 8 of us? We are clearly 4 people." Lucy rolled her eyes, completely irritated by the man. "That's right. There are 4 of us, so where did 8 people come from? If you can't explain it, We won't be polite. The Tauren chieftain had a very bad temper. He stroked his goatee and said in a cold voice, as a permanent resident, although he has a friendly attitude towards these human territories, he is not afraid of any human lord. Except for Lawson, which is a big family with a lot of wealth. So when I heard the number of 8 people, I felt like I was being cheated. The emperor pointed at their mounts and said, the 4 of you, for horses, are equivalent to 4 people, so there are 8 of you in total. The bull-headed chief. Lucy, a horse is a horse, and a person is a person. How can they be confused? The cat tribe leader asked coldly. Obviously, the weird human lord is a little unbearable for the gentle cats. Nonsense. How can a horse not be a human? Humans are humans, orcs are humans, and beasts can naturally be considered humans. Pay up quickly, or my army will not let you go. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen soldiers immediately drew their swords and surrounded Rosen and others. Rosen. Damn, I'm so angry. I've never met someone who is so unreasonable. The Minotaur took a deep breath, drew the axe from his waist, looked at Rosen and said, Sir, I beg to fight. Go, but don't kill people indiscriminately. Rosen uttered a few words lightly. At this moment, he seemed to understand, or perhaps the emperor in front of him was the one reported in the orc town. However, it seems that this group of people are not the kind of people who do evil things, so I will teach them a lesson first. When they finish their work and return to the territory, they will find despair all around them. The Tauren chieftain was recognized and immediately rushed forward with his battle axe. Drive. He rode his horse and shouted coldly. Die quickly. Holy crap. How dare you do that? The emperor was startled and stepped back repeatedly. Due to his rapid retreat, he even stumbled and fell to the ground. He said in panic, Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. Imperial guards. Your Majesty, please retreat. More than a dozen soldiers rushed over and stood in front of the man. Hey! The Minotaur chief swept his axe over, directly knocking away a row of iron swords, and then used the back of the axe to chop horizontally and vertically, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers were chopped to the ground. Ouch! It hurts so much. Woo woo. None of the soldiers could stand up. They all rolled on the ground and screamed. The emperor was so frightened that he was terrified. Don't come over here, don't come over here. The people in the distance also stopped mining at this moment, standing there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Fuck. Civil and military officials, what are you doing standing there? Come and save me. Yes. Dozens of people came running, hid behind the emperor, knelt on the ground, and began to beg for mercy. Please spare my life. Please let my emperor go. Emperor. Damn. I asked you to come and rescue me, not to beg for mercy. The emperor was heartbroken at this moment. A bunch of weaklings dare to call themselves emperors. Rosen curled his lips in disdain and rode past the crowd. Bargaining with such people would be a disgrace to one's status, so Rosen was too lazy to bother with them. Anyway, there would be a large army to deal with them. Da-da-da. The sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet forest. 3 orcs followed closely behind. The emperor and all the civil and military officials were left kneeling on the ground trembling. After Rosen and the others left, the emperor trembled and climbed up from the ground. Looking at the civil and military officials kneeling before him, he angrily said, Prime Minister, General, come out here. Damn, I asked you to resist, not beg for mercy. Woo woo, Your Majesty. That man is obviously a strong orc. He knocked down more than a dozen armored soldiers with a single move. We are unarmed. If we go up to him, we will die. Fuck a bunch of cowards. In the mountains and forests. Rosen and his group didn't know how many miles they had walked. The trees here are thick and tall, and compared to the outside world, it looks more like an uninhabited primeval forest. The branches of the trees that covered the sky hung high in the sky, blocking out most of the sunlight. There was a thick layer of rotting leaves on the ground. Walking through it will leave a deep impression. And among these marks, in addition to the horses of the people, there are also many huge footprints. There are footprints of orcs and footprints of monsters. This made everyone alert. And in front of them, a towering mountain stood, blocking everyone's way. Of course, there is still some distance to the mountains. And this mountain is the dangerous junction. Once you enter the mountains, it is equivalent to leaving the safe zone and entering a dangerous area where monsters and beasts are rampant. This place is also the focus of exploration for all the people in the territory. No one dares to trespass into the mountains and enter the place where monsters live. Sir, it's not far. Just cross the mountain ahead and you'll arrive. Our orc court lives in the valley. Lucy pointed to the mountain ahead and said seriously, P.S. Come on, brothers, keep updating 3 times a day, Olga? Chapter 194 Beast Mountain Elder. Rosen nodded and continued walking forward. Soon, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. Since it was inconvenient to ride horses up the mountain, everyone tied the horses in a safe corner at the foot of the mountain and then climbed the mountain on foot. The mountain road is winding and twisting. It goes up all the way, crosses the low places, and then stretches down again. After going up and down, everyone arrived at the entrance of a valley. At the entrance of the valley, 4 thatched huts are located on both sides, and 4 large trees block out the sun, blocking the entire valley. If you don't look carefully, you really can't find the entrance to the valley. The scenery here is really nice. Rosen exclaimed and walked forward. The other 3 quickly followed. Lucy also explained quickly. Slow down, sir. There is danger at the entrance of the valley. Is there any danger? Rosen asked as they walked. Sir, the entrance to the valley is guarded by orc elders who prevent orcs from entering and supervise those who leave. If the monsters see that you are human, they might be in danger. It is better for me to go ahead. After Lucy finished explaining, she quickly passed Rosen and led the way. These words startled the 2 orc chiefs following behind him. It's not that they haven't been here before, but this is the first time they've heard about the elders. Soon, everyone arrived at the valley. Lucy walked in front, followed closely by Rosen. But just as they stepped into the valley entrance, a weak voice suddenly came from inside the valley. This is the Orc King's court, please stay. A weak voice, but extremely clear. Rosen and the 3 orcs looked around quickly, but they didn't see any figure at all. But at this moment, 4 figures suddenly walked out from behind the huts on both sides and blocked everyone's way. They were 4 week-old orcs. 2 of them looked like a minotaur and a cat. The other 2 are werewolves and dogs. 4 old orcs stood side by side, exuding a powerful aura. The bull-headed chief and the cat-headed chief behind Rosen were suddenly horrified. 4 elders, I came back to climb the beast mountain. Lucy hurried over to explain. The 4 elders naturally recognized Lucy and seemed to be quite satisfied with her and nodded. The Minotaur's tone changed, and he said in a very friendly voice, Lucy, of course you can go in, but they can't. As elders, we must always remember our mission. Those who are not members of the royal court are forbidden to enter the royal court's territory. Grandpa Zach, but they are here to escort me. They will take me back later. They are worried that I will be controlled by the Dog King if I go in. After all, the dog tribe is already the new king. At this point, Lucy's tone became even more depressed. The Dog Clan elder among the 4 elders also spoke at this time, without bias, saying honestly, the succession of royal families has existed since ancient times. As the guardian elder of the Beast Clan, I guarantee that the Dog Clan king will never touch you in the slightest. Lucy looked at everyone hesitantly, at a loss as to what to do. The 2 orc chiefs who followed him dared not even breathe when they saw the orc elder, let alone explain. Only Rosen was present, his expression calm. Rosen understood what Lucy meant. Although she now has a guarantee, she still hopes that she can go in with her, so she took the initiative to step forward and said lightly, For elders, what if I must go in? Ha ha, human, you're so arrogant. Suddenly, a werewolf laughed wildly and said in a cold voice, Do you know who we are? We are the orc elders passed down from ancient times. Even the orc king must show respect to us. We say that outsiders are not allowed to enter. Who dares to break the rules? Cut. Rosen curled his lips in disdain and said calmly, How dare you, a mere orc king's court, speak so arrogantly in front of me? Believe it or not, 100,000 troops can flatten your valley. 100,000 troops. Several elders were stunned and asked solemnly, Human lord, who are you? My name is Rosen. Rosen replied indifferently. But as soon as this answer came out, the 4 elders took a deep breath. Hiss. Are you Rosen? The human lord who is about to establish a nation? The 4 of them looked at Rosen with a stiff expression. Rosen nodded slowly and said, Exactly. Can I come in? Although you are powerful, the total number of orcs in the valley is only 10,000. Rosen was too lazy to get entangled with them and just made some harsh remarks. No matter what, he must go to Beast Mountain. He must go and see if the blood inheritance Lucy mentioned is true or not. After all, that was left behind by the beast god, and Rosen was extremely eager to know whether there was a god in this world. So, no one can stop him. And now they are at the door. Rosen looked at the 4 shocked elders, who had clearly heard of his fame. He raised his lips slightly and said calmly, As a human lord with hundreds of thousands of subjects under my command, don't I have the right to enter? Even the orc king has to be polite to me. No one can stop me. The last sentence was decisive and put the 4 elders under immense pressure. Because Rosen was right. His fame had already spread throughout the entire plains, and even the reclusive orcs had heard of it. A powerful army, and they also broke through the domain pass. If this kind of strength were to fight against the orcs, they would definitely not be able to resist for long. They thought they would not have any intersection with the powerful human lord, but they did not expect that the lord would come to their door in person. The four elders looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. Finally, a minotaur stepped forward and said with an awkward smile, "Lord Rosen, I have long heard of your name. As a powerful human lord, you are naturally qualified to enter. I just hope that you can respect the customs of the orcs. Please." After saying that, he made a gesture to invite them in, which made the bull-headed chief and the cat-headed chief look confused. Is this the difference in status? No one dares to stop me once I tell them my name. The two of them immediately admired Rosen even more. And because Rosen showed up in person, the four elders did not stop the two orc chiefs from entering. This invisibly increased the confidence of the two patriarchs. Humph, who said that our orc tribe from the outside world was abandoned by the royal court. Now that we've entered, even the elders guarding the valley entrance have to smile apologetically. The two of them immediately looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and followed Rose and Lucy into the valley. As you walk into the valley, an ancient atmosphere hits you. At first glance, the surroundings were filled with bluestone houses, and various orcs were walking around on the road. When these orcs saw Rosen, a human, they all stopped and pointed at him, and even the discussions reached Rosen's ears. Chapter 195, Her Royal Highness. What kind of orc is this person? Why does he look so much like a human? It doesn't have any characteristics. Could it be a mutant orc? She's so white and clean, it doesn't look like it. Is he a human? Hiss, impossible. No human has ever appeared in our valley. Humans are not allowed to enter. Did you sneak in? That's impossible. The four elders of our valley are all at the great martial master level. Who can defeat the four elders? That's right. Could it be an elf? I don't know. I've never seen an elf. I haven't seen it either. Amidst the discussion among the crowd, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from the distance. Many orcs quickly moved aside to make way. Get out of the way. It's the Minotaur army. A group of Minotaurs wearing rough iron armor that only covered their chests appeared in front of Rosen. The strong and sturdy, bull-headed general in the lead looked at Lucy excitedly and said, "Princess. She really is a princess. Your subordinate Nyo Huan is delighted to meet you, my lady princess." General Nyoto immediately knelt in front of Lucy. But when he saw that the bullhead army behind him didn't move, he immediately turned around and shouted, "What are you standing there for? This is our Princess Lucy. Why don't you pay your respects to Her Royal Highness?" "Greetings, Her Royal Highness the Princess." Upon hearing this, the Nyoto army immediately knelt down. For a moment, the surroundings became chaotic and the orcs began to talk again. "So she is Lucy, the daughter of the previous Beast King. Why is she back? I heard the dog tribe has been looking for her." "Hiss, she's here. Will the dog tribe cause trouble for her?" The surrounding orcs and common people were all surprised. But at this moment, a group of orc soldiers appeared from behind the crowd. "Get out of the way, everyone." The orcs were very dissatisfied with the expulsion of the sound people. When everyone looked back and saw that it was the dog army coming, they all ran away in panic. No one dares to offend the dog clan. From then on, the dog tribe became the new king, and the dog people stood up completely. The dog people who came this time were also wearing simple armor. But it is silver. Compared with the bull-headed soldiers, they are much taller than the others. A general holding a long axe stepped out from among the dog clan soldiers. He looked at Lucy and the kneeling, bull-headed general with a haughty look and said arrogantly, "Neo Huanshi, she's no longer a princess. How can a dignified general of the royal court kneel before an ordinary member of the tribe? Hurry up and get up." "Your Highness." General Bullhead ignored him completely and continued to look at Lucy excitedly. Lucy was already moved by the loyal bull-headed general and excitedly helped bull-headed General Neo Huanshi up from the ground. Looking at the over 50-year-old bull general, Lucy was moved and said, "General, I'm back. I came back this time to climb to the top of Beast Mountain." "What? Climbing to the top of Beast Mountain?" General Neo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly overjoyed, saying excitedly, "Really, Princess? That's great. Princess will definitely be able to climb to the top of Beast Mountain again, gain the recognition of the Beast God, and regain control of the royal court." Ha! A defeated princess actually dreams of climbing to the top of Beast Mountain. What a pipe dream. The dog general laughed at this time, without hiding his feelings. That hateful dog face never left a good impression on any orc. "My king, guided by the elders of the dog tribe, has promised not to harm you, but you must behave yourself. Beast Mountain is our sacred mountain. Can you climb it just because you want to? You are so arrogant. I advise you to give up this idea." He still continued to taunt. This made the Minotaurs angry, and they stared at the dog-headed general fiercely. Racial conflict has always existed. General Nyoto said coldly, "Our Lord Beast God's ancestral teachings state that all of us beast men can reach the summit of Beast Mountain. And when Princess Lucy was born, she had the best chance of reaching the summit. I believe that Princess Lucy will definitely reach the summit. The throne will definitely belong to Miss Lucy. Yes. Beast Mountain is the holy land of all of us orcs. It's not up to you kobolds to decide. Yes, since ancient times, anyone who can ascend Beast Mountain has been qualified to sit firmly on the throne. If the current Beast King has also ascended Beast Mountain, he must abdicate after 100 years. The throne of the kobolds was seized, so it is inherently illegitimate. It's just that no one among us orcs has been able to reach Beast Mountain for many years, so you have been allowed to sit firmly on the throne. This time, as long as Princess Lucy can successfully reach the top of the mountain and gain the recognition of the Beast God, you will have to give up your throne even if you don't want to." The orcs were talking about it, and the dog-headed general's face turned red and white. The dog-headed general snorted coldly. "If that's the case, then go ahead. I want to see if you can reach the Beast Mountain." After that, he stopped talking. Instead, he kept staring at Rosen, looking him up and down. At this moment, Rosen was speechless. It seemed that there was no conflict between me and them. So why did they suddenly turn their target to me? Seeing the dog-headed man staring at him, Rosen stared back helplessly and said lightly, "What are you looking at?" Snort. The dog-headed man then turned his head away without saying anything. Obviously, he knew Rosen's identity. As for talking, not talking is also to avoid conflicts. Seeing that he turned his head away, Rosen withdrew his gaze from him. However, this also attracted the attention of General Minotaur and the surrounding orc people. They turned their attention to Rosen again. General Nyoto, in particular, looked Rosen up and down, and finally asked Lucy in confusion, "Princess, what tribe is this person from?" He is the human Lord Rosen. After a while, all the land outside our territory will belong to him." Lucy hurriedly explained to the general. These words gave the general a sudden shock. All the land outside the territory belongs to him. A human being? Isn't the outside world sparsely populated? Did something big happen? The general looked at Rosen in shock. Lucy explained, "Many human territories have appeared in the outside world, and people are everywhere. Lord Rosen saved my life, and I only owe my survival to Lord Rosen. Lord Rosen has conquered thousands of territories and has hundreds of thousands of soldiers in armor. He will establish a human empire one day." Hiss. After hearing these words, all the orcs around took a deep breath. Even the arrogant dog-headed man couldn't help but be shocked. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers in armor. Choose a day to establish a country. Oh my God, have humans become so powerful? All the beasts looked at Rosen with incredible eyes. Rosen smiled at them kindly, then slowly extended his hands and waved at them, saying politely, "The nation will be established in 5 days. Everyone is welcome to attend the founding ceremony. Food and drink will be provided to everyone who attends." Everyone, although it was speechless for a while, but no one dared to underestimate Rosen anymore. Chapter 196. Want to go up and defeat me? 3 more? As for why the human lord entered the orc court, everyone already has the answer to this question in their hearts. Ordinary lords certainly can't get in, and of course, ordinary lords can't get in either. But for a lord with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, if he came in with great fanfare, I'm afraid the Doghead King would have to go out to greet him in person. So, it's not surprising at all that Rosen can come in. Meet the human lord. The bull-headed general bowed to Rosen, his horns swaying back and forth, and then politely said to Lucy, "Princess, let's go to Beast Mountain now." "Well, let's go." Lucy nodded and chose to walk with Rosen. Among all the people, she trusted the general in front of her the most, because he was once my father's most loyal subordinate and the leader of the Wangting cattle tribe. Without his help, I would not have left the Wangting alive. Then the second person he trusted was the human Rosen. As for the Minotaur chief and cat chief from the outside world, they can only be ranked third. Everyone walked towards the Beast Mountain. The orcs and common people who were watching the show around followed suit. After all, they have been living in seclusion here for many years and have too much free time. No one wants to miss such a good show today. Soon, everyone arrived at the center of the valley, where a towering mountain stood in the middle. The mountain is not big, but it is very high. There are steps winding around the mountain and leading to the top. And at the entrance of the stairs, there is an open space with a huge table on it. The table was filled with tribute food. This place is not only the sacred mountain of the orcs, but also their place of worship. The crowd walked past the altar and came to the bottom of the stairs. They looked up at the top of the mountain. It was so high that the top was invisible, and it looked like a man-made rockery. Your Highness, please go up. I'll be waiting for you at the foot of the mountain, General Nyoto said to Lucy respectfully. Rosen glanced at Rosen and slowly climbed the stairs to Beast Mountain. When Lucy climbed the first step, the many orcs around her were suddenly in an uproar. Oh my god, it's up, it's really up. Hiss. Princess Lucy is truly the orthodox Beast King. I wonder how high up the ladder she can climb. Everyone stared at it. The dog-headed general also glared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. All orcs are qualified to log in to the Beast Mountain. This has been the rule since ancient times. Not to mention him, even if the Beast King himself came, he would not be able to stop it, because preventing everyone from logging onto the Beast Mountain would offend the Beast God and incur public anger. Once they offend the Beast God, these orcs will not sit idly by and wait for death. If the Dog King, who had ascended the throne without even climbing the Beast Mountain, tried to stop him, his regime would definitely be overthrown by the beasts. If the king succeeds to the throne legitimately, or if he ascends to the throne by climbing to the top of the Beast Mountain, he will also be forced by everyone to repent to the Beast God. So no one stopped Lucy from climbing the mountain. Da-da-da. Soon, Lucy climbed a dozen steps. The crowd was in an uproar again. Over the past few decades, only the 4 great elders and the guardian elder of Beast Mountain have managed to ascend to the first circle position. Lucy, a weak woman, actually logged in half a circle. This made everyone unbelievable, and they all remembered the rumor from 18 years ago. It is said that when Lucy was born, the sunny sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder, and a violent storm broke out. Outside the valley, hundreds of beasts were roaring for a long time. When everyone went out to check, they found that there were no monsters outside the valley. This kind of vision only exists in records, and it was only recorded when the Beast God was born. So everyone thought that Lucy was someone favored by the Beast God, or even the reincarnation of the Beast God. However, due to age issues, only those aged 18 can officially log into Beast Mountain. The dog tribe usurped the throne, which prevented Lucy from logging in. This is Lucy's first time climbing a mountain. It really lived up to everyone's expectations. A few minutes later, Lucy had completely climbed the first circle of stairs and reached the second circle. But her speed also slowed down at the same time, and she seemed to be walking with great difficulty. Rosen looked up and walked directly towards the entrance of the stairs. This action startled the orc chieftain, the bull-headed general, and others nearby, who quickly called out to Rosen, "Sir, what are you doing?" "Mountain climbing. I'll go up and take a look too," Rosen replied lightly. Everyone was speechless. "Sir, only orcs are allowed to log in to Beast Mountain," General Nyoto explained helplessly. Rosen rolled his eyes and said calmly, "Really? No one can stop my curiosity." After saying that, Rosen walked straight towards the stairs. But at this moment, an old man with a dog head suddenly appeared in front of the stairs, blocking Rosen's way. "No humans allowed," the dog-headed old man explained in a calm tone. His appearance shocked everyone at the scene. "It's actually the Mountain Guardian Elder. Oh my god, it really is the Mountain Guardian Elder. He usually doesn't care about worldly affairs, but he actually came out. After all, he is a powerful human lord. If the Mountain Guardian Elder doesn't come out, I'm afraid no one on the scene will dare to stop him." That's true. Listening to everyone's discussions, Rosen also knew the old man's identity. He looked at the dog-headed old man calmly, smiled faintly, and said, "Can't you be flexible?" "No. But according to our ancestors' teachings, humans who want to enter the Beast Mountain must defeat the Mountain Guardian Elders. I am the current Mountain Guardian Elder. If you want to go up, you must defeat me." The dog-headed old man seemed to know Rosen's identity and did not act tough, but instead stated a rule. Because if he tried to stop them forcefully, it would probably not work and would bring serious consequences. So he took the initiative to tell them how to get in. That is to defeat him. After hearing the old man's words, Rosen also became serious. This old man's strength is definitely above his. He should have reached the realm of a great martial artist. Feeling the old man's strength, Rosen's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. This orc royal court seems to be very unusual indeed. In just 1 hour, he actually met 4 great martial artists. Although they are all old guys. But it also shows that the orc royal court also has certain strength. This kind of strength made Rosen even more curious about what was on the Beast Mountain. He looked at the dog-headed old man, then suddenly put his hands behind his back and said slowly, "Since that's the case, I won't be polite. I'll let you go first. Come on." Walla walla. There was another uproar all around. All the orcs looked at Rosen in disbelief. "Hiss, the human lord is too arrogant to dare to challenge our Mountain Guardian Elder. Yes. He even said arrogantly that we elders should take action first. How strong can a white and clean man be? Yes, our mountain guardian elders are all powerful warriors at the level of great martial artists. Although they are old, they are not people that human lords can despise. Come on, elder. Elder, teach him a lesson. The orcs around shouted. The dog-headed elder also narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he seemed like a different person and suddenly rushed towards Rosen at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast that it is dizzying. And at the place where the old dog man had just stood, only a hurricane was left. P.S. I've already written 400,000 words without realizing it. Keep going. Chapter 197, Martial Master versus Great Martial Master. Fast as the wind, swift as thunder. Although this old man from the dog tribe is old, he moves smoothly and at an incredibly fast speed. Although Rosen had already reached the peak of martial arts, he was still shocked by his speed. Is this the strength of a great martial artist? Rosen's expression suddenly became serious. He did not practice martial arts, but the Bejiquin he learned online in his previous life appeared clearly in his mind at this moment. 8 extremes fists iron mountain lean. Suddenly, Rosen bent his legs slightly and assumed a horse stance. When the dog-headed old man was about to get close, Rosen's legs were as steady as an old tree, and he leaned forward directly. Bump! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The dog-headed old man's pupils suddenly shrank, his body shook violently, and then he quickly retreated. Hiss! There was a sound of people gasping for air all around. Looking at Rosen on the other hand, he made an even weird pose, just like a bodybuilder standing on the stage, showing his legs and biceps to the audience. He lay sideways, his elbow facing the old man. The muffled sound just now was clearly made by Rosen's elbow, which hit the dog-headed old man's chest heavily. The old man's pupils constricted in pain. If it weren't for the great martial artist's strength, he would have foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked and completely attracted by Rosen's move. Oh my god, what kind of martial arts is this? Too strong. He defeated the great martial master elder with just one elbow strike. Hiss. So terrifying. I didn't expect that a mere human lord could actually be a master. Looking at his strength, he shouldn't have reached the level of a grand master. At most, he's at the peak of the martial master level. That shouldn't be the case. What? Just a peak martial artist? Can he defeat a great martial artist elder? Hiss. Everyone was shocked again. Even the bull-headed chief, the cat-headed chief, and the bull-headed generals who came with Rosen were completely stunned. Because it was also the first time they saw Rosen take action. They even thought that Rosen was just in a high position and had no real strength, but they never expected that the master was right in front of them. Under the gaze of the crowd, Rosen slowly relaxed his posture and returned to his normal standing position. He looked at the dog clan elder who was kneading his chest and said calmly, "Great martial master. That's all. I'm afraid he can't even beat my female subordinates." Hiss. What did he say? Subordinates. Too arrogant. Are his subordinates more powerful than our elders? What a boast. Yes, whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. I believe it too. A Grand Master is a peerless expert, one in a million. Many geniuses fail to reach the Grand Master realm in their entire lives. I admit that this lord is very powerful, but his female subordinates? Haha, too arrogant. Everyone stared at Rosen, and some conceited people couldn't help but grumble in the crowd. Can you stop bragging? Rosen slowly turned around and looked into the crowd. Naturally, he could tell who had said that. However, he didn't point it out. Instead, he said calmly, "You orcs do have quite a few great warriors. This is the 5th one I've seen. But my human race is definitely not short of them. I have 8 great warriors, and each one is stronger than you. If you don't believe me, go watch the founding parade. My generals will be there." Suddenly, everyone around fell silent. Because I can't refute it. If everyone wants you to go and see it, there's no point in being stubborn. My lord, be careful. Suddenly, the reminder from the bullhead chief sounded. At the same time, a whistling sound was heard in my ears. Rosen quickly turned his head and found that it was the dog-headed old man rushing towards him again. Still at an extremely fast speed, he shouted at the same time, "Tian, go fist." Wherever the fist passed, the air distorted. That is the impact brought by speed. The speed is so fast that even the distortion of the air can be seen with the naked eye. If you are hit by this punch, you will either die or be injured. All the orcs around held their breath. Rosen's eyes narrowed immediately, and he could naturally see the power of this punch. It goes without saying that the move used by the old man must be a martial art. The 8 Vajra forms of Bejiquin, the wind-facing sun palm. Suddenly, Rosen stood firmly in his horse stance again, swung out with his palm, and took the Tengu fist of the old man from the dog tribe. The two men, punching and palming, were about to collide. The people around immediately widened their eyes. Oh my god, it's our beastman's unique skill, the Tengu Fist. It turns out that the Tengu Fist is not lost. He actually wanted to take our beastman's special move head on. Doesn't he want his hand anymore? In full view of the public, a punch and a palm finally collided with each other. Bo! Suddenly, a stream of air emanated from the place where the two people collided, blowing their hair back and making it float in the air. Damn, what a powerful aura. Is this the power of the collision of true chi? It can actually bring out such a strong airflow. I can't believe it. They actually ended up in a tie. How is that possible? Look, they're retreating. At this time, Rosen and the dog-headed old man both stopped at the same time, and then each took a few steps back. Rosen didn't know what the old man's current situation was, but he could clearly feel the power of his punch. This martial art is truly powerful and can boost your combat effectiveness. If I don't use some Bejiquan, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand his Tengu Fist. Rosen stomped his feet hard to stop retreating. At the same time, the dog-headed old man stomped his feet and stopped. Martial artist versus great martial artist. It ended in a draw. This shocked the people around. Because in this world, the gap between different realms is huge. Especially in one-on-one battles. Although cross-realm battles are rare, they do exist. But those people are often genius-level figures. An idea popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. That is, the human lord in front of them not only has great power, but must also be a genius in cultivation. Everyone was surprised. Rosen shook his palm, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said lightly, "It's my turn to attack." After saying that, Rosen's figure suddenly moved. The speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out and came directly in front of the dog-headed old man. He also put his arms around the old man's waist. 8 Extreme Fists Ejection. 8 Extreme Fists Iron Entanglement. The power of Bejiquan collapses. Rosen's entire set of movements was smooth and flowing. He first rushed over quickly, hugged the old man directly, and then raised his knee and hit the old man's chest hard. The huge force directly knocked the old man's body away. But because the old man was held by Rosen, he flew a few inches before being pressed down again. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the old man's mouth, passed over Rosen's back, and spilled onto the ground behind him. After finishing a set of moves, Rosen instinctively wanted to let go, but at this moment, a more powerful combo suddenly popped up in his mind, which made him unable to control it. It automatically caused the true energy in his body to circulate, forming a powerful true energy that made him want to release it. Chapter 198, The Ultimate Secret, Killing in the Arms. It seemed like a move automatically calculated based on this set of combos, or like a powerful secret hidden in Bejiquan moves. Rosen felt that the power of this move surpassed all the moves in Bejiquan. At the same time, the name of a new move involuntarily appeared in his mind. The Ultimate Secret of Bejiquan, Kill in the Arms. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling appeared in Rosen's mind, shocking him completely. Enlightenment. This is the most difficult state for practitioners to enter. At this moment, Rosen suddenly realized the ultimate secret of Bejiquan, killing in the arms. Once used, the power will instantly increase to the upper limit of the current realm's strength. This moment, Rosen hugged the dog-headed old man, and the true energy in his body circulated rapidly, making him unable to help but want to release it. Finally, when the true energy gathered to a peak, Rosen couldn't help it. He suddenly bent his legs, kicked back, and crushed the stone floor with his heels. He stared at the old man and rushed into the sky like a rocket. Holy crap! They both flew. Oh my god! Awesome! No, only those at the Martial King level can fly for a short period of time with the sword. They definitely can't fly. I understand. This is the impact force. Damn, such a strong force. It actually carried a person so high. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Rosen hugged the dog-headed old man's waist, staring at his chest with his shoulders, and continued to fly forward. The two of them were like a whole, drawing an arc. Rosen's impact didn't stop until he reached a height of more than 5 meters. At this time, the old communicator, who had suffered a heavy blow, also woke up from his confusion. Only then did he realize that he was already in midair. The old man's pupils couldn't help but dilate and dilate again, filled with shock. Especially when he went from being pushed up to being cushioned at the bottom and his figure began to fall rapidly. He couldn't help but blurt out 2 words. Fuck. The ultimate secret. Kill in the arms. Smash it. The 2 figures fell rapidly, like a meteor. From a height of more than 5 meters, the speed of the fall was shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. Dust flew up from the ground, covering everyone's eyes. Everyone around was stunned, looking at a cloud of dust not far away with extremely incredible eyes. What the hell? What happened? Is the battle over? Who's winning? Where are they? Chill. Look. At this time, the dust gradually dissipated, and a figure stood in the dust. Everyone looked over, not daring to breathe, trying desperately to see who was in the dust. Shit. It's that human lord. He's actually intact. Where are the elders? Did our elders lose the battle? How is that possible? The one on the ground is the elder. The dust completely cleared, and the scene suddenly came into view for everyone. The ground where the two men fell was already cracked. The dog-headed old man was already lying on the ground, unconscious. With the dog-headed old man as the center, the ground cracked like a spider web, spreading several meters around. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped. The peerless strong man in their hearts, the guardian elder of the dog tribe who guarded the Beast Mountain, was easily defeated by a human warrior. Several members of the dog tribe immediately ran up and knelt before the dog tribe elder, saying heartbreakingly, "Elder, he's not dead, just injured." Rosen glanced at the dog people calmly. Suddenly, the dog people felt frightened and trembled violently. Rosen withdrew his gaze, slowly turned around, and walked towards the stairs. According to the agreement between the two, as long as he defeats the mountain guardian elder, he can enter the Beast Mountain. So at this moment, no one dared to stop the winner. This is not only an agreement between the two, but also the ancestral teachings. Ahem. When Rosen reached the stairs, the dog-headed elder on the ground finally woke up, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood, which made the others breathe a sigh of relief. Orcs are inherently stronger than humans. Even the weak cat and fox tribes are no exception. What's more, it's the dog clan. The body of a human and an animal cannot be measured by common sense. Even though he was killed in Rosen's arms by the ultimate secret that he suddenly realized, he was only seriously injured and his life was not in danger. Although there is a big gap between the two of them in terms of realm, it can be seen that their physical bodies are both very strong. Under the gaze of everyone, Rosen slowly raised one foot and stepped onto the white steps. Suddenly, a heavy force began to spread from his legs, making Rosen feel that his legs had become heavier. His gravity? Rosen's eyes widened immediately. He seemed to understand the meaning of this mountain. The orcs once said that the higher the ladder you climb, the more talented you are and the closer you are to the beast god. This is a ladder to test one's potential and future. So Rosen immediately understood that this mountain must be a huge formation. A gravity array was set up. The higher the talent, the less gravity you will experience. The worse your talent, the greater the gravity you will experience. This allows orcs to intuitively judge who has better talents. At this moment, Rosen suddenly felt infinite pride in his heart. Looking at the white jade stairs in front of him, he muttered to himself, "Gravity, here I come." After saying that, he walked straight towards the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As fast as running. It was even several times faster than when Lucy walked just now. The orcs behind him were shocked again when they saw Rosen's steps, and their views were refreshed. Even the mountain guard dog-headed elder who had just awakened almost popped his eyes out. This. Hiss. Oh my god, how is it possible? Could it be that he is the 1 in a million genius? Look, Princess Lucy has already reached the 6th circle, and she's walking very slowly. That human lord has also made it to the 1st circle, but he probably won't be able to catch up with Princess Lucy. Yes, there are 9 circles on Beast Mountain, all the way to the top. Each circle is more difficult than the last. Just because the 1st circle is easy doesn't mean the 2nd circle will be easy. Hiss. He's on the 2nd lap. Haha. Why bother boosting others' ambitions and destroying your own prestige? What's wrong with the 2nd circle? Which general of our major tribes hasn't reached the 2nd circle? Holy crap. He's on the 3rd lap. What? The 3rd lap? Ahem. Which of our 5 elders didn't make it to 3rd place? Fuck, it's already the 4th lap. Everyone. At this moment, everyone was completely shocked. I could still pretend and find excuses in the first 3 laps, but I couldn't find any in the 4th lap. Because among the living orcs, no one has reached the 4th circle except Lucy, who is still in the 6th circle. So what if it's the 4th circle? Our Princess Lucy is almost done with the 6th circle. She might even reach the 7th circle, which no one has reached in hundreds of years. Chapter 199, The Talent Closest to God, Part 3. Someone suddenly said excitedly, "After hundreds of years, has one of us finally reached the 7th circle? Could it be that our Orcish royal court is about to produce another peerless king?" Beast Mountain has 9 circles, leading directly to the summit. Each circle represents a potential that can be achieved in the future. Those who reach the first circle can become warriors. Those who reach the second circle can become martial masters. And those who reach the third circle are already great martial masters. The seventh circle. Oh my God! Our Princess Lucy's potential may reach the seventh realm, reviving the might of the beast men. What is the realm of the seventh circle? Warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial king, martial emperor, great martial emperor, martial lord. Reaching the seventh circle means you have the potential to become a martial lord. What? Martial honor? A realm that only exists in legends. Reaching the seventh circle qualifies you for the throne, and the eighth circle directly inherits the throne without anyone daring to stop you. No wonder they established this rule. It turns out you're so talented. Looks like we're going to have to change masters again. When many orcs focused their attention on Lucy, four old guys appeared at the foot of the mountain unknowingly, with their hands behind their backs and their heads raised, staring at Lucy. And these four old fellows are none other than the four elders who guard the entrance and exit of the valley. The four elders all looked excited and muttered to themselves. A new king is about to appear. Our orc tribe is finally rising. Everyone clenched their fists, worried about Lucy, who was in the seventh lap. There are only a few more steps left until the seventh lap. Come on. Come on. Hiss. Come on. For a moment, everyone was nervous and even ignored Rosen. But Lucy, who was on the seventh lap, had sweat on her forehead and was walking very slowly. Every step seemed to be stepping on the hearts of the elders. But at this moment, a figure suddenly passed by Lucy and walked straight into the seventh circle. The sudden appearance of the figure stunned the orcs at the foot of the mountain. Fuck. When did he get up in the eighth lap? Damn. It's that human lord. He actually reached the seventh circle. The seventh circle represents the highest achievement, martial honor. This human lord is so powerful. The orcs below were shocked again. Lucy, who was sweating profusely, was also startled. She had been trying to fight gravity, so she didn't notice that Rosen had come up. It wasn't until Rosen passed her and entered the eighth lap that Lucy's attention was caught. She knew the importance of the eighth circle better than anyone else, so she was shocked and looked incredible. Sir, you. Lucy's face was full of disbelief. Rosen stopped and smiled at Lucy behind him, saying, "Come on, I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain." After saying that, Rosen continued to walk up. Soon, the seventh lap was completed and it was time for the eighth lap. At this time, Lucy had just entered the seventh circle and was walking with difficulty. Looking back at Rosen, he was almost at the ninth lap. It seemed that these gravity had no effect on him at all. At this moment, all the orcs at the foot of the mountain turned their eyes to Rosen. Oh my God! Unbelievable! I can't believe it. Could it be that humanity has reached another opportunity to become a god? Bah, you've read too much. I told you not to read human books. Becoming a god is becoming a god. There's no such thing as an opportunity. Hiss. Look, that human lord has reached the ninth circle, the last of the 9 circles of Beast Mountain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Oh my God, what a terrifying talent this is. The talent closest to God. Perhaps this human lord will become the god of humanity in the future. We need to change our attitude towards humans. To become a god, reaching the top of the mountain is the gift that brings you closest to being a god. Under the gaze of everyone, Rosen left the ninth lap and reached the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is not big, only a few dozen square meters. Standing on it, the cold wind whistled in my ears. In the middle of the mountaintop, there is an altar with nothing else around it. But on the altar, there were 2 treasure chests. And it's a golden treasure chest. 2 golden treasure chests were placed on the altar, sparkling in the sunlight. Rosen was slightly stunned and slowly walked towards the golden treasure chest. Before he reached the top of the mountain, he had imagined countless scenes on the top of the mountain. But I didn't expect that there was nothing on the top of the mountain except 2 treasure chests. At this moment, Rosen seemed to be at a loss as to how to play. Damn, could it be that the gods protected and believed by the primitive inhabitants are also places that our Lord needs to explore? In the most sacred place of the orcs, we actually found 2 treasure chests. Wow. Rosen rolled his eyes and came to the golden treasure chest. Whether in the past life or this life, this was the first time Rosen saw the golden treasure chest. So he couldn't tell whether these 2 treasure chests were the kind that the lords wanted to open. Looking closely, you can see that the lock on the treasure chest is also golden. Moreover, the lock is covered with runes, which makes it different from others at first glance. At least the other treasure chests don't have runes. These 2 treasure chests are protected by golden runes, and I don't know if they can be opened. After pondering for a while, Rosen took out a golden sword from the space ring. This was the hardest and sharpest weapon he could possess. Holding the long sword, he exerted a little force and chopped towards the lock. Clang! A sharp and piercing sound came into Rosen's mind, making his ears buzz. Looking at Jinsuo again, there was no reaction at all. But there was an extra gap on the golden sword. Fuck! Rosen was startled and immediately retracted the golden sword. Such a big gap? Is it so hard? When he was chopping just now, Rosen looked away for fear that the broken metal would splash into his eyes. There was no reaction to the chopping at all. But Rosen didn't give up so easily. It's not easy to come to Beast Mountain by yourself, and you also get a golden treasure chest. If you can't open it, it would be a big loss. Replace it with a brand new golden sword. This time, Rosen stared at the golden lock seriously and chopped it down again. Clang! Suddenly, sparks flew, and the runes on the golden lock lit up the moment the golden sword touched it. At this moment, Rosen saw everything clearly. It turns out that the golden armor wasn't sharp enough. Instead, the formation on the rune was activated, forming an extremely strong protective force on the surface of the golden lock, which made it impossible to split the golden lock. Wipe! Rosen put away his golden armor, feeling extremely helpless. Because of the protection of the formation, he really couldn't open it. Forget it. I can only take it back first. Rosen reached out and grabbed the golden treasure chest. But at this moment, the golden treasure chest seemed to have turned into a pump, sucking out all the magic power in his body. Hiss! Rosen immediately gasped, quickly let go of his hand, and took 2 steps back. Because this treasure chest is too evil. Rosen stared at the treasure chest carefully, wondering what had just happened, when the lock on the treasure chest suddenly made a click sound and shattered in midair. The broken lock turned into nothingness and disappeared as it fell. Chapter 200, Desert Reaper's Weapons and Eggs. The sight of the golden lock shattering almost made Rosen's eyes pop out. He even felt like he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes quickly. It's not an illusion. It actually opened. After rubbing his eyes, Rosen confirmed again that there was no lock on the treasure chest and excitedly approached the treasure chest again. He gently opened the lid of the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, the treasure chest opened and a golden light emanated from the chest. It's like there is a sun in a box. The light gradually faded after a few minutes. At the same time, an amplifying sound came from Rosen's mind. Ding! 100-fold amplification successful. The number of Dapeng eggs has increased to 100, and the number of paper has increased to 100. Suddenly, there were amplifying items in Rosen's space ring. The golden treasure chest in front of him slowly dissipated and turned into nothingness. All that was left on the original altar was a bird egg as big as a human head and a piece of paper. Certainly, there were 99 pieces of paper and 99 bird eggs in Rosen's ring. Hiss, is this a rock egg? The kind that will produce a rock. Rosen was extremely shocked and picked up the bird egg, looking at it carefully. But after looking for a long time, I didn't see any results. But even so, he was still excited and thought about finding someone to hatch these bird eggs when he returned. If a rock could really be hatched, that would be truly awesome. Even if it is not the rock in the mythology of the previous life, it is at least a monster. After all, this is what the beast god left behind. 100 monster birds can be trained into an invincible air force. Thinking of this, Rosen became even more excited. He immediately put away the bird eggs and picked up the paper. The paper is not a drawing, but a letter. Rosen was slightly disappointed. However, thinking that he had already obtained 100 monster bird eggs, he couldn't be too greedy, so he quickly felt relieved. He took the letter and began to read it. No matter which race of orc you are, when you see this letter, I believe you have passed the test I left behind and opened the treasure chest I left behind. I left my inheritance and mount in 2 treasure chests. Those who can get the inheritance cannot get the mount. Those who get the mount cannot get the inheritance. Since you've opened the mount treasure chest, it means you're not worthy of my inheritance. Please don't touch the other treasure chest. Believe me, you can't take it away. This treasure chest contains a rock egg, the offspring of my loyal mount. While not a high-grade monster, it's more than adequate for your needs. I hope you'll treat it well, as it's the offspring of my most loyal mount. God of the Orcs, stay? After reading the words in the letter, Rosen's pupils flickered slightly. Do gods really exist? If there really are gods, why would you leave behind a legacy? Are you dead? If you're dead, can you still be called a god? He muttered something, and the letter in his hand turned into ashes and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only a golden treasure chest remained on the altar. TSK, even if you really are a god, you're just a dead god. Curling his lips in disdain, Rosen came to another treasure chest. Now that he has opened the golden lock, let him take it away. So he reached out to move the treasure chest. But the weight of the treasure chest was beyond Rosen's imagination. No matter how hard he tried, He couldn't move the treasure chest at all. However, the row of small words that appeared in front of him made Rosen smile evilly again. Beast God. Haha. Since this is what you leave to your descendants, I won't force it. Amplify it 100-fold. Rosen directly chose the active 100-fold increase in the small words in front of him. This was an optional benefit activated when the food was increased. Amplification is no longer passive, but can be active. Anything that has not been amplified will have a message asking whether to amplify it or not, allowing the host to choose. Since then, Rosen's control over resources has become even more refined. Ding! 100-fold amplification successful. After making the choice, 99 treasure chests appeared in Rosen's ring. Just pick one out. Sure enough, the weight was different from the treasure chest on the altar. Since he couldn't take the ones on the altar, he took the 99 amplified ones. Anyway, the things inside were put there by someone else, and they won't change after the amplification. Whatever you need, you can find it in the 99 treasure chests. It doesn't matter if there is one less. A wicked smile appeared on Rosen's lips. If the beast god knew about this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. I spent a lot of effort to set up the tests and choices, but every one of them was obtained by others. But someone else got 99, and it was so easy. Certainly. Rosen guessed that the beast god would never know. After all, it died a long time ago. After putting away the treasure chest, Rosen came to the edge of the mountain and looked down. There are more and more orcs at the foot of the mountain. They were all looking up. However, due to the height of several hundred meters, many people could not see Rosen on the top of the mountain clearly. Even if you see it, you will only see a small black dot. At this time, Lucy had reached the 9th circle and came into Rosen's sight. Rosen stood at the entrance of the stairs and did not go down immediately. Since the treasure chest is a legacy left to the orcs, and Lucy can climb up, she will definitely be able to open the treasure chest. He wanted to see what was in the treasure chest. Lucy, come on. Rosen called out to Lucy, who was in the 9th circle. Lucy suddenly shuddered and looked up. She found that Rosen was looking down at her. At this moment, Lucy was shocked. Is Your Excellency truly a god for mankind? Does the rise of the orcs and their relationship with humanity depend on me and him? Ancient legends immediately popped up in Lucy's mind. The friendship and rift between humans and orcs, and other major events. At this moment, Lucy was more convinced of Rosen's importance in the hearts of the orcs. Perhaps the gap between the two races will end between the two of them. One is a human miracle, the other is the king of orcs. Half an hour. Lucy finally reached the top of the mountain. The sense of gravity on my body suddenly disappeared, and I felt relieved. Although she reached the top of the mountain and could inherit the throne when she came down, she did not put her status on the same level as Rosen. After all, Rosen is no ordinary person, and his subordinates are very powerful. Lucy still faced Rosen as a subordinate, and she did so willingly. Sir. Lucy looked at Rosen and bowed slightly. Rosen waved his hand and said, Come here quickly. There is a treasure chest here. I can't open it. It should be left for you. Lucy was slightly stunned and looked behind Rosen, and sure enough, she found a treasure chest. Suddenly, she was excited and said in surprise, Could this be the inheritance left by the beast god? She quickly walked to the treasure chest. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but his arm stopped in midair, and he looked at Rosen. It seemed as if he was asking for his opinion. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly.